They laughed at you for awakening the trashiest F-rank talent. Little did they know your talent was a one-of-a-kind, super god tier. Infinite skill slots. You possess limitless skill slots, ignoring all learning restrictions, and can even learn the same skill repeatedly. Divine intellect. For every skill you learn, your intelligence permanently increases by +1. While others agonize over how to allocate their 20 precious skill slots, you are preparing to learn 10,000 fireballs. While world champions gloat over a minuscule skill enhancement, you have already gained tens of thousands of intelligence points just by stacking skills. Today, you will enter the game and show them all what a true god looks like. Your childhood sweetheart, by Xiao, stands before you. Her pretty face, once so familiar, is now a mask of cold indifference. Yi-chen, my parents don't want us to be too close, so. Bullshit. Your friend, the chubby Chu Xiaofeng, turns red with anger, shamelessly exposing her lie. By Xiao, stop using your parents as an excuse. Isn't it just because you awakened an SSS-ranked talent and now you look down on our Yi-chun? If he hadn't saved you back then, would you even have the chance to stand here? A flash of annoyance crosses by Xiao's eyes, but she can't be bothered to argue with him. This is between me and Yi-chen. You reach out and gently place a hand on your friend's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Fatty, forget it. She's right. As a transmigrator reborn into this world, you understand better than anyone that power is the root of everything. 3 years ago, you saved by Xiao from some thugs, and since then, she had proactively sought you out. But you had long seen the deep-seated utilitarianism in her inadvertent glances. Now, it has all come to pass. 100 years ago, a game called Eternity descended upon reality. 80 years ago, the Abyss invaded, and demonic beasts ran rampant. The world order was completely reshuffled. The powers of the old era turned to dust, and today's rulers are the prodigiously talented, powerful players. By Xiao's by family is one such second-rate player faction. And yesterday, she awakened the SSS-ranked talent, Divine Heart, enough to give her family the capital to charge towards first-rate status. How could the heiress of a future first-rate family allow someone with the trashiest F-rank talent, like you, to be a stain by her side? Since it has come to this, let's go our separate ways. By Xiao drops this line and turns to leave, her retreating figure resolute. Yezi, can women really change this fast? Fatty grumbles indignantly. You calmly pat his shoulder, your gaze fixed on the massive teleportation array in the center of the field. It's fine, Fatty. In this world, only the strong don't get bullied. Is an F-rank talent trash? Of course. But who told you that your talent was F-rank? You silently access the talent panel only you can see. Infinite skill slots, super god tier. Effect 1, you possess infinite skill slots and are not bound by any skill learning conditions. Effect 2, every skill you learn provides you with 1 permanent point of intelligence. This heaven-defying talent had appeared when you awakened yesterday. You know that for ordinary players, skill slots are extremely scarce, amounting to only about 20 even at max level. Furthermore, learning skills is governed by a uniqueness rule. If you learn skill A, you cannot learn the functionally similar skill B. Every skill choice is an agonizing decision. For you, however, these restrictions are meaningless. Not only that, 1 skill, 1 point of intelligence. What if you learn 10,000 or 100 million skills? What's an SSS ranked talent compared to that? Today is the day you enter eternity. As the announcement sounds, you and Fatty step onto the teleportation array together. After a dizzying spin, you find yourself in a quaint little town. New player detected. Please choose a name. Yi-Ying, Night Shadow. Ding. Name successfully created. Please select a class. Without hesitation, you choose Mage. Ding. Successfully became a Mage. You have received Constitution +1, Intelligence +3, Fireball Skill Stone X1, Mana Font Skill Stone X1, Novice Dungeon Entry Ticket X1. Mage, a class universally acknowledged as powerful in the late game but incredibly awkward early on. The basic 4 elemental skills alone take up 4 slots, making its development painfully slow. No ordinary person could afford to play it. But for you, it is the perfect choice. You don't rush to the dungeon. Instead, you directly open the Novice Area's online marketplace, search for skill stones, and sort them by price, descending. Instantly, rows of skill stones with ridiculously low prices appear before you. Experience flow, common gain an extra 10 EXP for each monster killed. Price, 100 eternity coins. Light of knowledge, common increase EXP gained by an additional 20%. Price, 100 eternity coins. Sage's revelation, common increase EXP gained by an additional 15%. Price, 100 eternity coins. These functional skills are ignored by everyone because they occupy precious skill slots, but to you, they are priceless treasures. Using the 10,000 eternity coins of starting funds provided by the school, you buy 30 experience-related skill stones, over 20 drop rate enhancing skill stones, and a dozen passive skills that increase mana, mana regeneration, and magic penetration. Ding! You have learned Experience Flow. Ding! You have learned Light of Knowledge. A series of notifications ring in your mind. To your greater surprise, a skill you accidentally bought a duplicate of was also learned successfully. A crazy idea explodes in your mind. You immediately return to the marketplace, spend another 1,000 eternity coins, and buy 10 more of the equally ignored Fireball skill stones. Ding! You have learned Fireball. Ding! You have learned Fireball. In a flash, you've learned a total of 102 skills. You open your character panel, and the numbers on it make your breath catch in your throat. ID, Ying, Level, 0, Class, Mage, Attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Intelligence 115, Winky Face, Health, 160, Mana, 3,150. Status buffs, plus 120 extra EXP per kill, plus 300% EXP gain, plus 220% drop rate, plus 18% magic penetration, plus 11 mana regen per second. At level 0, you have 115 intelligence. Your mana regeneration rate already exceeds Fireball's cost. The experience you gain from killing a single level 1 monster will be 52 times that of a normal player. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private lounge in Yunhai Town, Xiao is donning a level 1 Divine Priestess set worth 5 million coins. Around her, a dozen level 150 experts are casting powerful buffs on her. Backed by her clan leader's expectations and countless resources, she confidently steps through the novice dungeon portal. Her goal is to break the century-old record, achieve an SS rank evaluation, and prove her worth to the world. And you, after politely declining the offers of high-level players in the hall who were charging for buffs, also step into the dungeon portal, alone. Ding! You have entered the novice dungeon, Goblin Lair. In the gloomy canyon, you quickly find a high vantage point. Soon, the chaotic sound of footsteps echoes, and the first wave of green-hat goblins appears. You raise your hand and chant silently, Fireball. The next moment, you are stunned by the sight before you. Not one, but 11 grinding stone-sized fireballs, blazing furiously, descend from the sky like a meteor shower, instantly blanketing the goblin horde in front of you. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, damage numbers and system notifications scroll frantically across your vision. You have killed a green hat goblin. Gained 560 EXP. You have killed a green hat goblin. Gained 560 EXP. Ding! You have leveled up to 2. Ding! You have leveled up to 3. One hit, just one hit. Not only did it annihilate all the monsters, but it also caused you to level up 3 times in a row. You quickly check your status and find that this world-shattering attack only costs 10 mana. So that's how it is. 11 fireball skills trigger simultaneously when you cast, but only count as a single cast's cost. Suppressing the wild joy in your heart, a cruel smile plays on your lips. The battle that follows becomes a one-sided slaughter. The second wave, third, fourth. The goblin armies are as fragile as paper before your cataclysmic fireballs. Your level skyrockets as if on a rocket. By the time the fifth wave falls, you are already level 14, and only 2 minutes have passed. Next, 10 gigantic goblin elites charge out, roaring. Their stats far surpass the common goblins, but before your staggering 261 intelligence, they are still nothing. In less than 10 seconds, all 10 elites are dead. And this time, thanks to your massive drop rate bonus, 5 dazzling red lights shoot into the sky. Epic gear, and 5 pieces at once. You quickly equip the Goblin Elite set, and your stats soar once again. The set not only provides a massive amount of intelligence, but a ring's attribute is simply heaven-defying. Your skills restore 5 health each time they hit a target. This means one cast of your fireball can heal you for 55 health. You now have the sustainability of a perpetual motion machine. At this point, your intelligence has surpassed 261, and the total damage of your 11 fireballs exceeds 1500. Just then, the ground cracks open, and the final boss, the level 10 Goblin Chieftain, crawls out with 10,000 health and terrifying stats. However, you are not shocked, but delighted. You discover the boss continuously summons weak goblin minions. You immediately change tactics, kiting the clumsy boss while obliterating its summoned underlings with a rain of fireballs. Your experience bar starts to climb crazily again. Level 15, level 16, level 18. In just a few minutes, you gain 4 more levels, setting a dungeon leveling record that is unprecedented and likely never to be broken. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Xiao's figure appears in the luxurious private room. Her face is pale, but her eyes are filled with pride and joy. SS rank. Xiao, you got an SS rank evaluation. The Bai family head, Bai Shanha, seeing the leaderboard, turns red with excitement and laughs heartily. Excellent, excellent. The #1 rookie in 100 years. My Bai family is about to rise. The surrounding family experts also offer their congratulations. Bai Xiao is immensely proud but maintains a humble facade. It's a pity. Killing the 10 elites exhausted me, and I couldn't challenge the boss. Silly girl, this is already incredible. Bai Shanha's face is full of adoration. In that moment, the entire world of eternity, and even the real world, is flooded with news of Bai Xiao achieves SS rank, breaks century-old record. Countless people marvel at the power of an SSS rank talent, and the Bai family can almost see the dawn of them becoming a top-tier power. Bai Xiao basks in this supreme glory, congratulating herself on making the wisest choice. The Yi Chen of today probably wasn't even fit to carry her shoes. However, just as they are immersed in their ecstasy, 3 system announcements, resounding through the entire world of eternity, land like a sharp slap across everyone's face. Ding! World announcement: player Ying has perfectly cleared the novice dungeon, achieving the unprecedented SSS rank evaluation. Ding! World announcement: player Ying has perfectly cleared the novice dungeon, achieving the unprecedented SSS rank evaluation. Ding! World announcement: player Ying has perfectly cleared the novice dungeon, achieving the unprecedented SSS rank evaluation. In the private room, a deafening silence falls. The smiles on the faces of Bai Shanha and Bai. In the secret realm, Yi Chen looked at the fallen goblin leader, a hint of frustration on his face as he muttered, "This guy is a bit useless, he actually died." However, there was nothing to be done about it. After all, the goblin leader had no healing skills and only charged headlong into battle. It was impossible to survive without using skills to kite. Fortunately, after this big guy died, he provided a full 20,000 experience points thanks to his experience buff, which was just enough to push Yi Chen's level to 20. This was the only thing worth celebrating. At the same time, after the boss's death, another piece of equipment dropped. Yi Chen picked it up and found it was the last weapon of the goblin set he was wearing. Goblin's elite staff, epic intelligence. Plus 20, spell penetration plus 30, required level 10 in the eternal life world. The level of equipment dropped by monsters is linked to the monster's level. Since the goblin leader was level 10, the dropped equipment was naturally also level 10. Given Yi Chen's current level, he easily met the wearing requirements. He equipped it right away. Now, with the rings 20% reduction, Yi Chen's cooldown reduction reached 50%. The cooldown time for Fireball had decreased from 1 second to 0.5 seconds. He was infinitely close to becoming a second man. At the same time, he also saw a world announcement. Suddenly, an incredibly brilliant light appeared before him. Within the light, the silhouette of a treasure chest gradually emerged. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. In the past, some had inferred from the data that if one could achieve an SSS rating in the novice secret realm, there was a high chance of obtaining a golden treasure chest. Why wasn't it golden? Wait. This is a dazzling light representing mythic quality. Looking at the splendid treasure chest gradually revealing itself, Yi Chen's heart began to race. He realized that it must be his loot drop rate that had elevated the quality of the chest from legendary to mythic. This surprise was indeed unexpected. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a mythic treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Yi Chen couldn't wait, urgently shouting, "Open it!" Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Endless Chain of Life, Mythic. It turned out to be a rare necklace. Endless Chain of Life, Mythic, all attributes plus 20. Effect 1, all your class skills increase damage by 100 points. Effect 2. For each skill you possess, your maximum health increases by 200. Required level 10. This was top notch. A level 10 piece of equipment with all attributes plus 20, equivalent to an additional 80 attribute points. It's important to note that a class player only gains a total of 100 attribute points upon reaching level 10. Just this alone would allow the wearer to far surpass other players at the same stage. Of course, in Yi Chen's view, what truly made this equipment mythic were the last two effect attributes. The first effect, which increased class skill damage, added a whopping 100 points. His Fireball's base damage was only 60 points, so this more than doubled it. Similarly, to achieve 100 points of damage from the intelligence bonus on Fireball, his intelligence attribute would need to reach 330 points. Perhaps, as Yi Chen's level increased in the later stages and he learned higher level skills, this 100 points of damage might seem insufficient. But let's not forget, this is a level 10 piece of equipment. Moreover, Yi Chen's Fireball spell has 11 orbs, which means that the 100 points of damage increase directly grants Yi Chen a theoretical damage of 1,100. Compared to others, this effect clearly provides a greater benefit to Yi Chen. However, when it comes to the greatest benefit, it must be the last effect. With this in mind, Yi Chen first put on the necklace. Then he took a deep breath and opened his panel. ID, Night Shadow Level, 20 class, Mage Free Attribute Points, 0 attributes, Strength 62. Constitution 69, Agility 63, Intelligence 399, Health 21540/21540, Mana 6190/6190, Skills Fireball, Mana Spring, Experience Surge. Expand. Looking at his attributes, especially his health, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Level 20, over 20,000 health. Originally, the effect of this necklace wasn't that terrifying. Theoretically, the maximum number of skill slots a class can obtain is only 20. Even if you get lucky and acquire several items that increase skill slots, it would be hard for that effect to exceed 5,000. But 5,000 health is already quite precious for a mage. Yet, Yi Chen's talent allowed him to have countless skill slots. Coincidentally, just before entering the dungeon, he learned 100 skills. One could say that everything was just so coincidental. Moreover, Yi Chen was far from just happy about his current attribute panel, because he knew very well that as he learned more skills, his health would continue to skyrocket. In the later stages, breaking through 100,000 health, or even a million, would be an easy feat. Ding. The dungeon will close in 10 seconds, please prepare for teleportation. Hearing the prompt, Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief. This trip to the Secret Realm trial had exceeded his original expectations. In fact, inadvertently, he had accomplished something that no one had achieved in a century. For a moment, Yi Chen felt a sense of unreality. And all of this was thanks to his godly talent. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's heart surged again. The eternal life world is indeed incredibly exciting. Meanwhile, in the outside world, after a brief moment of stillness, it went completely crazy again. In fact, the commotion caused this time was far more explosive than the effect caused by Xiao earlier. An SSS level rating, perfectly clearing the novice dungeon. What does this mean? A newcomer single-handedly defeated the boss of the novice dungeon. Just this alone was enough to shock everyone. Damn! Am I dreaming? How could someone defeat the boss of the novice dungeon? No way, just a minute ago Xiao from the Bai family got an SS level rating, and now you're telling me someone has directly cleared the dungeon? Am I dreaming, or is this world too crazy? Could it be that the dungeon data is wrong? Are you an idiot? The Eternal Life world is just data virtualization, not an online game. When we launched a massacre against NPCs back then, their reactions were clearly something only real people could achieve. True, but then who can explain how that guy called Night Shadow defeated the boss? Could it be that the boss was actually a weakling? After all, it's a novice dungeon, and everyone just misunderstood due to their habitual thinking. That seems to make some sense. Wait. That Bai family's Xiao didn't get an SS level rating, she must have encountered the boss, perhaps she knows the specifics. As soon as this was said, many people began to call for Xiao to come forward and speak. It's no wonder so many were so persistent. The news announced to the world was simply too unbelievable. Compared to ordinary people, those who had already become powerful figures with vast forces beneath them were even more shocked. The reason was simple, because they were strong, they understood better the existence of someone who could instantly kill a novice dungeon boss. Once they grew, how terrifying would that be? At this moment, they also began to use their connections to contact the Bai family. Clearly, they wanted to learn everything about the boss from Bai Xiao. Meanwhile, in the luxurious treasure chest of the Adventurers Guild, Bai Shanha, having regained his composure, received numerous inquiries from familiar old-timers. He immediately looked at Bai Xiao with a serious expression. "Girl, did you see the boss's attribute introduction?" Hearing Bai Shanha's question, Bai Xiao, still in a daze, instinctively replied, I saw it. What were the boss's attributes like? Xiao, this is very important. If that boss is really powerful, do you know what that means? Bai Xiao looked up, confused. What? Bai Shanha's breathing became heavy. It means that the newcomer called Ying has infinite potential. I must determine his identity as soon as possible. If he has no background, our Bai family must act immediately to recruit him. Recruit? Bai Xiao suddenly came to her senses. To recruit him? Wouldn't that mean that the resources originally tilted in her favor would be significantly reduced? Just as she began to experience the benefits of power, Bai Xiao's heart trembled. Suddenly, she inexplicably said, "That boss isn't really strong. I was just in such a bad state at the time that I accidentally got hit and lost my combat ability." Upon hearing this, Bai Shanha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that was indeed the case. Everyone had been misled by the unknown appearance. It was only natural for Bai Shanhe to easily believe Bai Xiaoxiao's words. After all, Yi Chen's achievements were simply too astonishing. There was no room for doubt. But soon, his expression became solemn. However, the fact that he was able to kill 10 elite members is enough to prove his strength. Since your strengths are similar, why not try to contact each other? If you can recruit him to our Bai family, you will be the first contributor of the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao instinctively bit her lip. A flash of white light passed, and Yi Chen returned to the adventurers' hall once again. At this moment, the area was already crowded with all sorts of people. As soon as they saw Yi Chen appear, many rushed over. Classmate, hello, are you Ying? Classmate, I am the person in charge of Yunhai Town from the Yunlin Legion. Would you be interested in chatting? Handsome. The sudden chaos startled Yi Chen. Had he been found so quickly? But in an instant, he realized. He had just killed the novice dungeon's boss, accomplishing a feat that hadn't been done in a century. It was needless to say what kind of sensation it would cause in the outside world. But these people couldn't possibly recognize him. They were just casting their nets, hoping to catch something by chance. What if they really encountered him? Just as Yi Chen thought this, another figure appeared beside him. Instantly, a large crowd surrounded that poor guy, who clearly had never seen such a scene and was completely bewildered. Yi Chen was aware of the situation, so he casually brushed off a few comments and hurriedly left. Coincidentally, just as Yi Chen reached the entrance, a group of people came down the nearby stairs. At the forefront was a woman in white. Yi Chen locked eyes with her. The moment the woman in white saw Yi Chen appear, her brows furrowed. Are you investigating my whereabouts? Yi Chen couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. But the woman in white didn't give Yi Chen a chance to explain, coldly saying, Yi Chen, I appreciate that you saved me back then, but since you are inquiring about me, you must already know. Just now, I achieved an SS level rating in the novice secret realm, and the gap between us is like a chasm. However, I am not an ungrateful person. Uncle Ho, give him 20,000 eternal coins. After saying this, the woman in white ignored Yi Chen and, under the protection of a group of people, turned to leave. Ho Tong expressionlessly took out a pouch of coins and stuffed it into Yi Chen's hand before turning to leave. A chasm, huh? Behind him, Yi Chen understood Bai Xiaoxiao's meaning and was also clear about the misunderstanding regarding his appearance here. For a moment, his expression was indescribably strange. If calculated by scores, she had only achieved an SS level rating. Meanwhile, he had a perfect SSS level rating. There was indeed a huge chasm between them. Shaking his head, he wasn't bored enough to chase after her to explain anything. He looked down at the pouch of coins in his hand. Since the other party had misunderstood and wanted him to take advantage, there was no reason to refuse. Just right, he was short on money. However, at that moment, a harsh voice came from behind. Are you the Yi Chen who awakened an F-level talent? Yi Chen turned around to see a young man in white striding towards him. In an instant, he was standing in front of Yi Chen. Although he was shorter than Yi Chen, the young man still tried hard to project an air of superiority. Xiao Xiao has told me all about you. Xiao Xiao is destined to lead the entire Bai family to glory, and I won't allow anyone to hold her back. Do you understand? Yi Chen was filled with confusion. Who are you? Xia family, B-level awakener, Xia Baofan. The young man raised his head proudly, his tone laced with disdain, and I am also Xiao Xiao's guardian. Understood, so he was a sycophant. Yi Chen's expression turned strange. Seeing this, the young man angrily said, What kind of expression is that? Do you look down on me? I tell you, I can crush you with money, do you believe it? Yi Chen shook his head, I don't believe it. Humph. Xia Baofan scoffed, pulling out a pouch of coins from his backpack and tossing it over. As long as you don't bother Xiao Xiao anymore, this 30,000 eternal coins will be yours. After a pause, Xia Baofan added, If it weren't for not wanting Xiao Xiao's reputation to be damaged, with your kind of trash, I could crush you with a single finger. I advise you to be sensible. Weighing the pouch of coins in his hand, Yi Chen felt delighted. In less than 2 minutes, he had gained 50,000 eternal coins. What a good person. Knowing he was short on money, he kept sending him coins. At a glance, I can tell you are a dragon among men. Keep it up, Bai Xiao Xiao will eventually be moved by your sincerity. I have high hopes for you. Oh? You think so too? It seems you aren't that annoying after all. Xia Baofan felt a bit smug. Yi Chen silently mourned for the other party for 3 seconds before turning to leave. He sat down on a bench in the town square to rest. The young man named Xia Baofan was just an interlude for him. From his years of understanding of Bai Xiao Xiao, a mere B-level awakener would naturally not catch her eye. Why? Should Yi Chen compete with a pathetic sycophant? Moreover, the other party had given him 30,000 eternal coins. He could only wish. Well, may all his wishes come true. At present, after the trials of the novice secret realm, his level had reached 20. The requirement for the first promotion was 30, which wasn't too far off. For an ordinary person, it would take about 10 days to go from level 0 to level 30, those with a bit of resources can cut the time in half. As for someone like Bai Xiao, a favored daughter of heaven, the Bai family will surely invest even more resources, and the speed can no longer be measured by common sense. Although Yi Chen's experience boost is not just for show. Others also cannot waste their precious skill slots on this. This is his advantage. However, one thing that troubles Yi Chen is that while there are many monsters in the wild, they are mostly very scattered. If he really goes out to grind monsters, most of the time will be wasted searching for them. At the same time, he will also have to face competition from others. This will greatly slow down Yi Chen's leveling speed. More importantly, each time he advances in his profession, there will be corresponding advancement tasks. The first transitions advancement tasks often involve wild bosses that spawn on the world map. If he cannot outpace others in leveling speed, he will likely face a situation where everyone rushes to grab the boss. If luck is not on his side, this transition could waste a lot of Yi Chen's time. After all, with the experience gained from the novice secret realm, Yi Chen's focus is no longer on peers like Bai Xiao. His ambitions have long been aimed at those who entered earlier. However, although there are many secret realms in the eternal life world, they are all controlled by different factions. To enter them, one must pay a high entrance fee. Although he just came into a windfall, it is only 50,000, this is clearly not enough. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a bit helpless. He suddenly had an impulse to find a powerful legion to join. With the strength he has shown now, he believes he could definitely receive focused training. But as soon as this thought arose, he immediately dismissed it. While being a guest of others has its benefits, it also means losing freedom. This is something Yi Chen does not want to see. Some might say that once he grows stronger, he can completely detach from these legion factions. What you can think of, others can naturally think of as well. In the eternal life world, there is a skill called contract creation. The cost of backing out is something no one can bear. He let out a light breath. Yi Chen decided not to think about it anymore. Glancing at the 50,000 eternal coins on him, he decisively opened the trading hall. However, this time, he did not blindly scour for skill stones. Instead, he carefully browsed through them. During this time, he found 14 fireball skill stones. Without hesitation, he bought them directly. Now, his fireball skill reached 25 stones. The damage saw a significant increase. However, relying solely on fireball, if he encounters a monster with extremely high fire resistance, he would be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, he began to search for other attributes of mage skills. However, just as he was about to look, a skill name appeared in his line of sight. Toxic resistance, normal increases poison resistance by 20 points. Price, 130 eternal coins. The moment he saw the skill name, a flash of inspiration crossed Yi Chen's mind. That's right. How could I forget about that unclaimed secret realm? In the eternal life world, at the beginning, all secret realms are unclaimed. But once a professional clears a secret realm and receives a rating of S or above, that professional automatically becomes the master of the secret realm. They control the opening and closing of the secret realm. After that, if other professionals want to enter the secret realm to level up or hunt for treasures, they must pay a corresponding high fee based on the secret realm's rating. It can even be said that as long as you can control one or two secret realms, you possess the strength of a third-rate faction. Owning more than 3 secret realms grants you the strength of a second-rate faction. The Bai family, where Bai Xiao is from, once relied on Bai Shanha's leadership to possess 4 secret realms, one of which is an A-level secret realm. If the Bai family acquires a 5th secret realm, they could leap into a first-rate faction. Of course, there are still different gaps between factions. The rating of the secret realms and the strength of the practitioners are both very important indicators. The number of secret realms is merely a common classification. Over the course of 100 years, humanity, with its incredibly large population base, has naturally produced many exceptionally talented practitioners. As a result, 80% of the secret realms in the world of immortality have long been occupied by these individuals. However, there remains less than 20% of the secret realms that are still unclaimed. The reason for this is that some of these secret realms belong to high-level categories. Even the strongest individuals today find it extremely difficult to achieve an S-level rating. Additionally, some of these realms contain incomprehensible rules that significantly increase the difficulty of conquering them. Some are even comparable to high-level secret realms. Even if someone manages to achieve an S-level rating in such a realm, the special rules make it hard for anyone to be willing to enter. The risks are too great. This has led to these realms being largely ignored for a long time. Of course, there is also a very special type, which is the novice secret realm that Yi Chen has just entered. This is a special secret realm. Even if Yi Chen achieves an SSS level rating, he cannot become the master of the realm. Otherwise, relying solely on the novice secret realm, Yi Chen could simply do nothing and, after a year, enjoy a continuous and substantial income. Yi Chen does not feel regret about this. At this moment, his mind is filled with the unclaimed secret realm that just appeared in his thoughts, the Miasma Hidden Forest. This is a level 20 unclaimed secret realm. The entry requirement is that the practitioner must not have advanced to the first transition. However, the reason the Miasma Hidden Forest has become an unclaimed realm is due to another rule within it. Enterers will receive a layer of Miasma status, suffering 10 points of poison damage per second. 10 points may not seem like much. With 2 healers in the team, it can be easily managed. But the problem lies in the fact that this Miasma status automatically stacks a layer every 30 seconds, with no upper limit. As a result, it doesn't take long. Just staying inside for 5 minutes will result in taking 100 points of poison damage per second. In 1 minute, you could suffer 6,000 points of damage. No practitioner below the first transition can withstand such terrifying damage. Originally, Yi Chen hadn't considered this layer. But after seeing the skill Miasma Resistance, he had an idea. It is said that the monsters in the Miasma Hidden Forest are level 30, but their attributes are even lower than those of level 20 monsters. As long as he can mitigate the damage from the Miasma status, he can level up inside. This is something that others naturally cannot achieve. But for Yi Chen, it poses no difficulty at all. Holding a huge sum, Yi Chen no longer hesitated. After a search to be safe, he directly bought 206 skill stones that provide poison resistance, as well as a teleportation scroll to the Miasma Hidden Forest worth 2,000. With that, all 50,000 immortality coins were spent. On average, each stone cost nearly 250 immortality coins. There was no other way. With such a large purchase, he cleared out the cheap stock, and he didn't want to waste time slowly acquiring them. He could only let those old six earn a bit. It's fortunate that the Miasma Hidden Forest is almost ignored, otherwise, the price of the teleportation scroll would likely have skyrocketed tenfold, and Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to buy it. With over 200 skill stones in hand, Yi Chen didn't bother checking the effects and learned them all in one go. He then glanced at his skill effect enhancement. Current learned skill enhancement effect, gain an additional 120 experience points for each monster killed. Experience points gained increased by an additional 300%, drop rate increased by 220%, spell penetration increased by 18%, mana recovery averaged an increase of 11 points per second, poison resistance plus 3,745, poison resistance increased by 40%. Among the 200 skill stones, most were for increasing fixed poison resistance. Only less than 20 provided percentage bonuses, and the lowest price was 500 each. Yi Chen had no choice but to buy them. There wasn't much information about the Plague Hidden Forest. For safety's sake, Yi Chen dared not hold back. But it must be said, the money spent was worth it. With a 40% increase, combined with his own magical defense, his total poison resistance skyrocketed to 6,570 points. Based on the attributes of level 20 monsters and professionals, he could completely immunize against the poison of the Plague Hidden Forest. After doing all this, Yi Chen closed the trading hall. He felt an immense sense of emotion. Money really doesn't last long. He wondered if he would encounter another good person like Xia Baofan. Fortunately, the money was spent. Besides his poison resistance being piled up to a terrifying number, along with 14 fireball spells, he had a total of 220 skills. This once again increased Yi Chen's intelligence by 220 points. The damage of a single fireball reached 345 points. And with him learning 4 more fireball skills, the total damage of 25 fireballs reached a terrifying 8,625 points. This damage was enough to instantly kill any first transformation professional without any surprises. Even for a second transformation professional, as long as their magic resistance wasn't high, they might not be able to withstand Yi Chen's fireball. At the same time, Yi Chen's mana reached 8,390 points. The most exaggerated was his health points. It skyrocketed to 65,540 points. This was a full 3 times what it was in the secret realm. With such a massive amount of health, Yi Chen felt confident.
Even if his poison resistance couldn't completely immunize against the poison mist, it would allow him to endure for a long time.
He took out the teleportation scroll for the plague-hidden forest. Yi Chen crushed it directly. A flash of white light passed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen appeared less than 20 miles from the plague-hidden forest in Huansha City.
This was already the boundary of the Yun province's sphere of influence. At this moment, there weren't many people coming and going in Huansha City. Yi Chen's
appearance immediately attracted the attention of passers-by on both sides. However, Yi Chen had no intention of paying them any mind.
He glanced at the direction and directly left the city. After a moment, he arrived in front of a dense forest.
Soon, he found the secret realm.
Teleportation stone for the plague-hidden forest based on the information. Ding! You have entered the secret realm and are about to begin the secret realm exploration.
Secret realm, plague-hidden forest, reminder, it is filled with despairing poison mist. If you do not have sufficient strength, do not enter lightly. A flash of white light passed, and Yi Chen appeared in a dense forest surrounded by poison mist.
Just as he entered. Ding! You have been attacked by the plague. Current plague level, 1, he glanced at his health points.
There was no change. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If this didn't work, he
would have to give up for now.
Fortunately, it was worth spending over 40,000 eternal coins to stack his poison resistance to over 6,000. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the nearby forest. Yi Chen's gaze swept over, and before him was a group of fist-sized monsters. Venomous B level, 20 health, 800 attack, 150 defense, 50 skill, venom sting shot.
According to past records, the monsters in the Miasma hidden forest are not particularly strong. However, they share a common trait. All these monsters inflict poison damage, and once hit, the miasma status on the adventurer will stack an additional layer. Just
like the dense swarm of venomous bees in front of me, there are at least 30 of them at a glance.
A moment's inattention could easily lead to stacking 4 or 5 dozen layers of miasma status. That is the most lethal aspect. However, Yi Chen remains completely unperturbed. He raises his hand and casts a fireball spell.
In an instant, 25 fireballs rain down on the swarm like a Gatling gun.
You have killed a venomous bee, gaining 1100 experience points. You have killed a venomous bee, gaining 1100 experience points. Ding!
You have reached level 21, all attributes +1, health +20, mana +10, free attribute points +5 on average. 3 fireballs are
enough to kill one venomous bee.
Thanks to a 50% cooldown reduction, all the venomous bees in front of Yi Chen perish before they even get close.
Yi Chen gains a total of 33,000 experience points.
Unlike the novice secret realm, the monsters here drop items upon being killed.
Under Yi Chen's extremely high drop rate, these venomous bees also dropped a large pile of items after their demise.
Yi Chen picks up and organizes all the scattered items on the ground.
First, there are 10 fragments of the secret realm token. 100 fragments can be combined to form a complete secret realm token.
This token, along with the secret realm guardian, which is the boss's secret realm key, is
essential.
Once you possess these 2 items and achieve an S level or higher evaluation in the secret realm, you can gain the realm's recognition and become its master.
But don't think that collecting these token fragments is easy.
A normal person might need to repeatedly enter the secret realm multiple times to gather 100 fragments. Of course, aside from these token fragments, what excites Yi Chen the most is that these venomous bees drop 13 skill stones for the skill Vicious Poison Assault. Vicious Poison Assault, normal upon activation, it continuously consumes 10 mana per second, adding a layer of poison effect to your skills, dealing 5 poison damage per second for 10 seconds, stacking up to 10 layers, and resetting the duration upon stacking.
Note, this skill is an auxiliary skill and cannot be used independently.
Looking at the skill alone, the maximum effect at full stacks would deal 50 damage per second, with a
theoretical maximum damage of 500 over 10 seconds. However, the mana cost does not correspond at all. It's somewhat lackluster. However, that's for others. In Yi Chen's eyes, this skill is like adding wings to a tiger.
Not to mention anything else, just his fireball spell can directly trigger the poison effect 25 times.
This means that in just
0.5 seconds, Yi Chen can stack the poison effect of Vicious Poison Assault to 10 layers. This invisibly increases his damage significantly.
Moreover, with his experience
from the fireball spell, Yi Chen knows that the effect of Vicious Poison Assault is definitely not as simple as described. Taking a step back, even if this skill is truly garbage, it can still provide him with 13 points of intelligence and 2,600 health points.
Ding!
You have learned Venomous Strike, normal.
Ding!
You have learned Venomous Strike, normal.
After finishing the learning, Yi Chen couldn't wait to test it out.
Just then, a swarm of venomous
bees attacked again. Fireball! Boom boom boom. However, the effective venomous strike was not tested. Instead, Yi-Chen gained 8 more skill stones for venomous strike. For a moment, Yi-Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only blame these venomous bees for being too fragile. Next, Yi-Chen encountered several waves of other monsters. Unfortunately, they were still one-shot kills. After this round of fighting, the effective venomous strike was not tested, but Yi-Chen's venomous strike stacked up to 120. At the same time, he successfully collected 100 fragments of the Secret Realm token. His level also reached level 30. Yi-Chen opened his panel. Name, Yi-Chen level, 30 class, Mage free attribute points, 0 attributes, Strength 72. Constitution 79, Agility 73, Intelligence 799, Health 89840/89840, Mana 10290/10290, Skills, Fireball, Mana Spring, Experience Surge. Expand. Not to mention the skill effective venomous strike, just the increase in attributes is extremely impressive. At this point, the monsters in the forest had been cleared out by him. However, Yi-Chen was not in a hurry to leave. After collecting the token fragments, they automatically fused into the Secret Realm token. The Secret Realm token, besides being a symbol of the identity of the master of the Secret Realm, also has a map function. Following the guidance on the map, Yi-Chen soon arrived at a tranquil lake. At that moment, the calm lake suddenly became agitated. Then, a massive creature flew straight out of the water. Yi-Chen hurriedly looked over. What appeared before him was a lump of red flesh covered in bumps, with 2 pairs of disgusting flesh spikes growing behind it. In the center of the flesh lump, a pitch-black eyeball was staring intently at Yi-Chen. Plague Source Worm, Boss. Level, 20 health, 50,000 attack power, 1,000 defense power, 500 skills, Life Tide, Black Eye Stare, Venom Spray, Abyss Corrosion. This boss is the guardian of the Plague Hidden Forest. Defeating him will allow one to obtain the Secret Realm Key, thus becoming the true master of the Secret Realm. As soon as the Plague Source Worm appeared, it launched a fierce attack on Yi-Chen without any hesitation. Naturally, Yi-Chen would not sit idly by. He retreated while casting Fireball. Boom boom boom. -87 -92. -120 poison damage. It was evident that this boss's magic resistance was not very high. Yi-Chen cast a fireball spell, dealing over 2,000 points of high damage. At the same time, the effect of the venomous assault that Yi-Chen had been thinking about finally showed its power. The result was far beyond Yi-Chen's expectations. With the enhancement of his super divine talent, all the venomous assaults were triggered at the first moment. It was equivalent to Yi-Chen's fireball spell carrying a built-in 120 layers of poison effect. The maximum layers even stacked directly to 1,200 layers. The maximum damage that could be accumulated in 10 seconds reached an exaggerated 60,000 points. The mana cost for 120 venomous assaults was still just 10 points per second. For Yi-Chen, whose mana exceeded 10,000, this was a drop in the bucket. But the effect was incredibly pleasing. Looking at the 1,200 layers of poison status instantly stacked on the boss, if it weren't for the boss's extremely high poison resistance, one could question whether this boss could last even 10 seconds relying solely on the effect of venomous assault. At this moment, the boss, in pain, continuously used its venom spray. In an instant, Yi-Chen's plague status was stacked to 485 layers. However, for Yi-Chen, who had high poison resistance and nearly 90,000 health points, the damage was negligible. In comparison, Yi-Chen seemed more like a boss himself. With a sense of security, Yi-Chen remained calm. He kept using fireball spells to distract the opponent. In the blink of an eye, the health of the Plague Sourceworm had dropped below half. At this point, a red light flickered on the Plague Sourceworm, and the water from the lake surged directly into its body. Yi-Chen knew that this was the Plague Sourceworm activating its life tide. The health line was suddenly raised significantly. Truly tenacious, but it's just a delay, Yi-Chen thought, his actions in hand never pausing. The fireball spell combined with the poison effect of venomous assault caused the health of the Plague Sourceworm to drop rapidly again. Before it could even activate the second life tide, its body exploded under the barrage of Yi-Chen's dense fireballs. Ding! You have killed the Plague Sourceworm, and the experience has been stored in the experience pool. Please level up as soon as possible. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the key to the Guardian of the Secret Realm. Ding! Congratulations, you have cleared the Plague Hidden Forest, and the score is being calculated. Ding! Your score is SSS level, and you have received a mythical treasure chest *1. It actually gave an SSS level directly? Yi-Chen was momentarily stunned upon seeing the information. But after reacting, he felt no surprise. Compared to other secret realms, the monsters in the Plague Hidden Forest were not particularly strong. The only difficulty was the poison mist within the secret realm.
Generally speaking, even in the later stages, no professional would deliberately stack poison resistance. Let alone in the early stages, even if you wanted to stack it, you couldn't do much. This was also the reason why the plague hidden forest had yet to be conquered. Excluding this point, the overall difficulty of the secret realm was even less than that of some ordinary level 10 secret realms. Therefore, Yi Chen found it not difficult to conquer. Coupled with his intelligence far exceeding that of the same level and his terrifying fireball spell, obtaining an SSS level was only natural. Instead, the drop of a mythical treasure chest made Yi Chen feel invigorated. Without a second thought, Yi Chen opened it directly. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the Plague Source Ring, Mythical, Plague Source Ring, Mythical, Agility plus 70 Intelligence plus 50 effect. When your health drops to 20%, absorb the poison status stacked on enemies, restoring 3% of your maximum health for each layer. Cooldown 5 minutes. Wearing level 20 Yi Chen's eyes lit up, it truly was a mythical piece of equipment. It did not disappoint his expectations. If this Plague Source Ring had been obtained before entering the Miasma Hidden Forest, it would not have been as powerful as the Endless Life Chain. But for Yi Chen now, the compatibility between him and the Plague Source Ring was perfect. The base attributes were impressive enough. The unique effect was Yi Chen's first skill to restore health. And the amount restored does not depend on the 4 dimensions, but rather on the poison skill status. Coincidentally, Yi Chen had 120 layers of Venomous Assault on him. For an ordinary person, the maximum layers of Venomous Assault that can be stacked is only 10. At most, it can restore 30% of maximum health at once. But for Yi Chen, he could stack the poison status of Venomous Assault to 1200 layers in just 0.5 seconds. Once his health dropped to 20%, he could instantly fill his health bar. It was simply a life-saving divine skill. So far, Yi Chen possessed 2 pieces of mythical equipment. Although they were both low-level, their effects were enough to benefit him for a lifetime. He joyfully equipped the Plague Source Ring. Then, Yi Chen took out the Secret Realm key and inserted it into the small hole on the Secret Realm token. Buzz. A slight wave of energy. Immediately after, all practitioners in the Eternal Life world received a world announcement once again. Ding! World announcement, player Night Shadow has perfectly cleared the Miasma Hidden Forest, receiving an SSS rating, becoming the master of the Miasma Hidden Forest Secret Realm. Ding! World announcement, player Night Shadow has perfectly cleared the Miasma Hidden Forest, receiving an SSS rating. Becoming the master of the Miasma Hidden Forest Secret Realm. Ding! World announcement, player Night Shadow has perfectly cleared the Miasma Hidden Forest, receiving an SSS rating, becoming the master of the Miasma Hidden Forest Secret Realm. The world announcement information popped up 3 times in a row. It caused the chat channel, which had just calmed down, to boil over again. Damn it, this world announcement, how long has it been, and it's this night. Shadow again? It's ridiculous, 2 consecutive SSS ratings, can anyone tell me how he did it? Wait a minute, isn't the Miasma Hidden Forest a level 20 unclaimed secret realm? Night Shadow just cleared the Novice Secret Realm an hour ago, how did he get in? Holy crap. I didn't think of that until you mentioned it. Which big family does this guy come from? His leveling speed is insane. Nonsense, if I remember correctly, the record for the fastest to reach level 20 was from that member of the Xiao family among the 8 great families of Blue Star, but even that person took almost a day to reach level 20. Night Shadow did it in just an hour, that's too exaggerated. You guys are wrong, level 20 is a prerequisite for entering the Secret Realm. Doesn't he need time to conquer the Secret Realm? Hiss. Could it be that Night Shadow reached level 20 when he came out of the Novice Secret Realm? That can't be possible, right? Wait, could it be that this Night Shadow's awakened talent is related to experience bonuses? If that's the case, learning a few experience boosting skills early on could indeed allow him to reach level 20 so quickly. But that's not right either, who would ruin their future by only learning experience boosting skills? Moreover, even if there really were such an idiot, with the skill enhancement from optical experience, he wouldn't have enough damage to get through this miasma-infested forest, let alone the earlier novice dungeon, right? For a moment, all the chat channels were buzzing with discussions about Night Shadow. However, Yi Chen, who was in the dungeon, had no time to pay attention to these discussions. Because, after the boss was defeated, the originally calm lake water began to drop rapidly for some unknown reason. It was as if something was draining it away. Soon, the bottom of the lake was revealed. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that after the lake bottom was completely exposed, Yi Chen actually saw several corpses. Someone had been here? And judging by the decay of the bodies, these people couldn't have entered too long ago. This discovery left Yi Chen astonished. With a hint of curiosity, he approached the corpses. However, before he could examine them closely, he was firmly drawn to several stones near the bodies.
After a moment of hesitation, Yichen picked one up.
The moment he looked at it, it sent a tremendous wave surging through his heart.
Skill upgrade stone, incomplete using it. Can enhance your ordinary skill level.
In the eternal life world, for 100 years, there has never been such a thing as leveling up.
This is the most basic understanding and a consensus among everyone.
Yet at this moment, someone suddenly tells you that their skills can level up.
What would you think?
Clearly, Yichen was in such a state. Looking at the skill upgrade stone in his hand, he felt a sense of disorientation.
Was he dreaming?
But the cold sensation coming from his hand made Yichen realize that everything was real.
With a mindset of giving it a try, Yichen used the skill upgrade stone on Fireball. Ding!
You have used the skill upgrade stone, and the level of Fireball has increased.
Fireball consumes 10 mana points, deals 120 plus 0.4 intelligence points
of fire damage to the target. Cooldown 1 second. After seeing the notification, Yichen was completely shocked.
It really worked?
With a thought, Yichen hurriedly searched around the other corpses. Moments later, he indeed found 3 more skill upgrade stones. However, like the first one, they were all incomplete. Therefore, they could only be used on ordinary skills.
Without hesitation, Yichen once again upgraded his Fireball 3 times in a row.
As the level of Fireball increased, the base damage rose from the initial 60 points to 300 points, and the intelligence bonus increased from 0.3 to 0.7. Calculating it out, Yichen's attributes remained unchanged. But the damage of a single Fireball skyrocketed from the previous 414 points to 994 points, nearly breaking 1,000.
The damage of one Fireball even reached a terrifying 24,850 points.
If Yichen had previously been amazed by the terrifying damage of Venomous Assault, at this moment, in just 3 seconds, the total damage of his Fireball could completely surpass Venomous Assault. This left Yichen even more astonished by the effects of the skill upgrade stone. Yet amidst his shock, he still couldn't figure out where this thing had come from. At this moment, as the skill upgrade stone was used up, the 4 corpses on the ground astonishingly turned to dust and vanished without a trace.
What was going on?
Just as Yichen was in a daze, a faint cry for help
suddenly came through. Yichen suddenly turned around.
He then discovered that there was an intact corpse in the corner of the lake's bottom.
Yichen walked over to the body.
The corpse was that of a young woman,
dressed in blue.
Although she was not as stunning as by Xiao, she was still a rare beauty. Yichen was certain that the faint cry for help he had just heard came from this vicinity.
However, the woman before
him was already dead.
Illusion? Yichen murmured softly.
No, you heard correctly, it was me calling you.
Yichen's heart jolted. Who? As the words fell, a transparent figure floated directly in front of Yichen.
My name is Zhao Shui, the blue-clad woman you see before you.
Yichen was slightly taken aback at this scene. Psychic?
Yes. Yichen frowned. The professions in the eternal life world were divided into 5 major systems: warrior, mage, beastmaster, mystic, and holy. Yichen's mage belonged to the magic system. The psychic he had just mentioned belonged to the mystic system. The mystic and holy systems were the 2 most unique among the 5 professional systems in the eternal life world. To become a profession related to the holy system, one must possess a corresponding talent.
The mystic system, however, did not have such stringent requirements.
But if one did not awaken the relevant talent, even if they forcibly changed to a profession in that system, they would not be able to exert much power.
In the mystic system,
there were sorcerers skilled in spells, psychics who utilized mysterious powers, and demon masters who communicated with monsters through souls.
The last one was the psychic Yichen had just mentioned.
This was a magical profession capable of manipulating souls and spirits.
Only humans who awaken talents related to soul or spirit enhancement could unleash its powerful abilities.
Yichen also knew that after the 3rd
transition, psychics could learn a unique special psychic skill.
The effect was that when the psychic's physical body was killed, they could continue to exist in a soul form. Clearly, Xiao Shui before him was in this state. However, the duration for which one could continue to exist in soul form depended on their magic power and the strength of their soul. During this time, if the physical body could not be healed or if they strayed too far from it, their magic power would be exhausted, and their soul would dissipate, leading to complete death. Yichen did not need to think hard to understand that Zhao Shui was calling him to help her restore her physical body.
Through Zhao Shui's explanation, Yichen also understood what had happened to her.
It turned out that not long ago, Zhao Shui and 4 other companions had entered this Miasma hidden forest, only to unexpectedly encounter the boss here, resulting in their defeat and demise. Thanks to the special ability of psychics, Zhao Shui could maintain her existence in soul form. But that was all. She could only watch helplessly as her body and the corpses of her companions were captured by the boss and dragged to the bottom of the lake. As for the reason why the boss did this, Xiao Shui was also unclear. After listening to Xiao Shui's account, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something. The 4 corpses he had seen earlier showed varying degrees of corrosion, and each was accompanied by skill upgrade stones. Could it be that these unheard of skill upgrade stones were made from the corpses of professionals? It seemed that the boss had not had time to finish refining them before dying at Yi Chen's hands, resulting in Yi Chen reaping a great benefit. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Could monsters really refine human corpses? This had never been heard of in the 100-year history of the eternal life world. Was it something that had been deliberately concealed by predecessors, or had the monsters changed? Wait. Yi Chen's gaze suddenly fixed on Xiao Shui's corpse. Including Xiao Shui, there were a total of 5 people. Yet, there were no skill upgrade stones found beside Xiao Shui. At the same time, Xiao Shui's body was the most intact. At first, Yi Chen thought it was due to Xiao Shui's spiritual abilities. But upon reflection, he realized something was off. Could it be that crafting this skill upgrade stone required not only the body of a practitioner but also their soul? Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Xiao Shui said pitifully, "I want to ask you for help." Yi Chen replied, "How do you want me to help you?" Xiao Shui said, "The poison in the secret realm has been corroding my body. I hope you can take my body out of the secret realm." Yi Chen did not answer immediately. Seeing this, Xiao Shui continued, "As long as you are willing to help me, I will reward you." "What reward?" Yi Chen asked. Xiao Shui hesitated for a moment, as if she had made a significant decision. "If you can take me out of here and protect me while I recover, I can give you a divine forging stone." "A divine forging stone?" Yi Chen was taken aback. If there was anything most precious in the eternal life world, everyone would tell you. It wasn't hidden professions or various top-tier equipment. It could only be the divine forging stone. The reason was simple. The divine forging stone allowed practitioners to increase their skill slots. No practitioner could remain indifferent upon hearing the words divine forging stone. However, divine forging stones were extremely rare in the eternal life world. No one knew where these stones came from. But whenever one appeared, it often caused a huge uproar in the eternal life world. A year ago, someone accidentally obtained a divine forging stone and, for some unknown reason, put it up for auction. In the end, this divine forging stone was bought for 500 million eternal life coins by a big shot. This shows how precious the divine forging stone is. Yet, Xiao Shui in front of him was actually willing to give him a divine forging stone? How could this not astonish Yi Chen? However, the divine forging stone was of no use to Yi Chen, who possessed an infinite skill slot. But that didn't diminish his interest in it. Even if he couldn't use it, he could sell it for money, which he desperately needed right now. So, Yi Chen nodded. "I can agree to help you, but you have to give me the divine forging stone first." Xiao Shui seemed to have anticipated Yi Chen's response. Without any hesitation, she waved her hands. A blood-red stone appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen took it and looked. Divine forging stone, after use, it can add an extra slot to your skill bar. It really was a divine forging stone. Yi Chen thought Xiao Shui was just talking nonsense. After all, everyone knew how precious the divine forging stone was. Ordinary people wouldn't easily take it out. At this moment, Xiao Shui said again, "Don't be in a hurry to use it." "Oh? Why?" Xiao Shui explained, "Using the divine forging stone will cause the user to lose mobility for a short time. After all, this is a secret realm, and it's not very safe." Yi Chen looked deeply at Xiao Shui and said nothing. Anyway, he didn't need this thing, so he naturally wouldn't use it. "Now that you've seen my sincerity, can you take me out?" Suddenly, a look of terror appeared on Xiao Shui's ethereal face. What are you going to do?" A blazing fireball leaped into his palm, and then Yi Chen sneered. "It seems you've forgotten one thing, this is a level 20 secret realm." "What do you mean?" Xiao Shui asked in fear. To be able to project one's soul, one must at least be a third transition or higher. "Spiritual practitioner," Yi Chen said, "can you tell me how a practitioner of at least level 90 entered here?" Xiao Shui's expression changed, and she forced herself to explain, "I have special methods, so I can enter." Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Shui wanted to say something more. Unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't give her any chance. Dozens of fireballs instantly covered the surface of the flesh that was regenerating. A piercing scream echoed, penetrating deep into Yi Chen's soul. It was the wail of Xiao Shui's soul. Unfortunately, she was far too weak. As her body was incinerated, Xiao Shui's already somewhat ethereal soul became even dimmer. Her voice turned intermittent. "You dare to kill me? I am from the Xiao family, you." Before she could finish her harsh words, Xiao Shui's soul, losing the support of her body, vanished completely in an instant.
Yi Chen looked in the direction where Zhao Shui had disappeared and shrugged. You could have said that earlier. However, Zhao Shui's words did surprise Yi Chen. The Zhao family she mentioned was certainly not just any second or third-rate family.
Since the emergence of the eternal life world, countless new forces have arisen alongside the fall of the old powers. However, very few forces have truly stood strong for 100 years.
Among them, the most prominent 8 families are collectively known as the 8 great families of the Alliance.
The Long Yuan Zhao family is one of these 8 powers. If Yi Chen remembered correctly, the Bai family behind Bai Xiao is one of the allied subordinate forces of the Zhao family. The two families have a rather close relationship.
Thus, one can
understand how terrifying the power of these 8 families is. Moreover, the Xiao family produced an SSS-level genius 2 years ago, who reportedly changed to an extremely rare hidden
profession. When the news broke, the influence of the Long Yuan Zhao family nearly overshadowed the other 7 families.
Yi Chen didn't expect that he would casually encounter someone from the
Long Yuan Zhao family in the secret realm.
However, Yi Chen did not regret his decision.
Zhao Shui's level was at least above level 90, possibly even higher.
Yi Chen had no idea beforehand that Zhao Shui possessed a divine forging stone. The fact that she could so readily hand over a divine forging stone worth 500 million to him was already unusual.
If it were Yi Chen, even
for the sake of survival, he wouldn't be able to give it up so easily. Especially since Zhao Shui specifically instructed him to use it only after leaving the secret realm, which made Yi Chen
even more vigilant. Yi Chen speculated
Zhao Shui merely wanted to trick him into sending her body out, and then once her body recovered, she would turn against him. After all, Zhao Shui's
level was there.
She must have been very confident in her abilities.
As long as Yi Chen died, everything in his backpack would drop.
In that case, the divine forging stone would ultimately end up in Zhao Shui's hands.
How could Yi Chen be foolish enough to actually agree to her?
Playing with the divine forging stone in his hand, Yi Chen glanced at Zhao Shui's ashes. Just as he was about to tidy up and leave, he suddenly felt a sense of incongruity in his heart. First of all, although the Long Yuan Zhao family was powerful, Zhao Shui clearly did not seem to be a core member of the Xiao family. Otherwise, the Xiao family would not have allowed Zhao Shui to come alone to take risks. So, given Zhao Shui's status, how could she possess a priceless
divine forging stone?
Furthermore, Zhao Shui was clearly at least a third transformation professional.
Why would she enter this miasma hidden forest? Lastly, how did she manage to break the poison of this miasma hidden forest? Could it be that her poison resistance was as high as his? But if Zhao Shui could barely manage, what about the other 4? Yi Chen didn't believe there could be such coincidences. If there was one inconsistency, it might be attributed to an accident.
But when so many inconsistencies gathered together, it seemed very unusual.
Yi Chen quickly scanned his surroundings. Could it be related to the secret realm, or more precisely, to the boss?
Yi Chen finally fixed his gaze on the boss's corpse not far away, which he had almost
forgotten.
Suddenly, a figure sprang out from nowhere. The target was unmistakably the boss's corpse. However, that was not what surprised Yi Chen the most. What shocked Yi Chen was that he saw a line of small text floating above the figure's head. Bugmaster Remy. This unique display left Yi Chen stunned for a moment before he realized
this is an NPC. An NPC that
had long since disappeared from the annals of the eternal life world.
He never expected to encounter one in this secret realm. No wonder Yi Chen was so astonished. In the 100-year history
of the eternal life world, NPCs only appeared in the first few years.
As the strength of human practitioners increased, a shocking conflict erupted between humans and NPCs over 80
years ago, leading to a situation where neither side could afford to lose. This battle, which swept across the entire eternal life world, lasted a full 2 years. In the end, it concluded with humans, led by several powerful practitioners, slaughtering all the NPCs. Since then, apart from human practitioners, the eternal life world has been left with only various monsters. If it weren't for the rapid growth of these monsters, they might have been completely exterminated by now. Yi Chen had also heard that in the early days of the eternal life world, practitioners
could interact with NPCs to accept various tasks. Some NPC tasks even allowed practitioners to obtain rare hidden professions or advanced skill stones. However, all of this has become
a thing of the past with the disappearance of NPCs.
In the past 80 years, the number of hidden professions born among humans has been extremely limited. Even some rare professions that were not considered hidden have completely vanished. As for skills, skill stones of rare grade and above have become utterly extinct. Only those practitioners who entered the eternal life world from the very beginning still possess epic level skills to some extent.
This is also one of the factors that prevent the new generation of practitioners from surpassing the old
generation in strength.
Yet, at this very moment, Yi Chen had actually seen a living NPC in the secret realm.
How could this not shock him? More importantly, the NPC named Remy seemed to be related to the boss he had just killed. This made Yi Chen even more alert. At that moment, the NPC named Remy had already turned around, his eyes filled with indifference as he said, "You. From the Qin family, I helped you kill the Xiao family's contact as agreed, so why did you kill the plague sourceworm? Don't you want the divine casting stone anymore? Qin family? Divine casting stone?" Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. He quickly realized that this NPC must have mistaken him for someone from the Qin family. With a quick thought, Yi Chen calmly replied, "That plague sourceworm attacked me first, I was just forced to retaliate." Upon hearing this, Remy coldly said, "Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The fact that your Qin family can enter the secret realm relies on the poison evading talisman I gave you, which itself violates the rules of this secret realm. Even if you kill the plague sourceworm, it's impossible for you to become the master of this secret realm." After a pause, Remy continued, "It seems we need to renegotiate the agreement." "Yi Chen, what do you want?" "I naturally," Remy said, but suddenly his expression changed, and he sternly shouted, "Wait, you're not from the Qin family. Who exactly are you?" Although Yi Chen didn't know how the other party had uncovered his identity, he didn't hesitate for a moment and instantly raised his hand. More than 20 fireballs, like a machine gun, were shot towards Remy. This action immediately enraged Remy. "Human, you're seeking death." Yi Chen sneered, raising his hand for another fireball spell. Boom boom boom. 2 consecutive attacks, all within just a second. 50 fireballs struck Remy, instantly reducing his health by nearly 1/5. This damage left Remy in a state of panic. Although he hadn't witnessed Yi Chen kill the plague sourceworm in Xiao Shui, he could still sense the fluctuations of the battle. However, due to the distance, by the time he arrived, Yi Chen had already killed the plague sourceworm and Xiao Shui. There was simply no time to intervene. While he knew Yi Chen was formidable, Remy was not worried at all. In this miasma hidden forest, he was invincible. Yet at this moment, Remy realized that things seemed to be beyond his control. Just moments ago, he had intended to summon the poison miasma from the secret realm to suppress Yi Chen's strength. As the insect master who nurtured this hidden forest, this was his source of confidence. But he found that his opponent was completely unaffected. This left Remy astonished. In an instant, he thought of a possibility. After killing the plague sourceworm, Yi Chen had become the master of this secret realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to withstand his methods. Understanding all this, Remy immediately shouted, "Wait! How could Yi Chen comply with his wishes? This guy had an unknown background and was about to attack him." He raised his hand and cast another fireball spell. Moments later, Remy's health had dropped to 1/3. Seeing that Yi Chen had no intention of stopping, the fear in Remy's heart spread uncontrollably, and he could no longer care about anything else. "My lord, please stop. Killing me will bring you no benefit." Yi Chen replied, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Remy hurriedly said, "My lord, I can tell you about the transaction between you and the human race." The Remy before him was clearly much weaker than the previous plague sourceworm. So, upon hearing Remy's words, Yi Chen thought for a moment and decided not to continue attacking. "First, tell me how you discovered my identity." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Remy let out a huge sigh of relief and quickly explained, "Because I couldn't sense the aura of another detoxification talisman, I realized that my lord is not from the Qin family." "So that was it?" Yi Chen nodded and continued to ask, "Which Qin family are you referring to?" Remy shook his head, "I don't know their background in the human world." Seeing that Yi Chen seemed somewhat dissatisfied, Remy hurriedly explained, "My lord, you are now the master of the secret realm, and my life and death are in your hands, so I naturally dare not conceal anything. Not just the Qin family, even the Xiao family's background is not very clear to me." Afraid that Yi Chen would be displeased, Remy thought for a moment and added, "However, I have heard them refer to themselves as one of the 8 great families, but I am not clear about their specific status in the human world." Indeed, it was the 8 great families. However, he hadn't expected that not only the Xiao family but even the Qin family among the 8 great families was involved. If news of collusion with NPCs were to spread, the Qin and Xiao families would surely know the consequences. Thus, it was evident that Remy held an irresistible temptation for them. Yi Chen looked deeply at Remy and then asked, "What is the transaction between you?" Remy dared not hide anything. "I promised to provide them with divine forging stones, and in return, they must send a batch of human professionals into the secret realm at regular intervals." Yi Chen's heart stirred as he recalled the 4 corpses he had seen earlier. "Are you using professionals to refine skill stones?" Facing Yi Chen's gaze, Remy answered with a stiff neck, Yes, my lord." Although he had already suspected it, hearing Remy confirm it in person still left Yi Chen shocked.
There were indeed people who could refine professionals into skill stones.
Though surprised, Yi-Chin did not show it and said in a deep voice, "Do you have many divine forging stones?" Remy smiled bitterly at this.
"I dare not hide it from you, my lord.
The last piece was just taken by Xiao Shui. Do you think I would believe that?" Yi-Chin said coldly.
Remy was startled. "My lord, I truly did not deceive you.
Over the years,
I have gradually given them both over 20 pieces of divine forging stones. These were all obtained by chance, and using one means losing one."
Over 20 pieces of divine forging stones?
The rarity of divine forging stones
is self-evident. The Remy before him had actually possessed over 20 pieces?
Yi-Chen was increasingly astonished.
"Where did you get these divine forging stones?" Remy's expression hesitated.
Seeing this, Yi-Chen's voice grew colder.
"Think carefully before you answer, you only have one chance." Remy's body trembled, and in the end, he answered honestly.
"I stole them from other survivors a few years ago."
"Wow." Yi-Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp.
Initially, he had only intended to level up in the Miasma hidden forest. He never expected to accidentally stumble upon such an astonishing secret.
Survivors. As an NPC, Remy's mention of survivors could not possibly refer to humans. They could only be NPCs of the same kind.
In the Eternal Life world, there were actually a large number of NPCs still alive. This explosive news shocked him even more than when he first met Remy.
It had a significant impact on Yi-Chen. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yi-Chen continued to ask, "Where are those survivors now?"
Having given up on struggling, Remy had no more secrets to hide. They are scattered in other unclaimed
secret realms.
Eternal Life World, Suiwei City. Since the war between professionals and NPCs ended 80 years ago, this ancient city, filled with grandeur and a heavy sense of history, fell into the hands of the Xiao
family of the Dragon Abyss Alliance.
From then on, it became the headquarters of the Xiao family's Dragon Abyss Legion. At this moment, in the main hall of the headquarters, "Elder, the Miasma hidden forest has been breached by a newcomer called Night Shadow.
What should we do now?" The speaker was Zhao Changlin, the current leader of the Dragon Abyss Legion.
Seated in the upper position was Zhao Mo, the third elder of the Xiao family stationed in
Longyuan City, who was also Zhao Changlin's direct elder.
Although he was an elder, thanks to the panel system of the Eternal Life world, Zhao Mo appeared to be only in his 40s, looking very young.
In reality, he was already over 90 years old, a high-level 8 transformation expert. Zhao Mo had naturally seen what Zhao Changlin was referring to.
However, compared to Zhao Changlin's barely contained urgency, Zhao Mo was relatively calm.
"Have you found out the origin of that Night Shadow?"
"No," Zhao Changlin shook his head, "but through investigation, we found a point of suspicion."
"What suspicion?"
Zhao Changlin said, "Our Dragon Abyss Legion has a department specifically for selling junk materials, and one person there specializes in selling these junk skill stones. Through purchase records, he discovered that this Night Shadow had previously bought nearly 10 skill stones from him. Later, I had my subordinates inquire about other sellers, and it turned out that Night Shadow had also approached several others to buy a lot of junk skill stones. After a rough count, it is estimated that this Night Shadow purchased no less than 200 skill stones from the time he entered the Eternal Life world until he entered the Miasma hidden forest."
The third elder showed a puzzled expression and couldn't help but ask, "What does he need so many skill stones for?" Zhao Changlin smiled wryly, "Elder, have you forgotten?
We also have professionals specifically responsible for synthesizing skill stones."
Upon hearing Zhao Changlin's words, the third elder recalled. The skill stones dropped in the novice area were basically of ordinary quality and had little value.
However, 3 skill stones of the same quality could be synthesized into a new skill stone, with a slight chance of producing a higher
quality one.
Therefore, even though the probability of this thing is ridiculously low, many people and factions specifically purchase these ordinary quality skill stones to synthesize them. As long as they gamble on obtaining
a high-quality skill stone, it's a profit.
Of course, there is a saying that circulates in the Eternal Life world, "Enhancement ruins a lifetime, synthesis impoverishes 3 generations."
This is a profound truth summarized
by countless predecessors through blood and tears. Unfortunately, there are still countless individuals who consider themselves destined for greatness and refuse to heed this warning, ultimately losing everything.
Most of them are practitioners who have awakened talents related to enhancing synthesis probability or quality.
The Xiao family has naturally cultivated several such talents.
However, the results have not been particularly significant. So,
when Zhao Changlin mentioned it earlier, the third elder did not think of this matter at the time. Now recalling it, the third elder couldn't help but say, could it be that this Night Shadow has awakened a talent related to
enhancing the quality of synthesized skill stones? Zhao Changlin nodded again. That's what I think too.
Perhaps he relied on his high-level skills in the early stages, which allowed him to achieve an SSS rating in the novice.
Secret Realm. The third elder frowned.
If that's the case, then how do we explain his reaching level 20 in such a short time? You must know that 2 years ago, to help Hauer level up quickly, the family used all its resources. And it took nearly 5 hours for Hauer to reach level 20. Moreover, even if he really has the ability to synthesize high-level skill stones, he hasn't even completed his first class change. How many skill slots can he
have? How did he manage to avoid the attacks of the unique poison in the plague-hidden forest?
This. Zhao Changlin was somewhat at a loss for words.
Zhao Hao was the only SSS talent awakener to emerge from their Xiao family in recent years.
Therefore, the Xiao family had mobilized all resources to help Zhao Hao level up. This also allowed Zhao Hao to successfully transition to a rare hidden profession.
Even a prodigy like Zhao Hao, relying on
the Xiao family's strength, needed 5 hours to reach level 20. Yet today, this batch of newcomers, from entry to this moment, has taken less than 4 hours.
This includes the time spent strategizing in the plague-hidden forest.
In other words, that Night Shadow reached level 20 in a time shorter than expected. This speed has exceeded his understanding. As for how Night Shadow survived in the plague-hidden forest, Zhao Changlin could hardly imagine. Just then, someone rushed in from outside. Upon seeing Zhao Changlin and the third elder, he didn't bother to greet them and urgently reported, "Elders, Captain, it's bad news, Joshua's name has turned gray.
In the eternal
life world, practitioners can add friends. Once a name on the friend list turns gray, it means that practitioner has died." Therefore, upon hearing this news, Zhao Changlin's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "When did this
happen?" "Just after the world announcement, less than 3 minutes ago," the subordinate replied truthfully.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin immediately became furious. It must be that Night Shadow.
"Shut up!" the third
elder suddenly scolded sharply. He then waved his hand to dismiss the subordinate and turned to reprimand Zhao Changlin.
"As the captain of the Longyuan Legion, how can you be so impatient?"
Zhao Changlin shivered, realizing he had just lost his composure.
He quickly took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment in his heart.
However, he couldn't help but express his concern. "Elder, today is the day Zhao Shui is supposed to meet in the plague-hidden forest, and now that Night Shadow has just become the master of the plague-hidden forest, Zhao Shui is in trouble." The third elder knew well the importance of Zhao Shui's situation. After a moment of silence, he spoke up, "No matter what talent the Night Shadow awakens, let's start by buying up a large number of low-priced skill stones. Since the other party might have reached this point through gambling on stones, we might as well gamble too. Who knows, maybe the synthesis probability has changed this year."
Zhao Changlin's eyes lit up upon hearing this.
This was indeed a good idea. An ordinary person could achieve this through gambling on stones, let alone their Xiao
family.
When it came to wealth, they had never feared anyone. Since there weren't many skill stones in the novice area, in less than 10 minutes, nearly half of the skill stones in the exchange were gone.
Many people noticed this situation immediately, but they weren't too surprised.
Such occurrences had happened from time to time in the past.
Big spender. Which fool has started gambling on stones again? Who knows? Anyway, I haven't heard of anyone finding anything good in years. Damn.
I just checked, and the cheapest remaining skill stones are still several tens of thousands.
They bought out all the low-priced skill stones? TSK. If it were some big power, it would
be fine, but if it's an individual, with this kind of gambling, I'm afraid they'll jump off a building when they can't take it anymore.
Damn, I had my eye on a skill, thinking that since others might not need it, the price would drop. Now look, I can't even buy it if I wanted to.
You're so stingy over a few $1,000, it's no wonder you'll never have more than 3 dishes in your life.
Latest news, it's the Xiao family buying up. Looks like they're going to make a big move. This is crazy. The Xiao family.
That's not surprising, this amount of skill stones is nothing to them, so there's no need to make a fuss.
True, this is the gap between people.
Just as the outside world reacted to the Night Shadow breaking through the blight-hidden forest, the instigator, Yi Chen, had just walked out of the secret realm. Naturally, he also saw the information about the skill stones being bought out. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Is it really that coincidental? In fact, Yi Chen didn't think it was a coincidence. However, he wasn't worried. There were so many professionals, someone would surely list new cheap skill stones. It was just a matter of prices going up a bit. Don't forget, he still had a divine casting stone in hand. At worst, he would just spend a little more money.
However, this matter wasn't something Yi Chen needed to consider too much. At the moment, he had more important things to do.
Just now in the secret realm, he had chosen to keep that NPC, Remy. It wasn't because he learned from the other party that there were
still many NPCs alive that he let Remy go.
The matter of NPCs was beyond what a newcomer like him could touch. There were powers in the alliance to worry about that. The reason he kept Remy was that it could refine a unique exquisite pearl, which was a skill upgrade stone. Besides enhancing his damage through unlimited skill learning, the exquisite pearl that could elevate skill levels was also a great help to Yichen, especially for a basic skill like Fireball. With the help of the exquisite pearl, its power could be significantly increased. Anyway, he had become the master of the Blight Hidden Forest. As long as he didn't agree, Remy couldn't leave the secret realm at all. So Yichen wasn't worried about him escaping or leaking any information. The only thing that made Yichen hesitate was that to refine this exquisite pearl, he would need the soul and body of a professional. Doing so was indeed against the natural order. However, now, with these big powers secretly using little tricks to annoy him, Yichen had no more scruples. He wasn't the type to compromise his principles for the sake of being virtuous. As for how to find professionals, that was simpler than ever. With him becoming the master of the Blight Hidden Forest, he believed that the Xiao family and the Qin family could not possibly sit still. These two families had previously lured many professionals into the pestilent hidden forest to obtain the divine forging stone, their hands stained with blood. Not to mention whether he would expose this matter, just cutting off their financial resources would be enough reason for them to come after him. As long as these people dared to enter the pestilent hidden forest, Yichen had absolute power to refine exquisite pearls with their lives. At the same time, he felt no guilt whatsoever. However, before refining the exquisite pearls, there was one condition: Remy must resurrect the plague source worm. Only through the plague source worm's devouring and transformation could professionals be refined into exquisite pearls. But the plague source worm was already dead, and reviving it would require a considerable sum of money. The urgent task was to find a way to sell the divine forging stone. However, the maximum transaction amount at the exchange was 50 million eternal coins. This was quite frustrating for Yichen. The price of the divine forging stone was far beyond that amount, and selling it for 50 million was definitely impossible. Thus, Yichen could only head to the black market for an auction. The eternal world was vast, so vast that even the strongest could hardly traverse the entire land in their lifetime. This enormous world was completely divided into 5 major regions by the rules of eternity. They were the novice area for those below the 3rd transition, the primary area for those below the 6th transition, and the advanced area for those below the 9th transition. Additionally, there were some special areas scattered in different locations that could only be accessed after breaking through to the 9th transition. The Tsuweiwei city, where the Xiao family's Longyuan Legion was located, belonged to the advanced area. In contrast, Yunhai Town, where Yichen first arrived, was part of the novice area. However, there was no black market in the novice area. After all, the equipment for those below the 3rd transition updated and iterated too quickly, and even the best prices couldn't go too high. Unless it was a mythical item like the one Yichen possessed. But such items were rarer than 1 in 10,000. Therefore, the online exchange fully met the needs of novices. There was simply no need for a black market in the novice area. If Yichen wanted to sell the divine forging stone, he could only go to the primary area. However, before that, he had to level up to level 90 and complete the 3rd transition. Only then could he use the teleportation array between the novice and primary areas. So, the urgent task at hand was to complete the 1st transition to continue leveling up. After clarifying his thoughts, Yichen quickly returned to Yunhai Town. While everyone was still discussing his achievements, he had already arrived at the professional task area in the professional hall. Fortunately, accepting the promotion task did not require finding a specific NPC, he only needed to interact with the relevant professional stone tablet. Otherwise, there would probably be billions of people stuck on the 1st transition task in the entire eternal world. Standing in front of the professional stone tablet, Yichen placed his hand on it. Ding! Detected that you meet the qualifications for the 1st transition promotion task, generating promotion. Task, 1st transition promotion task generated. Please go to the Black Sand City to kill the Harbinger of Calamity and obtain the promotion token. After using the token, you will automatically promote to the 1st transition. Boom! Several fireballs struck a purple wolf-shaped monster that was as tall as a person. The latter didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before turning into a charred corpse. Yichen looked at the surrounding hundreds of charred bodies and nodded in satisfaction. After leaving the professional hall, Yichen hurriedly made his way to Black Sand City. He walked for most of the day. Along the way, apart from encountering a few stray monsters, he didn't see a single person. However, just as Yichen was about to arrive at Black Sand City, he encountered a group of level 35 purple ghost wolves. If it were an ordinary newcomer facing this group of over 100 purple ghost wolves, they would likely feel their scalp tingle and turn to flee. But Yichen had nothing to fear. After a few rounds of fireball spells, this group of purple ghost wolves was completely turned to ash.
It must be said that the effect of the exquisite gems was indeed powerful. If Yi Chen hadn't upgraded the fireball spell 4 times, dealing with this group of wolves wouldn't have been so easy. Indeed, he needed to find a way to obtain more exquisite gems as soon as possible. Next, Yi Chen searched the area. Thanks to his extremely high drop rate, the over 100 purple ghost wolves contributed a total of 20 skill stones. After checking, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Wolf Eye, common after learning, your skill attack range increases by 10 yards. Yi Chen didn't expect it to be a passive skill that increased attack range. Moreover, all 20 were for the same skill. Of course, this Wolf Eye only increased the attack range by 10 yards and occupied one slot in the skill bar. For an ordinary person, it was practically useless. Its only purpose might be for synthesis. However, Yi Chen, with his infinite skill bar, naturally wouldn't mind. He learned them all in one go. Just like the skills he learned before, the passive effect of Wolf Eye stacked directly. Yi Chen's fireball spell, which initially had an attack range of 100 yards, now increased to 300 yards, tripling the range. Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement. The appearance of Wolf Eye sparked an idea in his mind. If given the chance, he could completely stack his skill's attack range to infinity. Thus, in the future, before enemies even saw his figure, they would be greeted by a barrage of various skills. Just thinking about that scene, made Yi Chen unable to contain his excitement. After learning the 20 Wolf Eye skills, Yi Chen's intelligence increased by 20 points, and his maximum health also rose by 400 points. He glanced at his status panel. His health had reached 93,840, just about 30 skill stones away from the 100,000 mark. Next, Yi Chen was eagerly anticipating encountering purple ghost wolves again. Unfortunately, until he reached the outskirts of Black Sand City, he hadn't encountered a single one, not even a hare. Yi Chen felt a bit helpless. The encounter rate in the wild was simply too low. However, he didn't dwell on it. The urgent task was to complete the first transition upgrade mission as soon as possible. With that thought, Yi Chen walked into Black Sand City. As far as his eyes could see, it was a scene of desolation. If it weren't for the conversations from the surrounding pedestrians, Yi Chen would have been certain he had walked into the wrong place. Here, what was called a city was, in reality, no larger than a village. According to past introductions at school, Black Sand City was indeed a small village 100 years ago. Later, due to the war that broke out between humans and NPCs, the NPCs here were slaughtered almost entirely. Gradually, this place became desolate. However, this situation did not last long. Later, with the sudden appearance of the wild boss, the harbinger of calamity, in Black Sand City, many grassroots military organizations spontaneously sent people to maintain the safety of this area to prevent the wild boss from running amok and attacking innocent newcomers. This lasted for several decades. To thank these grassroots organizations for their efforts, later adventurers passing through Black Sand City would voluntarily donate a bit of eternal coins as a token of appreciation. Have you heard? The Black Tiger Legion and the Silver Dragon Legion are at a stalemate in Blackwater Canyon. Hey! Every year at this time, it's the busiest period in our Black Sand City. Who can argue with that? Every year around this time, those big families have already started arranging promotion tokens for their young members to complete their first transition tasks. I wonder who will be the first to complete the transition this year. I guess it should be that Bai Xiao from the Bai family. After all, she's an SSS level awakened one with a divine priest profession. I have a cousin who is her bodyguard, and I heard that Bai Xiao just reached level 20 an hour ago. So fast? At this rate, Bai Xiao will hit level 30 in just one more day. Indeed, having resources and connections makes a difference. It's really enviable. But aside from Bai Xiao, there are a few other families in our area this year that have produced some exceptionally talented newcomers, so it's hard to say who will take the first spot. That's true, but I wonder which novice area the one who scored SSS in the novice secret realm, Night Shadow, belongs to. I wonder if he has a chance to claim the title of the first job changer. Hey! That depends on whether he has a strong backing. If not, no matter how skilled he is, the transition task could hold him back for a long time. That's right, enough talk, let's hurry and check out the excitement. Watching the two leave in a hurry, Yi Chen fell into thought. It seems that this transition task might not be so easy after all. While pondering, he made his way to the Blackwater Canyon behind Black Sand City. He was also curious about the several legions he had just heard about. However, the next moment, a figure blocked his path. Non-members of the 3 major legions must pay 1,000 eternal coins to enter the canyon. At the entrance of Blackwater Canyon, he looked at the professional who was reaching out for money. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, then raised his head to glance at the crowd of figures above. After thinking for a few seconds, he took out 1,000 eternal coins and handed them over.
This money was from the loot he obtained after defeating Zhao Shui earlier.
It wasn't much, just a total of 20,000 eternal coins. Yi Chen didn't feel too pain spending it.
His goal was the harbinger of calamity, and he naturally didn't want to get entangled with these people.
He thought it was just a minor incident.
However, just as he reached halfway up the mountain, he was stopped again by another professional dressed differently.
To go up, 1,000 eternal coins. This time, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. Didn't I just pay?
To his surprise, the professional sneered at his words. That guy is from the Black Tiger Legion, they set up a blockade there.
Whether
you want to pay is your business, but to go up, you must pay the Silver Dragon Legion. The blocking professional said unhurriedly. After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded and took out another 1,000
eternal coins.
The blocking professional took it and gestured inward.
You can go up now. Yi Chen gave the other person a deep look and then continued on his way. However, what he never expected was that just as he was about to reach the depths of the canyon, he was stopped again.
This time, it was a female professional who blocked his path.
Before she could speak, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you going to collect money too?"
The woman couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle.
New here?
You're quite savvy. To get in, you need to pay 1,000 eternal coins first.
Yi Chen laughed upon hearing this. Tell me about the ins and outs of this place.
The woman was not polite and casually replied, in Black Sand City, the Golden Phoenix Legion is the true ruler.
The two
in front, the Black Tiger Legion and the Silver Dragon Legion, are latecomers. Everything here belongs to the Golden Phoenix Legion, so naturally, you have to pay to get in.
Yi Chen, since you are the rulers, how can you let those two set up checkpoints on their own? The woman shot Yi Chen a glance.
Our captain is solely focused on protecting this place, dedicating all his energy to watching over the harbinger of calamity.
Who has the time to deal with these trivial matters? Yi Chen replied, Oh? No time to deal with trivial matters, yet you have time to collect money here?
The woman's expression changed suddenly, her voice turning cold.
Do you dare to question our captain?
However, Yi Chen not only remained calm but also took out 1,000 eternal coins and handed them over.
Seeing Yi Chen's honesty, the anger on the woman's face lessened slightly.
After accepting the 1,000 eternal coins, she snorted coldly.
It's just that you ran into me. If it were any of the other sisters here and they heard you speak ill of our captain, they wouldn't let you off so easily. Go on in. Yi Chen smiled and did not respond. He walked straight in. Today was truly an eye-opener.
From the bottom of the canyon to the depths, in less than a kilometer, he had been charged 3 tolls.
At this moment, he finally believed what the textbooks said about people voluntarily donating
eternal coins to express gratitude to the military organization guarding this place. It was indeed true. But thinking about it, it wasn't surprising.
The newcomers in this novice area, wanting
to complete their first promotion task, inevitably had to obtain a promotion token from the Harbinger of Calamity. Being able to monopolize the tasks of this Harbinger of Calamity could yield a considerable income. Anyone with a bit of strength would not let such a juicy piece of meat go to waste. Just as Yi Chen thought, when he arrived at the depths of the Blackwater Canyon, the respawn point of the Harbinger of Calamity, there were already people gathered around.
Kid, you look unfamiliar, where are you from? Yi Chen replied calmly, sent by someone to obtain a task token.
The man, upon hearing this, was not angry but rather delighted, saying, So you're a client.
Sorry about the bad attitude earlier.
Before Yi Chen could respond, the man continued, You came at just the right time. Tomorrow's boss belongs to our Black Tiger Legion.
Do you want someone to accompany you, or do you want to buy it directly? What's the difference? Yi Chen asked curiously. The man smiled and explained, If you want an accomplice, it depends on how many people you need.
Our Black Tiger Legion has fair and just prices, and every member is experienced, highly efficient. The price is 2,000 eternal coins per person, and based on our past experience, just 5 people can take down the boss without taking any damage. Hearing this, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Although the Harbinger of Calamity was only level 30, it was still a boss. Could it really be handled by just 5 people? At this moment, the man continued, Of course, killing the boss doesn't guarantee a token drop every time, it purely depends on luck. If you don't want to deal with the hassle, you can also book directly with us, but the price will be a bit higher, requiring 30,000 eternal
coins. So, which option do you choose? To be honest, this price wasn't too expensive. Every school provides benefits to newcomers before they enter the eternal world. That money was more than enough for a first promotion.
However, this year, the number of awakenings in Guangyun province reached 7 to 8 million.
Calculating this way, just this first promotion boss could bring in tens of millions of eternal coins. Not to mention the tolls.
It was indeed a lucrative business. Of course, among those 7 to 8 million people, not everyone received the same first promotion
task. But after decades of summarizing, the probability of randomly encountering the Harbinger of Calamity was still quite high. Through the actions of these people, it wasn't hard for Yi Chen to guess. Even if they received other first promotion tasks, it was likely to be a scene similar to that of the Black Sand City, just with possibly different prices. Moreover, it had become the norm in the eternal world, accepted by everyone. But that didn't mean it should be taken for granted. At least, Yi Chen didn't want to spend that money. Because he was very poor. Furthermore, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. If he couldn't even take down a mere first-turn boss, wouldn't that be a waste of his super godly talent? With this thought in mind, Yi Chen smiled and said, "What? If I don't want either of them? Don't want?" The man was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, "We don't offer any other options besides these two." Just then, someone hurriedly approached from the side. He then laughed heartily. "Shenhu, they must have already inquired about our Silver Dragon Legion's reputation and chose not to go with your Black Tiger Legion. Don't you understand what that means?" Shenhu's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, "Zheng Tian, are you trying to steal business?" At this moment, Zheng Tian had already reached in front of Shenhu, looking down on him. "Idiot, they must think your people lack skill and don't want to choose you. How can you say it's stealing business? If you don't believe me, ask him yourself." Shenhu snorted coldly and turned to inquire. Where did he go?" Zheng Tian also noticed that Yi Chen had mysteriously disappeared. Long before Zheng Tian appeared, Yi Chen had already left the eternal life world was not a place for reason. He had no expectation that a few words from him would allow these people to let him go. Since that was the case, he couldn't be bothered to waste words and left directly. However, the direction Yi Chen left was not outside the canyon. Instead, he avoided the crowd and went to a high ground. Yi Chen looked around, it was quite remote. But below was a secluded pool deep in the canyon, and roughly estimated, the distance between them was about 250 meters. It was just within the attack range of Yi Chen's fireball technique. At this moment, the advantage of long-range attacks was fully displayed. Those people below would never expect that someone could attack the secluded pool from this high ground. That secluded pool was the respawn point for the Harbinger of Calamity. Don't ask how Yi Chen knew. At this moment, it was already surrounded by quite a few people. Even a fool could tell what was going on. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate for having previously crafted 20 wolf ice skill stones. Otherwise, facing these legions head-on would have been quite troublesome. As for paying, Yi Chen would never consider it. Moreover, he had already made plans to find an opportunity to make the other party double the 3,000 eternal coins he had just given. Just like those thugs who robbed by Xiao back then. According to the information, the Harbinger of Calamity at this turn would respawn every 4 hours after being killed. The token it carried would only drop if it was killed by a professional who had received the promotion task. Of course, if we follow this rule, the difficulty of the promotion task is evident. However, this was not a challenge for the professionals in the Eternal Life world. Decades ago, someone had already discovered that as long as there was a professional in their team who had received the promotion task, they could also obtain the promotion token after killing the Harbinger of Calamity. Here, the role of the Legion became apparent. If it were just a simple team, the maximum number of people allowed would only be 20. But with a Legion, depending on its level, the number of people in a Legion team could range from 100 to 1,000. This naturally greatly increased the drop rate of the promotion tokens. Otherwise, even if 100 Harbingers of Calamity respawned at the same time, it would still not be enough for so many newcomers to promote each year. Of course, there was another way. Newcomers could choose to spend money to reset the promotion task. But each reset would cost 50,000 eternal coins. This was also the fundamental reason why the 3 major legions in Black Sand City charged relatively low fees. Yi Chen did not know the next respawn time of the Harbinger of Calamity. So he could only lie on a big tree, observing the movements below while quietly waiting. At this moment below, the atmosphere between the two groups belonging to the Black Tiger Legion and the Silver Dragon Legion was tense. However, due to the distance, Yi Chen could not hear what they were saying. At this time below, the two sides were still at a standoff. The group on the left, all dressed in black, with a large golden tiger tattooed on their chests, were the members of the Black Tiger Legion. Among this group, the leader was a towering man, 2 meters tall. This man was the commander of the Black Tiger Legion, known by the ID Lei Laohu. At this moment, Lei Laohu glared with eyes like copper bells, staring angrily ahead. "Quanlong, what do you mean by this? Didn't we already sign an agreement to take turns guarding the Harbinger of Calamity? Are you trying to tear up the agreement now?" Upon hearing this, the handsome man leading the Silver Dragon Legion on the opposite side snorted coldly. "Agreement? It was supposed to be our turn in the Silver Dragon Legion tomorrow, and the Golden Phoenix Legion the day after, but now it has been taken by that woman Siafeng. So according to the agreement, I can only move up a day. After all, the Silver Dragon Legion cannot suffer losses. Nonsense, that woman stole your time, go find her yourself. Lei Laovu retorted angrily, now you come to snatch the time of my Black Tiger Legion, do you think I'm easier to bully than that woman? Siafeng? Quang Long scoffed. You do have some self-awareness, in Haisha City, your Black Tiger is the weakest. I didn't want to conflict with you before because of the person behind you, but now. Before Quang Long could finish, Lei Laovu was instantly enraged. Don't you dare look down on people, do you really think my Black Tiger is afraid of you? Then go ahead and try. Quang Long said disdainfully. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from the Black Tiger Legion glared angrily, shouting in unison. At the same time, the Silver Dragon Legion also began to move. Lei Laovu could no longer hold back, immediately raising his weapon and roaring, brothers, let them see the strength of our Black Tiger Legion today. Kill! 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 The thunderous battle cry soared into the sky, startling some onlookers at the periphery, who quickly stepped back a few paces, fearing to be caught up in the impending battle. Seeing the Black Tiger Legion's actions, Quang Long's eyes flashed with disdain. He calmly raised his weapon. A great battle was about to erupt. Yi Chen, witnessing this scene, also became interested. He had only seen battles of this scale in his school textbooks. He never expected that just one day after entering the Eternal Life World, he would witness it firsthand. It was indeed a good experience. However, at that moment, the originally calm deep pool suddenly erupted with a violent, foul-smelling aura. Following that, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the canyon. In an instant, the two tense legions and the surrounding spectators all changed their expressions. It's the Harbinger of Calamity. The Harbinger of Calamity has respawned. Sure enough, with the crowd's exclamations, a massive claw emerged from the water, pale like a corpse, covered in rotting black scales. Then, a gigantic body slowly rose, revealing a face seemingly formed from darkness. Its eyes were deep, like a pool, radiating a chilling purple glow. As the monster fully ascended, its enormous body was shrouded in a deep purple black, exuding a stench of decay. The air was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Hiding on the high ground, Yi Chen also quickly assessed this suddenly appearing boss. Harbinger of Calamity, boss, level, 30 health, 100000 attack power, 1500 defense, 1000 skills, void touch, poison mist. Spread, dark impact, evil devour description, a solemn and malevolent aura intertwines, manifesting upon that massive body, as if it were an ominous deity from the realm of death. Seeing the data of the Harbinger of Calamity, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Even for a level 90 professional, challenging this boss alone would be extremely difficult. Not to mention a newcomer who had just reached level 30. It's no wonder that after all these years, no one has opposed the three major legions profiting from this opportunity. If it weren't for his super divine talent, he would probably have to obediently pay them to help. At this moment below, the Black Tiger Legion and Silver Dragon Legion also temporarily held back. Old Thunder Tiger looked at the boss and said, Crazy Dragon, since no one is willing to back down, let's rely on our own abilities. Crazy Dragon sneered and said nothing. Instead, he charged straight at the Harbinger of Calamity. Old Thunder Tiger was furious, you have no sense of martial ethics. After saying that, he hurriedly led his subordinates to rush towards the boss. At this time, the Harbinger of Calamity had just awakened and saw hundreds of people charging at him, immediately feeling his authority provoked, and let out a thunderous roar. His body, covered in rotting scales, suddenly erupted with dozens of black tentacles. Void touch! The massive tentacles instantly enveloped the entire ghostly pool. The sight left the onlookers in shock and fear. No wonder it's a boss. Just this move alone was something they couldn't withstand. However, facing the Harbinger of Calamity's attack, both sides showed no fear. In this world, no one understood this boss's attack patterns better than they did. Everyone, as if they had practiced 1,000 times, swiftly dodged all of the boss's attacks. Then, taking advantage of the Harbinger of Calamity's attack gap, the two legion leaders quickly commanded their subordinates to launch a fierce assault on the boss. In an instant, various energies filled the entire canyon, creating a thunderous momentum. The boss's health began to slowly drop. After a round of attacks, the Harbinger of Calamity struck again. The forces below moved swiftly, scattering to avoid the boss's skills. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel. Ordinary people really couldn't achieve such ease like them. No wonder they made a living from this. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the boss would be killed by these two legions. Yi Chen naturally couldn't continue to stand by. With a flip of his palm, a fireball mixed with a wisp of black energy shot directly at the boss. Boom boom boom.
Although he was at a distance, thanks to the boss's large size, Yi Chen's fireballs landed squarely on the boss.
Instantly, scorching flames engulfed the boss's entire body. A series of damage numbers floated in Yi Chen's information bar. -577, fireball damage, -5.7, venomous assault damage, -572, -11.4, venomous assault tier 2 damage. -6,873, damage after venomous assault is fully stacked. Seeing these dazzling damage values, Yi Chen smiled slightly. The damage from 2 fireballs combined with the fully stacked venomous assault. In just 1 second, Yi Chen dealt over 40,000 points of damage to the Harbinger of Calamity. Without pausing, he cast fireball continuously. 3 seconds later, the Harbinger of Calamity suddenly let out a deafening wail. Then, to the astonished gazes of countless onlookers below, it collapsed into ashes. Ding! You have killed the Harbinger of Calamity. Congratulations on obtaining the promotion token. What happened? How did the boss die? No, someone must have ambushed it just now. Nonsense, I clearly saw that the boss still had at least 2/3 of its health left. Are you trying to tell me someone can one-shot a boss? But if it wasn't a one-shot, how do you explain the boss dying right in front of everyone? Bullshit, to one-shot a boss, you'd need at least a level 200 expert, right? But which expert would be willing to spend such a high cost to kill a low-level boss in the newbie area? With the sudden death of the boss, everyone in the canyon was filled with suspicion. The Black Tiger Legion and Silver Dragon Legion, who were right in the midst of it, were even more unable to react. No one understood the boss better than they did. However, precisely because of this, their shock far exceeded that of the onlookers outside. At this moment, both Lei Laohu and Quanlong furrowed their brows, their eyes fixed on the boss's corpse. Suddenly, Quanlong darted towards the boss. Lei Laohu, who was a step slower, also changed his expression as he noticed the treasures that had fallen beside the corpse. Although they didn't understand how the boss had died, it was clear that only they were present. Quanlong had evidently spotted the loot and wanted to rush over to grab it. How could Lei Laohu let him succeed? Soon, the two were standing beside the Harbinger of Calamity's corpse. Unfortunately, after testing it out, they found that the boss's loot did not belong to either of their legions. In the Eternal Life world, items dropped after killing monsters have a certain protection period. During this protection period, no one except for the team of the killer can pick them up. Realizing this, their expressions changed instantly. Their eyes quickly scanned the surroundings for something. They had seen the fireball just now, but they didn't believe that anyone's fireball could one-shot a boss. However, since they couldn't pick up the loot, it proved that the boss had indeed been one-shot by that fireball. Just as the professionals watching from the canyon had said, Lei Laohu and Quanlong also couldn't figure out who had one-shot the boss. They too didn't believe that a high-level expert would spend such a high cost to kill a low-level boss here. But if it wasn't a high-level expert, they couldn't explain the scene before them. Suddenly, the two exchanged a knowing glance. Lei Laohu spoke first. Was it that Snow Phoenix woman? Quanlong frowned tightly, then said bitterly, although I don't want to believe it, in this Black Sand City, if even Snow Phoenix can't do it, who else could? Hearing this, Lei Laohu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. But didn't she already ask for tomorrow's time? Why? Would she do a sneak attack? Quanlong shook his head. That's what I can't figure out either. It seems we can only go ask her. Seeing this, Lei Laohu said no more, turning to storm out of the canyon with his subordinates. Quanlong watched Lei Laohu's departing figure, shook his head, and followed suit. However, he kept a wary eye in his heart. Logically speaking, this incredible scene is something even Xiefeng would not be able to achieve. But if a true master really has descended, then with their strength, trying to snatch the opponent's drops would be akin to seeking death. Moreover, the value of the boss's drops isn't high enough to warrant such desperate measures. If it were truly a master, they naturally wouldn't foolishly offend others. As the two major factions departed, the entire canyon was left with only a few scattered onlookers at the periphery. However, they didn't dare to step in casually, as the previous scene was simply too terrifying. They were not mindless fools. At this moment, on the high ground, after defeating the boss, Yi Chen did not immediately go down to collect the drops. He took out the promotion token from his backpack. He crushed it directly. In the next moment, a gentle white light surged from the token into Yi Chen's body. Ding! Congratulations on completing the promotion task, successfully promoted to the first transition, gaining +5 constitution, +15 intelligence, fire element mastery skill. Stone *1, mana shield skill stone *1. Ding! Now for each level you gain, all attributes increase by 2 points, and free attribute points increase by 10 points. Ding! Your skill bar has an additional 2 slots. Feeling the changes in his body, Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he had transitioned. This speed was something even Yi Chen found hard to believe. All in all, from the moment he entered the Eternal Life world to now, it had been less than a day. This was a speed that had never been achieved in nearly 100 years of history in the Eternal Life world. For a moment, Yi Chen was in high spirits. However, he would not let his guard down. Although he possessed a god-level talent, the gap between him and those seasoned powerhouses was still significant. This was a gap brought about by time, and he could only rely on effort, diligence, and talent to shorten this gap. After the first transition, the fixed attributes and free attribute points gained with each level up doubled. This was the most obvious difference after promotion. Similarly, after the second transition, the fixed attribute points and free attribute points would still be this much. Because of this, the greater the level difference between professionals, the greater the disparity in strength between them. And this gap could not be bridged merely by equipment or skills. Unless you had a full set of mythical gear and various top-tier skills, that would be another story. Of course, for Yi Chen, who possessed god-level talent, this was not an insurmountable barrier. After all, as long as he learned many skills, his damage and health points would already far exceed those of most people. After the first transition, Yi Chen received 2 more skill stones. Fire Element Mastery increases Fire Element damage by 10%. Mana Shield releases mana to form a solid mana shield, resisting 10% of damage, consumption, 200 mana points, duration, 3 minutes. Fire Element Mastery is a passive skill that further enhances the damage of Fireball. However, with only a 10% increase, most mages would not bother to learn it. But Yi Chen did not have such worries. Now his single Fireball damage reached 1008 points. This 10% increase added 100 points of damage. In the early stages, this 100 points of damage was definitely a significant value. Moreover, for Yi Chen, even the additional damage the skill could provide in the later stages would correspondingly increase. So this is a sustainable passive skill, and Yi Chen has no reason not to learn it. The other skill, the Mana Shield, is an active skill. It can be considered the first defensive skill for a mage. A 10% damage reduction may not be high, but for a fragile mage, it is quite considerable. However, for Yi Chen, whose health is about to break the 100,000 mark, this skill is not that appealing. Of course, even a useless skill can still play a significant role in Yi Chen's hands. As for the 2 additional skill slots, Yi Chen simply ignored them. After learning the 2 skills, Yi Chen then walked towards the corpse of the Harbinger of Calamity. Earlier, he had also seen the actions of Lei Laohu and Quanglong. However, the dropped items were still under protection, so he wasn't worried about them being picked up by the others. As for the other party wanting to snatch it, he could kill the Harbinger of Calamity in an instant, based on 2 low-level legions. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid. If the other party really made a move, that would be just fine. He had wasted 3,000 eternal coins to complete his promotion task. He had to get something back from them. Soon, Yi Chen arrived in front of the dropped items. He discovered that only a skill stone had dropped. This made Yi Chen, who was already accustomed to high drop rates, unable to help but complain a bit. This boss really is poor. However, when he saw the information about the skill stone, the speechlessness on his face instantly turned into joy. Evil Devour. Each attack can devour the target's vitality, restoring 50 health points to the user. It was actually a lifesteal skill. Although Yi Chen now had a high amount of health and the healing ability provided by his equipment, that thing only triggered when health dropped to a certain level. Moreover, the amount of health restored was unstable. As for the Goblin's Elite Ring, which restored 5 health points upon hitting, he had completely forgotten about it. But now it was different. Although the health restored by Evil Devour was only 50 points, which didn't seem much better than the ring's effect, he had the talent of an infinite skill slot. If one Evil Devour didn't restore much health, then he could just hit more. With this thought, Yi Chen, who was originally about to leave, immediately changed his mind. He decided to wait for the boss here. However, the boss's respawn interval was 4 hours. After thinking for a moment, he walked in the other direction of the canyon. After all, he had already advanced to the first turn and could continue leveling up. It was just right to take advantage of this 4-hour gap to raise his level. In the Eternal World, on a hillside several hundred miles from Yunhai Town, if viewed from above, one would see countless figures moving in an orderly manner towards the same target. Behind these figures, there were more or less several monsters of various forms following closely. At this moment, at the center of these moving figures, Bai Xiao, dressed in a pure white robe, couldn't help but smile as she looked at the fallen monsters in front of her. With the help of the Bai families' method of sending someone to help her lure monsters, Bai Xiao's level had successfully reached 25 within less than a day. Beside her, Ho Tong also smiled and said, "Congratulations, Miss, on leveling up again."
At this rate, you should reach level 30 by tomorrow noon. This speed is already close to that of young Master Xiao Hao from the Xiao family 2 years ago. Hearing Ho Tong mention Xiao Hao, Bai Xiao raised her eyebrows and then shook her head, saying, even with the same SSS level talent, I am still quite a bit slower compared to brother Xiao Hao. Ho Tong comforted her, Miss, don't underestimate yourself. Based on my experience, at your current speed, you should be the first to complete the first promotion this year. Moreover, young Master Xiao Hao awakened a combat-type talent and has also switched to a rare profession, so his leveling speed will naturally be a bit faster. However, when it comes to battlefield effectiveness in the later stages, your role as a holy priest will definitely not lose to young Master Xiao Hao. But you still need to pay attention to that night shadow. Bai Xiao glanced at Ho Tong. He certainly knew how to speak. Unfortunately, servants would always be servants. They could never understand that with her awakened SSS level talent, her competitors were never her peers. The only one she truly cared about was probably Xiao Hao, who also had an SSS level talent. As for Night Shadow, after some inquiries from Bai Shanha, it was already confirmed that he did not come from any major power. Thus, even if the opponent's talent was strong, without substantial resources to support him, he would only be left further behind by them, the chosen ones. Therefore, Bai Xiao didn't take him seriously at all. However, since Ho Tong was a buff practitioner that the family had painstakingly cultivated, she didn't need to make things difficult for him. So she shifted the topic and asked, how is the token for the promotion task prepared? Ho Tong replied, I have already contacted the Gene Phone Legion in Haisha City, and they promised that the entire day tomorrow will be dedicated to you, Mississippi. Bai Xiao nodded in satisfaction. She didn't want her leveling speed to be delayed because of the promotion task. As for whether she could take on the task of killing the Harbinger of Calamity, Bai Xiao didn't care at all. It was just a matter of spending some money to reset a few times. Compared to other promotion tasks, being able to buy the promotion token with money was undoubtedly the simplest and fastest. This amount of money was insignificant for the Bai family. Previously, she had her spotlight stolen by someone called Night Shadow. Bai Shanha even wanted her to win him over. This matter had always weighed heavily on Bai Xiao's mind. One of the reasons she worked so hard was to prove to Bai Shanha that she was the first this year. With this thought in mind, Bai Xiao turned and plunged into the next battle. Just as Bai Xiao was confidently leveling up, far away in Haisha City, Yi Chen was also diligently grinding monsters. The level 30 corrosive lightning mouse, a creature with rotting fur and exceptionally swift movement and attack speed. They excelled at using their speed advantage to hide in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Generally, when encountered by practitioners, they weren't particularly dangerous, but they were quite troublesome. Unfortunately, they encountered Yi Chen. As soon as they showed their heads, they would instantly be turned to ashes by a barrage of fireballs. At this moment, Yi Chen was still located in the Blackwater Canyon. However, he was quite far from the respawn point of the Harbinger of Calamity. The terrain here was very complex, and the number of monsters available was limited. He had been grinding here for 3 hours and had barely reached level 32. Although the leveling speed was slow, it must be said that after the first promotion, each level gain provided enough attribute points to widen the gap compared to before the promotion. Indeed, the most effective way to enhance strength was still through leveling up. However, leveling up in the wild, even with a high experience bonus, was still absurdly slow. Most of the time was spent searching for monsters. At the same time, there was another point. After each promotion, the experience required to level up significantly increased. For instance, to reach level 33 now, he needed a total of 611,582 experience points. If it weren't for the high experience bonus, relying solely on wild monsters, he wouldn't know when he would level up. He also wondered how people in the past managed to persevere. Unfortunately, he was really poor. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind spending some money to upgrade in the secret realm. He did have 2 ways to make money. One was to sell the divine forging stones. By then, he would naturally have plenty of money to squander. However, he had to wait until he reached level 90 to enter the black market of the beginner zone. The safety of private transactions was too low, and he couldn't guarantee that releasing information wouldn't attract some big shots. That would not be fun at all. The second method was to open the Plague Hidden Forest secret realm to other professionals. He had already become the master of the secret realm, and with Remy's presence, he could eliminate the toxins within the realm. He had also seen many people calling for him to open the secret realm in the public channel. However, Yi Chen immediately dismissed this money-making method without a second thought. Not to mention that most of the professionals entering the level 20 secret realm were also poor, they wouldn't make much money, and he would have to spend a lot to maintain the energy of the secret realm. More importantly, he didn't want anyone to know about Remy, who
existed as an NPC.
This matter was crucial for him to obtain skill upgrade stones, and there could be no mistakes. Sighing, Yi-Chen casually killed 2 monsters that appeared.
He then
picked up the dropped skill stones.
Glancing at them. Divine Speed, consumes 50 mana points, temporarily increases your movement speed by 3 points, duration
30 seconds. Still the familiar taste. Very trashy. The drop rate of skill stones in the Eternal Life world was not low, but the probability of
getting good skill stones was outrageously low.
Coupled with the limitations of the skill bar, it was no wonder that the value of divine forging stones was so high.
He learned the divine
speed skill he had just picked up. This was already the 30th divine speed skill he had learned. His usual movement speed, with the increase in level, barely reached 10, of which 2
points came from equipment bonuses. Now, activating the divine speed skill could instantly boost his movement speed by 90. This way, he could maneuver more easily during battles. Even if
he encountered some slower strong opponents, he could still escape in time even if he couldn't win.
It was barely acceptable. Moreover, thanks to these 30 divine speed skills, Yi-Chen's
maximum health had officially surpassed the 100,000 mark, reaching 100,570 points.
He glanced around again, seeing no monsters around, and calculated the time. The boss was about to respawn. So, Yi-Chen turned and walked towards the deep gorge's secluded pool.
Moments later, he returned to the vicinity of the secluded pool and searched for a high ground again. He prepared to wait for the right moment. At the same time, as the boss was about to respawn, the originally empty secluded pool was once again filled with professionals.
Yi-Chen looked over and found
that this time, all the professionals were female. Especially the woman at the forefront of this group of female professionals, clad in blue armor and holding a silver longbow. Coupled with the cold aura emanating from her, she exuded an indescribable heroic presence. Realizing this, Yi-Chen immediately guessed the identity of these female professionals, the Golden Phoenix Legion.
They were also the strongest among the 3 major legions in the Black Sand City.
The woman at the forefront should be the Snow Phoenix they spoke of. At this moment, Snow Phoenix had checked the spot where the boss had just fallen, and there were still many scorched patches of earth left by the fireball spell. However, it didn't seem particularly special at
first glance.
This made Snow Phoenix furrow her brows slightly. Who exactly is it? At this moment, a woman behind her stepped forward and said, "Captain, could it be that old Tiger Lei
and Mad Dragon are deceiving us?"
Xuefeng shook her head. There were quite a few spectators present at the time, they wouldn't resort to such a clumsy lie. But this is just too strange.
Could it be that some top-tier expert is bored and came to mess with us?
Xuefeng pondered for a moment and then said, "The boss will respawn soon, perhaps it was just an accident." As soon as she finished speaking, the members of the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon legions arrived again at the edge of the dark pool. The woman beside her asked, "Captain, should we
participate?" "No need.
I'm here just to confirm things, to ensure we can help that member of the Bai family level up at the first opportunity.
Nothing is more important than that right now."
After saying this, Xuefeng led her subordinates back 100 meters.
Lei Laohu and Quanglong exchanged glances but said nothing.
They began to prepare with their own teams.
Just then,
a purple light shone again from within the dark pool.
Immediately after, a deep, muffled roar echoed. The members of both legions were taken aback.
The boss had arrived. However, just as both sides were on high alert, dozens of blazing fireballs appeared in the sky without warning. This time, the body of the Harbinger of Calamity had not fully materialized before it let
out a mournful cry.
Then it collapsed with a thunderous crash.
The entire process was even faster than the last time. It took only about 2 seconds. So quick that almost everyone had no time to react. It wasn't until the Harbinger of Calamity was completely reduced to ashes that all the members of the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon legions came to their senses. Yet again, they gaped in shock at the scene before them. 100 meters away, Xuefeng and her subordinates were also deeply shaken for the first time by this terrifying sight. "Captain, the boss was really killed in an instant."
This one sentence ignited the shock of everyone present. 100,000 health points, killed in 2 seconds, an average of 50,000 per second, that's just
terrifying.
It's impossible for anyone in the novice area to deal 10,000 damage in an instant, let alone 100,000.
Not to mention, even if you could deal 10,000 damage in a second. The Harbinger of Calamity's defense isn't just for show. How did that person manage to do it? Did you not notice? During the entire process of that expert killing the boss, we didn't even see a shadow. What does that mean? This remark awakened everyone from their stupor.
Suddenly, everyone realized. The expert who killed the boss not only had absurd damage but also an incredible attack range, to the point where they couldn't even tell who had struck. Listening to her subordinates, Xuefeng fell silent. Compared to the shock of others, she noticed
Something unusual. It seemed that the opponent was using fireball spells. This meant that the opponent was a mage. But dozens of fireballs per second? She had never heard of anyone being able to cast that many fireballs in a second. Moreover, the damage from these fireballs seemed a bit strange. It was mixed with other elemental damages. However, there was no such fireball spell in the world. Even the well-known top mage of the Alliance would find it difficult to use the most basic fireball spell to instantly kill a boss with 100,000 health points. And that person didn't even specialize in fire magic. Where did this expert come from? But let's just consider them an expert. What was the purpose of hunting the boss? Helping someone with a leveling task seemed a bit not worth the effort. It is well known that high-level professionals entering the novice area are subject to the rules of immortality. Moreover, the longer they stay in the low-level area, the more their attributes will be suppressed. Once the attributes are suppressed to a very low level, even if you are a top-tier expert, there is a risk of being killed by a novice at any time. This seems to be a rule set by the world of immortality to protect low-level newcomers. Of course, this rule is not absolute. High-level professionals can enter low-level areas simply by carrying a dimension dissociation stone. After using this stone, it can temporarily free the dimensional barrier of the area, allowing free entry into other regions, but the higher the level, the shorter the duration. However, the price of a dimension dissociation stone is generally around 3 million eternal life coins. Based on Shui Feng's experience, to kill a boss with 100,000 health in 2 seconds, at least a 6th transformation professional is required. Moreover, it must be a full output 6th transformation professional. Yet, if a 6th transformation professional uses a dimension dissociation stone to enter the novice area, they can only maintain it for about 3 hours. The boss refreshes every 4 hours. This means 2 dimension dissociation stones must be used. Spending a full 6 million eternal life coins to kill a first transformation promotion task boss? Clearly, it would only take a few tens of thousands of eternal life coins to hire people from their 3 major legions to complete this promotion task. No one would be foolish enough to do such a thing. Shui Feng's thoughts raced, but she still couldn't figure out who would come to seize the boss and for what purpose. It wasn't just her who was puzzled, everyone present was equally confused. No one understood what was going on. However, just as the crowd was in a state of shock and confusion, a figure rushed in at an incredible speed. The crowd barely had time to see the person's face before the figure appeared in front of the boss. This scene left everyone dumbfounded once again. They saw him pick up a skill stone next to the boss's corpse, and then he leaped and disappeared. After speculating for half the day, the person had come out on their own. Moreover, it seemed that he was indeed lying in wait for the boss. For someone capable of nearly one-shotting the boss, no one dared to act rashly. They had all come this far in Black Sand City, and not a single one of them was a fool. Even the usually hot-tempered Lei Laohu. If you truly believed he was a mindless brute, you would likely end up being devoured without a bone left. What do we do now? Lei Laohu asked anxiously, looking at Quan Long Quang. Long furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before suddenly chuckling. Did you not say that today belongs to your black tiger all day? Then I won't steal it. With that, he decisively led his men away. As he left, he even glanced at Shuefeng not far away. Quan Long's thoughts were actually quite simple. The person who suddenly appeared was undoubtedly a master. At least someone he couldn't handle. Anyway, according to the agreement, today and tomorrow did not belong to their Silver Dragon Legion. If that person was just here on a whim, doing a job and leaving, that would be the best outcome. But if they intended to meddle in Black Sand City, wouldn't the Golden Phoenix Legion be there to stand in front? Although he didn't want to admit it, Quan Long was well aware that the strength of those women in the Golden Phoenix Legion was superior to his Silver Dragon Legion. If the Golden Phoenix Legion could handle it, then they could continue to take turns hunting the boss according to the agreement. But if even the Golden Phoenix Legion couldn't handle it, then the Silver Dragon Legion would just be delivering food. With the departure of the Silver Dragon Legion, Lei Laohu was somewhat exasperated. In fact, what Quan Long thought of, Lei Laohu had also considered. The difference was that Quan Long could leave easily without any loss. But he couldn't. Today's time for hunting the boss belonged to their black tiger. So he deliberately pretended to be anxious, wanting to drag the Silver Dragon Legion into the fray. Then they could jointly force Shuefeng and her group to advance or retreat together. Unfortunately, seeing that Quan Long wouldn't take the bait, Lei Laohu felt helpless. However, facing this mysterious master before him, he also lacked the confidence to take action. So, he said a few words to his subordinates, and they left. With a hint of reluctance. Now, within the entire canyon, only Xiafeng and his Golden Phoenix Legion remained.
At this moment, a woman behind Xiefeng asked in a somewhat hoarse voice.
Captain, what should we do now? Should we notify?
Before she could finish her sentence, Xiefeng interrupted her with a wave of his hand.
No need, the other party is not a high-level professional.
Ha? The woman was somewhat confused.
Xiefeng replied calmly, the other party is only level 33.
What? How is that possible? The crowd below was in shock.
If the one
who killed the Harbinger of Calamity was a master above the 6th transition, they might be shocked at why such a master would come to the novice area to bully a boss.
But that would only
be limited to shock. Now, when someone told them that the master they thought was actually just a level 33 novice, their feelings could no longer be described as shock. It was disbelief. If it weren't for Xiefeng's high prestige in their hearts, and they also knew Xiefeng's talent to perceive any target's level, they would have been unable to resist mocking Xiefeng for
his nonsense.
A level 33 novice achieving something they couldn't even do together was like a joke. No one wanted to believe this fact.
However, Xiefeng did not intend to explain anything.
Although the shadow had only appeared for a moment, she had captured the other party's level immediately due to her special talent. Level 33. The moment that number appeared, it stirred
up a tremendous wave in Xiefeng's heart.
Her shock was no less than that of her subordinates behind her. However, after forcing herself to calm down, she quickly realized that this year's
newcomers had just entered the eternal life world for a day.
And in such a short day, to reach this level while possessing such incredible abilities, Xiefeng had roughly guessed the
other party's identity.
In fact, just half a day ago, she had received numerous messages asking her to investigate and keep an eye on a newcomer.
However, she never expected that this newcomer would be in their area and arrive so quickly.
The terrifying records this newcomer had set recently flashed through her mind.
Xiefeng took a deep breath, stepped forward 2 paces, and shouted loudly, Night Shadow? Are you interested in collaborating?
At this moment, Yi Chen, who had returned to the high ground, was checking his
information. Suddenly hearing someone call out his ID, he was momentarily taken aback. Through the gaps in the leaves, his gaze landed on Xiefeng below, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. How did this woman guess his identity? However, Yi Chen wasn't too worried. After several experiences battling bosses, he was confident that he was almost invincible in the novice area at this stage. If the other party had any intentions towards him, he wouldn't mind sending them into the pestilent hidden forest to become his skill experience. Moreover, he had the skill Godspeed. If he wanted to leave, it would be an easy task. Thus, Yi Chen ignored the woman's shout below and crushed the evil devouring skill stone he had just picked up. Now, with a single fireball, he could restore a full 2,500 health points. The only thing that made Yi Chen feel somewhat frustrated was that the boss respawn time was simply too long. Plus, with his high drop rate, he could only obtain 1 evil devouring skill stone each time. Clearly, stacking up lifesteal would take quite a bit of time. However, the recent Harbinger of Calamity provided him with nearly 600,000 experience points. This directly raised his level from 32 to 33. This surprised Yi Chen a bit. But thinking about it, it was quite normal. After all, his current experience bonus was 4 times that of an ordinary person. This meant that the raw experience value provided by the Harbinger was 150,000. Given the attributes of this boss, it was clearly impossible for someone to solo it. So under normal circumstances, each player in a team would only receive a few hundred to a few thousand experience points. By this calculation, it was within a reasonable range. With this in mind, continuing to hunt bosses wouldn't waste too much of his time. However, at that moment, Xuefeng, seeing that he was ignoring her, stubbornly spoke up again. Night Shadow, I am Xuefeng, the leader of the Golden Phoenix Legion in Haisha City. Could you do me a favor and let tomorrow's boss be ours? This matter is related to the Bai family of Yun Province. As long as you agree, I, Xuefeng, will definitely reward you handsomely. Hearing the mention of the Bai family, Yi Chen, who initially didn't want to engage, suddenly became interested. From Xuefeng's words, he understood clearly. The Bai family must have commissioned Xuefeng to obtain the promotion token needed for Bai Xiaoxiao's advancement task. It seemed the Bai family was putting in a lot of effort to make Bai Xiaoxiao stand out. Indeed, with a powerful backing, the leveling speed was different. Reaching level 30 in less than 2 days was a speed that ordinary people could hardly match. However, despite appearing indifferent towards Bai Xiaoxiao before entering the Eternal Life World, Yi Chen was not as magnanimous as he seemed. Although he didn't have any deep-seated hatred towards Bai Xiaoxiao, she had shown him no respect earlier. Now that they had crossed paths, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He wouldn't seek trouble, but if trouble came to him, how could he remain indifferent? That would make him a damn saint. Yes, he was that petty. With strength, he still couldn't do as he pleased. Wouldn't that waste his efforts and talent?
As for whether this would offend the Bai family, Yi-Chen was not worried at all. The eternal life world was vast, so vast that if one truly wanted to hide, it wouldn't be easy for others to find them. Moreover, he was just trying to annoy the other party. He didn't believe the Bai family would spend a great deal of effort to find him over this. It was clearly a thankless task, and the other side wasn't foolish. Unless they were forced into a state of ignorance. By certain means, but that was obviously impossible. In the Heishui Gorge, in the quiet pool, Xuefeng waited for a moment but received no response from Night Shadow. A hint of anxiety crept into her heart. Although Night Shadow was just a newcomer, based on the strength he had just displayed when defeating the boss, she, a level 90 archer, was simply not a match for him. If she truly had that capability, she wouldn't have been stuck on the third transfer task for so long. So she could only repeatedly seek cooperation, even bringing up the Bai family. The purpose was naturally to leverage the Bai family's name to make Yi-Chen think twice. As for whether there was an implied threat in this, only Xuefeng herself knew. However, she never expected that Yi-Chen already had a connection with the Bai family. Just as Xuefeng was waiting for Night Shadow's response, her subordinates behind her finally realized that the expert who had killed the boss was none other than Night Shadow, who had recently achieved an SSS rating in the Novice Secret Realm and had broken through the long-standing plague-infested forest. Secret realm that no one had been able to conquer for decades. Everyone was astonished. At the same time, many quick-witted individuals suddenly recalled that Xuefeng had just mentioned Night Shadow's level. It was evident that Night Shadow had come to Haisha City to complete the first transfer promotion task. In other words, when the first boss was defeated, this Night Shadow was already level 30? And how long had it been since the newcomers entered the Eternal Life World until the previous boss was killed? One must also deduct the time it took for Night Shadow to arrive at Black Sand City. Less than a day to reach level 30? Everyone who realized this was shocked beyond measure. The only thought left in their minds was, how did this Night Shadow do it? It should be noted that in the nearly 100-year history of the Eternal Life World, the fastest first transition was broken just 2 years ago by someone from the Xiao family. However, that person from the Xiao family took nearly a day and a half to complete the first transition. And that was the Xiao family, one of the top families belonging to the Alliance's 8 great families. And what about Night Shadow? For a moment, everyone was numbed by this terrifying news. However, if they knew that Yi-Chen only took a few hours to reach level 30, what would they think? Xuefeng did not notice the feelings of her subordinates. At this moment, she was waiting for the other party's response, and her heart gradually sank. She gritted her teeth, fully aware that this matter might not be something she and her Golden Phoenix Legion could resolve. Just as she was about to contact the forces behind her, suddenly, a deep voice came from the high ground. You want to take on tomorrow's boss because of the Bai family? Upon hearing this voice, Xuefeng felt an inexplicable excitement in her heart and hurriedly said, that's right, tomorrow Bai Xiao, who awakened an SSS level talent, should be able to reach level 30, and she will definitely need a promotion token. If you are willing to cooperate, I can pay you an additional reward and also introduce you to the Bai family. After a pause, as if feeling it wasn't secure enough, Xuefeng continued, I heard that Bai Xiao is also a rare beauty. Before entering the Eternal Life World, she was already the school flower of their school. With the strength you have shown, if you are willing to help, I believe the Bai family would be happy to see you become friends with that talented young lady. Xuefeng finished speaking in one breath, feeling a bit more confident in her heart. In her eyes, Night Shadow's strength was indeed ridiculously strong. But after all, she was still young. Bai Xiao, with her outstanding appearance, prominent background, and extremely high talent, was a talented young lady. She didn't believe Night Shadow wouldn't be tempted after hearing these descriptions. However, contrary to Xuefeng's expectations, at this moment, Yi-Chen, upon hearing her lengthy introduction, revealed a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. I heard that the young lady from the Bai family was just a collateral branch of the Bai family before awakening her talent, and for the past 3 years, she was very close to a certain boy. It was only after awakening her SSS level talent that she was valued by the Bai family, and then she quickly distanced herself from that boy. You want to introduce me to such a self-serving woman? Xuefeng was taken aback. She truly did not know about what Yi-Chen had said. However, being able to lead a women's army of over 1,000, Xuefeng's abilities were not to be underestimated. After pondering for a moment, she spoke up. I don't know where you heard this news, but the current Bai Xiao is indeed a true talented young lady, that is beyond doubt. Let's assume what you heard is true, but you should also understand what an SSS level talent represents. From the moment she awakened, there has been an insurmountable chasm between Bai Xiao and that boy. Setting aside general morals, what she did was also for that boy's good. Ha ha ha. Yi-Chen couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Indeed, you make a very good point. How about this, if you agree to one condition?
I might consider cooperating with you. Xuefeng's eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked, what condition? It's very simple. Since you've already cast aside morality, how about this? I see. You don't lose to Bai Xiao in looks, so why don't you accompany me for a few days? As long as I'm satisfied, I can grant your request. Xuefeng's expression suddenly changed, and uncontrollable cold aura radiating from her body, her voice no longer gentle as before. Are you insulting me? At the same time, the more than 100 members of the Golden Phoenix Legion behind her also turned cold. Clearly, Yi Chen's words not only touched Xuefeng's sore spot but also struck a nerve with these people. In an instant, all the fear they had for Yi Chen was completely suppressed, and they stood ready for battle. The atmosphere suggested that as long as Xuefeng gave the order, they would willingly march to their deaths. Ha! You're the one insulting me. Faced with Xuefeng's sudden change, Yi Chen ignored her and instead let out a cold laugh. You really think I'm some naive fool who has never seen the world? You spouted a lot of nonsense, yet you want to gain benefits without giving anything in return. Is there such a good deal in this world? Xuefeng, humiliated, wore an extremely cold expression. I admit you're strong, but you're only level 33. Even if you can kill a 100,000 health disaster envoy, that move you just used must have very strict limitations, and you probably can't use it a second time in a short period. If I were to mobilize everyone to find your location right now, do you think you could retreat calmly? After a moment, seeing Yi Chen's lack of response, a hint of disdain flashed in Xuefeng's eyes, believing that Yi Chen was intimidated by her words. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. In fact, her previous statement was not made carelessly. There are indeed some extremely powerful skills in the eternal life world. However, these skills also come with various limitations, the most common being long cooldown times or massive mana consumption, which are fatal drawbacks that prevent them from sustaining a complete battle. More severe ones can lead to permanent attribute reductions or even cost one's life. Such skills, once used, mean either you die or I die. It was clear that Yi Chen must possess such a skill with numerous restrictions. This explains how he achieved an SSS rating in the Novice Secret Realm and managed to conquer the Plague-Hidden Forest, an unclaimed secret realm. At this moment, Xuefeng felt a sense of pride in her keen observation. However, the next moment, dozens of fireballs appeared without warning, just like before. Xuefeng's talent not only allowed her to perceive the target's level but also made her very sensitive to energy fluctuations. Almost the instant the scorching aura surged, her expression changed drastically. Without time to think, she quickly retreated using the agile movements of an archer. Even as she passed her subordinates behind her, she unhesitatingly pushed two women forward. Using this momentum, she directly retreated 10 meters away. Boom! 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 The fireballs instantly struck the two women. The searing flames mercilessly engulfed them completely. The remaining fireballs that weren't absorbed crashed to the ground, creating a wave of air. Some members of the Golden Phoenix Legion who couldn't react in time were affected, suffering varying degrees of injury. Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. The voice carried a hint of mockery. However, Yi Chen also discovered a problem at this moment. His fireball technique in Venomous Assault could easily achieve instant kills against bosses with high health. Yet, when facing professionals, although he could still instant kill those significantly higher in level, the power was not as terrifying as previously displayed. Ultimately, it was still his Venomous Assault that couldn't unleash its strongest effect. While the damage from the fireball technique was indeed high, the damage of a single fireball has its limits. Therefore, while he could potentially kill someone instantly, facing a siege was still somewhat troublesome. It seems that in the future, I need to find a way to enhance my area attack capabilities. Yi Chen thought to himself. Meanwhile, below, Xuefeng was unaware of Yi Chen's inner thoughts. Listening to Yi Chen's tone, which was akin to treating ants, a sense of fear inevitably arose in her heart. He can actually use it a second time? That's impossible. Such a skill does not exist in this world. At that moment, after analyzing his own abilities, Yi Chen's voice came. Again. I didn't expect that in order to survive, you would sacrifice your innocent subordinates. Truly a heroine among women. Hearing Yi Chen's sarcastic tone, although she felt fear inside, Xuefeng's exterior remained cold. Our Golden Phoenix Legion is one body, everyone is willing to die for each other. This is our oath. Oh? Then why can't it be you who dies? Yi Chen thought this statement would provoke her, but to his surprise, Xuefeng seemed to feel no shame at all. Instead, she spoke with righteous indignation. That's because my abilities are stronger than my sister's. With greater power comes greater responsibility. The pain of losing loved ones is something I will bear alone. Similarly, in order not to betray my sisters' sacrifices, I must live well with their hopes. Yi Chen was suddenly rendered speechless by her words.
The way she could present such fallacies so grandly truly opened his eyes.
Moreover, he could see it clearly. Xuefeng's subordinates did not find anything wrong with her words, instead, they looked solemn. He found it hard to understand what kind of people were in the Golden Phoenix Legion.
At the same time, after Xuefeng finished speaking, she suddenly became alert.
Is the other party trying to buy time? Sometimes, people are strange creatures.
The more he feared, the more certain he became of his thoughts. Xuefeng was the same, she absolutely did not believe that Yichen could use a third attack.
It must be that she was trying to buy time, it had to be.
With this sense of conviction, Xuefeng immediately waved her hand.
Everyone, listen up. He has run out of means and is just trying to buy time. Immediately.
Disperse and search for revenge for our fallen sisters.
Revenge! Revenge! Revenge!
The entire Golden Phoenix Legion shouted in unison, and then, except for 20 people who stayed in front of Xuefeng to protect her, the rest instantly scattered, rushing towards Yichen's location. Just now, Yichen's 2 attacks had already allowed Xuefeng to capture his general
position.
Seeing this, Yichen launched another fireball spell at the distant Xuefeng. However, as a result, she found 2 more scapegoats. Meanwhile, she retreated safely beyond the maximum
attack range of the fireball spell.
Although it did not cause Xuefeng any substantial harm, his consecutive 3 attacks had already frightened her.
The certainty she once held in
her heart shattered completely at that moment. She was unwilling to believe it, but had to admit.
Yichen's skill damage did not have the various limitations she had imagined.
They were simply no match for him. At that moment, a glimmer of hatred flashed in Xuefeng's eyes. But it was quickly well concealed.
Now she could only hope that her subordinates would quickly find Yichen's location.
In her mind, since the other party truly possessed such high damage skills but was merely a first-tier mage, under such high damage skills, his health and defense
must have been compressed to an extremely low level.
As long as they found his location, they would surely be able to kill him at the cost of some sacrifice.
However, what she never
expected was that while she was thinking about how to find Yichen, he suddenly leaped down from the high ground and rushed straight towards her position.
Has he gone mad? As a fragile mage, he chose not to hide his tracks but instead appeared so brazenly in front of her?
Despite being astonished by Yichen's actions, the battle-hardened Xuefeng showed no hesitation.
How could she let such a golden opportunity slip away after her opponent made such a foolish mistake?
Without a moment's thought, she drew her bow and unleashed a flurry of arrows at Yichen. Seeing that Yichen didn't even attempt to dodge, the corners of Xuefeng's mouth lifted slightly.
He was asking for death. The other members around them were equally excited. They had a blind admiration for Xuefeng.
Moreover, they were well aware that as an archer, Xuefeng rarely took action after forming the Golden Phoenix Legion.
But every time she did, it was guaranteed to claim a life.
It was precisely because of this undefeated record that the Golden Phoenix Legion could establish a foothold in Haisha City, even once suppressing the 2 major
legions of the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon.
In their eyes, Xuefeng was an idol, a belief, the most solid backing. Since Xuefeng had made her move, there would be no mistakes.
And
indeed, the reality matched their expectations. Xuefeng shot off 18 arrows in one breath, the speed of the arrows so fast that their shadows were nearly impossible to catch.
Night Shadow
seemed caught off guard. 18 arrows made of purple gold, the purple gold demon-breaking arrows, struck true. The powerful energy stirred up a cloud of dust.
In an instant, the entire canyon erupted with thunderous cheers. Legion Commander is mighty. Well done, Commander.
The commander certainly won't disappoint us. Lingling and Xiaoqing can rest in peace now. Listening to the overwhelming cheers around her, Xuefeng felt elated. Personally destroying a seed of infinite potential brought her a twisted sense of pleasure. It turned out that the so-called prodigies were not invincible.
At that moment,
Xuefeng's long-buried confidence surged. However, this swell of pride lasted only a few seconds. From within the dust, a blazing red light flickered again. This sudden change caused Xuefeng's expression to shift dramatically.
She had actually made a mistake.
Several fireballs broke through the smoke, instantly enveloping Xuefeng's graceful figure.
A heart-wrenching scream echoed amidst the flames. At the same time, the dust surrounding Yichen was dispersed, revealing his true form.
Aside from a few arrow marks, he showed no signs of injury.
Yichen glanced at his health bar, raising an eyebrow. He had to admit, this Xuefeng was indeed quite capable. Those rapid-fire arrows had taken over 10,000 of his health points. At that moment, Yichen also recognized his own shortcomings. Although his damage had stacked to an extremely terrifying level, his defense was no different from that of a normal first-turn professional. If it weren't for his health being as high as 100,000, Xuefeng's barrage of arrows would have been enough to take his life. It seemed he needed to boost his defense first, otherwise, he could easily face disaster against higher-level professionals. Yi Chen thought. This to himself. Meanwhile, the fireballs around Xuefeng also dissipated. However, what surprised Yi Chen was that despite Xuefeng looking quite disheveled and her complexion waning, she still maintained a standing posture. Not dead? Yi Chen was taken aback. Then he quickly realized. Withered tree meets spring? Yi Chen had read about this in textbooks. It was an exclusive epic skill for archers that allowed them to instantly recover 30% of their maximum health when receiving fatal damage, while also clearing all negative buffs, with a cooldown of 24 hours. It was a life-saving skill. Of course, mages also had similar skills, but facing a price in the millions, Yi Chen couldn't afford it. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Golden Phoenix Legion was indeed wealthy. At that moment, Xuefeng's voice suddenly rang out, "You're strong, I admit defeat." Admitting defeat just because you can't win? Yi Chen sneered, "Do you think this is a game?" Shui Feng bit her lip tightly, a glimmer of resentment flashing in her eyes. "What do you want then? You first stole our boss and then killed my subordinates, you haven't suffered any loss." Yi Chen laughed thoroughly after hearing this. "It seems you are used to being domineering. This boss was originally a thing without an owner, when did it become yours? It's not that we are domineering, but rather a fact that everyone has tacitly accepted. Without our help, how long would those newcomers take to complete their first transition?" Xuefeng said solemnly, her expression as if she were doing something extremely great. "Even deceiving yourself, what a ruthless person. It's a pity you just wanted to kill me." After Yi Chen finished speaking, the fireball technique suddenly activated. Boom! 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 The scorching flames drew a straight line. The speed was both fast and urgent. The indifference that Xuefeng had maintained vanished. In its place was a face full of astonishment. This night shadow was so unreasonable. She wanted to dodge but had no time at all. Without the protection of the withered tree flourishing in spring, once hit, she would undoubtedly die. At that moment, fear spread throughout Xuefeng's body. Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of her, blocking Yi Chen's fireball technique. "Captain, run! Captain, let's be sisters in the next life. Captain, for everyone's sake, you must survive." Boom! Xuefeng's whole body stiffened. The next moment, her brain felt as if it had exploded. No! Watching her sisters sacrifice one after another. Xuefeng, who had never shown any emotion in front of anyone, instantly had tears welling up in her eyes. However, in the next moment, she suddenly turned and ran towards the canyon's exit. She knew that at this moment, she could not hesitate, only by living could she avenge her sisters. However, seeing these people generously facing death, Yi Chen would not show any mercy. He activated his speed. In an instant, his movement speed surged. These people wanted to die for Xuefeng. Yi Chen would let Xuefeng die before them. "Captain, be careful." The moment Xuefeng turned around, a sense of alertness surged in her heart. But before she could react, she was completely engulfed by Yi Chen's fireball. In an instant, she became a charred corpse. Xuefeng probably never expected that just taking a turn around this secluded pool would cost her life. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was also somewhat taken aback. At the moment of Xuefeng's death, he caught a glimpse of a message popping up on his panel. "Ding! You have killed Xuefeng and gained 1,412,058 experience points." This eye-catching number greatly surprised Yi Chen. No one had ever mentioned that killing a professional would yield experience points. Moreover, he had previously killed Xiao Shui and just now killed several members of the Golden Phoenix Legion, yet he received no experience points. What was going on? If it weren't for the fact that he had jumped from level 33 to level 35, causing a slight change in his body, Yi Chen would have doubted whether he was hallucinating. However, before Yi Chen could figure it out, suddenly, a dark black light shot out from Xuefeng's charred body, striking him unexpectedly. The speed was so fast that even Yi Chen didn't have time to react before it entered his forehead. Yi Chen was greatly alarmed. Suddenly, ding! You have fused with the proof of the red moon, and your talent effect has been enhanced. Ding! You can now enter the red moon. In the next moment, he felt a surge of energy rushing into his mind. That feeling made him incredibly comfortable. Yi Chen, for a moment, couldn't quite grasp what had just happened. However, when he saw the effect of his talent, he was instantly engulfed in ecstasy. Infinite skill bar, super god level, effect 1, you possess an infinite skill bar, unrestricted by skill learning conditions. Effect 2, each of your skills provides you with 2 points of intelligence attribute. So this is the enhancement of talent effects? From originally providing 1 point of intelligence per skill, it had directly changed to 2 points. No wonder he suddenly felt his brain becoming more active. That was the effect of his intelligence skyrocketing by several hundred points.
However, despite the sudden appearance of the Red Moon certificate, enhancing his super god level talent, Yichen felt a bit wary about its origin. He had never heard of such a thing. Moreover, he had clearly seen that this item flew out from the Snow Phoenix after he killed her. At the same time, what did the second function of the Red Moon certificate, entering the Red Moon, actually mean? A myriad of doubts filled his mind. However, the sudden, piercing cries from behind forced Yichen to temporarily suppress these questions. Captain! Captain! Villain! You robbed our boss, killed our sisters, and now even the captain has died at your hands. You won't have a good death. The captain sacrificed so much to protect this city, you damned villain. Sisters, avenge the captain. Kill! Kill! Yichen looked expressionlessly at these women who had fallen into madness. The fireball technique was activated once more. With every swing of his arm, fireballs took away several lives. After a moment, the vast area around the dark pool was filled with charred corpses. The fewer than 10 remaining members of the Golden Phoenix Legion who could still stand were completely stunned by Yichen's almost brutal slaughter. At this moment, the fervor faded. Fear instantly spread throughout their bodies. Some with weaker mental fortitude had already begun to tremble. Yichen noticed that the ground beneath a few of them was actually wet. They had been scared out of their wits. Clang! Several women dropped their weapons and fell to their knees with a thud. Please, please let me go, boom. What responded to her was a fireball. The pleas for mercy abruptly ceased. Ah! It's you, I recognize you. Boom! Yichen watched as the woman with a face full of regret slowly fell down. He recognized her, she was the one who had collected his toll outside earlier. No. No. I don't want to die. Unfortunately, Yichen had no intention of showing mercy. As one charred corpse after another fell, Yichen slowly walked up to the last woman. From the very beginning, Yichen had noticed that this woman was somewhat special. While everyone else was attacking him, this woman had been lingering in the corner, making no move at all. This had caught Yichen's attention. Standing in front of her, Yichen asked with interest, "Aren't you going to beg for mercy?" The woman pointed to the nearby corpses of her companions. They begged for mercy, but you killed them anyway? Didn't expect you to have some backbone, not afraid of death? To his surprise, the woman shook her head. I'm very afraid. I want to live, so I used this unconventional way to catch your attention, hoping you would let me go. Yichen smiled. Do you think such a little trick is useful? At least I'm still alive right now, the woman said. Yichen became intrigued. And what next? How do you plan to make me let you go? The woman took a deep breath upon hearing this. Keep me here, and I can help you subdue the remaining forces of the Golden Phoenix Legion in Black Sand City. All the income from the Legion will belong to you from now on. Seeing that Yichen showed no reaction, the woman gritted her teeth. Also, I can tell you the secret about the Snow Phoenix. This time, Yichen spoke up. Go on. The woman was clever and did not haggle. On the surface, the Golden Phoenix Legion is the #1 gold mining legion in Black Sand City. But besides that, the Snow Phoenix is also cultivating vessels for the forces behind it, sending them to the Miasma hidden forest. Yichen's heart stirred at her words. This woman was smart enough to know that she could become the controller of the Miasma hidden forest. So she understood what information could pique his interest. However, such matters should be quite secretive. How could this woman know? Seemingly guessing Yichen's thoughts, the woman smiled bitterly. No need to guess, because I am the key tool in helping her cultivate vessels. Yichen quickly considered the credibility of what this woman was saying. What exactly did the vessels she mentioned mean? Previously, he had not heard anything about vessels from Remy. Could that old man have deceived him? But in the next moment, he shook his head. Remy's life and freedom were in his hands now. That old man had no reason to deceive him. With this in mind, Yichen finally asked, why are you the key to cultivating vessels, and what do you mean by vessels? The woman bit her lip unconsciously upon hearing this, then seemed to make a significant decision. To become a vessel, the most crucial point, and the only one, is that the vessel cannot be human, at least not of pure human blood. What do you mean? Yichen stared at the woman before him, whose beauty rivaled that of the Snow Phoenix, his heart skipping a beat. The woman knew there was no turning back and no longer hesitated. To be precise, only hybrid slaves can become vessels. Hybrid slaves? The mixed blood offspring of humans. And NPCs? Yichen was taken aback. He had read historical documents about the eternal life world. He knew that before the large-scale war broke out between humans and NPCs, many indescribable stories had occurred between them. Some were initiated by humans, while others by NPCs. Some were related. to love, while others were instinctual. In short, the process was quite chaotic. The result of this was that a brand new race emerged in the eternal life world a few years later. Humans called them hybrid slaves, while NPCs referred to them as cursed beings. According to historical records, hybrid slaves theoretically counted as a branch of NPCs, but they also inherited some panel abilities from humans. As a result, in the eternal life world, they could effectively hide their information. Unlike NPCs, who could not shield themselves from human scrutiny. Just like earlier in the Miasma hidden forest, Yichin could instantly recognize Remy as an NPC because of the unique NPC tag on him. Later, with the outbreak of the apocalyptic war between humans and NPCs, hybrid slaves were captured by both sides and sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. After the apocalyptic war ended, traces of hybrid slaves in the eternal life world became exceedingly rare. Even those who survived chose to disguise themselves as part of humanity out of fear. To this day, most people have completely forgotten about this race that emerged due to love. If it weren't for this woman mentioning it just now, Yichin clearly would not have remembered the existence of such a race. For a moment, Yichin felt a bit disoriented. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he looked at the woman before him and curiously asked, "Can hybrid slaves also be cultivated?" Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in the woman's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. "I possess extremely pure hybrid slave blood in my veins. As long as my blood is injected into a human woman, there is a certain chance that the recipient's body will undergo a mutation, thereby acquiring the characteristics of a hybrid slave." After a pause, the woman continued, "Do you know why those people were so willing to die for Xiafeng just now? That's because the bodily mutation caused their minds to become chaotic, and after being constantly seduced by Xiafeng, these people completely became her die-hard followers. At the same time, the outstanding seeds among these women will be sold by her to the forces behind her, in exchange for various benefits. Compared to you, she is the real demon." Yichin touched his nose in silence. "Well, thank you for that." However, maintaining a cautious attitude, Yichin continued to ask, "Why don't you escape?" The woman gritted her teeth and said word by word, "Because Xiafeng is also a hybrid slave, she has a way to capture my location in real time, and I can't escape at all." Yichin was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at the charred corpse not far away. The leader of the Jin Feng Corps, one of the 3 major legions in Haisha City, turned out to be a hybrid slave? This news was indeed shocking. However, Yichin immediately questioned, "Do hybrid slaves have such magical tracking skills?" The woman shook her head. "No, it's that we have an inexplicable connection between us that makes it impossible for me to escape her clutches." Yichin asked, "You and her?" The woman nodded. "That's right, my name is Xueling, and Xiafeng is my older sister." "Great, just for stealing a boss, did it have to come to this?" For a moment, Yichin didn't know what to say. However, after Xueling's explanation, Yichin had already put away the thought of killing her. It was clearly impossible to concoct such an exciting story in a short time. So even though Yichin still couldn't fully trust this woman, he had also abandoned the idea of killing her. As Xueling said, keeping her around could indeed bring many benefits. The most direct one would be the profits from the Jin Feng Corps. Just a toll fee alone could yield a decent income every month. This was something he had personally experienced. Although he hated being bullied by power, it didn't mean he rejected using power to bully others. Ignoring benefits that were right there would be asking for trouble. As for the forces behind the Jin Feng Corps, the ones that could be connected to the Miasma hidden forest should be either the Xiao family or the Qin family. Although these 2 families were giants in the alliance, Yichin wasn't afraid of them in the novice area. If they really got angry and summoned experts from the high-level area to deal with him, he could just leave. As for Xueling and the people from the Jin Feng Corps, there was originally no relationship between them. If they died, they died. This was also the reason why Yichin decided to spare Xueling after analyzing the pros and cons. In the real world, Yun Province, Yun City, in an ordinary house. A flash of light passed. In the next moment, Yichen's figure appeared in the room. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Yichin suddenly felt as if he had traveled through time. His day-long journey in the eternal world had indeed been incredibly exciting. After taking a long breath, Yichin tried to open his panel. ID, Night Shadow Level 35 Class, Mage Free Attribute. Points, 0 Attributes, Strength 82, Constitution 94, Agility 153, Intelligence 1476 Health, 101090/101090, Mana, 17110/17110 Skills, Fireball, Mana. Spring, Experience Surge. Expand as long as one successfully awakens their talent and enters the eternal life world, the level and attributes of the practitioner will be inherited 1:1 in the real world. Looking at his incredibly splendid attribute panel, Yi Chen felt quite pleased. In this way, he had gained some self-protection ability. However, based on past experiences, it wouldn't be long before those abyssal monsters appeared in large numbers. At present, he was still not strong enough to deal with such ferocious beings. He needed to strengthen himself as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Yi-Chen couldn't wait to enter the Eternal Life world again to enhance himself quickly. However, the time spent in the Eternal Life world was limited. Once he reached the physical limit, he had to return to reality for recuperation. If he forcibly stayed inside, his mind could easily be damaged. At best, he would go mad, at worst, he could suffer brain death. The duration one could stay in the Eternal Life world depended on the practitioner's level and attributes. Yi-Chen was currently at level 35, but his intelligence was as high as 979 points. That was why he could stay inside for a full day. He was confident that no other newcomer this year would be able to stay longer than him. Given his current state, he would only need to rest for 3 hours before he could re-enter the Eternal Life world. Fortunately, after 3 hours, he would still have time to catch the refresh of the Harbinger of Calamity. It wasn't a waste of time at all. As for Xueling, in the end, Yi-Chen decided to send her back to Black Sand City. According to Xueling, the biggest difference between hybrid slaves and humans was that they would not awaken any talents. Moreover, their attributes after leveling up would grow automatically based on their own conditions, unlike human practitioners who had balanced attributes and a large number of free attribute points. At the same time, even if hybrid slaves had skill stones, they could not use them to learn skills directly like practitioners. Instead, they needed to slowly comprehend the rules and profound meanings through the skill stones to truly learn. Therefore, from these two aspects alone, the cost of attributes and skill learning for hybrid slaves was far greater than that of practitioners. But this did not mean that hybrid slaves were completely inferior to human practitioners, because they also inherited part of the NPC's abilities, which allowed them to increase their skill proficiency through continuous practice and research, just like Yi-Chen using exquisite gems to enhance skill levels. Moreover, if a hybrid slave had exceptional talent, they could even create entirely new skills on their own. Just like earlier, Xuefeng was able to perceive his level with just a glance and was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. It was not, as outsiders said, stemming from his awakened talent, but rather a capability he comprehended later as a hybrid slave. Furthermore, the reason she could suppress the other two major legions in Black Sand City while showcasing strength far superior to other practitioners of the same level was naturally due to her high skill proficiency. If it weren't for encountering Yi-Chen, given that woman some more time, she would likely have grown to an even higher level. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen could only shake his head. He could only blame her bad luck. As for Xueling's abilities, they were even more special. It is a power similar to infectious mutation, which spreads through blood, causing the injected target to gradually mutate towards the characteristics of a hybrid slave. However, this ability is somewhat useless, ultimately becoming a tool for Xuefeng to control her subordinates. But now, Xuefeng is dead. Within the Jinfeng Legion, there are still several hundred female members who have been injected with Xueling's blood. As the source of infection, Xueling can easily take control of the Jinfeng Legion. As for whether Xueling would betray him, Yi-Chen was not very worried. If Xueling did not betray him, that would naturally be a good thing. If she did not keep her promise, Yi-Chen would make the Jinfeng Legion disappear from this world. He did not think of himself as tyrannical or brutal. As long as it was a threat to him, he would kill on the spot if he could. If he couldn't kill them immediately, he would finish them off as soon as he had the ability to do so. He would never leave any opportunity for the other party to resist. This was a conclusion he had long established after understanding the situation in this world after his transmigration. Retrieving his thoughts, Yi-Chen simply made something to eat. At the same time, he opened his phone and logged into the professional forum. Yi-Chen wanted to search for information about the Red Moon certificate. That thing had autonomously entered his body, which made Yi-Chen somewhat worried. Unfortunately, after a round of searching, he found not a single useful piece of information. This made Yi-Chen even more alert. With a light sigh, Yi-Chen then glanced at the trending information. ##a prodigy appears, breaking the record for newcomers in the secret realm. #Night Shadow. A name destined to be recorded in history. #after 70 years, another unclaimed secret realm has been conquered. Who exactly is the newcomer Night Shadow? #Night Shadow, a newcomer with the potential to go further. Unsurprisingly, almost all of it was related to him. Most were speculating about his identity. At the same time, there were also many messages trying to recruit him, coming from various families and forces. What surprised Yi Chen was that among them was actually the Bai family. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He was quite curious about what expression the Bai family would have when they realized that the person they wanted to recruit was someone they had once looked down upon like garbage. However, Yi Chen certainly would not expose his identity in the real world for a moment of pleasure. The real world does not have various protections for low-level professionals. Until he had enough strength, he would never reveal his identity. At that moment, a message caught Yi Chen's interest. ## a detailed discussion on the talents of the newcomer King Knight Shadow and the true reason behind the massive purchase of skill stones. Yi Chen clicked in to take a look. He was somewhat surprised. The person who wrote this message analyzed Yi Chen's earlier actions of sweeping skill stones. They speculated that Knight Shadow's frequent purchases of skill stones might not be for the purpose of synthesizing high-level skill stones as the world guessed. The reason was that although high-level skill stones are powerful, their usage conditions and mana costs are not something a newcomer can sustain. Moreover, Knight Shadow not only achieved an SSS rating in the newcomer's secret realm but also conquered the plague hidden forest. Clearly, this series of feats could not be accomplished with just a few skills. Subsequently, the author of this content proposed a hypothesis he deemed reasonable. Knight Shadow's talent should be an extraordinary enhancement to skills. Furthermore, it must be an SSS-level talent never seen in the history of the Eternal Life world. His argument quickly gained support from many people. Some even began to fabricate various effects of Yi Chen's talents based on his reasoning. In response, Yi Chen shook his head. Although this answer was not correct, it was somewhat close. Indeed, one should not underestimate the world. However, even if these people's insight was strong, they probably couldn't imagine that their talent was not SSS level, but rather a divine level existence. Thus, Yi Chen checked a lot of information about the Eternal Life world. However, most of it was like the news broadcast, not particularly relevant to him. So, he closed the forum. At that moment, he suddenly saw several messages on his phone. He had been busy checking the news and hadn't noticed them for a while. When he opened them, he found they were from the chubby guy, Chu Xiaofeng. Moreover, they were sent before he returned to the real world. Yezi, are you out yet? Yezi, what profession did you choose? Your fat brother chose the thief, and I'm already level 15. Reply quickly after seeing this, so I can keep an eye out for some equipment and skill stones for you. Yezi, did you see the previous world announcement? That big shot called Knight Shadow is too fierce, first breaking the Novice Secret Realm record, then conquering the Miasma Hidden Forest that no one has stepped into for decades. Damn! I declare him my idol from now on. Damn, you little brat only have F-level talent, aren't you afraid of dying in there if you don't hurry out? Your uncle, why haven't you replied for so long? Are you playing too hard in there? And too tired to sleep? Damn! You really can sleep. My dad has already called me back to level up, so I won't talk to you for now. My ID in there is Elegant Assassin. Remember to contact me when you log in, and I'll take you to grind monsters. Chu Xiaofeng left more than 10 messages filled with concern, bringing a smile to Yi Chen's face. He felt a bit touched. Seeing Chu Xiaofeng's endless admiration for that Knight Shadow also made Yi Chen chuckle. In this world, perhaps only this chubby guy, who had played with him since childhood, treated him sincerely. Even knowing that he awakened an F-level talent, he had never shown any disdain. Yi Chen set his phone aside. Then he lay down on the bed to rest. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with thoughts about the Red Moon's proof. What exactly was this Red Moon? Although the effect of his divine level talent was enhanced because of it, facing the unknown always made one feel a bit uneasy. Suddenly, a faint sound rang out. Ding! Do you wish to enter the Red Moon? Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes and turned over. An illusion? However, the next moment, the same prompt sounded. Again. Ding! Do you wish to enter the Red Moon? At that moment, Yi Chen was completely sure he hadn't misheard. To enter? Or not to enter? He hesitated in his heart. But soon, he recalled that this thing had been on Xuefeng before, and she hadn't encountered any issues. With Yi Chen's strength far surpassing Xuefeng's, it shouldn't be a dangerous place. Moreover, the Eternal Life world was vast. So vast that even after 100 years, there were still many unexplored unknown areas and many mysterious unknowns. Perhaps, this Red Moon was an opportunity. Otherwise, as a half-blood slave, Xuefeng's displayed strength was almost completely mismatched with her identity and status. This could be seen from her sister, Xue Ling understanding the key. Yi Chen no longer hesitated and decisively said, yes. The next moment, his vision suddenly blurred. He found himself entering a strange space. When Yi Chen's vision returned, he found himself in an unknown, mysterious space. In the next moment, he saw a somewhat eerie red moon hanging above him. All around, there was only emptiness, with no end in sight. At the same time, Yi Chen noticed that a pitch-black mask had appeared on his face, covering half of it. He cautiously touched it. Buzz! The mask suddenly emitted a peculiar ghostly light. Immediately after, the red moon above cast a soft red glow down upon Yi Chen. Before he could figure out what was happening, a line of text suddenly appeared in his view. Welcome to the Red Moon Trial Tower. Current profession detected, Mage. You can choose one of the following advanced professions, complete the corresponding tasks, and gain a profession upgrade. Martial Mage, a profession that cultivates both body and spirit simultaneously, allowing all offensive means to carry magical damage. Dragon Language Mage. Known for the language of the Dragon Clan, which naturally provides a significant boost to magical power. Mastering the Dragon Language can greatly enhance your spell power, provided you can slay a dragon. Fusion Mage. This is a profession without any restrictions, allowing you to freely merge two or more skills to create new and powerful skills, while still retaining the original skills. However, the freedom to do so requires having a sufficient number of skills and the ability to master them. You have 60 seconds to choose. Please decide quickly. Seeing the sudden appearance of the text, Yi Chen was stunned, then immediately filled with joy. He hadn't expected that after defeating the Snow Phoenix, he would unexpectedly obtain an item for a hidden class transfer. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Chen began to calmly review the introductions of the three professions. The first, the Martial Mage, was clearly a profession that combined physical and magical abilities. It could effectively compensate for the fragile nature of a mage while providing some ranged damage options compared to melee physical classes. It sought a balance between melee support and magic professions. Although it mitigated some weaknesses of both, it also diminished their strengths. Still, it was a very good hidden profession. If it weren't for the introductions of the latter two professions, Yi Chen would likely have chosen to become a martial mage. The next hidden profession, the Dragon Language Mage, was one that Yi Chen didn't even need to read the introduction to understand its power. The dragons of the Eternal Life world have always represented the strongest species in magic. They are naturally proficient in various magical skills, and even adult dragons can unleash various forbidden spells that are difficult for humans to control. To be honest, Yi Chen was quite tempted. However, in the nearly 100 years of the Eternal Life world, humans have encountered dragons only a handful of times. Initially, human practitioners learned about the legends of dragons only from NPCs. Thus, if the subsequent class transfer task required him to find a dragon, the difficulty would undoubtedly be quite high. If the Dragon Clan had already gone extinct, he would have wasted an opportunity for a hidden class transfer. Of course, the main reason for giving up the Dragon Language Mage was the third profession, Fusion Mage. From the profession's introduction, it was undoubtedly the most suitable for Yi Chen. The premise of skill fusion is that you must have skills that can be fused. This might seem a bit redundant for most practitioners. After skill fusion, the original skills would still exist. This, in turn, would occupy a significant number of skill slots. And a normal person's skill slots are limited. But for Yi Chen, this was completely not something to consider. Even with the infinite skill bar, he could unleash the greatest potential of the Fusion Mage. This profession was simply tailor-made for Yi Chen. As for the corresponding job transfer task, whether it was difficult or not, Yi Chen thought it probably wouldn't be harder than that of a Dragon Mage. After some analysis, Yi Chen quickly made his decision. I choose Fusion Mage. Ding! You have chosen Fusion Mage. The task is being generated. Task generation complete. Task Phase 1, the challenge of the Fusion Mage. Challenge the Mage Mirror with fusion power. Defeating it will grant you the Fusion Rune, which is the core item to become a Fusion Mage. Note, if killed by the mirror, the challenge fails, the task is cancelled, and cannot be accepted again. As the text appeared, the void of darkness suddenly vanished. In its place was a dense forest. Before Yi Chen could react, a figure gradually formed 100 meters in front of him. Yi Chen looked up and was instantly stunned. The figure that suddenly appeared looked exactly like him. Both wore the same mysterious mask. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chen noticed that detailed data about the mirror was displayed above its head. It was exactly the same as him, even the skills were identical. Was he challenging a mirror? But hadn't he not yet become a Fusion Mage? However, Yi Chen's doubts did not last long. After the mirror appeared, without any nonsense, it raised its hand and cast a spell. Yi Chen's eyes widened. The mirror was using the fireball spell he was most familiar with. The same move, the same 25
consecutive shots. However, the color and appearance of this fireball seemed to differ slightly from his. But Yi Chen had no time to think. Seeing the opponent attack, he immediately retaliated with his own fireball spell. The identical skills collided in mid-air, instantly erupting with a thunderous roar. The next moment, Yi Chen, who thought he was invincible, suddenly changed his expression. He activated his speed and barely dodged just as the fireball was about to reach him. After the strike, Yi Chen looked at the scene before him in astonishment. Clearly, it was the same skill, yet his fireball could not withstand the opponent's. It was known that the opponent's attributes were on par with his own. How could he possibly lose? How could this happen? Unfortunately, the mirror had no thoughts and could not answer his confusion. Next, Yi Chen and his mirror self entered in infinite exchange mode. After several exchanges, Yi Chen discovered that his fireball spell was simply no match for the opponent's fireball spell. This left Yi Chen extremely frustrated, as he could not figure out why. Fortunately, the mirror ultimately lacked the ability to think, and its mechanical combat style was quickly deciphered by Yi Chen. Thus, he did not lose any health. After another exchange of fireballs, Yi Chen created some distance between them. Through several rounds of observation, Yi Chen had completely calmed down. At the same time, he finally noticed the difference in the mirror's fireball spell. That is, although the mirror's fireball spell was also a series of 25 shots, unlike Yi Chen's, which dealt equal damage, the damage of the mirror's fireball seemed to increase with each successive shot. It was as if these 25 fireballs were one entity, which is why their power gradually strengthened. Realizing this, Yi Chen suddenly understood. Is this the power of fusion? A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. This fusion mage was even more powerful than he had imagined. No matter what, he had to become a fusion mage. With this thought, his expression became serious. Next, Yi Chen dealt with the mirror's attacks while constantly observing his surroundings. He believed that since it was a mission, there was nothing that couldn't be accomplished. Not being able to complete it was merely an excuse for the weak. Since the mirror's attributes and skills were identical to his own, and even its skill power surpassed his, continuing to clash head-on was clearly an unwise choice. But what other methods were there? Yi Chen's mind raced with thoughts. However, the mirror continued its relentless assault on him. From its stance, it seemed unwilling to give Yi Chen any chance to catch his breath. Soon, the battle had lasted nearly half an hour. The mirror had a slight advantage in skills, but its mechanical movements were a drawback. The combination of these factors allowed Yi Chen to barely hold his ground. Yi Chen was well aware of his condition. If he simply relied on fireball, given his mana recovery speed, this battle could drag on until nightfall without a clear victor. Moreover, the mirror was not human. Despite its mechanical movements, it would not tire. In contrast, after half an hour of fighting, Yi Chen had begun to sweat lightly on his forehead. At that moment, he somewhat understood the opponents he had faced before. This feeling of helplessness, with no hope in sight, was truly frustrating. Yi Chen didn't know what to say about it. After all, this was all brought upon himself. Thinking of this made Yi Chen both amused and exasperated. An hour later, neither side had gained the upper hand. An hour and a half later, Yi Chen's stamina and spirit had both declined, and finally, during a dodge, he made a mistake. The mirror's fireball struck him directly. The searing flames instantly scorched his skin bright red. However, that was not the worst part. On the status bar, the damned poison mark caused his health to plummet rapidly. If he hadn't stacked over 5,000 poison resistance earlier, he would have been on the brink of death in the next moment. After this unexpected turn, Yi Chen became even more cautious. Thus, more time passed. Although Yi Chen's mana was still abundant, his condition began to deteriorate. In contrast, the mirror remained vibrant and expressionless. Yi Chen watched this and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why was there such a huge gap, even though they were the same? After cursing, Yi Chen prepared to launch another attack. However, just as he raised his arm, it suddenly froze. In the next moment, Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on the handsome face that looked exactly like his own. A wild thought suddenly flashed through his mind. So, taking advantage of the mirror's moment of inaction, Yi Chen asked, "Why do we have to fight each other?" As his voice rang out, the mirror's arm, which had been raised, suddenly paused. "I am you, and you are me, but I am stronger than you. Why should I only be a mirror image while you possess flesh and blood?" Seeing the mirror speak, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy instead of surprise. "You are unwilling? If it were you, would you be willing?" the mirror retorted. Yi Chen nodded. "But if we keep fighting, although you have a certain advantage, that advantage isn't absolute. Why not just call it quits?" The mirror coldly replied, "Do you want to give up the challenge?" Yi Chen shook his head. I'm just saying that we don't need to fight each other, not that I want to give up the challenge. I will not give up on merging with the mage. Not fight? How can you defeat me without fighting? How can you complete the challenge? The mirror said coldly. Yi Chen suddenly laughed. You are a part of me, I cannot escape. Continuing to fight clearly has no meaning, so. The mirror stared intently at Yi Chen. So what? Yi Chen articulated each word carefully. So, we should merge as one. As these words spread, the originally expressionless mirror suddenly burst into laughter. Immediately after, a dazzling light was released above Yi Chen and the mirror. In an instant, the once eerie forest seemed to be bathed in warm sunlight. Then, Yi Chen saw the mirror's body begin to turn transparent. Ha ha ha. You have won. Congratulations, you have understood the true meaning of fusion. As the words fell, the transparent figure of the mirror transformed into a beam of light. It then rushed towards Yi Chen. Witnessing this magical scene, Yi Chen did not resist. With a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, he opened his arms and allowed the beam of light to enter his body. Boom! The entire forest suddenly surged, countless beams of light cascading down, enveloping Yi Chen completely. The rustling of leaves intertwined with the gentle light, as if a mysterious fusion ceremony was taking place. After a moment, the scene before him shifted again. Yi Chen looked and found himself back in the initial void space. At this moment, a line of text reappeared in front of him. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained the recognition of the fusion rune, stage 1 task completed. Ding! You have successfully refined the fusion rune, grasped the commonality of skills, and comprehended the skill, Eye of the Law. Eye of the Law, you can see through the characteristics of any skill. Targets hit by your skill will be marked with a layer of dispelling effect, increasing the mana cost of their next skill use by 10%. Yi Chen's expression brightened. It turned out that as long as he completed the stage task, he could receive a reward. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly remembered. Previously, during the battle with Shui Feng, the opponent had unleashed a barrage of arrows. The power was far beyond what a level 90 professional should possess. Just look at the members of the Golden Phoenix Legion around at that time. Upon seeing Shui Feng make a move, they all seemed to be on a high. It seemed she must have also completed a stage task in the red moon space. He just wondered if she had obtained a hidden profession. Suddenly, Yi Chen shook his head and chuckled. The person was already dead. What was the use of guessing? However, it could be considered luck. If he had really fought to the end with his mirror, the one who would likely lose would have been himself. Fortunately, he realized it in time. The true purpose of this stage 1 challenge task was not to defeat his mirror but to comprehend the essence of fusion through it. To be precise, that mirror was actually transformed from the fusion rune. As long as he fused with it, he would meet the core condition to become a fusion mage. Of course, at first, Yi Chen was not very certain. So he was also taking a gamble. Fortunately, he had bet right. It must be said that this hidden professions transfer task was indeed perverse. At this moment, the text in front of him changed. After reading it, Yi Chen realized he had spoken too soon. Ding! You have completed task stage 1, generating task stage 2. Ding! Task generation complete. Task stage 2, collection of elemental essence. To fuse different powers, please collect the essence of at least 3 elements. Hint, the essence of elements only exists in life forms formed from the purest elemental energy. Yi Chen frowned tightly. He had originally thought that stage 2's task would be completed in the red moon space. He did not expect it to require him to collect elemental essence. According to the explanation in the text, Yi Chen quickly thought of suitable targets that met the conditions. However, these targets are scattered all over the eternal life world. Not to mention whether he can defeat them, just the journey alone would take quite a bit of time. Moreover, there are a few targets that can only be encountered in high-level areas. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt somewhat helpless. He had thought he could complete the task quickly and change his class to a fusion mage. It seems that it would take quite a bit of effort now. After waiting for a while and seeing that the text in front of him no longer changed, Yi Chen realized that it was meaningless to stay any longer, so he exited the red moon space as prompted. Back in the real world, Yi Chen felt a bit dazed. He glanced at the time and found that less than 10 minutes had passed in reality. A hint of contemplation flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. First, it enhanced his talent effects, and then provided a method for class changing to a hidden profession. Such a mysterious and powerful item had never been mentioned by anyone. How could this not make him curious? Perhaps, after he becomes a fusion mage, he would be able to obtain some information about the origins of the Red Moon certificate. The urgent matter now was to rest well and strive to return to the eternal life world as soon as possible.
Not to mention anything else, completing the second phase of the class change task earlier would allow him to become a fusion
Mage sooner.
The previous text missed 2 chapters and has been revised. If you haven't read this part before, I apologize for the changes.
Meanwhile, in the same Cloud City, in an ancient and luxurious villa,
Bai Shanha, the head of the Bai family, looked at Bai Xiao, who was sitting across from him, dressed in designer clothes and elegantly savoring a specially prepared nutritious meal by the servants. He smiled slightly. Xiao, your performance on the first day is quite impressive. You are already level 28, this speed even surprises me. At this rate, your class change time won't be inferior to that of the Xiao family member.
My Bai family has finally produced a dragon. Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao put down her utensils and shook her head, saying, Brother Zhao took a total of 1 half days to complete his class change task, so I'm afraid I won't be able to match that speed.
Bai Shanha, hearing this, said somewhat
helplessly, after all, Zhao is from the Xiao family. The nutritious meal he used is a limited edition specially supplied by the Alliance, with a recovery speed 3 times that of ordinary people, while my Bai family uses a second-tier version, which only has double the effect. That's why he could complete his advancements so quickly. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao glanced at the meticulously prepared nutritious meal in front of her and suddenly found it tasteless. The nutritious meal is a special food that can accelerate the recovery speed
of professionals.
However, even with money, one might not necessarily be able to buy it, as it is distributed uniformly by the Alliance. As one of the 8 major families of the Alliance, the Xiao family naturally has the highest grade special supply.
The Bai family, being a
second-tier family, can only obtain nutritious meals that reduce Bai Xiao's original 8-hour rest time to 4 hours. This meant she wasted 2 more hours compared to Zhao, which made her feel quite dissatisfied. Seeing that Bai Xiao seemed a bit dejected, Bai Shanha couldn't help but comfort her. There's no need to worry too much.
Once you grow up, my Bai family will be able to step into the first-tier
forces, and by then, the treatment we receive from the Alliance will not be inferior to that of the Xiao family.
Bai Xiao nodded in
understanding and then lowered her head to silently eat the remaining nutritious meal.
At this moment, even Bai Shanha did not notice that
Bai Xiao, with her head lowered, had a hint of coldness in her eyes. Ever since Bai Shanha had asked her to win over that night shadow, she knew she was always a side branch of the Bai family. Although Bai Shanha was investing heavily in her training now, she was very clear that he only wanted to cultivate her into a thug for the Bai family. Once the time was right, Bai Shanha would definitely make her sign that binding contract. At that time, she would have to obey the Bai family for the rest of her life. But no matter how strong a thug is, they will always be looked down upon. Just like the group of Ho Yong who had been by her side before. Over the past 18 years, Bai Xiao had enough of living in a lowly position. However, to change this fate, she still needed to rely on the power of the Bai family. Therefore, her attitude towards Bai Shanha remained as humble and submissive as ever. At the same time, she already had a plan in her heart. Her first step was to become the strongest newcomer and then approach Zhao of the Xiao family with that stance. Both were prodigies, sharing the same SSS level talent. She was confident that with her stunning beauty, she would surely win Zhao's favor. In that case, Bai Shanha would never dare to make her sign that contract. Now, all she had to do was complete her first promotion as quickly as possible. She believed that with her current leveling speed, no one could surpass her this year. Perhaps that Night Shadow could. But the task token of the Harbinger of Calamity had already been claimed by her. The time spent on other leveling tasks would far exceed that of the Harbinger of Calamity. She was sure of victory. Time passed quickly. With the increase in levels and attributes, Yi Chen's recovery speed was much faster than he had anticipated. In just over 2 hours, his mental state had returned to its peak. Glancing at the time, Yi Chen murmured, "Fatty, just wait, I'll take you flying in the future." Then, he silently chanted in his heart. In the next moment, his figure reappeared in the eternal life world. Coincidentally, at the moment he appeared, the Harbinger of Calamity also refreshed. Yi Chen raised his hand and cast a fireball spell. 2 seconds later, he obtained another Evil Devour skill stone. At the same time, he was only a few thousand experience points away from leveling up. Crushing the skill stone, he then noticed Xueling's figure appearing in his line of sight. It seemed she had been waiting here for quite some time. Soon, Xueling approached him, respectfully handing over a large bag. "My lord, this is the remaining eternal life coins in the Legion, totaling 378,423. Yi Chen took it and asked in confusion, "Is that all?" Xueling hurriedly explained, "My lord, you may not know, but all the income of the Golden Phoenix Legion comes from the Harbinger of Calamity. In previous years, Shuefeng only kept 5% as operational funds for the Legion, and the rest has long been submitted to the forces supporting us behind the scenes, leaving no money left. This 30-some thousand is mainly because the by-family pre-booked a whole day of the Harbinger of Calamity, and the other newcomers have not yet reached level 30, so they haven't generated any income.
Yi Chen nodded and then smiled. The Bai family really is wealthy, but I like it.
Xueling asked, then my lord, do we still need to fulfill the
task for the Bai family?
Yi Chen shot her a sideways glance.
The task was accepted by Xuefeng. What does it have to do with me? Understood.
Xueling replied without hesitation.
Yi Chen was very satisfied with Xueling's attitude.
It seemed this woman had no intention of
betraying him.
Having a subordinate who could be commanded felt quite good.
At that moment, Xueling took out 8 identical skill stones and handed them to Yi Chen. My lord, these are the Evil Devour skill stones you need. The drop rate for these skill stones is incredibly
low, and with the ones sold previously, there are only these 8 left in the Legion. Yi Chen took them and glanced over, not saying much. He understood that although Xueling and her group had been dealing with the Harbinger of Calamity for years, their drop rates were far
inferior to his.
Naturally, they couldn't guarantee that every boss kill would drop an Evil Devour skill stone. So he wasn't too disappointed. However, after thinking for a moment, Yi Chen still said, you go help me ask the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions how many Evil Devouring skill stones they have left. I want them all. As for the price, just say that after today, I won't interfere with the Harbingers of Calamity anymore, everything will go back to normal. Anyway, they all mistakenly believe I'm a master from a high-level area, I trust
they will agree.
Xueling nodded to show she understood, then turned to leave.
Until Xueling walked far away, Yi Chen finally took out the
8 evil devouring skill stones he had just obtained. He originally planned to stay here for a few days to farm more evil devouring skill stones. But with Xueling's allegiance, that plan was naturally no longer needed. Plus, with the 3 he had already learned, he now had learned
11 evil devouring skills.
The health recovery from a hit had directly reached 550 points.
A single fireball spell brought him a health recovery of 13,750 points.
Given his current health of 100,000, under full output, he could completely recover to full health in just 4 seconds. At the same time, combined with the second effect of the Plague Source Ring, his survivability was simply outrageous.
However, considering
the previous battle with Xuefeng, he still decided to stack a few more evil devouring skills to maximize his survivability.
But he could only farm 2 or 3 more times at most.
After that, he would just wait for Xueling to provide them.
After learning the skills, Yi Chen chuckled lightly and opened the trading post.
Now that he had money, his target naturally wouldn't be locked on the cheapest skill stones
anymore.
At that moment, he felt that those who wanted to block him earlier were simply ridiculous. However, after browsing the trading post, Yi Chen also discovered that with those guys frantically sweeping up low-price skill stones, it had affected the overall market. Originally worthless junk skill stones that were only worth a couple of hundred eternal coins now, once listed, had their prices skyrocketed
to nearly 1,000 eternal coins.
They had increased tenfold. Although Yi Chen had unexpectedly gained a fortune and had a golden phoenix in his team for gold farming, which would continuously bring eternal coins into his pocket, it still pained him a bit, as he had always valued frugality. After cursing a few times, he ultimately had to accept reality. After all, even if those people hadn't acted, the price increase was just a matter of time. Then, Yi Chen began to search. With the first promotion, the experience points required for each level up were now several times, even 10 times, more than before. This made Yi Chen, who was used to rapid leveling, somewhat unable to adapt.
At the same
time, to complete the Mage Fusion job transfer task as soon as possible, leveling up was also very important. Therefore, the first thing
he needed to find was experience boosting skills.
However, the ordinary level experience boosting skills had already been bought out in the previous sweep. So Yi Chen could only consider high-level skill stones. However, the prices of high-level skill stones were generally dozens of times that of ordinary skill stones. According to the previous market price, they were probably between 2,000 to 5,000
eternal coins.
But when Yi Chen took a glance, he found that the cheapest high-level experience boosting skill stone was already 5,000
eternal coins.
Yi Chen cursed the unscrupulous merchants. He then directly spent 50,000 eternal coins to buy 10 experience boosting
skill stones.
After calculating, these 10 skill stones could provide Yi Chen with a 400% additional experience boost.
Adding the previous
ones, Yi Chen's experience gain value was now directly 8 times that of an ordinary person.
That was enough. Next, he found 8 skill stones related to loot drop rates, spending a total of 40,000 eternal coins. The loot drop rate increased by another 180%, accumulating an additional loot drop rate increase of 400%, which was 5 times that of a normal person. Here, it must be mentioned that although high-level skill stones were much more expensive than ordinary skill stones, but the effect is certainly not comparable to ordinary skill stones. The functional enhancement is complete. Next up is Fireball. Yi Chen's luck was quite good. In less than a day, 5 Fireball skill stones appeared on the exchange. Perhaps someone leaked that Yi Chen had purchased a large number of Fireball stones, causing the price to skyrocket to an outrageous 10,000 eternal coins. However, Yi Chen still spent 50,000 eternal coins without hesitation to buy all 5 Fireball stones. Although this would cause the price of Fireball stones to continue to soar, Yi Chen had no choice but to accept it, as Fireball skill stones are considered a rare commodity in the market. Nevertheless, the boost from these 50,000 was still tremendous. Now, Yi Chen's Fireball had reached 30 projectiles. The damage per projectile, boosted by his level and the intelligence bonus from the skill stones, had reached 1218 points. The total damage had even reached 36,554 points, nearly 10,000 more than before he advanced to the first transition. After learning Fireball, Yi Chen also tried searching for the skill Venomous Assault. As expected, there was no such skill. It seemed that this thing could only drop in the Miasma Hidden Forest. However, opening the Miasma Hidden Forest secret realm would consume a large amount of resources. Compared to the slight increase in damage, it was indeed not worth it. Yi Chen had to give up. After all, at this stage, the damage from Venomous Assault was already sufficient. Glancing at the remaining 250,000 eternal coins, Yi Chen recalled his battle with Xue Feng, which made him realize his shortcomings in defense. Thus, he began searching for defensive skill stones. Soon, a row of defensive skill stones appeared in his view. Iron Wall, advanced increases physical defense by 30 points, price 4,000 eternal coins. Steadfast Will, advanced increases physical defense by 33 points, price 3,500 eternal coins. Magic Barrier, advanced increases all elemental resistances by 10 points, price 3,500 eternal coins. In the Eternal World, whether it is physical defense or magical resistance, these types of defensive attributes do not appear on a practitioner's panel. They are considered hidden attributes. However, based on human research and calculations over the past century, a rough estimate of the defensive capabilities of practitioners at various stages has been made. For instance, at Yi Chen's current level, most people's physical defense hovers around 300 points. Therefore, even though these are advanced passive defensive skills, their effects are indeed remarkable. I can only use them as trash. Of course, Yi Chen also took a moment to glance. There were indeed some rare and epic level defensive skills available on the exchange that he could learn at his current level. One could increase defense by several hundred points. Among them, the most expensive epic level defensive skill stone could increase physical defense by over 1,000 points. It was at least 4 to 5 times more effective. But the price was also quite steep, with each costing over 1 million or even several million. It seemed outrageously expensive, yet there were still practitioners willing to buy them. After all, in the Eternal World, while there appear to be many powerful factions, they are nothing in the grand scheme of billions of practitioners. Most practitioners come from very ordinary backgrounds. And without resource support, their leveling speed is extremely slow. In fact, many people often get stuck at a certain stage for months or even years due to insufficient equipment. This is quite common. To break through, powerful equipment and high-tier skill stones are the only two options. And compared to equipment, the price of skill stones for the same enhancement is clearly more affordable. In order to break through, many are willing to sacrifice their precious skill slots to purchase skill stones that can provide the greatest enhancement at this stage. This is the gap between ordinary people and those with power. Seeing the exorbitant prices of the skill stones, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel grateful. Once again. Fortunately, he had awakened the super divine talent of the infinite skill bar. Otherwise, with his orphan background, even if he awakened other powerful talents, it would be quite difficult to become strong without the support of resources. Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Chen directly bought 67 defensive skill stones in one go. After the purchase, his eternal coins were once again reduced to 0. Seeing this, Yi Chen could only sigh helplessly. This money really doesn't last long. I should find a way to sell the divine forging stones as soon as possible. After saying that, Yi Chen crushed the 67 skill stones one by one. He then glanced at the panel statistics. Current skill learning enhancement effects. Each kill of a monster grants an additional 120 experience points. Experience points gained are increased by an additional 700%. Drop rate increased by 400%. Spell penetration increased by 18%.
Mana recovery increased by an average of 11
points/second. Poison resistance increased by 3745. Poison resistance increased by 40%. Skill attack range increased by 200 yards. Physical defense increased by 1085 points. All elemental resistances increased by 332 points. Looking at his skill enhancements, Yi-Chin was quite satisfied.
Especially the increase of 1085 points in physical defense, which was already more significant than the
enhancement from a single epic skill stone.
Yet the price was less than 1/10 of an epic skill stone with equivalent effects.
The same goes for elemental resistance.
Up to this moment, Yi-Chin had learned a total of 596 skills. Besides the effects provided above, the enhancement from his talent also granted him an additional 1192 points of intelligence, several times more than his original intelligence.
At the same time,
his maximum health had skyrocketed again, reaching 120,890 points. After a rough estimate, if he were to face Xue Feng again in his current state, he wouldn't have to worry about his life being threatened.
However, while Yi-Chin was satisfied, the next moment he noticed that his shopping
spree had once again attracted countless people's attention in no time. At that moment, the chat channel was flooded with discussions about Yi-Chen's purchase of skill stones. Latest news, the Night Shadow boss is crazily buying skill stones again.
Just now, the 3 high-level experience skill stones my friend and I put on the exchange were all bought by the Night Shadow boss. Not just the experience ones, I also had
a few high-level skill stones that increase drop rates, and they were bought by the Night Shadow boss.
Is that true?
If he was buying those low-price trash skill stones before, it could be explained by synthesis, but now he's buying so many high-level skill stones, what's he doing
with them?
Of course, he's synthesizing higher quality skill stones, that goes without saying.
Wow! That's too extravagant. Synthesizing a
high-level skill stone costs about 10,000 eternal coins, and the probability of synthesizing a higher quality skill stone is less than 1/10.
That doesn't add up. Who knows? But just now during my break, I saw someone analyzing the Night Shadow boss's talent on the professional forum, and it doesn't seem to enhance synthesis probability.
I'm really curious what kind of talent allows the Night Shadow boss to be so
impressive?
Being curious won't help. If I had such a heaven-defying talent, I would never reveal it to anyone.
That's true, but speaking of
which, it seems that the Night Shadow isn't from any particular faction, he appears to be a commoner like us.
Where did he get so much money to? By those high-level skill stones? Maybe he has already been recruited by a major power? Hiss. Which faction is that? They move so quickly. In the chat channel, various discussions and speculations were flying around.
However, at this moment in Suiwei City, which belongs to the Xiao family, the third elder Xiao Mo appeared somewhat silent upon seeing the discussions about Night Shadow in the chat channel.
Beside him, the commander of the Longyuan Legion, Zhao Changlin, also noticed this news. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Changlin finally spoke.
Elder, it seems that Night Shadow's growth is somewhat beyond our expectations.
Zhao Mo nodded in response.
Compared to others, as a core member of the Xiao family, Zhao Mo was naturally aware that, as of now, not to mention recruiting, none of their factions had even managed to
contact Night Shadow.
Therefore, the fact that Night Shadow could suddenly produce so many eternal coins to purchase skill stones indirectly indicated that his growth rate was extremely fast. Zhao Mo even had a vague feeling that Night Shadow's growth speed had already surpassed that of Xiao Hao within the clan. If it were just that, Zhao Mo wouldn't feel too concerned. But the other party very likely already knew about the situation in the Miasma hidden forest. This made Zhao Mo somewhat restless.
After thinking for a moment, Zhao Mo said, "Have we received any news from the people we sent out?"
Zhao Changlin nodded and then bitterly said, "I just received news that the group that went there can no longer
enter the secret realm of the Miasma hidden forest through special means." Zhao Mo frowned. "Regardless, the urgent task now is to find out about this Night Shadow." Zhao Changlin replied, "I understand, Elder." As he spoke, he was about to leave. However, at that moment, it was still
the subordinate who had brought the news earlier.
"Third Elder, Commander, not good.
Something happened in Haisha City. The commander of the Jinfeng Legion, Xiafeng, was killed by a master."
This time, not only Zhao Changlin but even Zhao Mo stood up abruptly. 2 hours later, in Haisha City, a dozen or so practitioners, dressed in uniform attire and looking unfamiliar, appeared in the city without any warning. There were a total of 16 people, each with a stern expression, moving hurriedly. As they passed by, a pedestrian who encountered them initially didn't pay much attention. However, when his gaze swept over the emblem tattooed on the chests of this group, his expression changed instantly, and he
hurriedly pulled his friend, who was still curiously observing, to the side. The friend was puzzled.
What's wrong? They look just average, why? Do you look like you've seen a ghost? The pedestrian replied irritably, did you not see the emblem on their chests? Those are people from Long Yuan. Long Yuan?
The friend instinctively repeated, then his eyes widened in shock. Holy crap!
The Long Yuan Legion of the Xiao family?
Before he could finish his sentence, several cold gazes immediately focused on him. Seeing this, his companion decisively ran back 10 meters, leaving the man, whose face had turned green, trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, this group of people did not focus their attention on him and quickly left after retracting their gazes. Until the shadows of this group completely disappeared, the pedestrian who had spoken earlier plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, his companion quietly returned to his side, reproachfully saying, "What were you shouting for? You almost scared me to death." The man on the ground glared at his companion.
You have the nerve to say that? You ran away just now. Didn't you say you would fight alongside me for a lifetime?
Pa! The premise of fighting side by side is to have a chance of winning. Those are from the Long Yuan Legion. If you provoke them, you're dead.
Should I just wait to die with you?
The person on the ground seemed to find some sense in that, and for a moment he was at a loss for words.
However, he quickly became curious and asked, by the way, what are the people from the Long Yuan Legion doing here? His companion shrugged, who knows? That's the Xiao family, one of the 8 great families of the Alliance. It's not something we ordinary folks can meddle in. And with this little interlude, news of the Long Yuan Legion's appearance in Haisha City spread like wildfire.
Soon, the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon legions, who had gathered to discuss matters regarding each N, also learned of this news.
Thunder Tiger paused for a moment, scratching his head in confusion. What are the Long Yuan people doing in the Heishui Gorge? Beside him, Mad Dragon's eyes flickered for a moment, then he said quietly, maybe it's because that guy killed Xiafeng? Thunder Tiger frowned and asked, do you really think Xiafeng is dead? Mad Dragon let out a cold laugh. At this point, are you still pretending to be an idiot in front of me?
Thunder Tiger, upon hearing this, was not angry. He simply replied, after all, that woman's strength is well known.
Not. Seeing her body always makes me feel like there's some conspiracy. If you're not afraid of death, why don't you go take a look? Thunder Tiger chuckled awkwardly.
Seeing this, Mad Dragon shook his head. Even Long Yuan is alarmed. The force behind the Gene Foam Legion is probably
them. Thunder Tiger nodded.
It seems I was right. No wonder my boss told me not to clash with Gene Foam.
It turns out it's because of the Xiao family.
After a pause, he suddenly remembered that he had just been extorted for several skill stones by that woman named Xue Ling, and he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Regretful that he had given them too early.
If that expert had offended the Long Yuan Xiao family, he probably wouldn't live long. Such a waste.
As for Mad Dragon beside him, he remained silent, but a hint of contemplation occasionally flickered in his
eyes. No one knew what he was thinking.
Meanwhile, aside from Thunder Tiger and Silver Dragon, many people in the regional chat channel were also discussing matters regarding the Long Yuan Legion. There was more than one novice area in the Eternal Life world.
But everyone knew that.
Although this novice area was nominally unclaimed land, it had long been marked with the Zhao family's label. Therefore, many were curious.
I heard the Long Yuan people went to Haisha City? What are they doing?
I don't know, but I heard someone saw it with their own eyes. This time, the person going is Zhao Wu, the head of Long Yuan in our area.
Hiss. Zhao Wu with A-level talent personally going? Is there some new discovery? Or did someone offend the Xiao family? Could it be to help the Xiao family's newcomers with their promotion tasks this year? After all, that's the spawn point for the Harbinger of Calamity. Now that you mention it, it reminds me of Xiao Hao from the year before last, but I haven't heard of any outstanding newcomers from the Xiao family in our area this year. It shouldn't be such a big deal, right? Who knows? It can't be to capture someone, right? In our area, even the other families among the 8 great families wouldn't dare to provoke the Xiao family. Easily. Heishui Gorge, the quiet pool.
Just as the boss was about to respawn, Xue Ling returned. She brought with her 14 evil devouring skill stones, gifted by Black Tiger and Mad Dragon.
Yi Chen, who was feeling bored, instantly became overjoyed. He directly took them and crushed them.
With this, his evil devouring stacked up to 25. The health restored with each attack also became 1250 points. Coupled with his fireball technique now stacked to 30, a single fireball could restore him 37,500 health points.
That was enough. Now he
didn't have to worry about whether to continue staying here. For a moment, Yi Chen was in high spirits.
Tell them they can continue hunting the
Harbingers of calamity, but any evil devouring skill stones they obtain must be sent to you. Xue Ling nodded in agreement beside him. Nowadays, the effects of evil devouring had stacked up. Yi Chen didn't need to continue monotonously guarding this place. However, just at that moment, the boss's respawn time had arrived. Watching the commotion coming from the abyssal pool, Yi Chen didn't hesitate and cast Fireball directly. 2 seconds later, the poor harbinger of calamity could only let out another unwilling roar before collapsing once more. Yi Chen's level also increased again, reaching level 36. He was not far from level 40. Beside him, Xue Ling, despite having witnessed Yi Chen's power before, was still deeply shocked by the commotion he caused at this moment. However, it wasn't just Xue Ling who was so shocked. At the moment Yi Chen created the disturbance, Xiao Wu and his group from the Longyuan Legion had just arrived outside the abyssal pool and happened to hear the noise. As the person in charge of the Longyuan Legion stationed in this novice area, Xiao Wu naturally understood that someone was hunting the boss. Before coming, he had already learned about the situation here through his subordinates. The death of Xue Feng was due to an unknown expert appearing to seize the boss. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. He was very curious to know who the audacious person was that dared to openly provoke in the Xiao family's controlled area. Instantly, he moved swiftly, arriving around the abyssal pool in the blink of an eye, just in time to see the boss fall. At the same time, he also saw the 2 people standing in front of the boss. Xiao Wu's expression changed slightly. 2 people hunting the boss? In Xiao Wu's understanding, even their own Xiao Hao, who possessed SSS-level talent, wouldn't be able to do that, right? Meanwhile, Yi Chen, who had just picked up the skill stone dropped by the boss, turned around upon hearing the commotion. Looking at the young face in front of him, Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned. A newcomer? This was the first thought that popped into his mind. But in an instant, he was amused by his own judgment. He was aware of Xue Ling's presence, after all. As the person in charge of this area, he naturally knew the situation around Xue Feng well. With Xue Ling's combat ability, she wouldn't be able to deal with the harbinger of calamity at all. Therefore, the only explanation was that this young man had single-handedly killed the harbinger of calamity. Anyone capable of doing that must be an expert above the 6th transition. This could also explain why Xue Feng had encountered an accident. Xiao Wu was clear about Xue Feng's strength. It was impossible for a newcomer to handle her. His own young master, Xiao Hao, who possessed SSS-level talent, had just completed his first transition 2 years ago and had once sparred with Xue Feng. But due to the vast level difference, he ultimately lost. If even a prodigy like his young master couldn't defeat Xue Feng, he didn't believe anyone else could. If that were the case. Wait. Xiao Wu seemed to suddenly realize something. His previously calm expression abruptly turned astonished. He even exclaimed somewhat out of character, "You are Night Shadow?" Being the person in charge of a district was not a trivial role. At this moment, Xiao Wu recalled and suddenly remembered that among this year's newcomers, there indeed was an incredibly powerful newcomer. First, he achieved an SSS rating in the Novice Secret Realm. Then he conquered the level 20 unclaimed Secret Realm, the Plague Hidden Forest. The strength that Night Shadow had displayed had already subtly surpassed Xiao Hao from 2 years ago. Just a moment ago, he was still pondering that the value of the Harbinger of Calamity was not worth a 6th transition professional coming personally to hunt. But if the other party was that strongest newcomer, Night Shadow, then everything made sense. Clearly, the reason Night Shadow appeared here must be due to a job transfer quest. Seeing that the other party guessed his identity in an instant, Yi Chen felt quite helpless. Indeed, there aren't many fools in this world. However, Yi Chen was not surprised. This is the trouble that comes with fame. Who are you? At this moment, Xiao Wu's shock was beyond words. Yet, he did not immediately answer Yi Chen's question. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Did you kill Xue Feng?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly realized. It seemed that these people were the forces behind Xue Feng. He didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. It appeared that they were from the Xiao family of Longyuan. After all, Yi Chen knew that the 702 novice area had always been under the control of the Xiao family. Only the Longyuan Legion of the Xiao family could act so swiftly. Why won't you answer? Do you think you can just brush it off by not speaking? Listening to the unfriendly tone of the other party, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Although he could be considered invincible in this novice area, whether it was the Xiao family or the Qin family, they were all part of the top 8 families in the alliance. The only ones who could truly suppress these behemoths were a few within the alliance. Therefore, Yi Chen felt that unless necessary, there was no need to make enemies with them. After all, he had no deep-seated hatred with them. Right? Once enmity was established, it would inevitably lead to a lot of trouble in the future.
That was not what Yi Chen wanted. However, the newcomers were unaware of Yi Chen's thoughts. Instead, the members of Long Yuan behind Xiao Wu, upon hearing Xiao Wu call out Yi Chen's name, revealed expressions of shock on their previously expressionless faces. They quickly drew their weapons, ready for battle. Compared to the reactions of his subordinates, Xiao Wu's mind was racing. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Xiao family and naturally knew more. Xiao Wu understood that the Night Shadow before him likely held some information about the Xiao family. It was still unclear what the situation was. In the Miasma hidden forest, although the Xiao family was known for their caution and should not have left any traces, it was better to be safe than sorry. If these matters were known to outsiders, it would not be a good thing. And the Night Shadow before him was the only one who might know about it. With this in mind, Xiao Wu indeed came up with a plan. No matter what, he had to subdue the other party first. As for how to handle the aftermath, that would be up to the elders of the family to decide. In a flash, Xiao Wu made what he believed to be the right choice. Thus, Xiao Wu also drew his weapon and shouted coldly, "Attack!" However, before his words could finish, someone acted even faster. Almost as soon as Xiao Wu moved, 30 fireballs appeared out of thin air. The next moment, they directly struck Xiao Wu, who had not yet had time to react. Although Xiao Wu was already on guard, the distance was too close. All the fireballs smashed into him. At this point, Yi Chen's skill damage had undergone a tremendous change compared to when he fought Xue Feng. First, there was the doubled effect from the Red Moon's proof. He had just learned over 100 skills. His intelligence had already reached a terrifying 1704, comparable to a level 112 raw attribute class. The power of a single fireball had reached 1752 points. The total damage from the 30 fireballs accumulated to a terrifying 52,562 points. Xiao Wu, who could become the head of the Long Yuan Legion in the 702 novice area, might have stronger combat power than Xue Feng. But he absolutely could not withstand Yi Chen's 30 fireballs. Boom! 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 The fireballs exploded on Xiao Wu, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed him. He didn't even have time to react. Behind him, the remaining members of Long Yuan clearly had not yet recovered from this sudden change. They were immediately bombarded by a wave of fireballs. A few seconds later, more than a dozen corpses were added to the dark waters of the canyon. Looking at Xiao Wu's unblinking eyes, he never expected that the young man before him would act so decisively. He didn't even give him a chance to regret it. Yi Chen shook his head, murmuring to himself, "I don't want to either, it's you who refused to reason." He had originally wanted to talk to Xiao Wu, perhaps even reach a cooperation with the Xiao family. After all, they were one of the 8 great families of the Alliance. Collaborating with the Xiao family would bring him considerable benefits. Unfortunately, the people before him seemed to look down on him. Even knowing his identity, even knowing that he was the one who killed Xue Feng, they still wanted to take action against him. Perhaps, being a member of the Xiao family had made these people accustomed to feeling superior in front of others, thinking he would fear the Xiao family and not dare to go too far. Unfortunately, they had encountered a hot-headed youth. The result was tragic. As for having killed someone from the Xiao family, Yi Chen had nothing to worry about. After all, no one else knew who did it. Except for Xue Ling. Suddenly, Yi Chen's gaze shifted to Xue Ling beside him. At that moment, she was once again stunned by Yi Chen's sudden aggression. Feeling Yi Chen's somewhat intriguing gaze, Xue Ling shivered all over. Master, I haven't exposed your identity, I swear." Yi Chen's expression was emotionless. "Just because you haven't exposed it now doesn't mean you won't in the future. After all, you look so weak, you probably can't withstand others questioning." I. Xue Ling's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. This pitiful appearance indeed made it easy for one to feel soft-hearted. Unfortunately, Yi Chen remained indifferent. He slowly approached Xue Ling step by step. After Xiao Wu recognized his identity at first glance, Yi Chen understood that his actions were too easy to expose his identity. In his view, since the Xiao family had already intervened in this matter, Xue Ling and her Golden Phoenix Legion would likely find it difficult to establish themselves in Black Sand City. Since they had lost their value, he felt it was best to nip everything in the bud. Sensing the rising killing intent from Yi Chen, Xue Ling seemed to understand his thoughts. Just as Yi Chen was only a few steps away from her, suddenly, with a thud, Xue Ling knelt down. Then, under Yi Chen's incredulous gaze, Xue Ling quickly stripped off all her clothes. In an instant, her snow-white body appeared before Yi Chen. Completely bare, it was somewhat eye-catching. Seduction technique? A strange thought popped into Yi Chen's mind. Do you think I'm a lustful ghost?
Xueling shook her head. Frantically, not caring that she was naked in front of a man, and quickly explained, Master, I understand your concerns, so I am willing to offer my pure body to sign a slave contract with you, so you won't have to worry about me revealing your identity. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. He had read about the slave contract in some books.
It was a means used by humans to control hybrids in the past. Once the contract was successfully signed, the hybrid would be unable to defy any will of the human.
It could be said that this kind of contract was deeply hated by
hybrids back in the day. However, in recent decades, as hybrids disappeared, this kind of contract had fallen into disuse. He never expected that Xueling would willingly become a slave to survive.
Scanning her completely exposed snow-white body, his gaze finally landed on her hopeful face. Yi Chen suddenly squeezed out a few words, I haven't learned that thing.
I can teach you. Faced with Xueling's persistent plea, Yi Chen sighed inwardly.
It was hard to refuse such earnestness. In the end, he still did not kill Xueling. This woman, who constantly hovered between life and death, was truly incredibly resilient. This made Yi Chen form a plan in his heart. Since Xueling was able to sign a slave contract with him, he no longer had to worry about his identity being exposed. Thus, he could use Xueling to gather information about the Xiao family.
At the
very least, Yi Chen needed to figure out what the Xiao family intended to do with the hybrids.
Although he had some vague ideas, they were ultimately just guesses. What do you mean by that?
In Haisha City, at the former headquarters of the Jinfeng Legion, Bai Xiao sat upright, trying hard to maintain her composure. However, the words she spoke still revealed the anger and anxiety she felt.
Sitting opposite her was Xueling, the sister of Xiefeng.
Upon hearing this, she simply replied, I'm sorry, but the Jinfeng Legion no longer exists, you've got the wrong
person.
After Zhao Wu and his group were killed by Yi Chen, Xueling managed to save her life under Yi Chen's command thanks to the slave
contract.
She then gathered the remaining members, reorganized them, and renamed them the Dark Knight Legion, taking on the role of the Legion
leader herself.
In response, the two major legions, the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon, were puzzled but did not take further action. After all, the expert who had killed Xiefeng was still around, and they were unsure if that expert was involved behind the scenes. Even though they each had their own supporting forces, distant water could not quench a nearby thirst. They had not seen any members of the Longyuan Legion enter the Heishui Gorge, and there had been no news since. They were well aware of the situation and naturally did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, the Zhao family, which had originally supported the Jinfeng Legion, had also been silent since Zhao Wu's incident. Firstly, the Xiao family had only communicated with Xiefeng directly, and others were unaware that the Xiao family was the force behind the Jinfeng Legion.
Secondly, given the Zhao family's background, it was highly unlikely they would be interested in the meager income of Haisha City. Otherwise, they would have sent people from Longyuan to take control long ago.
The reason they secretly supported the Jinfeng Legion was likely to cover up their secrets in
the Miasma hidden forest.
However, now that the Miasma hidden forest had changed due to the appearance of that night shadow, the previous arrangements had lost their significance. After all, the only one who knew the situation, Xiefeng, was dead. The Zhao family had no interest in
Haisha City anymore.
Thus, the current Dark Knight Legion had legitimately freed itself from the Xiao family's control, which was why Xueling had
just said what she did.
As for whether the Xiao family would seek out Xueling again in the future, Yi Chen actually hoped they would. This way, he could use Xueling to uncover the secrets of the hybrids from the Xiao family.
However, the Bai family was unaware of these matters, and Bai Xiao naturally did not know either.
All she knew was that she was now level 30. She had successfully completed the first promotion task and obtained the token of the Harbinger of Calamity. However, upon arriving in Haisha City, she was told that she could not complete the task at this time. This was something Bai Xiao, who aspired to become this year's strongest newcomer king, could never accept.
It should be noted that the title of newcomer king was not just a title.
As long as one held this title, they would receive the blessings of the rules of the eternal life world, gaining attribute bonuses. The way to obtain this title was to be the first newcomer to reach level 90 each year and complete the
3-turn promotion task.
Zhao Hao from the Zhao family had been the newcomer king of that year. Bai Xiao had already made up her mind to use Zhao Hao's influence to break free from the Bai family's control. Therefore, she was determined to obtain this newcomer king title. But now, Xueling had told her that she could not help her complete the task. How could she not be furious? She even felt that the Xueling before her looked down on her, a side branch of the Bai family, gaining power. In a fit of anger, she slammed her hand on the table and stood up.
Do you think my Bai family can be easily manipulated by anyone? In response to Bai Xiaoxiao's threat, Shuling remained unfazed and calmly replied, I
certainly wouldn't dare to offend the Bai family, but the people from the Long Yuan Legion went in earlier and still haven't come out.
Does Miss I think the Long Yuan Legion is inferior to my Dark Knight Legion?
That would be too much of a compliment for my Dark Knight Legion. I am unworthy of such praise.
Bai Xiaoxiao's expression changed.
She had just arrived in Haisha City, and although she had heard news of the Long Yuan Legion, she was unclear about their specific purpose for being here. Upon hearing this news, Bai Xiaoxiao realized that the people from Long Yuan had also entered. At this point, despite her inner dissatisfaction, she could not afford to act out.
The Xiao family of Long Yuan. That was not
something she could provoke, especially since she would need to rely on them in the future. Although she felt reluctant, Bai Xiaoxiao could only suppress her urgent feelings and patiently wait. The only consolation was that while she could not complete the promotion task immediately, others would not be able to do so either, unless they chose to take on several other more troublesome tasks. But that would only waste more time. After coming to this realization, Bai Xiaoxiao felt somewhat reassured. However, she did not know that just yesterday, Yi Chen had already killed the Harbinger of Calamity and successfully completed his first promotion task. In fact, during this half-day, he had killed the Harbinger of Calamity several times. As for Yi Chen at this moment, after hastily arranging a series of tasks for Xueling, he had left Haisha City ahead of time. The Evil Devourer had already been stacked to 25 layers, so there was no need to continue guarding the boss.
As long as he let
Xueling collect the skill stones afterward and save them for him, that would be enough. Of course, the reason he hurriedly left Haisha City was mainly because just now, the secret realm badge of the Miasma Hidden Forest had issued an alarm.
Someone had invaded the secret realm. Given
the situation with Remy, Yi Chen was naturally very concerned.
So he rushed to the Miasma Hidden Forest at the first opportunity. Now that he
had become the master of the Miasma Hidden Forest, he could use the secret realm badge to teleport instantly into the secret realm.
Otherwise, it would take at least half a day to travel from Haisha City to the Miasma Hidden Forest. However, just as Yi Chen used the badge's teleportation
function and arrived in the secret realm, he saw two unfamiliar figures flanking a single person.
The one being flanked was none other than NPC Remy.
Remy was a key figure for him to obtain the exquisite gem in the future. Yi Chen had no time to think. The fireball spell appeared out
of thin air.
The scorching flames sliced through the air and directly struck one of the attackers, sending him flying several meters away.
At
the same time, he activated Godspeed.
Yi Chen's figure instantly appeared beside Remy, ready to strike.
However, the other unfamiliar figure seemed to have sensed Yi Chen's arrival the moment he appeared.
His reaction was incredibly quick. Almost at the instant Yi Chen launched the fireball
spell, he had already retreated. By the time Yi Chen got closer, a mysterious black hole appeared beneath the retreating figure.
Then, Yi Chen saw that the person jumped in without hesitation. The black hole disappeared immediately. In less than a second, that person had completely
vanished from Yi Chen's sight, as if they had never existed.
This scene left Yi Chen stunned.
He then approached the other figure and found that he had been roasted to a crisp by the fireball spell, dead beyond recovery.
Yet Yi Chen wore a serious expression. At this moment, there was
a piece of information on this figure that was slowly becoming blurred.
But it was enough for Yi Chen to know the identity of the person. He
never expected that the two sudden intruders were actually the same as Remy NPCs. At this time, Yi Chen turned to look at Remy.
He suddenly noticed that Remy looked listless, his eyes vacant. Noticeable black blood was continuously oozing from his mouth. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. Remy finally recognized Yi Chen and managed a pale smile. Master, I've been poisoned. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Is there a way to cure it?
Remy shook his head and bitterly said, this poison was concocted by me personally, even a master of the holy class cannot purify this.
Soul-eating insect poison. Yi Chen fell silent. NPCs are different from professionals in the world of immortality. They are more like the indigenous people here, and detoxification is not as simple for them as it is for professionals. It cannot be easily resolved just by purification methods or common antidotes.
In this regard, Yi Chen is also helpless.
However, he still has many questions that remain unanswered, and Remy is the key to creating exquisite pearls. Now that he is dying, how can Yi Chen create exquisite pearls? Remy seems to have sensed Yi Chen's inner thoughts.
After coughing up a stream of black blood, he weakly said, my lord, it seems you should have noticed something.
Indeed, I have concealed some things from you before.
But that was just for self-preservation.
Now that I am about to die, I can tell you everything. I do
Not ask for much from you, just that if there is a chance in the future, you can help me take revenge, and I would be immensely grateful. Remy died. Just 10 minutes after Yi Chen arrived at the secret realm, Remy succumbed to the poison he had concocted. Looking at Remy, who lay on the ground, his body beginning to rot, Yi Chen sighed softly. This situation was somewhat sudden, catching him off guard. He then looked down at the 3 exquisite pearls in his hand, as well as a piece of the starry guiding stone he had never heard of. These were all scavenged from the deceased. It could be considered a modest gain, preventing it from being a complete waste of effort. There was no need to elaborate on taking out the exquisite pearls. Yi Chen used them directly. Ding! You have used an exquisite pearl, and the level of fireball technique has increased. Ding! You have used an exquisite pearl, and the level of fireball technique has increased. Fireball technique consumes 10 mana points, dealing 480 plus 1.0 * intelligence points of fire damage to the target. Cooldown 1 second. Yi Chen's strongest output skill is the fireball technique. This exquisite pearl is also incomplete, so it can only be used on ordinary skills. Therefore, Yi Chen had nothing to be conflicted about. Moreover, the effect is quite good for Yi Chen. Now, with the upgraded fireball technique, the damage per ball has skyrocketed from over 1700 points to 2512 points. It has nearly doubled in power. Looking at it this way, the damage of the upgraded fireball technique has completely surpassed that of other similar high-level skills. At the same time, the total damage of 30 fireballs has reached an astonishing 75,372 points. Based on this damage calculation, with a fireball every 0.5 seconds, Yi Chen can now truly achieve a one-hit kill against the Harbinger of Calamity. The power of the upgraded fireball technique slightly alleviated Yi Chen's regret over Remy's death. Next, Yi Chen picked up another item he had scavenged from the previous person, the starry guiding stone. This was something Yi Chen had never heard of. Fortunately, Remy had informed him before he died. This item is essentially a key-like object. Its function is to open a black hole beneath one's feet, similar to the shadowy figure that escaped earlier. The black hole is actually a special passage. According to Remy, there exists a special space underground in the world of immortality that human professionals have never discovered. This special space is referred to as the Abyss by the NPCs. It was discovered by the NPCs accidentally after the apocalyptic war 80 years ago. It is precisely because of the discovery of this abyss that the NPCs were able to avoid extinction and survive to this day. Through years of research, they have also uncovered the wonders of this abyss. The abyss is somewhat similar to an independent dimensional space outside the realm. At the same time, there are also numerous magical creatures within the abyss, whose strength surpasses that of the magical creatures in the world of immortality by several degrees. Even some NPCs speculate that the monsters ubiquitous in the eternal life world might have escaped from this cave. However, due to the rules of the eternal life world, the powers of the monsters that have run out of the cave are restricted. Of course, all of this is speculation. The true reason for the cave's existence remains a mystery to this day, much like how NPCs do not understand why humans appeared in the eternal life world 100 years ago. The starry guiding stone is the key to opening the vault and also serves as a buoy for positioning within the cave. The cave connects all the secret realms of the eternal life world. NPCs can freely enter and exit all secret realms through the cave, a fact that human seekers have never known. Yi Chen has not seen any records of this in ancient texts either. The reason Remy had reservations about Yi Chen before was that he wanted to contact other Maya people for his rescue. Maya is the term NPCs use to refer to their own race. However, Remy did not expect that humans would come, but instead of rescuing him, they chose to silence him after learning that he had not disclosed important information to Yi Chen. He originally intended to disguise his death as a poisoning to prevent Yi Chen from learning more about the Maya people. Little did he expect Yi Chen to return so quickly, leading to the current situation. At the same time, Remy also explained that the Xiao family continuously cultivates hybrids because Remy needs hybrids to refine exquisite pearls. However, the hybrids cultivated by Shuefeng are not innate, so the success rate of refining exquisite pearls is quite limited. And the effects are rather average. Just like the exquisite pearl Yi Chen used earlier, it can only affect primary skills and must be an active skill. The proficiency boost is also limited, with a maximum of 10 upgrades for ordinary skills. After 10 upgrades, to continue improving the skill level, one must use higher quality exquisite pearls. This was somewhat unexpected for Yi Chen. As for the divine casting stone on Remy, he did not deceive Yi Chen. He belongs to a Maya organization called Shadow Prison. According to him, this organization is at the bottom tier among the Maya, and he himself is a marginal figure within it. He was sent to lurk in the Miasma hidden forest due to his identity as a bugmaster, skilled in concocting poisons. Thus, the information he knows and the resources he possesses are very limited. He indeed had only one piece left before. However, as long as he can continue to refine exquisite pearls, he can exchange for divine casting stones through the cave with other Maya. This exchange is not initiated by Remy, as he does not have the starry guiding stone. He can only passively wait each month for others in the organization to come and exchange with him. After explaining all this, Remy died. After a brief analysis, Yichen chose to believe Remy's words. After all, a dying person has no need to weave a bunch of lies to deceive him. Playing with the starry guiding stone in his hand, Yichen fell into deep thought. Remy's death was somewhat sudden. With this, he lost a channel for refining exquisite pearls. However, Remy also told him that the method for refining exquisite pearls was taught to him by the organization. Thus, to obtain more exquisite pearls, he must go through the cave to the domain organization where Remy was located. Moreover, Remy mentioned a point that piqued Yichen's interest: all divine casting stones that have appeared in the eternal life world from ancient times to the present have come from the hands of the Maya. Yichen felt as if he had discovered the fuse of the world-destroying war that occurred 80 years ago. Perhaps it was because of this divine casting stone. To humans, the divine casting stone is an incredibly rare treasure, rare enough to ignite any war. However, there was one thing Yichen couldn't understand. Since this divine forging stone was useless to the Maya people, humanity could have easily purchased it from them back in the day. There was no need to initiate such a large-scale, inhumane war. With this thought, Yichen made a decision. After all, with the Xinglua guiding stone in hand, even if he encountered danger inside, he could immediately use its positioning function to transfer to the eternal world. Thus, he pressed a button on the Xinglua guiding stone. In an instant, a black hole identical to the one before appeared beneath his feet. Immediately after, Yichen felt as if he were being sucked in, disappearing from his original spot. Yichen felt his vision swirl chaotically before him. At the same time, a strong sense of dizziness hit him, startling him. Fortunately, this dizziness lasted less than half a second. Soon, he felt his feet land on a solid surface. At the same time, his vision cleared again. What came into Yichen's view was a dazzling array of colorful lights around him, as if caught in a time-space distortion, appearing incredibly warped. The ground beneath Yichen's feet was made up of a deep purple unknown crystal, emitting a soft, yet slightly eerie glow. However, whether it was the surrounding colors or the strange light emanating from beneath his feet, at about 10 meters high, it was as if an invisible giant blade had cleaved through the middle. Above that was a deep, pitch-black space, making you feel as if the above and below were entirely different worlds, creating an inexplicable sense of disconnection. At the same time, this bizarre phenomenon brought an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even though Yichen had mentally prepared himself, the scene before him still deeply shocked him. Is there really such a magical space? Is this the underground cave? However, just as Yichen finished speaking, a pair of sinister, glowing red eyes suddenly appeared in the oppressive darkness above him. Boom! Suddenly, a roar erupted like a thunderclap in Yichen's ears. In an instant, Yichen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his hair standing on end. Despicable otherworldly creature, perish! Yichen looked up at the eyes in the darkness, feeling a tremor in his soul. But at that moment, a flash of red light suddenly erupted from his forehead, shooting straight at those eyes. In an instant, the sinister eyes seemed to be stimulated, roaring in madness. Ah! 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 With this roar, the entire surrounding space began to tremble, and the dazzling light around became even more distorted. Suddenly, the red light scattered in the pitch-black sky, forming a bizarre red moon. Damn otherworldly creature, not this trick again. As the red moon rose, those eyes seemed to encounter something terrifying, closing immediately and then vanishing rapidly. The surroundings returned to calm once more. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. If it weren't for the terrifying pressure he had just felt, Yichen would have almost thought he was hallucinating. Clearly, Remy had said before he died that within the underground cave, as long as one held the Xinglua guiding stone and did not take the initiative to attack, the creatures inside would not attack you. But in that brief moment, Yichen had clearly sensed the killing intent emanating from those eyes. Yichen furrowed his brows. He didn't believe that Remy would still deceive him after his death. The two NPCs who had previously entered the Miasma hidden forest were clearly weaker than him. Just the terrifying pressure he had felt was enough to make him feel stressed. Not to mention those two NPCs. What exactly had gone wrong? Yichen found it hard to comprehend. Just then, the space beneath the red moon stabilized again. Coming back to his senses, Yichen looked up at the red moon in confusion. At that moment, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart. The scene before him was so familiar, almost identical to when he had previously
entered the Red Moon space. Could it be that the Red Moon's proof is related to the underground cave? Just as Yi Chen was puzzled, the previously calm and colorful light twisted once more. Immediately after, Yi Chen saw a creature engulfed in flames leap out from the distorted light. Spark Ghost level, 20. Health, 10,000 attack, 500 defense, 300 description, formed from tiny flames, it appears ghost-like, floating around, able to pass through obstacles, attacking enemies. With high-speed fiery shadows monsters from the underground cave? Looking at the spark-like creature that suddenly appeared before him, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. This monster seemed to have never appeared in the Eternal Life world. It must belong exclusively to the underground cave. However, this creature was only level 20, yet its health reached a staggering 10,000. Its attack and defense were also somewhat outrageous. To put it into perspective, the monsters encountered earlier in the pestilent hidden forest had health barely breaking 1,000 at most. Even the level 20 boss, the pestilent worm, only had 50,000 health. The health of this monster was actually 1/5 of a boss's. What left Yi Chen even more astonished was that there was not just one such monster. As the first spark ghost jumped out, 4 more spark ghosts followed closely from the surrounding distorted light, appearing before Yi Chen. The 5 spark ghosts, just like the mysterious eyes from before, charged fiercely towards Yi Chen as soon as they appeared. Although the attributes of the spark ghosts did not resemble those of a level 20 monster at all, they posed no threat to Yi Chen at this moment. He raised his hand and cast a fireball spell. The sky was filled with fireballs, colliding with the fiery ghosts. The temperature around them noticeably increased. However, in the next moment, Yi Chen suddenly realized that his fireball spell only dealt a tiny amount of damage to these spark ghosts. It was clear that these ghosts, wrapped in flames, were not afraid of fire attributes and possessed extremely high fire resistance. But Yi Chen had anticipated this. Sure enough, the next second, the spark ghost in front of him let out a strange, mournful scream and fell completely. Although the spark ghost could resist the damage from the fireball spell, the 30 fireballs accompanying venomous assault damage could instantly stack to its maximum. With 12,000 damage per second, it was enough to kill the spark ghost in one hit. This was also the reason why Yi Chen had not rushed to learn other elemental skills earlier. After all, with his financial resources, most of the skills he could purchase were just ordinary ones, lacking in power. Given that, it was better to focus on stacking the power of the fireball spell, which would be faster. Anyway, when encountering monsters with high fire resistance, he still had the venomous assault as a backup. He wasn't worried about being countered. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The fallen spark ghost actually split into 4 smaller spark ghosts. Yi Chen was taken aback and, after a moment's thought, cast another fireball spell. As a result, the 4 smaller spark ghosts split again, turning into 16. Yi Chen tried to attack the other spark ghosts, but the result was the same. These strange monsters did not die directly after being killed, instead, they split into even smaller spark ghosts. Aside from their health being reduced to a quarter of the original, their attack and defense remained unchanged. In the blink of an eye, as Yi Chen continuously released fireball spells, the originally 5 spark ghosts had now densely filled the surroundings. At a glance, there were no less than 300 of them. Yi Chen's scalp tingled. He never expected these things to multiply the more he killed them. Fortunately, he had previously stacked 25 evil devourers. It allowed him to quickly restore his health. Otherwise, facing the attacks of these 300 spark ghosts at the same time, Yi Chen's 120,000 health points wouldn't be enough to withstand their blows. These dungeon monsters were truly terrifying. No wonder those NPCs dared not move around here in large numbers. However, Yi Chen couldn't understand how the 2 NPCs had previously avoided the attacks of these monsters. Or was it that these monsters only attacked human players and not NPCs? Yi Chen felt that was quite possible. At this moment, seeing the spark ghosts multiplying rapidly, Yi Chen decided to activate the Starry Guiding Stone and return to the secret realm. After all, he had no way to deal with these seemingly immortal creatures. However, just as he was about to leave, the densely packed spark ghosts in front of him suddenly emitted a fiery red glow at the same time. In the next moment, the light converged together. Yi Chen saw that nearly 1,000 spark ghosts had fused together. What appeared before Yi Chen was a giant spark ghost several times taller than him. Moreover, this giant spark ghost was not naked like the previous ones. It was clad in armor covered with mysterious runes and wielded a massive flaming longsword. It looked just like a boss. "Invader, be slain." The hollow voice echoed throughout the space. The enormous flaming longsword erupted with a scorching red light and slashed towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen activated his speed. His figure instantly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. At the same time, he unceremoniously launched another Attack! A fireball spell struck the giant spark ghost, causing its already massive form to swell even larger. However, Yi-Chen didn't care about that at all. Instead, he silently counted in his heart. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 10 seconds, the giant flaming ghost's body had been completely corroded by darkness. The scorching flames had entirely dissipated. Ding! You have killed a spark ghost and gained 968 experience points. Ding! You have collected 1 fire element essence fragment, increasing the damage of all your fire skills by 20%. Looking at the suddenly popping notification, Yi-Chen was somewhat incredulous. After killing the giant spark ghost, he had actually collected 1 fire element essence fragment? At the same time, Yi-Chen also saw that the fusion mage quest in his taskbar had changed. Collection of elemental essence. To fuse different powers, please collect at least 3 types of elemental essences. Current collection progress, 1/10 fire element essence. At first, he thought that the second phase of the fusion mage task was to have him go to other secret realms in the eternal life world to conquer elemental monsters. Now it seemed he had misunderstood. The task issued by the Red Moon certificate was to collect elemental essences in the dungeon. Moreover, while obtaining the elemental essence fragments, he could also enhance his own strength. 1 fire element essence fragment provided Yi-Chen with a 20% increase in fire skill damage. It directly raised the damage of his fireball spell from over 2,500 points to 2,969 points, an increase of nearly 500 points. If he collected all 10 fire element essences, wouldn't the power of his fireball spell become utterly extraordinary? At this moment, he was even more certain of his previous thoughts. This dungeon must have some connection to the Red Moon certificate on him. Yi-Chen suddenly felt a bit fortunate. If it weren't for those 2 NPCs invading his secret realm earlier, perhaps he would never discover the existence of the underground cave. Now that there was an underground cave, he might be able to complete the fusion mage's task more quickly. With this thought, Yi-Chen abandoned the idea of leaving the vault. He just didn't know if the giant spark ghost would appear again. At that moment, Yi-Chen noticed that a skill stone had dropped from where the giant spark ghost had landed. Yi-Chen picked it up. However, upon closer inspection, he was stunned. But soon, a look of joy appeared on his face. It was the skill stone for Fireball. Previously, the reason Yi-Chen found so few Fireball skill stones in the market was mainly because this skill could only drop from pure fire element monsters. In the Eternal Life world, the only creature that fit this characteristic was the boss flame demon in the Blazing Furnace Secret Realm. However, this Blazing Furnace Secret Realm was a level 100 dungeon. Given Yi-Chen's current level, he naturally couldn't enter. Moreover, since Fireball was a skill essential for the mage class transition, very few people would specifically farm the Blazing Furnace for it. The Fireball skill stones that occasionally appeared in the trading market were merely picked up by other adventurers after defeating the Flame Demon. This was the reason for the scarcity of Fireball skill stones. However, he never expected to find a Fireball skill stone here. This further solidified Yi-Chen's determination to stay. Even if it wasn't for the Fusion Mage's class transition task, just hunting more monsters would enhance the power of his Fireball. There was no reason to leave now. However, Yi-Chen still had many questions about the underground cave. Just now, he clearly heard the giant spark ghost refer to him as an invader before attacking. Its tone was filled with hatred. Before this, those eerie eyes had even called it an otherworldly creature. At the same time, when the Red Moon appeared, those eerie eyes clearly knew of the Red Moon's existence. That's why they said such things. What exactly was the Red Moon? He initially thought it was just an item to trigger a hidden quest, but now it seemed more complicated than he had imagined. Shaking his head, Yi-Chen first learned the Fireball skill he had unexpectedly obtained. The total number of fireballs reached 31, and the total damage, under all effects, reached 92,125 points. Yi-Chen nodded in satisfaction, contemplating his next move. Suddenly, the purple crystal block beneath his feet trembled. Streams of scorching lava surged forth. However, Yi-Chen saw clearly. These were not lava. They were formed by tiny red bugs, each the size of a thumb. In the blink of an eye, these red bugs spread all around, rushing madly towards Yi-Chen's position. Volcanic Rock Demon level, 20 health, 1000 attack power, 200 defense, 50 description, small in size, its body is wrapped in volcanic rock, formed from pure fire elements, making it appear as if it is on fire. When attacking, it absorbs the energy of the volcanic rock and transforms it into a scorching lava attack. The monsters that appeared this time, in terms of attributes, were not much stronger than the same level monsters outside. But in Yi-Chen's view, the threat level of the volcanic rock demon was far more terrifying than that of the previous spark ghost. Don't be fooled by its thumb-sized stature, it could gather into A torrent resembling lava. There were at least thousands of them. With such a terrifying number, even a fifth-tier professional would likely meet their end on the spot. There was no time to think further. As these volcanic rock demons charged towards him, Yi-chan unleashed his fireball skill in a frenzied barrage like a Gatling gun. Fortunately, these volcanic rock demons, like insects, are quite fragile. Under Yi-chan's frenzied barrage, he could take down a small patch in just a few seconds. At that moment, Yi-chan deeply realized the importance of area attack skills. He decided that once he had money, he would definitely learn an area attack skill. Meanwhile, a flurry of experience notifications popped up. Yi-chan took a moment to glance at them. This glance instantly filled him with joy. Ding! You have killed a volcanic rock demon, gaining 968 experience points, your fire resistance +1 ding. You have killed a volcanic rock demon, gaining 968 experience points, your fire resistance +1 ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 36 since Yi-chan's level now exceeded that of the volcanic rock demons. By more than 10 levels, he only received a mandatory 1 point of experience. However, with the additional bonuses from the pile of experience skills, he still managed to gain 968 experience points. Although it wasn't much, the sheer number of volcanic rock demons was overwhelming. With this fierce sweep, Yi-chan's level up was no surprise. But what truly delighted Yi-chan was that these volcanic rock demons could actually provide him with fire resistance. Although it was a pitiful 1 point, in just that brief moment, Yi-chan's fire resistance had already accumulated over 500 points. And in front of him, there were thousands of volcanic rock demons. If he killed them all, he could easily gain several thousand points of fire resistance. It was simply too comfortable. The Sun God Temple, located in the intermediate zone of the Eternal Life World, levels 91 to 150. It is a level 150 unclaimed secret realm. This secret realm is quite famous among professionals. For decades, almost every year, someone has attempted to conquer the Sun God Temple. Yet to this day, no one has been able to clear it, let alone achieve an S-level rating. According to known intelligence analysis, there are a total of 3 grand halls inside the Sun God Temple. Each grand hall is occupied by fierce, explosive level 150 monsters. Their combat power is comparable to that of ordinary elite monsters. Professionals categorize monsters based on their characteristics into 4 types: ordinary monsters, special monsters, elite monsters, and bosses. Although elite monsters are not as strong as bosses, their attributes are several times greater than those of ordinary monsters. In the Sun God Temple, such elite monsters exist in droves. It's no wonder that most professionals who have entered the Sun God Temple have basically returned in defeat from the first Grand Hall, let alone exterminating the monsters in all 3 Grand Halls to obtain an S-level rating. However, despite the dangers of the Sun God Temple, countless professionals continue to venture in. Many guilds have even formed specialized teams to study how to conquer this unclaimed secret realm, which has buried countless professional corpses. The fundamental reason why so many people bravely attempt to conquer the secret realm, despite knowing the dangers, is that someone once received a reward of divine forging stones after conquering the first hall. And not just one person. Divine forging stones, a coveted divine level item sought after by countless professionals. And this is just the reward for conquering the first hall. No one knows what rewards await for conquering the other 2 halls. But everyone is clear that they will not be of lesser value than the divine forging stones. This is the reason why, despite knowing the dangers inside, countless people are still so crazily infatuated with it. However, at this moment, in the Grand Hall located at the highest point of the Sun God Temple, Mori is dead? A shadow cloaked in a black robe slowly asked. The voice revealed no indication of gender or any emotion. However, it was this calm tone that made the figure kneeling below feel anxious and uneasy. If Yi-chan were here at this moment, he would recognize that the kneeling person was the shadow NPC who had escaped from the Miasma hidden forest earlier. Reiner, you know my rules, I need a reason. The shadow NPC called Reiner couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly said, Commander, everything was going smoothly, but unexpectedly, the master of the secret realm reacted extremely quickly and was incredibly powerful. The moment he appeared, he killed Mori with a single strike. If it weren't for my quick reaction, I might not have made it back. The black-robed shadow slowly asked, according to the restrictions of the Eternal Life World on humans, that place is only a level 20 secret realm, while you and Mori are both level 90 shadow prison assassins. Reiner lowered his head in fear, his voice trembling slightly. Commander, I am willing to accept your soul search. The black-robed shadow said nothing, its only visible eyes emotionlessly staring at Reiner. Then, a strange black light flickered, instantly enveloping Reiner.
Immediately, Reiner trembled all over, unable to suppress his wails. However, he still gritted his teeth tightly, trying to control his voice. This continued until half a minute passed. Suddenly, he felt a release, and Reiner collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. In contrast, the black-robed shadow showed no reaction and slowly spoke. This night's shadow was strange. Hearing this, Reiner felt a sense of relief. At this moment, the black-robed shadow spoke again. Are you saying that shortly after you left, that Yichen also entered the cave? Yes, Commander. After a pause, Reiner continued, however, I observed from the shadows that for some reason, that night shadow triggered the cave's restrictions, attracting the Judicator. The emotionless eyes of the black-robed shadow showed the first signs of emotional fluctuation. He must have entered with Mori's star guiding stone. Logically, it shouldn't have attracted the Judicator's attention. Reiner replied, this has puzzled me as well. I originally wanted to use the terrain of the cave to find an opportunity to assassinate him, but due to the Judicator's appearance causing violent spatial fluctuations, my subordinate's strength was limited, and we had to return first. This time, the black-robed shadow did not blame Reiner. That's fine, although I don't know the reason. Since that guy has provoked the Judicator, he must have been burned to ashes by now, so the matter is resolved. Then, the black-robed shadow changed the subject and slowly said, even so, in the shadow prison, any flaws in the mission will result in punishment. You will be punished to forge divine casting stones. Reiner's heart, which had slightly relaxed, suddenly tightened uncontrollably upon hearing the words. Divine casting stones. He looked up at the black robe above, just about to speak. However, a wave of black mist enveloped him again, firmly controlling his entire body. Reiner's eyes were filled with terror. Unfortunately, this fear lasted less than 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, he completely lost consciousness. Take him to Alban. Two shadows suddenly floated out from nowhere, dragging the unconscious Reiner away from the Great Hall. At this moment, only the black-robed shadow remained in the vast hall. Having lost the connection to the Miasma hidden forest, it seems we can only find a way to attract more humans into the Sun God Temple. At this time, Yichen was naturally unaware of everything happening in the Sun God Temple. He was completely immersed in the thrill of stacking fire resistance. However, as one volcanic rock demon after another fell, Yichen gradually sensed that something was off. The defense of these volcanic rock demons was only 50 points, and unlike the previous spark spirits, they did not possess the fire resistance that had given Yichen a headache. Basically, a single fireball from Yichen can take the life of a volcanic rock demon. Now, with one cast of fireball technique, he can instantly unleash 31 fireballs. That means he can kill 62 demons in just 1 second. However, after his fire resistance was stacked to 1000, he found that the volcanic rock demons, which he could originally kill with just one fireball, now required 2 hits to defeat. If it were just that, Yichen wouldn't be too worried. But after stacking his fire resistance to 1500 points, he now needed 3 fireballs to kill a single volcanic rock demon. Moreover, as the number of kills increased, he noticed that the health, attack power, and defense of the volcanic rock demons seemed to be continuously enhancing. This bizarre scene made Yichen furrow his brows. It's worth noting that he had already eliminated more than half of the volcanic rock demons. His fire resistance had also been stacked to 3500 points. With the additional experience gain bonus, Yichen's level had officially reached level 40. The power of a single fireball had also surpassed 3000 points. Yet, now, it took a full 10 fireballs to kill a volcanic rock demon. And as the killing speed slowed down, the remaining volcanic rock demons were able to attack him. Glancing at the panel, he saw that a single volcanic rock demon dealt over 200 points of damage to him. This was still due to the damage dealt by the volcanic rock demons after Yichen's fire resistance reached 3500 points. There were roughly 3000 volcanic rock demons left. Just a moment ago, Yichen couldn't even imagine this. From that moment on, he saw his health points fluctuate like an electrocardiogram. 1 second it would plummet to the bottom, and the next second, thanks to his evil devouring ability, he would pull it back up to the peak. Such a thrilling situation kept Yichen tense, not daring to let his mind wander for even a moment. As Yichen killed another 500 volcanic rock demons, the situation became even more perilous. Yet Yichen was very clear that he could not retreat in this situation. If his fireball technique paused for even a second, the only outcome would be death. With no other choice, Yichen could only grit his teeth and keep launching fireballs. Time ticked by. He didn't know how long it had been, but there were now fewer than 500 volcanic rock demons left. During this time, Yichen's level had risen 2 more levels, reaching level 42. His fire resistance had also been pushed to 6500 points. However, during this process, there were several times when Yi Chen nearly met his end. Originally, he could have activated the Starry Guiding Stone to return to the secret realm. But Yi Chen was unsure if he would encounter such an opportunity again. Upon re-entering the cave, to enhance his strength and to be able to advance to a fusion mage as soon as possible, Yi Chen ultimately gritted his teeth and persevered. Although there were only 500 volcanic rock demons left, Yi Chen was not optimistic. He also realized that 500 was just a standard. Once he killed more than 500, the remaining volcanic rock demons would all increase in strength. The previous battle had already been quite strenuous. Yi Chen knew that the upcoming battles would likely hold no hope. He quickly weighed his options in his mind. In the end, Yi Chen began to plan how to retreat. Although it felt a bit regrettable, he did not want to leave his life here. Only by staying alive could he have everything. He was bold. But that didn't mean he was reckless. However, just as Yi Chen planned to activate his speed and distance himself from the volcanic rock demons, preparing to use the Starry Guiding Stone to return to the secret realm, he suddenly noticed that the attacks of the volcanic rock demons seemed to weaken. Of course, this weakness was relative. But it was enough for Yi Chen to continue fighting with the help of his evil devouring ability. He then realized during the battle that it wasn't that the volcanic rock demons had weakened, but rather that his fire resistance had reached a peak after surpassing 6,500 points. Although the attack power of the volcanic rock demon had increased, it was still no match for Yi Chen's growth in fire resistance. Coupled with the sharp decrease in the number of volcanic rock demons, it was only natural that Yi Chen, with over 120,000 health points, could withstand the damage from the volcanic rock demons. The ensuing battle could only be described as thrilling yet safe. After a few minutes passed, when the last volcanic rock demon was killed by Yi Chen's fireball spell, the long-awaited message prompt finally appeared. Ding! You have exterminated the volcanic rock demon. Ding! You have collected 1 point of fire element essence fragment, your fire resistance increases by 20%. Seeing that he had collected another fire element essence fragment and gained an additional 20% fire resistance, Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. I almost got caught here. He hadn't expected the volcanic rock demon to possess such terrifying abilities. Death could allow its companions to inherit part of its power. At this moment, he already had 2 fire element fragments, and based on the mission's description, it wasn't hard for Yi Chen to guess that he would need to go through 8 more such perilous battles to collect the complete fire element essence. For a moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. This fusion mage class was truly not something just anyone could successfully transition into. Just as he was complaining, the surrounding space once again showed signs of disturbance. Yi Chen immediately perked up. Sure enough, with the extermination of the volcanic rock demons, another wave of monsters appeared. This time, it was the flame spirit. However, the level of these monsters was 30, making them stronger than the previous ones. But with the earlier battle against the volcanic rock demons, Yi Chen's fire resistance had stacked up to 6,500, and he had also gained a 20% increase in fire resistance. Thus, combined with Yi Chen's original magic resistance, his fire resistance had now surpassed 10,000. Under such terrifying resistance, this group of flame spirits could hardly inflict any significant damage on Yi Chen. However, it still took him an hour to completely exterminate these flame spirits. His level also rose to 43. Glancing at the experience needed for the next level up, which was 1,087,258 points, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This leveling up was a bit too difficult. If it weren't for the numerous experience skills he had, it would probably take him a month to reach this level. It seemed that once he got out, he would need to gather more experience-boosting skill stones. Yi Chen had a very clear plan for himself. Although the Eternal Life world truly existed, its rules still followed a game-like model. Many areas had level restrictions for entry. Therefore, a character's level was of utmost importance. The benefits of leveling up were not limited to this. In addition to the normal increase in attribute points, there were also class promotions, learning advanced skills, and finally, equipping gear. This was also why Yi Chen's drop rate was so high. He wasn't in a hurry to farm for equipment. After all, the attribute effects of low-level equipment were far inferior to those of high-level equipment. The time spent on low-level equipment could be better used to level up a few more times. Anyway, his fireball spell damage was sufficient to handle all the dangers he encountered. At this moment, with the death of the flame spirits, Yi Chen not only obtained another fire element essence fragment but also saw his fire skill damage increase by another 20%. The total increase reached 40%. In addition, during the battle, the flame spirits unexpectedly dropped 5 fireball skill stones, which delighted Yi Chen. Now, the number of his fireballs had reached 36.
The next wave of fire-type monsters was about to appear. They were a group of monsters with exceptionally strong defenses. But Yi Chen's damage had also significantly increased, making it naturally easy to deal with. Just like that, 3 more hours passed. Yi Chen had obtained 4 pieces of fire element essence shards, and his fire resistance increased by another 20%. Yi Chen also discovered that these fire-type monsters, composed of fire elements, only provided 2 types of attribute boosts when killed, and they appeared alternately. Thus, another 8 hours went by. Yi Chen's total damage increase for fire skills reached 100%, and his fire resistance increase reached 80%. At the same time, his level also rose to level 49, with only 1/3 of the experience bar left to reach level 50. During this time, the occasional drops of fireball allowed his total number of fireballs to accumulate to 50. The damage of a single fireball, boosted by fire skills, broke through the 5,000 mark, reaching 5,233 points. The total damage skyrocketed to an astonishing 261,660 points. As for fire resistance, it reached 15,958 points. One could say that with such high fire resistance, and without any penetration or resistance reduction, most fire skills would be unable to inflict effective damage on Yi Chen. But before he could finish his thoughts, the dazzling light before him no longer distorted but was instead unnaturally straightened. In an instant, a ball of black flame emerged from the dazzling light. The moment the flame appeared, the surrounding dazzling light was burned and deformed. In a blink, a massive figure, as large as a volcano, stepped out from the flames. Lava Behemoth, Elite. Level, 60 health, 1000000 attack power, 4000 defense, 20,000 skills, Lava Holy Shield, Spark Eruption, Earthquake, Heaven and Earth Collapse. Description: skin is red as lava, emitting scorching heat. The scales covering its exterior have been burned by magma day and night, giving it the characteristic of being almost immune to elemental damage. Looking at the giant beast that suddenly appeared before him, this figure was several times larger than any monster Yi Chen had seen before. Despite being mentally prepared, Yi Chen was still stunned by its exaggerated attributes. What was with that staggering 1 million health and 20,000 defense? The level 30 Harbinger of Calamity only had 100,000 health. Did this level 60 elite monster directly multiply by 10? And its defense was multiplied by 20 times. It should be noted that although the Lava Behemoth was high level, it was still an elite monster. These attributes were simply absurd. Yi Chen knew that obtaining this last piece of fire element essence shard would not be easy. But no matter how he calculated, he never expected such a scenario. At this moment, Yi Chen even began to doubt whether there was anyone in this world who could complete the Mage of Fusion's job transfer task. At this time, the face of the Lava Behemoth, covered in fierce patterns, had eyes larger than Yi Chen's fists, flickering with scorching firelight. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble, like the rise of a god of flames. The breath of invaders shall be purified by fire. A hollow, deep voice echoed. The heavy giant axe in the Lava Behemoth's hand erupted with sparks, and the blazing flames danced along the edge of the blade, forming a sea of fire. Immediately after, this massive figure stepped towards Yi Chen. Seeing the Lava Behemoth about to unleash its skill, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't stand foolishly in place. The next second, countless fireballs rained down from the sky. Boom! 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 They smashed against the Lava Behemoth's hard scales. -5, -7, -6. Through the introduction of the panel, Yi Chen had already sensed something. But when he truly saw that his damage was only in single digits, Yi Chen fell silent. Is this what they call immunity to elemental damage? This thing is like a nightmare for magic-based professions. Although the series of fireballs did not deal substantial damage to the lava giant, thanks to the Eye of the Law he learned in the Red Leaf space, he completely interrupted the lava giant's skills. In the current situation, Yi Chen could easily withstand the lava giant's damage, and under the control of the Eye of the Law, the mana cost required for the opponent's skills was also absurdly high. This effectively weakened the opponent's attacks. With Yi Chen's current health and defense, he was not in any danger. However, the lava giant's health was as high as 1 million, and with his meager damage, he couldn't do anything to the opponent. Yi Chen tried a few more times. After confirming that the opponent was immune even to the venomous assault, the situation became a stalemate. At that moment, Yi Chen even considered whether to take the goblin's staff and go chop at it. Perhaps the damage would be higher than his own skills. At the same time, he felt even more puzzled about everything before him. He had clearly come to the cave to try to catch up with the NPCs that had previously invaded the secret realm, or to see if he could find the shadow prison organization mentioned by Remy. But as a result, he was held back by these absurdly strong monsters as soon as he entered.
Not to mention this big guy in front of him.
Yi Chen could guarantee that even the
monsters he had previously exterminated were definitely not something that a third-tier profession could handle easily. Yet, when he had fought them earlier, those NPCs could be killed in one hit by him, and their strength was not that impressive.
How were they able to come and go freely in this terrifying cave? However, after thinking it over, Yi Chen still attributed everything
to the certificate of the Red Moon. According to his analysis, it should be the certificate of the Red Moon that triggered some
mechanism in this cave.
Recalling his thoughts, he looked at the mountain-like giant in front of him.
Finally, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and began to stand and output damage.
Although the damage was minimal, his fireball technique was different from others. With only a 0.5-second cooldown, he could instantly cast 100 fireballs in 1 second.
Calculating this way, Yi Chen's damage to the lava giant was at least 500 to 600 per second.
For 1 million health, it would actually only take a little over half an hour.
Of course, this did not account for the lava giant's recovery ability. However, Yi Chen believed that as long as he persisted, the 1 million health would eventually be worn down.
After all, he had already spent nearly a day on this, and he was determined to obtain the last fragment of the fire element essence.
Just as Yi Chen was fully immersed in the battle, far above the
ground in the depths of the Blackwater Gorge in Black Sand City, the once calm pool became lively again after nearly a day.
Waste? Do you want to steal the boss from me?
In the depths of Black Sand City, Blackwater Gorge, a young man wielding a long sword, after striking the tentacle of the Harbinger of Calamity, retreated using the force. He then shouted angrily at a sneaky figure ahead. However, his angry shout was met with a cold, disdainful laugh.
Wang Chang, this Harbinger of Calamity is an unplaned entity. So how can there be talk of stealing?
The young man named Wang Chang, looking at the figure that no longer hid its presence, pointed his long sword at the opponent and said coldly, "Oomph. We were the first to come here. If you want the boss, then wait for
the next time."
Bullshit.
You, an S-rank talent awakener, dare to act tough in front of me? Do you believe I won't kill you first? Wang Cheng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this.
He came from the Wang family in Yun province and was the most
talented among the new awakeners this year.
Although the Wang family's influence in Yun province was not as strong as the Bai family, the two families were still closely matched.
Moreover, his father was the current head of the Wang family. Thus, he had received
a significant amount of resources from the family early on. Coupled with his S-rank talent, the Berserk Shadow Blade, which increased his physical attack power and speed with every injury sustained in battle, he was able to push through effortlessly with the support of the auxiliary team provided by his family.
He only lagged a few hours behind by Xiao in reaching level 30. This speed was already considered outstanding among this year's newcomers.
At this moment, he was full of confidence.
However, being mocked by the sneaky figure in front of him was unbearable. Do you want to make a deadly enemy of the Wan family?
The figure scoffed. You were given an S-rank talent, yet when you can't win, you call for help.
As expected, trash is ultimately trash. You're asking for death.
But suddenly recalling the other party's profession and character, Wang Chang hesitated to truly become
enemies.
For a moment, he felt like he was on a tiger's back, unable to get off. The figure looked at Wang Chang with a gaze that seemed ready to devour him, completely unconcerned, and casually said, "Heh.
Look at you, so cowardly, and you think you can compete with me, the Harbinger of Calamity?"
Wang Chang's face turned from green to red. His anger had reached its peak. However, just as he was about to let his fury cloud his judgment, a radiant light filled with a sacred aura enveloped him.
In an instant, Wang Chang's rationality was fully restored.
At the same time, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind him.
"Lin Yong, what illusion makes you think an SS rank awakener can run rampant here?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Yong's previously indifferent
expression turned wary. The speaker was Bai Xiao.
The sacred light that had just appeared was indeed from her.
Bai Xiao. Although you awakened an SSS rank talent and have become a holy priest, don't forget, you are not a combat profession. If it really comes to a fight, you know better than I who would win or lose.
Lin Yong flicked the dark iron dagger in his hand and retorted,
without holding back.
Facing Lin Yong's threat, Bai Xiao ignored him completely.
"Then I'll give you a chance, why don't you try to make a move?"
Lin Yong's expression turned cold, and he spoke with a harsh tone, "Woman, you are testing my patience.
Do you really think that just because your Bai family has allied with the Xiao family, I won't dare to act?"
Bai Xiao let out a cold laugh and said nothing. Seeing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Lin Yong's eyes. However, he did not take further
action.
His family also held a position in Yun province, previously not inferior to the Bai family.
However, in recent years, the
Bai family had become an affiliated family of the Xiao family.
Thus, their status had risen, overshadowing other families in Yun province.
Lin Yong was arrogant, but he was not foolish. Even the most arrogant must know their limits. Perhaps Bai Xiao was not his opponent, but he had not forgotten about Zhao Hao from the Xiao family. He had heard that in just 2 years, Zhao Hao's level had already reached 210. Such a leveling speed, in the entire history of the Eternal Life world, could be said to be unprecedented. Faced with such a terrifying existence, even Lin Yong had to weigh his own strength. Although he had awakened an SS rank talent and unexpectedly obtained a hidden profession, Shadow Assassin, in the face of absolute power, it would not play a significant role. Although he was confident that he could avoid all pursuers thanks to his unique talents and profession, he still needed to level up and required a vast amount of resources. All of this depended on his family. If he went too far, it could lead to his family being wiped out. This would greatly affect his combat power enhancement, which was not the outcome he desired. However, even so, he would not easily give up. By Xiao, for the sake of the Xiao family, I won't hold it against you. After a pause, Lin Yong continued, but the Harbinger of Calamity is something I must have, there's no way I'm letting it go. Just as Lin Yong finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of a few more people approaching. He recognized them, though he wasn't familiar with them. They were from several other families of similar strength. Clearly, these individuals had come for the same leveling mission. Lin Yong's brows furrowed slightly. Although he was reckless, he was still only level 30 and couldn't unleash the full power of a Shadow Assassin yet. If he acted too domineeringly, it would be easy to provoke these people to join forces against him. He quickly pondered his options. At that moment, Bai Xiao spoke up. The longer we delay, the more people will come. Since our goals align and we are both from Yun province, why not join forces? After all, we all have a chance to drop the leveling token once we team up. Lin Yong looked at Bai Xiao's indifferent expression. After hesitating for a moment, he decided straightforwardly. Alright, let me see what the SSS level talent Holy Priest is capable of. Then just wait and see. Soon, Bai Xiao invited Lin Yong to form a team. Immediately, several waves of holy energy descended. In an instant, Lin Yong felt an endless surge of power coursing through him. A hint of surprise flickered in his heart. His gaze towards Bai Xiao also held a bit more caution. Don't be surprised, just get moving. I've already wasted half a day here, and I don't want to wait any longer. Lin Yong nodded. Fine, let's kill the boss first, and then we can compete for the newcomer title. Wang Cheng sneered, you, a mere assassin. Think you can claim the newcomer king? Dream on. Better than you, a useless waste. As the two began to argue, Bai Xiao snapped, stop the nonsense and get to it. Despite their mutual disdain, upon hearing Bai Xiao's words, Lin Yong and Wang Cheng refrained from further conflict. The two charged towards the Harbinger of Calamity, followed closely by several other professionals who had come with Bai Xiao and Wang Cheng. With Bai Xiao's support, the group launched a fierce attack on the Harbinger of Calamity. Just as they engaged, a dozen figures arrived at the abyssal pool. Ha ha! The newcomer king isn't so easy to claim, this Harbinger of Calamity must be mine. Alright. It seems this year's talents from Yun province are all here. So let's take down this boss and see who is most qualified to compete for the newcomer king. That sounds great. Let's all attack together. The newcomers were also talents from various places, and some of their families were even at odds with each other. So they naturally wouldn't fear Bai Xiao and the others. They also wouldn't choose to team up. In an instant, the entire abyssal pool was divided into several factions, all vying for the right to kill the Harbinger of Calamity. At this moment, Bai Xiao looked at the backs of these people, her eyes flashing with disdain. A group of arrogant fools, overestimating themselves. Do you think the title of newcomer king is something you can touch? Outside the abyssal pool, the three major legions stood by, observing the situation inside. Ever since Xuefeng was killed by Yichen, the Black Tiger and Silver Wolf legions dared not step foot here easily. They were worried that the expert had not yet left. Therefore, when Bai Xiao and her group found them, they hesitated but ultimately refused to help each other with the boss hunting task. It was precisely because of this that Bai Xiao wasted so much time. It wasn't until Wang Cheng and a few other professionals familiar with him arrived in Haisha City that Bai Xiao proposed they join her in hunting the boss. That led to the earlier moment. Of course, those who could come here were all top talents from various powerful factions. After all, it had only been 2 days since this year's newcomers entered the Eternal Life world. Most newcomers had low levels, with the faster ones barely reaching level 20, while the slower ones might still be stuck in their teens. At this moment, Lei Laohu from the Black Tiger Legion couldn't help but express his feelings upon seeing the commotion ahead. These newcomers are really ridiculously strong, they are actually overpowering the Harbinger of Calamity. Beside him, Quang Long nodded and said, "Indeed impressive, they were just fighting each other, and in an instant, they can coordinate so efficiently. These people are indeed prodigies. How long do you think it will take them to kill the boss?" Lei Laohu asked. Quang Long observed for a moment. "If that expert really leaves, I bet it won't take half an hour, right?" Lei Laohu nodded. In agreement, then his gaze shifted to Xueling beside him. He felt a bit curious about this newly appointed leader of the Night Legion. So he couldn't help but ask, "Leader Xueling, you seem unfazed by the strength of those newcomers inside?" Upon hearing this, Xueling merely glanced at Lei Laohu and did not respond. However, at this moment, the scene of Yi Chen killing the Harbinger of Calamity earlier resurfaced in her mind. The people before her were indeed, as Lei Laohu and Quang Long said, top-notch. Compared to previous years, they were not lacking. However, after witnessing Yi Chen's strength, Xueling naturally had no interest in what was happening now. Behind these so-called prodigies, there were large groups dedicated to providing them with buffs. It took them half an hour to kill the boss, while Yi Chen had already single-handedly killed the Harbinger of Calamity a day earlier. With such a benchmark, everything before Xueling seemed like child's play. How could it pique her interest? "Have you heard? There's been a change in Haisha City, and now about 20 newcomers are surrounding the boss alone. The Harbinger of Calamity has 100,000 health points. Are 20 or so level 30s really trying to take it down? Is that for real? What's the big deal?" At this time, anyone who can get there is among the best of this year's newcomers. Each of them has a dedicated team behind them to support them. It looks like 20-some people are surrounding the boss, but in reality, there are no less than 200 people involved. Wow! Having money and power is great. If I had such a team, I should be one of them by now. What a dream! Hurry up and wash up and go to sleep. Having money and power also requires personal strength. With your useless self, even if you had 100 teams, you wouldn't be able to stand up. Exactly, at this time, who isn't a genius with an awakened talent of S level or above? I heard that Bai Xiao, who awakened an SSS level talent, is also there. Bai Xiao. My goddess, she previously achieved an SS level rating in the novice secret realm. She's just too strong. Who do you think will be the first to complete the first promotion? Isn't it obvious? It must be Bai Xiao. After all, with her SSS level talent, not only will she be the first to promote, but I think she will be this year's newcomer king. But although I admit that Bai Xiao is strong, she is not a pure combat profession after all. I have more faith in Lin Yong from the Lin family, who not only awakened an SS level talent but is also a rare shadow assassin with extremely high damage output. Wang Cheng is also good, although he is only S level. I had the fortune of witnessing his fighting style, which is simple and brutal, yet highly efficient, leaving people in awe. I say, have you all forgotten about the Night Shadow, who achieved the strongest SSS level rating in the novice secret realm and conquered the Plague Hidden Forest? That Night Shadow performed exceptionally in the early stages, but I heard that there is no major force backing him. With limited resources, no matter how strong the talent, it would be hard to keep up with the vanguard. That may be true, but who knows, there could be a miracle. Miracles don't exist in the eternal life world, it's just a pity. With Bai Xiao and her group being the first to reach level 30, they arrived at Black Sand City. The discussions about these individuals in the regional chat channel grew increasingly heated. In the public's perception, the candidate for this year's Rookie King should, without a doubt, emerge from among these people in Black Sand City. At this moment, many were watching closely, as they believed that whoever could be the first to complete their first promotion would likely earn the title of Rookie King. At the very least, they would become the first newcomer to reach level 50. In the first year of a newcomer entering the Eternal Life world, the world provides considerable support. Besides the initial novice secret realm, the most anticipated event for all newcomers is the Path of Exile. Like the novice secret realm, this is an exclusive benefit that only newcomers can access each year. The condition to unlock the Path of Exile is that a newcomer must reach level 50 first, which will automatically open it. The most attractive aspect of the Path of Exile for newcomers is the countless magical creatures within, and the experience gained from defeating these creatures is 3 times that of other places. It is well known that the experience required to level up in the Eternal Life world is quite outrageous. This triple experience undoubtedly allows newcomers to save a significant amount of leveling time. This is just the first phase of benefits in the Path of Exile. The duration lasts a total of 24 hours. Once the time is up, the second phase of the leaderboard competition will begin. Any profession that can make it onto the leaderboard will receive corresponding generous rewards. Especially for the first place, they can obtain a special points treasure chest. This treasure chest will yield very rare growth type equipment, with the lowest grade being epic. Over the past few decades, About 10 legendary pieces of equipment have been opened. Even more astonishing, someone once had the luck to open a mythical level piece of equipment. This is what makes the path of exile so appealing. Of course, most people are well aware that the title of first place on the leaderboard is beyond their reach. But that doesn't dampen their enthusiasm. After all, there are a total of 1,000 spots on the leaderboard. Excluding those powerful prodigies, the remaining spots are their opportunities. As the discussions heated up, the battle in the Blackwater Canyon was also nearing its end. The boss's health is down to less than 10,000. It's time to get serious. Someone shouted. Instantly, everyone participating in the siege perked up. Lin Yong, hidden in the shadows, had eyes as sharp as a cheetah, his body taut like a drawn bow, and his aura gradually rising. Wang Chang, when the boss's health drops to 3,000, block those people, I will deliver the final blow to the boss. Wang Chang, who is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Harbinger of Calamity, frowned upon hearing Lin Yong's words, feeling quite displeased. Naturally, he did not want to listen to Lin Yong. Without a second thought, he spoke up. Why should I listen to you? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiaoxiao's voice rang out. Wang Chang, don't act on impulse. You and the others prepare to entangle the surrounding people, and I will get Lin Yong into position. The killing rights of the Harbinger of Calamity must be secured without fail. Lin Yong let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. Bai Xiaoxiao is much more sensible than you. Wang Chang was furious. But at this moment, the boss's health had already dropped to 5,000. Feeling Bai Xiaoxiao's sharp gaze, he understood that this was not the time for rash actions. With a cold snort, he began to adjust his state. Soon, the boss's health was down to 4,500. Everyone, regardless of friend or foe, had already surrounded the boss. The boss's health dropped to 4,000. Suddenly, someone charged towards Wang Chang. Bai Xiaoxiao and the others tried to block the others from seizing the boss, and the others were no different. At this moment, seeing someone approaching him, Wang Chang immediately realized their intentions. Suyu, you're looking for death. With a cold snort, Wang Chang raised his sword and met the charge. In no time, the two were entangled in combat. Almost simultaneously, the previously united crowd turned into a chaotic brawl. At this point, the boss's health was still at 3,500, not far away. Bai Xiaoxiao was not surprised by this turn of events. He remained calm, observing the battlefield while keeping an eye on the boss's health. Finally, after a moment, the boss's health dropped to 3,000. Lin Yong, who had been waiting for the right moment, suddenly raised his momentum. In the next instant, he charged towards the boss like a sharp sword. At this moment, a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of Lin Yong's mouth. The boss is mine. However, just as Lin Yong was less than 10 meters away from the boss, an unexpected change occurred. Two figures appeared out of nowhere, immediately intercepting Lin Yong. Seeing this change, Lin Yong's eyes turned cold. He swung his daggers, mercilessly striking at the two. Those who block me shall die. Unfortunately, the two figures were quite familiar with Lin Yong and had long been prepared. The moment the daggers lunged at them, they were blocked by the two working together. After all, everyone who could come here was at least level 30, and their combat power was naturally impressive. Although Lin Yong fought 2 against 1 and managed to push them back with a single strike, his power was terrifying. But as an assassin, having his charged attack intercepted meant failure. This infuriated Lin Yong. The others were also taken aback. Wang Chang cursed loudly. Useless. Saying this, he disregarded the ongoing fight with the enemies and charged towards the boss, even at the risk of injury. But someone was faster than him. Wang Chang, you fell for the trap, the boss is ours. The speaker was Suyu, who had previously fought with Wang Chang. Suyu was also an S-class talent awakener, and like Bai's family, the Su family had the support of the 8 major families of the alliance. At this moment, he aimed to seize the boss in front of everyone, making his name known. Although his awakened talent was only S-class, talent did not represent everything. Looking at the boss within reach, a fiery glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. As long as he killed the boss, this battle would surely make a name for him, while the others would only serve as stepping stones for his fame. However, just as Suyu's attack was about to hit the boss, an unexpected holy light appeared above the boss's head. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, that holy light instantly merged into the body of the Harbinger of Calamity. In the next moment, the Harbinger of Calamity let out a deafening wail and instantly ceased to exist. Suyu's full-force strike also completely missed. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Suyu turned around in a fit of rage. Who is it? Who dares to ambush? However, just as everyone turned around, not far away, Bai Xiaoxiao gently placed her staff down. The holy light surrounding her was faintly visible. Suyu, it's all about one's own abilities. Where does the notion of sneak attacks come from?
Hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's calm voice, everyone was taken aback. It dawned on them that the one who had dealt the final blow to the boss was none other than Bai Xiaoxiao, who they had overlooked all along. These people did not underestimate Bai Xiaoxiao. After all, she was an SSS-level awakened talent, and no one would take her lightly. However, from the very beginning, the abilities Bai Xiaoxiao had displayed were all supportive. No one had expected that the one to ultimately kill the boss would be a support class. It was no wonder everyone was so shocked. "Aren't you a support class?" Suyu asked in disbelief. Bai Xiaoxiao, with an indifferent expression, said with extraordinary confidence, "I never said I was a support." This. Everyone fell silent. At the same time, many felt a storm of emotions rising within them. Bai Xiaoxiao's final strike had been utterly unexpected and quite stunning. At that moment, no one dared to ignore this woman who had awakened an SSS-level talent. Even Wang Chang, who had chosen to cooperate with Bai Xiaoxiao from the start, now regarded her as the most formidable competitor. Meanwhile, the members of the three major legions surrounding the outer edge of the Yutan, as well as many onlookers who had rushed over upon hearing the news, were completely stunned by Bai Xiaoxiao's breathtaking final blow. "Oh my god. No wonder she's an SSS level awakened, she's incredible. Not only is her combat power formidable, but her mind is also extremely sharp. Bai Xiaoxiao's future achievements are absolutely incalculable. With such a genius in the Bai family, they will definitely rise to a first-rate power in 5 years. This time, Bai Xiaoxiao has single-handedly overshadowed all the other prodigies. It's simply amazing. I'm starting to admire her. It looks like this year's newcomer king will definitely belong to Bai Xiaoxiao. I won't accept any rebuttals. I support your view too." The heated discussions from the crowd gradually reached Bai Xiaoxiao's ears. Listening to the praises, she maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, but inside, she was extremely delighted. This time, she could finally make a name for herself. The first step of her plan had succeeded. However, just then. Ding! World announcement: Player Knight Shadow has reached level 51st, the path of exile is about to open. Ding! World announcement: Player Knight Shadow has reached level 51st, the path of exile is about to open. Ding! World announcement: Player Knight Shadow has reached level 51st, the path of exile is about to open. At this moment, countless people were waiting for news from the Blackwater Canyon. Everyone was very curious about who would be the strongest contender for this year's newcomer king. With Bai Xiaoxiao's sudden rise, surpassing everyone's expectations and delivering the final blow to the harbinger of calamity among a group of prodigies, that shocking scene ignited the entire chat channel. Everyone was exclaiming in surprise. Many had already firmly believed in their hearts that Bai Xiaoxiao was this year's newcomer king. Similarly, Bai Shanhe, the head of the Bai family, who had been closely monitoring Bai Xiaoxiao's movements, received the news immediately. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This time, Bai Xiaoxiao had outshone so many prodigies by defeating the harbinger of calamity, bringing honor to the Bai family. It was worth all the resources he had invested in fully nurturing Bai Xiaoxiao. In the Blackwater Canyon, Bai Xiaoxiao accepted the shock and admiration of those around her with an air of nonchalance, and the astonished and unwilling gazes from the other young masters of the aristocratic families. A joy that was hard to express filled her heart. However, at that moment, she suddenly noticed that the looks directed at her began to change in a strange way. At first, there were only a few people. But gradually, more and more began to whisper among themselves, occasionally accompanied by gasps of surprise. This bizarre scene made Bai Xiaoxiao frown. She had merely defeated the harbinger of calamity. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? What would these people feel when she later claimed the title of newcomer king? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, clearly looking down on their behavior. At that moment, Wang Chang walked over. Bai Xiaoxiao assumed he was there to flatter her. Although she held his sycophantic behavior in disdain. She thought that he had put in quite a bit of effort earlier, so she didn't want to hurt his feelings. Thus, she said lightly, "Wang Chang, your performance this time was good, I will remember you." Her indifferent tone carried a hint of pride. However, Wang Chang hesitated and said, "Bai Xiaoxiao, didn't you see the announcement in the chat channel?" "What announcement?" "That the first to advance to the first transition wouldn't trigger an announcement in the eternal life world?" Bai Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows, not understanding Wang Chang's meaning. Wang Chang showed a strange expression, thought for a long time but still didn't say anything, and turned to leave. Seeing Wang Chang's odd behavior, Bai Xiaoxiao was puzzled. But she instinctively clicked into the chat channel. As a result, upon seeing it, "This is impossible!" Bai Xiaoxiao exclaimed. But the next moment, she felt as if struck by lightning, standing there in shock. Night Shadow became the first to reach level 50 among newcomers? How could this be? How could it be him again? This is impossible. In an instant, every cell in Bai Xiaoxiao's body rejected the information she received.
Clearly, at this moment, she was the most dazzling and the center of attention in the entire Eternal Life world. All the applause, all the gazes, should have been focused on her. Why? Why was it like this? It was that damned Night Shadow again. Previously, in the novice secret realm, this Night Shadow had already stolen her thunder once. Now, she had been practicing tirelessly, not daring to waste a moment. Even calculating against all the other young masters of the aristocratic families to secure her first transition. The result? By Xiao's gaze swept around. She found that the attention that should have been on her had completely vanished. Everyone was bowing their heads, discussing and gasping. From the fragmented voices that reached her, Bai Xiao knew they were talking about Night Shadow. At that moment, she recalled Wang Chang's strange look earlier. Instantly, her previously radiant expression fell completely. She felt like a clown. An unnamed rage spread continuously in her heart. Night Shadow, you made me a clown. You, damn it. Unfortunately, at this moment, Bai Xiao was no longer the focus of anyone's attention. The sudden world announcement caused the previously lively chat channel to come to a halt. Everyone was shocked by the 3 consecutive world announcements that popped up. At this moment, no one understood what had actually happened. After an unknown amount of time, someone suddenly blurted out, "Do you think there might be a bug like in the game?" As soon as this was said, it ignited the entire chat channel like a fuse. Of course, no one thought this statement was right. After all, the Eternal Life world was a real world, not a game. This was something everyone was clear about. They were just completely brought back to their senses by the emergence of this statement. Oh my god. Reaching level 50 in 2 days? I suspect I'm still dreaming? There's no doubt about it, if it weren't for everyone being in a daze, I wouldn't believe that someone could reach level 50 in just 2 days. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? If I remember correctly, when Path of Exile opened 2 years ago, it was on the 7th day after newcomers entered that Zhao Hao from the Xiao family achieved it. That shocked quite a few people. I heard even the 8 great families were slightly intimidated by his fierce speed. Last year, it took a full 15 days. Not only that, since then, the other 7 families of the 8 great families, excluding the Xiao family, have all wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Zhao family, aiming to win over Zhao Hao, but the Zhao family rejected them all. But it's enough to prove how terrifying it is to reach level 50 in just 7 days. I just checked, and over the past few decades in the Eternal Life world, Zhao Hao's speed wasn't the fastest. 30 years ago, there was an even faster newcomer who reached level 50 in just 6 days, the fastest on record. I heard that the alliance was greatly shaken by his appearance, but later this newcomer mysteriously disappeared. Wait, according to what you said, if Night Shadow reached level 50 in 2 days, wouldn't that cause another huge stir in the alliance? That's inevitable. The 8 great families of the alliance will definitely do everything they can to find out who this Night Shadow is. How could they let such a genius develop freely outside? Indeed, if I were a member of the 8 great families, I would have to do everything possible to secure Night Shadow. By the way, I just remembered, isn't Night Shadow the newcomer who got an SSS rating in the Novice Secret Realm 2 days ago? I'm impressed by your reaction. You also forgot to mention one thing, he is the master of the level 20 Secret Realm, the Plague Hidden Forest. Just ask if you're scared. Hiss. Night Shadow is terrifying. Oh no. Night Shadow reached level 50 in 2 days, and I admire that, but what should I do in the upcoming Path of Exile? I'm only just level 15. Ah. Now that you mention it, I just realized I'm only at level 18. 2. Isn't the Path of Exile going to be a disaster? As the topic shifted to the Path of Exile, the entire chat channel was filled with cries of despair. There was no way around it. The first phase of the Path of Exile offered triple experience for leveling trials, originally intended to further narrow the gap between newcomers to achieve fairness. This was to prevent lower-level professionals from losing competitiveness in the score rankings of the second phase. But Night Shadow's leveling speed was simply too fast. It took only 2 days to successfully open the Path of Exile. This resulted in most newcomers not even reaching level 20, making it difficult to close the gap even with the upcoming triple experience trials. And this concern wasn't limited to ordinary people. At this moment, the prodigies in Blackwater Canyon clearly thought of this as well. Although their leveling speed was faster than average, they were only at level 30. Moreover, they were still fighting tooth and nail for their first promotion tasks. As a result, they turned around and found someone had already hit level 50. The gap between them was a harsh slap in the face. Just a moment ago, they were so full of themselves, looking down on everyone. At this moment, they were blushing and utterly embarrassed. The impact of this world announcement on them was indeed quite significant. At this time, in the underground cave, Yi Chen naturally saw the world announcement. Path of Exile? He murmured softly, and only Then did he suddenly remember that there was such a thing? It wasn't that he didn't know about the path of exile, rather, he had been in the underground cave since level 35, continuously engaged in battle. With the rapid leveling up, he had overlooked this point. Yi-Chen didn't have much thought about being able to open the path of exile. After all, with his experience point bonus and his super strong fireball spell, all of this seemed quite natural. Anyway, after the path of exile opened, there were still 24 hours until the actual entry time. So he wasn't in a hurry to think about it. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the corpse before him, which was as massive as a mountain. As Yi-Chen persevered tirelessly, he lost track of how much time had passed. Finally, he managed to grind the lava behemoth to death. At the moment the lava behemoth fell, the tension in Yi-Chen's heart finally relaxed. At this time, he finally saw the long-awaited information. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 50. Ding! You have collected 1 fire element essence. Fragment, gaining the ability, Lava Blade. Lava Blade, each time you cast a fire-based skill, you can stack a layer of Lava Blade on the target, reducing the target's fire element resistance by 50 points, lasting for 10 seconds, with a maximum of 100 layers, and each time it stacks, the duration resets. Ding! 10 fire element essence fragments have been synthesized into a perfect fire element essence. Ding! You have fused the perfect fire element essence, gaining the smelting furnace. Smelting furnace, you can infuse the purest fire element into your equipment, and equipment refined with fire elements will gain attribute enhancements. After killing the lava behemoth, Yi-Chen finally gathered the last piece of fire element essence fragment. What surprised Yi-Chen was that the death of the lava behemoth did not grant him an increase in the power of fire-based skills, nor did it allow his fire resistance to stack again. Instead, it gave him an ability. This ability was different from skills, it was somewhat akin to a talent. In the past of the Eternal Life world, there had been quite a few such abilities. However, most of them were rewards from NPC-issued quests. Nowadays, with the destruction of NPCs, very few people had been able to obtain abilities in the past few decades. Yi-Chen didn't expect to unexpectedly gain one. The effect of the Lava Blade ability was mainly to reduce resistance. Although it only reduced fire element resistance, which had many limitations, it was a very fitting ability for Yi-Chen at the moment. Especially since he could now instantaneously cast 50 fireballs in 0.5 seconds, meaning he could stack the layers of Lava Blade to the maximum in just 1 second. In other words, in 1 second, Yi-Chen's enemies would instantly lose 5,000 points of fire element resistance. It should be noted that after a fierce battle earlier, Yi-Chen's own fire element resistance had only managed to stack to over 15,000 points. Before that, relying on a bunch of skill stones, he had only managed to stack his overall element resistance to 2,000 points. The Lava Blade could reduce 5,000 points at once, which was almost comparable to having no defense at all, and that was a bit terrifying. If he had possessed the effect of Lava Blade from the very beginning, Yi-Chen wouldn't have had to fight so hard through these 10 waves of battles. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen looked at the Lava Blade, his eyes shining. However, aside from the surprise brought by the Lava Blade, what excited Yi-Chen the most was that he had finally obtained the Fire Element Essence. What Yi-Chen didn't expect was that after obtaining the fused Fire Element Essence, it also came with a function, Smelting Furnace. Yi-Chen had never seen such a function before. After reading the description, Yi-Chen thought for a moment, and then took out his Goblin Staff. Ding, should the Fire Element be infused into the Goblin's Elite Staff, epic? Yi-Chen replied, yes. Immediately, he felt countless searing energies rapidly surging into his staff. In the next moment, flames erupted around the staff, completely enveloping it. Strangely, although these intensely explosive flames were extremely hot, Yi-Chen only felt a warm sensation and no discomfort at all. Just then, the flames suddenly surged violently, and in the next moment, they quickly entered the staff. Ding! You have refined the Goblin's Elite Staff, epic, using the refining furnace, and the equipment has been enhanced. Goblin's Elite Staff, Epic Intelligence plus 20, Spell Penetration plus 30, Refining Effect, Fire Skill Level plus 1, required. Level 10. Yi-Chen looked at the Goblin's Elite Staff in his hand, which had become more textured, and his eyes brightened. After the refining process, the attributes of the Goblin's Elite Staff had not changed. However, an additional attribute had been added, Fire Skill Level plus 1. Yi-Chen couldn't help but check his Fireball spell. The base damage of Fireball had increased from 480 to 540, and the intelligence bonus had changed from 1.0 to 1.1. Now, the damage of a single fireball had risen from 5258 to 5640 points. That was nearly a 400-point increase in damage. For a moment, Yi-Chen looked at the refining furnace with immense joy. Then, Yi-Chen tried to refine the Goblin's Elite Staff a second time. Unfortunately, the refining furnace could only refine an item once. However, with the experiment on the
Goblin's elite staff. Yi Chen was already clear about the effects of this refining furnace. It would not cause the equipment to break but would simply add an additional refining attribute. So he completely relaxed. The Goblin set he wore was level 10 equipment. Given his current level and the monsters he faced, the attributes of this set were already somewhat redundant. However, due to his combat power reaching a terrifying level with the help of his godly talent, he was not in a hurry to upgrade his equipment. But now, with the refining furnace, he could indeed upgrade his gear. After all, there were no costs involved. Of course, what he valued most was still the refining effect on the 2 mythical grade pieces of equipment. After all, these 2 mythical grade items greatly enhanced Yi Chen's combat power. First was the necklace. Just the effect 2 alone brought Yi Chen over 120,000 health points. Yi Chen did not believe any equipment could replace it. Therefore, he also placed considerable importance on the refining effect. Ding! You have refined the endless life chain, mythical, using the refining furnace, and the equipment has been enhanced. Seeing the prompt and feeling the warmth emanating from the necklace, Yi Xi's expression turned a bit anxious. He took a deep breath and then began to check. Endless life chain, mythical, all attributes plus 20 refining effect, increases the projectile speed of all fire skills. Effect 1. All your professional skills increase damage by 100 points. Effect 2. For each skill you possess, your maximum health increases by 200. Wearing level 10. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised when he saw the smelting effect. The smelting effect did not substantially enhance his skill damage. But upon reflection, this enhancement was quite powerful. He hadn't forgotten the recent battle against Shui Feng. Due to the distance, the latter had managed to evade his fireball attacks several times. Now, with the projectile speed of fire skills increased, it effectively raised his skill's hit rate. In other words, when facing high mobility targets in the future, Yi Chen would find it much easier to secure kills without exposing his position to the enemy as he had before. This was a significant improvement for overall combat effectiveness. After realizing this, Yi Chen felt quite pleased. He then took out another piece of mythic equipment, the Plague Source Ring. He began to anticipate what kind of surprise this ring would bring him. Ding! You have smelted the Plague Source Ring, mythic, in the smelting furnace, and the equipment has been enhanced. The moment the smelting was completed, Yi Chen checked immediately. Plague Source Ring, mythic, agility plus 70, intelligence plus 50, smelting effect. Your skills have a 30% chance to trigger double casting. Effect 1. All poison effects you inflict on targets are doubled. Effect 2. When your health drops below 20%, absorb the poison state from enemies, restoring 3% of your maximum health for each layer. Wearing level 20. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. He soon understood the meaning of this smelting effect. Double casting? It wasn't that the effect was weak. For an ordinary person, having a 30% chance of double casting would undoubtedly be a significant boost to their combat power. However, his fireball spell could instantaneously launch 50 projectiles. This double casting would only add 1 more, and it was only a 30% chance. This left Yi Chen feeling somewhat indifferent. Although he felt a bit disappointed, it was still an additional effect, so he didn't dwell on it too much. He then smelted the remaining 5 pieces of goblin equipment. It was unclear whether it was due to the quality of the equipment or the different parts. The smelting effects of the remaining 5 pieces did not shock Yi Chen again. Aside from the Goblin Elite Ring providing a 10% increase in fire damage, the effects of the remaining clothing, gauntlets, belt, and shoes were the same, increasing fire resistance by 500 points each. In total, this added up to 2,000 points. Yi Chen's total fire resistance reached 19,584 points. This number was quite terrifying. After completing all this, Yi Chen re-equipped all his gear neatly. He then began to think that perhaps it was time to change his equipment. However, his current level was somewhat awkward. Although he had surpassed many newcomers of the same generation, he was unsure how to choose equipment for level 50. Choosing something more ordinary seemed to offer no real benefit to him. Yet, as for the expensive options, he wasn't even sure if he could afford them. Even if he could afford it, Yi Chen wouldn't waste money on this. After all, his leveling speed was quite fast. It wouldn't be long before he could undergo his second job change. The difference between each job change for a professional isn't just the number of attribute points gained. Additionally, the equipment for different job changes has vastly different impacts on a professional's improvement. This is also why Bai Xiao was so shocked when she received the equipment gifted to her by Bai Shanha. Just as Yi Chen was weighing his options, he suddenly remembered the earlier world announcement. Right. The Path of Exile has a points leaderboard. The first place has a chance to obtain high-quality equipment, and it's even growth-type equipment. Historically, many people have obtained legendary-grade equipment, and there have even been precedents for mythic-grade equipment. If he could secure the top spot on the leaderboard, wouldn't that equipment come to him? As for whether he could take first place, Yichen wasn't too worried. With his current strength, let alone competing with newcomers of the same level, even professionals in the beginner area would find it impossible to beat him. Yichen was now completely confident in dominating any professional below level 150. As for what grade of equipment he could obtain after taking first place on the leaderboard, Yichen was even less concerned. After all, his drop rate was 5 times that of an average person. Even if his luck was terrible, at the very least, he would get a legendary grade piece of equipment. However, to ensure everything went smoothly, he decided to enhance his drop rate a bit more before heading out. At that moment, Yi Chen once again marveled at the convenient benefits brought by the infinite skill bar. Whatever he lacked, he could supplement. It was simply too much of a bug. Just then, with the death of the lava giant beast, the scene before him suddenly changed. In the next moment, Yi Chen found himself in a cave. At the same time, no new monsters appeared, which left Yi Chen somewhat disappointed. After all, to change his job to a fusion mage, he needed at least 3 types of elemental essences. Although he unexpectedly obtained a fire elemental essence, he still had no idea how to acquire the other elemental essences. This left Yi Chen feeling a bit lost. In light of the comments from various readers about the protagonist's ID, I decided to take advice and change it to Night Shadow, so please stop criticizing, the kid is going to be driven crazy. In the real world, in the Imperial capital. What are everyone's thoughts on the opening situation of this year's Path of Exile? Let's hear your opinions. In a highly modernized conference room, over 20 figures sat around a round table. The one who spoke first was Qin Wujie, the representative of one of the 8 major families of the Alliance, the Qin family. This year, the Qin family had no newcomers entering the Eternal Life World, so he appeared quite relaxed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, while others were still pondering, the representative of the Xiao family, Elder Zhao Changlin, shot a sidelong glance at Qin Wujie and coldly said, "Do we even need to think about it? Since Night Shadow appeared in the area under the Zhao family's jurisdiction, it is naturally our Zhao family's responsibility." Bullshit. As soon as Zhao Changlin finished, someone on the other side jumped up and cursed, "Last year's Fang Xian also appeared in my Qi family's territory. If I remember correctly, you weren't saying that back then." The speaker was the representative of the Qi family, and as soon as he finished, the representative sitting in the Wei family's position immediately chimed in, "Zhao Changlin, a few years ago, you also snatched my Wei family's newcomer king. How dare you say that in front of us now?" Zhao Changlin glanced at the others, seeing them all silent like old foxes, but with expressions of schadenfreude. He immediately got angry. The situation now is different, that Night Shadow has killed 16 members of my Longyuan Legion. And this debt must be repaid by the Xiao family. "Hey! You dare to bring up baseless claims," the Qi family representative sneered. "Then tell me, who in the novice area has the ability to kill my 16 Dragon Abyss elites?" That Zhao Wu is the head of District 702, and his strength is not something just anyone can casually challenge, Zhao Changlin said. However, his explanation did not gain the approval of others. The representative from the Qi family mocked, "This alone is not enough to convince us. Perhaps your people are too arrogant and offended a high-level practitioner who just happened to use a dimensional separation stone to go to the novice area. He. Use your pig brain to think carefully, which high-level practitioner would waste such a high cost to kill a low-level boss?" Zhao Changlin was furious. Being humiliated like this, He was also enraged and threatened in a chilling tone. "Zhao Changlin, don't think that just because your Zhao family has a Zhao Hao, you can ride on our heads. Do you believe I'll have someone take care of Zhao Hao tomorrow?" Zhao Changlin glared angrily, "You dare? Do you want to go to war with my Zhao family? Let's fight then, see if I dare." "Enough. We're all adults here, let's talk business. Do you really want to make a fool of yourselves over a newcomer?" Qin Wujie, who had been silent, stepped in to stop the argument as tensions rose. "Humph. In any case, that Night Shadow must belong to our Zhao family." "Hey! Just because you say so? You should ask if the others agree first." He suppressed his anger but still mocked coldly. Zhao Changlin wanted to say something more. Qin Wujie then said directly, "Since there's a dispute, let's have a vote among our 8 families to decide." Zhao Changlin felt 100 unwillingness in his heart upon hearing this. But although he was angry, he also knew that the Zhao family alone could not directly compete with the other 7 families. Not to mention, besides their 8 families, there were also representatives from a dozen other forces present, all slightly weaker than them. The final vote was as Zhao Changlin had expected. Everyone except him supported the idea that, in the competition for Night Shadow, each should rely on their own abilities. Zhao Changlin felt frustrated but had no choice. However, he suddenly thought of something and said, "Since you all think this way, I have nothing more to say.
But one thing, many people have publicly tried to recruit Night Shadow, yet he has not responded at all.
What if he doesn't want to be recruited by us?
He chimed in, maybe some people offered too low
a price, or some think they're clever and use petty tricks to annoy him.
After all, he's still a young man, and he must have some spirit. Zhao Changlin knew he was referring to his earlier attempt to monopolize
low-priced skill stones.
But later, he found that it seemed to have no effect on Night Shadow. Of course, even if everyone knew this, Zhao Changlin could not admit it, so he coldly said, "You'd better clarify your words."
He smiled slightly.
"If I were Night Shadow, I probably wouldn't choose your Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family only had Xiao Hao emerge 2 years ago.
Even if Night Shadow joined your Xiao family, can you ensure that the resources you provide are more than what Xiao Hao gets?" Zhao Changlin was momentarily at a loss for words.
Indeed, as he said, all of Xiao family's resources were concentrated on Xiao Hao.
If Night Shadow
joined the Xiao family, he wouldn't be left with nothing. But it was clear he could not compare to Xiao Hao.
Last year, seizing Fang Xin from the Qi family was a living example. However, Fang Xin himself came from a second-rate
force, and the Xiao family merely incorporated that force as a subordinate. It was not comparable to the situation with Night Shadow. Seeing Zhao Changlin at a loss, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He never expected that this year the tides would turn. A Night Shadow emerged, who was several times stronger than Fang Xin. Level 50 in just 2 days.
And without any background. Such impressive achievements would make any family interested. Even the representatives from the other dozen or so slightly weaker families were quite tempted. However, due to the overwhelming power of the 8 great families, they did not dare to express their
opinions.
At this moment, everyone present had their own hidden agendas and remained silent.
Qin Wujie saw this and directly said, "In short, one thing is clear, that Night Shadow can only be a member of the 8 great
families.
If he refuses, then the rewards of the exile path will be forever out of his reach." Everyone nodded in agreement without any dispute.
As for Qin Wujie's mention of refusal, no one took it seriously. Who in this world could refuse the invitation of the 8 great families?
If he truly had his mind set against it, Qin Wujie had already made it very clear.
There was no need for any grand schemes. All that was needed was for the
younger generations of all families entering the exile path to unite, and Night Shadow would surely find it impossible to move within.
The alliance did not need a 9th family.
This was the survival strategy that had allowed the 8 great families to stand firm on Blue Star for nearly 100 years. Soon, the discussion of the event came to an end. In the conference room, only 2 people remained. One was Qin Wujie, and the other was an old man who looked somewhat hunched over.
This old man was the current head of the Ji family, the weakest among the 8 great families, Ji Jisun.
At this moment, seeing that everyone else had left, Ji Jisun
finally spoke. "Elder Wujie, what is the Qin family's stance on that Night Shadow?" Qin Wujie glanced at Ji Jisun and said lightly, "What? Does your Ji family have thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, Ji Jisun cupped his hands and said humbly, "We will follow Elder Wujie's arrangements."
Qin Wujie was somewhat satisfied with Ji Jisun's attitude and said, "The 6 families have always looked down on my Qin family and your Ji family. Back then, they made my Qin family lose a Qin woman. This time, that Night Shadow must belong to my Qin family."
Upon hearing the name Qin woman, Ji Jisun immediately fell silent. However, a ripple of emotion stirred within him.
Qin woman, that unparalleled genius who had shone like a fleeting flower 30 years ago. Unfortunately, he fell too early. Otherwise, the strength of the Qin family today would surely be even greater. Just as these top forces of the alliance were discussing the ownership of Night Shadow, Yi Chen, after killing the lava behemoth, had already appeared in a dim cave.
At first, Yi Chen thought he would encounter the next point for obtaining elemental essence.
But after observing for a while, he realized he was overthinking it.
After walking for a bit, Yi Chen arrived at a fork in the road. Each path was an
opening, and there were no special signs around. For a moment, Yi Chen felt a bit confused. After pondering for a moment, he decided to follow his intuition and walked into the left path.
However, as soon as he stepped into
this fork, a group of bird-like dark creatures surged towards him.
Shadow Crawler level, 50 health, 5000 attack power, 500 defense, 300 description, living year-round in dark
caves, completely black and hairless. This agile shadow creature excels at launching lightning-fast attacks.
A level 50 monster?
Its attributes seem significantly higher than those of
monsters of the same level in the outside world.
But compared to the fire-type monsters Yi Chen had encountered earlier, it was simply incomparable. Yi Chen clapped his hands and cast a fireball spell.
Now, the damage of a single fireball had reached 5,897 points.
The Shadow Crawler's defense was only 300 points, and its magic resistance was naturally not much higher.
Yi Chen could easily kill it in one hit. In just 2 uses of fireball.
Nearly 200 shadow crawlers were turned to ashes. You killed a shadow crawler and gained 7,480 experience points. You killed a shadow crawler and gained 7,480 experience points. Ding! You leveled up to level 51, all attributes plus 2, health plus 40, mana plus 20, free attribute points plus 10. Just one wave of shadow crawlers allowed Yi-Chen to level up. It's important to note that going from level 50 to 51 requires a total of 1,460,722 experience points. Yi-Chen calculated a bit and found that the base experience for one shadow crawler was 815 points. This amount of experience was significantly higher than that of monsters of the same level in the outside world. However, compared to his own level up, Yi-Chen's attention was entirely focused on the Plague Source Ring. Earlier, he had refined the Plague Source Ring in the smelting furnace, obtaining a smelting effect that gave a 30% chance for skills to trigger double casting. At first, Yi-Chen didn't think much of this effect. After all, he could instantaneously cast 50 fireballs now, and a 30% chance would only add one more, which seemed rather unappetizing. However, just now, Yi-Chen realized he had a significant misunderstanding about this double casting. After personally experimenting, he understood the rules of the smelting effect of the Plague Source Ring. The trigger condition for double casting is based on the number of times he casts skills. But it can only trigger once at the same time. Since he could release 50 fireballs at once, that meant he had a 50 times chance to trigger. Therefore, a 30% probability for Yi-Chen would equate to a 100% trigger. He absolutely did not believe he could be so unlucky as to not trigger even once in 50 attempts. Of course, if it were just that, Yi-Chen wouldn't be so shocked. The truly terrifying aspect of this double casting was that once triggered, it activated all his fireball skills simultaneously. Simply put, after Yi-Chen released 50 fireballs, under the effect of double casting, he would instantly cast all skills named Fireball again. This meant that now, as long as Yi-Chen cast one fireball, it would directly result in 100 fireballs. This was also why he was able to annihilate nearly 200 shadow crawlers in just 2 casts of fireball. After clarifying the smelting effect of the Plague Source Ring, Yi-Chen was overjoyed. This way, his damage effectively doubled. His single fireball, after the enhancement from the fire element essence, had damage that was already comparable to some high-level epic, even legendary skills. Now with this doubling effect, the total damage of Yi-Chen's fireball reached a terrifying 589,720. Who could withstand such damage? He silently calculated. With his current damage, he didn't need to continue stacking intelligence. Previously, he had to increase intelligence because his initial damage was too low. Additionally, the benefits of increasing intelligence included growth in mana and magic resistance. But now, with sufficient damage, he could consider allocating free attribute points elsewhere. After all, intelligence in the later stages could be stacked by learning more skill stones. As for where to allocate the attribute points, Yi-Chen was quickly calculating in his mind. Though he was thinking, he wasn't too troubled. After all, with an infinite skill bar, he could stack a large number of skills for whatever he lacked. However, for now, aside from intelligence, the most cost-effective option was naturally agility. Yi-Chen decisively allocated all 10 free attribute points from his level up into agility. ID, Night Shadow. Level, 51 class, Mage free attribute points, 10 attributes, Strength 114, Constitution 126, Agility 195, Intelligence 1926 Health 128530/128530, Mana, 21770/21770 Skills. Fireball, Mana Spring, Experience Surge. Expand. In fact, the past experiences in the Eternal Life world suggest that resource-poor mages typically distribute their points according to the rule of 3 intelligence and 2 agility, or 3 intelligence, 1 constitution, and 1 agility. This ensures a certain level of output, while maximizing survivability. As for those mages from powerful factions, supported by strong equipment, they usually go for 4 intelligence and 1 agility, following a path of brute force output. However, there are indeed mages like Yi-Chen who focus entirely on intelligence, and they are not few in number. It's just that most of their graves have already grown grass. Too fragile. If it weren't for the infinite skill bar talent, Yi-Chen definitely wouldn't dare to play this way. Of course, it's very likely he wouldn't have chosen the mage class in the first place. However, in reality, Yi-Chen's agility is not low. After all, 2 pieces of mythic gear grant him a total of 90 points in agility. Additionally, the skill Swift provides him with increased movement speed. It's only low in relation to his intelligence. His intelligence has now reached a staggering 1926 points, and although the more times he levels up, the greater the disparity in attribute points gained per level, this base value is already equivalent to the raw attributes of a level 130 professional. Yet he is only level 51. Coupled with various skills and equipment boosts, it is sufficient to support him in the later stages. Let's not forget, his talent allows him to gain an additional 2 points in intelligence every time he learns a skill. So for now, his damage output is saturated, adding more would be a bit excessive. The remaining strength attribute is basically irrelevant to Yi Chen. As for constitution, it can also be disregarded, although it can increase defense and magic resistance, the increase is not significant. However, thanks to the endless life chain of mythic level equipment, his health points are similar to his intelligence. As long as he learns more skills, he won't lack health. After finishing his attribute allocation, Yi Chen continued on his way. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any monsters until the next fork in the road. Relying on his intuition, he chose the leftmost path, and upon entering, he encountered cave monsters again. This time, however, the cave monsters were level 52, and there were also 200 of them. After a few seconds, Yi Chen cleared them all out. Subsequently, he leveled up again, reaching level 52. This leveling speed was so astonishing that even Yi Chen himself found it hard to believe. Just like that, Yi Chen continued to choose several forks in the road. Each fork contained around 200 monsters. With each additional fork chosen, the monsters' levels would increase by 2. Until just now, Yi Chen was facing monsters that were already level 70. At this point, his level had smoothly reached 60, just hitting the threshold for the second-class advancement. Before this, he had thought his leveling speed would be fast, but he never expected it to be this quick. In total, it had only taken a little over an hour. The actual time spent in combat would not exceed 5 minutes, most of it was used for exploration. Although his level had increased, Yi Chen also noticed that these cave monsters seemed different from the fire-type monsters he had encountered earlier. Aside from experience, the monsters here did not drop anything. Next, Yi Chen chose another fork in the road to enter. However, this time, there were no monsters lurking at the crossroads. The entire cave was unusually bright. At that moment, a wall deep inside the cave caught Yi Chen's attention with a rune filled with peculiar patterns. As Yi Chen approached, he noticed that the patterns emitted a faint red glow, which was quite eye-catching. After a moment's thought, Yi Chen tried to touch it. Suddenly, the red light on the patterns brightened, releasing a wave of strange energy. At the same time, a similar red light burst forth from Yi Chen's forehead. In the next instant, the red light from the wall merged into Yi Chen's brow. A surge of powerful energy flowed into Yi Chen's body. At the same time, a message popped up on his panel. You have absorbed the power of the red moon. All attributes increased by 50 points. Before Yi Chen could figure out what was happening, the previously calm cave suddenly shook violently. In the next moment, a powerful energy forcefully pushed Yi Chen out. As his vision shifted, Yi Chen found himself in the Miasma hidden forest. What was going on? Yi Chen was somewhat bewildered. He opened his panel and took a look, discovering that all his four-dimensional attributes had increased by 50 points. Only then did he confirm that what had just happened was not an illusion. Moreover, he could be completely certain that the Red Moon certificate he had obtained earlier was indeed connected to the cave. It seemed that the remaining elemental essences must also exist within the cave. However, how to obtain them was something Yi Chen did not know for the time being. Then, he picked up the Starry Guide stone, wanting to try entering the cave again. As a result, a prompt popped up. This item is on cooldown, it can be reopened after 24 hours. Yi Chen had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea of continuing to enter. He glanced at the time. There were still about 20 hours until the true opening of the Exile Road. After some thought, Yi Chen directly returned to Yellow Sand City. He then found the Adventurer's Hall. Yi Chen's plan was to complete the second transition before entering the Exile Road. Although he believed that no one among the newcomers this time was his match, he still needed to level up to advance. The experience in the Exile Road was quite rich, and if he completed the transition, he could take the opportunity to grind a wave of experience. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to spend money to go to someone else's secret realm to reach level 90. Arriving in front of the stone tablet, Yi Chen pressed his hand directly on it. Ding! Detected that you meet the qualifications for the second transition. Upgrade task, generating upgrade task, second transition upgrade task generated. Please go to the Phantom Maze and collect 3 Phantom Hearts. This task again? Yi Chen frowned slightly, his luck was really bad. It wasn't that this task was particularly difficult, but based on statistics over the years, the average time to complete the Phantom Maze task was 2 days. This conflicted with the entry time for the Exile Road. Furthermore, the second transition upgrade task was different from the first. The first transition upgrade task could be refreshed for a fee, which was a convenience given to newcomers by the rules of the Eternal World. But that was not the case for the second transition. With no other choice, Yi Chen could only honestly accept the task.
He also thought that he would first go take a look. If it really didn't work out, he could always return midway, which wouldn't delay anything. Leaving the Adventurers Hall, Yi-Chen originally intended to head straight to the Phantom Maze. However, at that moment, a message in the chat channel caught his attention. In light of the upcoming Path of Exile, all newcomers are requested to return to the real world and go to their respective academies to collect their beginner bonuses. This time, the beginner bonuses are jointly initiated and funded by the 8 major families of the Alliance to encourage newcomers, so the bonuses will be distributed based on the beginner's level. The higher the level, the greater the bonus. The reward collection period is until before entering the Path of Exile, so all newcomers must go to collect it. Upon seeing the message, Yi-Chen showed no signs of excitement. Instead, he fell into deep thought. The academy only offers a beginner benefit to students once a year, which is before entering the Eternal Life world. Yi-Chen had received 10,000 eternal coins at that time. Now, the 8 major families had surprisingly organized a second beginner reward based on levels. This had never happened before. In Yi-Chen's view, the prestige and strength of the 8 major families were such that even if they did nothing, a large group of ordinary people would still want to work for them. Giving money to newcomers for no reason would at most earn them some gratitude from the newcomers, but it wouldn't yield any substantial benefits. Therefore, this action didn't seem to benefit the 8 major families at all. This made it quite strange. Suddenly, Yi-Chen realized the reason. This was a scheme by the 8 major families to lock in their identities. It wasn't that Yi-Chen overestimated himself, rather, he had achieved a shocking SSS rating in the beginner's secret realm from the very start. He then quickly became the master of the Plague Hidden Forest's secret realm. The most exaggerated part was that he had successfully reached level 50 in just 2 days. This achievement could not simply be described as breaking records. It could be said that such a situation had never occurred in the 100-year history of the Eternal Life world. The feat of reaching level 50 in 2 days had completely caught the attention of the 8 major families. The reason they set up this beginner reward scheme was to identify his real-world identity through his level. After coming to this realization, Yi-Chen's first reaction was to not go. As long as he didn't go, the 8 major families naturally wouldn't be able to uncover his real identity. But then he thought again, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It must be said that the 8 major families had stood firm in the Eternal Life world for 100 years, and none of them were simple characters. Following that announcement, many people in the chat channel began to share that the bonuses this time were quite generous. Even if you were a useless player at level 10, you could still receive a bonus of 100,000. If you were at level 20, you could get 200,000. The higher the level, the more bonus you would receive. Faced with such a risk-free opportunity to easily gain a large sum of eternal coins, anyone who wasn't a fool would find it hard to refuse. As a result, the number of people who would choose not to go was very few. Therefore, at that time, the 8 major families would only need to pay attention to those newcomers who did not go to collect their rewards, making it easier to lock in their identities. This was a blatant scheme. As for the 8 major families' intentions in finding out his identity, aside from the Xiao family, which was hard to say, the rest were unlikely to have any malicious intent. They merely wanted to recruit him as one of their own. Perhaps to others, this seemed like a tremendous opportunity. After all, every year, the newcomer who topped the leaderboard in the Path of Exile and earned the title of Newcomer King would eventually become a member of the 8 major families and would be delighted about it. Of course, there was also the possibility that they were already members of the 8 major families, like Xiao from the year before. If this were earlier, Yi-Chen would naturally not mind doing so. But now, he clearly possessed god-level talent and extremely exaggerated combat power. Joining a certain faction as a lackey, losing his voice and freedom, was obviously not what he wanted. But how to refuse the 8 great families became a dilemma. Those who can become top powers are not easy to deal with. In the past decade or so, as the abyssal monsters have gradually been suppressed by the Alliance naturally does not lack combat power. Once they detect a threat to their status, these people will not consider anything else. Perhaps in the Eternal Life world, they cannot find Yi-Chen. But the real world is much smaller than the Eternal Life world, and there are no regional restrictions. As a result, Yi-Chen will be quite passive in the real world. However, he soon started to smile. He then silently thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the real world. He had already made up his mind to claim the reward. After all, whether he goes or not, he will soon be found by the 8 great families. Since that's the case, it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. He would claim the bonus first. Moreover, Yi-Chen already had a plan in mind. Even if his identity was really locked, he wouldn't be afraid. The first time Yi-Chen entered the Eternal Life world, he stayed for 24 hours, and after returning to reality, he needed to rest for more than 2 hours before he could continue entering the Eternal Life world. But as his attributes were already approaching level 150 as a 5th transformation professional, he could easily stay in the Eternal Life world for 2 or 3 days. In reality, he only needed to rest for an hour to return to the Eternal Life world. An hour is actually enough time for those powerful professionals to find him and take action. But he could completely wait an hour before claiming the bonus and then directly enter the Eternal Life world. As for the next time he returned to the real world, Yi-Chen believed that with his growth speed, his stay would not exceed half an hour, or even just a few minutes. In such a short time, it wouldn't be easy for the experts of the 8 great families to find him. This is probably also why the 8 great families are willing to spend over $1 billion to urgently find him. Because they know that once he grows up, it won't be so easy to lock him down in the real world. Unfortunately, they do not know that he is not level 50, but already level 60. As long as he can advance to the 2nd transformation before the Path of Exile opens, Yi-Chen is confident he can quickly reach level 90 in the Path of Exile. Originally, Yi-Chen was somewhat worried about whether he could complete the 2nd transformation before the Path of Exile opened. The Phantom Maze task is well known, and Yi-Chen often heard his teachers explain it in school. He naturally knew the difficulties involved. Originally, Yi-Chen had no money and planned to just push through. But now, with the sudden move from the 8 great families, Yi-Chen had an idea. At level 60, he could claim 600,000 Eternal Life coins. With this 600,000, he would have a way to quickly clear the Phantom Maze. This time, the 8 great families would probably end up losing both their lady and their soldiers. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Yi-Chen's mouth. After nearly an hour passed, Yi-Chen went directly to Yun City No. 1 Middle School. At this time, the campus had already gathered quite a few people. Yi-Chen also saw several familiar faces. They were his former classmates. However, their relationships were average, so Yi-Chen had no interest in chatting with them. After scanning around, he did not find Chu Fatty's figure, nor did he see any new messages from him. It seemed he was still delayed in the Eternal Life world and hadn't come out yet. Shaking his head, Yi-Chen decided not to wait any longer. He followed the crowd to the testing room. There were already 10 energy testing devices set up. Yi-Chen glanced at the device introduction beside him and immediately understood the process. 10 people would enter each time, with each person corresponding to a separate device. As long as they placed their hand on the device, it would automatically determine their level. At the same time, it would automatically issue the corresponding rewards. Throughout the entire process, there would be no second person present. Clearly, this was to protect the privacy of the newcomers. Regarding this energy detection device, Yi-Chen was naturally aware of it. It indeed would not disclose any information about the professionals. However, the amount of the bonus would reveal information. After all, his level was unique. As long as the records were checked afterward, the range could be quickly narrowed down. Fortunately, the inspection process was not short, which gave Yi-Chen ample time. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Yi-Chen's turn. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the device. The next second, the device emitted a wave of energy fluctuations, and the screen displayed a line of text. Detected your level as 60, awarding a bonus of 600,000 eternal coins. Soon, Yi-Chen received the 600,000 bonus. He turned around and calmly left the academy. He then headed towards the outskirts of the city. Since he was destined to expose his information, Yi-Chen would not be foolish enough to continue staying at his original residence, giving others the opportunity to wait for him. To limit the destructive capabilities of professionals, the Alliance stipulated that skills could not be used within the city and dispatched a large number of enforcers to patrol 24/7. Once discovered, individuals would be forcibly detained and judged based on the severity of the situation, with a minimum sentence starting at 3 years. To avoid trouble, Yi-Chen naturally would not use skills within the city. Until he reached the outskirts, he directly activated his speed. The next second, his speed was maximized as he sprinted towards the distance. He did not use any transportation, because that would easily expose his location. His destination was the frontline town, closest to the Abyss Cave, Linyuan Town. It had long been plagued by the disturbances of abyssal creatures, resulting in a very chaotic order. Naturally, it became Yi-Chen's best hiding spot at the moment. However, just less than an hour after Yi-Chen left, a figure hurriedly walked out of Yun City High School with a serious yet excited expression. There were too many things before the new year, and I could only guarantee 2 basic chapters a day, needing to stockpile for the new year. However, currently, there are about 100,000 readers. So, the
Little author boldly set a rule: no more stockpiling, each reader has 3 free chances to support the author daily.
As long as the accumulated support reaches 1,500, an extra chapter will be added, meaning only 500 readers are needed to complete it. With 100,000 readers, 500 shouldn't be too much, right?
Mainly, I'm afraid of setting it too low, I might really
die at the keyboard. For every 1,500, an extra chapter will be added. As long as the readers are willing to support, the little author will grit their teeth and keep updating, even if it means collapsing at the keyboard. Thank you to all the grandfathers.
I really didn't lie to you, I have a formula.
The formula is in the top line of the image. 600,000? Are you sure there's no mistake?
Somewhere in the alliance, Shin Woo-jia was taken aback upon hearing his subordinate's report.
It wasn't that he didn't believe his subordinate's information,
but being able to take away 600,000 meant that the other party's level was 60.
However, hadn't Night Shadow just been at level 50? How long had it been?
For a moment, Shin Woo-jia doubted whether the machine had malfunctioned. After all, no one had ever leveled up from 50 to 60 in just a few hours. But he quickly shook his head to deny it.
Since he chose to claim the bonus, he must know that his identity will be exposed. Send more personnel to Yun City and make sure to find him before others do. Such talent must not be missed by the Qin family. Meanwhile, other forces in the alliance also received information about Night Shadow one after another. Everyone was collectively shocked by Night Shadow's level. Subsequently, the previously not-so-bustling Yun City began to see a steady influx of unfamiliar faces.
Clearly, these people were all here to search for Night Shadow.
However, at this time,
there were still some who had not yet claimed their bonuses. They still needed to wait for the final confirmation.
After experiencing the earlier humiliation, Xiao became even more taciturn.
The guardian beside her, Ho Tong, also dared not touch the bad luck. However, constrained by the master's orders, Ho Tong finally steeled himself
and approached Xiao. Miss, there is news regarding the identity of Night Shadow. Upon hearing the mention of Night Shadow, Xiao's body trembled slightly, and
her expression grew even colder.
What do you want to say?
Ho Tong pondered for a moment before cautiously saying, just now, news came from the master, saying that Night
Shadow is also a new student at Yun City No. 1 High School and is a classmate of yours. Night Shadow is from No. 1 High School?
This time, Xiao was completely
stunned.
She never expected that this person who had humiliated her several times was actually in the same school as her. Her mind raced as she tried to think.
However, after
pondering for a long time, she couldn't find anyone who matched. This year at Yun City No. 1 High School, she was the only one who awakened an S-level talent or above.
The highest
among the rest was only A-level.
An A-level talent overshadowing a group of S-level talents? That sounded like a joke, and not a funny one at that. What does the family mean by this now?
Ho Tong said, the master's intention is for you to use this classmate relationship to establish contact with Night Shadow.
Xiao sneered, got it.
But tell the master to give me a bit more resources. Ho Tong hesitated, miss, the resources the family has allocated to you are already the most in history. Further
investment wouldn't be very meaningful. What do you know?
Night Shadow is currently a coveted prize in the eyes of all major forces, and the Bai family is just a
second-rate family. If I don't stand out more, do you think that with just a simple classmate relationship, they would choose the Bai family? This Ho Tong was momentarily speechless, and after a moment, he stammered, all right, miss, I will report to the master.
Upon hearing this, Xiao ignored Ho Tong and continued to level up frantically. It hadn't been long since she entered the path of exile. She needed to raise her level as much as possible before entering.
Her idea was simple, since the Bai family wanted to use her to win over Night Shadow, she would take this opportunity to make demands for more manpower and investment.
This way, she could raise her level to 40 before entering
the path of exile, allowing her to equip first-turn gear.
This would greatly enhance her advantage. Although the cost of such an investment might not be worth it, Xiao
didn't care.
This time on the path of exile, she would encounter Night Shadow, and she must encounter Night Shadow.
She would prove to everyone that she was an SSS-level talent. Awakener.
This was something that couldn't be compensated for by simply leveling up quickly. Xiao thought to herself.
Others with the same mindset were the elites from various regions.
They were also putting in their utmost effort to level up crazily. At this moment, the entire Eternal Life world and the real world became lively due to
Night Shadow's astonishing feats.
Meanwhile, inside Huangsha City, a flash of light appeared.
Yi Chen's figure then appeared in the city. By this time, it had been almost an hour since he left Yun City. Because Lin Yuan City was quite far away, he wasn't in a hurry to get there immediately.
He could continue his journey when he returned to the Real world next time. This way, he could avoid being found by the people from the 8 great families while traveling in the wild. He first glanced at the regional chat channel. Most of the discussions there were about claiming rewards. However, Yi-Chen also found some news about a large number of strong players entering Yun City. Seeing this, Yi-Chen was not surprised at all. The 8 great families were quick to act. It seemed they had already locked onto his location. They just hadn't fully confirmed his identity yet. Shaking his head, Yi-Chen couldn't be bothered. He glanced at the 600,000 eternal coins in his backpack and silently muttered a thank you to the 8 great families. As he spoke, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. He found that in recent days, whenever he was short on money, there would always be good people delivering cash to his door. First it was by Xiao and Xia Baofan, and now it was the 8 great families. There really are a lot of good people. After this reflection, Yi-Chen opened the online trading platform. Yi-Chen used the filtering function directly and soon found the skill stones he needed. Wanhua Eye Technique. Advanced, able to penetrate any mist shrouding the maze, increasing visibility by 15 meters, price 30,000 eternal life coins. The monsters in the Phantom Maze are level 60, but compared to other monsters of the same level, they are not particularly strong. The real obstacle for professionals to complete their tasks is the mist that envelopes the entire maze. This mist greatly reduces the visibility for professionals. Additionally, all the monsters in the Phantom Maze possess various unexpected illusions. This is what has caused past professionals to spend such a long time inside. The Wanhua technique that Yi-Chen wanted to buy is a passive skill that can increase visibility in the mist. It is considered a relatively special functional skill. Although it can only increase visibility by 15 meters, having that extra distance provides professionals with significant reaction time and the opportunity to judge their position in advance. There are quite a few areas in the Eternal Life world similar to the Phantom Maze that are shrouded in mist. Generally, people wouldn't waste a skill slot on this for no reason. However, many factions cultivate specialized tool people who learn such skills for a one-time solution. Yet, Yi-Chen does not look favorably upon such tool people. Firstly, hiring tool people costs money, and secondly, the effects these tool people can provide do not satisfy Yi-Chen. With his infinite skill slots, he can become a tool person himself. Moreover, he aims to be the most powerful tool person in the entire trading hall. The only skill that can increase visibility in the mist is the Wanhua Eye technique. However, there are dozens of them available. Yi-Chen did not buy many, only a total of 10, spending 300,000. After learning them all, his visibility in the mist instantly increased by 150 meters. With that 150 meters, it was already sufficient. As for the remaining 300,000, Yi-Chen used it all to purchase skill stones that increase mental resistance. Aside from the trouble of the mist, the biggest challenge in the Phantom Maze is the illusionary attacks from the monsters. Although these illusionary attacks are not fatal, they can leave professionals in a completely unguarded state. At the same time, they greatly increase the time professionals spend strategizing. Yi-Chen's idea was simple: with a way to break through the mist, combined with sufficient mental resistance, the Phantom Maze would pose almost no difficulty for him. He quickly searched around, finding skill stones in this category priced as low as 1,000 and as high as 5 or 6,000. After some picking and choosing, Yi-Chen decided to buy 120 skill stones. He was left with less than 30,000. After learning 50 skill stones related to mental resistance, Yi-Chen gained 2 skill effects. Mental resistance increased by 2751 points. Mental resistance increased by 25%. Considering his own attributes, Yi-Chen's total mental resistance reached 6913. This was thanks to his profession as a mage. The intelligence attribute provides considerable magical resistance. With the 6,913 points of mental resistance, he should be more than capable of dealing with the illusions in the Phantom Maze. In addition, the 130 skill stones provided him with 260 points of intelligence and 26,000 health points. Now, his health has exceeded 150,000, making it reasonable to call him a magic tank. 3 hours later, Yi-Chen arrived at Phantom City, located in the level 60 area of the Novice Village. 30 miles north of Phantom City is the entrance to the Phantom Maze, which is how the city got its name. However, this is not a peak season for second transitions. There weren't many people in Phantom City. Yi-Chen wasn't in the mood to stroll around and soon arrived at the entrance of the Phantom Maze. To his surprise, he found that there were already people there, 10 in total. Apparently a small team. Leading them was a young and beautiful woman dressed in magic gear. At that moment, they noticed Yi-Chen's arrival, and expressions of confusion and vigilance appeared on their faces. Seeing this, Yi-Chen had no intention of engaging with them and directly entered the Phantom Maze from the side. After Yi-Chen left, the team showed signs of concern.
Sister yeah, could it be that the news has leaked?
The leading woman, named Xinyu, heard her teammate's question and pondered for a moment. With a flickering gaze before shaking her head and saying, "That shouldn't be possible, only I know about this matter." At that moment, someone else asked, "Xinyu, by now you should tell us what exactly it is, right?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the team except Xinyu perked up their ears. Xinyu knew that if she didn't say anything, these people probably wouldn't easily follow her in. So she had to say, "That thing is called the Phantom Talisman. The effect of wearing it should be to condense a clone, which can inherit some attributes from the main body." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. But someone raised a question. "Did you not say beforehand that this thing is on a hidden boss, and that boss is too strong for you to defeat? How do you know the name and effect of that thing?" As soon as this was said, the others also reacted, and their gazes toward Xinyu were filled with doubt. The people present, including Xinyu, were all newcomers who entered the Eternal Life world last year. However, their talents and resources were quite ordinary. After a year, they finally reached level 90, only to get stuck on the third transition promotion task. In fact, this is the norm for most professionals in the Eternal Life world. After all, there are so many professionals each year, and the resources in the novice area are basically fixed. 2. Stand out, aside from innate talent, the rest can only rely on money. With money, you can level up in secret realms. With money, you can buy high-level equipment and powerful monster-slaying skills. In short, with money, you can do as you please. Conversely, you will only continue to struggle for survival like Xinyu and her group in front of you. Clearly, Xinyu was not satisfied with this situation. Before entering the Eternal Life world, she was somewhat famous as a school beauty in her academy. Unfortunately, she was born into an ordinary family and only awakened a sea-level talent. After a year, she gradually became just one of the many. This huge disparity left her feeling extremely unbalanced inside. Several times, she had prepared herself mentally to exchange her beauty for promotion opportunities with the offspring of powerful factions, just like other beautiful women. But coincidentally, when she entered the Phantom Maze with her teammates to complete the second transition promotion task, she unexpectedly discovered a hidden area. The hidden boss inside gave her a glimmer of hope to escape her current situation. For this reason, over the past few days, she had been slowly leveling up to 90, while searching for suitable candidates to join her team to hunt the boss. And that led to today's situation. For the confusion of these people, Xinyu also understood, so she explained, "As you all know, the monsters in the illusion maze are skilled in illusion magic, and most illusions will make adventurers envision the scenes after defeating them, including the items that will drop appearing in the illusion." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. "You mean?" Xinyu nodded. "That's right, our team was once entirely affected by that boss's illusion. In the illusion, I killed the boss and obtained the illusion amulet from him, which is how I learned about its abilities. Unfortunately, at that time, the entire team hadn't completed the second-class advancement, and our strength was limited. In the end, I was lucky to escape a disaster." Shen Yu's calm narration made the other 9 realize, but at the same time, a sense of gravity weighed on their hearts. Seeing this, Xinyu comforted them, "There's no need to be too nervous. We're all level 90, and as long as we can guard against that boss's illusion, we can definitely defeat it." "That's right. Since Xinyu is so straightforward, I have nothing more to say. Let's work together to take down the boss." The others responded in unison. Suddenly, the male team member who had just spoken slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, wasn't there someone who went in just now? What if he encounters that hidden boss too? Won't our treasures be snatched away by him?" Shen Yu shook her head. "The location of that hidden boss is very special. We were able to accidentally enter under very coincidental circumstances, otherwise, it wouldn't have gone unnoticed for so many years. Don't worry. Besides, he's alone, so he probably won't get very far." After hearing this, the others also came to their senses and stopped worrying. As for Yi Chen entering the illusion maze alone, the entire team, including Xinyu, didn't pay it any mind. At this moment, they were all focused on defeating the boss and seizing the treasures, with no time to care about the actions of other strangers. After giving a few more instructions, Xinyu led the other 9 into the illusion maze. This illusion maze, though called a maze, was essentially a vast forest-covered mountain. However, the entire mountain was shrouded in a thick fog, making it impossible to see even a hand in front of one's face. Fortunately, they had purchased 10 illusion eye techniques in advance. With the enhancement of the illusion eye technique, everything in the fog was visible to Yi Chen. With his current combat power and 150,000 health points, the illusion maze, stripped of fog and illusion effects, could not hinder his progress at all. At this point, he had already left Xinyu and the others far behind. During this time, he also encountered the monsters here, but compared to the monsters in the caves,
there was still some difference. Yi Chen had now reached the level cap, and since he was in a hurry to complete his second-class advancement, he naturally didn't plan to waste time on monster hunting. He cleared the way with fireball spells. Relying on his nearly 7,000 mental resistance and 150 meters of supervision, he quickly advanced over 1,000 meters. However, compared to the entire illusion maze, this 1,000 meters was just the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, the trees in the illusion maze moved randomly every so often, making it impossible to draw a map in advance. However, the monsters that Yi Chen killed during this time dropped over 1,000 eternal life coins, thanks to his extremely high drop rate. Don't think that over 1,000 is little. If a normal adventurer with standard drop rates entered, they might be lucky to get 1 or 200. The types of monsters in the eternal life world are divided into several categories. For instance, the ordinary monsters in the secret realms do not drop eternal life coins or equipment, they only drop some skill stones and various strange useless items. Only elite level monsters and above have a chance to drop equipment upon being defeated. The same goes for the monsters in the wild. Eternal life coins are essentially crystal blocks formed from the magic cores that condense within magical creatures after their death. These crystal blocks take a certain amount of time to form inside the magical creatures, which is why they only drop in places like the Phantom Maze that are not frequently visited by adventurers. Thus, combined with the fact that many functions in the eternal life world require the consumption of eternal life coins, the overall quantity of these coins remains balanced. This is why the Alliance has designated eternal life coins as the sole circulating currency. It's a great place to make money. After defeating a phantom man-eating flower and picking up the dropped eternal life coins from its corpse, Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Unfortunately, he was pressed for time, otherwise, he would have liked to farm some money here. After all, he had always been a poor guy. There will be an extra chapter later. Bang! A phantom giant spider fell unwillingly under the combined assault of Xinyu and her team. One of the team members beside Xinyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with some lingering fear, "Thank goodness you reacted quickly, Xinyu, or I would have been done for." At that moment, another team member couldn't help but ask, "Xinyu, we've been in here for over an hour, why does it feel like we're still going in circles?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned to Xinyu. She looked around and then said, "The routes in the Phantom Maze change periodically, just give me a little time." "We want to give you time, but this fog is too annoying, and we didn't hire a fog guide, which makes it really dangerous." "Yeah. That phantom giant spider was only discovered when it got close behind us. If it had been a moment later, we would all have been done for. I don't want to die before I even get the treasure. Why don't we just give up? If even ordinary magical creatures are this dangerous, can we really defeat the boss?" As soon as this was said, several people began to feel hesitant. Seeing this situation, Xinyu felt a surge of anxiety. She had finally waited for this opportunity today, and she couldn't bear to give up like this. Thinking quickly, Xinyu gritted her teeth and said, "Just give me a little more time, as long as everyone stays alert, there won't be any problems. I wouldn't joke about my own life." Upon hearing Xinyu's words, the others exchanged glances and decided not to say anything more. They silently followed behind Xinyu. Bang! At the same time, in the same phantom maze, 1,000 meters away from Xinyu and her team, Yi Chen cast a fireball spell, completely turning the phantom slime in front of him into black powder, dissipating into the air. At the same time, a heart-shaped gem made of deep purple crystal, emitting a faint ghostly light, appeared before Yi Chen. After picking it up, Yi Chen let out a slight breath. After more than an hour, he had finally found a phantom heart. According to the information, the phantom heart only randomly generates on phantom slimes. However, not every phantom slime drops one upon death. It all depends on luck. Even if this thing had a 10,000-fold drop rate, it wouldn't matter because either it drops or it doesn't. In this hour, Yi Chen had already killed 3 phantom slimes and had only obtained this one. That was considered quite lucky. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at how exaggeratedly large the phantom maze was. Even with a fog visibility of 150 meters, it almost made him lose his sense of direction. Due to its high mental resistance, the phantom maze posed no difficulty for Yi Chen. He couldn't feel the pain that others experienced when entering here. All he felt was a sense of boredom. The only thing he was grateful for was that he had prepared in advance. If it had been before, he wouldn't have been able to complete the second transition upgrade task in just one day. An hour later, Yi Chen successfully obtained the second phantom heart. This greatly boosted his confidence. However, the situation was somewhat unexpected. In the next 2 hours, he killed quite a few monsters, collecting around 30 to 40,000 eternal coins. Yet, he still hadn't encountered the crucial phantom slime. Moreover, at this moment, he realized he seemed to have lost his way. This made things even more frustrating.
With no other choice, Yi Chen could only rely on his instincts to navigate. After a while, suddenly, a dense forest not far away caught his attention.
With the enhanced
vision from the 10,000 flower eye technique, he saw a group of humans passing through that forest.
Was it the same group he encountered earlier outside? If he hadn't seen
them here, Yi Chen might have almost forgotten about their existence. At this point, Yi Chen became interested.
These people seemed to be around level 80 or 90. What were they doing here? He hadn't heard of anything valuable in the Phantom Maze, so they couldn't possibly be here just to farm gold, could they? With a hint of curiosity, Yi Chen quietly approached the group from behind.
Just then, Xinyu's voice rang out. It's definitely around here, this time, there's no mistake.
You said the same thing
before. It's been several hours, and we're still wandering outside.
Yeah. Are we going to find it or not?
If not, we should leave early, everyone's condition has declined. Even if you find that hidden boss in the end, with our current state, we won't be able to fight it.
Trust me, this time I won't be wrong. If I am, we'll leave immediately.
Yi Chen, who was initially just curious, suddenly brightened when he heard the mention of a hidden boss. There was indeed a boss in the Phantom Maze, but the only valuable drop from that boss was the level 60 Phantom set. He wasn't particularly interested in level 60 gear. If he happened to encounter it, he would take it down casually but wouldn't actively seek out that wild boss. However, the woman just now was clearly not talking about the boss Yi Chen knew. Now, Yi Chen understood why these people had been wary of him when they met outside. It turned out there was a hidden boss here. Without hesitation, taking advantage of their poor visibility,
Yi Chen directly followed a few steps behind them without any reservations. Xinyu and her group of 10 didn't notice him at all.
In fact, to help Xinyu and her group find the location of the hidden boss faster, whenever Yi Chen spotted a monster approaching, he would throw stones to make noise and alert them in advance. Naturally, Xinyu's group had no idea about this. They just thought they were incredibly lucky, making their subsequent journey much easier. After a while longer, Xinyu finally stopped in front of a giant tree that was wide enough for 7 or 8 people. Without waiting for anyone to ask, she reached out and felt around the trunk. After some identification, Xinyu suddenly turned around, her excitement palpable as she said, "I found it, this is definitely the place." The others were momentarily stunned upon hearing Xinyu's words, then they all broke into ecstatic expressions.
"Ha ha! Great! We finally found it.
I almost wanted to give up several times, it was so difficult. Now the treasure is ours.
What are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly."
After a flurry of excited chatter, the group, led by Xinyu, directly entered the trunk. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise.
There was such a magical hidden location? No wonder he had never heard of this before.
Curious, Yi Chen still kept his guard up, waiting for a while to avoid
running into Xinyu and the others after entering.
After all, he knew nothing about what was inside.
For now, he didn't want to alert them. Feeling that it was about time, Yi Chen also entered the trunk.
However, as soon as he stepped inside, a strange whisper echoed in his ears.
This whisper caused Yi Chen to momentarily lose his focus.
Fortunately, with his high mental resistance, he quickly regained his composure. With a hint of vigilance, Yi Chen followed the
footprints ahead.
But after just a few steps, he heard a furious voice from the front.
"Shen Yu! What are you doing?"
Yi Chen hurried forward and soon caught sight
of a group of people again.
At the same time, in front of this group, a creature appeared out of nowhere, wielding a scythe, wearing a dark crown, and towering
at least twice the height of a person.
Shadow Reaper, boss, level 60 health, 150000 attack power, 3000 defense, 1000 skills, Phantom Curse, Phantom Clone, Death Sight description, a collective entity formed from the thoughts of many lives that died from illusions, possessing illusionary attacks that are hard for ordinary people to resist. To be honest, the attributes of this hidden
boss are quite average, even weak could describe it.
But who knows what means this Shadow Reaper has used.
Yi Chen looked at the once lively group of people.
At this moment, except for Xinyu, everyone else stood frozen in place. Most of them appeared to have lost consciousness. Only the leading woman, who was behind, could still move. Meanwhile, Xinyu's voice rang out.
"Lei Peng, don't make a fuss. This boss's illusionary attack is too strong, someone has to make a sacrifice." Lei Peng was both shocked and angry upon hearing this. "You knew all along. You brought us here to use us as cannon fodder?" Xinyu did not refute but calmly said, "I just don't want to be an ordinary person. You must feel the same way, right?" Lei Peng's expression changed drastically, his tone
suddenly softening as he pleaded, "Xinyu, considering how I've cared for you these past few months, please save me.
I can help you deal with the boss. This matter will only be known to the two of us. Once we kill the boss, I'll give you the Phantom Amulet, and I'll treat you as well as I did before." Shan Yu
remained expressionless, her gaze fixed on the boss that was absorbing her teammate's soul power, and coldly replied, "Sorry, even though you've been good to me. You're too ordinary enough that every time I see you, I can't help but feel disgust."
Shan Yu. Lei Peng was furious. Unfortunately, at that moment,
he was immobilized by the boss and could only vent his emotions through angry shouts.
Shin Yu ignored him and took advantage of the boss's inability to move, continuously attacking it.
She had already witnessed the boss's somewhat mechanical attack patterns.
Last time, she was in Lei Peng's position. Fortunately,
she had been lucky. The only teammate who hadn't fallen victim had always liked her, which saved her life. Later, the two fought against the boss together. But at that time, they were only level 60, and their damage was insufficient.
Finally, seeing the boss charging towards them, after a moment of internal
struggle, Shin Yu pushed her savior teammate out and turned to flee. Over these days, she had calculated repeatedly. With her current damage, and with these 9 people buying her time, she could definitely kill the boss before it reached her. Just thinking about the phantom amulet being within reach filled Shin Yu's eyes with fervor. However, just as she began to fantasize about the glorious scene of soaring to new heights in the future, countless fireballs suddenly
rained down from the sky, landing on the boss in an instant.
Although it didn't reach the level of powering up for love as much, I felt the love from all the readers, and that I really want to get drunk and stop Big Shot directly rewarded me with a big health boost equivalent to 600 units of powering up for
love.
There were also several other Big Shots urging for updates, which moved me to tears, so I decided to add a chapter at the last minute.
This chapter is 3,000 words filled with sincerity.
Hiding behind Shin Yu, Yi Chen had also figured out the abilities of the Shadow Death God in front of him.
Its attributes
were extremely weak compared to other level 60 bosses.
However, it possessed a very strange illusion technique that could instantly immobilize enemies, with
the effect increasing over time. The immobilized enemies would gradually lose consciousness, becoming immersed in the illusionary space created by the Shadow Death God, unable to extricate themselves.
However, Yi Chen also discovered that the Shadow Death God's ability seemed to have a range limitation. The closer one
was to the Shadow Death God, the stronger the illusion's effect. Clearly, Shin Yu was aware of this, so she maintained an effective distance from the boss. As for that Lei Peng, he was likely at the edge of the boss's illusion range, which is why, despite being immobilized, he could still barely maintain his
sanity.
After understanding the boss's characteristics, Yi Chen no longer wasted time.
He immediately unleashed 50 fireballs.
In the Eternal Life world, wild
monsters default to belonging to whoever has the ability to seize them.
There is no concept of first come, first served.
If you can't snatch it, it proves your strength is inferior to others, and no one will pity you. This is the rule set by the Alliance.
Just like earlier when Xiao and a group of prodigies competed for the Harbinger of Calamity. Losing is losing, and it cannot lead to a life and death feud. The Shadow Death God had a defense of only 1,000, and its
magic resistance was even more pitiful.
Under the reduction from Yi Chen's lava blade, the Shadow Death God was no different from paper in front of Yi Chen.
It couldn't even last a second. Boom!
The Shadow Death God didn't even have time to react before its massive body exploded.
This sudden scene left Shin Yu,
who was lost in a beautiful dream, dumbfounded.
What happened? How did the boss die? Shin Yu was filled with confusion. However, at that moment, a brilliant
beam of light shone where the boss had fallen. Shin Yu's eyes widened in shock.
This mythical equipment.
No, she clearly saw legendary equipment in the
illusion last time. How did it turn into mythical equipment this time?
For a moment, Shin Yu wondered if she had also fallen under an illusion.
However, the
intense desire within her drove Shin Yu to instinctively rush toward the dazzling light, even though she was still in a daze. But before she could get close, a figure unexpectedly appeared beside the boss and picked up the dark purple talisman from the ground. This scene deeply stimulated Shin Yu, instantly waking her up. At the same time, she recognized the man who had appeared before her. It was the one she had encountered at the entrance of the maze.
But how could he pick up equipment that didn't belong to him?
In her daze, Shin Yu recalled the fireball technique from just now, and her eyelids twitched.
But then she immediately dismissed this whimsical thought.
The highest level in the novice area was only 90, and although there were many prodigies, it was impossible to one-shot the Shadow Death God. Something unexpected must have happened just now, but she couldn't know for sure at the moment. Her strong obsession made her unwilling
to believe this speculation. She had long regarded this illusion talisman as hers. How could she watch it be taken away?
So, Shin Yu immediately shouted
sternly, "Put down that equipment." This was the only treasure that could change her life. She would never allow anyone to lay a hand on it, even if it meant
risking her life. She would gladly do so. At the same time, with the death of the Shadow Death God, Except for the first practitioner whose consciousness was drained by the Shadow Reaper, the other 8, including Lei Peng at the back, instantly awakened from the illusion. Before they could react to what had happened, they heard Xinyu's furious shout. Following her gaze, they immediately saw Yi Chen and the incredibly dazzling equipment in his hands. All of them perked up. Mythical gear. The dazzling light was so striking that even those who had never seen mythical gear couldn't help but exclaim, "Xinyu, what's going on?" Faced with everyone's inquiries, Xinyu was taken aback. She glanced at Lei Peng behind the crowd. Seeing his expression blank, an idea formed in her mind. Just now, we were all caught in an illusion, and Xiao Qi was unfortunately killed by the Shadow Reaper. Later, I was alone holding off the boss. And then this person here intervened. He wants to steal the treasure that belongs to all of us, we cannot let him escape. Xinyu spoke quickly and urgently. Upon hearing this, the others could no longer hold back. That was mythical gear. If they obtained it, they might be able to change their fate. At the very least, they could sell it for a good price. Immediately, a few of them didn't even think about Xinyu's flawed explanation and charged at Yi Chen. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Taking advantage of everyone's focus on Yi Chen, Lei Peng had somehow appeared behind Xinyu. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed a combo attack on the defenseless Xinyu. Xinyu, being a magic-type practitioner, couldn't withstand Lei Peng's assault at all. Her health quickly plummeted. In pain, Xinyu's expression changed drastically. Lei Peng. You bitch. You deserve to die. Wait. You were under an illusion earlier, Unfortunately, Lei Peng didn't listen at all, stepping forward and stabbing Xinyu with all his might, blood flowing from the wound. In that moment, Xinyu's health hit zero, her head drooping heavily as she completely lost her vitality. Only her lifeless eyes still stubbornly held a hint of unwillingness. The others were also startled by this sudden turn of events. Lei Peng. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Killing your own? Lei Peng pulled out his weapon, spat on Xinyu's corpse, his face filled with malice. Then he looked up and coldly said, "Idiot, don't you think about why everyone was caught in the illusion while this woman was fine? She just wanted to use us as cannon fodder to monopolize the treasure." The crowd was stunned, staring incredulously at Xinyu's corpse. However, at that moment, Lei Peng spoke again. "What are you all dazed for? Let's move together and get the treasure back." First. Upon hearing this, the others immediately reacted, disregarding Xinyu's life or death, and charged straight at Yi Chen. At this time, Yi Chen, who had just picked up the equipment, looked at the infighting among the team and wasn't too surprised, just shaking his head inwardly. In the eternal life world, it was common for people to fight over a precious item. However, witnessing it firsthand still evoked some sentiment. Originally, he had obtained the equipment and considered it a gain, with no intention of dealing with them. But seeing these people planning to attack him, he couldn't be blamed. Fireball. A few seconds later, several corpses lay on the ground. At that moment, Yi Chen finally turned his attention back to the equipment in his hands. Phantom Amulet, Mythical, Constitution plus 80 Agility plus 220 Void Phantom. After using the amulet, release a void gate around you, allowing the wearer to transform into a phantom and traverse through the void. Duration, 60 seconds, cooldown, 3 minutes. Phantom Clone. After using the talisman, you can summon a phantom clone that inherits 30% of the main body's attributes. Duration, disappears when killed or when the clone's energy is exhausted. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Wearing level 60. The cooldown time for the previous equipment skill was forgotten, now corrected. Level 60 mythic equipment adds a total of 300 points to the base attributes. This is several times higher than ordinary equipment. Naturally, Yi Chen was not surprised by this. What truly astonished him was that this phantom talisman actually came with 2 equipment skills. Equipment skills are also highly sought after in the eternal life world. After all, everyone has a limited skill bar, and having an extra skill from equipment provides an additional means. The improvement in practical combat effectiveness cannot be understated. If it can carry 2 skills, it is even considered a top-tier existence. Of course, if the skill effects are too poor, then it is naturally useless. However, Yi Chen had now obtained such a top-tier item, and it was of the highest mythic quality. How could Yi Chen not be surprised? He originally just wanted to complete the second transfer before entering the path of exile to level up conveniently. Unexpectedly, he encountered Xinyu and her group. Perhaps Xinyu did not expect that after months of careful planning, she would ultimately suffer a backlash from her teammates and die in frustration. The treasure she had longed for, she hadn't even touched before it was easily taken by Yi Chen. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but glance at Xinyu's unwilling expression. Then, he eagerly equipped the talisman. Instantly, his body felt much lighter. This was the effect brought by the 220 points of agility, which was quite good. As he equipped the Phantom Talisman, 2 additional skills appeared on his panel for use. At that moment, Yi-Chen unexpectedly discovered that the skills on the equipment could also trigger the effect of his infinite skill bar. His intelligence increased by 4 points, and his health increased by 400 points. Although this boost was negligible compared to his current attributes, even a small mosquito is still meat. And Yi-Chen was naturally very pleased. Then, Yi-Chen pulled back his thoughts and directly cast Void Phantom. In an instant, a faint glow released by the Phantom Talisman caused a crack to appear in the space before him. At the same time, Yi-Chen's body also became ethereal and insubstantial. He tried to step into the crack. The next moment, Yi-Chen found himself in a space filled with illusions. This space had no light, utterly pitch black. However, Yi-Chen's vision could penetrate the invisible spatial barrier, allowing him to see everything outside clearly. The only difference was that everything in the outside world appeared gray and white in his eyes. This magical scene left Yi-Chen somewhat astonished. Then, Yi-Chen tried to take a few steps in this phantom void. To his surprise, he found that his speed was actually twice that of usual. In a flash, he understood. This was the independent law of this void. Yi-Chen then tried to activate Godspeed. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he dashed out of the hidden area of the Shadow Reaper and emerged outside. Yi-Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that the Void Phantom could not only hide him but also had a speed enhancement effect. Wasn't this a proper mage assassin? Moreover, now that he had this skill, even if he returned to the real world, he wouldn't have to worry about the 8 major families of the Alliance finding him. Even if top-tier powerhouses came, unless they had special means, no one could keep him for the 60 seconds duration of the Void Phantom. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen felt an overwhelming joy. Even if the other attributes and skills of this Phantom Talisman were useless, just this one skill was enough to justify its mythic quality. This made Yi-Chen even more eager for the second skill of the Phantom Amulet, Phantom Doppelganger. Returning from the void to the outside world, Yi-Chen immediately unleashed the Phantom Doppelganger. In an instant, a blurred figure appeared beside him. At that moment, Yi-Chen discovered that a new perspective had suddenly emerged in his mind. It was the perspective of the Doppelganger. This novel scene left Yi-Chen quite amazed. The Eternal Life world also had many skills and special items that could create doppelgangers. However, those doppelgangers either had no combat power or possessed rather average abilities. Yet, this doppelganger could move freely under his conscious control. Moreover, it was extremely synchronized. This was like having a weakened version of himself. Of course, this weak was relative to Yi-Chen himself. In reality, even if the doppelganger only had 30% of Yi-Chen's attributes, the doppelganger, which also inherited his innate abilities, would be enough to dominate the novice area. Thus, with the appearance of the doppelganger, Yi-Chen's combat power instantly rose to a whole new level. It was simply incredible. After testing the 2 skills, Yi-Chen directly controlled the doppelganger to search for the Phantom Slime. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit to the Phantom Maze. At this moment, there wasn't much time left before the path of exile officially opened. He had to hurry. After the doppelganger left, Yi-Chen did not follow to search for the Phantom Slime. Instead, he directly used the refining furnace on the Phantom Amulet. Ding! You have refined the Phantom Amulet, mythical, and the equipment has been enhanced. After the refining was complete, Yi-Chen checked the attributes of the Phantom Amulet again. He was eager to see what kind of enhancement the refined Phantom Amulet would have. Phantom Amulet, mythical, constitution plus 80 agility plus 220 refining effect. The skill effects of this equipment have evolved. Void Phantom, evolved after using the amulet, a void gate is released around you, allowing the wearer to transform into a phantom and traverse the void. The first skill after leaving the void has a damage increase of 50%, duration, 60 seconds, cooldown, 3 minutes. Phantom Doppelganger, after using the amulet, you can summon 2 phantom doppelgangers, which inherit 30% of the main body's attributes. Duration, disappears when killed or when doppelganger energy is exhausted. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Wearing level 60 hiss. When Yi-Chen finished reading the refining effects of his equipment, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This was truly unexpected. It had directly evolved the 2 skills of the Phantom Amulet. Not only did the Void Phantom gain a damage increase, but the Phantom Doppelganger also increased from summoning 1 doppelganger to 2. This trip to the Phantom Maze was incredibly worthwhile. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and then summoned the second doppelganger. He also sent it to search for the Phantom Slime. Although the attributes of the 2 doppelgangers were only 30% of his own, they were already more than enough to handle all the monsters inside the phantom maze with ease. Thus, with the help of the two doppelgangers, the subsequent process was very simple. In less than an hour, Yi-Chen successfully obtained the third piece of the Phantom Heart. Upon acquiring that piece of the Phantom Heart, the system notifications sounded simultaneously. Ding, congratulations on completing the promotion task, successfully advancing to the second transfer, and gaining plus 10 constitution, plus 30 intelligence, ding. Now, for every level you gain, all attributes increase by 3 points, and you gain 15 free attribute points. Yi-Chen looked at the system information that popped up and let out a long sigh. If it weren't for unexpectedly defeating the Shadow Reaper through Xinyu and obtaining the Phantom Amulet, Yi-Chen estimated he would have to spend at least a few more hours to complete this second transfer. After the second transfer, Yi-Chen received 2 skill stones as promotion rewards. Frozen Barrier consumes 300 mana points. To create a frozen barrier around the target, slowing down enemy movement speed and dealing 300 plus 0.6 * intelligence frost damage, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. Stellar Shield absorbs 20% of physical damage, consumes 500 mana points, duration 3 minutes. The first frozen barrier is a water type crowd control skill. Its damage is several times higher than the original fireball spell and is still an area attack. Unfortunately, the cooldown time is 30 seconds, and even with Yi-Chen's 50% cooldown reduction, it still requires a 15-second cooldown. Generally, it is used as a support skill for mages to control the battlefield. Only those specialized in water or dual element mages would use it in combination. Of course, Yi-Chen naturally had no such worries. Without hesitation, he learned it directly. The second Stellar Shield is of the same type of defensive skill as the Mana Shield given during the first transfer. However, the Mana Shield blocks 10% of all types of damage, while the Stellar Shield can only absorb physical damage. It seems quite good, but skills like shields, although they can all be learned, can only be effective one at a time. Generally, mages prefer to learn only one type of shield to save space in their skill bar. After learning the 2 skills, Yi-Chen checked the time. There wasn't much time left before the Path of Exile opened. So, he found the right direction. Used Void Mirage combined with Swift, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, in the 702 Novice area, in the city of Dingfeng, which opens only once a year. This is the only entrance to the Path of Exile. With little time left before the Path of Exile opens, a large number of newcomers have already started to pour in. Almost every newcomer, upon seeing the magnificent Dingfeng city before them, couldn't help but show a look of amazement. Is this the Dingfeng city that every novice area has? What a grand city! How many people are there in our 702 novice area this year? Does anyone know? It's said to be 200,000, which is fewer than in other novice areas, so the competition isn't that fierce. Not fierce? I'd rather go to a more competitive area than stay in the 702 novice area. Yeah. Not to mention we have an SSS level Holy Priest by Shui Luo Wusheng. Just now, news came that the Night Shadow is also in our novice area. I feel so much pressure. As soon as this was said, some newcomers who weren't very well informed gasped in surprise. What the hell, the Night Shadow is in our area? Is that true? Rumor has it that someone has discovered the true identity of Night Shadow, and that person is in Cloud City, which naturally means it's in our novice area. Hiss. Isn't that just hopeless? With the big shot Night Shadow around, isn't the top of the leaderboard for the Path of Exile already reserved? Sigh. The heavens are so unfair. The novice area of the Eternal Life world has over 100 zones. Therefore, although millions of newcomers enter the novice area each year, they are distributed across different zones, averaging only 30,000 people per zone. The Path of Exile, while an event that all newcomers can participate in, is still divided by each zone. Newcomers in each zone will only enter the Path of Exile in the same space, competing against each other for points. In the end, rankings are determined based on these points. Thus, if there are too many strong players in one zone, it can be very disadvantageous for weaker newcomers. In the past, there have been several extraordinary talents appearing in the same novice zone at the same time. Ultimately, the top of the leaderboard indeed emerged from among these talents. However, the newcomer who secured second place on the leaderboard was far weaker than several others behind him. This was also the reason for everyone's lament just now. Humph. A bunch of ignorant people. The few who were originally discussing this immediately became furious upon hearing this. Who the hell are you talking about? However, before they could finish their words, when they turned to see the newcomer, their faces turned pale, and the insults they wanted to hurl were swallowed back down. Although they didn't recognize the young man in front of them, they did recognize the several high-level equipped support players standing
Behind him.
Only those from prominent families could afford such a support lineup in the novice area.
Such a person was naturally not someone ordinary folks like them could offend.
Seeing the reaction of this group of passers-by, the young man sneered disdainfully, with your little levels, whether you can even
make it onto the leaderboard is still a question.
What does the top of the leaderboard have to do with you? Although the young man was not wrong, the group of passers-by still felt their faces flush with anger.
TSK. Suyu, the harbinger of calamity, couldn't outdo us before, but now he's showing off among a bunch of ordinary people. What a grand display.
As the words fell, a few more people appeared behind Suyu. It was Wang Chang and Lin Yong who had teamed up with by Xiao earlier. The one who spoke was Lin Yong.
At this moment, upon hearing Lin Yong's mockery, Suyu's face turned livid with rage. Lin Yong, last
time it was just by Xiao hiding her strength that allowed you to succeed by luck.
Do you think you'll have another chance this time? Lin Yong replied
dismissively, a loss is a loss, there are no excuses.
I see you can't take a loss. Can't take a loss?
Suyu sneered, if it weren't for Bai Xiao, do you
think a useless person like you, who hides all day, could win against me?
Lin Yong said calmly, alright then, since you say so, after the second phase of the Path of Exile starts, this useless person will find you and keep an eye on you at all times. You better watch out. Being watched by a shadow assassin skilled
in hiding was certainly not a good thing. Suyu didn't expect Lin Yong to be so crazy, planning to go all out instead of farming points, and couldn't help but curse inwardly.
However, he still maintained his defiant demeanor and was about to speak.
Just then, a commotion erupted around them, interrupting the standoff between the two parties.
They both looked over at the same time. It turned out Bai Xiao had arrived.
Upon seeing Bai Xiao, the usually proud Lin Yong couldn't help but show a hint of eagerness in his eyes.
After their last collaboration, Bai Xiao's displayed skills and strength had greatly surprised
Lin Yong.
Since then, he had developed a bit of interest in her. Although his talent could not compare to Bai Xiao's, Lin Yong believed that with his potential, his future development would not fall behind others. Thus, as an SSS-level talent awakener, Bai Xiao, in his eyes, was indeed worthy of him.
At
this moment, Bai Xiao also saw Lin Yong and Suyu. However, she had never been interested in the two of them.
After a brief glance, she walked straight into the city.
This scene made Suyu feel a sense of humiliation from being ignored.
On the other hand, Lin Yong couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking to
himself, a woman with character is much more exciting to handle. Bai Xiao, of course, had no idea what Lin Yong was thinking. At this moment, beneath her
indifferent expression, her mind was in a daze.
Just on her way here, she had received news from Bai Shanhe.
The true identity of Night Shadow had been uncovered.
However, upon hearing that familiar name, Bai Xiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. No matter how hard she tried to think, she never expected that this Night Shadow, who had repeatedly overshadowed her plans for fame, was actually Yi Chen, whom she had ruthlessly kicked away just a few days
ago. Bai Xiao's first reaction upon receiving the news was that it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that F-level talent Yi Chen be Night Shadow? If that were true, then what did it make her, an SSS-level talent awakener? Was this a joke?
But Bai Xiao also knew very well that Bai Shanhe would never joke about such matters. In fact, he was very eager for Bai Xiao to find Yi Chen immediately. After all, the two had a relationship of 3 years.
The timing, location, and people were all in her favor.
As long as Bai Xiao could successfully bring Yi Chen into the Bai family would
soon become the 9th family of the alliance.
This was something countless powerful families dreamed of achieving.
However, faced with Bai Shanhe's earnest expectations, Bai Xiao had other thoughts.
The little author wishes all readers a happy new year, good health, and great wealth in the coming year.
In the
city of Dingfeng, at the teleportation point of the Exile Road, several temporary outposts had already been established on both sides.
Each outpost represented a faction. Among them, the most eye-catching was the Xiao family's Longyuan Legion.
As the actual ruler of the 702 novice area, the Longyuan Legion would station here every year when the Exile Road opened, aiming to scout for talents to join Longyuan. However, in previous years, the most they would get from Longyuan was the head of this novice area, like Zhao Wu, who was killed by Yi Chen earlier. Yet now, at the Longyuan Legion's outpost, Zhao Changlin, the third elder of the Xiao family, sat at the forefront, staring sternly at the crowd that was continuously gathering. Beside him, the commander of the Longyuan Legion,
Zhao Mo, was also present.
Although the two were merely mirror avatars created with special items and had no offensive power, their appearance together still caused quite a stir. If memory serves, it was only 2 years ago when Xiao ventured into the Exile Road that these two had gathered here.
Has Night Shadow not made any response yet?
Our people apply for friendship, but it has still not been approved, Xiao said with a frown. Elder, it seems Night Shadow wants to wait for a better offer.
Are you saying he wants to wait until the third transfer?
It seems he is quite confident in his combat power, Zhao Changlin
replied. Xiao nodded. It seems he is planning that way.
Zhao Changlin's eyes sparkled, then he shook his head. He thinks well, but unfortunately, he
doesn't have that much time. Even if other families agree, our Xiao family cannot. Xiao naturally understood.
After all, the first place on the leaderboard
could obtain growth-type equipment.
Given Night Shadow's abilities, it was highly likely that this equipment would fall into his hands. In case Night Shadow does not choose the Xiao family but instead falls into the embrace of another family, it would not be a good thing for the Xiao family.
This is the Xiao
family's jurisdiction, and as the commander of the Longyuan Legion, he certainly would not allow such a thing to happen.
He will definitely pass by here soon. Keep a close watch on him.
As soon as he appears, force him to join the Xiao family immediately. We cannot let anyone from other families get close to him.
Xiao nodded, indicating he understood. At this moment, not far away at the Bai family's encampment, Bai Shanha was also using a tool to manifest a mirror image here.
This year, the Bai family produced a Bai Xiao, and as the head of the family, he naturally had to be present. However, at this moment, he felt
a bit restless.
Because this time coming to Dingfeng City, his purpose was not just to show his importance to Bai Xiao. There was another objective.
That was Night Shadow. The Xiao family even sent Zhao Changlin, clearly determined to have Night Shadow. The Bai family was currently a second-tier force, naturally
not comparable to the Xiao family. In the past, talents of Night Shadow's caliber were something the Bai family would never have a chance to touch, and Bai
Shanha wouldn't have had too many thoughts about it. But the situation was different now. Although the 8 great families had not revealed any information
about Night Shadow's true identity, the Xiao family had previously sent someone to secretly inquire about the relationship between Bai Xiao and a former
classmate. They happened to ask a member of the Bai family. Although only the 8 great families knew Night Shadow's identity, others could at most deduce through the actions of the 8 great families that Night Shadow was very likely in Yuncheng. However, Bai Shanha immediately reacted to the Xiao family's actions. What Bai Shanha never expected was that the Night Shadow, who had repeatedly shocked everyone in recent days, would actually be him, the Yichen who had been
personally dumped by Bai Xiao. However, the Bai family had already investigated and found out that Yi Chen's parents had been harmed by abyssal monsters in his early years, and he had only awakened an F-level talent. How could such an ordinary person, who showed no signs of brilliance, possibly be associated
with Night Shadow? If it weren't for the investigation target being the 8 great families, Bai Shanha would never have believed it. However, Bai Shanha was not the kind of stubborn person.
Although he was unclear about how Yi Chen managed to do it, since Yi Chen was Night Shadow, it was good news for the Bai
family.
After all, Bai Xiao had a 3-year relationship with Yi Chen before her eyes. The Bai family could completely use this foundation to win over Yi Chen. As for the matter of Yi Chen being dumped a few days ago, in Bai Shanha's eyes, it was not a problem at all.
Isn't it normal for young people to have disagreements? Moreover, with Bai Xiao's talent and beauty, supported by the Bai family, it was unlikely that Yi Chen could withstand her advances. The only
thing he was uneasy about was the Xiao family. If the Xiao family really wanted to spend a great deal of effort to win over Yi Chen, once Yi Chen ultimately chose to join the Bai family, although the Xiao family would not turn hostile on the spot, a rift would inevitably arise. That would indeed be a troublesome
matter for the Bai family.
After all, the Bai family had worked hard to establish a relationship with the Xiao family, and at this stage, Bai Shanha was not
willing to give that up.
But the strength that Night Shadow displayed was too tempting for Bai Shanha.
No matter what, he did not want to give up. Therefore, he
notified Bai Xiao in advance, suggesting that she should contact Yi Chen before entering Dingfeng City. By pulling Yi Chen to their side ahead of time, even if the Xiao family felt displeased afterward, they would have nothing to say.
Within Dingfeng City, several forces were secretly plotting how to win over Yi Chen.
At this time, Yi Chen was also on his way to Dingfeng City. Long before leaving the Phantom Maze, Yi Chen first spent all 80,000 eternal coins he had earned, purchasing 73 skill stones. This was because he had previously been swept through the trading post by the Xiao family and several other forces, which had inadvertently teamed up to raid the skill stones.
As a result, the prices of these worthless skill stones had skyrocketed in recent days.
Although everyone had realized that this restriction seemed to have no effect on Night Shadow and had given up on this behavior, the prices of the worthless skill stones could not drop completely in a short time. Thus, Yi Chen could only afford to buy 73. All the skill stones Yi Chen purchased were related to experience bonuses. After all, what he lacked the most at the moment was levels. The path of exile happened to be a free and efficient leveling
Point. Yi Chen naturally did not want to miss out.
After learning all 73 skill stones, he first gained 146 points in intelligence and 14,600 points in health. At the same time, the experience points he gained from each kill of a monster increased from 120 to 373. The additional experience he obtained surged from 700% to 1,230%, which was 13.3 times the original state. Coupled with the 373 extra experience points gained from kills, even if he killed monsters 10 levels below him, he could still earn at least 4,974 experience points. The experience required to level up from level 60 to 61 was 3,018,475 points. Calculating this, Yi Chen only needed to kill a maximum of 606 low-level monsters to level up. If he faced monsters of the same level, the efficiency would be terrifying. With these experience bonuses, Yi Chen was absolutely confident that he could reach level 90 in the upcoming Path of Exile. However, while on the road, Yi Chen learned some information through the regional chat channel. Just as he had thought, the 8 great families indeed locked onto his identity shortly after he received that 600,000 bonus. They immediately sent people to Cloud City. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had already anticipated this and left a step ahead, leaving them empty-handed. However, there were still many members of the 8 great families and other forces stationed in Cloud City, clearly waiting for Yi Chen to log off. At the same time, in the Eternal World, many members of the 8 great families had privately sent him invitations. Looking at the densely packed friend requests, 90% of them were just bystanders wanting to join the fun or hoping to cling to someone powerful. Yi Chen naturally ignored these. However, in the latest friend request list, he saw several representatives claiming to be from one of the 8 great families wanting to chat with him. Yi Chen had no intention of joining any forces. From the moment he obtained the super god level talent, he had decided to be a lone wolf. Perhaps later on, he would have the ability to establish his own force. But right now, the entire human world had been nearly divided among countless family forces. It was already a difficult task to recruit capable individuals. Recruiting ordinary people would not enhance his abilities. Moreover, having a force would also mean having weaknesses. He would have to divide his attention to take care of it, which would ultimately be not worth the trouble. He was currently only hoping that after being rejected by the 8 great families or other forces, they could manage to avoid disturbing him. That would be the best outcome. But if they harbored thoughts of eliminating him in advance, he certainly would not surrender easily. Everything depended on how the other side chose to act. With that thought, Yi Chen was about to close the panel when suddenly, a familiar ID caught his eye, making him pause for a moment. By Xue Luo Wusheng seeing this ID, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. By Xiao, he glanced at the message from the other party with confusion. I have a series of plans regarding the 8 great families targeting you. Can we talk? Plans from the 8 great families? Given this woman's character of not getting up early without profit, Yi Chen pondered for a moment and agreed to Bai Xiaoxiao's friend request. He also wanted to know what information Bai Xiaoxiao had in her hands. However, he understood that the other party would not easily reveal it, so he did not take the initiative to speak. It was Bai Xiaoxiao who sent a message just a few seconds after the friend request was accepted. Yi Chen? Seeing this, Yi Chen realized that his identity was most likely guessed. He had anticipated this and did not find it strange. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to not be entangled in this point and continued to send messages. Do you want to know the attitude of the 8 great families towards you? And their subsequent plans? Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied. What plans? However, the next moment. I can tell you, but I have a condition. Seeing Bai Xiaoxiao's message, a faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. As expected, it was just as he thought. So, he asked. What condition? The other party seemed to be pondering, and it took nearly 3 minutes before another message came through. Xiao Ge, I want you to help me. Xiao Ge? Yi Chen's face was filled with confusion. When there's something, it's Xiao Ge, when there's nothing, it's that we're not suitable. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but admire this woman's audacity. However, Yi Chen was not going to indulge her. From this brief exchange, although he was unclear about what Bai Xiaoxiao wanted to do, he could already see that she had a request of him. So, he directly closed the panel. Say what you want. The attitude of the 8 great families, without the other party telling him, Yi Chen could guess 7 or 8 points. It was nothing more than 2 options, to win over or to suppress. And the choice between these two actually lay in Yi Chen's hands. What interested him was merely the plan that Bai Xiaoxiao mentioned. However, since Bai Xiaoxiao had already brought it up, Yi Chen naturally had his mental preparations. It wasn't something he had to know.
Next, Bai Xiao sent several more inquiry messages. Yi Chen ignored them. No matter what plans the other party had, they were not as important as the path of exile. Thinking this, Yi Chen hurried towards Dingfeng City. After a while, Dingfeng City finally appeared in Yi Chen's sight. At this time, there was only half an hour left until the path of exile opened. However, since his identity information had already been grasped by the 8 great families, if Yi Chen entered openly, he would undoubtedly be entangled. Since he had already decided to refuse all forces, he was too lazy to deal with the trouble. First, he arrived at a hillside not far from the city. It was not far from the city center. After the path of exile opened, there would be half an hour for newcomers to enter. There was plenty of time. Then, he summoned a phantom clone. After the clone appeared, he directly activated the Void Phantom, combined with a swift speed boost. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the city. At this moment, at the entrance of Dingfeng City, there were still many newcomers rushing in. Due to the effect of the Void Phantom, these people did not notice any abnormalities. Yi Chen's clone quickly surpassed the crowd and headed straight for the central square of Dingfeng City. Soon, he stopped in a corner. He immediately spotted the various major forces stationed here. The most conspicuous was naturally the Xiao family's Longyuan Legion. Following closely was the Bai family not far from him. At this moment, through the perspective of the clone, Yi Chen also saw Bai Xiao's figure just walking into the station point. At this time, Bai Xiao's expression did not seem very pleasant. Yi Chen roughly knew it was due to his indifference towards her. Then Yi Chen scanned the surroundings and did not find anything unusual. However, Yi Chen was always cautious. This was Zhao family's territory, and seeing the Longyuan Legion all on high alert, he did not rush to show himself. Soon, the large square was filled with many newcomers. The atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Yi Chen's clone, hiding in a corner, vaguely heard them discussing matters about the path of exile. Among the discussions, there were also many mentions of himself. At that moment, Yi Chen noticed a familiar figure in the crowd, a chubby man. Chu Xiaofeng. At this time, Chu Xiaofeng was excitedly chatting with a pretty girl beside him. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen felt a bit curious. However, he had no intention of meeting Chu Xiaofeng. Given Yi Chen's current situation, this was the best way to handle it. Thus, Yi Chen continued to observe for a while. At that moment, strange phenomena began to appear in the sky above Dingfeng City. Everyone instinctively looked up, understanding in their hearts. The path of exile was about to open. As the sky showed more anomalies, all the newcomers present surged forward, pushing towards the teleportation point. Desire and anticipation sparkled in everyone's eyes. Everyone, step back. A commanding voice suddenly rang out, and the crowd instinctively retreated. People turned to look. From the Xiao family's encampment, Zhao Mo stepped out, his expression cold. Now, form 10 lines in order, one by one. Anyone who dares to disrupt the order will be killed without mercy. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of what Zhao Mo intended to do. However, the Xiao family's power was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts, and in this situation, no one dared to defy them. After all, it was the Xiao family. Soon, a large group of members from the Longyuan Legion appeared at the entrance. Their sharp gazes scanning every newcomer that passed by. Others lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. The Zhao family's purpose in doing this was certainly not out of boredom to intimidate these newcomers. Instead, it was to find the hidden night shadows among them. Other families stationed nearby also understood the Xiao family's intentions. Although they were very interested in the night shadows, their strength could only be considered second-rate, with some even being third-rate. They all relied on the Xiao family's support to survive, so they naturally did not dare to entertain such thoughts. In the distance, Yi Chen observed this scene through the perspective of his clone. He understood it all in his heart. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, Yi Chen also saw Bai Xiao at the front of the crowd. The Bai family's influence in Jiancheng was at its peak, especially since if it weren't for the sudden emergence of the night shadows, Bai Xiao's displayed strength would indeed make her the top candidate for this year's newcomer king. Therefore, many people present had already recognized this proud daughter of heaven. Whether out of fear or a desire to curry favor, most people did not want to have any disputes with Bai Xiao. At this moment, moreover, standing beside Bai Xiao were Wang Chang, an S-class talent from the Wang family, Lin Yon, an SS-class talent from the Lin family, and several other young masters from prominent families who were friendly with them. With such a lineup, others naturally did not dare to get too close. Yi Chen's gaze swept past her figure, and he couldn't help but feel emotional. Indeed, having the backing of a big family made a difference. This overwhelming aura of nobility was quite impressive.
However, at that moment, Yichen also noticed that among this group, besides by Xiao and a boy exuding a dark aura, resembling an assassin, the rest, led by Wang Chang, were all gathered in front of a grey-clad boy who had just walked over. Their attitude was not exactly flattering, but their respectful demeanor already indicated the grey-clad boy's extraordinary status. Yichen carefully examined the grey-clad boy. He did not notice anything special and felt quite curious. At this moment, as the grey-clad boy arrived, Wang Chang had already approached him. "Brother Peng, this time on the path of exile, you and I will cooperate, and we must leave our names on the leaderboard." The grey-clad boy was named Xiao Peng, and like He Chen, he was a mage. At the same time, he was also one of the awakened members of the Xiao family this year. Xiao Peng awakened an A-level talent, Flame Enhancement. Although this talent is only A-level, it is considered quite rare. Moreover, its effects are not inferior to some S-level or even SS-level talents. However, his talent limits him to the path of violent fire magic. Additionally, the high demand for skill slots among mages is why this talent is classified as A-level. The effect of Flame Enhancement not only amplifies the damage of fire-based skills but also has a certain probability of causing an explosive effect, increasing the damage range of fire skills. This skill may not show much effect in the early stages, but by the late stages, around levels 2 to 300, the increase in damage becomes quite evident. If Xiao Peng were a typical second or third-rate family disciple, this talent might not be of any use. However, as one of the 8 major families of the Alliance, the Xiao family naturally has enough resources to cultivate Xiao Peng. Therefore, the Xiao family had early on set a plan for him, aiming to quickly level him up to above level 200 with minimal sacrifice of skill slots. As a result, up until now, aside from a basic fireball spell and fire element mastery, as well as the flame dragon technique that the Xiao family bought for him at a high price, Xiao Peng has no other skills. Because of this, Xiao Peng's level prior to this naturally could not keep up with the vanguard. Most people were not aware of his existence. But the favored ones like Wang Chang were different. They were well aware of Xiao Peng's position in the Xiao family. Thus, even though Xiao Peng's current strength might not match theirs, he should not be underestimated in the future. With this thought in mind, Wang Chang and others in the know naturally sought to build a good relationship with Xiao Peng. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Chang's words, Xiao Peng understood. However, a mere disciple from a newly promoted second-rate family had no right to call him brother. He glanced sideways at Wang Chang and said indifferently, "You're only S-level. Do you really think you have the right to call me brother?" Wang Chang's expression stiffened. He had intended to befriend Xiao Peng, but unexpectedly received such humiliation in return. Anger surged within him. Xiao Peng seemed to sense his dissatisfaction and sneered, "Don't forget that Night Shadow will appear soon. Given the Xiao family's current status, he has no choice but to submit to my Xiao family. Even someone like him will have to obediently help me reach the top of the leaderboard. So tell me, what qualifications do you have?" Suddenly, Xiao Peng changed his tone, chuckling lightly, "But I see you do have some strength. I can give you a chance to show off. As long as I'm satisfied, I don't mind bringing you into Long Yuan." Wang Chang continuously suppressed the anger that was about to erupt within him. But he also knew that Xiao Peng was indeed correct. No matter how strong Night Shadow was, he was just one person. With the Xiao family's strength, there was indeed a great possibility of subduing him. Not to mention how strong Night Shadow might be, just the fact that he was significantly ahead of everyone else, being the first to reach level 50, was enough to prove his exceptional leveling ability. With him assisting, Xiao Peng indeed did not need to act himself. Moreover, the Wang family was also dependent on the Xiao family. Even if he felt aggrieved, he could only endure. He even had to force a grateful demeanor. "I will follow Brother Peng's arrangements." The few people beside Wang Chang could only lower their heads. Seeing Wang Chang and the others so obedient, Xiao Peng nodded non-committally. This scene left many newcomers behind him secretly amazed, as even the S-level talent Wang Chang was so subservient. However, soon someone recognized Xiao Peng's identity. "So it's Xiao Peng." No wonder Wang Chang reacted this way. It seems Xiao Peng is the grandson of a certain elder in the Xiao family. Although he only has A-level talent, he is still highly valued by the Xiao family. That said, I heard Xiao Peng follows the path of violent fire magic, so his combat power in the early stages is quite low. How can he compete? Are you stupid? Isn't there still Wang Chang and the others? These families are all dependent on the Xiao family. Just look at Wang Chang and the others, they clearly intend to help Xiao Peng compete for the leaderboard points. Sigh. Born with a silver spoon, it's just different. Humph. What's so great about that? Don't forget we have a Night Shadow boss in our district. Right. Almost forgot about the Night Shadow boss. He's way ahead of everyone else, the first to reach level 50, with him around, Zhao Peng probably won't stand a chance. Indeed, maybe only the 1,000-year-old Xiao Hao would have a chance.
An A-level talent, it really isn't enough.
Zhao Peng caught snippets of the conversation, his gaze turning cold as he scanned the crowd.
For a moment, the discussions among the people ceased. Although they felt unwilling, they didn't dare to offend Zhao Peng. That would not end well.
Seeing these gossipers fall silent, Zhao Peng sneered. He didn't bother with them, they were far too ordinary enough to be like ants.
Ants weren't worth his anger. Moreover, although he had only awakened
an A-level talent, he believed that if he truly grew, he wouldn't be much worse than his cheap cousin. With that thought, Zhao Peng shifted his gaze to Bai Xiao,
who was bowing her head in front of him.
Bai Xiao, you have the qualifications to be a member of my team.
Come over.
At that moment, Bai Xiao felt
displeased upon hearing Zhao Peng's condescending words.
She knew Zhao Peng, Bai Shanha had already warned her before coming.
If possible, try not to offend this Zhao Peng.
But in Bai Xiao's view, the implication of his words was that it was best not to offend him, but even if she did, it wouldn't be a big deal.
With her pride, upon hearing Zhao Peng's commanding tone, she chose to ignore him outright.
Seeing that Bai Xiao was indifferent to his words, Zhao Peng's expression turned displeased. To be honest, he was somewhat interested in this woman from a small family. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but she was also a rare
SSS-level talent awakener.
If he could win her over, he would gain more attention from the Xiao family. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to surpass his cheap cousin Xiao Hao in the future, but competing for an elder position shouldn't be too difficult. Therefore, upon arriving in Dingfeng City, aside from the path of exile, Zhao Peng's other goal was naturally Bai Xiao in front of him. Thus, seeing Bai Xiao ignore him, Zhao Peng coldly said, Bai Xiao, you don't want to
help me?
Zhao Peng didn't beat around the bush but directly questioned her. As a member of the Xiao family, he believed he had that right.
Bai Xiao naturally
had little interest in someone with only an A-level talent and an average status in the Xiao family. Her ambition had already swelled to an unprecedented level.
After awakening her SSS-level talent,
she wanted to step by step become the strongest, a powerful figure high above others.
This was something a useless Zhao Peng could not assist with.
She was even too lazy to engage in pretense with him.
You're just an A-level awakener, how dare you command me? If you can defeat that Night Shadow, I might consider joining your team.
After saying this, Bai Xiao walked straight to the side. Seeing this, Zhao Peng's expression gradually darkened, and he coldly said, Bai Xiao, I only said that because you look decent.
It seems you don't know what's good for you.
After a pause, Zhao Peng confidently said, and about that Night Shadow you mentioned, he will soon become my subordinate. I'll give you one last chance to choose. If you miss it, this path of exile will be very difficult for you. Unfortunately, Bai Xiao couldn't even be bothered to respond this time. This made Zhao Peng feel deeply humiliated. He looked at Bai Xiao with eyes full of resentment. Once the third elder subdued the Night Shadow, he would see what attitude this proud woman would have. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao, having stepped aside, opened her panel.
Brother Xiao, what have you considered? I know your strength is formidable. As long as you are
willing to secretly team up with me, the first place on the leaderboard will be yours, and I only want second.
If you agree, I can tell you everything about
the plans of the 8 great families. Brother Xiao, I know you still hold a grudge against me, but doesn't this indirectly prove that you still care about
our relationship?
The Bai family only wants to train me to become their high-level enforcer, to assist that useless son of Bai Shanha in the future.
I've long wanted to get rid of him.
As long as you are willing to help me, we can secure the top 2 spots on the leaderboard this time.
Once we grow stronger, I will accompany you to take revenge on the Bai family.
As long as you nod, from now on, Xiao is willing to serve you, at your beck and call.
Unfortunately,
this message still sank like a stone into the sea, receiving no response.
Meanwhile, with the Dragon Abyss Legion maintaining order, all the newcomers had already
lined up to participate.
Seeing this, Zhao Mo nodded to his subordinates.
The Dragon Abyss members who had been guarding the entrance moved aside at that moment. This action instantly invigorated all the newcomers present.
Even Zhao Peng and Wang Chang, at this moment, put away their own thoughts. Clearly, their concern
for the exile path was no less than that of ordinary people, and perhaps even stronger.
However, just as Zhao Mo was about to give the order for the newcomers
to enter, a figure suddenly rushed towards the entrance under the incredulous gazes of the crowd.
Bold!
How dare you disrupt the order here? Before the words fell, several Dragon Abyss members immediately rushed forward. However, the figure did not resist. Instead, it suddenly stopped and then darted to the side.
At the
same time, Zhao Changlin, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the tent, came out the moment he heard the commotion. Although the figure was moving at high speed, Zhao Changlin still managed to catch a glimpse of its face.
With just one glance, he recognized the identity of the figure. It was exactly the same as the photo he had seen in the archives of Yunqing No. 1 High School. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhao Changlin's eyes. Finally, he has appeared. So, he called out loudly, "Yi-chun. I know it's you. Join my Xiao family, and the resources we provide will only be second to Zhao Hao." Just then, voices began to rise. "Yi-chun. Join my Qi family, and the position of commander of the future Qi family's White Horse Legion will belong to you. Yi-chun. My Qin family can offer you the position of guest elder, second only to the family head and the 3 great elders. Yi-chun. My Wei family. Yi-chun. My Chu family." Voices came from all directions. Following that, several phantoms also appeared before everyone. Seeing this scene, Zhao Changlin's expression changed instantly. However, he was not surprised. If these people hadn't come, that would have been strange. But after all, this was Zhao family's territory. There weren't many people from the other families. The advantage was on his side. He believed that the Night Shadow was a smart person and should understand how to analyze the pros and cons. As these people appeared, the newcomers who were about to enter the exile path were all dumbfounded. Many of them also recognized the identities of the newcomers. Qi family, Chu family, Qin family, Wei family. These were all well-known existences among the 8 great families of the Alliance. Unexpectedly, they had gathered here for a Night Shadow. Even if only their phantoms had come, it was enough to be shocking. At the same time, they also realized that the figure that had just appeared was indeed the Night Shadow. The one who broke the record in the newcomer's secret realm, became the master of the unclaimed secret realm, significantly outpaced everyone, and was the first to reach level 50, a legendary figure. In an instant, everyone's gaze was fixed on the slightly thin figure not far away. Everyone widened their eyes, eager to catch a glimpse of the true face of this Night Shadow. However, just at that moment, the figure in midair suddenly shattered into fragments under the gaze of the crowd. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from everyone's sight. This bizarre scene left countless people present in a daze. What just happened? I don't know. How did the person just disappear? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? That seems unlikely. Members of the 8 great families are here. If there was a mistake, it would be quite the joke. Could it be that someone secretly attacked and killed that Night Shadow? The crowd began to murmur. It was Zhao Changlin who reacted first, his expression changing drastically. That was just a mirror image. He never intended to join my Xiao family. Quick! Seal the entrance. The figures from the other 8 great families also reacted at this moment, their faces equally grim. Because their simultaneous presence here proved that the Night Shadow had not joined any faction prior to this. Many had contacted the Night Shadow before, but none had received a reply. Now, this scene had made it clear to these people. The Night Shadow did not intend to join either side. After realizing this, the others did not stop Zhao Changlin. Instead, they exchanged glances and then left one after another. The Xiao family would take action next. They didn't need to be involved at all. Unfortunately, long before Yi Chan's avatar appeared, his main body had already used the Void Mirage to enter the entrance of the exile path ahead of time. Upon discovering that he had been outmaneuvered by the Night Shadow, Zhao Changlin's expression turned extremely dark. The rules of the exile path had been thoroughly understood by humanity after nearly 100 years. The trials of the entire exile path were divided into 2 stages. The first stage was mainly for the testers to level up, but their performance during the leveling process would convert into corresponding points when entering the second stage. Among these, the most direct way to earn points was by killing the most monsters, followed by gaining the most experience points. These 2 were the main ways to earn points in the first stage. Didn't you see that under the maintenance of the Longyuan Legion, Zhao Ping and others were standing at the forefront? This was also why countless people rushed forward right after the exile path opened, fearing that such a situation would create unfairness for them. But the outcome still did not change. However, with Zhao Changlin's reprimand, countless people also realized the Night Shadow had actually planned to quietly enter the exile path right under everyone's noses. Although this had nothing to do with them, many felt a sense of satisfaction seeing the oppressive power they faced falter. At this moment, in the crowd, Chu Xiaofeng had a strange and suspicious expression. The figure that had suddenly appeared, although it was just a flash, he still managed to catch a glimpse of its profile in the rush. It was an incredibly familiar profile. So familiar that Chu Xiaofeng even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The girl beside him, noticing this, curiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chu Xiaofeng opened his mouth wide and stammered, "That person seems to be my good friend." But after saying that, he felt a bit apprehensive inside. Perhaps he had mistaken it. After all, the Yi he knew only had an F-level talent. How could he be equated with the Night Shadow before him? The girl beside him, upon hearing this, flashed a hint of disdain in her eyes. This fat guy really didn't hold back on his bragging. However, considering that he was quite generous and an A-level talent practitioner, the girl cooperatively said, "Brother, Shu is really impressive, you even know the Night Shadow." Seeing the girl with an expression of utmost admiration, Shu Xiaofeng was about to explain but swallowed his words instead. A bright smile instantly appeared on his face. "Of course, sure, you won't be treated poorly following me." The conversation on Shu Xiaofeng's side naturally did not attract the attention of the Xiao family. Zhao Changlin, or rather a member of the 8 great families, had already understood the meaning behind Night Shadow's actions. Thus, no matter how extraordinary Night Shadow's potential was, the 8 great families would not give him a second chance. This was the pride of the 8 great families. Zhao Changlin had also considered that Night Shadow might refuse everyone's invitation. Over the past few decades, they had encountered many such unruly talents. But the final outcome was always the same: their graves had long been trampled. However, what Zhao Changlin did not expect was that Night Shadow was so cunning, even using a mirror to deceive everyone. His actions were undoubtedly a provocation to the Xiao family and the other families. How dare he be so arrogant? The members of Long Yuan reacted immediately, blocking the entrance. Yet moments later, there was not a single sound. Just as everyone was puzzled, above the entrance to the Exile path, the stone tablet, eroded by wind and frost for who knows how many years, suddenly emitted a bright light. This time, there was no need for Zhao Changlin to speak, everyone understood what was happening. Someone had already entered the Exile path and officially started the trial. That stone tablet was a record board, documenting everyone's achievements within the Exile path. At this moment, the only person who could enter the Exile path was undoubtedly Night Shadow. Zhao Changlin's expression darkened. "Zhao Peng, take people inside, no one can underestimate the Zhao family." "Rest assured, Third Elder, I will make Night Shadow understand the price of arrogance," Zhao Peng replied, his face equally grim. The damage from the early stages of the violent fire technique was indeed limited. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he was certain no one could refuse the Zhao family's temptations, let alone their threats. However, how long had it been? That damned Night Shadow had slapped him in the face directly. Not only that, with Night Shadow's non-cooperation, his plans had completely fallen through. At the same time, he recalled that it was this Night Shadow who had become the master of the Miasma hidden forest, causing the Xiao family to lose an important source of divine forging stones. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Initially, he had tolerated it because of Night Shadow's powerful strength. But now, he could no longer endure it. He turned to Wang Chang and the others, saying indifferently, "It seems this Night Shadow has no intention of cooperating. Since that's the case, you all know what to do?" Wang Chang and the others had long received instructions from their families, so Zhao Peng's words naturally did not cause any ripples. Only by Xiao, upon seeing Night Shadow sneak into the Exile path, had a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. She was secretly furious at Yi Chen's arrogance and foolishness. Although she did not understand why Yi Chen possessed such astonishing combat power, did he really think he could do as he pleased? He had no idea of the capabilities of the 8 great families. This was simply courting death. Originally, Bai Xiao had hoped to make use of Yi Chen before his demise, to at least fulfill her purpose. It seemed now that she needed to change her plans. With that thought, her gaze involuntarily turned to Zhao Peng, and an idea formed in her mind. "Zhao Peng, I can team up with you." The first stage of the Exile path formed a space similar to a dungeon individually. But if entering as a team, the members would be teleported to the same space. Yi Chen did not choose to team up, instead, he entered alone. The advantage of this was that the experience he gained would be maximized. At the same time, it was easier to obtain more basic points. Most importantly, with his current combat power, anyone teaming up with him would only be a burden, serving no purpose at all. At this moment, he had already entered a narrow, pitch-black passage. The next second, countless demonic figures crawled out from the ground around him. Yi Chen knew that the trial had begun. The initial level of the monsters in the first stage of the Path of Exile is the trialist's current level -9. The number of each wave is not fixed, but only by completely clearing them will the next wave of monsters appear. For this, Yi Chen felt no pressure at all. Not to mention being 9 levels lower, even if they were 9 levels higher, Yi Chen could handle it easily. As fireballs appeared out of thin air, the entire passage was instantly covered by a scorching aura. However, before he could finish casting his fireballs, Yi Chen was caught off guard to discover that he had leveled up. Looking at his rapidly rising experience bar, Yi Chen felt exhilarated. The first batch of monsters that appeared were level 51 bloody wolf spiders. With the threefold experience boost from the Path of Exile, a bloody wolf spider could grant Yi Chen 1224 experience points. On top of that, Yi Chen would gain an additional 373 experience points for killing the monsters. Adding to this, his experience gain multiplier was 13.3 times that of others. This meant that a bloody wolf spider could provide him with 21,240 experience points. To level up from level 60 to 61, a total of 3,018,475 experience points was needed. Calculating it out, Yi Chen only needed to kill 142 bloody wolf spiders to level up. As a result, before the first wave of monsters was completely wiped out, he had already leveled up. Yi Chen felt the exhilarating speed of leveling up and couldn't help but marvel at it. He swiftly eliminated the remaining monsters. In less than half a minute, new monsters appeared again on both sides of the passage. They were level 52 night bats, creatures adept at hiding and moving at incredible speeds. Previously, facing such fast-moving monsters might have posed a challenge for Yi Chen. But ever since he acquired the smelting furnace, which added an effect to his necklace that increased the projectile speed of fire skills, dealing with such fast-moving monsters was no longer difficult for him. A few seconds later, all the night bats were dead. Yi Chen's level had also risen to 62. After the third wave, the level 53 monsters were eliminated, and Yi Chen reached level 63. By the end of the fourth wave, he was at level 64. Soon, Yi Chen's level jumped from 60 to 65. At this point, only 3 minutes had passed since he entered the Path of Exile. It was just at this moment that all the new players had just entered the Path of Exile. Some of the slower newcomers even saw the stone tablet displaying the score rankings on the Path of Exile. Each wave of monsters cleared would correspondingly increase the score by 1 point. The newcomers who killed the most monsters and gained the most experience would receive 60 and 100 points, respectively. Currently, Yi Chen was at the top with 5 points. Below him, there was a blank space, proving that no other newcomer had managed to complete a round of monster clearing besides Yi Chen. At this moment, a group of newcomers lingering outside looked at Yi Chen's striking score ranking, feeling utterly incredulous. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with my eyes? I haven't even entered yet, and Night Shadow has already cleared 5 waves of monsters? It's not your eyes, I think there's something wrong with that stone tablet. It hasn't even been 3 minutes, and Night Shadow single-handedly cleared 5 rounds of monsters? That's just too exaggerated. How did Night Shadow manage to do that? Does anyone know what class he is? What does class have to do with it? The pre-second transfer classes don't have area damage. Even if you have money to buy high-level skill stones, you can't learn them. While Xiao and the others are still fighting over their first transfer, Night Shadow has already reached level 50, a full 20 levels ahead. Shouldn't you be used to it by now? That may be true, but this leveling speed is just too terrifying. Many newcomers who had yet to enter the Path of Exile were deeply intimidated by Yi Chen's astonishing monster-clearing speed. It wasn't just them. At this moment, Zhao Changlin was staring at the conspicuous name on the stone tablet. The gloom on his face deepened. 2 years ago, Zhao Hao took a full 3 minutes to clear the first wave of monsters on the Exile Road. How could he possibly be that fast? Zhao Mo, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. Initially, they thought perhaps this Night Shadow had changed to a hidden class. However, after investigation, many from the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon legions had seen Night Shadow casting fireball in the Blackwater Canyon. Therefore, based on this, Night Shadow's class must be a mage, no doubt about it. Even if a violent mage could kill monsters in an instant, the first wave of monsters numbered at least 200, even at 1 per second, it would take nearly 3 minutes, yet Night Shadow had killed 5 waves in total. This left Zhao Mo utterly perplexed. More importantly, Zhao Hao had also been able to kill monsters instantly in the early stages, but his leveling speed was nothing like Night Shadow's exaggeration. To reach such a level, Night Shadow must have learned advanced experience-related skills. Wait. A terrifying thought suddenly struck Zhao Mo's mind. 2 years ago, Zhao Hao had grown so quickly, and aside from his own SSS-level talent, he had relied heavily on the Xiao family's support in the early stages. Among this support, the most crucial was the Divine Forging Stone. Within the entire Xiao family, aside from a few core members including himself, no one knew Zhao Hao had already possessed 10 skill slots when he was in the novice area. Relying on this, Zhao Hao had learned all the most practical skills for that stage, allowing him to reach level 50 in just 7 days. And what about Night Shadow? He came from an ordinary family and had no means to purchase Divine Forging Stones. But he hadn't forgotten that the Miasma hidden forest was breached by him. The Xiao family knew this better than anyone. This meant that Night Shadow had a great chance of obtaining a large number of skill stones from it. This was what allowed him to level up so quickly. Realizing this, Zhao Mo hurriedly informed Zhao Changlin of his analysis. Zhao Changlin was taken aback upon hearing this. That's right, it must be so.
Night Shadow must have swallowed the Xiao family's divine forging stones, which is why he is so resistant to joining us. He fears the Xiao family will settle the score. Later, Zhao Mo added, not only that, I think he might even plan to use this to blackmail our Xiao family, but for now, his self-preservation ability is still weak, so he is biding his time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a terrifying light. This Night Shadow cannot be left alive. Zhao Mo nodded beside him, reassuringly saying, Elder, rest assured, the young masters accompanying us this time are all exceptionally talented and formidable geniuses. With their combined strength, even the young master Zhao Hao from back then would find it hard to cope. Night Shadow is too clever for his own good. After hearing Zhao Mo's words, Zhao Changlin's expression returned to normal. I almost forgot, with the ban from the 8 great families in place, this Night Shadow probably won't be able to escape the Exile road. At this moment, in the Bai family's encampment next door, Bai Shanha looked at the 2 characters Night Shadow on the stone tablet, feeling greatly irritated. What on earth is Bai Xiao doing? She can't even handle such a small matter. I've poured so much effort into her, and she's utterly useless. The stronger Night Shadow's power became, the more Bai Shanha wanted to recruit him. If Night Shadow could truly join the Bai family, he was confident he could elevate the Bai family further by just holding off the Zhao family for 2 years. In Bai Shanha's eyes, with Bai Xiaoxiao's beauty and status, along with their relationship, the success rate of this endeavor should be over 90%. But now, Night Shadow had already displayed astonishing strength on the Exile road, yet there was no response from Bai Xiaoxiao. How could this not infuriate him? Meanwhile, on the Exile road, Bai Xiaoxiao ultimately chose to team up with Zhao Peng. Firstly, her profession was still more of a support type, but thanks to the effects of her talent, she could unleash an extraordinarily high combat power for a short period. This could only be used against enemies and was definitely not suitable for leveling up. That's why she had previously sought to collaborate with Yi Chen with such a low profile. She was particularly focused on the leveling speed of Night Shadow. Originally, she, like Bai Shanha, believed that with her looks, status, and the feelings between them, she should easily be able to handle Yi Chen. However, she never expected that despite lowering her stance and compromising, Yi Chen would actually reject her. This left Bai Xiaoxiao seething with anger. In the end, feeling helpless, she chose to team up with Zhao Peng. At this moment, aside from Zhao Peng, the remaining members of their team, like Wang Cheng and Lin Yong, were also familiar faces. Although Lin Yong had no particular thoughts about Zhao Peng, due to family orders and by Xiaoxiao's choice, he ultimately decided to join the team. It could be said that this 10-person squad was recognized as the strongest in this journey of exile, even ranking among the top in the entire Eternal Life world. In second place was their old rival, another team led by Su Yu. Alright, dealing with that Night Shadow is for the second phase, for now. We focus on leveling up. Zhao Peng glanced at everyone and naturally began to issue orders. With your strength, helping me secure first place in the first phase shouldn't be a problem, right? Wang Cheng forced a smile and said, in terms of team quality, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than us in the 702 novice area. A newcomer from a small family beside him chimed in, exactly. That Night Shadow was too impulsive to come in alone. He's bound to have nothing to do with this first phase. Lin Yong shot a disdainful glance at Wang Cheng. Why say so much nonsense? The monsters have already appeared, let's hurry up. Bai Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, simply remained silent, applying various buff enhancements to everyone. Although the earlier appearance of Night Shadow had affected everyone's mood, the upcoming battle posed no difficulty for this group of geniuses. Thus, the overall atmosphere was relatively relaxed. 3 minutes later, as the last monster fell, Zhao Peng chuckled lightly, not bad, this speed is already close to the limit. My cousin Zhao Haotong's speed back in the day was only about this. Wang Cheng looked at the results, his gloomy mood lightening a bit, and a smile appeared on his face. Lin Yong still stood silently to the side, but a hint of satisfaction could still be seen in his eyes. As for Bai Xiaoxiao, she seemed to have anticipated all this and was not overly surprised. As an SSS-level talent awakener, having such a monster-clearing speed was only natural for her, right? Bang! As the level 60 bloodthirsty long-haired tiger fell, Yi Chen glanced at his own level. Level 70. The first phase of the exile path lasted 24 hours. After 24 hours, it would automatically enter the second phase. However, at this moment, Yi Chen began to feel a bit frustrated. He had been in the exile path for less than 10 minutes and had already leveled up 10 times. Moreover, each wave of monsters would be one level higher than the previous wave. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached level 90. Such a leveling speed was unprecedented. According to the records, 2 years ago, Zhao Hao had just reached the second transition threshold of level 60 when he exited the exile path. This was still the fastest record ever. Yet Yi Chen not only broke this record in just a few minutes but also
gained much more experience leveling from 60 to 70 than Xiao Hao did. All of this was thanks to Yi Chen's monster clearing speed, which was more than 5 times faster than that of a team. Then, on top of the triple experience, an additional 13 times was stacked. Adding in the extra experience bonuses, Yi Chen's leveling speed had now become over 300 times that of normal outdoor leveling. When calculated this way, it seemed reasonable. Yi Chen thought to himself. At the same time, with the end of the 10th wave of monsters, Yi Chen also welcomed his first elite monster. Skeleton Leader Wind, Elite, Level, 60 Health, 100,000 Attack Power, 300 Defense, 400. Skills, Skeleton Summon, Fury of the Storm, Gale Shield. Description, buried in the eye of the storm, the dry bones have long been eroded by wind elements, granting it mastery over powerful storm forces, allowing it to swiftly defeat enemies using storm attacks in battle. As soon as the skeleton leader appeared, Yi Chen immediately felt the air currents on both sides of the passage become sharp. However, the attributes of the skeleton leader posed little threat to newcomers like Bai Xiao, let alone Yi Chen. Especially since the wind attribute was like adding wings to Yi Chen's fireball technique. A large number of fireballs leaped forth, quickly striking the skeleton leader along the gentle breeze. Bang! The abundant wind elements made the flames even more ferocious. In the next moment, the skeleton leader turned into a pile of ashes. Ding! You have killed Skeleton Leader Wind, Elite, and gained 287,451 experience points. With the death of the skeleton leader, a flash of golden light appeared. It was a piece of legendary equipment. In addition, there was a skill stone beside it. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he picked it up. He first glanced at the introduction of the skill stone. Whirlwind Slash, Advanced, consumes 60 mana points to unleash a rotating wind blade, dealing 180 plus 0.8, intelligence. Wind damage to the target and knocking it back. It was indeed a rare wind attribute skill. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. The reason he had not learned any other elemental damage skills besides the fireball technique was that he had initially focused on stacking fireball techniques for more efficient combat, and most importantly, other elemental skills were quite scarce. For instance, in the known secret realms, opportunities to drop wind-related skills were not common. Moreover, the wind attribute skill stones dropped in those few secret realms required at least a second transition mage to learn. This led to a severe lack of low-level wind skills. Yi Chen hadn't even found any wind skills to learn in the early stages. This was also why mages in the Eternal Life world were generally fire-based. Unexpectedly, in the path of Exile, wind skill stones could also be produced. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. It must be said that the damage of Whirlwind Slash was indeed significantly higher than that of the fireball technique. With Yi Chen's current intelligence, a single Whirlwind Slash could deal 2,136 wind damage. Unfortunately, this Whirlwind Slash belonged to an advanced skill stone. It was only available for sale at the trading post in the beginner area. At this stage, he couldn't stack it like the fireball technique. However, Yi Chen didn't lack skill slots anyway. Without hesitation, he learned it directly. Then, Yi Chen began to examine the legendary equipment in his hands. This is a pair of pants. Skeleton pants. Legendary, agility plus 180, intelligence plus 120, effect 1, movement speed increased by 30%, effect 2, your skills are enhanced by the wind. Increasing hit rate by 50%, wearing level 70. After all, it is of legendary quality, although its overall attributes are not as good as mythical gear, it is still considered a small treasure at this stage. Yi Chen directly refined it. Subsequently, the skeleton pants gained an additional refining attribute. Refining effect, each time you cast a skill, your movement speed increases by 10% for 10 seconds. If you cast another skill, this effect will stack and reset the duration. Yi Chen was overjoyed. If we only look at the refining effect, it can be considered decent. However, having long been accustomed to his super divine talent, Yi Chen was very clear about how much this refining effect would enhance him. With the dual casting boost, he could now cast Fireball at level 1 a total of 100 times. Based on a 10% increase in movement speed per cast, 100 casts would increase it by 1000%. That is equivalent to 10 times. If calculated per second, Yi Chen could release 200 fireballs in 1 second. Therefore, his movement speed would effectively increase by 20 times. Coupled with the skill Swift, there were probably very few people in the world who could catch a glimpse of his figure. Unless using indiscriminate area attacks, any single target damage would be very difficult to hit him. Originally, Yi Chen thought he would just use the skeleton pants temporarily. Although legendary equipment is also quite precious, he had become somewhat accustomed to mythical gear and did not pay too much attention to it. But now, with this refining effect, unless the Next piece of equipment he changes to can also refine the same effect. The skeleton pants would be irreplaceable. He joyfully donned the gear. Just then, a new wave of monsters appeared. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen cast a fireball. He didn't care about the monster's fate but instead felt his feet as light as the wind. In the next moment, he vanished from his original spot as if teleporting. When he reappeared, he was already at the other end of the passage. Looking at this terrifying movement speed, Yi-Chen's joy was beyond words. In Wind Stabilization City, at the entrance to the Exile Road. At this point, it had been nearly an hour since entering the Exile Road. The rankings on the stone tablet were gradually increasing. However, everyone, including Zhao Changlin, fell into contemplation as they looked at the first place, which was far ahead. The first place still belonged to Night Shadow. The score displayed behind his name was 30 points. For Zhao Changlin and others, who were already very familiar with the Exile Road, it was clear what these 30 points represented. It meant that Night Shadow had already defeated 30 rounds of monsters in less than an hour. Among them, at least 2 were elite monsters. This bizarre score was something everyone couldn't figure out, no matter how hard they tried. After all, Zhao Pang, who was in second place, had only obtained 10 points. According to speculation, Zhao Pang should have encountered the first elite monster at this moment. Such speed was already quite impressive, only slightly slower than Zhao Hao back then. However, such an impressive achievement seemed so insignificant in front of the first place, Night Shadow. The gap between the two was not merely a difference of 20 points. Everyone knew that with each additional round, the strength of the monsters would increase by 1 point and their numbers would also grow. This also meant that the time required would be even greater. In less than an hour, they completed 30 rounds, averaging less than 2 minutes per round, not counting the time spent killing 2 elite monsters. At this moment, everyone looked at the numbers on the stone tablet and they all thought in unison. Could it be that the strength of Night Shadow was already enough to kill everything in an instant? But this clearly exceeded the understanding of countless people. Zhao Changlin stared at the glaring numbers, and despite his decades of composure, he still found it hard to remain calm. His killing intent towards Night Shadow grew stronger. Such a person, whether or not they chose to join another faction, absolutely could not be left alive. Leaving him would pose a significant threat to Zhao Hao. A genius is all that is needed in the same era. Zhao Hao was the most important hope for the Zhao family's future, and he would never allow any newcomer who could potentially threaten Zhao Hao to live. That would create great resistance to a series of plans for the Xiao family's future. With this in mind, Zhao Changlin looked at the 2 characters Night Shadow on the stone tablet, and his mind began to calculate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Shanhe looked at Night Shadow's impressive achievements, equally unable to calm down for a long time. Night Shadow was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, and such a person should belong to the Bai family. Moreover, he originally did belong to the Bai family. But in the end, he was pushed out of the Xiao family by Bai Xiao herself. At this moment, Bai Shanhe was practically seething with rage. He clearly forgot that the reason Bai Xiao separated from Yi-Chen was due to the Bai family's own actions. Inside the Exile Road, after an hour of battle, Zhao Pang and his group had just managed to kill the skeletal elite. Looking at the red glow emitted by the skeletal elite, a hint of greed appeared in everyone's eyes. Even Bai Xiao's expression showed a slight fluctuation. An epic piece of equipment had dropped. This luck was so good that even these disciples from noble families were somewhat taken aback. Don't be fooled by the fact that they were all wearing top-notch gear, it was all collected at a considerable cost by their respective families. If they spent too many resources on equipment in the early stages, the resources they could obtain later would be reduced accordingly. Therefore, this epic equipment was also quite attractive to Zhao Pang and the others. However, there was only one piece of equipment, and there were 10 of them. At this moment, everyone exchanged glances, and a strange calm settled in the air. Finally, it was Bai Xiao who spoke up. Since everyone wants it, let's decide ownership based on the equipment's attributes, that way no one will have any objections. After hearing Bai Xiao's words, a few people fell silent and then nodded in agreement. However, just then, Zhao Peng suddenly spoke up. Wait, the others are fine, but you and I both belong to the magic class. What if it happens to be a magic equipment? Upon hearing this, everyone found it reasonable and turned their gaze towards Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao ignored their looks and walked straight to the equipment. As luck would have it, it was indeed a piece of shoulder armor specifically for magic users. After seeing its attributes, Bai Xiao showed no hesitation and directly put it on. The others behind her were taken aback by her actions. Zhao Peng was even more furious on the spot. Bai Xiao, what are you doing? Bai Xiao turned around at this moment and said calmly, this is a piece of magic equipment, so naturally, it belongs to me. Zhao Peng was enraged. I'm also a magic class, why should it go to you? Don't forget, your Bai family still relies on my Zhao family, how dare you steal my equipment? Bai Xiao remained unfazed and replied indifferently, you've already demonstrated the incompetence of a mage in the previous battle. If you want to earn higher points in the Exile road, this equipment is naturally most suitable for me. Zhao Peng was momentarily speechless. He stared coldly at Bai Xiao for a while, but ultimately said nothing. As for the others, they couldn't use this equipment either. Although there was some regret, they tacitly accepted Bai Xiao's decision. However, with the appearance of this equipment, the atmosphere in the team seemed to undergo a subtle change. Everyone was well aware of it. But Bai Xiao didn't care at all. If it were Zhao Hao here at this moment, she certainly wouldn't dare to act this way. But with just Zhao Peng, the Xiao family wouldn't do anything to her over this matter. She was quite confident about that. Just as Bai Xiao and her group were on the verge of falling out over an epic piece of equipment, in another space, as the Skeleton King was completely defeated by Yi Chen's level unexpectedly and smoothly reached level 90. This was enough to meet the requirements for the third job advancement. Yi Chen couldn't even describe the speed of his leveling up. At the same time, after going through 2 rounds of elite monsters, Yi Chen also gained an additional 5 skill stones for the Whirlwind Slash. Along with the ones he had learned before, Yi Chen now had a total of 6 Whirlwind Slashes. Thus, his wind damage could barely be utilized. In addition, the Skeleton King also provided Yi Chen with another legendary piece of equipment. Along with the one from the previous round, Yi Chen now had 2 additional legendary pieces of equipment, besides the skeleton pants he was wearing. At the same time, Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover that these 3 pieces of equipment actually formed a complete set. Moreover, the set attributes were extremely rare, which astonished Yi Chen greatly. Yi Chen first refined the 2 newly acquired skeleton pieces. Then he reopened the equipment panel to take a look. Skeleton shoulder pads, legendary. Stamina plus 150, intelligence plus 290, refinement effect, increases fire resistance by 1000 points. Effect, when attacked, there is a 15% chance to release a wind shield, absorbing 10% of elemental damage. Wearing level 70 skeleton crown, legendary. Agility plus 225, intelligence plus 225, refinement effect, increases the projectile speed of all fire skills. Effect, when receiving fatal damage. Releases a powerful storm that knocks back surrounding enemies and deals 30% of fatal damage as area damage. Wearing level 70. Although the 2 pieces of equipment only had 1 effect attribute each, the increase in the 4-dimensional attributes was about 150 points more than the previous skeleton pants. The refinement effect was not too surprising for Yi Chen. There was indeed an improvement, and it was quite good. However, for Yi Chen, who was already accustomed to mythic-level equipment, these 3 skeleton pieces were not irreplaceable. Nevertheless, he hadn't equipped any of the 3 slots yet, so wearing them still provided a noticeable boost to his attributes. After all, these were only level 70 pieces of equipment, bringing a total of 1190 attribute points to Yi Chen. It should be noted that the total bare attributes of a level 70 professional only amounted to 1184 points, meaning these 3 pieces doubled his attribute points. Just this alone justified their legendary quality. Of course, more importantly, these 3 skeleton pieces were actually a set. After Yi Chen equipped them, the set attributes were activated. All elemental resistance plus 700. After equipping everything, Yi Chen opened his panel. ID, Knight. Shadow level, 90 class, Mage free attribute points, 0 attributes, Strength 272, Constitution 524, Agility 1518, Intelligence 3179, Health 176290/176290, Mana 34690/34690, Skills, Fireball, Mana Spring, Experience Surge. Expand after allocating the free attribute points to agility, along with the bonuses from his equipment. Yi Chen's agility has now surpassed 1000, reaching 1158 points. This has already exceeded that of an ordinary level 70 agility-based class. And he is a mage. A tanky mage at that. Yi Chen was slightly shocked by his own extraordinary attributes. Beyond the visible stats, Yi Chen's resistances were equally astonishing. His highest fire resistance reached 25407, this resistance nearly immunizes him to 90% of fire damage. Unless the opponent uses a forbidden spell comparable to a nuclear bomb. The next highest, poison resistance, stands at 12,168 points. Poison damage is generally a continuous damage over time, with limited single-hit damage. Therefore, even though his poison resistance is only half of his fire resistance, its immunity capability is significantly stronger than that of fire resistance.
In fact, in Yi Chen's view, with his current poison resistance, he has already reached a point of being immune to all poisons. The only other notable resistance is mental resistance, at 9,207 points. Although it is also impressive, he still aims to further increase this mental resistance when possible. As for other elemental resistances, they all come from the bonuses of intelligence and a few other pieces of equipment. All unified at 4615. It is about to break the 5,000 mark. Such resistances are naturally attributed to Yi Chen's terrifying intelligence bonus. After all, an ordinary level 70 class has a base attribute of only 1184 points, even if all of it is allocated to intelligence. This is only about 1/3 of Yi Chen's intelligence attribute. After checking his attributes, Yi Chen casually closed the panel. Just then, a new wave of monsters appeared. Yi Chen glanced at them. The monsters were level 81. However, his level has already reached the second transfer limit, and he can only continue to level up after completing the third transfer promotion task. But the first phase of the Path of Exile lasts for 24 hours, and not much time has passed. Therefore, Yi Chen was not very inclined to continue grinding monsters. Just then, the cooldown for his phantom clone ended. Yi Chen simply summoned 2 clones. Although the clones only inherit 30% of his attributes, they were more than enough to deal with the monsters in front of him. 5 minutes later, this wave of monsters was completely eliminated. Seeing that the clones had not taken any damage, Yi Chen felt relieved and let them clear the monsters for him. As for Yi Chen himself, he sat down nearby. Earlier, the 8 major families had sent representatives to intercept him on the Path of Exile. Although on the surface they claimed to be recruiting him, it was more likely that they wanted to ascertain his true capabilities. In front of everyone, he had ignored the 8 major families. Clearly, this left the 8 families feeling embarrassed. It wasn't that Yi Chen didn't want to resolve things peacefully. After all, he was facing some of the most powerful forces in the alliance. Even with great confidence in himself, he still felt a wave of pressure. He needed time. Unfortunately, the dominance of the 8 major families was well known. Even if he had previously appeared and said all the right things, as long as he ultimately did not choose to join any faction, the outcome would be the same. The 8 major families would not allow any potential threat to their interests to roam free. The Blue Star does not need a 9th family. This is something that any force would do to survive and rise. Yi Chen likely guessed how the 8 great families planned to deal with him. This was thanks to Bai Xiao's earlier reminder. Although Bai Xiao did not state it explicitly, the current Path of Exile was clearly their best opportunity. After all, this was the only chance they had to find him in the novice area. Of course, they did not know that this might also be their last chance. Because once he left the Path of Exile, Yi Chen would immediately level up. Once completed, he could leave the novice area and head to the primary zone of the Eternal Life World. The territory of the primary zone was dozens of times larger than that of the novice area. At that time, as long as he did not show himself, it would be nearly impossible for the 8 great families to find him. Therefore, the Path of Exile was their only opportunity. These people would most likely choose to act against him at the start of the second phase. However, relying solely on some newcomers who had not yet undergone their second transition, even if some of them had S-level talents or above, would not pose any real threat to him. After coming to this realization, Yi Chen felt completely relaxed. In fact, for the next half hour, he kept devising a plan in his mind. If the plan succeeded, it might allow him to enhance his wind-based skills. Meanwhile, his 2 avatars successfully eliminated the monsters of the 10th round. The expected elite monster did not appear. Instead, the surrounding space began to fluctuate dramatically. This fluctuation made Yi Chen snap back to attention. He scanned his surroundings. The darkness around him was continuously surging toward the ground. Immediately after, a huge hole broke open in the middle of the originally dim and narrow passage. Yi Chen was taken aback and looked over. A massive, pale, skeletal hand slowly rose from the hole. Is this a boss? This sudden turn of events left Yi Chen somewhat bewildered. The Path of Exile had always only featured elite monsters. He had never heard of a boss existing. At this moment, Yi Chen looked down through that enormous pale hand. Below was a shattered underground palace. A chilling and terrifying aura permeated the palace. The dust-covered ground was littered with thick skeletal remains, and stone coffins were scattered throughout the palace, revealing the passage of time. Suddenly, a low sound of bones clashing echoed, accompanied by a surge of powerful energy. A dark light gradually emerged, rising from the depths of the underground palace. The light slowly coalesced into a tall figure, a skeletal king adorned with sharp bone spikes. His towering body was shrouded in a dark atmosphere, and his eyes flickered with a blood-red glow. With the appearance of the skeletal king, the atmosphere in the underground palace became even heavier, as if the air itself was oppressed by his presence. He stood there majestically, like an embodiment of death, gazing at Yi Chen above. Just one glance made Yi Chen feel a sense of pressure. It should be noted that with Yi Chen's current combat power, there were very few monsters that could bring him pressure, even bosses were no exception. At this moment, the attributes of the skeletal king also appeared on Yi Chen's panel. Sleeping Skeleton King, Boss, Level, 90 Health, 500,000 Attack Power, 9000 Defense, 8000 Skills, Bone Spike Storm, Skeleton Legion. Death Domain, Touch of the Undead, Dark Tempest Description, various corpses that have slept in the dungeon for 1,000 years, condensed into a powerful monster by strong dark elements, nourished by an extremely rich wind element, allowing it to master not only dark powers but also various powerful wind-based abilities. Do not underestimate its swift form because of its size. Such formidable combat power. With a health of up to 500,000, its attack and defense are also nearing 10,000. Moreover, through its skills and description, Yi Chen discovered that this skeleton king is not just an undead creature, it also possesses powerful wind-based skills. The strange combination of wind and dark elements made Yi Chen furrow his brow. However, this also explained why the elite monsters he encountered earlier were primarily wind attribute. Suppressing his astonishment, Yi Chen did not wait for the skeleton king to fully appear. He cast a fireball spell directly into the hole. However, what Yi Chen did not expect was that the skeleton king's magic resistance seemed surprisingly high. Under the dual casting, Yi Chen's fireball spell had 100 fireballs, but it only dealt 20,000 points of damage to the skeleton king. It should be noted that Yi Chen's fireball spell currently deals as much as 8,783 points of damage per ball. Yet now, it only caused 200 points of damage to the skeleton king. Yi Chen frowned tightly. Puzzled. The skeleton king's total defense is 8,000 points, even if it were all magic resistance, his fireball spell shouldn't cause such little damage. Moreover, the venomous assault had no effect on the skeleton king at all. In a flash, Yi Chen tried to activate the whirlwind slash he had just learned. As a result, it only forced a drop of 1 point of health. Yi Chen shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Although the fireball only caused 20,000 points of damage, the boss's health was still 500,000. It was just a matter of spending a few more seconds. With that thought, Yi Chen continued to use fireball spells to attack the skeleton king. Meanwhile, the skeleton king's body had already leaped out of the ground. In response to Yi Chen's attack, the skeleton king suddenly displayed a speed that was completely inconsistent with its massive body, swiftly retreating. In the next moment, a large number of fireballs landed in front of the skeleton king. Yi Chen roughly calculated that more than half of the fireballs had missed. It should be noted that Yi Chen's fireball trajectory had been enhanced by several pieces of equipment, and its current speed was incredibly fast. Yet, this enormous skeleton king was still able to evade. Such a dissonant result left Yi Chen with a very awkward feeling. The skeleton king's stark white, rigid face unexpectedly revealed a hint of mockery at that moment. Then, under Yi Chen's gaze, the skeleton king waved its hands. Instantly, a dense array of bone spikes surged from its body, shooting towards Yi Chen with incredible speed. Sharp-eyed Yi Chen noticed that these bone spikes were mixed with numerous razor-sharp wind blades. The skeleton king's skill, Bone Spike Storm? If this had been before, Yi Chen would have had to endure the skeleton king's Bone Spike Storm. With his health of over 170,000, he could have withstood it without much issue. But this was not a virtual game, being hit by bone spikes would indeed hurt. Therefore, at the moment the bone spikes appeared, Yi Chen activated Void Mirage. In the next instant, his figure had vanished. The skeleton king, seeing this scene, was evidently taken aback. Suddenly, a large number of fireballs appeared from less than 2 meters away. Boom! 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 At such a close distance, the skeleton king's unreasonably swift speed lost its effect. The numerous fireballs completely engulfed the skeleton king. However, the skeleton king belonged to the undead. Despite his health plummeting, he felt no pain and reacted extremely quickly. With a barrage of fireballs hitting him, he unleashed a skill aimed at Yi Chen. Touch of the Undead. The space around Yi Chen filled with dark energy reeking of decay. That terrifying energy seemed to devour even the space itself. However, the Void Phantom was still on cooldown. Naturally, Yi Chen couldn't hide in the void immediately. Fortunately, he had previously refined the skeleton pants, gaining an acceleration effect. From the first hit on the skeleton king to this moment, his movement speed had increased by 2,530%, or 25 times. Once the speed boost activated, his figure vanished again. The skeleton king's attack missed.
However, Yi Chen did not move far away. Instead, he circled around the Skeleton King, continuously casting fireballs. Originally, if it were just that, the Skeleton King, having learned from his previous mistakes, could have dodged. However, under this ultra-high-speed movement, the trajectory of the fireballs unexpectedly changed from a straight line to a bizarre arc. The unintended result was that, despite the Skeleton King's own high speed, he was still hit by numerous fireballs. Meanwhile, not far away, Yi Chen's two clones, under his control, were also constantly harassing the Skeleton King. Just like that, the Skeleton King's health rapidly decreased at a visible rate. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The power the Skeleton King had just displayed was somewhat beyond his imagination. Such strength was certainly not typical of an ordinary level 90 boss. Likewise, he firmly believed that even if all the elites in the exiled path joined forces at this moment, they would likely not be a match for the Skeleton King. Fortunately, all of this came to an end with the Skeleton King's unwilling wail. The entire process lasted only 15 seconds, but the level of danger within it was something even Yi Chen found astonishing. And just after the Skeleton King fell, a familiar and delightful light surged forth. Once again, mythical equipment. Seeing the dazzling light, Yi Chen was overjoyed. He hurriedly stepped forward to pick it up. In addition to the mythical gear, the boss also dropped 5 skill stones. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Among the 5 skill stones, 3 were whirlwind slash, while the other 2 belonged to the dark attribute skills. Night Erosion, advanced infuses shadow energy into the target's body, dealing 100 plus 0.5 * intelligence points of dark damage to a single enemy, and applies a lasting shadow brand effect. The shadow brand causes the target to take 10% more damage for a certain period and reduces their movement speed and attack speed by 10%. Dark attribute skills, in terms of damage, are significantly lower than fire attribute skills of the same level. Yi Chen naturally didn't pay much attention to that. The true power of dark attribute skills lies in their various functional effects. Just like this Night Erosion. While dealing damage, it can also brand the target over time, causing them to take more damage, while their movement speed and attack speed are also affected. If this skill is paired with advanced wind control skills, it could even immobilize the target and prevent them from attacking. It could not be considered anything less than powerful. Moreover, Yi Chen had 2 Night Erosion skills in hand, and he was now quite familiar with his super god level talent. Naturally, he was well aware of the effects of the 2 Night Erosion souls. If Yi Chen could stack these Night Erosion souls to 10, then without the need for any other skills, he could completely turn his target into a wooden stake. Of course, this was on the condition that the opponent had no skills or resistances to dispel negative states. But all in all, with these 2 Night Erosion souls, combined with the restriction effects of his equipment, any enemy facing him would find it quite troublesome. After mastering all 5 skills, Yi Chen then turned his attention to the mythical equipment. This was a level 90 staff. Staff of the Shadow Skeleton King, mythical. Intelligence plus 500 skill cooldown - 30% effect 1. Each time you hit a target, there is a 10% chance to apply wind entanglement, binding the target and reducing their movement speed by 50% and attack speed by 30% for 5 seconds. Effect 2. Your attacks and skills inflict a dark effect, corroding the target and reducing their dual resistance by 20%. Effect 3. Each time you successfully kill a target, the power of darkness will summon a dark skeleton warrior from the target's corpse, possessing 50% of the caster's current health and spell damage, with an attack damage of 0.7 * intelligence, lasting for 30 seconds. Wearing level 90. Upon seeing the attributes of the staff of the Shadow Skeleton King, Yi Chen's breathing became somewhat rapid. This staff actually had 3 effects. The first effect, wind entanglement, was mainly used for crowd control, reducing movement speed by 50%, making it easier for Yi Chen to hit his target. If he had this ability earlier, dealing with that Skeleton King would have been much easier. The reduction of attack speed by 30% also effectively increased Yi Chen's defense. It was a balanced effect of offense and defense. As for the second effect, it was a rare ability to reduce defense, allowing Yi Chen's spell damage to reach new heights. This effect was undoubtedly impressive. However, the third effect surprised Yi Chen quite a bit. This ability belonged to a rare branch of summoning, the Necromancer. However, it could only summon from the corpses of targets he had killed. The abilities of the summoned Skeleton Warrior were related to his own abilities. Yi Chen glanced at his health, 176290. The Skeleton Warrior would have about 88,000 health, which was already comparable to a boss. As for the attack power of the Dark Skeleton Warrior, it wasn't particularly outstanding, but it was not something an average level 90 class could easily ignore.
Overall, the role of the Dark Skeleton Warrior for Yi-Chen was more as a frontline meat shield. For a moment, Yi-Chen felt a strange sensation. He was clearly a violent mage, yet it seemed he was moving further and further towards the direction of a meat shield? Yi-Chen dared to say that with his current defensive means, if he were to go frontline, there should be no one at this level who could surpass him. Shaking his head, he pushed this bizarre thought aside. Yi-Chen began to refine using the smelting furnace. Moments later, red flames poured into the dark skeleton staff, causing the intricate runic patterns on its surface to become even more eerie and bright, continuously emitting a chilling yet intense aura. Upon closer inspection, Yi-Chen noticed that at the top of the staff, the crystal-clear obsidian not only contained the original black and light yellow energies but also a new surge of fiery red energy. The three energies intertwined and twisted together, making the obsidian shine even brighter. Yi-Chen examined the staff after refining. Melting effect, fire skill level +3. Yi-Chen blinked, a wave of unexpected joy rising within him. His original Goblin Elite staff had a melting effect of fire skill level +1. Yi-Chen had just felt a bit regretful that after switching to this mythical weapon, he lost that melting effect. However, he didn't expect the Wind Bone Staff of the Shadow Skeleton King to be so powerful, with a melting effect that belonged to the same type as his previous staff. In fact, the effect was even 2 levels higher than before. Looking at the attributes of the Wind Bone Staff of the Shadow Skeleton King, Yi-Chen realized that the quality of the equipment likely determined the level of the melting effect. The effects melted from mythical grade equipment are significantly higher than those from epic grade. With that, Yi-Chen naturally had no reason to hesitate. After switching to the Wind Bone Staff of the Shadow Skeleton King, he retained all the attributes of the previous Goblin Elite staff. Instead, the effects had greatly improved, especially the 30% reduction in cooldown time, which was equivalent to the second effect of the Goblin set. This meant that Yi-Chen's Fireball spell still had a cooldown of 0.5 seconds. At the same time, he could now change his equipment more flexibly, without worrying about losing set attributes. After finishing the equipment swap, Yi-Chen glanced at his skills. Since the melting effect of the staff increased fire skills by 3 levels, Yi-Chen's Fireball spell was now considered to have been upgraded 10 times. He thought that his Fireball spell's single damage should exceed 10,000. However, when Yi-Chen focused his gaze, he was surprised to find that the damage of his Fireball spell had decreased instead, with single damage now at 9,566 points. Although it was roughly the same as before equipping the staff. But the Wind Bone Staff of the Shadow Skeleton King had given Yi-Chen a full 500 points of intelligence attribute bonus. Moreover, with the increase of fire skill level by +3, Yi-Chen's fire element mastery also rose from the original 20% increase in fire element damage to 40%. Yi-Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. However, this shock lasted less than half a second. Yi-Chen suddenly noticed a small line of annotation below the description of the Fireball spell in the skill bar. Your Fireball spell has evolved. Each time you cast this skill, 3 fireballs will be launched simultaneously, each dealing 80% of the single damage. After reading the annotation, Yi-Chen's previously calmed emotions surged again. His Fireball spell had actually evolved. From originally dealing single target damage, it had transformed into area damage. Although the target was only increased to 3. But for Yi-Chen, this was a significant enhancement. Don't be fooled by his previous efficiency in monster farming. That was based on the premise that a single fireball could kill the target instantly. Because his previous fireball casting mode was a rapid fire style, influenced by the stacking effect of his super god level talent. It looked like rapid fire. But Yi-Chen knew very well that his second fireball would only target the second enemy after killing the first locked target. Now it was different. With the upgrade of the fireball spell, he could release 3 at once. This meant that his monster clearing efficiency would triple. Moreover, under the dual casting boost, Yi-Chen could originally launch a total of 200 fireballs per second, which after evolution directly became 600. Even without considering the nature of area attacks, just the sheer number could cause terrifying damage. More importantly, these 600 fireballs only consumed 20 points of mana. If he were to fight a city defense battle in a high-level area, Yi-Chen alone would be enough to defend a city. Just imagine, 600 single-target fireballs with 9,500 points of damage raining down from the sky. That scene would be enough to leave the enemies breathless and in despair. Once he calmed down, Yi-Chen took a deep breath. Looking at the fallen Skeleton King, his eyes were filled with affection. Such an unexpected surprise, he truly hoped for more occurrences like this. Just then, Yi-Chen suddenly noticed something. A task progress update appeared prominently on the system's information panel. He had just leveled up his mythic gear and fireball spell, so he hadn't paid attention to this information. But now, upon a closer look, he was taken aback. Ding! You have collected 5 Dark Element Essence Fragments, increasing your damage for all Dark-type skills by 60%, and your Dark Element resistance by 40%. Ding! You have collected 4 Wind Element Essence Fragments, increasing your damage for all Wind-type skills by 40%, and your Wind Element resistance by 40%. What is going on? Yi-Chen opened his task panel. He immediately discovered that his class change task for the Fusion Mage had indeed changed accordingly. Collection of element essences. To fuse different powers, please collect essences from at least 3 types of elements. Current collection. Progress: Fire Element Essence, completed 5 out of 10, Dark Element Essence 4 out of 10, Wind Element Essence. Yi-Chen blinked. His heart was stirred. The Skeleton King could actually drop element essence fragments. Moreover, it dropped more than one type of element, with both dark and wind elements. This was something he had never even dreamed of. More importantly, it turned out that a single Skeleton King boss had dropped a total of 9 element fragments for him. It was simply too unexpected. To think that previously, in the dungeon, he had spent nearly a whole day just to obtain 10 fire element essence fragments. The battles during that time had been quite torturous. Yi-Chen had assumed that collecting other element essences would be roughly the same. He never expected it to be this simple. Calculating this way, he was now just a little over 1/3 away from completing his class change to Fusion Mage. How could this not make Yi-Chen overjoyed? However, calming down, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would there be element fragments in this path of exile? According to the previous task's description, these element essences should only drop from magical creatures born from pure elements. But the Skeleton King was clearly a dual element creature, having nothing to do with purity. Yi-Chen couldn't figure it out. Yet, in the next moment, from the hole the Skeleton King had just crawled out of, a wind element mixed with a very strong dark aura began to overflow from the depths of the dungeon. Yi-Chen's heart stirred. He suddenly had a guess. He hurried to the edge of the hole and looked down into the dungeon. Although he had glanced over it hastily before, now, upon closer inspection, he found that the dungeon below was actually filled with a very rich energy of both dark and wind elements. In an instant, Yi-Chen seemed to understand. The Skeleton King's dungeon should be similar to the situation he encountered earlier in the cave, containing both dark and wind element essences. His eyes sparkled with thoughtful light. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. To become a fusion mage, Yi-Chen had no reason to let it slip away. After all, his level had already reached 90, and there was still nearly a day left until the first phase of the Path of Exile ended. Staying any longer would only waste time. It would be better to take this chance to enter the underground. If all went well, he might soon complete the task and successfully change classes to Fusion Mage. With this decision made, Yi-Chen no longer hesitated. He leaped down into the underground. In an instant, a powerful tearing force struck him, and Yi-Chen felt his body become uncontrollable. The sight before him was equally shrouded in countless dense dark elements, making it impossible for him to see his surroundings. At the same time, his breathing became somewhat difficult as he continued to descend. Fortunately, this process lasted only about 10 seconds. When his feet finally touched the ground again, Yi-Chen let out a sigh of relief. This uncontrollable feeling of weightlessness had always made him somewhat uncomfortable. However, at that moment, Yi-Chen suddenly realized that what he was standing on was not the ground, but a pile of long-decayed, eerie white bones. As Yi-Chen stepped on these bones, they immediately turned to dust, swirling around him. In front of him, coffins of various sizes were scattered all around. With Yi-Chen's arrival, these coffins began to emit faint ghostly lights. At that moment, a strong gust of wind swept in. From within the coffins came a wailing sound, as if crying out in sorrow. The sound instantly intertwined and echoed throughout the entire underground palace. Yi-Chen was deeply shocked by this bizarre scene. Before he could fully investigate the layout of the underground palace, hundreds of coffins in front of him began to tremble continuously. A wave of decayed, lifeless energy floated out from the coffins. Soon, this lifeless energy gathered together, and the rows of dry bones beneath Yi-Chen's feet began to float, as if drawn by a powerful force, rushing madly towards the shadow. Seeing this scene, Yi-Chen felt a warning signal rise in his heart. However, in the blink of an eye, a large number of dry bones gathered and took shape. In an instant, countless undead creatures appeared before Yi-Chen. These creatures were of various types, but the only commonality was that they were all filled with a decayed dark aura. Yi-Chen was somewhat surprised, but then he realized that this underground palace was located underground, perhaps part of a cave. Only in this way could it explain why he had previously obtained elemental essence fragments from the Skeleton King.
However, the only thing he couldn't understand was that, logically speaking, if a place could nurture the purest elemental environment, it would be impossible to have a second type of element. Yet, previously, the dark elemental essence fragments from the Skeleton King had reached as many as 5, and he had also obtained 4 wind elemental essence fragments. How could this be explained? Yi Chen didn't think for too long. As a large number of creatures rushed towards him, he could only deal with the situation at hand first. However, although these creatures were also level 90 and their overall attributes were significantly stronger than normal level 90 creatures, they posed no threat to Yi Chen at this moment. Together with the 2 newly formed avatars, he unleashed the evolved fireball technique. A dense barrage of fireballs poured out. Not a single creature could withstand their onslaught. As these creatures perished, the third effect of the Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff manifested remarkably. A large number of dark skeleton warriors emerged from the corpses of these dark creatures. In less than a few seconds, the number of dark skeleton warriors surged by hundreds. With these dark skeleton warriors blocking the way, the dark creatures could not break through at all. Soon, under Yi Chen's concentrated bombardment of fireballs, the newly appeared creatures were completely exterminated. The ground was left with a pile of glowing skill stones. This time, Yi Chen did not take action himself but sent his 2 avatars to clean up the battlefield. Moments later, he had 5 Dark Knight Erosion skill stones in his hands. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. These creatures could actually drop skill stones? There was no time to analyze, as a large amount of lifeless energy surged out again. Once again, a dense swarm of dark creatures appeared. However, this time, the attributes of the creatures were significantly stronger than before. Yet they still struggled to break through the front line of dark skeleton warriors under Yi Chen's terrifying firepower suppression. In an instant, Yi Chen obtained another 5 Dark Knight Erosion skill stones. Then came the third wave. The creatures became stronger, and their numbers increased. Although Yi Chen was still able to eliminate them all, the time spent was longer than the previous 2 times combined. Fortunately, this time Yi Chen obtained 7 skill stones of the Night Erosion Soul, which was quite a reward. By now, Yi Chen had a total of 17 Night Erosion Soul skill stones in his hand. Taking advantage of the fact that the next wave of monsters had not yet appeared, Yi Chen directly crushed all the skill stones. In an instant, his intelligence increased by 34 points, and his health rose by 3,400 points. After Yi Chen finished learning the skills, the dark monsters appeared again. This time, the overall strength of these dark monsters was stronger than the previous wave. Moreover, Yi Chen finally discovered that before these dark monsters appeared, the corpses of the monsters he had previously eliminated had all disappeared. The large amount of death energy within the corpses had not dissipated, instead, it quickly surged into the bodies of the new wave of dark monsters. With the nourishment of this death energy, the attributes of these monsters became even more powerful. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. He had a fair understanding of these mysterious elemental monsters in the underground cave. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. If these dark monsters kept appearing one after another, continuously, wouldn't their attributes start to approach that of a boss? Thinking of the combat power displayed by the Skeleton King earlier, Yi Chen couldn't help but take a cold breath. Unfortunately, even if he could guess the outcome, Yi Chen currently had no effective means to resolve it. However, he wasn't too worried. With his current combat power, charging forward was the best solution. If he really couldn't hold on, he still had the Void Phantom to escape, so there wouldn't be any significant life-threatening danger. After analyzing the situation, Yi Chen decided to focus on farming monsters. Although the attributes of the monsters were continuously increasing, at most it would just make Yi Chen waste a bit more time. Moreover, the Night Erosion Soul would drop with each wave. After an hour passed, he unexpectedly gained another 33 Night Erosion Souls. After learning them, the total number of his Night Erosion Soul skills had completely surpassed Fireball, reaching 51. Now, Yi Chen was even less anxious. The Night Erosion Soul was a high-level skill, and it had rarely been seen in the trading market before. If he could endlessly farm Night Erosion Souls in this underground palace, it would be a good choice. After all, there was still plenty of time before the end of the first phase of the Exile Road, enough for him to stack the Night Erosion Souls to a terrifying number. Meanwhile, while Yi Chen was gradually getting immersed in crazily farming the underground palace, most of the newcomers in the Exile Road were also doing their utmost to hunt monsters. With the triple experience boost, no newcomer would miss such an opportunity. Among them, aside from Yi Chen, the fastest progress was made by the small team of Bai Xiaoxiao and Zhao Pang. After 7 or 8 hours, Bai Xiaoxiao's level had already soared to level 50. Wang Chang and the others were the same. However, there was an exception, Zhao Peng. His level had reached 53, 3 levels higher than the others, but he had already been level 42 when he entered. Even so, his leveling speed still surpassed that of the others, including by Xiao. Because they were in the same team, the other team members naturally noticed Zhao Peng's level change. Wang Chan looked at Zhao Peng in disbelief, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not speak. However, Lin Yong, who was hiding nearby, couldn't help but ask upon seeing Zhao Peng's astonishing leveling speed, "Did you learn a skill to gain experience?" Zhao Peng seemed to have no intention of hiding this, casually admitting, "That's right, the family spent 30 million to purchase a source of knowledge." Source of knowledge? Isn't that the skill that was bought for 30 million a few days ago? I didn't expect it to be you who bought it. 30 million for a skill that only has a 48% experience boost, and it takes up a skill slot. This Zhao Peng's response left everyone a bit shocked. After all, the preciousness of skill slots is something everyone knows well. No one expected Zhao Peng to waste such a valuable skill slot on an experience boost. Seeing the astonishment on everyone's faces, Zhao Peng merely curled his lips and had no intention of explaining. As a seed member of the Xiao family, they had long reserved at least 3 divine forging stones for him. This source of knowledge was also something the Xiao families think Tank decided to purchase for him after a series of analyses. With this 48% experience boost, Zhao Peng's leveling speed would increase by at least 1/3. The time saved from this 1/3 could also save a significant amount of resources. In comparison, the former is naturally more cost-effective. Of course, this premise is based on the Xiao family acquiring the divine forging stones at a very low cost. Zhao Peng certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to tell others this. At this moment, Bai Xiao also looked at Zhao Peng with some confusion. In her heart, she was secretly pondering. Although Zhao Peng had decent talent, he was still only a rank. Why would the Xiao family be willing to invest so heavily in cultivating him? This seems somewhat contrary to reason. Even though the Xiao family is one of the top families in the alliance, after gathering a large number of talents over the years, it would be difficult to balance so many people, no matter how strong their resources are. Just one Zhao Hao, she heard, had used up nearly half of the Zhao family's resources. This Zhao Peng, first spending 30 million to buy an experience-boosting skill stone, meant that the Xiao family would need to prepare an additional divine forging stone for him. A divine forging stone costs around 500 million. The Xiao family doing this would be a loss. There must be secrets unknown to others. Thinking of this, Bai Xiao's eyes flickered twice. At this moment, her desire to join the Xiao family grew even stronger. No matter what secrets the Xiao family had, if she could successfully become one of them, then she too could enjoy the same treatment as Zhao Peng. Even more so, as an SSS level talent, her treatment might be even better than Zhao Peng's. Of course, before that, Bai Xiao hadn't forgotten about Yi Chen. Yi Chen was able to lead everyone and reach level 50. With an F-level talent, which itself was the biggest secret. Before everyone teamed up against Yi Chen, she had to find a way to dig out this secret from him. Although Yi Chen had ignored her private messages earlier, Bai Xiao didn't mind much. In her eyes, Yi Chen's actions were merely due to feeling his pride hurt from previous events. As long as she waited for the second phase of the Exile road to open and personally appeared in front of him, with her charm and a few flattering words, Bai Xiao believed Yi Chen wouldn't be able to resist. Thinking of this, Bai Xiao had already begun to look forward to the upcoming second phase of the Exile road. At this moment, outside, Zhao Changlin had returned to the base. Seeing Zhao Mo walk in, he couldn't help but ask, "So, the points for Night Shadow haven't changed?" Zhao Mo nodded. "Since half a day ago, the points have remained at 40 without any changes." Zhao Changlin frowned slightly and murmured, 40 points means this. Night Shadow has already cleared 40 rounds of monsters. According to his level of 60, that means he was ultimately dealing with 90-level monsters? It seems that the combat power of the Night Shadow is even stronger than expected. Zhao Mo sighed deeply after hearing this. Zhao Peng and the others have only earned 20 points since entering, while the third-place team has 19 points. Both of these teams are the elite newcomers from our 702 novice area. I really can't understand how that Night Shadow managed to achieve this alone. However, Zhao Mo paused for a moment and then said, "But ever since he got 30 points, the Night Shadow has been completely silent. Elder, do you think something might have happened to him?" Zhao Changlin glanced at Zhao Mo and replied, "Are you suggesting that the Night Shadow encountered an accident?" Zhao Mo nodded. "Such things have happened in the past. That Night Shadow is quite arrogant, choosing to enter the exile path alone, and he has already fought against level 90 monsters. While he himself was only level 60 at most before his second-class change. Once faced with high-level elite monsters, he would have no chance of victory."
Zhao Changlin pondered for a moment. Naturally, it would be best if he didn't survive. After all, a newcomer who hasn't even undergone
a second-class change being able to take on a level 90 elite monster is simply too bizarre. If he grows stronger, it would pose a significant obstacle to Zhao Hao and our Zhao family's future plans. At this moment, the representatives of other factions stationed nearby shared the same thoughts as the Xiao family. They could not comprehend how the Night Shadow achieved such shocking results. But everyone was clear on one point. If they allowed the Night Shadow to continue growing like this, it wouldn't be long before an extremely powerful and terrifying individual would emerge. In the Eternal Life world, this was not what they wished to see. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, who was in the underground palace, had no idea that every move he made was affecting countless people outside. He continued tirelessly to clear the dark monsters before him. As time flew by, Yi Chen estimated that there was less than 2 hours left until the end of the first phase of the Exile path. However, the dark monsters before him showed no signs of stopping. But this was exactly what Yi Chen wanted. After such a long battle, his Dark Knight Erosion Soul skill had successfully stacked up to 285 with the demise of numerous dark monsters. During this time, Yi Chen also tried to test the damage of the 285 Dark Knight Erosion Souls. Although the damage was far less impressive than that of the Fireball spell, the attributes of these dark monsters had increased to a terrifying level, making their resistance extremely high. The damage dealt by 285 Dark Knight Erosion Souls was naturally limited and could not instantly kill the target. But the result still left Yi Chen immensely satisfied. Because once a target was hit by his Dark Knight Erosion Soul, even if it didn't die, it would be left standing still, unable to move due to the 2,850% reduction in movement speed, allowing the Dark Skeleton warriors to reap their lives. Boom! As hundreds of fireballs were launched again, the dark monsters before him had already vanished. Yi Chen let out a long sigh. He had lost count of how many waves of dark monsters he had faced. He only knew that these monsters' attributes were enough to instantly kill ordinary level 90 professionals. His clone picked up the 5 newly dropped Dark Knight Erosion Souls. The skill had stacked up to 290. Yi Chen planned to push it to 300 in one go. This way, in addition to the Fireball spell, he would have another powerful damage and control skill. However, just as Yi Chen eagerly awaited the next wave of dark monsters, suddenly, the ground ahead began to tremble. Immediately after, Yi Chen saw the ground crack open with 3 large holes. Then, 3 giant coffins emitting an unusual glow flew out from the holes. In that instant, a massive amount of death energy filled the underground palace, suddenly becoming excited and rushing into the coffins. Before Yi Chen could examine the appearance of the coffins, snap! The coffin exploded instantly. In the next moment, 3 bosses, towering like the previous Skeleton King, appeared before Yi Chen, transforming into 3 enormous, eerie black shadows. As the 3 black shadows emerged, the entire underground palace became chillingly cold. All the bones on the ground floated up simultaneously, rushing towards the shadows. In Yi Chen's line of sight, as these bones coalesced, the shadows gradually took on a solid form. This shocking scene left Yi Chen somewhat astonished. Immediately after, the information about the 3 shadows appeared on Yi Chen's panel. Shadow Undead Lord, Boss, Dark Soul Envoy, Boss, Evil Skeleton Lord, Boss. They were actually bosses? And all 3 were level 90. Glancing at the boss's attributes, their health points were the same as the previous Skeleton King, both at 500,000. However, their attack and defense attributes were slightly weaker than those of the previous Skeleton King. But having 3 such bosses was still formidable. If you counted the previous Skeleton King, there were actually 4 terrifying bosses hidden in this underground palace for a normal level 90 player. Yi Chen took a look at the skills of the 3 bosses. He found that aside from the Death Domain, which the previous Skeleton King also possessed, the other skills were all different. Unexpectedly, the continuous strengthening of the dark creatures was to nurture these 3 bosses. It was likely that anyone who came here would not be able to defeat the bosses before him. The Shadow Undead Lord wore a black robe, his face grim, wielding a scythe. His cold gaze locked onto Yi Chen. The Dark Soul Envoy and the Evil Skeleton Lord standing beside him stared at Yi Chen, enveloped in a layer of dark aura, exuding a chillingly evil presence. After the 3 bosses appeared, the entire underground palace was instantly ravaged by endless dark elements. Even with Yi Chen's current resistance, he felt a slight suffocation. For a moment, Yi Chen was secretly alarmed. The strength of these 3 bosses was weaker than that of the previously slumbering Skeleton King. However, the pressure they exhibited together surpassed that of the Skeleton King by several times. Without further thought, Yi Chen took the initiative to attack.
including his two clones, and with the trigger of double casting, hundreds of fireballs instantly coalesced, shooting out like meteors, overwhelming the bosses. 900 fireballs lit up the underground palace as if it were daytime. The previously cold atmosphere transformed into a warm sunlight in that instant. Boom! 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 The three bosses, whether due to not reacting in time or for other reasons, did not choose to evade. All 900 fireballs struck the Shadow Undead Lord. However, the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before Yi Chen. When these hundreds of fireballs made contact with their bodies, they only stirred up waves of dark ripples. According to the damage feedback from the panel, the 900 fireballs only inflicted a few thousand points of damage on the boss. This, Yi Chen was well aware of the damage his fireball spell could inflict. After previously acquiring nearly 300 skill stones, his intelligence had long surpassed the 4,000 mark, reaching 4,183 points. The damage of a single fireball had successfully exceeded 10,000, reaching 10,676 points. Not counting the clones, just his own fireball count could theoretically deal 3.2 million damage. But the result, combined with the damage from his clones, was only a few thousand? Yi Chen's expression changed drastically. Although the boss's defense was high, he also had the ability of Lava Blade. Every time a fire-type skill is cast, a layer of Lava Blade is stacked on the target, reducing the target's fire element resistance by 50 points. It can stack up to a maximum of 100 layers, which is equivalent to deducting 5,000 points of fire resistance. With this, combined with the penetration effect he already possesses, it's impossible for the damage to be so low. Suddenly, Yi Chen recalled that when he faced the Skeleton King earlier, the damage was also absurdly low. However, he still managed to quickly eliminate it with his overwhelming damage. But now, as hundreds of flames dissipated, the Shadow Undead Lord that was hit suddenly revealed a strangely human-like smile. Immediately after, the Shadow Undead Lord and the other two bosses attacked simultaneously. Endless black light surged from the three of them. In the next moment, countless black energy orbs shot out from the boss's body, crazily smashing towards Yi Chen. Faced with this overwhelming barrage of black orbs, Yi Chen frowned slightly. As soon as the three bosses made their move, Yi Chen knew that this was not something a third transformation practitioner could withstand. In fact, even a fourth transformation practitioner would likely meet their end here. However, Yi Chen was not worried about being unable to withstand the boss's attacks. After casting 300 fireballs, his movement speed had already reached a terrifying level. With just a flicker, Yi Chen easily leaped out of the boss's skill range. At this moment, all he thought about was how to kill the bosses, nothing more. Meanwhile, the Shadow Undead Lord seemed somewhat surprised that Yi Chen had dodged their skills. However, the next moment, the three bosses charged towards Yi Chen from three different directions, blocking his escape route. Yi Chen did not expect these undead bosses to possess such intelligence. He immediately activated his skills. His figure transformed into an afterimage, directly breaking through the blockade of the three bosses. Even while dodging, countless fireballs were flung out. Yet, the result was still the same as the first time, causing only a few thousand damage. Following that, Yi Chen and the three bosses continuously changed positions, exchanging skills with each other. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's movement speed was simply too fast. He didn't even need to use Void Phantom. The attacks from the three bosses couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Instead, Yi Chen's fireball spells, due to their sheer number, managed to hit the opponents. After a brief battle, Yi Chen finally discovered why these three bosses could withstand the high damage of his fireball spells. It all stemmed from their skill, Death Domain. This skill seemed capable of negating a large amount of damage from opponents. Yi Chen could only say it was a bit outrageous. However, the Skeleton King had possessed this skill before, yet it was not as absurd as the three bosses before him. With this doubt in mind, Yi Chen began to observe carefully during the subsequent exchanges. Finally, after a moment, he uncovered the secret of the three bosses. Every time he cast a fireball spell, the Dark Soul Envoy and the Shadow Undead Lord would subtly hide behind the evil Skeleton Lord, seemingly avoiding his fireball spells on purpose. With this discovery, Yi Chen took the opportunity to test it a few more times. The results were consistent. At the same time, he keenly noticed that during this process, the two bosses would transfer their black energy to the evil Skeleton Lord in front. Yi Chen instantly thought of a possibility. There was a connection between these three bosses. They could temporarily stack their attributes onto one of them. Clearly, every time a fireball hit the evil Skeleton Lord, the other two bosses were stacking all their defensive attributes onto it, making its defense incredibly high. With the enhancement of the Death Domain, it was no wonder that Yi Chen's fireball spell dealt such low damage. After figuring all this out, Yi-Chen couldn't help but marvel at the mysterious effects of dark-type skills.
However, in an instant, Yi-Chen had an idea. The boss had dark-type skills, did he not? Although he only had one move, it was enough. With this in mind, Yi-Chen repositioned himself to create some distance. The three bosses, seeing Yi-Chen not attacking, assumed he had made a mistake. They instantly scattered and charged at Yi-Chen from three directions. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of black light surged in Yi-Chen's eyes. Night-devouring soul. As the 290th layer of Night-devouring soul appeared, the dark elements in the dungeon seemed to become even more active. The Shadow Undead Lord and the other two bosses, upon seeing Yi-Chen casting a dark-type skill before them, wore sinister grins on their skeletal faces. Yi-Chen took in the expressions of the three bosses but showed no reaction. Although he didn't understand why the three bosses had such high defenses, he wasn't using Night-devouring soul to deal damage. Indeed, just as Yi-Chen had thought, when the 290th layer of Night-devouring soul enveloped the three bosses in three waves, their bone-white faces instantly froze. The eyeballs, replaced by green flames, flickered wildly. In the next moment, the three bosses began to struggle violently, emitting terrifying howls. However, it was all in vain. A smile flickered in Yi-Chen's eyes. The damage caused by Night-devouring soul was almost negligible. But Yi-Chen's intention with Night-devouring soul was never to deal damage. It was to control. Although the three bosses were undead and belonged to the dark creatures, which diminished the effect of each layer of Night-devouring soul, the cumulative effect of the 290th layer had reduced the movement and attack speed of the three bosses to a pitiful level. Not to mention, his equipment had a series of wind-type effects. This time, he wanted to see if the defenses of these three bosses could stack from a distance. Fireball spell activated. The first target, the Shadow Undead Lord. The searing flames instantly engulfed the opponent. A piercing scream echoed out. Yi-Chen watched the Shadow Undead Lord's health plummet, a smile creeping onto his lips. Just as he thought. Once a certain distance was exceeded, the connection between the three bosses was completely severed. Therefore, the subsequent battle became quite simple. A few seconds later, after shattering the Shadow Undead Lord, he used Night-devouring soul on the other two bosses. Soon, the evil skeleton lord fell as well. Now only the Dark Soul Envoy remained. Yi-Chen repeated the same tactic with Night-devouring soul. He then planned to finish this thrilling battle with a fireball spell. However, just as he was about to deliver the final blow to the Dark Soul Envoy, the Dark Soul Envoy suddenly spoke in a strange manner. "Don't kill me, I can help you." This sudden voice startled Yi-Chen. The boss was speaking? In the world of eternal life, there were indeed monsters that could talk, but they were mostly humanoid creatures or extremely powerful bosses. Although the Dark Soul Envoy appeared strong, it was only in appearance. Moreover, the Dark Soul Envoy belonged to the undead type, a collective of various souls, and logically, it shouldn't be able to speak. "What can you help me with?" The green flames in the Dark Soul Envoy's eye socket seemed to flicker a few times. "As long as you don't kill me, I can help you secure first place in the second stage of the Exile path, allowing you to obtain that rare growth-type equipment." Yi-Chen remained silent. The Dark Soul Messenger thought. The attraction was insufficient and immediately said again, "I can become your summon, as long as you drop your blood onto my forehead, after which you can summon me to fight for you at any time. What do you think? My abilities are not as simple as you see." However, before the Dark Soul Messenger's words had even finished, hundreds of fireballs had completely engulfed it. "Ah! Damn it! You will regret this." Yi-Chen scoffed. "With my abilities, the top spot on the leaderboard of the Exile path is definitely mine. Your offer is not enough." Saying this, Yi-Chen shook his head. In fact, the real reason that prompted him to kill the Dark Soul Messenger was that this guy actually wanted to become his summon. He wasn't a summoner and had no ability to subdue magical creatures, let alone a boss. In Yi-Chen's view, the Dark Soul Messenger merely wanted to trick him into dropping his blood onto its forehead to use some dark skill against him. That was all. Of course, this was Yi-Chen's speculation. However, even if he guessed wrong, he had no regrets. The abilities of the dark type were strange and varied, there was no need to take unnecessary risks for a useless level 90 boss. As for why the Dark Soul Messenger could speak, Yi-Chen was curious but had no intention of delving deeper. At this moment, what he cared about most was the rewards after killing the boss. First, he glanced at the panel information. Ding! You have collected 2 Dark Element Essence Fragments, increasing your Dark Skill damage by 20% and Dark Element Resistance by 20%. Ding! You have collected 1 Dark Element Essence Fragment, you have obtained the Death Domain.
Death Domain. Each time you cast a dark skill, a layer of Death Domain will stack on you, reducing 200 points of elemental damage, lasting 10 seconds, with a maximum stack of 100. Each time it stacks, the duration resets. Ding! 10 Dark Element Essence fragments have been synthesized into a perfect Dark Element Essence. Ding! You have fused the perfect Dark Element Essence, gaining Dark Rebirth. Seeing the information, Yi Chen was overjoyed. He didn't expect that these 3 bosses would have another 5 Dark Element Essence fragments. This directly allowed him to complete the collection of Dark Element Essence. With the Dark Element Essence collected, Yi Chen's dark skill damage increased by 100% and his dark element resistance rose to 80%. At the same time, he unexpectedly obtained the Death Domain, a magical defensive ability that had previously caused him some headaches. However, his Death Domain seemed somewhat different from the boss's. The boss's Death Domain could instantly reduce a large amount of damage as soon as it was activated. In contrast, Yi Chen's Death Domain needed to be triggered by casting skills. However, Yi Chen didn't mind. After all, with a maximum stack of 100 layers, he could achieve that instantly thanks to his infinite skill bar talent. Seeing the effect of this ability, Yi Chen finally understood why his Fireball skill had such low damage against the Skeletal King and these 3 dark bosses earlier. Once his Death Domain was fully stacked, it could instantly negate 20,000 points of damage. The boss's Death Domain could probably negate less damage than his fully stacked ability. But his Fireball skill only had 10,000 points of damage per hit. The Venomous Assault was completely negated. If this had happened before entering the Underground Palace, he might have truly struggled against these bosses. At this moment, he checked the task progress. Collection of Elemental Essence, to fuse different powers, please collect at least 3 types of Elemental Essences. Current collection progress: Fire Element Essence, completed. Dark Element Essence, completed. 4/10, Wind Element Essence. With this, he was only 1 Elemental Essence away from changing his class to a Fusion Mage. If it was the Wind Element, then he only needed 6 more pieces. Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a bit puzzled. Why did the previous Skeleton King drop 4 pieces of Wind Element Essence, while the 3 bosses he had just killed dropped none? Yet, within this Underground Palace, he could clearly sense a fluctuation of Wind Element. This left Yi Chen utterly baffled. However, just then, a gust of wind suddenly surged from the depths of the palace. Immediately after, a hoarse voice filled with rage echoed. Damn it! Damn it! You actually killed my pet. I told you, you would regret it. Die. After you die, I will make you my new pet. As the voice abruptly rang out. Before Yi Chen could react, a scorching red crescent appeared on his forehead. This was... At that moment, Yi Chen was reviewing the introduction to the ability he had just obtained, Dark Rebirth. But before he could finish reading, the sudden roar shattered the tranquility of the underground palace once again. Following that, a chilling wind swept in from all directions. Among them were countless sharp wind blades. Although he couldn't see the source of the voice, Yi Chen instantly conjured a magical shield around himself, along with the star shield he had just learned after his second-class upgrade. The former could block 10% of damage, while the latter absorbed 20% of physical damage. Regardless of its effectiveness, he decided to put it on first. At the same time, Yi Chen raised his hand and cast a fireball spell. Including his clones, 900 fireballs were indiscriminately scattered around. The fireballs exploded against the dark walls, creating sparks. They did not hit any enemies. Yi Chen didn't mind. At the moment he acted, the Death Domain instantly stacked to a full 100 layers. The next second, the dense wind blades struck in front of Yi Chen but were blocked by an extremely thick transparent barrier. In fact, these wind blades hadn't even touched Yi Chen's magical shield before they were completely neutralized. Seeing this, Yi Chen was deeply shocked by the powerful defensive capability of the Death Domain. In contrast to Yi Chen, after the countless sharp wind blades were blocked, the previously furious voice rang out again. But this time, it carried a hint of exasperation. Impossible. How could you be unscathed? As the voice echoed, the red crescent on Yi Chen's forehead grew even hotter. This strange change left Yi Chen very confused. What's going on? However, just then, the red crescent on his forehead emitted a beam of light, shooting deep into the underground palace. Immediately after, from the depths of the palace, the previously furious voice returned. Only this time, it was filled with shock. You are also a Red Moon summoner? Ha! This voice mentioned the Red Moon's proof? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed this voice knew the secret of the Red Moon. Just now, it seemed to have blurted out the word also in surprise. Instantly, Yi Chen's mind raced. Could it be that the owner of this voice, like him, also possessed the proof of the Red Moon? Thinking of this, Yi Chen's gaze swept toward the depths of the underground palace illuminated by the Red Moon.
A light sphere radiating faint yellow energy flickered in and out of view. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately activated his speed. With the previously accumulated speed, he arrived in the deepest part of the underground palace in the blink of an eye. What greeted him was a broken large door, and in the center of the door was the pale yellow orb of light that Yi Chen had seen earlier. How could there be a light orb here? Yi Chen wondered. At the same time, as Yi Chen arrived, he felt an extremely rich presence of wind elements surrounding him. Mixed within this wind element was a trace of dark energy. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless and kept the death domain activated. After scanning the area and finding nothing, Yi Chen's gaze immediately focused on the pale yellow energy orb in front of him. From the orb, Yi Chen sensed a large amount of dense wind elemental aura. At the same time, he also noticed that this orb seemed to be incomplete, only a little more than half of its full form. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as a possibility flashed through his mind. This is a fragment of wind elemental essence? With this thought, Yi Chen immediately reached out, wanting to collect the pale yellow energy orb. However, just as Yi Chen's palm was about to touch the orb, a shadow appeared in front of it at an incredibly fast speed. Immediately after, the broken door emitted a ka-ka-ka sound. In that moment, the orb was sucked into the door by a powerful force, and the door closed simultaneously. Watching the orb slip away from his grasp, Yi Chen was taken aback. However, he did not act rashly, because the shadow had now revealed its form. Yi Chen focused his gaze and discovered that the shadow was actually a human. Dressed in tattered black clothes, with long black hair hanging down, stained with all sorts of filthy and disgusting substances. Through the gaps in the hair, he could see a pale face with sunken eye sockets. A professional? Or an NPC? Or perhaps a humanoid boss? Yi Chen's mind raced as he speculated about the identity of the figure before him. The shadow's mental state seemed a bit strange. After seeing Yi Chen arrive, it began to mumble incoherently. Red Moon Summoner, it's actually a Red Moon Summoner, ha ha ha. Yes, only a Red Moon Summoner like me could possibly defeat that Skeleton King. Only a Red Moon Summoner would be attracted by the dark elemental essence fragments dropped by the Skeleton King and enter this underground palace. He. Heaven truly favors me, I can finally leave this place. Ha ha ha. This time, I will definitely become the strongest. Looking at the somewhat delirious shadow, Yi Chen furrowed his brows. However, from the fragmented words of the other party, Yi Chen still picked up some useful information. The figure before him should know the situation here. At that moment, the figure's laughter abruptly stopped, and it fixed its blood-red eyes on Yi Chen. Young man, do you want to know the secret of the Red Moon? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen thought to himself, as expected. This figure seemed to have a good understanding of the Red Moon's proof. However, Yi Chen did not let down his guard and tentatively asked, "Are you going to tell me?" The figure nodded non-committally. "We are originally one and the same, so there's nothing to hide." Yi Chen scrutinized the figure before him and did not immediately agree. The mental state of this person did not seem very stable. Moreover, it seemed to be connected to the three bosses from earlier. Logically, in this situation, the figure should have no reason to be unable to leave the underground palace. However, Yi Chen was also curious about the secret of the Red Moon's proof. So, he spoke up. "What is the Red Moon Summoner you mentioned?" The figure responded readily. "Those chosen by the Red Moon can gain the power of the Red Moon, you should have a deep understanding of this." Yi Chen nodded. At that moment, the figure suddenly revealed a strange smile. "But you do not know that the power of the Red Moon can not only enhance a practitioner's combat strength but can also plunge its possessor into danger." After a pause, the shadow moved and appeared 2 meters in front of Yi Chen. "And I am the best example." Seeing the shadow approach, Yi Chen secretly remained on guard, though he maintained an outward calm. The shadow noticed Yi Chen's caution, and a strange glint flickered in its crimson eyes. "Do not be afraid, we are both summoned by the Red Moon, inseparable, like beloved brothers. I will not harm you." Yi Chen sneered inwardly. Just the sight of the shadow's excitement and its almost uncontrollable joy, as if it had spotted prey, made him doubt its words. Would it really not harm him? Sure enough, the shadow seemed to lack patience. Upon seeing Yi Chen still on high alert and unwilling to continue pretending, dark energy erupted from its body. Yi Chen instantly felt the sharp, cold wind rushing in from all directions. He was naturally prepared for this. The surrounding flames surged up in an instant. Fireball technique. One red, one black, the two energies collided violently. The entire underground palace erupted with a thunderous explosion. Countless clouds of dust billowed out. Damn it! There are only newcomers below level 90 allowed in here, how could you possibly have such strength? Yi Chen coldly laughed, responding with 299 erosion souls.
In the next moment, the shadow's
originally pale face changed dramatically. In an instant, the shadow realized it could not move.
It was all too familiar with the night erosion soul. Thus, feeling its rigid body unable to move, a trace of fear crept onto the shadow's pale face. However, the shadow before him seemed to possess extremely
high resistance to darkness, so the damage from the night erosion soul was not significant. This was just as well.
Yi-chan was genuinely afraid of
accidentally killing the other party before he could ask his questions.
However, the next moment, the shadow's face suddenly revealed an expression of
utter terror.
Its expression began to twist into a grotesque snarl.
No! No! I don't want to die. Let me go. Quickly, let me go. Ah! Before Yi-chan
could react, the shadow suddenly let out a shrill, unwilling scream.
You dare to kill me? I am the greatest shadow dark blade, the strongest of future humanity, how can I die here?
Before the words could finish, Yi-chan stared blankly as the shadow before him went completely still, losing its
breath. Is it dead?
Just as Yi-chan was in shock, the shadow's right eye suddenly burst with a red light. In the next moment, a red eyeball
appeared right in front of Yi-chan.
Seeing this familiar glow, Yi-chan couldn't help but be startled.
This is the proof of the red moon? Suddenly, the red eyeball seemed to respond. It shot straight towards Yi-chan's forehead.
At that moment, the red crescent on Yi-chan's forehead became incredibly
hot again. Yi-chan realized he could not stop any of this. He could only watch as the red eyeball entered his body. However, the next moment, information popped up. Infinite skill bar, super god level, effect 1, you possess an infinite skill bar, unrestricted by skill learning conditions. Effect 2, each of your skills provides you with 3 points of intelligence attribute. Proof of the red moon? Another proof of the red moon.
After absorbing that red eyeball, his talent unexpectedly upgraded again.
This was something Yi-chan had never anticipated.
At this moment, with the change in talent, Yi-chan's intelligence attribute skyrocketed. From the previous 4183 points, it
soared directly to 5,291 points.
Just the intelligence attribute alone is almost comparable to that of a level 210 bear attribute professional.
If we factor in equipment, even a level 150 magic profession could not possess a higher intelligence attribute than him. Although he was unclear about what
had happened, this unexpected joy came too suddenly.
Yi-chan was engulfed in boundless ecstasy. However, when he came to his senses and saw the figure lying on the ground, completely silent, he suddenly reacted, smacking his forehead in great regret. This mad human, who had not been killed by his night-devouring soul, ended up being poisoned to death instead. For a moment, Yi-chan couldn't help but smile wryly. What a blunder!
But there was nothing
he could do, the poison attack was passive. Whenever he made a move, it would inevitably accompany it.
It was beyond his control.
Yi-chan felt a wave of frustration wash over him.
He still wanted to extract some information about Hongye from the figure. After all, the sudden change had been too
abrupt, and he hadn't even figured out what was going on.
But now, the only person who knew was dead. He feared he wouldn't get any answers. With this feeling of frustration, Yi-chan's gaze returned to the broken door in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand.
Fireball.
Perhaps having lost the support of the figure, hundreds of fireballs smashed through the broken door without any hindrance. Immediately, a dim passage appeared in Yi-chan's line of sight.
With 2 shields and the enhancement of the death domain, he stepped in without any hesitation. From the various
behaviors of the figure and his own recent experiences, Yi-chan was quite certain that the pale yellow light orb was the wind element essence fragment
he desired.
Now, only 6 wind element essence fragments remained before he could transition to a fusion mage. Yi-chan had no reason to give up.
Entering
the passage, he found it surprisingly bright. After walking for a while, Yi-chan arrived at a spacious cave. There was another door at the back of the cave. Although he couldn't see inside, the rich wind element was already seeping through the crack of the door, filling the cave.
Yi-chan's eyes
lit up, and he raised his hand for another fireball. However, this time, something strange happened.
This door, which also looked dilapidated, remained completely unmoved. In fact, his fireball could not leave a single mark on it. Elemental cancellation? Yi-chan realized that the moment the fireball
made contact with the door, it was dissolved by an invisible force.
He instantly understood what was happening.
In the eternal life world, there were many mysterious places.
Among these places, many were once hidden residences of high-level NPCs. These high-level NPCs would set up various defensive barriers in their residences.
The most common type was the elemental cancellation barrier.
However, since the NPCs were wiped out 80 years ago,
such barriers had completely vanished.
Yi Chen had seen this in his previous textbooks. Although he knew the reason, unless the energy inside was exhausted, even a level 300 professional could not break this barrier. To break such a barrier, one could only rely on a key to open it. But the surroundings were empty, and one could see straight through. There was no way a key could exist. With this thought, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of what seemed to be inscriptions on the dust-covered wall. His heart stirred, and Yi Chen walked over to the wall, sweeping away the layer of dust. In the next moment, a row of familiar characters appeared before him. Yi Chen took a closer look and was astonished to find that the writing was left by the figure from earlier. Today marks the 30th day of my entrapment in this strange underground palace. This underground palace seems to be sealed by some kind of power. No matter how I try, I cannot escape. Even the ability to return to the real world has been blocked, which has pushed my mind to the brink. If this continues, I fear I will completely go insane. Even the logout option is blocked? Yi Chen was taken aback after reading this and pondered for a moment before trying to silently chant in his heart. However, the result was just as the text stated. He could not leave the eternal life world. At this moment, Yi Chen's heart sank. At the same time, he fully understood that the shadow was indeed human, just like him. He also understood why that shadow spoke incoherently and behaved with a hint of madness. The reason was that being locked in this underground palace for a long time without the ability to log out had caused his mind to be unable to bear it, leading to a complete breakdown. And Yi Chen could easily kill the other party, which clearly indicated that the opponent's level was not too high. It should be noted that even a level 200 practitioner could only stay in the eternal life world for a maximum of 6 months. Once exceeded, they must log out. Otherwise, they too would suffer a mental breakdown. Of course, the level 200 here refers to ordinary practitioners. For some powerful beings with attributes far exceeding level 200, this time could be extended even longer. If one reached level 300, even if they did not log out for a year or two, there would be no issues. However, Yi Chen was currently facing the same trouble. Although his attribute points far exceeded those of practitioners at the same level, if he could not unravel the secrets of this underground palace, his final fate would be the same as that shadow's, completely going insane. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, the text on the wall disappeared. Yi Chen hurriedly checked other walls. Sure enough, he found quite a few more writings. Today marks the 35th day of my entrapment in this strange underground palace. I feel my mind is nearing its limit. However, I still haven't found a way to leave here. I can only record some important matters here, hoping that one day I can regain myself. My name is Jiang Wei, an ordinary disciple from a third-rate force. Originally, with only D-level talent, I thought I would live an unremarkable life. However, it seems that heaven has favored me immensely. In a secret realm, I unexpectedly encountered a dying hybrid. I once heard the elders in my clan mention that killing hybrids would yield a large amount of experience, so disregarding the hybrid's desperate pleas, I killed her. Surprisingly, not only did I gain a large amount of experience, but I also unexpectedly obtained a magical red moon eye from the hybrid. Upon reading this, Yi Chen, aside from being shocked, was also completely convinced that what he had just absorbed was indeed the red moon eye. After absorbing this magical red moon eye, I was delighted to find that my talent had actually improved, and I entered a mysterious red moon space. At first, I thought this was some kind of secret realm, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a hidden job transfer location. Seeing this, Yi Chen understood that Jiang Wei, like him, had also entered the red moon space and similarly received the opportunity for a hidden job transfer. But why did this Jiang Wei end up trapped in this underground palace? With a hint of confusion, Yi Chen continued to read. After a brief moment of contemplation, I ultimately accepted the job transfer task for the Shadow Dark Blade. This is a rogue profession that completely fuses darkness and speed, and it appears to be the easiest to complete among the 3 hidden professions. The task was to collect the essences of wind and dark elements. At first, I thought it would be simple. However, the result, it took me almost half a year to barely complete the collection of the wind element essence. Although it took a bit too long, after collecting the wind element essence, my power received a tremendous boost, which made me even more convinced that I am the chosen one. However, everything changed after I entered the underground palace. Seeing this, the text on the wall came to an end. Yi Chen's heart sank with the content of the words. The doubts in his mind grew more and more. He had also obtained this red moon certificate only after killing the snow phoenix. The owner of this text similarly relied on killing a hybrid to obtain the red moon eye. It seemed that the red moon and hybrids had some kind of connection. Yet Yi Chen had read various documents and had never seen any records related to the red moon before this. He was unclear whether it was that humanity was unaware of this matter or if the information about the Red Moon had been deliberately erased from the documents. With this thought, Yi Chen sighed softly. It seems that the eternal life world still holds many unknown secrets. Then, Yi Chen walked around the cave wall. After reading through it, Yi Chen suddenly realized what had happened to Jiang Wei. This guy was indeed quite lucky. After collecting the wind element essence, he consulted a large number of ancient texts and gathered quite a bit of relevant information. Finally, after half a year, he unexpectedly found this underground palace. At that time, Jiang Wei's level had already fallen behind completely. His family had thus completely abandoned him. But Jiang Wei didn't care. He knew that once he collected the complete dark element essence, he would eventually astonish everyone. However, after entering the underground palace, Jiang Wei smoothly found 5 fragments of dark element essence. Just when he was full of confidence and wanted to push forward, the Skeleton King buried deep in the underground palace awakened. Faced with the death domain of the Skeleton King, Jiang Wei quickly fell to defeat. Fortunately, he found a cave that the Skeleton King could not enter, which was the very cave where Yi Chen was currently located, allowing him to save his life. The following events were quite simple. Trapped in the cave and unable to leave or log out, Jiang Wei ultimately could not sustain his mental state and completely collapsed. Then he went mad. But after going mad, Jiang Wei did not completely lose consciousness. Instead, he became incredibly frenzied. Moreover, he somehow mastered a dark technique. He began to use the dark element essence fragments he obtained to cultivate his dark creatures within the underground palace. The 3 bosses that Yi Chen had dealt with earlier were cultivated by Jiang Wei over the decades. After going mad, Jiang Wei was even able to communicate with the Skeleton King, and then he used the wind element essence as a trade. He made the Skeleton King command the dark creatures under his rule to increase the strength of the monsters during the annual Exile path, causing more newcomers to die on the trial path. The Skeleton King handed over the grievances of these deceased newcomers to Jiang Wei in exchange for the wind element essence fragments on Jiang Wei to enhance himself and his dark army. As for those grievances, after more than 20 years of nurturing, they eventually cultivated into the 3 bosses that Yi Chen encountered earlier. Seeing this, Yi Chen suddenly thought, the casualties on the Exile path in the past were quite rare. But since more than 20 years ago, for some unknown reason, the strength of the monsters inside had directly increased a level. This led to a sharp rise in the casualty rate of newcomers in the initial years. Now the reason was found. At the same time, through Jiang Wei's records, Yi Chen also learned the true purpose of Jiang Wei's actions. He cultivated his 3 bosses with the goal of defeating the Skeleton King. Because the Skeleton King was the ruler of this underground palace, Jiang Wei speculated that perhaps only by defeating the Skeleton King could one find the exit of the palace. Unfortunately, Jiang Wei was too impatient and couldn't help but take action several years ago. As a result, the 3 bosses were no match for the Skeleton King, who had been enhanced by fragments of wind element essence. This outcome led to the complete termination of the transaction between Jiang Wei and the Skeleton King. For the next 10 years, the Skeleton King would constantly attack Jiang Wei and the 3 bosses. Jiang Wei could only hide with the 3 bosses in this cave. But Jiang Wei had no intention of giving up. During these 10 years, he utilized the 3 bosses to absorb the dark energy in the underground palace to enhance their strength. By the time he met Yi Chen, the abilities of Jiang Wei's 3 bosses were already approaching that of the Skeleton King. However, having learned from the previous lesson, Jiang Wei forced himself to endure this time. He waited until the strength of the 3 bosses increased further before planning to strike and kill the Skeleton King. The subsequent events were not recorded in the diary. But Yi Chen naturally understood. It was his appearance that led to the killing of the Skeleton King and Jiang Wei's 3 bosses. In the end, Jiang Wei also met his demise at Yi Chen's hands. After reading all the diaries written by Jiang Wei, Yi Chen quickly organized his thoughts. Soon, he felt relieved. Jiang Wei's speculation was indeed correct. Killing the Skeleton King could lead to leaving the underground palace. Because Yi Chen had entered the palace through the ground that the Skeleton King had broken open, he could simply return the same way. However, there was one point. Jiang Wei's level had already exceeded level 90. But the Path of Exile only allowed newcomers to enter each year, and their level could not exceed 90. If a practitioner over level 90 forcibly entered the Path of Exile, they would be completely eradicated by the rules inside. In the past, there had been human practitioners who had tested the law. However, Yi Chen did not need to worry about this at all. After all, he was exactly at level 90 and had not yet completed the promotion task. Through the diary on the wall, Yi Chen also learned why there was an unbreakable forbidden door deep within this cave. It was created by Jiang Wei using the Eye of the Red Moon. This was somewhat unexpected for Yi Chen. He had not anticipated that the eye of the red moon could also create a forbidden space. What about his red moon token? Did it have the same effect? Shaking his head, Yi Chen suppressed this doubt in his heart. Then, he approached the dilapidated door. Following Jiang Wei's described method, he used the eye of the red moon. In the next moment, the pupil of Yi Chen's left eye instantly transformed into a crescent shape of the red moon. A beam of red light emitted from his eye, illuminating the crumbling door. Creak. As the red light shone, the door indeed slowly opened. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment as he looked at the familiar alternate space before stepping inside. The next moment, Yi Chen reappeared in a bizarre space under a red moon. However, this space seemed somewhat different from the one he had entered before. Yi Chen didn't have time to examine it. The previously vanished pale yellow light sphere had now appeared before him. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen took the light sphere in his hand. At the same time, the long-awaited information popped up. Ding! You have collected 6 fragments of wind element essence. Your damage for all wind element skills increases by 60%, wind element resistance increases by 20%, and you gain a new ability, Storm Dash. Storm Dash, each time you cast a wind skill, the projectile speed of all your skills increases by 10%, lasting for 10 seconds, with a maximum stack of 100. Each time you stack, the duration resets. Ding, 10 pieces of wind element essence fragments can be combined to create a perfect wind element essence. Ding! You have fused the perfect wind element essence and gained the Blessing of Wind. Blessing of Wind, you can infuse your equipment with pure wind power. Equipment attributes that receive the Blessing of Wind will gain special effects. Meanwhile, the job transfer task for the Fusion Mage has also changed. As Yi Chen collected the complete 3 types of element essences, a submit option appeared for his task. Yi Chen naturally did not hesitate and submitted it directly. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the task of collecting element essences and meet the conditions for the job transfer to Fusion Mage. The job transfer is about to begin. As the information popped up, an invisible energy burst forth from Yi Chen's body, making him feel an unprecedented power. Suddenly, Yi Chen's consciousness seemed to enter another dimension, and endless darkness appeared before him, as if it were the end of the entire universe. In the darkness, countless stars twinkled, each representing a mysterious power. Yi Chen felt as if he had merged into this darkness, becoming one with it. Then, a raging fire suddenly rose in the darkness, flames burning fiercely, releasing scorching heat and boundless energy. Within the flames, Yi Chen felt a searing power, as if it could burn away all obstacles, allowing him to be reborn in the fire. After that, a gentle breeze blew by, the sound of the wind howling, accompanied by a rustling noise, with endless mysteries and powers hidden within the sandstorm. In the wind, Yi Chen felt a light and agile power, as if he could traverse mountains and rivers, soaring freely in the sky. The 3 elemental essences of darkness, fire, and wind intertwined within Yi Chen's body, merging into a powerful and mysterious force. It felt as if endless energy surged within him, every inch of his skin filled with the flow of power. Finally, Yi Chen's consciousness returned. The 3 pure elements within him intertwined, converging into a ball of 3-colored energy. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully transferred to Fusion Mage. Ding! You have learned the job skill, Skill Fusion. Skill Fusion, combine any 2 or more active skills to create a brand new skill. For each additional skill fused, the mana cost doubles. Current fusion range, fire, wind, dark. Obtaining essences from other elements can increase the fusion range. Ding! You have gained 3 extra fusion skill slots. Ding! The fusion skill slots are influenced by the talent infinite skill slots, increasing the number of skill slots to infinite. Ding! For each level gained as a fusion Mage, agility increases by 1 point, intelligence increases by 2 points, and free attribute points increase by 3 points. Ding! Data correction, you have received a correction of 90 points in agility, 180 points in intelligence, and 270 points in free attribute points. A series of messages popped up. The joy on Yi Chen's face continued to expand. He never expected that transferring to Fusion Mage would yield so many benefits. Not to mention the unique ability of the Fusion Mage, Skill Fusion. Just the additional 6 attribute points provided for each level as a fusion Mage left Yi Chen pleasantly surprised. Even more, after the job transfer, he received a data correction that granted him the extra attribute points from his previous level 90 all at once. Yi Chen couldn't wait to open the information panel. He allocated the unexpectedly obtained 270 free attribute points to agility. ID, Night Shadow level, 90 class, Fusion Mage free attribute points, 0 attributes, strength. 272, Constitution 524, Agility 1878, Intelligence 5471, Health 228690/228690, Mana 5761057610, Skills, Fireball, Mana Spring, Experience Surge. Expand abilities, Lava Blade, Smelting Furnace, Death Domain, Dark Rebirth, Storm Dash, Blessing of the Wind. After changing to the Fusion Mage class, the attribute points surged by 540 due to adjustments. The total points reached 8145, equivalent to the base attributes of a level 216 professional. If equipment is taken into account, it would be comparable to a 5th transformation professional. Of course, if talents and various effect bonuses are included, even a level 200 professional would have to think twice about dealing with Yichen now. Looking at his splendid level 90 panel, Yichen felt incredibly pleased. With his current attributes, staying offline for months would be no problem. Coupled with the skills Void Phantom and Swift, even if he logged off and returned to the real world, he could calmly deal with the pursuit of the 8 Major Family's old schemers. Just thinking about how his safety was almost maximally guaranteed made Yichen's body, which had been slightly tense these days, relax a bit. After reviewing the attribute panel, Yichen began to look at his newly acquired abilities. Previously, due to Jiang Wei's appearance and the overwhelming information from the job change, he hadn't had the chance to check his new abilities. First was the Dark Rebirth provided by the essence of dark elements. Dark Rebirth, absorb the corpses of dark-type monsters, create a compendium from them, and then summon them again for your command. The summoned monsters can level up through battle, and summoning requires collecting the resentment of the deceased. Hiss. He hadn't had the chance to check this ability earlier. At this moment, he was truly shocked by the effect of this ability. It was akin to a summoner's power. Now, Yichen finally understood. It turned out that this ability provided by the essence of dark elements allowed Jiang Wei to cultivate dark monsters. He also understood why Jiang Wei had to trade with the Skeleton King, plundering the lives of numerous new professionals. One must admit, the effect of this Dark Rebirth ability was incredibly domineering and vicious. However, Yichen liked it very much. As the saying goes, if one isn't ruthless, one can't stand firm. Just look at those old schemers from the 8 major families. To ensure their power remains unaffected, they have been crazily courting and suppressing any professionals with the potential to rise for decades. Now they were openly planning to strike against him. Since that was the case, Yichen was determined to find a way to retaliate. And this Dark Rebirth was simply the perfect partner for his resourceful utilization. Just thinking about how Jiang Wei could control 3 dark-type bosses made Yichen's heart burn with excitement. Finally, he suppressed his excitement and began to check the other 2 wind-type abilities. Storm Dash goes without saying. Yichen had already discovered that the abilities gained from each elemental essence, aside from their different effects, followed a similar pattern. With this Storm Dash, it meant that as long as Yichen released a fireball or night erosion, his skill projectile speed would increase tenfold. Coupled with the projectile enhancement effect from the previously forged Smelting Furnace, Yichen estimated with the fireball spell. Now, the speed of his fireball spell could almost reach any target within 300 meters with just a flick of his hand. At such speed, he could achieve a perfect hit rate within 300 meters, making it nearly impossible to defend against. This Storm Rush had significantly raised Yichen's damage threshold. The most intuitive realization was that if he faced the sleeping Skeleton King again, Yichen believed he wouldn't even need to reposition. The Skeleton King would be unable to evade at all. After observing the effects of Storm Rush, Yichen finally turned his gaze to the Blessing of the Wind. This ability was somewhat similar to the previous Smelting Furnace, both aimed at enhancing equipment effects. With the experience from the Smelting Furnace, Yichen prepared to bless his equipment. However, at that moment, Yichen sensed a fluctuation in the space of the red moon before him. He had no choice but to pause his actions. At the same time, the red moon in the sky suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Immediately, a red moon eyeball appeared in front of Yichen. The eyeball was the same size as Yichen's head. Once it appeared, it stared intently at Yichen, its gaze radiating an eerie color. Yichen felt a sense of alertness at this sudden change. Although the red moon had brought him many benefits, it did not allow him to lower his guard. However, just then, the red moon eye actually spoke. Red Moon Summoner, I sense that you have become a fusion mage and are now qualified to obtain relevant information from me. So now, what do you wish to know? On the path of exile. Less than 20 minutes remained until the end of the first phase. At this moment, in one of the projection channels. Hurry! You two hold the Skeleton Commander, by Xiao, buff me up. At one end of the channel, Zhao Peng shouted hoarsely at the Skeleton Commander. Before him. By Xiao, behind him, also knew that this was the most crucial moment.
Ignoring her aversion to Zhao Peng's commands, she waved her staff, and a large amount of holy energy quickly surged into Zhao Peng and the other team members around him. Instantly, everyone's status improved. Then, Wang Chang gritted his teeth and charged forward with his giant sword. At that moment, Zhao Peng also generously unleashed his few remaining spells, trying to completely finish off the 60-level elite before them. Meanwhile, Lin Yong, hidden in the shadows, also unleashed his strongest killing move. After nearly 24 hours of frantically grinding monsters, Zhao Peng, with the help of experience bonuses, was the first to reach level 60, while Xiao and the others finally managed to reach level 60 just before encountering the skeleton commander. Gaining 20 levels in a day was a huge challenge even for these prominent prodigies. Over the past several decades, fewer than 10,000 people had achieved this feat. Just this alone was enough to make them proud. However, whether it was Zhao Peng, Xiao, or the other members of the team, they seemed unsatisfied after achieving this milestone. They wanted to prove themselves with even better results. And the 60-level skeleton commander before them was the best stepping stone. In the past, very few newcomers had managed to kill this 60-level skeleton commander. Zhao Hao and his team were the only ones to have succeeded in the last decade. It was easy to imagine how strong this 60-level elite skeleton commander was. Therefore, as long as they killed this 60-level skeleton commander, they would undoubtedly be the first in this novice area in this first phase. Because of this, after an hour of tugging, everyone now saw the dawn of victory. With such a huge temptation, how could Zhao Peng and the others resist? Naturally, they were all pumped up, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, fully focused and energized. This is also why Zhao Peng had shouted so hoarsely earlier, and why Xiao was willing to cooperate unconditionally. Right now, the skeleton leader had very little health left, and they were almost out of resources. This was their last chance. Of course, it was also their incredibly confident joint attack. However, the next second, the expected situation did not occur. The skeleton leader did not fall. Instead, stimulated by such fierce attacks, it erupted with an overwhelming aura. This scene caused Xiao and the others to change their expressions. Not good. We've dragged this out too long. The skeleton leader has activated its berserk mechanism, enhancing all its attributes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng's face darkened. They had spent a whole hour, only to find they still couldn't completely defeat the skeleton leader. At this moment, Wang Cheng shook his head. Forget it, it seems the skeleton leader can only be defeated after it undergoes a second transformation. Although the others felt it was a pity, they truly had no strength left to fight. Xiao's gaze held a hint of reluctance, but she still comforted them. Even if we can't win, there probably won't be another newcomer this year who can reach this point like we have. Everyone nodded in agreement, accepting her consolation. Then, several of them retreated to the safe zone at the end of the passage. Calculating the time, it should be ending soon. The first place in the first phase should belong to us without a doubt. Ha ha. Indeed, we almost took down a level 60 elite. There's no way anyone else could achieve what we have. This is all thanks to Xiao, the SSS level holy priest. Without her support, we probably wouldn't have made it this far. The others echoed in agreement. Upon hearing this, Xiao accepted their compliments with a calm expression and then said lightly, getting first place in the first phase isn't that impressive. I believe there are other experts in the novice zones who can achieve this. My goal has always been to be in the top 50 on the leaderboard. Ha ha. Xiao was being modest. With your abilities and our cooperation, the top 30 in the second phase is definitely within reach. Not just that, I feel if everyone puts in some effort, helping Xiao aim for the top 10 is possible. From what I understand, there aren't many newcomers this year with SSS level talent. If Xiao works hard, there might be a chance to push for the top spot. Seeing everyone getting more and more outrageous, Xiao smiled faintly and shook her head, not responding. However, at this moment, her heart was filled with immense pride. The top spot? It wasn't entirely out of reach. Meanwhile, in the underground palace, where they were located, Buzz Yi Chen's figure had returned to the underground palace once again. At this time, the forbidden space behind the original door had already disappeared. Yi Chen, still somewhat dazed by the information in his mind that he had yet to digest, felt a bit disoriented. The connection between the Red Moon and the underground cave was, as he had previously guessed, very close. The Red Moon's proof and the Red Moon's eye all originated from the underground cave. Thousands of years ago, the eternal life world was merely a desolate land inhabited by some primitive natives, which are the present-day NPCs. Beneath this land, there existed an underground cave, but due to a powerful sealing mechanism, the two were completely isolated. Thus, for thousands of years, no one knew of the cave's existence. However, 1,000 years ago, the seal of the cave unexpectedly loosened, leading to a massive influx of cave creatures into the eternal life world. After several hundred years of changes, these cave creatures gradually evolved into the monsters we see today. This is also why Yi Chen felt a sense of familiarity when encountering cave creatures in the cave earlier. As for the original natives, they had mastered the method of enhancing their own strength by defeating monsters over these several hundred years. Slowly, the primitive NPC civilization rapidly iterated through several versions, becoming the form that humanity is familiar with today. The initial loosening of the cave seal was referred to by the NPCs as the event of the calamity's arrival. According to the Eye of the Red Moon, the cave is actually a tomb of an existence more powerful than the gods. The corpse of this powerful being was buried somewhere within the cave. The Red Moon, in turn, is a forbidden artifact forged from all the divine artifacts possessed by this being during its lifetime. Its purpose was to ensure the safety of the cave and to prevent the massive cave creatures born from its posthumous energy from wreaking havoc. However, during that calamity, due to the extent of the cave seal's destruction, the Red Moon exhausted all its energy and could only barely and temporarily isolate the cave from the eternal world. But this isolation was not permanent. As the supreme artifact, the Red Moon, after calculations, ultimately split its vessel into several parts and sent them into the eternal world. The proof of the Red Moon and the Eye of the Red Moon are two of those fragments. They are also referred to as vessels. Anyone who obtains any one of these vessels will be regarded as a summoner by the Red Moon. Summoners can use the internal space of the Red Moon vessels to gain the opportunity to change their class to a hidden profession. According to the records of the Eye of the Red Moon, the so-called hidden professions are actually ancient and rare professions from the era of that powerful being. However, later, due to some reasons unknown to the Red Moon, the practitioners of that era became extinct. The being buried in the cave was also severely injured at that time, leading to its fall. The reason the Red Moon did this was to hope that someone would complete the trials of the Red Moon vessels, gain sufficient power, and enter the cave to repair the broken seal. I hit a wall in writing, and due to some family issues, the author has been squeezing out time to write these past few days. This isn't a sob story, I just want to clarify that I'm not planning to abandon this, so everyone can rest assured. Lastly, I humbly ask all of you, in light of the author's hard work, to kindly leave a free 5-star review. I would be immensely grateful. Repairing the cave seal? Thinking of the words from the Eye of the Red Moon, Yi Chen let out a long sigh. This is the task of the Red Moon summoners. However, according to the Eye of the Red Moon, this is not a mandatory task, nor is there a time limit. It's not that the Red Moon forgot this point, but rather that when this plan was designed, the energy of the Red Moon was already insufficient to establish a punishment. It could barely be considered a fatal flaw. After all, if Yi Chen was unwilling, these Red Moon vessels had no means to force him to comply. But Yi Chen was quite satisfied with such a flaw. The benefits of not being responsible make it easier to handle. According to the introduction from the Eye of the Red Moon, there were a total of 7 vessels split from the Red Moon at that time. Each one contained unique abilities. Just like the Eye of the Red Moon, its abilities not only recorded various information about the Red Moon but also had one ability: Barrier of Sealing. Barrier of Sealing, designate a location, consume 5,000 mana points, set up a barrier that immunizes against any damage, duration, 60 minutes, cooldown, 60 minutes. Looking at the introduction of the Barrier of Sealing, Yi Chen felt somewhat pleased. This thing could indeed be used to save his life at critical moments. It's just that the cooldown time is a bit long. However, this does not hinder Yi Chen's interest in these vessels. Not to mention the other functions of the Red Moon, just the ability to enhance his own talents is enough to motivate Yi Chen to collect them. To collect other Red Moon vessels, he would need to utilize the ability of the Proof of the Red Moon. According to the introduction of the Eye of the Red Moon, the ability of my Red Moon certificate is only one, which is to sense other vessels that are also of the Red Moon. However, this sensing range will depend on the level. Currently, Yi Chen is only level 90, so this sensing range is only about a radius of 1,000 meters. One more thing, after 1,000 years, it is highly likely that the Red Moon vessels have already found their Red Moon summoners. As for why both the Red Moon certificate and the Eye of the Red Moon are obtained by killing hybrids, the reason given by the Eye of the Red Moon is quite simple. The Maya people, that is, NPCs, and the energy repulsion of the Red Moon have led to nearly 1,000 years of history where no NPC has been able to successfully merge with the power of the Red Moon. Although humans arrived later, due to the hybrids born shortly after, which combined the characteristics of both the human race and the Maya race, the Red Moon vessels determined that they were more suitable as summoners. Therefore, hybrids have a greater chance of obtaining the Red Moon vessels. However, neither the Previous Snow Phoenix nor the hybrids killed by Jiang Wei were able to truly gain the abilities granted by the Red Moon. On this point, Yi Chen has his own understanding. The status of hybrids in the eternal life world is almost no different from that of slaves. The hybrid characteristics of Yi Chen give them considerable potential, but their growth and development period is far too long, making them unable to fulfill the job transfer tasks. Thus, there is a high probability that the holders of these Red Moon vessels are still quite weak. However, the eternal life world is vast and boundless, and for the time being, Yi Chen has no clues. Shaking his head, Yi Chen pulled back his thoughts. Collecting Red Moon vessels is a long process, so there is no need to rush. Glancing at the time, there are still about 10 minutes left until the first phase of the Exile road ends. Seeing this, Yi Chen opened his skill bar. He then selected Fireball and Whirlwind Slash from it. Immediately, a flash of light crossed Yi Chen's eyes. Skill fusion. As Yi Chen cast his skills, the mark representing Fireball and the mark representing Whirlwind Slash seemed to come alive, transforming into two beams of light that surged into the unique fusion skill bar of the Fusion Mage. The moment the two beams of light made contact, Yi Chen felt a strange energy surging from deep within his soul. The two energies quickly fused into a mass. In an instant, a brand new unique mark appeared in the fusion skill bar. Ding! Congratulations, you have fused Fireball and Whirlwind Slash, resulting in a magical transformation between the two. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a new fusion skill, Flame Whirlwind. Flame Whirlwind fusion consumes 1000 mana points. Unleashes a firestorm that deals 1000 plus 1.4 * intelligence points of fire and wind damage to all targets within a radius of 5 meters, while also causing a knockback effect on the targets. Cooldown time, 2 seconds. Looking at the newly appeared skill, Yi Chen couldn't help but gasp. Although the mana cost of the new skill is 100 times higher than that of Fireball, for Yi Chen, who currently has over 50,000 mana points, he can sustain such a mana cost. At the same time, the cooldown time of Flame Whirlwind is twice that of Fireball, and even with equipment reducing cooldowns, it can only be activated once every second. It seems to be significantly weaker than Fireball. However, in reality, Yi Chen's single damage from Fireball is only 13,465 points. Meanwhile, the damage from a single Flame Whirlwind, benefiting from both fire and wind damage bonuses, has already reached 20,792 points. The key point is that this Flame Whirlwind is an area damage skill. If we do not consider Yi Chen's talent mechanism, the damage of this Flame Whirlwind is several dozen times that of Fireball. Such terrifying damage left Yi Chen in shock. What surprised him even more was that with the appearance of the Flame Whirlwind, his intelligence had actually increased by an additional 3 points. This meant that fused skills could also benefit from his innate effects. The only regret was that although the original skills that had been fused were still retained, they could no longer become base skills. This was something Yi Chen found quite disappointing. However, according to the introduction of fused skills, merging more than 2 skills would double the mana cost of the new skill that appeared. The recently fused Flame Whirlwind required 1000 mana points to activate. If he added another skill, it would require 2000, and if he added another, it would become 4000. Yi Chen calculated that if he fused 10 skills at once, the mana required to release the new skill would reach a terrifying 250,000. Given Yi Chen's current mana of over 50,000 points, he could probably only support a one-time fusion of 7 skills. But this would greatly compromise his sustainability. It wasn't a wise choice. Moreover, Yi Chen's current damage was already overflowing, so there was no need to take such extremes. Therefore, to maximize his intelligence increase, fusing 2 at a time was undoubtedly the best option. After a moment of thought, Yi Chen made his decision. He directly fused the remaining 14 Whirlwind Slashes and 14 Fireball spells in one go. Instantly, his fusion skill bar went from completely empty to having 15 new fused skills. As a result, his intelligence increased by 45 points. But this was not the end. Next, Yi Chen fused the remaining 35 Fireball spells with 35 Night Erosion skills. Thus, his fusion skill bar gained another 35 new skills. Embrace of the Underworld Fire. Embrace of the Underworld Fire consumes 2000 mana points to unleash a wave of evil-infused underworld fire on a single target. The target affected by the underworld fire will take 15% more damage from all sources for a certain period, and their movement speed and attack speed will be reduced by 10%. Additionally, they will continuously take 50 plus 0.3 * intelligence points of damage per second for 10 seconds, with a maximum of 100 layers and a cooldown of 10 seconds. The effective embrace of the underworld fire shifted from direct damage to a form of continuous damage similar to that of a venomous attack, inheriting the special effects of night erosion. It was a slight enhancement.
However, the mana cost was actually double that of the flame. Whirlwind. It seemed that the mana consumption was not fixed but varied based on the combination of different skills. Due to the relatively small number of fireball spells, Yi-Chen could only stack Embrace of the Underworld Fire up to 35 layers. Although that was sufficient, in terms of control, it was actually not as effective as the pure Night Erosion. After all, Yi-Chen's super god level talent determined that the strength of his skill effects depended solely on the number of skills with the same name. Of course, Yi-Chen wasn't too disappointed. After all, these 35 skills brought him a total of 105 points of intelligence bonus and 7,000 points of maximum health. It was like farming attribute points. Finally, Yi-Chen did not forget to fuse the 2 defensive skills, Mana Shield and Star Shield. These 2 skills were non-attribute skills, so they could naturally be fused as well. Star Guardian absorbs 10% of all damage and additionally absorbs 20% of physical damage. Cost, 1000 mana points, duration, 3 minutes. This effect, Yi-Chen could only say, was simple and brutal, directly stacking the effects of 2 original skills. But this way, he could simultaneously cast 3 shields. After stacking, it could resist 20% of all damage and 40% of physical damage. This defensive capability had doubled. Looking at the 51 additional skills he had, along with the skyrocketing intelligence and health points, Yi-Chen was naturally overjoyed. Unfortunately, there were no more original skills to fuse. This left Yi-Chen feeling somewhat unsatisfied. However, just then, a bell suddenly rang. Yi-Chen looked up and immediately understood that the first phase of the Path of Exile had ended. Please give 5-star reviews, thank you all. As the bell rang, the monsters that had filled the narrow passage retreated like a tide, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a portal appeared at the end of the corridor. This was the entrance to the second phase of the Path of Exile. It must be said that after 24 hours of intense monster grinding, even by Xiao and Zhao Pang were feeling a bit overwhelmed. Not to mention the other lower-level ordinary people. At this moment, all the newcomers who saw the teleportation portal let out a collective sigh of relief. They then all headed towards the portal in unison. Splash! Shadows flickered. At the entrance of a large maze, batch after batch of newcomers appeared. Ha ha! Finally done, that was so damn tiring. Who says it wasn't? We haven't stopped for 24 hours. Although there wasn't much danger, my legs feel a bit weak. But speaking of which, this triple experience is awesome. I've leveled up to 40. Put. What's so great about being level 40? I'm already level 45. Hiss. Level 45? How did you level up so fast? What's the big deal? I was already level 35 when I came in, and I'm about to hit level 48 now. Perhaps due to the continuous battle for 24 hours, seeing the crowd so lively made everyone unable to resist chatting. The atmosphere gradually became heated. However, just then, a flash of light appeared. Another person entered the maze entrance. As the crowd was eagerly discussing, the moment they saw the figure appear, their voices all stopped. In unison, Zhao Pang scanned the surroundings. The discussions of these people had indeed reached his ears. He couldn't help but sneer, a bunch of trash, how much have you all drunk to be flattering each other like this? Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned red. Many couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, you make it sound like you're so impressive, how many levels have you gained? However, as soon as he spoke, he was quickly pulled back by a companion who whispered a warning. Shoo! Are you crazy? He's Zhao Pang. Zhao Pang? Which Xiao? The person who had spoken earlier hadn't reacted yet. Zhao Pang had already strode over to him, looking at him coldly, and said lightly, since you're curious, I'll tell you, a few hours ago, I was already level 60. Is that answer satisfactory to you? Behind Zhao Pang, Wang Chang and Lin Yang didn't speak, but the mockery in their eyes was unmasked. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao stood to the side, looking nonchalant and not interjecting. Upon hearing Zhao Pang casually state his level, the earlier person who had confronted Zhao Pang instantly shrank back, repeatedly apologizing to Zhao Pang and hurriedly pulling his companion into the crowd. At this moment, he also realized Zhao Pang's identity. He was from the Xiao family. Moreover, just the fact that Zhao Pang had reached the exaggerated level of 60 was enough to instill fear in everyone present. Sure enough, in the brief silence that followed, a series of gasps echoed at the large maze entrance. Oh my god. Zhao Pang is actually level 60? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? As a novice, isn't the gap a bit too large? I don't understand. In the past, those who could reach level 60 were all S-class talents, unparalleled geniuses. Isn't Zhao Pang only A-class talent? Are you an idiot? He's A-class, but did you not see that everyone around him is S-class or above? Hiss. No wonder Xiao family is one of the 8 great families. An A-class can mobilize a team of S-class geniuses to level up with him. It's simply incomparable. Listening to the crowd's astonishment, Zhao Peng couldn't help but curl his lips into a smug smile. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng and Lin Yong beside him couldn't help but frown. Although what these people said was true, it sounded so harsh. Bai Xiao, on the other hand, was not paying attention to the crowd's words at all. For her, the most important thing right now was to find Yi Chen. Earlier, during the first phase of the exile path, they couldn't contact each other due to being in different spaces. But after entering the second phase, everyone was in the same area. Private messages could naturally be sent. However, Bai Xiao had just discreetly sent several messages to Yi Chen. Yet, the messages had not been successfully sent. This left Bai Xiao somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, although the first phase was tough, it had the protection of a safe zone, so there shouldn't be any risks. Why hadn't Yi Chen arrived yet? Just as Bai Xiao was puzzled, another flash of light appeared. Immediately after, a tall and slender figure stepped into the entrance of the maze. This commotion directly startled Zhao Peng, who was still basking in his glory, and all the other newcomers who were in awe. At this moment, almost everyone had already entered the maze entrance. And there was no trace of Yi Ying among the crowd. So, could this newcomer be? Almost simultaneously, everyone turned their gaze toward that figure. Among them, Bai Xiao discreetly moved a few steps closer to the figure. At this moment, Yi Chen, who had just arrived, immediately spotted Bai Xiao, who was closest to him. It had been just a few days since they last met. Yi Chen vaguely remembered that when he met Bai Xiao last time, she had an air of superiority and even bestowed him 30,000 eternal coins. However, at this moment, he noticed that Bai Xiao's gaze towards him was filled with surprise and a hint of visible affection. In an instant, Yi Chen realized what was going on and couldn't help but chuckle. This woman really is. But before Yi Chen could speak, Zhao Peng had already strode up to him, first giving Yi Chen a slight appraisal. This person before him was Yi Ying? He looked just like the photos he had seen before. Although he wasn't particularly impressed by Yi Chen's appearance, Zhao Peng still used a rare calm tone to say, Yi Ying? Yi Chen looked at Zhao Peng, and although the latter's tone remained calm, the arrogance subtly seeping through his words was evident to anyone. So, he blinked. I'm not. Zhao Peng's breath hitched. He had thought of countless excuses Yi Ying might use, but he never expected the other party to directly deny it. This left him with a belly full of words stuck in his throat. Zhao Peng, with a hint of caution, turned to Bai Xiao with a puzzled look. Is he the Yi Chen you know? Yi Ying is Yi Chen, this was something only the 8 great families knew. Naturally, they were also aware of the previous matters between Bai Xiao and Yi Chen. This was also why Zhao Peng looked down on Bai Xiao in his heart. However, now that they had entered the exile path, there was no need for secrecy. Zhao Peng asked directly. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao couldn't help but frown. In the 8 great families, the Bai family was unaware of Yi Ying's true identity. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Xiao had never given up on trying to win over Yi Chen. In her view, this year the 8 great families did not have any particularly outstanding newcomers. If she could successfully win over Yi Chen, her chances of topping the leaderboard in the upcoming points competition would significantly increase. As long as she secured first place, her value would be magnified directly. But right now, Zhao Peng had bluntly asked her a question, and if she answered, her subsequent actions would be very passive. However, helping Yi Chen to conceal it was clearly not an option either. While Bai Xiao quickly calculated the gains and losses in her heart, she soon came to a conclusion: she did not intend to hide it. Once Yi Chen and Zhao Peng clashed, regardless of who lived or died, she could easily reap the benefits. With this thought, a smile appeared at the corner of Bai Xiao's mouth as she prepared to speak. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears, interrupting. Horror! Ding! The first phase points have been converted into a points bracelet. The exile maze is about to open, please. Everyone enter immediately, the maze entrance will close in 5 minutes. As the voice sounded, everyone noticed an ancient bracelet appearing out of nowhere on their wrists. The appearance of this bracelet signified the official start of the second phase of the Exile Road. Immediately, they set aside the matters of Night Shadow and Zhao Peng and rushed towards the maze entrance. Everyone understood that, compared to the first phase, the real challenge was just beginning. Yi Chen also glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, which prominently displayed 200 points. He was not surprised by this. With nearly a 13-fold experience boost, he believed no one could have gained more experience than him in the first phase. He had killed so many monsters that they could no longer appear Naturally, he was first. Adding to that the rewards from each round of kills. It was exactly 200 points. These points served as the base points for the second phase. In the upcoming maze competition, to gain points, one would need to kill other participants and plunder the points they earned in the first phase. This was the competitive rule of the second phase of the Exile Road. When a participant was killed, their points would be plundered by the killer. However, under the special rules of the maze, the killed participants would not truly die but would instead lose one level as a penalty for death. They could then respawn at a resurrection point and rejoin the points. Plundering. Under this rule, lower-level newcomers would clearly be at a disadvantage. Therefore, in the upcoming second phase, if one did not treat it cautiously, being killed too many times would mean that all the levels earned in the first phase would be completely lost. More seriously, if one's level dropped to 0 when they were killed again, the professionals without a level penalty would truly die. This was also the plan the 8 great families had made for Night Shadow earlier. If Night Shadow refused to join any of their sides, all the newcomers from the 8 great families would unite to kill Night Shadow down to level 0 and then completely erase him. Moreover, doing so would also silence everyone. Although, by now, the 8 great families did not care much about the opinions of ordinary people, they still aimed to minimize unnecessary trouble. In fact, regarding the plan of the 8 great families, Yi Chen was not entirely clear, but due to Bai Xiaoxiao's inadvertent revelation, he had vaguely guessed a bit. After all, it was easy to figure out. Yi Chen was not overly worried about this. Instead, he had his own plans in mind. The roles of prey and hunter were never absolute and unchanging. Thus, the moment he heard the voice, he had already begun to move. Directly activating the Void Phantom, he vanished from everyone's sight. To more effortlessly gain more points, he needed to step inside first. This was a plan he had already devised before entering. However, Yi Chen's sudden disappearance left everyone in shock. Among them, Lin Yong, the shadow assassin, widened his eyes in disbelief. He can use invisibility too? Someone chimed in, no, he's holding a staff, he's clearly a magic type. Magic professions don't have skills like invisibility. Lin Yong said solemnly. Universal skills don't have that capability either. At that moment, Zhao Peng suddenly realized. That guy must be Night Shadow. Otherwise, why would he run away? It was a sign of guilt. So, Zhao Peng raised his voice, Night Shadow, I am Zhao Peng, and I now represent the Xiao family to give you one last chance. Choose to join the Xiao family, help me reach the top of the Exile Path Points leaderboard, and the Xiao family guarantees that the other families won't trouble you in the future. Zhao Peng's unexpected words caused the entire crowd in the maze to fall silent. However, after a moment passed, there was still no response from Yi Chen, which made Zhao Peng furrow his brows and snort coldly. Night Shadow, do you think it's amusing to deceive yourself like this? Avoiding is useless. If you still refuse to show yourself, don't blame me for being rude. Just then, Yi Chen's voice came from the entrance of the maze. Ha ha. I'm waiting for you all in the Exile maze. If you have the guts, come in. In the next moment, a ripple of energy lit up at the maze entrance. Everyone suddenly reacted. He entered the maze. Zhao Peng's face turned ashen upon seeing this. Night Shadow's words were already quite threatening. He then looked at the people around him. Night Shadow has rejected the Xiao family, so according to the plan, you should know what to do next. Wang Chang and the others nodded in understanding. What else could they do? Since such a person with unlimited potential could not be used by the 8 great families, they could only ensure his downfall. Although Wang Chang and the others felt that the 8 great families were somewhat overbearing, they did not oppose it. Because when facing weaker forces, they would do the same. This was how their family could monopolize the survival path of the alliance. For 100 years, it had always been this way. And although Night Shadow leveled up quickly, they were not slow either, leveraging the triple experience from the first phase of the Exile path, all reaching level 60 in succession. Night Shadow's earlier advantage was gone. What could he use to compete with them? Behind these people, Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered. Yi Chen had indeed seen her just now. However, he did not greet her but instead smiled to himself. This smile made Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly realize Yi Chen must have known her situation and was worried about dragging her into it, which is why he pretended not to know her. Indeed, he still had feelings for her. Bai Xiaoxiao thought to herself. As for the lack of response to her private message, she took it as him being a little man throwing a tantrum. Ha! No matter how strong you are, you will ultimately bow down to me. With this thought, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a surge of confidence. Her perspective was different from the others. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yi Chen was just leveling up quickly. But ever since Yi Chen achieved an SSS rating in the Newcomer secret realm, Bai Xiaoxiao was very clear. Yi Chen's combat power was not that simple. Teaming up with others to take down Yi Chen was clearly not as beneficial as teaming up with Yi Chen to take down these people.
As long as she secured first place, she would have more leverage. By then, she would have more options
in her choices. Zhao Peng, of course, did not notice by Xiao's unusual thoughts. There are too many people right now. Once we enter, don't scatter.
Although Night Shadow is alone, being too careless can easily lead to an ambush. Beside him, Lin Yong scoffed and said, "Don't worry, with me around, no one below level 60 can escape my perception."
Zhao Peng knew that Lin Yong's perception as a shadow assassin was top-notch, so he trusted him quite a bit.
However, they both forgot that when Yi Chen had just disappeared, Lin Yong hadn't detected his presence.
Perhaps, in Lin Yong's
subconscious, he thought Yi Chen had gone invisible too suddenly for him to investigate in time.
Let's go. Inside, that Night Shadow is doomed. After
saying this, Zhao Peng led a few people toward the barrier at the entrance of the maze. Behind them, Bai Xiao followed closely, step by step.
In the city of Dingfeng, at the entrance to the Road of Exile. Look, the first phase is over, and the first place actually has 200 points?
Hiss.
That's outrageous. How could anyone get 200 points? Isn't this Night Shadow alone? He actually outscored the second place by a full 90 points? That's just too ridiculous.
Although there have been many rumors about Night Shadow, seeing such a fierce record in person, I finally understand why the 8 great
families have gathered here. Indeed, if I were one of the 8 families, I wouldn't let such a talent slip away. However, Night Shadow's previous actions have clearly rejected the recruitment from the 8 families. Do you think they will? Shu, are you crazy? Didn't you see the expression on Zhao Lao from the Zhao family right now? Be careful with your head.
The discussions around them were incessant.
Everyone was shocked by the points
of the first place, Night Shadow. At this moment, Zhao Changlin's gaze was fixed on the first line of names on the stone tablet, his expression dark
and inscrutable. He's alone. How did he manage to get 200 points?
Zhao Mo, standing beside him, looked just like his name, silent.
Faced with Zhao Changlin's question, he couldn't come up with an answer. He knew how to achieve 200 points. Killing the most monsters and gaining the most experience could accumulate 160 points. Each round of clearing monsters added 1 point.
To reach 200 points meant that Night Shadow must have gone through 40 rounds.
He was clear that Night Shadow's level when entering the Road of Exile was 60.
This meant the monsters he faced at the end were level 90.
Let alone
a level 60 newcomer who hadn't even undergone a second transition. Even if he were promoted to the second transition, it wouldn't be easy.
Even if Night Shadow truly had exceptional monster clearing abilities, how would he deal with the elites every 10 rounds, aside from the ordinary monsters? He was just one person.
In contrast, the second place, Zhao Peng, had gathered a team with an SSS-level holy priest like Bai Xiao, an SSS-level shadow
assassin like Lin Yong, and an S-level genius like Wang Chang, along with other talented youths from various families.
With such a luxurious lineup, they had only managed to clear 30 rounds, with a total score of 110.
Could it be that Night Shadow's combat power could crush 10 prodigies? That was absurd.
The Zhao family's pride, Zhao Hao, couldn't even achieve this at this stage 2 years ago. No, it wasn't just Zhao Hao.
No one had ever managed to score 200 points in the Road of Exile. This was why the onlookers were so astonished when the first phase of the Road of Exile ended. It was simply too fierce. Faced with Zhao Mo's silence, Zhao Changlin ultimately said nothing.
Because Night Shadow's performance was indeed beyond reason. Even he couldn't understand the cause. They remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, Zhao Mo received a report from his subordinates and then said, "Elder, we've just received the scores reported from other regions."
Speak. Zhao Changlin uttered a single word expressionlessly. In the novice area, controlled by the Qin family, the first place is a team led by Qin Bing, with 190 points.
In the novice area controlled by the Qi family, the first place is a team led by Qi Bai, with 191 points.
Wei family. As each score was announced, Zhao Changlin's expression grew increasingly grim. Looking at the other family's disciples, each had over 190 points.
Yet, their Zhao family only had 110 points this year. This would naturally affect the
competition for the final stage's score rankings.
After all, in the path of exile with millions participating, even a single point could put you ahead
of hundreds.
At this moment, Zhao Peng and the others fell behind other regions by at least 80 points.
Just then, Zhao Mo hesitated and said, "Elder, the young man from the Ji family this year scored 199 points. Wow." Zhao Changlin suddenly stood up. "Are you talking about Ji Ziji?" Zhao Mo nodded. "That's him. Isn't he an SS-level talent?" Does his team have other SSS level awakened ones? Zhao Changlin frowned and asked. No, from what I understand, he is the only SS level in his team.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin's gaze flickered a few times before he said in a deep voice, Is the
Ji family trying to make a comeback? Zhao Mo shook his head. It's not known yet. Zhao Changlin snorted coldly. Does the Ji family really think that by constantly fawning over the Qin family these years, they have a chance to turn things around? Neither our Zhao family nor the other families will give the Ji family any opportunity. Elder, I have some doubts. What doubts?
Zhao Changlin shot a sideways glance at Zhao Mo cautiously asked, although the Ji family is one of the 8 great families, in terms of strength and influence, they are not on par with the other 7
families.
Why? Before Zhao Mo could finish, he was interrupted by Zhao Changlin.
Don't ask what you shouldn't. Hearing Zhao Changlin's almost cold response, Zhao Mo shivered.
Seeing this, Zhao Changlin pondered for a moment and said, You just need to know that this was an agreement made back
then. Unless the 3 above speak, none of our 7 families are willing to take the lead. Those 3? Are you referring to? Zhao Mo was shocked
and was about to inquire further when Zhao Changlin's gaze stopped him. Then, Zhao Changlin seemed unwilling to mention it and changed the subject,
saying, Let's not worry about the Ji family's matters for now. The most important thing is to deal with Yi Ying as soon as possible. Zhao Mo agreed.
Zhao Pang and the disciples from the other families have already been instructed, so results should come soon.
Only then did Zhao Changlin's expression improve slightly. I hope they won't disappoint me.
Inside the path of exile,
the first to enter the maze, Yi Chen quickly surveyed his surroundings. Is it really not possible? Yi Chen had initially thought to enter the maze first and then planned to block the entrance, thus efficiently gathering points while waiting for others. However, once professionals enter the maze, they randomly appear at a certain location within it.
This is to prevent too many people from flooding in at once, causing chaos. Therefore, Yi Chen's plan was thwarted.
Of course, he already knew this, it was taught in textbooks. He was just trying it out. Even if the plan couldn't be executed, he wasn't too disappointed. Because he had another plan.
With this in mind, Yi Chen directly activated his phantom clone.
After 2 clones appeared, they did not linger and swiftly dashed towards 2 different paths under Yi Chen's command.
Just as Yi Chen was about to set off, several figures appeared out of thin air before him.
One woman, upon seeing Yi Chen, was clearly taken aback. It's Yi Ying. However, what answered her was Yi Chen's hundreds of fireballs. Wait. Yi Ying? Wait. Boom. 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 Hundreds of fireballs rained down. The figures hadn't even had time to steady themselves. In an instant, he transformed into a white light and vanished from the spot.
As for the other person's words, Yi Chen simply ignored them.
Right now, it was a battle for plunder. Anyone
could become your enemy, and that woman was foolish enough to speak. It was utterly ridiculous. Shaking his head, Yi Chen did not linger for a moment and
walked towards another fork in the path. Since he couldn't block the entrance to seize points, finding a resurrection point was also a viable method.
Despite the maze being vast enough to accommodate 200,000 to 300,000 people, there were only 3 resurrection points inside.
Coincidentally, he and his clones added up to 3 as well.
Although the combat power of the clones was only 30% of Yi Chen's main body, in Yi Chen's view, that 30% was more than enough to handle the newcomers on the Exile road at this stage. More importantly, that Zhao Pang clearly wanted to deal with him in
this maze. Yi Chen always repaid those who harbored ill intentions towards him.
Moreover, now that the Xiao family was determined to get him, he had even less reason to spare his family. After all, in the novice area, he was invincible. This was beyond doubt. After activating his speed, Yi Chen moved incredibly fast. Along the way, whenever he encountered a professional, he wouldn't waste words, he would directly take their lives with fireballs. Right now, it was a competition for points. Naturally, Yi Chen wouldn't refrain from attacking just because he didn't know the other person. In a short while, he and his 3 clones had killed over 100 people. His points had skyrocketed during this brief period. At this moment, he already had 5,780 points. The number of people he had killed had long surpassed 3 digits. It must be said that killing these professionals was much easier than killing monsters. At least the monsters he encountered came in large groups, while these newcomers were scattered in pairs or threes, with the highest level being just over 40. They were hardly worth considering. However, Yi Chen wasn't fixated on pursuing kills. Because in the Exile road, being killed once meant that all points would be plundered by the opponent. Even if Yi Chen had tens of thousands of points on him at this moment, the result would be the same. Of course, any killed professional could regain points by killing other professionals with points.
The only difference lay in the level of the drops. This year, there were over 200,000 participants in the 702 novice area. And the time for the maze plunder battle was only 5 hours in total. It was clearly unrealistic to kill all 20,000 people within 5 hours. Yi Chen's plan was simple. First, find the resurrection point, and then wait until the time was almost up, when everyone had accumulated a lot of points. Then he would strike to kill them. This way, he could obtain a large number of points all at once. At this moment, Zhao Peng and the others had also begun hunting other professionals. Although their combat power was not as exaggerated as Yi Chen's, they were all above S-class professionals. Moreover, they were equipped with gear invested in by their respective families. Dealing with ordinary people was naturally a piece of cake. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary people to stand out. At this time, Zhao Peng's points had also reached 2,744. Meanwhile, in other areas, Lin Yong and Wang Shang had also broken through 2,000 points. However, there was one exception. That was Bai Xiao. At this moment, Bai Xiao stood alone in a relatively hidden corner. No one passed by here. She wasn't in a hurry about the points, instead, she was trying to contact Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen, I know your concerns. Now that I have separated from Zhao Peng and the others, where are you? I'll come find you. After seeing Yi Chen earlier, Bai Xiao was confident that she could persuade him to help her, so she wasn't worried at all that Yi Chen would ignore her again. Just as Bai Xiao had thought. After seeing the message sent by Bai Xiao, Yi Chen quickly responded. What do you want to do? Just say it directly. Bai Xiao looked at Yi Chen slightly indifferent tone, knowing that this man was still stubbornly clinging to that ridiculous pride. If it were before, she would have been absolutely unhappy. But right now, she still needed Yi Chen. She didn't bother to dwell on it and instead spoke with the gentlest words. Brother Yi Chen, you know how I've felt about you these past 3 years. It was the Bai family that forced us apart. At first, I thought you only had F-level talent, so when we met again in the practitioner hall, I was worried that being too close would put you at risk with the Bai family around, which is why I said hurtful things to you. However, I still took the opportunity to give you a bit of eternal coins, just to let you know that I still love you. Can't you feel it? On the other side, Yi Chen saw the contents sent by Bai Xiao and his hand trembled. He accidentally flung the fireball spell away. Perhaps it was good luck, the misdirected fireball landed squarely on a newly appeared unfortunate soul. This unexpectedly earned Yi Chen another 23 points. Bai Xiao really dares to say anything, has she no shame? Yi Chen was speechless. Whether on the school playground or in the practitioner hall, Bai Xiao's high and mighty cold attitude was not fake. Did she really think of him as a little boy who had never seen a woman? However, when he had just decided to reply to Bai Xiao, Yi Chen already had a plan. So, he suppressed his disgust and replied, I know what you mean, you want me to help you deal with Zhao Peng and the others, right? Brother Yi Chen, you are as smart as ever. That's right. Zhao Peng and Wang Chang have long secretly conspired that as long as you refuse to join the 8 great families, they will team up with others to hunt you down, kill you to level 0, and then completely erase you. So, your only way out now is to temporarily join the Bai family, just like me. Yi Chen looked at Bai Xiao's words and thought to himself, as expected, but if you're going to act, you have to do it thoroughly. But I disdain joining the 8 great families. What benefit is there in joining the Bai family? Bai Xiao's message quickly came back. Brother Yi Chen, you were so annoying, thinking about such things at a time like this. Yi Chen blinked, a bit puzzled. He didn't understand what Bai Xiao meant. What was he thinking about? However, Bai Xiao quickly sent another message. My heart has always been with you, whether you join the Bai family or not, I am yours. Upon seeing this content, Yi Chen suddenly realized. Then he felt a bit amused. He was just thinking of completing the act, but unexpectedly, this woman misunderstood it to mean something else. How interesting. But this was even better, saving him the trouble of explaining. In that case, you find an opportunity to gather Zhao Peng and the others, then guide them to one of the resurrection points, and after that, send me the coordinates. I will naturally find a way to help you deal with them. Bai Xiao saw Yi Chen's reply. Her beautiful lips gradually curved into a smile. Ha! The fish is hooked. Receiving Yi Chen's affirmative response, Bai Xiao was overjoyed. After confirming some details with Yi Chen, she took the initiative to contact Zhao Peng and the others. Thus, her carefully prepared plan was officially set in motion. First, she would use Yi Chen to eliminate Zhao Peng and the others, and then in the final stage, help herself secure the first place. After leaving the path of exile, she would push all the blame onto Yi Chen. In this way, she could not only ensure
A smooth victory in the path of exile and receive generous rewards, but also distance herself completely from the situation. This plan was simply flawless. In the path of exile, each practitioner could not see others' scores, only their own current score. But outside, the points on the stone tablet are updated in real time. Therefore, at the beginning, when Yi Chen's points were far ahead, Zhao Changlin and the others' expressions darkened again. However, as time passed, everyone soon noticed that the points of Night Shadow had inexplicably stagnated. On the contrary, Zhao Peng's rate of gaining points was increasing rapidly. In no time, he completely surpassed Night Shadow, becoming the current leader on the leaderboard. Following closely were Lin Yang and Wang Chang. Night Shadow, who had held the first place for over a day, suddenly fell out of the top 10. Looking at such results, Zhao Changlin finally had a hint of a smile on his face. It seems that Night Shadow's methods are only effective against monsters. Once it comes to real combat, he clearly lacks follow-up strength. Beside him, Zhao Mo also smiled relaxedly, agreeing, in that case, as long as Zhao Peng and the others find an opportunity, Night Shadow will definitely not be able to walk out of the exile path alive. At this moment, upon hearing these words, the thorn that had been lodged in Zhao Changlin's heart was finally pulled out. And he couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, not far away at the Bai family's encampment, Bai Shanhe was feeling extremely anxious. He no longer cared about Night Shadow's situation, because he realized that quite a bit of time had passed since the second phase of the exile path began, yet he still couldn't find Bai Xiaoxiao's name on the stone tablet. The tablet only displayed the top 1,000 names. This meant that Bai Xiaoxiao was far behind everyone else. But according to Bai Xiaoxiao's strength, this was simply impossible. This made Bai Shanhe very worried. Bai Xiaoxiao was the only SSS-level talent awakened in the Bai family in decades. Moreover, the talent and intelligence Bai Xiaoxiao had shown during this time had greatly surprised Bai Shanhe. He had invested a tremendous amount of resources in her training, and he had already decided that after this exile path, he would let Bai Xiaoxiao enter the Bai family's elder group and become an elder. That way, Bai Xiaoxiao would become a true core member of the Bai family. Of course, the premise was that Bai Xiaoxiao must sign a binding contract. Bai Shanhe was not afraid of Bai Xiaoxiao betraying the Bai family, rather, he was worried that an unrestrained side branch could eventually turn the tables and take control of the Bai family. This was something Bai Shanhe would never allow to happen. Bai Xiaoxiao, what are you doing in there? Bai Shanhe looked at the stone tablet, murmuring to himself. Inside the exile maze. As time passed, more and more newcomers were killed, their points reset to 0. Now, most of the points were concentrated in the hands of a few. Meanwhile, after a series of frantic dashes, Yi Chen finally found a resurrection point. It must be said that this resurrection point was ridiculously large. As far as the eye could see, there was a dense crowd, with no end in sight. However, this was also normal. Most ordinary newcomers entered the exile path just for the triple experience. They were self-aware, knowing that with their mediocre strength, it was impossible to achieve any results in the second phase. Blindly competing for points would only cause their levels to drop even more. Therefore, most of these people would just slack off at the resurrection point after being killed, having no intention of leaving. However, the resurrection point was not a safe zone. They could still be killed. There were not a few madmen who had tried in the past. However, the final result was that these slacking newcomers banded together to kill them. After all, I can give you points, but life is only one. Of course, most people, seeing that their wristbands had lost their points, naturally wouldn't randomly slaughter them. Thus, after decades of development, everyone tacitly accepted this rule. At this moment, Yi Chen had just arrived at the resurrection point. The newcomers lying flat at the resurrection point recognized him. Look, it's Night Shadow. Ah, it really is him. I didn't know he was this handsome. What is the big guy Night Shadow doing at the resurrection point? Ha ha. I know, he must be cornered by Zhao Peng and the others, so he wants to hide among us? But that's useless. There are so many people here, he can't hide at all. I guess Night Shadow is also forced into a corner, planning to take a dead horse as a live one. TSK. He was so arrogant at the entrance earlier, thought he really had some skills, but now it seems he was just bluffing. Sigh. The Xiao family is too overbearing, it's so hard for us ordinary people to get ahead. It's clearly his own stubbornness. The 8 great families have extended olive branches, but he turned a blind eye. He deserves this outcome. Have you been kneeling for too long to stand up? Who the hell are you talking about? Talking about you, what's wrong? I'm a level 46 warrior, come and fight if you're not convinced. Put. Is level 46 impressive? I won't stoop to your level. The noisy voices reached Yi Chen's ears, but he didn't care. At this moment, he had already informed by Xiao about his situation at the resurrection point. Ever since they hit it off earlier, Yi-Chen and Bai Xiao had been exchanging information closely. Naturally, Yi-Chen was also aware of Zhao Pang and the others' overall plan. Clearly, everyone understood. Leaving the path of exile, the next time the 8 great families wanted to catch Yi-Chen again, the chances were extremely slim. Unless Yi-Chen appeared on his own. Therefore, the 8 great families wanted to kill him down to level 0, completely erasing him. Just as he had guessed earlier. Of course, even if it weren't for this reason, these prodigies would still take the opportunity to kill him a few more times. This would also slow down Yi-Chen's leveling speed, making him lose the chance to compete for the title of Newcomer King. Don't expect these prodigies to adhere to the default rules of the resurrection point. Those rules only apply to ordinary professionals who pose no threat to them. At this moment, Bai Xiao had already successfully joined up with Zhao Pang and the others. It was likely that Zhao Pang and the others would come looking for her after receiving the information. In fact, Yi-Chen didn't even need to tell Bai Xiao himself. With so many people at the resurrection point, there were bound to be some who wanted to curry favor with the Xiao family. Just the moment he appeared, he keenly noticed that many people were lowering their heads, seemingly reporting back. Yi-Chen didn't stop them. Now, all he had to do was wait. However, there are always some people who can't recognize reality. Sure enough, when Yi-Chen appeared, a small portion of the crowd began to stir. They had clearly heard Zhao Peng's earlier threats against Night Shadow. Now that they had finally encountered Night Shadow and he was all alone, these people whispered among themselves. Immediately, they moved out of the crowd in a coordinated manner. At this moment, Yi-Chen still stood dazed outside. It seemed he hadn't noticed their actions. Soon, dozens of figures suddenly sprang out from the crowd. In a flash, under the astonished gazes of countless people, they launched a sneak attack on Night Shadow. These people coordinated fairly well. In the blink of an eye, countless skills came crashing down towards Yi-Chen. At the same time, they saw that Yi-Chen had not reacted, still standing there in a daze. Countless skills struck Yi-Chen, producing a thunderous explosion. Joy was evident on their faces. Ha ha! The newcomer is nothing special. Kill him, maybe I can enter the Dragon Abyss Legion's reserve camp. However, just as these people were reveling in their excitement, hundreds of fireballs appeared out of thin air. They moved so fast that they could barely see them. The next moment, a sky full of sparks illuminated the space. The intense heat instantly melted these attackers. At the same time, Yi-Chen's figure reappeared before everyone. A faint shield enveloped him, subtly radiating light. This scene instantly left the newcomers dumbfounded. They had just witnessed over 50 people attacking him. However, not only was Yi-Chen unharmed, but with a mere wave of his hand, he annihilated all the assailants. Some unfortunate lucky ones, caught too close, were also affected and revived once more. Yi-Chen's astonishing display of power immediately rendered the entire resurrection point eerily silent. Yi-Chen paid no mind to this. His gaze continuously searched the crowd for the one who had just attacked him. But unfortunately, there were simply too many people here. Although that group remained in shock, they had not lost their wits to rush out. This made Yi-Chen's brow involuntarily furrow. He couldn't possibly kill all these thousands of people just because of a bunch of clowns, could he? But even then, it would only result in those people losing levels. Unless he killed everyone down to level 0. After some thought, Yi-Chen ultimately shook his head and chose not to act. For one, doing so would be a waste of time and effort. Moreover, he had a plan that required these people. If he wiped them all out, where would he go to execute his plan? Just as Yi-Chen was pondering, a small team of 10 professionals suddenly seemed to muster their courage and stepped out from the resurrection point. The rest of the people behind them looked on in astonishment, not understanding what they intended to do. After all, the combat power Yi-Chen had just displayed had exceeded their comprehension. Did they really intend to fight? What was the difference between that and seeking death? Naturally, these individuals were unaware of the thoughts of the others behind them. They quickly maneuvered around Yi-Chen from the other side. Clearly, they did not wish to confront Yi-Chen but rather wanted to leave through the exit behind him. This was also the only passage from the resurrection point. However, an unexpected event occurred. Yi-Chen, who had been motionless, suddenly blocked their path. Oh, going to report? The 10 members of the team changed their expressions upon seeing this. The burly man at the front quickly said, "No, you misunderstood. We just want to compete for some points." Swish! Before he could finish his sentence, hundreds of fireballs engulfed them. This sudden action left the newcomers at the resurrection point completely bewildered. Why did they suddenly attack? Those people had just revived and had no points on them. The crowd couldn't make sense of it.
Yi Chen had no intention of explaining. He had just seen someone in this team with their head down, clearly reporting to Xiao Peng. Of course, Yi Chen wasn't certain. That was why he had asked tentatively. Even though the other party reacted quickly and denied it outright, there was still a moment when the others behind him felt guilty. Yi Chen saw through their reactions completely. Moreover, Yi Chen had only mentioned reporting, without specifying what it was about. The other party's immediate denial only served to confirm Yi Chen's suspicions. Naturally, Yi Chen was eager for Xiao Peng to arrive soon. But that didn't prevent him from striking down these few who wanted to use him for their own gain. Night Shadow. I don't even know you. The ones who attacked you just now weren't us. Why did you come out and slaughter us? A voice came from the resurrection point. Soon, the burly man who had answered Yi Chen earlier had pushed his way to the front of the crowd, blaring at Yi Chen. However, the response he received was still hundreds of fireballs overwhelming the burly man. After losing 2 levels in a row, the burly man immediately turned red with rage. Night Shadow, you are openly violating the rules of the resurrection point. Do you want to make an enemy of everyone? This time, the man had learned his lesson. He hid among the crowd, not daring to show his face. He didn't believe Yi Chen would dare to act against him in the face of everyone's anger. Meanwhile, the newcomers who had been watching in shock were all taken aback by his words. Everyone's gaze was warily fixed on Night Shadow. However, they had no intention of taking action. It wasn't that they lacked courage. Rather, they were completely stunned by Yi Chen's unpredictable fireball technique. Whose fireball technique has hundreds of them? Some quick-reacting newcomers couldn't help but show their shock on their faces. Yi Chen's fireball technique can kill in an instant? How is that possible? Everyone's levels were roughly the same. Even if you leveled up faster, you would still only be at level 60 like Xiao Peng and the others. Not to mention level 60, even if you were level 90, this low-level fireball technique couldn't possibly kill in an instant. Suddenly, many people recalled that when Night Shadow first entered the Eternal Life world, he had crazily bought fireball techniques. Could it be that his talent was a mutation of the fireball technique? Unfortunately, no one dared to ask Yi Chen. Yi Chen also ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd. He looked at the burly man in the crowd and slowly raised his left hand. I'll give you 10 seconds, if you don't want to be accidentally harmed, stay away from him. Wow! Yi Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it fell on everyone's ears like a clap of thunder. Yi Chen actually planned to take action at the resurrection point, disregarding everyone's lives? 10, 9, 8, Yi Chen counted softly. The newcomers who reacted saw that Yi Chen seemed serious. They all let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged to the sides. The burly man's face changed drastically upon seeing this. You guys? Unfortunately, his words were once again cut off as he was submerged by hundreds of fireballs. After being resurrected, the burly man wanted to speak again, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he quickly shut it. He realized that Night Shadow had no intention of reasoning with him. If he angered the other party again, he could very well die once more. He had just managed to level up to 38. He never expected that just because he had the thought of helping Xiao Peng find the way, he would lose 3 levels for no reason. Adding in the initial death, he was now only at level 34. He had no idea how much time it would take to make up for that experience. At that moment, the burly man's heart was bleeding. However, just as the burly man was conceding and dared not show his face, Yi Chen spoke again. If anyone wants to send a message, that's fine too. You all should have picked up a whirlwind/skill stone during the first phase, right? The crowd was unclear why Yi Chen asked this and hesitated to respond. Yi Chen glanced at their reactions and smiled. I'm a reasonable person. If you want to leave here, it will cost you a whirlwind/skill stone as a toll. Don't worry that I'm trying to fool you. After all, you should be clear about the damage I just demonstrated. If I really wanted to slaughter you, even if you all combined, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. His domineering words made many feel humiliated. But thinking back to the scene where Yi Chen killed the burly man in an instant, it was undeniable that Yi Chen was speaking the truth. Thus, everyone chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. There was plenty of time. Sure enough, after a while, someone couldn't help but speak up. However, the person who spoke was hiding in the crowd, not daring to show their face. Night Shadow. We mean you no harm, on the contrary, we admire you a bit. After all, you have achieved this much as an ordinary person, which really gives us ordinary people a sense of pride. So, could you do us a favor? My friends and I just want to go out and compete for points. Yi Chen smiled. No problem. The person said in surprise, thank you so much. Yi Chen interrupted the other person's gratitude unhurriedly. However, the condition I just mentioned stands, 1 whirlwind/skill stone, and you and your team can leave. Why are you like this? The person was clearly a bit angry. Aren't you being too domineering? I don't even know you, why should I give you face? Yi-chan said with a laugh. Besides, this is a points competition. If you go out to compete for points and happen to surpass me, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? The person hiding in the crowd was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Yi-chan's words were not unreasonable, but it made him feel frustrated. However, at that moment, someone walked out from the resurrection point. Night Shadow, I have the whirlwind/skill stone. If I give it to you, you really won't make a move? Yi-chan smiled slightly. Of course. Great. I believe you. Saying this, the person walked towards Yi-chan with a group of teammates. He then took out a whirlwind/skill stone from his backpack and handed it to Yi-chan. After that, he strode out. His teammates followed closely behind, looking vigilant and anxious. Countless gazes from behind were fixed on them. Until this group of people passed Yi-chan and left through the passage, everyone inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. They really went past? Unbelievable. Isn't Night Shadow afraid they will go find Xiao Peng to report and bring Xiao Peng here? I can't figure it out. Night Shadow should be a mage, no doubt about it. The problem is, I also have the whirlwind/skill stone, and its effect isn't particularly powerful. Is it really worth putting oneself in danger for a whirlwind/skill stone? If I had known it was this simple, I should have gone for it first. Although the whirlwind/skill stone can sell for some money, I wanted to earn more points to strive for the final stage. TCH. Night Shadow already has the whirlwind slash. What's the use of saying this now? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Yi-chan couldn't help but say, maybe you misunderstood. I never said I only wanted one whirlwind slash. Everyone was taken aback, looking at Yi-chan in disbelief. Yi-chan continued, as long as you give me the whirlwind slash, I'll let you leave. You can give me as many as you have. No upper limit. After a pause, Yi-chan said in a highly tempting tone, think about it, how much is one whirlwind slash worth? If you leave here, find Xiao Peng and report to him. Bringing him back here, wouldn't you have successfully established a connection with those prodigies? This reward is certainly not something a small whirlwind/skill stone can compare to. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. No one could figure out what Night Shadow was really trying to do. However, Night Shadow's words were indeed very tempting. If they could bring Xiao Peng and the others here, regardless of whether they could truly establish a connection, considering Xiao family's status, any reward they casually offered would exceed the value of the whirlwind slash. In an instant, countless people were tempted. Even if Night Shadow went back on his word, it would only mean losing a level. At worst, they could hide in the crowd after dying. Night Shadow surely wouldn't attack everyone just because of this, right? More and more people began to stir. 1, 2. Soon, some started to walk out from the resurrection point. Seeing the scene, Yi-chan couldn't help but smile widely. Now, he could quickly collect an incredible number of whirlwind slashes. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. The joy of getting something for nothing was simply too delightful. As for whether these people would think of him as domineering and unreasonable, Yi-chan didn't care at all. Not killing them was already his greatest mercy. Moreover, compared to himself, the 8 great families, no, it should be any family with some strength within the alliance, his actions were already quite mild. With the first demonstration, the subsequent transactions became incredibly smooth. As the number of people at the resurrection point continued to decrease, Yi-chan quickly accumulated over 200 whirlwind slashes. But it was only a little over 200. Don't be fooled by the 20,000 newcomers in the 702 novice area this year. However, in the first phase, there were actually some casualties. This is something that happens every year in the Path of Exile. Therefore, at the very beginning, some timid newcomers, or those planning to take it easy, chose not to enter the Path of Exile. Then, during the monster farming period of the first phase, although the danger was not great, there were still some casualties every year. As a result, the actual number of newcomers entering the second phase of the Path of Exile was not that many. In the end, this was just one of the 3 resurrection points. At a glance, there were only a few tens of thousands of people. And not all of these people could reach the skill stone for whirlwind slash. After all, they didn't have a drop rate as terrifying as Yi-chan's. Even if some lucky professionals managed to obtain whirlwind slash, many of them had no intention of leaving the resurrection point. So, after a few more minutes, Yi-chan had harvested a total of 285 whirlwind slash stones, adding the ones he had learned before, he just reached 300 stones. During this trading period, Yi-chan unexpectedly made a gain. He unexpectedly traded for 50 fireball skills. This was something he hadn't anticipated. After all, newcomers at this stage were not supposed to have the opportunity to obtain fireball. However, after inquiring, Yi-Chen suddenly realized
the fireball skills in these newcomers' hands were ones they had spent a lot of money to pick up. They were hoping to wait for the price to rise before selling them. They just didn't expect to encounter
Yi-Chen here. As a result, they ended up not making a single cent from their intended resale and instead lost several thousand. This couldn't help but make Yi-Chen chuckle in disbelief.
He weighed the skill stones in his hand. At this point, those who were supposed to leave had already left, and the remaining people still had no intention of coming out from
the resurrection point.
After thinking for a moment, since Zhao Pang and the others hadn't arrived yet, Yi-Chen simply took the time to learn all the whirlwind slash and fireball skills. A total of 335 skill stones. In an instant, his intelligence soared to 6,629 points, and his health directly broke through the 300,000 mark. At this rate of development,
he was not far from that million health point.
At this moment, the total number of fireball skills officially reached 100. Now, with a single fireball skill, under the effect of double casting, it turned into a full 600 fireballs. If he added the two clones, 1,800 fireballs would descend simultaneously. The spectacle alone was enough to rival a forbidden spell. As for the power, a single fireball's damage reached 15,960 points, and even without double casting, Yi-Chen's total damage from a fireball skill had already reached a terrifying
4.78 million. Theoretically, Yi-Chen's damage per second had now reached a horrifying 19.15 million, just shy of breaking the 20 million mark. Moreover, this fireball skill also
carried the resistance reduction effect of Lava Blade.
At the same time, with the whirlwind slash reaching 300, its total damage also skyrocketed to a terrifying 3.35 million. Now,
besides fireball, he also possessed two offensive means, wind and dark elements.
With these three types of skills, Yi-Chen could completely avoid the previous predicament of only
having single fire damage in the underground cave.
This kind of power gave Yi-Chen more confidence against the 8 great families.
More importantly, after learning 335 skills, he had enough skill seeds for fusion. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen immediately initiated skill fusion.
Ding! Congratulations, you have fused fireball
and whirlwind slash, resulting in a miraculous change between the two. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a new fusion skill, Flame Whirlwind. Ding! Congratulations, you have fused fireball with whirlwind slash. After a moment, Yi-Chen fused 50 flame whirlwinds, bringing the total to 65. At this point, there were still 135 whirlwind slashes left to be fused. However, Yi-Chen did not plan to fuse whirlwind slash with night erosion.
Firstly, his overall attributes and damage, as well as skill, control and combinations, had already met his needs. Adding another skill wouldn't significantly enhance his capabilities. Moreover, after the end of the Path of Exile, he believed that other practitioners in the novice zones would also list whirlwind slash on the trading market.
But night erosion was something Yi-Chen had encountered for the first time, and he was unsure if there were any drop points elsewhere. Therefore, he didn't want to waste the night erosion skill and planned to save it for future fusion with fireball. After all, the Embrace of Netherfire combined both damage increase and slow effects, and the more he fused, the better the outcome would undoubtedly be.
Having thought it through, Yi-Chen stopped the fusion process. He then continued to open his equipment panel.
After obtaining the essence of wind, he had gained a new ability called Blessing of Wind.
However, due to the
rush to enter the second phase of the Path of Exile, he hadn't had the chance to use it.
The effect of Blessing of Wind was similar to that of a smelting furnace. It could infuse equipment with pure wind power, thereby unlocking its potential and granting special effects.
Yi-Chen first took out his weapon.
Ding! Do you want to apply Blessing of Wind to the Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff, mythical? Yi-Chen silently thought, yes. Immediately, countless pure
wind elements surged rapidly into the Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff. Around the staff, red and yellow elements intertwined, wind and fire swirling together.
Ding!
Your Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff, mythical, has been influenced by pure wind power, unlocking its inner potential, and gaining the effect
of Blessing of Wind, wind skill level +3, another skill level increase of 3?
Yi-Chen was somewhat surprised, but after seeing the damage of Whirlwind Slash and Flame Whirlwind, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Whirlwind Slash, advanced, consumes 60 mana points, unleashes a spinning wind blade, dealing 720 plus 1.1 intelligence points of wind damage to the target and knocking it back.
Flame Whirlwind, fusion, consumes 1000 mana points.
Unleashes a fiery storm, dealing 1450 plus 1.6 * intelligence points of fire wind damage to all targets within a radius of 5 meters, while also knocking back the target. Cooldown
2 seconds. Both wind-related skills received substantial enhancements.
In fact, the single damage of Whirlwind Slash had already surpassed that of
Fireball, reaching 16,553 points. Although the total damage still lagged behind Fireball, even so, Yi Chen's wind damage was now sufficient to become another powerful means for him. After all, aside from damage, Whirlwind Slash also had a knockback effect. With 300 Whirlwind Slashes, no one could get close to him. The effect of the wind's blessing on the weapon surprised Yi Chen greatly. With a hint of anticipation, Yi Chen proceeded to bless all the other mythic equipment. After being blessed, the Endless Chain of Life gained an increase in the projectile speed of all wind-based skills. The Plague Source Ring, after being blessed, received a 50% boost in movement speed. The Phantom Amulet, after being blessed, gained an enhancement to the effects of equipped skills. The first skill, Void Phantom, now grants a shield that absorbs all damage for 60 seconds, equal to 20% of his maximum health after use. With Yi Chen's online health reaching 315,890 points, this meant that after using Void Phantom, he would receive a shield capable of withstanding over 60,000 damage. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen's survivability had become significantly stronger. As for the effect of the second Phantom clone after enhancement, it brought Yi Chen immense joy. The clone originally inherited only 30% of the main body's attributes, but now it directly increased to 40%. That's a full 10% increase. With the enhancement from the wind's blessing, Yi Chen's cloning ability had become even more formidable. For a moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel. The Path of Exile had just completed its first phase not long ago. His combat power had undergone a tremendous transformation. The magnitude of this change made Yi Chen feel somewhat unreal. At this moment, he felt confident. If he were to face a level 186 transformation class player, he could easily defeat them. Even against a 7 transformation player, as long as their talent or equipment was slightly weaker, they wouldn't necessarily pose a threat to him. This ensured that when he entered the beginner area later, he would have absolute self-protection capabilities. If the 8 great families wanted to deal with him, they would at least have to send out 8 transformation players. However, 8 transformation players were already considered high-end combat power in the Eternal Life world. Within top forces like the 8 great families, 8 transformation players held significant status. Once they took action, it would alert countless factions. Not to mention the 9 transformation peerless powerhouses above them, who were already the pyramid existence within the alliance. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Yi Chen blessed the remaining equipment as well. But compared to the potential of the mythic gear, the blessing effects on the other equipment could only be considered a bonus. Yi Chen merely glanced at them before closing the panel. Just then, a wave of curses suddenly erupted from the resurrection point. Yi Chen looked over in confusion. He saw a group of people storming towards him angrily. Damn it, those guys actually ambushed us, how despicable. These assassins are too treacherous, they don't even dare to face us head-on. Look at them, it's obvious many of them fell into their trap. Tiangu, they must still be nearby, let's go over and take them out. Right, I can't let my level drop for nothing. This group of people cursed as they walked past Yi Chen. At this moment, they didn't regard Yi Chen as a threat, but that didn't mean Yi Chen didn't take them seriously. Yi Chen leisurely extended a hand to stop them. Sorry, Tolfi, 1 whirlwind slash or fireball. Yi Chen's words caused the previously cursing group to pause in their tracks. One guy, still fuming, blurted out without thinking, "What the hell, didn't we just give you one?" Yi Chen wasn't angry, he smiled and said, "You did give one, so I let you pass earlier, but now that you're dead again, you naturally have to pay the toll again to get through." You? That person couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, a rational companion quickly stopped him. However, the companion's expression was also somewhat uncertain at this moment. Ying, are you being too excessive with this? We didn't hold it against you before, we cooperated with you, but aren't you afraid of provoking everyone's anger by pushing your luck like this? Yi Chen chuckled lightly. You don't need to worry about that, the rules here are just like this. If you don't want to comply, then you can go back. Upon hearing this, the other party felt a surge of anger. Night Shadow, don't forget that you are currently Xiao Peng's hunting target. By doing this, you are only pushing everyone towards Xiao Peng's side. When the time comes, you'll be isolated and it will be hard for you to escape. Yi Chen smiled at the words but did not explain further. Then let's wait for Xiao Peng to arrive before we talk. Anyway, I've already stated the rules, you can discuss it among yourselves. What if we insist on going over? Someone in the group finally couldn't hold back and said indignantly. Yi Chen glanced at the person, his expression unchanged. However, the next moment, countless strange black energies rapidly enveloped the entire team. Dark Night Soul Erosion. There was no suspense. The team of 10 returned to the resurrection point once again, and all of them dropped levels again. At this moment, Yi Chen's voice echoed softly. You all seem quite angry. I'll help you cool down for free, no need to thank me. The team of professionals turned pale upon hearing this. They finally woke up to the reality. Despite their indignation, no one dared to speak up anymore. After all, this Night Shadow acted without any scruples, killing them at will and completely ignoring the rules here. Such a person is a madman. A devil. It wasn't just this small team that thought so. After witnessing Yi Chen's blatant slaughter of the week, everyone was once again shocked by his ruthlessness. For a moment, the previously quiet resurrection point became even more silent. This strange atmosphere made everyone feel an unbearable sense of torment. Many began to hope that this path of exile would end soon. They truly did not want to stay with this Night Shadow. Many who were hiding at the back began to whisper among themselves. If you ask me, we should quickly find Xiao Pang and the others. This Night Shadow is too unruly. Yeah. I've never seen anyone dare to block tens of thousands of people at the resurrection point like he does. Relying on a bit of strength to act recklessly like this, forcing everyone to pay a toll, what's the difference from being a robber? Clearly, those people had already paid once before. Who would have thought they would have to pay a second time? If it were me, I couldn't stand this kind of anger. Humph. You can't stand it, but what can you do? Do you dare to fight that Night Shadow? You can't say that. Even if I can't win, am I not allowed to vent my frustrations? Sigh. What about Zhao Pang and Bai Xiao? Aren't they supposed to deal with Night Shadow? Why are they so slow to act? Who knows? I originally wanted to go out and take a chance to see if I could earn some points, but unfortunately, I don't have what Night Shadow wants, so I'm stuck here. It's so unlucky. Everyone exchanged words, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Night Shadow's domineering actions. However, the strange skills Night Shadow had displayed earlier truly instilled fear in them. No one was confident they could survive under that terrifying fireball technique. Therefore, at this moment, they could only wait. In their view, although Night Shadow's strength was somewhat outrageous, Zhao Pang and his group were all elites. As long as they came together, they would definitely be able to deal with Night Shadow. Whether it was the powerful hopes of these people that somehow reached Zhao Pang or just a coincidence, just as the crowd was murmuring complaints, an incredibly arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Night Shadow. Finally, I've found you. I didn't expect you to hide here at the resurrection point, slaughtering a bunch of trash. It seems your abilities are only this much. But that's fine, since you've chosen your own grave, it saves me a lot of time. As soon as the words fell, about 30 figures walked in from the passage. At the forefront was Zhao Pang, whom everyone had just been talking about. At this moment, over 30 professionals had gathered behind him. The tens of thousands of newcomers at the resurrection point showed expressions of joy upon seeing the arrivals. It's Zhao Pang. He finally came. That's Bai Xiao, and there's Wang Chang and Lin Yong. Ha ha. And Suyu, who was competing with Bai Xiao for the boss in Blackwater Canyon. I didn't expect them to come too. Wait, there are also the Chen family, the Zhang family, the Huang family. Don't count anymore, almost all the second tier and above forces from Yun province are here. Look, more people are coming. I recognize several of them, they are from our Yun province's third tier forces. Great. There are actually 50 or 60 of them, and each one is an elite. The pride of Yun province, Night Shadow can't be arrogant now. Serves them right. Who told them to be so domineering, blocking tens of thousands of us? Now they'll have a taste of their own medicine. The low murmurs of excitement from behind did not catch Yi Chen's attention. After all, he had freeloaded so many skill stones, so it was only natural to let them vent a little. He wasn't someone who liked to nitpick. At this moment, all his focus was on Zhao Pang and the others. After waiting so long, the prey had finally arrived in a flurry. Moreover, the number of prey was even more than he had anticipated. This was somewhat beyond Yi Chen's expectations. Bai Xiao had told him earlier that Zhao Pang had gathered about 20 talents from different forces in Yun province. Yet now, nearly 60 people had shown up. This was something Bai Xiao hadn't mentioned to him. Seeing this, Yi Chen's gaze inadvertently swept towards Bai Xiao, who was standing behind him. She cast him a slightly aggrieved apologetic look. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Pretending to be unaware? This woman was still the same as ever. Playing mind games with him? Yi Chen understood Bai Xiao's thoughts. She was merely trying to test him a little. After all, how strong he really was mostly known from the world. Announcements. Bai Xiao had never truly witnessed it. Therefore, she probably thought she couldn't contend with these 60 people and intended to test him. If he lost, she would just pretend nothing had happened. If he won, that would be even better. Her calculations were indeed sharp. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If you want to reap the benefits, you have to see if I agree.
With that thought, Yichen directly spoke up, adopting a deeply affectionate tone. Xiao, earlier you said that as long as I kill Zhao Peng and these people, the head of the Bai family would agree to let me join the Bai family. You really didn't lie to me, did you? This sudden remark caused Bai Xiaoxiao's heart to tremble. It also left everyone present in an uproar. A wave of eager discussions erupted from behind. What does Night Shadow mean by that? I don't know, but from the tone, it seems like Night Shadow and Bai Xiaoxiao have some kind of relationship. No way? Bai Xiaoxiao is our district's recognized goddess. I haven't heard of any interaction between her and Night Shadow. Unlike this group of ordinary professionals, Zhao Peng's gaze sharpened as he looked at Bai Xiaoxiao after hearing Yi Chen's words. Bai Xiaoxiao, what does Night Shadow mean by that? Night Shadow was Yi Chen, and Zhao Peng was naturally well aware of Yi Chen's information. He also understood Bai Xiaoxiao's attitude towards Yi Chen before the awakening. Therefore, when Yi Chen said this, it inevitably raised his suspicions. After all, Zhao Peng was very clear about Bai Xiaoxiao's initial disdain towards him. Hearing Zhao Peng's question, Wang Cheng, Lin Yon, and others behind him also turned their gazes towards Bai Xiaoxiao in unison, their eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Seeing everyone looking at her with a vigilant demeanor, and noticing Yi Chen not far away with a smiling expression, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a wave of pressure. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes betrayed a hint of anger. Damn it, what is this idiot even talking about? Although it caught her off guard for a moment, Bai Xiaoxiao quickly regained her composure. Yi Chen's childish words posed no real threat to her. Instead, they would only shatter their cooperation and push her firmly to Zhao Peng's side. This was not a wise move. She couldn't understand why Yi Chen was being so foolish. Didn't he realize that without her covert assistance, he would be powerless against the siege of 50 or 60 people? Of course, this was not the true reason for Bai Xiaoxiao's anger. What truly infuriated her was that all her meticulous planning had now gone to waste. How could she not be angry? And just as she thought, after a brief moment of shock, Zhao Peng had already reacted. He looked at Yi Chen and said disdainfully, Night Shadow, weren't you particularly arrogant outside? Now that you're cornered, you can even spout such a clumsy lie. It seems the 8 great families have indeed overestimated you. Pang Xiao, why waste words on a guy who doesn't know his place? Exactly, he thinks he's gained some fortune and dares to look down on the 8 great families. It's time to teach him a lesson and make him see reality. Zhao Peng, who had initially shown some interest in Yi Chen, lost all desire to waste time when he saw Yi Chen's clownish words. He said coldly, make your move. As soon as he finished speaking, the impatient crowd behind him immediately sprang into action. Although these people spoke disdainfully of Yi Chen, no one was foolish enough to challenge him one-on-one given his previous achievements. Their goal was to kill Night Shadow. Thus, a group attack was the best and fastest choice. No one believed Yi Chen could survive their combined assault. On the opposite side, watching the actions of the group, Yi Chen was not surprised. That previous remark was merely to annoy Bai Xiaoxiao. In the face of absolute power, he didn't need any tricks. Of course, even though Yi Chen was confident he could emerge unscathed against nearly 60 people, standing there to be beaten was a foolish thing to do. This was murder, not child's play. So, at the moment the others attacked, Yi Chen directly unleashed the fireball technique. In an instant, 600 fiery fireballs appeared before him without warning, filling the entire maze with their scorching presence. The elite of Yun province, led by Zhao Peng, looked at this bizarre scene with astonishment. Even Bai Xiaoxiao, who could roughly guess that Yi Chen's combat power was extraordinary, was still taken aback by the terrifying rain of fireballs before her. However, compared to the others, the most shocked was Zhao Peng, who was also a mage and primarily focused on fire magic. At the moment Yi Chen cast the fireball technique, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. This is... Unfortunately, he had just begun to speak when the 600 fireballs came crashing down. The speed was such that even Lin Yong, the fastest shadow assassin in the crowd, couldn't evade them. In the next moment, boom, boom, boom. The 600 fireballs rained down like a torrential flood. The scorching red energy roared like a raging river, obliterating everything in its path. A terrifying wave of heat swept across the entire space. Even the tens of thousands of newcomers at the revival point behind them, despite being at a distance, were still startled by this violent energy. They had already witnessed the power of Yi Chen's fireball technique earlier. However, the sheer number of fireballs Yi Chen displayed at this moment shattered their previous understanding. Everyone was left in a state of shock, their mouths agape. As the instigator, Yi Chen was completely unfazed by the outcome. With his current combat power, let alone these newcomers who haven't even undergone their second-class change, even a 6th transformation professional would be instantly killed. The fireballs came quickly and left just as fast. Looking at the empty space before him, Yi Chen turned around to face the resurrection point.
At the same time, chaos erupted within the resurrection point. Then, a voice of shock rang out. How is this possible? This can't be happening. Everyone turned back. They then saw Zhao Peng, who had just been resurrected, his expression fluctuating between fear and disbelief, looking at Yi Chen with intense shock. No one understood. Mage is better than him, especially in the fire element. After all, the Xiao family had a 9th transformation fire mage ancestor. And that was his own grandfather. He believed he was familiar with 99% of fire skills in the world. But he had never seen such a terrifying fire skill. For a moment, his expression became somewhat dazed, feeling as if he were dreaming. In fact, it wasn't just him. The others who had just been resurrected wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Clearly, they had not yet recovered from the shock they had just experienced. Just then, Yi Chen's voice rang out again, causing everyone to shudder slightly. Unrelated personnel, leave immediately, or don't blame me if you die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen extended his hand towards the crowd. The other newcomers in the resurrection point, seeing Yi Chen's actions, immediately understood what he was about to do. Compared to Zhao Peng and the others, although these people were still shocked, they at least had a bit of experience. Their faces changed wildly, and without time to think, they hurriedly dodged to the sides. However, there were simply too many people. Soon, this caused quite a commotion. But Yi Chen would not stop there. Another fireball spell was cast. 600 fireballs whistled away, instantly killing Zhao Peng and the others, who were still in shock, once again. As for the unfortunate souls caught in the crossfire, Yi Chen didn't even glance at them. After all, among these people, there were quite a few who wished for him to be taken down by Zhao Peng. He showed no mercy. In just a few breaths, Zhao Peng and his group were killed twice. Such a result was something they could never have imagined. After being resurrected again, Zhao Peng had finally regained his senses. Seeing Yi Chen preparing to attack again, his expression changed once more, and he shouted in a trembling voice, Ying, stop. If you attack again, my Xiao family will never let you go. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chen's fireball spell struck him on the head again. The searing pain was instantaneous. The next moment, Zhao Peng was resurrected once more. At this point, his face had turned incredibly ferocious. Ying, don't forget, your identity has been exposed. Aren't you afraid of being found by the 8 great families in the real world? Boom! In the face of Zhao Peng's threat, Yi Chen's actions did not pause for a moment. Zhao Peng and the others died for the 3rd time. Ah! Damn it! Stop! Please stop! Each time he was resurrected and then killed again took less than a second. As a result, Zhao Peng couldn't even finish a complete sentence each time. The 5th time, the 6th time. In just a few seconds, Zhao Peng found his level plummeting from level 60 to level 50. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Not just him, but the other talented individuals nearby felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. But soon, this feeling of helplessness gradually transformed into fear as the number of deaths increased. The tens of thousands of newcomers in the resurrection point had long been terrified by Yi Chen's horrifying combat power and ruthless methods, trembling in fear. Each one wished they could squeeze into the walls, afraid of becoming the next unfortunate victim. As for banding together to resist, they had seen how easily Yi Chen killed Zhao Peng and these talented individuals. What difference would it make if they went up to die? Finally, after the 15th death, Zhao Peng's originally unruly attitude finally dissipated. Night Shadow. Wait, I'm willing to negotiate with you. Then aren't you going to ask if I'm willing? Boom! Accompanied by Yi Chen's words, Zhao Peng and the others were once again engulfed by fireballs. Outside, with Zhao Peng's points far ahead of the others, many people began to whisper among themselves. As expected of someone from the Xiao family, their points have quickly distanced themselves from the others. Yeah. I thought Zhao Peng's A-level talent was nothing special, but it seems I was narrow-minded. Besides Zhao Peng, I didn't expect the second place to be Suyu from the Su family. Suyu is actually quite good. If he hadn't wasted some time during the first round, he might be even stronger. But that Night Shadow, it seems to have gone quiet, which is a bit of a pity. Do we even need to think about it? It must be that he has already. Hey! Proud and arrogant, yet without matching status, such an outcome is not surprising. At the Zhao family's outpost, Zhao Changlin looked at the stone tablet displaying Zhao Peng's name in first place. A long-awaited smile finally appeared on his face. This kid Zhao Peng is not bad. With proper training, he can take over his grandfather's position in the future. Indeed, and he is of a similar age to young Master Hao. With him assisting young Master Hao, the glory of the Xiao family can continue, Zhao Mo said excitedly. In fact, in the future, who knows, the Xiao family might leap to become the top of the 8 great families.
Although Zhao Changlin felt that Zhao Mo's words were somewhat exaggerated, he did not refute them, only nodding with a smile. After all, the Zhao family had worked hard for nearly 100 years, across several generations, for this very goal. However, just as the two were lost in their dreams of the Xiao family's glorious future, a subordinate suddenly shouted in alarm, "Elder, Captain, you must see the stone tablet." The exclamation interrupted Zhao Changlin and Zhao Mo's fantasies, causing both to feel quite displeased. Zhao Changlin's face darkened as he coldly said, "Zhao Mo, is this how you lead your legion? Your subordinates are making such a ruckus, what kind of discipline is this?" Zhao Mo also had a grim expression, just about to scold his subordinate. However, when he caught a glimpse of the stone tablet, his eyes suddenly widened in anger, and his mouth opened uncontrollably. This. Zhao Changlin noticed Zhao Mo's unusual reaction, furrowing his brows as he asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Zhao Mo, startled, hurriedly shouted, "Elder, it's Night Shadow, it's Night Shadow." Zhao Changlin's heart skipped a beat as he quickly looked at the stone tablet. The original first place, Zhao Ping, was nowhere to be seen. In its place was the name that made him feel incredibly stunned, Night Shadow. At the same time, the names that had occupied 2nd to 50th place, previously held by various families, had all changed. Not a single familiar name remained. This result not only shocked Zhao Changlin. Almost everyone outside, upon seeing the sudden change in rankings, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In just that moment, the long-forgotten Night Shadow's points suddenly surged to 380,000. This score, even in the history of past achievements, was quite explosive. After all, according to estimates, this 380,000 points was equivalent to 4/5 of the total points earned by everyone in the first round. Before this, the highest points held by Xiao Hao were just over 20,000, and the second place started with only around 10,000. This time, it had directly surged by 19 times. If nothing unexpected happened, as long as Night Shadow stayed alive until the end, he would directly become the top scorer in the 702 novice area and successfully enter the final stage. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping and the others' names had directly fallen off the stone tablet. It was clear that Night Shadow's points all came from Zhao Ping and the others. What this meant was self-evident. It was precisely because of this that the onlookers were so shocked. Zhao Changlin looked at that eye-catching name and could no longer suppress his roar. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Why has this Night Shadow climbed to the top? Zhao Ping, that useless fool, the Xiao family has given him so many resources and manpower, yet he can't even deal with a little Night Shadow? At this moment, in the Exile maze, Zhao Ping, also from the Xiao family and sharing the same feelings as Zhao Changlin, was experiencing a similar frustration. After being killed by Yi Chen's fireball technique once again, this was already his 25th death. His level had dropped to 35, which was 8 levels lower than when he entered the Exile path. This situation filled Zhao Ping's heart with rage. He wanted to roar, to vent his anger. However, he couldn't do it. Yi Chen's relentless fireballs came wave after wave, leaving him unable to make any moves. The frustration of being slaughtered was almost making him spit blood. For decades, anyone who encountered a member of the Zhao family treated them with utmost respect and caution. Even members of the other 7 families would not provoke the Xiao family unless absolutely necessary. But today, he was being slaughtered by a nameless pawn. Humiliation mixed with anger filled his chest. When had a member of the Xiao family ever been treated this way? The Night Shadow before him was a madman who didn't know the meaning of death. At this moment, Zhao Ping's eyes were filled with resentment. Night Shadow, for the sake of momentary pleasure, what if you kill me to level 0? With my status, I can return to the peak in just a few days. Do you really want to go this far? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen paused involuntarily. Seeing this, Zhao Ping thought Yi Chen finally understood the consequences and felt a hint of mockery in his heart. Finally scared, huh? A small character is still a small character, when facing an existence like the Xiao family, even a dragon must coil. Just wait, once he leaves, he will repay the humiliation he suffered today 100-fold. He wants Night Shadow to suffer a fate worse than death. However, just as Zhao Ping was secretly planning how to take revenge on Night Shadow after escaping, Yi Chen spoke in a tone of surprise. Did you misunderstand? From the very beginning, I never intended to kill you to level 0. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping's heart surged with delight. However, he still maintained a calm facade. Since you have no such intention, why not just stop here? As long as you let me kill once more and return my points, I can overlook your earlier attack on me. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Ping intended to add a few more words to stabilize Night Shadow. But before he could speak, Yi Chen's next words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It seems you really misunderstood. When I said I didn't plan to kill you to level 0, I meant I planned to kill you and all these people behind you until they can't be resurrected.
Accompanying Yi Chen's words was yet another dense barrage of fireballs. Led by Zhao Pang, over 50 people, including by Xiao, all perished once again. The scorching fireballs caused the temperature at the resurrection point to rise continuously. However, at this moment, not only Zhao Pang and his group, but even the tens of thousands of professionals who had long since hidden far away felt a chill run through their bodies. What had Night Shadow just said? He actually wanted to kill Zhao Pang and the others? Was he crazy? Zhao Pang was a member of the Xiao family. Night Shadow actually wanted to kill a member of the Xiao family? Did he not understand what kind of existence the Xiao family was? Moreover, even without mentioning Zhao Peng's identity, all of the more than 50 people were the top newcomers in Yun province. The forces behind them were almost spread throughout the entire Yun province. If Yi Chen killed them all, wouldn't he become the public enemy of all forces in Yun province? One person challenging the forces of an entire province? Among them was the colossal figure of the Zhao family, one of the 8 great families of the alliance. Was he tired of living too long? For a moment, everyone was completely stunned by Yi Chen's nonchalant tone. At that moment, Yi Chen's figure in their eyes was almost equated with that of a madman or a devil. Zhao Pang also heard Yi Chen's words. However, he did not believe them. Because offending the Zhao family and all the forces in Yun province was something no one dared to do. This was the confidence that came from being a member of the Xiao family. But soon, the 26th time, the 27th time, Yi Chen had no intention of stopping at all. A few seconds passed, and Zhao Peng's level had already dropped to level 10. Only 10 more deaths remained before true death. This repeated cycle of dying and reviving shattered Zhao Peng's original certainty time and again. Especially after he saw the calmness in Yi Chen's eyes, his heart trembled violently. This person really intended to kill him. In an instant, Zhao Peng was completely panicked. Not just him, but Wang Chang, Lin Yong, and the others behind him were already pale with fear from Yi Chen's madness. However, at that moment, Bai Xiao, who had not had a chance to speak, was suddenly enveloped in holy light. Unbelievably, she blocked Yi Chen's round of fireballs. This scene startled everyone. It also surprised Yi Chen quite a bit. After all, he knew best the power of his fireball technique. Even though the fireballs hitting these people were not many, logically speaking, it should be impossible for anyone to block them. However, Yi Chen did not mind. Even if Bai Xiao could block them, she was likely using a trump card. How long could such a state last? So, Yi Chen raised his hand, ready to cast the fireball technique again. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Bai Xiao, who had just blocked Yi Chen's fireball, suddenly turned and attacked a recently revived companion. That revived person was originally an S-class talent awakener. But he clearly did not expect Bai Xiao to suddenly attack him. Plus, at this moment, his level had already dropped to single digits. Caught off guard, he was directly sent away by Bai Xiao. After doing all this, Bai Xiao ignored the shocked gazes around her and instead turned to Yi Chen with an incredibly gentle tone, saying, "Brother Yi Chen, Xiao is willing to join you in killing these beasts. Brother Yi Chen, Xiao is willing to join you in killing these beasts." Bai Xiao's sudden words left everyone dumbfounded. For a moment, many even doubted whether their ears were malfunctioning. Who was Bai Xiao? The pride of the Bai family. An SSS-class talent awakener. This year, she had set a record in the novice secret realm. If it weren't for the existence of Night Shadow, she would undoubtedly be this year's rookie king. Just obtaining an SS level score in the rookie secret realm had already surpassed Xiao Hao from 2 years ago. Even after Night Shadow's strong rise, in the hearts of others, Bai Xiao was undoubtedly someone who could potentially surpass Xiao Hao in the future. Here, no one did not know Bai Xiao. And precisely because they knew her, they were completely stunned by her words. How could such words come from Bai Xiao's mouth? Zhao Peng, who had come to his senses, was even more furious and began to curse. "Bitch! You dare to betray the Zhao family. Aren't you afraid of the Bai family being turned to ashes?" Bai Xiao remained indifferent, her gaze filled with affection as she stared at Yi Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. She was not a fool. She already understood in her heart that Yi Chen's earlier proposal to cooperate with her was merely a means of using her, or rather, mocking her. With the strong methods Yi Chen was displaying at this moment, even if there were 10 times more practitioners like her, he could easily handle them without needing her at all. Even though the Zhao family had countless means, at least in this novice area, they could not harm Yi Chen in the slightest. After clarifying the situation before her, Bai Xiao finally made a decision just as she was about to face death. Just as Yi Chen had thought, she revealed her trump card. The Holy Shield, a characteristic that came with her profession. It could immunize her from all damage for 30 seconds. However, once those 30
Seconds were up, she would be in an extremely weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 80%. But Bai Xiao didn't care. She knew that if she didn't seize the opportunity now, death would be her only outcome. Bai Xiao didn't want to die. She still had a bright future ahead and an enviable talent. How could she just die so easily? Therefore, she had to fight for her chance. Killing that companion just now was her resolution. There were tens of thousands of people present. Her actions were tantamount to a complete betrayal of the Xiao family. Behind Xiao Peng. Once this got out, not only would the Xiao family not let her off, but the Bai family would also want her dead for self-preservation. However, she didn't care. She wanted to show Yi Chen her stance. As long as she could gain Yi Chen's support, everything would be worth it. The combat power Yi Chen displayed had already surpassed everyone's imagination. But Bai Xiao thought further than anyone else. Because she understood Yi Chen. She knew he wasn't an impulsive person. Since he dared to act openly in front of everyone, it proved he had complete confidence. Just this point was enough for Bai Xiao to place her bets on him. Not to mention, with the growth rate Yi Chen had shown, Bai Xiao felt it wouldn't be long before he would grow into a presence that even the 8 great families wouldn't dare to underestimate. Being the partner of such a powerful man was undoubtedly the best choice for Bai Xiao. She believed Yi Chen would definitely not reject her. After all, her looks were 1 in a million, and she had an SSS-level talent. The Holy Priest profession as a support was not inferior to other support professions. With her assistance, she could definitely become a strong asset for Yi Chen. More importantly, the two of them had a 3-year emotional foundation. Yi Chen had no reason to not choose her. As for whether this would lead the Xiao family to deal with the Bai family, what did that have to do with her? Nothing was more important than her own life. Therefore, at this moment, she looked at Yi Chen with affectionate eyes, just waiting for him to speak so she could rush to his side. In fact, Bai Xiao was already mentally prepared to dedicate herself to him afterward. It must be said that Bai Xiao's inner calculations were quite loud, and her analysis seemed to have no major issues theoretically. However, at this moment, after hearing Bai Xiao's words, Yi Chen, although his expression showed a hint of peculiarity, couldn't help but laugh after a moment. Bai Xiao, I admit, you are the thickest-skinned person I have ever met, bar none. Facing Yi Chen's mockery, Bai Xiao's heart didn't waver much. Instead, she calmly replied, Brother Yi Chen, I just want to live, and there's nothing wrong with that. Moreover, women are naturally attracted to strength. The power you've displayed has successfully conquered me, so of course, I want to be your woman. Yi Chen showed a strange expression. Then shouldn't you ask me if I agree first? Bai Xiao brushed her hair behind her ear, showcasing her beauty to Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen, whether it's looks, talent, or the compatibility of our professions, I am undoubtedly your first choice. Can you really bear to give that up? As she spoke, Bai Xiao smiled confidently, word by word, I don't believe you can bear to. Yi Chen laughed. He admitted that Bai Xiao had a point. But at the same time, Yi Chen finally understood what kind of person Bai Xiao really was. A madwoman immersed in her own world. This was Yi Chen's final evaluation of Bai Xiao. Faced with such an extremely self-centered and selfish madwoman, Yi Chen had already lost interest in speaking. He shook his head, raised his hand, and summoned 600 fireballs once again. In an instant, dozens of people were submerged once more. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao's 30 seconds of invincibility had long since expired during their conversation, and she naturally followed in Zhao Peng's footsteps. Suddenly, a flash of white light passed. Bai Xiao's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief. Brother Yi Chen, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Chen had already unleashed several hundred fireballs at her again. Once, twice. Yi Chen's fireballs poured out as if they were free, crazily surging forth. He gave Bai Xiao no chance to speak at all. Indeed, the words that woman had just uttered had successfully disgusted Yi Chen. He feared that if he paused even slightly, she might utter some outrageous words to further repulse him. It could be said that at this moment, in Yi Chen's eyes, a woman like Bai Xiao was 100 or 1,000 times more disgusting than Zhao Peng. Likewise, Yi Chen understood that such a woman would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. If he let her go, she would undoubtedly bring him considerable trouble in the future. Although, given his rate of growth, the probability of that was minuscule, Yi Chen had no intention of creating trouble for himself. Thus, the primary target of Yi Chen's fireball technique successfully shifted from Zhao Peng to Bai Xiao. After a few more seconds, a sudden scream pierced the air. Yi Chen looked up and discovered that among this group, a professional had died, no longer disappearing into white light. Instead, they had turned into a charred corpse. This also meant that this person had completely died after being reduced to level 0 by Yi Chen. The appearance of this charred corpse immediately caught everyone's attention. Someone had died. The professionals
huddled on either side, were all frightened by this scene. Even though Yi Chen had previously stated he would kill Zhao Peng and the others, witnessing the corpse with their own eyes still brought them considerable shock. Among them, many recognized the origin of the corpse. From the Zheng family in Yun province, who had just awakened an S-level talent this year. The Zheng family was a second-rate clan, and a child with S-level talent was incredibly valuable to such a force. They never expected that such a genius would be brutally killed right before their eyes. At this moment, many people looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of horror and fear. Even their breathing became cautious. However, compared to the newcomers on either side, Zhao Peng and the others, who were at the center of the storm, all turned pale with terror. Thud! A dull sound of kneeling echoed. Night Shadow, please spare me. As this plea rang out, it was as if a magical switch had been triggered. Thud! Thud! A series of kneeling sounds followed one after another. Just a moment ago, the proud and confident group of elites had already been scared out of their wits. In order to survive, they cast aside their dignity and knelt down to beg for mercy. Night Shadow, as long as you spare me. After leaving here, my Li family is willing to offer 1 million eternal coins as compensation. My Lin family is willing to offer 5 million. My Chen family offers 10 million. Among them, Wang Chang, who had been by Xiao's teammate at the beginning, had lost all his previous arrogance. He directly dropped the giant sword in his hand and shouted loudly. Night Shadow, as long as you spare me, I am willing to sign a contract with you and become your subordinate. Seeing this, Lin Yong hurriedly added, I am a shadow assassin, best at ambush and assassination. As long as you let me go, my life is yours. You tell me who to kill, and I will kill them. Seemingly to prove his worth, Lin Yong suddenly sprang up and charged towards Wang Chang, who was in front of him. Before the other party could react, he viciously swung the sharp dagger in his hand and stabbed it into the back of his opponent several times. At this moment, Wang Chang's level had dropped to only level 3. His health was pitifully low. Suddenly faced with such a storm-like assassination, he couldn't even hold on long enough to resist before turning into a beam of white light. Lin Yong, you're looking for death. After being resurrected, Wang Chang was greatly shocked. After shouting angrily, he charged towards Lin Yong. The two quickly got into a scuffle. Zhao Peng, standing nearby, looked at the two with a pale face, his emotions shifting constantly. He then looked at Yi Chen again, his voice almost hoarse as he said, Yi Chen, are you really going to destroy us all? Yi Chen found it quite amusing. The fish may die, but the net? You can't move an inch. In the next moment, Zhao Peng, along with Wang Chang and Lin Yong who were still fighting, dropped another level. At the same time, 5 or 6 new charred corpses appeared at the resurrection point. After being resurrected, Zhao Peng looked at his level. His pupils constricted sharply. Just 2 more times, and he would truly die. It must be said that those who could be trained by the Zhao family had a stronger mentality than others. As more and more people died, Zhao Peng knew that Night Shadow would definitely not back down. However, in the face of life and death, Zhao Peng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and couldn't help but glance to the sides. Taking advantage of Yi Chen not launching his next attack yet, he quickly shouted, everyone listen, come protect me immediately. As long as you gather together, Night Shadow definitely won't dare to kill us all. If that happens, the entire alliance will have no place to stand. As long as I can successfully leave alive, my Xiao family will definitely reward you handsomely afterwards. Zhao Peng's words instantly reminded the others who were terrified by Yi Chen. Even Wang Chang and Lin Yong, at this moment, couldn't care less about being hostile to each other. They shouted in succession, that's right, as long as I don't die, my Wang family will open all the secret realms under our jurisdiction to you all. My Lin family is the same, and regardless of whether it's a first or second transition upgrade task, if you can't complete it, my Lin family is willing to send people to help you. And my Chen family. My Li family too. Voices rose and fell. Instantly, they reached the ears of the newcomers on both sides. It must be said that the guarantees from these proud figures were an incredibly huge temptation for the others who were extremely short on resources. Moreover, Zhao Peng's words seemed to make some sense. If they all went out, no matter how strong Night Shadow was, he probably wouldn't dare to provoke the wrath of the crowd. Just as Zhao Peng said, Night Shadow would have no place to stand in the alliance. With this in mind, many people were clearly tempted. However, before they could take action, Yi Chen's fireball technique once again killed Zhao Peng and the others. This time, he didn't even deliberately control the range of the fireball technique. Some professionals who were already close were also affected and disappeared along with Zhao Peng and the others. At the same time, Yi Chen's calm voice rang out. Anyone who wants to help them, I will also kill you back to level 0 and send you to accompany Zhao Peng. As soon as the words fell, they instantly suppressed the restless thoughts of the onlookers. Many newcomers
who had just narrowly avoided being hit by the fireball technique, were now filled with fear. They were terrified in their hearts. Night Shadow, he really dared to kill.
And Xiao Pang,
seeing the reactions of the onlookers, was so furious he almost spat blood. A bunch of useless trash, you don't even dare to take the wealth handed to you, what use are you? Unfortunately, no matter how much Xiao Pang cursed, after witnessing Yi Chen's ruthless methods, the people on both sides lost all thoughts. Once again killed, the original team of 50 or 60 people now had only about 10 standing. But these people had also been killed back to level 0, each one looking utterly defeated. Xiao Pang could no longer bear the pressure of death, and he was so frightened that his legs went weak, beginning to cry and plead for mercy. At that moment, he was no longer the lofty member of the Xiao family. He was just a pitiful creature wanting to cling to life. In the scene, only Bai Xiao, who had previously withstood Yi Chen's attack, and a level 1 player remained. At this moment, Bai Xiao looked at Yi Chen with a gaze that fluctuated between hope and despair. Why? Clearly, I am your best choice, why don't you choose me?
Yi Chen, you've always been like this. No matter how hard I try, you never even glance at me.
Why? Perhaps nearing death, Bai Xiao could no longer hold back and began to scream hysterically. At this point, she was no longer the carefree person she once was. Her originally exquisite features had turned incredibly twisted.
However, Bai Xiao's questions ultimately went unanswered. As
the fireball technique struck again, the team led by Xiao Pang was reduced to charred corpses.
Except for Bai Xiao.
In her final resurrection, Bai Xiao appeared almost mad. Yi Chen, please, I beg you, spare Xiao. I am willing to serve you for a lifetime, to be your most obedient dog. As she spoke, Bai Xiao collapsed to the ground, using an almost
pleading tone.
For the sake of our 3 years of feelings, please let me go. Then, Bai Xiao truly became like the dog she described, desperately trying to crawl towards Yi Chen. It seemed she wanted to demonstrate her loyalty. 1 step, 2 steps. With each step she crawled, a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. However, when she once again exerted all her strength to crawl forward, her figure was engulfed by flames once more. The scorching heat enveloped her, instantly bringing her back to her senses. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But the rapidly fading life force left her with no strength to speak. In the end, only her captivating eyes were filled with hatred and a hint of regret. Perhaps, at the very end of her life, Bai Xiao finally had the thought of regretting her past actions. If only, after awakening, she hadn't looked down on Yi Chen and hadn't humiliated him to his face.
Maybe, today's outcome would have been different.
However, it was already too late.
When the flames dissipated, Bai Xiao's pure white figure turned black. And her outstretched hand ultimately did not touch the ground.
Thus, the extermination mission initiated by the Xiao family, in collaboration with the various forces of Yun province against Night Shadow, came to an end with the death of Bai Xiao and the others. At this moment, within the vast resurrection point, it was so quiet that one could hear the sound of a silver
needle dropping.
Looking at Bai Xiao's once vibrant figure, now completely turned into a charred mass, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. If it were simply because Bai Xiao broke up with him, Yi Chen wouldn't have felt much about it. After all, he hadn't suffered any loss. But this woman, of all things, wanted to use him while colluding with
Xiao Pang to deal with him. Was she planning to reap the benefits of a fisherman? Yi Chen would not let her have her way.
Since she chose to enter the game, she had to be prepared to lose her life. If she wanted to take advantage of him, she had to pay the price.
At this moment, with Bai Xiao's death, Yi Chen glanced at the bystanders on either side who didn't dare to breathe. He didn't linger any longer. He turned and walked out. The time for this point plundering was almost up.
Although the points he had plundered from Xiao Pang and the
others were already enough to ensure his smooth entry into the final stage, collecting a bit more wouldn't hurt.
At the same time, he wanted to see if he could freeload a bit of whirlwind slash from others. As Yi Chen left, within the vast resurrection point, tens of thousands of people remained quietly, motionless, staring at the pile of charred corpses before them. Until, it was unclear how much time had passed. Suddenly, someone swallowed hard with difficulty.
This subtle sound completely jolted everyone awake. In an instant, the entire
resurrection point was filled with various exclamations.
God! Night Shadow single-handedly killed 56 prodigies from Yun province, this is insane. Damn it, this Night Shadow is
a madman, he doesn't care about our lives at all. I've been killed 3 times, the Alliance will definitely not let him off for this kind of slaughter.
Oh,
where was that bravado
when Night Shadow was here? Now that he's gone, you're all fired up.
Exactly, and let's not forget, it was Xiao Pang and the others who sought out Night Shadow first.
Night Shadow
was just doing what those people intended to do, it can't be called slaughter.
How can it not be? Didn't you see Xiao Pang and the others begging for mercy later? That Bai Xiao. Even claimed she would be his slave, yet she still got killed. Night Shadow is just too ruthless. Got it, your master is already dead, who are you trying to show loyalty to? What do you mean by showing loyalty? I'm just stating the truth, do you have a problem with that? Ha! The truth? Where were you when these aristocratic families were being arrogant and overbearing? So in your eyes, Night Shadow is easy to bully because he has no background? Ha ha! Should I call Night Shadow over for you? Say it to his face. You guys. What about us? Although we were extorted by Night Shadow, seeing him take down Xiao Pang and those arrogant aristocratic heirs makes me happy. What can you do about it? The crowd at the resurrection point was fervently discussing among themselves. Aside from a small number of newcomers who held great hostility towards Yi Chen due to being extorted or indirectly killed a few times, the majority had a favorable view of Yi Chen's actions. Perhaps it was because Yi Chen, like them, came from an ordinary family. Thus, when Yi Chen accomplished what they wouldn't dare to dream of, they felt a sense of shared animosity towards a common enemy. Of course, there were also some who simply harbored a hatred for the rich. But regardless of their thoughts, most people were not optimistic about Yi Chen's future. The 50 or so prodigies killed by Yi Chen almost covered 70 to 80% of the forces in Yun province. If these forces joined hands, it would be an extremely terrifying power. Not to mention the involvement of the Xiao family. They were one of the top 8 forces in the alliance, controlling nearly 1/10 of the resources in the eternal life world. Such a colossal entity, no matter how high Night Shadow's talent, he would be unable to contend against it. Unless he could hide for a lifetime and never show his face again. But is that possible? The novice area was manageable, but once he entered the primary area after the third transition, leveling up would be inseparable from secret realms. To purchase resources, one must enter towns. In that case, Night Shadow would inevitably expose his whereabouts. Therefore, while most people secretly applauded Night Shadow's actions, they held a pessimistic view of his future. Meanwhile, outside the resurrection point, the mood was different. At this moment, when Xiao Pang and the others died, they were immediately discovered by representatives from their respective families. At the Zhao family's station point, Elder, Captain Xiao Pang's friend, Lan Hui, has gone gray. Zhao Mo suddenly stood up, staring intensely at the subordinate who rushed in, his face filled with murderous intent as he said, "What did you say? Say it again." The subordinate who came to report was trembling in fear from Zhao Mo's imposing presence, but still forced himself to suppress his inner panic and stammered, "Zhao Pang, he should have had an accident. His name has gone gray." Crash. Zhao Mo's eyes suddenly widened, gritting his teeth, he asked, "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" I confirm it's correct." Swallowing hard, the subordinate quickly added, "Not only Zhao Pang, but also by Xiao from the Bai family, Wang Chang from the Wang family, and a total of 56 people, all dead. At the other family outposts, the representatives from each family have already caused a ruckus, and many have come to demand an explanation from us. Get out!" Zhao Mo shouted angrily, breathing heavily. Once the subordinate left, he muttered in shock, "How is this possible? How could Zhao Pang be dead? So many people, how could they all die?" At that moment, a calm voice came from behind him. Who else could it be but Night Shadow? Zhao Mo turned sharply to look at Zhao Changlin. "Elder, how is this possible? Night Shadow is just one person, but there are 56 people on Zhao Peng's side, each one a rare top newcomer." Before Zhao Mo could finish, he was interrupted by Zhao Changlin's wave. "What's the use of discussing this now? This plan is the responsibility of our Zhao family. If those people are here, we need to give them an explanation. Go notify all the Long Yuan legions in the 702 novice area to ensure they surround Dingfeng City before the exile path ends." Zhao Mo's eyes widened in shock, then he replied in a deep voice, "I will arrange it immediately." With that, Zhao Mo turned and left in a hurry. "Wait." Zhao Mo turned back. Zhao Changlin said, "Have the enforcement team send 3 black-clad stewards over." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mo couldn't help but frown. "Elder. For just a newcomer, sending 3 black-clad stewards with dimensional disintegration stones? Isn't that a bit of an overreaction?" Overreaction? Zhao Changlin's tone turned cold. "Do you think a group of level 90 Long Yuan soldiers who haven't even advanced to the third transition can deal with someone who can single-handedly kill 56 top newcomers?" Zhao Mo opened his mouth, speechless. Seeing this, Zhao Changlin snorted coldly. "What I need to do is ensure that we wait for Night Shadow to come out without any mistakes, to achieve a one-hit kill. Such a person must not be allowed to leave freely. If I weren't uncertain about when Night Shadow would appear, and if I could only maintain my presence for half an hour, I would choose to act personally." Zhao Mo's heart trembled, and he immediately understood Zhao Changlin's attitude. He hurriedly went out to arrange personnel movements. Until Zhao Mo left, Zhao Changlin's expression, which had been devoid of emotion, finally showed a hint of change. He squinted his eyes and murmured in a voice only he could hear, killing 56 top newcomers, including Zhao Peng. Is this your confidence in refusing our Zhao family? Suddenly, Zhao Changlin laughed. It's. Seems you don't truly understand what a top power is. Good. Very good. On the surface, Zhao Changlin appeared calm as water, but inside, his anger had reached its peak. Such a major incident had occurred in the plan he was overseeing. This not only meant he would be labeled as ineffective but also caused him to lose face. Therefore, he had to use Night Shadow's head to wash away this stain. At the same time, the reason he mobilized so many resources was also to warn everyone. The Zhao family is not something anyone can provoke. This is the attitude that the top powers of the alliance must maintain. The news of Yi Chen killing 56 newcomers, including those from the Xiao family, could not be hidden. Almost the moment Zhao Mo ordered all the Longyuan legions in the 702 novice area to head to Dingfeng City, nearly all the forces paying attention to Night Shadow learned of this news. However, surprisingly, aside from the Xiao family's actions and some second and third-rate forces discussing it, the other 7 families of the alliance appeared unusually quiet. At this moment, in the real world, inside a luxurious residence, after Qin Wujie learned this news, a wave of intriguing fluctuations appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the head of the Ji family, Ji Jisun, who had come to find Qin Wujie, also received the news. Seeing Qin Wujie lost in thought, he took the initiative to speak. Does Elder Qin have thoughts about that Yi Chen? Qin Wujie glanced at Ji Jisun and did not hide it, smiling as he said, how could one not be tempted by such talent? Upon hearing this, Ji Jisun nodded in agreement. Indeed, among those who died, there were quite a few awakened ones with S and SS level talents, and with the resources provided by their respective families, they are certainly not easy opponents to defeat, let alone one person against a group. Qin Wujie laughed heartily. What the head of the Ji family said seems a bit cautious. Even my brother Qin Woming, who was recognized as a peerless genius back in the day, couldn't achieve that. Yi Chen's talent is truly astonishing. Seeing this, Ji Jisun also laughed and said, it's indeed a pity for such a genius to die like this. Why not have Elder Qin find a way to bring him to the Qin family? Yi Chen is indeed impressive. To reach this level relying solely on himself, with the Qin family's training, he could stand on his own in just a few years. Qin Wujie looked at Ji Jisun with deep meaning and slowly said, doesn't your Ji family want him? Your Ji family has quite a few divine casting stones. If you take out some to cultivate Yi Chen, I believe it won't be long before your Ji family's strength can soar. Ji Jisun smiled wryly and shook his head. Of course we want to, but our Ji family's current situation relies entirely on the support of the Qin family and Elder Qin. If we were to take in Yi Chen at this time, it would likely lead to a complete fallout with the other families. Moreover, our Ji family's dealings with those people have only just begun, and the supply of divine casting stones is still limited. I believe the people below wouldn't be willing to sacrifice their own interests for an outsider. Qin Wujie nodded, seemingly satisfied with Ji Jisun's attitude. He then changed to a regretful expression and said, since you have such concerns, then my Qin family will graciously accept him. Ji Jisun echoed with a smile, if Elder Qin takes in Yi Chen, it will be a great help when the Qin family unifies the alliance in the future. Qin Wujie laughed heartily. Ha ha. Well said. By then, once my Qin family has eliminated the other families, your Ji family won't have to worry anymore. Ji Jisun remained silent, respectfully cupping his hands towards Qin Wujie, showing an attitude of following the Qin family. Meanwhile, within the exiled path, after leaving the resurrection point, Yi Chen traveled to several places. Finally, relying on the information from his clones, he killed quite a few practitioners who had points on them. At this moment, his total points had already surpassed 400,000. Based on this achievement, barring any accidents, Yi Chen was undoubtedly the first in this second phase. In the upcoming final phase, as long as he didn't make mistakes, the first position on the leaderboard would undoubtedly be his. The thought of being first on the leaderboard and receiving a growth-type equipment filled Yi Chen's eyes with fervor. As for the earlier incident where he had decisively killed Zhao Peng and the others, it had long been cast aside in his mind. He was well aware that killing Zhao Peng and the others would inevitably provoke a joint response from the Zhao family and other forces. But these concerns did not trouble him at all. Not to mention that no one in the novice area could possibly cause him trouble. Assuming the Xiao family was really willing to pay the price to use dimensional dislocation stones to send high-level practitioners into the novice area, he could handle anyone below the 6th transition with ease. As for those above the 6th transition, even if he couldn't match them in strength, escaping would be no problem. They wouldn't be able to stop him. After all, he had plenty of escape methods. Just a 60-second void illusion is enough for a safe retreat. If 60 seconds isn't Enough, he still has the red moon space and the barrier of the red moon eye. Under this series of combinations, let alone killing him, even catching him would be very, very difficult for Yi Chen. This is the true confidence that allows Yi Chen to kill Zhao Pang and others without hesitation. Being reckless without confidence is just foolishness. Being reckless with confidence is true skill. Yezi. While Yi Chen was searching for points, he suddenly heard a familiar voice, causing him to pause for a moment. Soon, he saw several figures walking out from the right passage. Leading them was a chubby guy. Yi Chen recognized him at a glance. It was Chu Xiaofeng. Seeing Yi Chen stop, Chu Xiaofeng immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Huh? Yezi, it's really you." As he spoke, Chu Xiaofeng couldn't help but boast to his companions behind him, "Did you see? This is my brother Yi Chen." However, his bragging did not elicit any reaction from his companions. Instead, one of them said in a somewhat terrified voice, Night Shadow. What Night Shadow?" Chu Xiaofeng was a bit confused, but in the next moment, he suddenly realized and looked at Yi Chen with disbelief. "Yezi, you are Night Shadow?" Yi Chen glanced at the person who spoke, having some impression of him. It seemed he was the one who had paid the toll at the resurrection point before leaving. Yi Chen was not surprised to be recognized. After all, with the capabilities of the 8 great families, his identity couldn't be hidden. So, upon hearing Chu Xiaofeng's question, Yi Chen simply replied, "That's right." Chu Xiaofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. You are an F-grade talent awakener, right? How could you be Night Shadow?" No wonder Chu Xiaofeng was so shocked. After all, the name Night Shadow was too prominent. He simply couldn't equate his brother in front of him with Night Shadow. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Yi Chen raised his hand without saying a word, and countless fireballs appeared in everyone's sight. Chu Xiaofeng only heard Yi Chen say in a cold, indifferent voice, "You talk too much." Then, Chu Xiaofeng and his companions were all engulfed by the flames. Looking at the empty passage, Yi Chen shook his head and withdrew his hand. "Fatty, being associated with me won't bring you any benefits. I hope this can save your life." After saying that, Yi Chen turned and left. The reason he did this was simple, to distance himself from Chu Xiaofeng. Although Chu Xiaofeng's family was considered a third-rate power, there was no guarantee that others wouldn't make a fuss over him because of Yi Chen. Thus, Yi Chen had to kill him in front of everyone. This way, it was highly likely that no one would trouble Chu Xiaofeng. Boom! 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 Not long after Yi Chen killed Chu Xiaofeng, the bell of the Path of Exile rang again. Yi Chen's expression brightened. The second phase of the points competition had ended. Next would be the final phase, where all the top 100 from this year's novice area would gather in one location to undergo the final points trial, determining the top 1,000 on the leaderboard. The final phase of the Path of Exile is now open. Eligible professionals should enter as soon as possible. Those who do not enter within 10 minutes will be considered to have given up the final phase. As this announcement sounded, a faint glow suddenly emanated from the bracelet on Yi Chen's wrist. The light formed a halo in front of Yi Chen. This was the portal to the final phase of the Path of Exile. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen stepped inside. Shortly after he left, the remaining participants still trapped in the Exile maze were also teleported away by an irresistible force. In the next moment, at the entrance of the Exile Road in Dingfeng City, figures began to appear in clusters. Among the large crowd, Chu Xiaofeng and a few others looked gloomy, clearly not expecting such an outcome. "You're insane. Why did you have to offend Night Shadow? Now look, we've lost all our points." A somewhat pretty girl beside Chu Xiaofeng complained with frustration. Chu Xiaofeng instinctively retorted, "He's my brother." The girl scoffed derisively, "Have you forgotten? Your so-called brother just killed you and dragged us down with him." Chu Xiaofeng opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. He didn't believe Yi Chen was the kind of person who would look down on his brothers after achieving success. He was 100% sure of that. So, he didn't understand why Yi Chen had to kill him. At that moment, dozens of figures swiftly approached the crowd. Chu Xiaofeng looked up and was startled. He saw Zhao Mo, the commander of the Longyuan Legion, leading a group of aggressive Longyuan members, surrounding the newcomers participating in the Exile Road. "Now, who can tell me what exactly happened inside?" Zhao Mo's cold voice echoed around. The crowd of tens of thousands trembled. However, the next moment, someone shouted that Night Shadow cornered Zhao Pang at the resurrection point and killed him, going from level 60 all the way down to level 0, then killed them all. As this person spoke, many newcomers who were present at the time chimed in. "That Night Shadow is terrifying. His fireball technique releases hundreds of fireballs at once, and the power is ridiculously strong, something we've never seen or heard before." Zhao Pang and his dozens of people couldn't withstand a single move from Night Shadow and were brutally killed.
During the ordeal, Zhao Pang and the others tried to beg for mercy, but Night Shadow was completely indifferent. Even that SSS-level talent, by Xiao, was mercilessly slain by Night Shadow.
It was simply horrifying. Although it was clear that Zhao Pang was dead, Zhao Mo's inner fury still surged uncontrollably upon hearing their descriptions.
Night Shadow's actions were a blatant disregard for the
Zhao family.
This was a naked provocation.
Behind Zhao Mo, representatives from various families in Yun province had even darker expressions.
The Xiao family had only lost an A-level talent, Zhao Pang, which was not a significant loss, at most just a matter of face. But they were different.
The talents who died at Night Shadow's hands were all S-level and above awakened ones.
These individuals were highly valued by their respective families, intended to be cultivated as future successors. Their deaths were undoubtedly a heavy blow to these second and third tier forces. Among them, the one with the worst expression was
naturally Bai Shanha from the Bai family.
When he learned of Bai Xiaoxiao's death, his vision went dark and he nearly fainted.
The Bai family had finally produced an SSS-level genius, and yet before even leaving the novice area, she was killed. How could he accept that? However, at that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly mentioned that there seemed to be a secret alliance between Bai Xiaoxiao and Night Shadow. It was even said that later, to please Night Shadow, Bai Xiaoxiao had killed one of the other talents. These words instantly changed the expressions of all the representatives present. Among them, the representative of the family of the slain talent looked at Bai Shanha with a pale face.
Good. Very good. Your Bai family has truly produced a fine seedling.
Bai Shanha had already sensed trouble when that newcomer spoke.
However, at this moment, he was powerless to stop it. Seeing the cold, piercing gazes of the others, Bai Shanha's heart jolted. He couldn't care less about Zhao Mo being present. He swiftly moved
in front of the newcomer and said with a fierce and twisted expression, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think my Bai family is easy to bully?" The newcomer was startled, realizing he had said too much,
and quickly shut his mouth. However, several voices rose from the crowd.
Your Bai family is so powerful, are you not even allowed to hear the truth?
Exactly, I was there at the time, Bai Xiaoxiao acted
just like that.
She was a woman with extremely despicable means just to survive.
Bai Shanha was furious. Utter nonsense. If Bai Xiaoxiao colluded with Yi Ying, how could she possibly be dead?
Humph.
It's because Yi Ying looked down on Bai Xiaoxiao's fickleness.
Not to mention him, even if it were me, I wouldn't want to associate with a woman like Bai Xiaoxiao.
You seeking death.
Bai Shanha's eyes erupted with a chilling ferocity. Unfortunately, the speaker seemed completely unconcerned. At that moment, Zhao Mo, who had been silent, stepped forward and coldly said, "Bai Shanha, do you have a problem with my
Zhao family?"
Bai Shanha's heart skipped a beat as he finally understood why the speaker was unafraid of offending his Bai family. It turned out the person was from the Xiao family. Looking at Zhao Mo's icy gaze, Bai Shanha opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. Anger surged within him. That ignorant woman, Bai Xiaoxiao, had died and still dragged the Bai family down with her. How foolish.
Meanwhile, in the crowd, Chu Xiaofeng, after intermittently hearing the accounts of others, finally understood what had happened.
His mouth fell open in shock. Clearly, he never expected that his closest brother would perform such a remarkable feat on the path of exile. This world was too crazy. However, this also made Chu Xiaofeng realize why Yi Chen had wanted to kill him earlier. It was to protect himself.
While Chu Xiaofeng
felt a mix of emotions, he was more overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. He wasn't jealous of Yi Chen's rapid rise in strength. Instead, he felt helpless that he couldn't assist his brother in the face of such a great crisis.
This thought made Chu Xiaofeng's expression extremely grim, and his fists clenched unconsciously.
However, to others, this expression seemed more like anger at being backstabbed by his
own brother. On the path of exile, final stage.
When Yi Chen stepped through the teleportation array, he quickly found himself in a small, enclosed darkroom.
The next moment,
a row of information appeared in Yi Chen's view, with 3 options below the information.
You have 5 minutes to cast your final vote for the points you have earned in the following 3 modes.
The mode with the highest accumulated points will be the trial mode for the final stage. After you complete the trial, you will receive a corresponding multiple return based on the points you invested and your performance score. Please use your wisdom to allocate your points wisely. The following are the details of the 3 modes.
Mode 1, the Indestructible Colossus. Participants
will face a steel colossus, boasting the strongest defensive attributes in the so-called immortal world. Within the specified time, they must inflict as much damage as possible.
At the end of the trial,
participants' scores will be assessed based on the total damage they inflicted, thus earning corresponding points.
Mode 2, the Dragon Sigh.
Participants will face a blazing dragon, tasked with protecting an important target from harm within the specified time.
The dragon's attack power will increase over time.
At the end of the trial, participants' scores will be evaluated based on the total damage taken
from the target, thus earning corresponding points.
Mode 3, Deadly Shadow participants will be hunted by shadow pursuers in a maze filled with traps and obstacles.
These are fast-moving ghost warriors,
capable of passing through walls and barriers. Please escape the maze in the shortest time possible while evading the chase. At the end of the trial, participants' scores will be evaluated based on their
survival time, thus earning corresponding points.
Seeing the options appear before him, Yi-Chen was not surprised. This had appeared in previous years' Path of Exile.
The school textbooks also had relevant introductions.
In fact, Yi-Chen had no particular thoughts about the three choices.
To put it simply, the first, the indestructible Colossus, purely tests the damage output of
the practitioners, which naturally has an inherent advantage for pure damage classes. The second, the Dragon Sigh, tests the defense and protective measures of the practitioners, and most who choose this
mode are support classes.
The third, Deadly Shadow, actually tests the adaptability and speed of the practitioners, making it more suitable for high agility classes like assassins and archers.
Especially for
assassins, who naturally possess stealth skills like Shadow Step, they have an absolute advantage in evading the chase. This can be seen as the Path of Exile's way of balancing the various classes.
As for how
to choose the one that suits oneself, that requires some wisdom. However, among the 10,000 who could enter this final stage, some are relatively lucky ordinary people, but the remaining 70 to 80%
are the elite from various novice zones. Their talents, even if not at the SSS level like by Xiao, are certainly not something ordinary people can compare to. Don't think that just because many awaken S-level talents, it's common.
Every year, the number of newcomers entering the Eternal Life world is counted in the millions.
With such a base, S-level is already a rarity. Not to mention the SS and SSS levels above it.
It would not be an exaggeration to say they are 1 in 10,000.
The true combat power of these elites cannot be treated with ordinary standards.
Therefore, generally at this stage, any
choice of mode is filled with uncertainties.
If the choice is poor, one might miss out on the leaderboard.
For this reason, in previous years, some clever individuals would choose to plunder as many points
as possible in the Exile maze.
However, in this final mode, they would not choose to use points for betting.
This way, at least in the final choice of mode, if it is not one they excel at, they would not lose a large number of points due to failure. Instead, they could rely on their existing points advantage to ensure they enter the top 1,000 on the leaderboard. After all, as long as one can make the list, there will be rewards. It's just a matter of good versus better. And if the chosen mode happens to align perfectly with one's abilities, it undoubtedly allows for a more relaxed response.
Sometimes, even if
your true combat power is only average, it doesn't mean you can't achieve first place.
There have been instances where someone secured the top spot on the leaderboard this way. Thus, how to choose a mode and how many points to bet is a significant test of one's analytical abilities.
Just as Yi-Chen was deep in thought, the scene before him changed.
It transformed into 3 vertical cylinders, each representing a different mode.
At the same time, a temporary chat box appeared next to the screen.
Soon, someone popped up in the chat box.
Number 614 Novice Zone, silent as smoke. I am Qin Bing from the Qin family. All
practitioners bet everything on the indestructible Colossus. The opening statement was incredibly domineering.
However, surprisingly, below it was a row of uniform replies.
Boss Qin, received. Alright, boss. Qin, got it. We must support Boss Qin, received.
In the next moment, Yi-Chen saw that the column representing the indestructible giant showed 104,832 points. Clearly, it was the charisma of that Qin Bing. However, just then, a discordant voice appeared in the chat box.
Number 325 Newbie Zone, Biming has fish, ha.
The Qin family is so powerful, but this isn't entirely your territory. I am Qi Bai from the Qi family. And I choose to support the Death Shadow. Anyone who dares to oppose me will bear the consequences.
As Qi Bai's increasingly arrogant remarks emerged, Yi-Chen immediately noticed that the column belonging
to the Death Shadow also began to jump wildly. Soon after, many well-known individuals jumped in, starting various forms of persuasion and intimidation.
Yi-Chen watched for a while. Those who were speaking so actively all shared a common trait.
Their surnames, unsurprisingly, all came from the 8 great families. Everyone had already grown accustomed to their arrogant words. Almost all the newbie zones they belonged to unconditionally supported them. These were merely newcomers who had just begun to make their mark this year. Yi-Chen had somewhat begun to appreciate the dominance of the 8 great families.
However, one person caught Yi-Chan's attention.
That person was named Ji Zijiu, and judging by the name, he should be from the Xi family. The reason he drew Yi-Chan's attention was twofold. First, his name was
somewhat peculiar. Second, it was his speech.
At this point in time, 6 of the 8 great families were led by Qin Bing and Shibai.
The modes they chose were therefore quite similar. As for the second mode, the Dragon Sigh, it was relatively lagging in points.
Thus, both sides, in order to ensure their choice would prevail, began to court Ji Zizhou's team. However, Ji Zizhou simply said lightly, "I am just an
ordinary disciple of the Ji family and cannot influence others' thoughts.
Let them choose for themselves, I can accept any outcome."
Although he wasn't as arrogant as Qin Bing and Shibai, and even seemed
somewhat humble, Yichen felt that there was an inexplicable confidence lurking in his words. Finally, when Qin Bing and Shibai relentlessly pressed him to make a choice, Ji Zizhou unexpectedly broke from his
usual demeanor and invested all his points into the second mode, the Dragon Sigh. This unexpected choice left everyone stunned.
However, it also left both Qin Bing and Shibai speechless.
After a moment, Yi
Chen noticed that although the points for the 3 modes were constantly fluctuating, it was evident that the number of people in points choosing the indestructible giant was slightly higher.
The dragons
Sigh had the least, but it was unclear if it was due to Ji Zizhou's influence, as many originally hopeless supports quietly invested their points into the Dragon Sigh. Thus, although it was still behind, the gap was less than several thousand points.
At this rate, the final trial everyone would face would likely be the indestructible giant. As for which mode to choose, Yi Chen actually didn't care. The first indestructible giant tests damage.
In this regard, Yi Chen believed that at this stage, no one could surpass him. Even if the opponent had SSS-level talent, a hidden profession, and a full set of divine gear, they would not be his match. However, considering that the Eternal Life World has various mysterious and unknown aspects, Yi Chen was unsure if anyone here might possess the ability to unleash extraordinary
damage for a brief period.
Although generally, the side effects of such skill traits are significant, they would undoubtedly be most suitable for this final test. Yi Chen felt that the threat was minimal, but
why take risks if he didn't have to?
The third mode, the Death Shadow, was inherently a strong point for assassin-type professions. Although his own movement speed had reached an extremely high level, combined with the speed boost from the Wind's Blessing equipment and the powerful stealth skill of the Void Phantom, it was generally unlikely that anyone could be faster than him. However, the same principle applied. One could never be sure that others didn't possess some peculiar and miraculous skills. Therefore, Yi Chen actually preferred the second mode, the Dragon Sigh. When it came to protecting a target, within 60 minutes, Yi Chen dared to claim second place, and no one would dare to claim first.
This was the absolute confidence brought to him by the Eye of the Red Moon. Restriction barrier, designate a location, consume
5,000 mana points, and set up a barrier that immunizes against any damage, duration, 60 minutes, cooldown, 60 minutes. Based on past experience, the final test time of the Exile's path was only 30 minutes. Yet, the duration of the restriction barrier was a full 60 minutes. It could be said that if Yi Chen chose this mode, he would definitely be first, with absolutely no risk of being surpassed.
At this moment,
more than 4 minutes had passed in the 5-minute voting period. Suddenly, Qin Bing shouted again in the chat box.
People from the Xiao family? I remember the strongest this year is Zhao Peng, who awakened an A-level talent, right? Why isn't he speaking?
Seeing Qin Bing say this, Shibai was also unwilling to back down.
Hey!
Qin Bing, the Xiao family has always been at odds with your Qin family.
Aren't you just asking for trouble by looking for Zhao Peng? The Xiao family will definitely support my Qi family.
Qin Bing immediately retorted.
Humph.
I remember Zhao Peng follows the violent fire mage route.
Right?
This isn't family competition, if he has any brains, he wouldn't choose to support you.
The two began to argue again.
However, gradually, they noticed that Zhao Peng remained silent, which displeased
both of them greatly. Qin Bing, in particular, lost his temper and shouted, "What's going on? Zhao Peng, do you really think your Zhao family is going to unify the alliance and look down on us so much that you won't even talk to us?"
Shibai, although silent, was equally annoyed. Just then, Yi Chen saw a player from his novice area hesitantly say, the Zhao Peng is dead. As soon as these words were
spoken, everyone not from the 702 novice area was stunned.
At that moment, Yi Chen noticed there were only 10 seconds left.
Without hesitation, he invested all his points into the Dragon Sigh. In an instant,
the points representing the Dragon Sigh surged by hundreds of thousands.
The next moment, before everyone could react, ding! Voting for points is complete. After statistics, the final trial mode is the Dragon Sigh. The trial will begin in 2 minutes, please prepare.
As the information broadcast ended, everyone was transported into the same
mirrored space.
Immediately, Yi Chen saw various frantic and angry curses flooding the chat box.
What's going on? How could it be the Dragon Sigh? Damn it! No one has ever chosen the defense-oriented Dragon Sigh in the past few decades. Just now, this mode clearly had the lowest points, how did it suddenly surpass? At this moment, Shin Bing suddenly cursed in the chat box, Xiao, this is all your conspiracy. Pretending to offend neither side, but secretly laying the groundwork. You. Very well. My Chin family has noted this. On the other side, Shibai was equally furious, he wasn't a hidden profession, just a plain assassin, but thanks to his talent, he far surpassed ordinary people in agility. In fact, even if he couldn't outdo Qin Bing in the end and chose Mode 1, he could still achieve some results relying on the assassin's high burst damage. But at this moment, he inexplicably found himself in a defensive mode. As an assassin, where was his defense? So, when Qin Bing spoke, he immediately responded, I didn't expect the Xi family, which has kept a low profile for decades, to no longer intend to stay low-key. Xiao, is your Xi family ready to confront my Qi family and the Qin family head-on? Faced with the furious questioning from Qin Bing and Shibai, Xiao, after a moment of surprise, couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting, I hadn't planned on doing this, yet it has turned into the most advantageous situation for me. Truly interesting. Murmuring to himself, Xiao felt quite pleased and casually typed in the chat box, perhaps you should ask District 702. In an instant, he understood what was going on. Almost every leader from the novice districts had already stepped forward to express their stance. Only the people from the 702 novice district had remained silent. Although he was unclear why Zhao Pang had died, he glanced at the final score voting. The points for the Dragon Sigh had surged from nearly 200,000 behind the second place to surpassing the first place by 100,000. That was a difference of 400,000 points. 400,000, that was already most of the points in a novice district. Only the 702 novice district could achieve that. Sure enough, after Xiao finished speaking, both Qin Bing and Shibai reacted, starting to inquire about the situation in the 702 novice district. It was still the participant from the 702 novice district who had spoken first. Faced with the questioning from the 8 great families' descendants, he dared not hesitate. He immediately recounted the events that had transpired. At this moment, not only Qin Bing and Shibai, but even Xiao, who had maintained a calm demeanor, couldn't help but show a hint of fluctuation in his gaze. Night Shadow. They knew this name. After all, this time the path of exile would open early, leaving these proud sons of heaven with little time to prepare. All of this was thanks to Night Shadow. Moreover, their respective families had previously sent representatives to win over Night Shadow. However, the results were not ideal. For such an outcome, as contemporaries, Qin Bing and the others naturally welcomed it. Night Shadow's rejection undoubtedly determined his fate. Having one less strong competitor was certainly a good thing. However, no one expected that Night Shadow had not died in the second phase of the Path of Exile. Instead, he single-handedly racked up 400,000 points. In the end, he silently chose the second mode, Dragon Sigh. Just thinking about this, Qin Bing immediately began to question. Night Shadow, what do you mean? You've already offended the Xiao family, do you dare to offend my Qin family as well? On the other side, Shibai and other leaders from novice districts almost immediately followed suit, starting to question. However, at this moment, Yi Chen had already closed the chat box. He hadn't seen these people's inquiries at all. Of course, even if he had seen them, he probably wouldn't have cared. These descendants of the 8 great families had long been accustomed to everyone having to obey them. No matter what Yi Chen said, it wouldn't change the outcome. Since that was the case, why waste breath? Meanwhile, in the entire chat box, only Xiao from the Xi family remained silent. In fact, at the beginning, Xiao had wanted to choose Mode 2. Earlier, he had played a little trick, guiding some people to vote for Mode 2 without offending either family. At the same time, he had indeed kept a backup plan, intending to sneak in a tower at the last moment. But this premise was that the scores of the 3 parties were not too far apart. However, just in the last 10 seconds, the points for Mode 2 were still nearly 200,000 behind the second place. Such a huge gap made him abandon the plan. He was afraid of being targeted by the other families working together. Although deep down, he looked down on the low-profile policy set by the family. But unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to go against the family's decision. However, he never expected that it would end up like this. Although the outcome was somewhat unexpected, in fact, Mode 2 was undoubtedly the best choice for him. His profession was a mysterious system wizard. The damage dealt by wizards themselves was not high, but their various control methods and defensive abilities ranked among the top 3 of all professions. They excelled in defense, with a considerable number of defensive and control techniques. Perhaps I can't kill you, but breaking through my control will be quite difficult. A wizard like this, when placed in a team battle, would have their abilities amplified several times.
However, a wizard truly comes into their own only after reaching at least level 210.
Moreover, it is necessary to obtain an
additional 3 to 5 skill slots. The conditions are extremely harsh. But once this goal is achieved, a level 210 wizard, with their terrifying control abilities, could easily handle any powerful practitioner, not exceeding 60 levels above them. However, before they fully develop, a wizard's actual combat power is far weaker than that of other professions at the same level. The earlier it is, the more pronounced this gap becomes. Yet, Xiao had no worries about this at all. Because at this moment, although he was only level 60, he possessed a full 25 skill slots. From the moment he became a wizard, the family had already prepared a continuous supply of divine forging stones for him. This was something outsiders could not know. It was just that he had not revealed this aspect of his abilities in daily life. But the current trial was a solo trial, so he didn't have to worry about exposing his excessive skills. And no one knew that as long as there were enough skill slots, a wizard in the early stages could rely on learning a large number of low-level control skills to form a complete control chain. Perhaps these low-level control skills would be significantly less effective against powerful elite monsters. But compared to the meager defensive capabilities of others, he was almost certain that the top position on the leaderboard had already been locked in for him. If he could secure the first place in points and obtain that growth-type equipment, just thinking about getting that equipment in half an hour made Xiao's lips curl into a slight smile as he murmured to himself. Even the heavens are helping me. Since that's the case, let's start with this first place in points, and later I'll take the title of Rookie King. The Xi family has been too low-key for too long, it's time for the world to recognize us again. With that thought, Xiao looked at the chat box where Qin Bing and Qi Bai were still frantically shouting. A mountain barbarian and a traitor from the old era, let you enjoy your moment of pride for now. With that, Xiao simply closed the chat box. As for the unexpected help from Night Shadow, he didn't care much. Just an ordinary person listed on the assassination list of the 8 great families. Even with extraordinary talent, the best outcome would be to fade into obscurity among the masses. Night Shadow's choice of mode 2 might have come after sensing the pressure from the 8 great families. After some analysis, they chose to curry favor with him, a member of the Xi family. However, Xiao found Night Shadow's naive approach utterly laughable. It wasn't that he feared the other families and didn't dare to get involved with Night Shadow. Who was he? Xiao of the Xi family. Even the current head of the Xi family could not command him. Why would he care about the attitudes of a few juniors? He simply thought Night Shadow was just a pitiful creature, not worth his time and effort. Meanwhile, the 2-minute countdown ended. Almost simultaneously, a rusted, broken armor appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Immediately after, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout all the mirrored spaces. In the next moment, everyone was gazed upon by a pair of cold, crimson eyes. My flames shall burn all living beings. With that heavy roar that seemed to descend from the heavens, a giant dragon, its entire body enveloped in blue flames, circled above the crowd. Although they were far apart, everyone could still feel the air around them growing increasingly hot and agitated. Before the dragon made any move, an invisible pressure enveloped them all. Xiao looked up at the dragon, his expression growing serious. However, in the next moment, his demeanor returned to calm. As he set up a wizard's exclusive barrier around himself, magical power surging, Xiao, breaking from his usual humble and low-key demeanor, declared with immense confidence, "This top spot in points is mine. Let me see what you're capable of." As Xiao's bold words echoed, it seemed the dragon sensed the provocation and let out another roar. Immediately after, a flame that felt apocalyptic descended from above, crashing down in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the small space was engulfed in blue flames. Feeling the temperature rising around him, a hint of fervor flashed in Xiao's eyes. Truly, the dragon was formidable. The damage it could inflict was indeed extraordinary. But just this was far from enough. Soon, a massive surge of magical power erupted from Xiao, gradually blocking the heavenly flames, leaving only a small portion that occasionally grazed the worn armor behind him. That armor was the treasure they needed to protect. Throughout the process, the lower the total damage to the armor, the higher the points earned. Seeing his armor take damage, Xiao felt somewhat dissatisfied. According to his expectations, he should have been able to ensure the armor remained intact for at least the first 10 minutes. As expected, a first transition wizard is still lacking a bit. If this path of exile could open a little later, perhaps I could have transitioned early. Thinking of this, Xiao's impression of Night Shadow grew increasingly negative. In his eyes, Night Shadow was just an idiot who knew nothing and blindly leveled up. However, despite this, Xiao remained completely unflustered. Because he saw in the chat box that many names had already turned gray. This meant that these people had already fallen under the dragon's first wave of attack.
and were eliminated. As for those who were still holding on, they were all shouting and panicking. Clearly, the dragon's fiery assault had inflicted great damage and pressure on them. Compared to this, Zizhou's minor slip-up was nothing at all. Seeing this, Zizhou smiled, feeling even more confident. However, he would not let his guard down. His expression gradually became serious as he began to focus on countering the dragon's attack. Meanwhile, in another mirrored space, Yichen sat cross-legged, with a similarly damaged armor beside him. However, compared to others, Yichen appeared somewhat bored. Yes, bored. The moment the dragon appeared, Yichen wasted no time and directly cast a barrier. The dragon's flames seemed incredibly powerful. However, they could not inflict any harm on Yichen. Instead, with nothing to do, Yichen began to observe the appearance of the dragon above him. One had to admit, the dragon race was indeed the most noble of all in the once immortal world. Just its appearance exuded an overwhelming presence. Moreover, due to the fusion of fire elemental essence, Yichen could sense that the flames the dragon breathed contained an extremely high purity of fire elements. This made Yichen feel a bit envious. No wonder the ancient texts record that the dragon race are born mages, it truly is the case. He estimated slightly. If it weren't for the barrier provided by the Red Moon Eye, relying solely on his own defensive means, he could still withstand the giant dragon's assault. However, this process would likely consume quite a bit of his mental energy. It was nowhere near as easy and pleasant as it was now. Thinking of this, Yichen couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Red Moon Eye. It certainly saved him a lot of effort. After a moment passed, with nothing to do, Yichen's gaze gradually shifted from the giant dragon to the broken armor before him. Throughout the trial, it seemed that only Yichen could be this relaxed. Because of this, he noticed the changes on the broken armor. At this moment, nearly 3 minutes into the trial, Yichen suddenly discovered that the originally tattered gray armor had developed several rings of halo on its surface. Driven by curiosity, Yichen couldn't help but check the attributes of this broken armor. Extremely damaged armor, current energy recovery level 20%. Energy recovery? What does this mean? This discovery surprised Yichen. But soon, he reacted and seemed to understand a bit. So, he opened the chat bar. Instantly, various curses and lamentations poured in. However, Yichen didn't pay attention to these. Instead, he carefully checked the names of the participants. After a rough tally, Yichen confirmed his thoughts. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. Just as he thought. Perhaps this broken armor was the equipment reward that the first place could obtain for points. Although it still looked tattered, as more and more participants failed and were eliminated, the armor would absorb the energy from the armor that those eliminated participants had originally protected. Yichen had just estimated that in 3 minutes, out of 10,000 participants, over 2,000 had already been eliminated. Meanwhile, the energy recovery progress of the broken armor before him had jumped to 25%. This corresponded exactly to that number. In other words, this armor was originally complete. It had just been divided into 10,000 parts at the start of the trial, which was why it appeared so damaged. So, as long as the remaining participants were all eliminated, Yichen would be able to obtain a complete set of armor. After realizing this, Yichen suddenly understood, but then he vaguely guessed a possibility. Although the giant dragon's attack above couldn't harm him, it was equally not something others could handle. Perhaps some people had unknown means, but Yichen didn't believe they could truly last for 30 minutes. Moreover, in past history, no one had ever truly achieved a perfect clearance in this final trial. This meant that over the past few decades, the winners had obtained powerful growth-type equipment, but it was still incomplete. Even if the professionals who persisted until the end could recover a complete set of 10,000, they would still suffer damage from the boss, leading to a decline in the quality of the equipment. Now, Yichen had absolute confidence in completing the final trial. This also meant that at the end of the final trial, he would obtain a piece of growth-type equipment more powerful than any past winners. Yichen was almost 80 to 90% sure of this conjecture. With this thought, his heart grew increasingly fervent, wishing for time to pass quickly, or hoping that the giant dragon above would be a bit more forceful and eliminate all the participants sooner. In this way, he could obtain the equipment as soon as possible. Time ticked by. For most participants, this trial was an extremely grueling experience. Faced with the dragon clan that once dominated the eternal life world, their current levels made it nearly impossible to withstand. Soon, one by one, participants were completely engulfed by the blue flames. The shattered armor behind them also transformed into a wisp of light, flowing into other mirrored spaces where no one could see. Of course, it wasn't just these people who found it difficult. Yichen was equally tormented by this trial. However, his struggle was different from the others. He was bored. With the existence of the barrier, no matter how the dragon breathed fire, it couldn't affect him. But aside from standing still, he had nothing to do. Naturally, it was quite unbearable. In the end, unable to find anything to occupy himself with, he began counting the number of participants still holding out in the chat box. 3 minutes passed. Of the originally 10,000 newcomers participating in the trial, half were directly eliminated. 10 minutes passed. The number of participants still holding on was less than 1,000. The remaining 9,000 had all been teleported away from the path of exile. Seeing this, Yi-chan couldn't help but be taken aback. Goodness, one still couldn't underestimate others. There were actually people who could withstand the dragon's breath for 10 minutes? And quite a few at that. This was something Yi-chan hadn't anticipated. He had thought these people might not even last 3 minutes. It seemed he had indeed underestimated these participants. However, upon reflection, Yi-chan felt relieved. After all, they were all the cream of the crop selected from various novice zones. It wasn't surprising that they had some skills up their sleeves. 15 minutes later, Qin Bing stood in the city of Dingfeng with a grim expression. A representative from the Qin family approached him with a frown and asked, "Binger, what's the situation now? You seem to have come out earlier than expected." "Damn Night Shadow, and that Gizigio, I was set up by them," Qin Bing said darkly, his eyes nearly spitting fire. He then gritted his teeth and briefly recounted what had happened inside the Qin family. Representative's frown deepened after hearing this. Meanwhile, not long after Qin Bing emerged, Qi Bai from the Qi family appeared in Dingfeng City looking somewhat disheveled. He had lasted a bit longer than Qin Bing, but still hadn't lasted more than 16 minutes. Soon, members of the 8 great families from various regions began to appear in Dingfeng City one after another. This outcome was clearly unexpected for everyone. However, after learning about what had happened inside, many fell silent. Among them, the one mentioned the most was Night Shadow. What exactly is this Night Shadow? Seems a bit ridiculously strong. Yeah. Initially, clearing the novice secret realm was enough to shock everyone, then he bizarrely took control of a level 20 dungeon, and now he leads everyone with absolute advantage, reaching level 50, and now he's directly confronting the children of the 8 great families. This guy must be defying the heavens. Whether he's defying the heavens or not, I don't know, but I do know that as long as Night Shadow doesn't die, the 8 great families will be in trouble. Night Shadow's current fame is practically stepping on the faces of the 8 great families. Hiss. Confronting the 8 great families head-on, I respect him as a man. Do you think the final score for the Path of Exile will end up with Night Shadow? No need to guess, based on the accounts of those who came out, it's almost certain. Right? That's hard to say. Didn't someone mention that Gizigio from the Ji family also chose the same mode? He probably has his own insights on defense. Anyway, time is almost up, we'll know soon. Outside, as more participants revealed their trial experiences, discussions in each novice zone gradually focused on Night Shadow and Gizigio. Everyone was curious whether this Night Shadow could still create miracles. At this moment, in the trial space of the Path of Exile, another batch of people had been eliminated in a disheveled state. Now, there were fewer than 20 contestants left in the Path of Exile. These individuals mostly had special defensive abilities. For example, Gizigio. At this moment, he relied on his extensive skill bar to learn a bunch of skills like Chaos, Forgetting, and Anti-Magic. He had managed to reduce the dragon's attack frequency by more than 5 times. Thus, combined with his limited defensive capabilities, he barely held on for 18 minutes. At this point, he finally managed to spare a few seconds to check the chat box. He found that the list of those still holding on had dwindled to fewer than 15 people. Moreover, almost every second, someone's name turned gray. Soon, it dropped to less than 10. Seeing this, he felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. However, Gizigio was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that there were still people who could hold on until now. These people must be extraordinary, Gizigio thought to himself. However, this would not affect his mindset. He believed that his methods were definitely superior to those of the others. Even so, the tattered armor behind him had already become even more damaged. He estimated that based on his current state, he could probably hold on for another 1 or 2 minutes. As for the others, he didn't think anyone could last longer than he could. And just as he thought, a few seconds later, there were only 2 people left in the entire Path of Exile, including him. However, at this moment, Gizigio had no time to pay attention to this. Because as he fought the dragon, he could clearly feel the dragon's power continuously increasing. In this final stage, if he wanted to hold on, he had to muster 200% of his spirit. If there was the slightest mistake, he could be consumed by the dragon's flames in the next second. Thus, another 30 seconds passed. Gizigio's forehead was already covered in veins. His whole body was completely drenched in sweat.
Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and held on. Having come this far, he couldn't give up no matter what. Of course, in his view, his opponent was not anyone else, as the others had probably all been eliminated. His true opponent was himself. Zizou's initial thought was to perfectly clear the trials of the path of exile. To crush a group of newcomers with absolute dominance. People like Qin Bing and Qi Bai were merely useless figures with the names of the 8 great families above their heads. And that Night Shadow, in his eyes, was even more of an opportunist. In this world, there were only 2 or 3 peers who could slightly pique his interest. One of them was Zhao Hao, who had risen unexpectedly over the past millennium. Aside from that, this year's batch of newcomers simply wasn't worth his attention. Sometimes, being too strong is a kind of loneliness. Therefore, since entering the eternal life world, his only opponent had always been himself. As for the others, they weren't even worthy of being his opponents. With this belief, Zizou's veins bulged with rage. Finally, after holding on for nearly 20 more seconds, Zizou let out a roar, unleashing all his strength, and used his body to block the flames. Thus, he extended the survival time of the armor behind him by another second. Then he was completely engulfed by the searing flames. Excruciating pain burned through his entire body. However, at this moment, Zizou's eyes were filled with joy, because he had broken through his limits. This time, he had succeeded again. The first place in the path of exile was his. The growth-type artifact was also his. Thinking of this, Zizou contentedly closed his eyes. The next moment, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the city of Dingfeng. At this moment, he had a smile on his lips, and his expression carried a hint of the rare arrogance he seldom showed. This year's newcomers, not a single one is capable. He stood proudly there, ready to welcome the awe-filled gasps of those around him. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a few seconds, the expected gasps did not come. This made Zizou raise an eyebrow unintentionally. Just then, a low murmur of surprise came. Look, the second place, Zizou, has also come out, only Night Shadow remains in the entire exile path. The moment he heard this, Zizou turned sharply, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at the stone tablet. In the next moment, the words Night Shadow at the top of the stone tablet entered his sight. They appeared so glaring. At this moment, Zizou looked at that eye-catching first place. A storm surged in his heart. How is this possible? How could it be like this? Shouldn't I be first? I am a wizard, and I have over 20 skill slots. How could anyone last longer than me? A series of question marks floated in Zizou's mind. Looking at everyone's gaze fixed on the stone tablet, Zizou's heart roared. He simply could not believe that among this batch of newcomers, anyone could be better than him. Even though he knew all about Night Shadow's previous achievements, he had never taken the opponent seriously. Because he had a secret that even the Jia people were unaware of. He had obtained a mysterious item. In the space created by that mysterious item, he had learned the method to change to a hidden class. Although he had not yet succeeded in the class change, the abilities that came with that mysterious item had already transformed him, putting him far ahead of others. With so many innate advantages, he did not believe anyone could surpass him. No. It should be said that these newcomers didn't even have the qualifications to chase after him. But what was going on right now? Who exactly is this Night Shadow? How could he possibly last so long inside? Countless chaotic thoughts filled Zizou's brain, making it hard for him to maintain his usual calm demeanor. However, his mental fortitude was far stronger than his peers. At this moment, despite the tumultuous thoughts in his heart, he still forced himself to take a deep breath. The next moment, when he looked up again at the first place on the stone tablet, his gaze quickly became profound. Night Shadow? You can do what I can't. My interest in you is growing stronger. At this moment, inside the exile path, Yi-chan looked at the empty chat box and couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really something. He actually managed to hold on for 20 minutes. For a moment, Yi-chan even doubted whether this guy could really withstand the dragon's attack for 30 minutes. That would be terrifying. Although, without the help of the barrier, Yi-chan could probably do the same. But it still made him a bit uneasy. After all, his combat power was already quite abnormal. He didn't want another newcomer as abnormal as him to appear. That would not be a good thing. Fortunately, that Zizou finally fell. And as the last light of the armored clone surged into the armor in front of him, the armor was no longer the broken state it had been before. Instead, it had become incredibly new, even with a faint glow swirling around its surface. Yi-chan checked the status of the armor. Sure enough, the recovery progress showed 100%. However, the trial was not over yet. So the armor did not undergo any other changes. Looking at the Nearly 10 minutes left, Yi Chen, having nothing to do, could only sit quietly and daydream. Compared to Yi Chen's leisure. At this moment, most people outside had already learned about the current trial mode. The discussions about Night Shadow had not ceased. Many were even speculating just how far Night Shadow could hold out this time. Time passed slowly amidst these discussions. Just then, within the path of exile, the last remaining dragon suddenly raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. This roar startled Yi Chen, who was sitting down. Just as Yi Chen thought this giant was about to unleash some powerful move to end the trial, the next moment, the dragon's figure gradually faded until it disappeared. A strange expression appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. Is that it? It's gone? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. He had expected some last-minute twist. It seemed there were no complications after all. At the same time, a heavy voice rang out. Ding! The final trial of the Path of Exile has concluded. Ding! Congratulations, you have perfectly completed the trial, achieving first place on the leaderboard. And received a growth-type equipment, Dragon Sigh Robe, mythical. As the voice finished, Yi Chen's vision shifted, and he found himself in an open area. Before him was a glowing portal. Yi Chen knew that was the exit of the Path of Exile. However, he did not rush to leave. Because in front of him, a robe radiating brilliant light floated quietly in the air. From the robe, Yi Chen could vaguely see some features resembling the armor he had previously guarded. Clearly, the equipment rewarded in the Path of Exile was also determined by the participants' professions. Since he was a magic-type profession, the armor had ultimately transformed into a robe. Of course, these were secondary matters. What excited Yi Chen the most was that this Dragon Sigh robe was actually a mythical level equipment. Because it was a reward from an event, it was not affected by drop rates at all. So at first, Yi Chen had no expectations regarding the quality of this growth-type equipment. Unexpectedly, the result gave him a huge surprise. A mythical level growth-type equipment was something that could almost be worn for a lifetime. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suppressed his excitement and stored the robe away. Then he eagerly began to check the robe's attributes. Dragon Sigh Robe, mythical, traits, attributes grow and increase with the level of the wearer. Current level, 90 Constitution. 180 Agility, 120 Intelligence, 250 Effect 1, increases all elemental resistances by 1000 Effect 2, reduces physical damage by 20% wearing level, none. At first glance, the attributes of this equipment seemed unremarkable. It was merely because it was of mythical quality that it had a few more attribute points compared to other level 90 equipment. Even the effects were quite simple, just increasing defense. But almost in the blink of an eye, Yi Chen understood the value of this robe. Although the attributes and effects seemed ordinary, the fact that this robe was a growth-type equipment changed everything. This meant that as long as his level increased, the robe's attributes and effect bonuses would also rise. Not to mention the base attributes. If those two effects could be enhanced, it would undoubtedly be top-notch for Yi Chen. Especially the second effect, which reduced physical damage by 20%. This was almost like having a permanent damage reduction shield. At level 90, there is a 20% reduction in physical damage. What about level 150, 200, or even 300? Could it become 100%? Yi Chen began to feel a sense of anticipation. After examining the attributes of the robe, he couldn't wait to apply the smelting furnace and the blessing of wind to it. As a red and a yellow energy flowed into the robe, Yi Chen checked the robe's attributes again. Robe of the Dragon Sigh, mythical. Traits, attributes increase with the level of the wearer. Current level, 90 Constitution, 180 Agility, 120 Intelligence, 250 Smelting Effect. Each time you are attacked or use a skill, a layer of Flame Fury will stack, allowing your skills to deal 10 points of penetration damage to the target, stacking up to a maximum of 100 layers. Blessing Effect, each time you are attacked or use a skill, a layer of Divine Wind will stack, increasing your movement speed, attack speed, and skill projectile speed by 10 points, stacking up to a maximum of 100 layers. Effect 1, all elemental resistances increased by 1000. Effect 2, reduces physical damage by 20% wearing level, none. Flame Fury and Divine Wind, both effects were something Yi Chen had never seen before. Truly, it was a mythical level equipment. These two effects were somewhat beyond Yi Chen's expectations. Flame Fury turned out to be a rare penetration effect, which, according to the description, could stack up to 1000 points of penetration. If Yi Chen used Fireball, he could completely combine it with the effect of Lava Blade. That would be a maximum of 5000 points of fire resistance reduction, plus 1000 points of penetration. There was also the 20% dual resistance reduction from the Wind Bone Staff of the Shadow Skeleton King. Any class with slightly weaker magic resistance would be like a paper doll in front of Yi Chen. Let's not forget, Yi Chen
himself had an 18% energy penetration.
As for Divine Wind, in Yi Chen's view, the capability of this effect far exceeded that of Flame Fury.
Not only could it increase
movement speed by up to 1000 points, but combined with God Speed, the 50% movement speed boost from the Plague Source Ring, the 30% movement speed increase from the Skeleton Pants, and the smelting effect that increased movement speed by 10% with each skill cast, it all added up.
As long as he didn't encounter a practitioner with extremely high agility, Yi Chen could easily handle any enemy without even needing to use Void Phantom. Satisfied, he donned the robe of the Dragon Sigh.
Unexpectedly, the system popped up a prompt.
Ding!
The robe of the Dragon Sigh has been bound. Seeing the prompt, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned.
But after realizing it, he didn't pay much attention. Binding meant that this equipment couldn't be traded. But how could he possibly sell such a growth-type mythical equipment? This was clothing that could not be taken off even if the world exploded. Moreover, even if he didn't use it, he would rather destroy it himself than let it fall into enemy hands. After all, the 8 great families should be getting desperate about him by now. With the robe equipped and the various gains from the previous Exile road, Yi Chen couldn't help but check his panel. ID.
Night Shadow level, 90 class, Fusion Mage free attribute points, 0 attributes, Strength 272, Constitution 694, Agility 1998, Intelligence 7024 Health 317590/317590, Mana, 73140/73140 Skills, Fireball, Mana Spring, Experience Surge. Expand abilities, Lava Blade, Smelting Furnace, Death Domain, Dark Rebirth. Storm Dash, Blessing of the Wind. With agility nearing 2000 points and intelligence reaching a terrifying 7024 points. Total attributes at 9988 points, about to break the 10,000 mark. Meanwhile, a normal level 90 character has only 1724 points in base attributes.
Even if he were to wear a full set of top-tier mythical gear, his attributes would likely not surpass Yi Chen's single intelligence attribute. Even if someone could possess attributes identical to Yi Chen's, it would only be attribute points.
Under the effect of the endless life chain, Yi Chen's health has increased by a whopping 308,800 points.
At the same time, his lowest elemental resistance is 2,032 points.
Among these, his poison resistance is nearing 20,000, reaching 19,357 points.
His mental resistance is slightly
weaker, but still stands at 15626. These two resistances are sufficient for him to handle about 70 to 80% of corresponding elemental skills.
Among all resistances,
the most terrifying is naturally fire resistance. Thanks to his previous encounters in the underground cave, Yi Chen's fire resistance now stands at 34,650 points. This resistance means that unless the enemy possesses the ability to completely negate his resistance, pure fire damage is like child's play in front of Yi Chen. However, aside from these three, his dark resistance and wind resistance are slightly weaker, just over 5,000 points.
This is enough to deal with ordinary enemies, but
if he encounters higher-level corresponding attribute characters, it still poses a bit of pressure for Yi Chen.
Of course, this pressure is only a little. Let's not forget he has various defensive measures. Just a single death domain stacked to 100 layers can reduce elemental damage by 20,000 points. Moreover, Yi Chen can activate
all shield skills simultaneously. The Mana Shield and the Fused Star Guardian each provide a 10% reduction of all damage. When all these methods are combined,
the actual elemental damage that can hit him and cause substantial harm is negligible.
Unless the opponent casts a forbidden spell. However, the conditions for casting
a forbidden spell are extremely strict.
He can easily evade with Void Mirage, and if that fails, he has the Red Moon Eyes barrier.
This barrier has just proven to be a great asset for Yi Chen.
As for physical damage, without going into too much detail, the Star Shield and Star Guardian each absorb 20% of physical damage.
And the recently acquired Dragon Sigh robe also reduces physical damage by 20%. Of course, the damage calculation in the Eternal Life world is not simply 1 plus 1. After all, this is a world that truly exists.
Therefore, under the simultaneous effect of the three mentioned physical damage reductions, it does not directly
reduce damage by 60%.
Instead, it can roughly withstand about 51% of the damage.
This involves extremely profound mechanisms.
In the century of the Eternal Life world, countless scholars have attempted to analyze it through extensive data research.
Yet, no one has truly grasped it. They can only estimate based on some experience. However, even though it does not reduce by 60%, reducing by just over half is still quite powerful. It's just that compared to elemental damage, Yi Chen is relatively weaker against physical damage. This is something Yi Chen needs to pay attention to. It seems that in the future, he needs to consider some enhancements to his physical defense. After reviewing his various attributes and skills, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, looking quite satisfied. With such attributes, he could easily handle any crisis at the moment.
Next, it was time to take on the third transfer mission. Completing the third transfer early would allow him to secure the title of Rookie King sooner. That title would also significantly boost his combat power.
This would provide considerable assistance for his safety when entering the beginner area later. After thinking this through, Yi Chen headed towards the exit.
Meanwhile, outside the city of Dingfeng in the 702 novice area, a tense atmosphere
prevailed. Strange, the Exile road has been over for almost 10 minutes, why hasn't Night Shadow come out yet? Outside Dingfeng City, Xiao and Mo had already returned to the entrance of the Exile road.
At this moment, a large number of members from the Longyuan Legion had surrounded the area, making it impossible for anyone to slip through. In fact, as early as 20 minutes ago, Zhao Mo had summoned the black butlers of the Xiao family's law enforcement team as per Zhao Chanlin's instructions. However, instead of the 3 initially requested by Zhao Chanlin, he brought a total of 5.
As the commander of the Longyuan Legion, Zhao Mo was inherently bold and meticulous.
Having learned from previous setbacks, his assessment of Night Shadow's combat power had risen several notches. Therefore, to be on the safe side, he sent 2 additional black butlers. All of these black butlers were level 180, just not yet at the 6th transfer. Even so, with 6th dimension disintegration stones, it would only be enough for these 5 black butlers to operate in the novice area for 4 hours. But that time was sufficient. Zhao Mo's only concern now was whether Night Shadow had become alert and was hiding inside, refusing to come out.
A dimension disintegration stone costs around 3 million. 5 would amount to 15 million. For an ordinary person, this would be an enormous expense. But for the Xiao family, it wasn't a significant issue. The problem was, if Yi Chen stayed inside for a day without coming out, Zhao Mo would have to spend as much as 90 million just on the dimension disintegration stones. If Yi Chen were clever enough to stay hidden for a few days or even log off directly from the original ground, the daily expenditure of nearly 100 million eternal coins would be quite detrimental to the Xiao family. Thus, Zhao Mo couldn't help but ask. On the other hand, Zhao Changlin coldly replied without hesitation, unless he can hide in there for 10 or 8 years, keep a close watch on him. Hearing Zhao Changlin's words, Zhao Mo decisively chose to remain silent. At this moment, he was already clear about Zhao Changlin's attitude and naturally would not hesitate any longer. At this time, personnel from other second and third-rate forces in the novice area were also summoned. Night Shadow had killed their talented seeds. The resentment these second and third-rate forces held against Night Shadow was no less than that of Zhao Changlin. Perhaps even more intense. Therefore, there was no need for Zhao Changlin to give orders. They had already responded early to the Xiao family's actions, bringing a large number of elites from the novice area. At this moment, they were all arranged by Zhao Mo within the Longyuan Legion. However, in Dingfeng City right now, aside from the Longyuan Legion and the elite forces sent by various factions, there were also many onlookers surrounding the entire Dingfeng City, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Zhao Mo paid no attention to this and instead allowed them to block the area. After all, this way, the chances of Night Shadow attempting to escape would be greatly reduced. The Longyuan army has such a grand formation, there must be at least 1,000 people here. TSK. It seems like all the Longyuan army in our novice area has been summoned. If we add in those from other forces, there could be as many as 2,000. It looks like Night Shadow has really angered everyone this time. The Xiao family's stance is that they will definitely not let Night Shadow go. Of course, with so many prodigies from Yun province dying at his hands, if the Xiao family and other forces don't seek revenge here, they'll lose all face. Ha! Isn't it those self-righteous prodigies who surrounded him first? They couldn't win and ended up dead, isn't that just what they deserve? Shoo! Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you keep saying that, aren't you afraid those people will come after you? What do I have to fear? I'm hiding way back here, they can't hear me. I just can't stand the Xiao family's inability to accept defeat. That's true, but what can we do? It seems Night Shadow is in serious trouble this time. Yeah. No matter how strong he is among the newcomers, facing over 2,000 level 90 veterans, he has no chance of surviving. Don't even mention over 2,000, just the 1,000 from the Longyuan army alone would ensure Night Shadow's demise. After all, the Longyuan army has the benefit of legion skills, which means their individual strength surpasses that of a typical third transformation professional. Have you forgotten there are also 5 level 180 black-clad stewards there? I can't see how Night Shadow can survive. Countless onlookers outside whispered among themselves, discussing fervently. Although most felt a sense of relief at Night Shadow killing Zhao Pang and his group, no one held any hope for Night Shadow's upcoming fate. The 8 great families had ruled the alliance for far too long. Their deterrent power had long since seeped into the very bones of every professional. In the past, there had been attempts to resist the 8 great families, but the outcomes were all too clear. The reason the 8 great families could stand firm to this day was due to a foundation that no single person could challenge. Even if that person were a genius, it wouldn't matter. At that moment, as the crowd murmured, the previously calm entrance to the Road of Exile shimmered with subtle waves of light. However, it was this slight fluctuation that caused a shockwave to ripple through the entire city of over 100,000 people. "He's coming out!" someone suddenly shouted, their voice breaking. The tension. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a thunderous roar of excitement. But this uproar lasted less than half a second. In the next moment, everyone collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the exit of the Road of Exile. At the same time, Xiao swiftly waved his arm. Immediately, 1,000 Long Yuan soldiers, along with over 1,000 elite members from other forces, stood ready. "Everyone, it's up to you now," Xiao said coldly. Behind him, a black-clad steward, completely wrapped in black clothing and a hat, responded in a hoarse and hollow voice. "Rest assured, Commander, we understand the principle of using full strength even when hunting a rabbit. With all 5 of us working together, we will definitely take down that little guy at level 60. Xiao nodded. At the same time, as the ripples settled, a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. The moment the figure emerged, the black-clad steward who had just been speaking with Xiao reacted swiftly. "Attack!" Before the words were even finished, the 5 black-clad stewards moved simultaneously. 3 of them charged towards the figure, one wielding a sword, another a dagger, and the last relying solely on his fists. They attacked from 3 different directions. Meanwhile, the other 2 black-clad stewards were not idle. One of them surged with magical energy, and then a massive, ferocious beast emerged from the void. Before the crowd could even see the beast clearly, a gigantic hand came crashing down towards the figure. The last black-clad steward had already drawn his bow, though his movement was slower than the others. The arrow shot forth with a series of explosive sounds, quickly heading towards the figure. The coordination of the 5 was remarkably seamless. In an instant, the booming sounds of explosions echoed throughout the entire city of Dingfeng. The crowd behind him was all taken aback by the scene. Everyone's mind echoed the same thought. Is this what a level 180 professional looks like? So powerful. The 5 black-clad enforcers from the Xiao family unleashed a thunderous assault. Their stance was not at all like they were dealing with a newcomer, it felt more like they were facing a boss of their own level. After the initial shock, the onlookers appeared somewhat speechless. The strength displayed by that shadow was indeed impressive. But you are level 180 professionals, is it really necessary to be this ruthless? However, when the series of explosions ended, all the spectators instantly fell silent, no longer making comments. The figure, after enduring such a fierce combined attack, was still standing in place. As the dust settled, the figure's face slowly came into view. Everyone could finally see that around the figure floated 4 faint halos. Clearly, the combined attack from the 5 black-clad enforcers had been intercepted by these halos, leaving the figure unscathed. This scene not only left the onlookers in shock but also made the representatives of the various factions at the center of the dispute, as well as the members of the Long Yuan Legion, unable to believe their eyes. Of course, the most shocked were the 5 black-clad enforcers. After all, they were very clear about their own combat power. 5 level 180 professionals, even if their combat strength was poor, could easily crush any level 90 professional who had not yet undergone their third class change, let alone a mere newcomer. Yet now, that shadow not only survived but seemed completely unharmed. How could this not astonish them? However, these 5 black-clad enforcers were seasoned professionals. Upon realizing the figure was unscathed, they had no time to think further. The leading black-clad enforcer roared, military technique, combined. Over 1,000 members of the Long Yuan Legion, still in shock, instinctively raised their weapons upon hearing the command. Such a synchronized action instantly infused a tremendous amount of energy into the 5 black-clad enforcers. At that moment, Yi Chen, who had just been attacked by the 5 black-clad enforcers, finally understood the situation before him. He also recognized the 5 black-clad enforcers from the skills they had just displayed and the equipment they wore. It was clear to Yi Chen that these 5 were at least 5th transformation professionals. Moreover, with the Long Yuan Legion's coordinated movements, Yi Chen could distinctly sense that the combat power of these 5 black-clad enforcers had significantly increased. For a moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel. What a grand spectacle! Back in the Path of Exile, he had already foreseen this scene. So, the moment he stepped out, he simultaneously activated his
Mana Shield, Star Shield, and Star Guardian, 3 layers of protection. At the same time, the Death Domain, which he had not yet used, was also opened. This was to prevent such a situation. However, he hadn't expected that the Xiao family would be so willing to spend resources. To deal with him, they sent 5 high-level professionals into the novice area, along with over 1,000 members of the Longyuan Legion. These people were likely all the personnel that could be mobilized from the novice area. Given the situation, it was clear that the Xiao family did not intend to let him leave here alive. Fortunately, with the support of 4 defensive skills, those previous attacks hadn't even taken a drop of his blood. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. The Xiao family clearly did not understand his intentions, but they still underestimated his combat power. If the 5 standing before him were 7th transformation professionals, they might have posed some trouble. But if they were only 5th transformation, then it was not trouble for him, rather, it was he who would bring trouble to the Xiao family. Seeing that everyone was still in a state of shock, Yi Chen immediately raised his hand. Fireballs rained down from the sky. Under countless ballistic enhancements, Yi Chen's fireball technique was incredibly fast at this moment. Although the 5 black-clad stewards had noticed Yi Chen's movements, they still couldn't evade the onslaught of these fireballs. In the next instant, boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with flames. Hundreds of fireballs struck the 5 black-clad stewards. Immediately after, with a wave of his hand, Yi Chen sent another hundreds of fireballs soaring into the air, not intending to give the enemy any breathing room. Once, twice, 3 times. In an instant, as countless fireballs soared, the scorching heat turned the entire Dingfeng into a furnace. Even the onlookers at the periphery were shocked and retreated repeatedly from the intense heat. Yet, even so, Yi Chen did not stop his actions. Since he had never fought against a 5th turn professional, he was unaware of the true combat power of his opponents and whether they had any hidden cards. Therefore, Yi Chen went all out from the very beginning, hoping to defeat them in the shortest time possible. However, a few seconds later, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. He had already cast fireballs more than a dozen times, with the total number of fireballs exceeding 10,000. Yet, the panel still hadn't displayed any kill notifications. Could it be that the 5th turn professionals are stronger than I imagined? Yi Chen wondered. Just then, a few muffled groans suddenly came from not far away. Yi Chen glanced over and found that several figures from the Longyuan Legion standing there had inexplicably spat blood and collapsed to the ground, looking as if they wouldn't survive. This commotion was like a domino effect, and soon the same scene occurred one after another around them. Yi Chen was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized the combat power of those 5 black-clad knights clearly couldn't withstand Yi Chen's fireball technique. However, due to the previous Legion skill, the damage they received had been transferred. Most Legion skills work by temporarily concentrating the combat power of all Legion members onto a few main leaders through a specific unified posture. This way, the combat power of the main leaders can be enhanced while also distributing the damage they receive. It is indeed a very domineering and powerful skill. The difference in Legion skills among different legions lies only in the magnitude of their effects. Naturally, the subordinate legion of the Xiao family, one of the top forces of the Longyuan Legion, wouldn't have a poor Legion skill. Because of this, the 5 black-clad stewards could withstand Yi Chen's bombardment without collapsing. Unfortunately, while they managed to hold on, the Longyuan Legion, responsible for supplying them with combat power and bearing the damage, could no longer hold out. Neither Zhao Changlin nor Zhao Mo, nor the 5 black-clad stewards before them, had ever seen Yi Chen's fighting style. Therefore, they had miscalculated. They never expected that Yi Chen's fireball technique not only had an absurd number but also such a short casting interval. It should be noted that according to the rules of the Eternal Life World, generally, the more powerful a skill is, the longer its cooldown time or the higher its mana cost, and, at the very least, it has various annoying side effects. Yet, Yi Chen's fireball technique, aside from its quantity and power, seemed no different from an ordinary fireball technique in other aspects. What was going on? Could it be that he had an SSS-level talent? At this moment, not far away, Zhao Changlin's eyes flickered with unusual waves. His gaze remained fixed on Yi Chen, as if he wanted to see him clearly. It seems the previous information was incorrect. This Yi Chen must have used some method to hide his SSS-level talent test in advance. Zhao Mo, standing beside him, was taken aback upon hearing this. Elder, are you saying that Yi Chen really has SSS-level talent? After a slight pause, Zhao Mo did not wait for Zhao Changlin to respond and spoke again, but even with an SSS-level talent, it's impossible to possess such terrifying fireball skills. Zhao Mo's words left Zhao Changlin directly silent. Clearly, having lived for decades, he had seen all kinds of prodigies. Yet, he could not comprehend Yi Chen's abilities.
This left him feeling quite unsettled. However, this doubt did not last long. As one member of the Longyuan Legion after another fell, both Zhao Changlin and Zhao Mo's expressions turned extremely grim.
Long before Yi Chen emerged, they had already tried to overestimate the combat power of Night Shadow as much as possible. As one of the top forces, the Xiao family would never underestimate their opponents due to arrogance. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen had slapped them hard in the face in just a few seconds. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before those 5 black-clad stewards were dead. And all of the more than 1,000 members of the Longyuan Legion would be wiped out. Although these Longyuan soldiers were only level 90, they were all elites that the Xiao family had meticulously trained for years. They had a strong mutual understanding, and when working together, they could unleash combat power that
surpassed ordinary third transformation professionals.
More importantly, although these Longyuan soldiers were stationed in the novice area, in reality, they were the
main force the Xiao family used to clear out the lower level abyss.
If they all died here, it would be a significant loss for the Xiao family.
Thinking of this, Zhao Changlin could no longer care about anything else. He immediately shouted, "Night Shadow, stop!" Zhao Changlin's sudden shout instantly attracted everyone's attention.
Everyone was puzzled about what this representative elder of the Xiao family wanted to do at this moment. Yi Chen also glanced at Zhao Changlin, but he did
not know Zhao Changlin's true identity. However, even if he knew, so what?
You were the first to strike, and now that the situation looks bad, you want to call for
a stop?
There's no such good thing in the world. Thus, as Zhao Changlin's shout fell, Yi Chen did not stop. Instead, he waved both hands. A massive number of fireballs filled the sky, and this time, the targets were not the 5 black-clad stewards, but rather the members of the Longyuan Legion on either side.
Boom! 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 Yi Chen's sudden change of target was something no one had anticipated. Of course, even if someone could have thought of it, the speed of Yi Chen's fireballs was simply too fast. So fast that the members of the Longyuan Legion did not even have time to see clearly before being engulfed by the fireballs. These people were not like the 5 black-clad stewards. Although they also had the enhancement of military skills, unfortunately, they were not the main beneficiaries. With their current resistance, just Yi Chen's lava blade was enough to reduce their defense to 0. The result was evident: wherever Yi Chen's fireballs passed, not a single member of the Longyuan Legion could withstand it.
Moments later, large groups of Longyuan Legion members turned into charred corpses.
Along with them, the subordinates sent by various forces from Yun province were also affected.
At a glance, the areas that had been crowded with people on both sides became incredibly empty. However, just at that moment, the 5 black-clad stewards finally broke free from Yi Chen's firepower suppression. Although the 5 looked somewhat disheveled at this moment, they still seized this hard-won opportunity to catch their breath and launched another attack on Yi Chen. This time, the 5 almost brought out their ultimate skills, intending to eliminate Yi Chen in one go. However, as soon as the 5 made a move, hundreds of fireballs came crashing down again. Having lost the combat skill enhancement from over 1,000 members of the Longyuan Legion, the defenses of the 5 black-clad knights could not withstand Yi Chen's attacks at all. In the next moment, the 5 black-clad stewards had no time to react before they followed in the footsteps of the Dragon Abyss Legion members, becoming silent corpses. At the same time, as Yi Chen's last fireball dissipated, the entire wind stabilization city suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was deeply shocked by the scene before them. Just a minute ago, everyone had felt immense pity for Yi Chen. But merely a minute had passed. The outcome was far beyond their expectations. From Yi Chen's appearance to this moment, the entire process took less than a minute. All the members of the Dragon Abyss Legion in the Xiao family's novice area, including the 5 level 180 black-clad stewards, had all perished. Moreover, Yi Chen had not controlled the fireball technique too much. As a result, over 1,300 elite subordinates sent by various factions had also died together. One person versus over 2,000, including 5 level 185th transformation professionals. Yi Chen had won decisively. And he had won so effortlessly, so cleanly. It was truly hard to believe. At this moment, Zhao Changlin was still in the posture of just having shouted. He had not expected Night Shadow to act so quickly, and to strike so ruthlessly, leaving him no room to maneuver. Looking at the charred corpses scattered on the ground, Zhao Changlin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and the veins on his forehead bulged. His expression turned extremely grim. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo, upon seeing all his elite subordinates dead, felt as if his heart was bleeding. His fierce eyes turned towards Yi Chen, filled with a chilling killing intent. Finally, he gritted his teeth. "Elder, I want to kill him myself." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Zhao Changlin's response, Zhao Mo's figure suddenly became ethereal, and moments later, he completely vanished.
Watching Zhao Mo's actions, Zhao Changlin remained silent.
He knew that Zhao Mo intended
to descend in person.
Zhao Changlin did not plan to stop him.
Today's events must be concluded with Yi Chen's blood. Otherwise, the Xiao family would lose face.
With this thought, Zhao Changlin suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, you are very good. First, you killed my Zhao family disciple, Zhao Peng, and now you have slaughtered 1,000 of my Dragon Abyss Legion.
This debt, my Xiao family will remember." Yi Chen, upon hearing Zhao Changlin's words, did not pay him any mind.
After killing these people, he suddenly had a thought. Then, a red light flashed between his eyebrows.
Immediately, an invisible spatial door opened. In the next moment, everyone witnessed a bizarre scene. The charred corpses on the ground actually vanished before their eyes. This strange sight left the already astonished crowd even more shocked. What happened? Where did those corpses go? What the hell? How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? The crowd gasped in disbelief.
At this moment, Zhao Changlin, seeing the corpses of his subordinates disappearing right before his eyes, also turned pale. Although he did not understand what was happening, it was impossible for anyone other than Yi Chen to have done this. He felt that Yi Chen was purely retaliating against him. These people were all from the Dragon Abyss Legion, and they had died fighting for the Xiao family. Although Zhao Changlin did not have many thoughts about the deceased, allowing Yi Chen to destroy these corpses in front of everyone would make it impossible for the Xiao family to win people's hearts in the future. This was simply a blatant slap in the face, a slap to the Xiao family's face. At this moment, Zhao Changlin was so furious he was about to spit blood. He immediately shouted, "Night Shadow! You even won't spare the corpses? How vicious you are!" At this time, Yi Chen finally turned his gaze towards Zhao Changlin. Hearing his words, he couldn't help but find it amusing. The reason he had collected these over 2,000 corpses, including those of the 5 level 180 black-clad stewards, was he simply thought of the red moon space and impulsively decided to conduct an experiment. He didn't expect it to actually work. The reason for collecting these corpses was quite simple. He wanted to use them to create exquisite gems, which were essentially skill upgrade stones. After all, opportunities to gather so many corpses at once were rare. Unless he went on a killing spree, slaughtering everyone in the novice village. But first, he wasn't a murderous fiend, he couldn't just kill people for no reason. Moreover, if he did that, wouldn't it give the 8 great families a legitimate reason to deal with him? Although they were still targeting him now, they didn't dare to be too blatant about it. However, if he became a fiend, it would surely attract the real powerhouses from the 8 great families. At that point, with the support of all humanity, he would be like a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting to beat him. That was not what Yi Chen wanted. So, these 2,000 corpses were just right for repurposing. As for whether this would disgust or anger the Xiao family, others might have their reservations, but Yi Chen certainly did not. In fact, after Zhao Changlin finished speaking, Yi Chen retorted without hesitation, "Malicious? Compared to your Xiao family, what I did is nothing. I simply refused to join your Xiao family, and you had Zhao Peng team up with other forces from Yun province to attack me on the Exile road. Then, upon learning that I was unharmed, you mobilized 5 5th-tier professionals and over 1,000 level 90 Long Yuan members to try to encircle and kill me. Tell me, in terms of malice, how can I compare to your Xiao family and other forces?" Yi Chen's series of retorts immediately resonated with many onlookers. Anyone not a fool could see the true reason the Xiao family wanted to deal with Night Shadow. This wasn't the first time such things had happened in the past few decades. However, due to the immense power of the 8 great families, those of ordinary backgrounds could only endure in silence. Of course, their own abilities were not enough to provoke the targeting of the 8 great families. But that didn't stop them from feeling moved by Yi Chen's words. The reactions of the surrounding people, seen by Zhao Changlin, made his expression extremely unpleasant. However, even though everyone knew this to be true, discussing it openly would ultimately have a negative impact, and Zhao Changlin would never admit to it. Nonsense. My Xiao family has the best intentions in wanting to recruit you and provide you with resources, which is done with the utmost sincerity. But not only did you refuse, you even camped at the resurrection point on the Exile road, torturing my Xiao family and over 50 other young geniuses. You have already violated the rules of the He Alliance. As the overseer of the 702 novice area, I naturally have to set an example. What wrong has my Zhao family done? Zhao Changlin spoke with righteous indignation. His purpose was naturally to avoid leaving a bad impression on outsiders. Furthermore, he was trying to buy time for Xiao Mo's personal arrival. At this moment, he had already received news from Zhao Mo that his true self had arrived in the novice area. However, it was still a bit of a distance from Dingfeng City, and it would take about 5 more minutes to reach
Zhao Changlin was merely a mirror image. Now, so he had no means to leave behind Yi Chen. Thus, he could only rely on his own words to stall for time. Upon hearing Zhao Changlin's justifiable sophistry, Yi Chen sneered and shook his head. I didn't expect your skin to be as thick as your level. There were over 100,000 people present on the Exile road, and you didn't even blink. Impressive. Facing Yi Chen's mockery, Zhao Changlin felt no inner turmoil. Instead, he coldly scanned the surroundings and asked in a deep voice, then let them come out and say what exactly happened inside earlier. Yi Chen smiled. I don't need it. Anyway, I never expected the Xiao family to reason with me. Let's just say I lost my temper and decided to take it out on Zhao Pang and the others. Zhao Changlin nodded with a cold smile. So you finally admit it? At that moment, representatives from other factions nearby began to curse at Yi Chen. Watching these people perform like clowns was quite amusing. Yi Chen slowly shook his head. Then suddenly revealed a smile to Zhao Changlin. You're stalling for time, aren't you? Zhao Changlin was taken aback by the words. However, Yi Chen didn't wait for him to respond and continued. The person next to you just now is gone. It seems he might be a bit angry. I guess he's coming over personally, right? Yi Chen's tone was flippant, but to Zhao Changlin, it made his heart sink. He understood that Yi Chen had seen through his intentions. Therefore, it would be a bit difficult to keep the other party at bay now. Just as Zhao Changlin thought, after finishing his words, Yi Chen grinned at him. Then he softly said, goodbye. Immediately, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands, Yi Chen activated the void mirage and his figure suddenly vanished. Seeing this scene, Zhao Changlin's eyes widened in fury, the whites of his eyes filled with blood. He was about to grind his teeth to dust. But facing Yi Chen's shameless actions, he had no way to respond. However, not long after Yi Chen left, an unmatched aura surged in from outside the city. The next moment, Zhao Mo appeared before everyone with a strong killing intent. Night. Shadow. Come out and die. This was the furious roar of a strong 8-turn professional filled with rage. The voice carried a terrifying aura that swept across the entire Dingfeng city. However, at this moment, Yi Chen's figure had long since disappeared. Zhao Changlin was even more enraged, cursing, useless. The person has run away, and what are you barking about here? Behind him, the onlookers, though terrified by the presence of a strong figure like Zhao Mo, couldn't help but feel it was somewhat amusing. At the same time, there was a bit of satisfaction. Amidst the uproar, the trial of the Exile road finally came to an end. Most newcomers were now leaving Dingfeng City in an orderly manner. For ordinary newcomers, it didn't matter who achieved first place in the Exile road, it had no impact on them. However, this year, due to Yi Chen's appearance, they gained an extra topic for casual conversation. Night Shadow had killed 5 180-level black-clad stewards of the Xiao family, as well as 1,000 members of the Longyuan Legion, along with over 1,000 miscellaneous troops. This news had spread throughout the entire alliance shortly after Yi Chen left Dingfeng City. Now, everyone had heard this information. Countless people were incredulous about Night Shadow's crazy feats. At the same time, many secretly took pleasure in Xiao family's misfortune. No one would have thought that the Xiao family, which had stood for nearly 100 years, would be so severely slapped in the face by an ordinary person. Although Night Shadow ultimately escaped from Zhao Mo, an 8-turn strongman, no one thought Yi Chen was a coward. On the contrary, they were quite surprised and even a bit impressed that he could escape from the hands of an 8-turn strongman. It could be said that after the turmoil in Dingfeng City, the Zhao family's reputation was greatly affected. At this moment, the Xiao family was no longer seen as the lofty, unshakable, invincible family. Instead, it gave people the impression that the Xiao family could only bully those soft targets. When they encountered tough opponents, they would still be slapped in the face. Of course, this was just a feeling. Most people hadn't truly lost their minds to think that the Xiao family could be casually provoked. After all, in the eyes of the Xiao family, they were those soft targets. But it didn't stop them from discussing the matter enthusiastically in private. In response, the Xiao family unusually remained silent and did not come forward to say anything. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but the Xiao family had long forgotten how long it had been since they encountered a newcomer as strange as Yi Chen. Or, rather, they had never faced such a situation. As a result, while being ridiculed and discussed by the outside world, the Xiao family members simply couldn't think of a way to respond. The simplest and most effective solution would naturally be to capture Yi Chen. But the problem was that, given the current situation, they couldn't do that. As for other solutions, they couldn't come up with any for the time being. Apart from silence, the Xiao family really couldn't think of a way out for a while. Of course, the Xiao family would not simply let it go. At this moment, Zhao Changlin, representing the Xiao family, had already applied to the alliance to hold a meeting. The Xiao family wanted to drag the other families into the mess. Why should they be the only ones bearing the consequences after they had all agreed to deal with Yi Chen together? The actions behind the Xiao family were naturally unknown to the outside world. At this time, in another novice area far away from the 702 novice zone, GZ9 stood outside Dingfeng City, and he was naturally aware of the situation. Regarding Night Shadow, however, GZ9 didn't seem to be as surprised as others. Instead, deep down, he felt it was only natural. After all, that Night Shadow was a newcomer who was pressing down on him. If he couldn't even handle this, wouldn't he be useless? GZ9 took a deep look at the name at the top of the stone tablet, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable expression. After a moment, he turned and left. Night Shadow, huh? I believe we will meet again soon, and by then, I will make you understand that the initial lead means nothing. GZ9 said confidently. He had the entire GZ family backing him, countless divine forging stones at his disposal, and a hidden class transfer that was about to be completed. Compared to him, that Night Shadow was just an ordinary person with a bit of luck. He had no reason to lose. With this thought, GZ9 shook off the earlier feeling of defeat, and his expression suddenly became radiant. Black Sands City. Due to the opening of the Exile Road, there were not many newcomers coming to complete their first promotion tasks in the past 2 days. At this moment, Black Sands City appeared somewhat quiet. In fact, anyone familiar with Black Sands City could feel an unusual atmosphere permeating the city. However, this was quite understandable. Ever since the elite of the Golden Phoenix Legion, along with the Legion leader Xuefeng, were all killed, the original Golden Phoenix Legion had been renamed the Shadow Legion. But its strength was no longer what it used to be. The once mighty Golden Phoenix Legion had suppressed the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions. But now, facing the joint targeting of the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon, the territory the Shadow Legion could control was shrinking more and more. Most importantly, in recent days, the disaster emissaries in the Black Water Canyon had been completely surrounded by the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions. Even if the Shadow Legion wanted to intervene, they couldn't do so. As a result, the entire pattern of Black Sands City had become somewhat delicate. At this moment, Xueling sat in the headquarters of the Shadow Legion. Looking at the empty hall in front of her, she felt extremely frustrated. Faced with the constant exclusion and targeting from the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions, within the Shadow Legion, apart from a few mixed-blood individuals like her, most of the normal human professionals had already left early. Xueling was very clear. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions would definitely take action against them. The reason they hadn't acted yet was simply because the peak season for promotions had arrived. They didn't want to stir up trouble at this time. Once they had the time, it would probably be the day of the Shadow Legion's demise. Xueling had no attachment to the Shadow Legion. The only one she truly cared about was Yi Chen. Once the Shadow Legion ceases to exist, she will have completely lost her value. At that time, if Yi Chen feels she is no longer useful, her life and death will be entirely at his whim. Such a result is unbearable for Xueling. She wants to live, so she must quickly find a way to demonstrate her value in front of Yi Chen. Only in this way can she preserve her life. But how can she showcase her value? Not long ago, she received news. Yi Chen single-handedly slaughtered over 2,000 people on the Exile Road, including 5 fifth-tier professionals. This impressive feat truly shocked her once again. Thus, at this moment, Xueling fell into deep thought again. Just then, a figure silently appeared before her. It was Yi Chen, who had just left Dingfeng City. The moment she saw Yi Chen, Xueling was taken aback, but the next second, she knelt down, her voice trembling as she said, Master, when did you arrive? Yi Chen glanced at Xueling without responding. Instead, he walked straight to the main seat and slowly sat down. Then he began to scrutinize Xueling. After a moment, he finally spoke slowly. I just heard some news outside, and your performance has disappointed me. Xueling trembled all over, her lowered face instantly losing all color. Master. Xueling has let you down, please give me some time, I will definitely be able to regain the market in Haisha City. Yi Chen looked at Xueling, who was trembling before him, with no fluctuations in his eyes. The reason he kept Xueling was partly due to the gold-earning ability of the Golden Phoenix Legion here. Moreover, Xueling had actively signed a slave contract with him, making her life and death entirely in his hands. That is why he spared her life. But now it seemed that Xueling's role had not met Yi Chen's expectations. This made Yi Chen reconsider how to deal with Xueling. He was also aware that a significant part of the reason Xueling could not establish herself in Haisha City was due to the fact that he had killed all the elites of the Golden Phoenix Legion, including Xuefeng, on that day. But that did not serve as an excuse. If everything had to be rebuilt by him, then Xueling's existence would be meaningless.
Just then, Xueling, who had been keeping her head down, noticed that Yi Chen was silent. She couldn't help but slightly raise her head and quietly observe Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen's expression devoid of any emotion, Xueling's heart filled with even more terror. Perhaps intimidated by Yi Chen's demeanor, Xueling seemed to have made a great resolution, then gritted her teeth and slowly said, "You once said that the boss of the Miasma hidden forest, the plague sourceworm, has been killed by you. Your purpose in keeping me is to hope that the original Golden Phoenix Legion can help you earn enough wealth to resurrect the plague sourceworm. But the current situation is that Haisha City is already under the control of the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions, and the Shadow Legion needs some time to develop. However, I have found a way that might not require so many eternal coins to resurrect the plague sourceworm." At this point, Xueling's expression appeared somewhat hesitant, but after a moment, she continued, "It's just that the means might be a bit cruel for you, and it could affect your reputation." While contemplating how to deal with Xueling, Yi Chen suddenly heard this and was somewhat surprised. He was curious about what method Xueling was referring to. As for whether it was cruel or affected his reputation, he didn't care too much. Given his current situation, although he wasn't universally reviled, facing the oppression of the 8 great families was not much better. Since the emergence of the eternal life world, the phrase "strength is paramount" had long permeated the entire world. Only those strong enough to instill fear in everyone could truly stand tall. So, whatever you do, no one dares to have any opinions. This point was vividly illustrated to Yi Chen during the recent incident involving the 8 great families. Being able to resurrect the plague sourceworm and then refine exquisite gems through it would greatly help him enhance his strength. Thus, he directly asked, "Go ahead and tell me, but this is your last chance. I don't like useless people." Upon hearing this, Xueling's delicate body trembled slightly, and she began to speak. "Master, this method requires killing many practitioners, using their lives to resurrect the plague sourceworm." Killing? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, looking at Xueling with some suspicion. Xueling knew that there was no turning back once the bow was drawn, so she took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Yes, as long as enough people are killed, I can not only help the master resurrect the plague sourceworm but also cultivate a large number of hybrids to refine divine casting stones for the master." Hearing this, Yi Chen's heart stirred, and his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on Xueling's pure and exquisite face as if trying to see through her. Ever since Remy's unexpected death, he had been somewhat troubled. After all, Remy was the only NPC he knew who understood how to refine exquisite gems. Although before his death, he had mentioned that there were other NPCs in his organization who also knew how to refine exquisite gems, Yi Chen could not quickly find those people in a short time. However, he had not given up on the thought of exquisite gems. The reason he had previously collected over 2,000 corpses was to keep them for emergencies. After all, the flow of time in the Red Moon space was different. In a short time, those corpses would remain quite fresh and would not rot. In the future, when he found a method to refine exquisite gems, they might come in handy. However, what Yi Chen did not expect was that Xueling in front of him also understood. As for her later mention of refining divine casting stones, Yi Chen was not particularly interested. With his infinite skill bar, that thing was of no use to him. Suppressing his surprise, Yi Chen quickly asked, "Why didn't you mention this before?" Faced with Yi Chen's sudden serious inquiry, Xueling felt a wave of panic, but she knew that what she said next could very well determine her life or death. So she could only grit her teeth and continue, "This is also something I discovered a few days ago from one of the few relics left by my sister. It contains some secrets about the plague hidden forest, which is how I learned of it." Stealing a glance at Yi Chen, Xueling continued, "It turns out that Xuefeng has been in contact with a certain entity in the plague hidden forest. The rapid increase in Xuefeng's strength is also due to secret dealings with that person. However, she is not refining divine casting stones but exquisite gems, which are a magical stone that only we hybrids and the Maya people can use. The Xiao family, however, is unaware of these matters." Because she had seen the journal, Xueling now understood that the forces behind Xuefeng and the Golden Phoenix Legion were indeed the Xiao family. Yi Chen was not surprised by this. It was rather Xueling's earlier statement that exquisite gems only worked for hybrids and NPCs that caught Yi Chen off guard. If what Xueling said was true, then why could he also use them? He was undeniably a proper human. This was beyond doubt. After quickly pondering this in his mind, he found no clues. In the end, Yi Chen could only attribute this to his super divine talent. Only this could explain it. Next, as Xueling spoke word by word, without reservation, Yi Chen began to understand what she meant by the method. According to the normal rules, reviving a secret realm boss like the plague sourceworm requires about 10 million eternal life coins, along with 2 abyssal magic crystals, 1 soulfire, and 1 drop of monster blood essence. This is also the method most professionals use to revive bosses after conquering a secret realm. Before a secret realm is conquered, it does not generate multiple mirror spaces for professionals to enter and challenge. Therefore, all challengers appear in the most original space of the secret realm after entering. This is also why Yi Chen encountered Xiao Shui and the others in the secret realm earlier. Only when the secret realm is conquered can the controller revive the boss to reactivate the secret realm. After that, corresponding energy materials can be invested to successfully activate the secret realm and generate multi-layer mirror spaces. The mirror space will restore the original state of the secret realm in a 1-to-1 ratio for the entering professionals to challenge.
As long as the conquest is successful, corresponding rewards can be obtained.
These rewards are naturally extracted and transformed from the energy materials, plus the secret realm continuously absorbs energy from the eternal life world, evolving into something new.
Thus, countless forces want to possess secret realms.
After all, the energy expended is proportional to the rewards gained, and there is absolutely no loss involved.
However, the materials needed to revive the boss are already quite scarce, and with
the consumption over the past few decades, the prices have become increasingly exorbitant. Yi Chen originally planned to wait until he reached the beginner area to sell the divine casting stone before considering reviving the plague source worm. But now with Shui Ling, he could save a lot of money and trouble. The method Shui Ling mentioned is quite simple and brutal, but also extremely cruel and against the natural order. That is, to continuously feed the corpses of professionals to the deceased plague source worm through the special means recorded in the Snow Phoenix's notebook. In this way, it could replace the original method and directly revive the plague source worm.
However,
one point to note is that the number of professionals required for this revival method is not just a few or dozens, but hundreds, or even thousands. No wonder Shui Ling was worried that revealing this method would provoke Yi Chen's
dissatisfaction.
After all, such a cruel method would make any normal person shudder. She just didn't know that at this moment, there were over 2,000 ready-made corpses lying in Yi Chen's red moon space. This time, even the process of killing was saved. Thinking of this, a smile crossed Yi Chen's eyes. He didn't expect that his sudden idea would unexpectedly find a place to be put to use. For a moment, Yi Chen felt very pleased.
After retracting his thoughts, Yi Chen said to Shui Ling, "You prepare yourself, I will come back soon and take you to the pestilent hidden forest." After a pause, Yi Chen continued, "This is your last chance. If you disappoint me again, you should know the consequences."
Shui Ling's delicate body trembled, and she hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, master. This time, Shui Ling will definitely not let you down." Yi Chen did not respond and turned to leave the Hall of the Shadow Legion. Before long, Yi Chen arrived again at the Black Water Canyon.
Due to the opening of the Exile Road, there were not many newcomers coming to Black Sand City to complete their first promotion task.
However, when he reached the outskirts of the Black Water Canyon, he was once again greeted by a familiar scene. A professional with a black tiger emblem embroidered on his chest immediately blocked Yi Chen's path upon seeing him.
Entering the Black Water Canyon costs 1,000 eternal life coins.
Of course, if you choose our Black Tiger Legion to help you fight the boss, this 1,000 eternal life coins can be waived. Hearing this rather familiar line, Yi Chen's expression became strange.
Once, he had fantasized about Shui Ling's Shadow Legion regaining its former glory and preying on other newcomers again. Unfortunately, it was really ineffective. In the end, he was still the one being preyed upon. However, last time he couldn't be bothered to stir up trouble, so he naturally let it go. But this time was different. He came here specifically to cause trouble. Naturally, he wouldn't be paying any money. "Is your commander inside?"
The member of the Black Tiger
Legion was taken aback and said uncertainly, "Do you know our commander?"
"Of course, I have business with him," Yi Chen nodded and replied. However, the members of the Black Tiger Legion didn't seem to fully believe him, their tone carrying a hint of suspicion.
"The commander is indeed inside, but you're not trying to pretend to know him to avoid paying, are you?"
After a pause, the person's tone suddenly turned fierce.
"You better think this through. The consequences of such actions are not something a newcomer like you can bear."
Having received the answer he wanted, Yi Chen was too lazy to waste words with the person in front of him.
He activated his speed skill. In an instant,
his figure transformed into a blur, rushing towards the location of the Harbinger of Calamity. The member of the Black Tiger Legion who was on guard was momentarily stunned. But then his expression changed, and he shouted loudly,
"Someone is skipping out on the fair."
As the shout echoed, many figures soon rushed out along the way. However, their speed was far too slow in Yi Chen's eyes.
Within a few breaths, Yi Chen had successfully arrived at the abyssal pool. Those people hadn't even noticed.
Upon reaching the abyssal pool, Yi Chen quickly spotted the figure of Thunder Tiger. To his surprise, the commander of the Silver Dragon Legion, Mad Dragon, was also among them.
For some unknown
reason, the two major legions, Black Tiger and Silver Dragon, had actually joined forces. Thunder Tiger and Mad Dragon stood to the side, directing the members in the field as they surrounded and attacked the Harbinger of Calamity. On the outskirts, there were also several hundred newcomers quietly waiting to change jobs.
However, due to the Harbinger of Calamity being enraged from the assault, it continuously let out roars of fury.
Coupled with the noise of the battle, it was not suitable for discussions. Thus, Yi Chen shook his head and directly cast a fireball spell. In the next moment, the towering figure of the Harbinger of Calamity had vanished. This sudden change also made the entire abyssal pool instantly become incredibly quiet. However, the next moment, Thunder Tiger and Mad Dragon, who were responsible for directing, seemed to remember something, and their expressions suddenly changed. But before they could react, Yi Chen had already appeared in front of them, smiling at the two. "Hello, nice to see you again." Now, his identity had already been grasped by the 8 great families.
Naturally, there was no need to hide anything.
However, compared to Yi Chen's smile, Thunder Tiger and Mad Dragon were filled with shock. The previous barrage of fireballs had left an indelible impression on them. After all, it hadn't been long since they last witnessed such a scene. Therefore, at the moment Yi Chen appeared, they already understood his identity. Thunder Tiger was now pale with fear, unable to utter a word. You. It was Mad Dragon, who after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly regained his composure.
Senior, we didn't know you still needed the Harbinger of Calamity. If we have offended you, please forgive us. We will leave immediately.
Saying this, he attempted to pull Thunder Tiger away with him. However, Yi Chen's next words caused both him and Thunder Tiger to freeze in place. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, your legion collected quite a bit of toll from me earlier.
Seeing that your business has been good these days, why don't we settle the accounts first?"
Big chapter, 2 chapters combined. Yi Chen's words caused the expressions of the two to change.
"Senior, is there some misunderstanding?"
Mad Dragon asked, suppressing his shock.
"Misunderstanding? Not at all."
Yi Chen chuckled. "Just outside, a man from the Black Tiger wanted to collect a toll from me."
Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu's face turned as
red as a pig's liver, and he cursed the people below him hundreds of times in his heart. But he still tried to explain, "Senior, this toll has existed since ancient times, and it is also tacitly approved by the Alliance." Before Lei Laohu could finish his sentence, Yi Chen's cheerful expression suddenly shifted, his voice taking on a hint of indifference as he slowly said, "This has been used well since ancient times.
The last time I heard something similar
was here, when someone named Shuefeng also tried to use this twisted logic to persuade me."
Hearing this, Lei Laohu's heart sank.
He knew very well that Shuefeng's remains were still buried in this secluded pool. So, he hurriedly said, "Senior, I am willing to refund all the tolls collected in the past few days, please help me with this." Beside him, Quang Long immediately chimed in, "Senior, my Silver Dragon Corps is also willing to refund, and we can offer
double as compensation."
After a pause, Quang Long added, "Additionally, my Silver Dragon Corps is willing to pay an extra 500,000 eternal coins to the senior, as an apology for offending you."
Upon hearing Quang Long's
words, Lei Laohu cursed this old six in his heart. By saying this, he made himself seem petty. If he angered this calamity before him, it wouldn't be a good thing. So, he quickly expressed to Yi Chen that he was also willing to
pay an extra 500,000.
Seeing that the two were cooperating, Yi Chen's expression finally returned to a cheerful one.
"Well, it seems you both are somewhat reasonable."
Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu and Quang Long both
breathed a sigh of relief in unison. 500,000 was neither too much nor too little for them.
But being able to use 500,000 to drive away the calamity before them was a good thing. However, just as the two were preparing to take out the money, Yi Chen raised his hand to stop them, saying, "No rush, I haven't finished speaking yet. You are willing to compensate, and I agree, but as for the amount, my request isn't high. Each of you refund me 5 million, and today's matter will be settled."
5 million?
Lei Laohu and Quang Long instinctively exclaimed, wanting to curse, but immediately realized that the person standing before them was capable of instantly killing a disaster envoy, and they swallowed their words.
Yi Chen glanced at the two and said lightly, "It seems you don't want to give, then fine." Seeing Yi Chen's expression turn cold, Lei Laohu immediately put on a mournful face
and said, "Senior, 5 million is really a bit much.
Can we negotiate?"
Beside him, Quang Long also explained with a bitter face, "Senior, it's not that we are unwilling to pay, but to be honest, most of our earnings have been handed over, and there isn't much funding left for our corps to use."
Yi Chen nodded.
He was naturally aware of this. The previous Golden Phoenix Corps operated in a similar manner.
To establish a foothold in the Black Sand City without a powerful backing was simply impossible.
In short, the two major corps, Black Tiger and Silver Dragon, seemed to be thriving in Black Sand City, but in reality, they were just puppets of other forces.
However, knowing this didn't mean Yi Chen intended to bargain with them. "There is one thing you misunderstood."
"What?"
Lei Laohu and Quan Long looked at Yi Chen in confusion. Yi Chen smiled slightly at the two. I am not any senior, my name is Yi Ying. Yi Ying. Lei Laohu and Quan Long looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. They were well aware of the name Yi Ying. Especially after Yi Chen single-handedly slaughtered over 2,000 level 90 Lan Yuan soldiers and other coalition forces. Nowadays, in the entire Eternal World, almost no one had not heard of the name Yi Ying. However, the two never expected that the calamity before them was that very Yi Ying. Indeed. They had previously wondered what kind of big shot would be bored enough to come to this novice area to bully the weak using dimensional disintegration stones. If it's Night Shadow, then everything makes sense. However, with that in mind, both Lei Laohu and Quan Long felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. Initially, they only wanted to get a bit of money to send the other off. After all, the other party was of a higher level and couldn't possibly stay in the novice area forever. But if it's Night Shadow. Upon realizing this, both of them revealed bitter expressions simultaneously. However, Quan Long reacted more quickly, and after a few struggles, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, Night Shadow, I can give you 5 million, but you have to promise not to trouble our silver dragon anymore? Yi Chen chuckled lightly. I'm sorry, I can't guarantee that. You, Quan Long's breath hitched, unsure of what to say. Lei Laohu moved his mouth, just about to speak, but was impatiently interrupted by Yi Chen. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? Hearing Yi Chen's cold tone, both of them trembled slightly. They suddenly remembered that this guy in front of them dared to confront even the 8 major families. For a moment, they didn't even dare to breathe. Yi Chen had no intention of continuing to waste words and said directly, I'll give you 10 seconds. If I don't see the 5 million after that, I'll slaughter your black tiger and silver dragon. Yi Chen's words made both of them feel a deep sense of despair. The promotion for this year had just begun, and the income from the Legion couldn't possibly be that much, not to mention that the bulk of it had already been handed over. However, seeing that Yi Chen clearly had no intention of reasoning with them, Lei Laohu and Quan Long exchanged glances, and after a final gritting of teeth, they each took out 5 million eternal coins. This 5 million was basically the profits they had secretly withheld over the years as Legion leaders. Giving this away meant that all their hard work over the years had been in vain. Watching Yi Chen cheerfully accept the 10 million, both of their hearts bled. Yi Chen was well aware of this. However, he didn't care at all. These guys had been exploiting a large number of newcomers every year, and they were not worthy of sympathy. It seems you are quite sensible, which is good, Yi Chen said as he put the 10 million into his backpack, then changed the subject. By the way, these days you shouldn't let the Shadow Legion participate in your activities. I hope that when I come next time, there won't be such a situation again. Silver Dragon was smarter than Lei Laohu, and upon hearing this, he immediately understood the cause and effect. It turned out that the Shadow Legion belonged to this Night Shadow. Originally, he and Lei Laohu were watching Xiefang and her group of elites fall, thinking of taking the opportunity to control the entire Black Sand City. They never expected to anger Night Shadow because of this. If they had known that the Shadow Legion was backed by Night Shadow. Quan Long paused and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Until the path of exile was over, they probably wouldn't take Night Shadow seriously. This was truly a case of losing the chicken and losing the rice. In the novice area 702, deep within the pestilent hidden forest, 2 beams of light flashed. In the previously silent dense forest, the figures of Yi Chen and Shuling suddenly appeared. Before Shuling could understand the situation in front of her, Yi Chen pointed to the still unrotted plague source worm demon not far away and said, the corpse is right there, what should we do now? After extorting 10 million eternal coins from the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon legions, Yi Chen didn't delay. He directly returned to the Shadow Legion and brought Shuling to the pestilent hidden forest. He was eager to know if the method Shuling mentioned was feasible. As the controller of the pestilent hidden forest secret realm, it was naturally an easy task for Yi Chen to teleport people into the original pestilent hidden forest. At this moment, hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, Xueling steadied her mind, first approaching the plague source worm to observe it carefully for a while, before turning back to Yi Chen and saying, Master, based on the damage level of this plague source worm, at least 1,000 practitioners need to be sacrificed to fully revive it. Moreover, if the practitioners are too weak, this number may need to increase. Yi Chen nodded and then also approached the plague source worm, waving his hand, causing a strange door glowing red to appear behind him. Immediately, over 2,300 corpses materialized out of thin air. The next moment, they piled up around the plague source worm. This scene left Xueling stunned. She had thought Yi Chen had only brought her to check on the condition of the plague source worm. She never expected that Yi Chen had even prepared the corpses. Smelling the foul stench of blood in the air, Xueling's face turned pale, and her fear of Yi Chen deepened. There are a total of 2,334 corpses here, that should be enough, right?
Xueling said somewhat stiffly, enough, but besides the corpses, we also need eternal life coins.
Yi Chen
nodded and then took out the 10 million eternal life coins he had extorted earlier, handing them to Xueling. To revive the plague sourceworm, a large amount of eternal life coins is also required in addition to the corpses of
practitioners.
This was the real reason why Yi Chen had previously gone to rob the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions. Furthermore, these eternal life coins would also be needed for refining exquisite gems later on.
According to what
Remy revealed before his death, in simple terms, refining is merely a transformation of energy forms. The eternal life coins themselves are also composed of energy crystals, but these energy crystals can generally only be absorbed
directly by NPCs, not by human practitioners.
Therefore, for human practitioners, eternal life coins are merely currency.
However, based on estimates, reviving the plague sourceworm along with the subsequent gem refining would likely not require that much money.
But to be on the safe side, Yi Chen did not dare to spend the money just yet. Otherwise, if it turned out to be insufficient later, all his efforts would be in vain.
Seeing Xueling take the eternal
life coins, Yi Chen then asked, "How long will it take you to revive the plague sourceworm?" Xueling quickly calculated in her mind and then said, "According to my sister's notes, it will take about 5 to 6 hours.
Upon hearing
this, Yi Chen was not dissatisfied. "Alright, you revive the plague sourceworm here, and I'll go out for a bit." Naturally, Xueling did not dare to say more and nodded in agreement.
With that, Yi Chen directly left the secret realm.
Taking advantage of this time, he needed to go accept the third transition promotion task. He had been stuck at level 90 for quite a while. A few minutes later, in Huangsha City, the closest
place to the Miasma hidden forest,
Yi Chen arrived at the Practitioner Hall's transition stone tablet with ease.
The third transition promotion is an incredibly important threshold for every practitioner. It is different from the first and second transitions. Some newcomers can even be stuck on the third transition promotion task for a year or more.
This is also why people like Quan Long and Lei Laohu have remained in the novice area for so long.
Practitioners
like them are as numerous as cattle in every novice area. The reason for this is naturally due to the fall of NPCs, which has led to the complete disappearance of some items and abilities needed for promotion tasks.
Looking at
the stone tablet before him, Yi Chen took a deep breath. Although his current combat power was no longer comparable to any newcomer, he still felt a bit nervous at this moment. After all, the difficulty of the third transition promotion task sometimes heavily relies on luck. If luck is not on his side, the time and effort spent would be secondary. He feared encountering tasks that were simply impossible to complete.
That wouldn't be fun at all.
While silently praying in his heart, Yi Chen placed his large hand on the stone tablet. In the next moment, the entire stone tablet suddenly lit up. Yi Chen's heart also rose and fell with the burst of light.
Ding!
Detected that you meet the qualifications for the third transfer promotion task. Generating promotion task. Third transfer promotion task generated.
Rescue the fallen Linhai village, and you will automatically be promoted to the third transfer upon completion. Linhai village?
Upon seeing the task name, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly opened the taskbar to take a look. Task name: Rescue the fallen Linhai village. Task content: Linhai village is a small fishing village on the edge of the Star Empire, long plagued by marine monsters.
To maintain peace in Linhai village, the Star Empire has issued a bounty,
hoping that brave warriors will drive away these demons. Your goal is to exterminate all the marine monsters occupying Linhai village, and upon completion, find the village chief to deliver the task.
Rewards will be given upon completion, and you will be promoted to the third transfer. After reading the task content, Yi Chen's expression froze.
It really is true that what you fear comes to pass. In fact, when he saw the words Linhai village, he already had a bad premonition. And it turned out to be true.
Exterminating marine monsters isn't difficult for him now.
The hard part is that the NPCs have long since exited the stage of the eternal life continent. Where would he go to find that village chief to deliver the task? For a moment, Yi Chen felt like crying without tears. Eternal Life World. West boundary of the 702 novice area, the Grey Earth Plain. This place is sparsely populated, with almost no monsters appearing, and thus few travelers pass by. In the center of the Grey Earth Plain, there is a dense forest that blocks out the sky.
Everyone knows that as long as you
pass through the forest, you can reach other novice areas. But in the nearly 100 years of the Eternal Life World, no one has been able to pass through. The forest itself has nothing special about it, and monsters inside are even rarer. Only a level 200 boss guards this place, and it is precisely because of its existence that several novice areas are completely isolated.
Once, a bored top-tier expert used a dimensional disintegration stone to come here, wanting to defeat this boss.
However, the result was that the top-tier expert, who was just looking for something to do, never came out again. But because of this brave top-tier expert, the world learned of the secret inside. Turns out that not only is the boss level 200, but there is also a barrier set up within the forest. Once a professional who exceeds the novice area level enters, the barrier will enhance the boss's combat power. The higher the level of the entering professional, the stronger the boss's combat power increase. There are as many as 7 such bosses throughout the entire novice area. Since then, the area where these 7 bosses are located has been labeled a Forbidden Zone by humans, and it has been recorded in the first lesson for new students. At this moment, on another novice area of the Grey Earth Plain, Xiao gazed at the distant forest, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Behind him, a middle-aged professional cautiously stepped forward and said, "Young master, you have already completed the second transfer promotion, let's leave." Hearing the words of the person behind him, Xiao did not respond. He did not know how long it had been before he finally withdrew his gaze. Forget it. He would come back to subdue that beast in a few days. Then, he asked the middle-aged professional, "What's the situation with Night Shadow now?" The middle-aged professional was not surprised by Xiao's question and immediately replied, "The latest information indicates that Night Shadow recently appeared in the Black Sand City of the 702 novice area, robbing a total of 10 million eternal life coins from 2 local legions." Robbing? Xiao was slightly taken aback, then sneered, "With his ordinary person's status, he can only resort to such lowly means, right?" The middle-aged professional continued, "According to the data, the 2 major legions are backed by the Lin and Wang families from Yun province. Both families have issued announcements to hunt down Night Shadow indefinitely, but many speculate that this is part of the Xiao family's plan." Xiao shook his head and remained silent. There was no need to guess about this. As one of the 8 great families, Xiao's understanding of the Xiao family was certainly not something an ordinary person could compare to. If it were the Xi family, they would act similarly. However, Xiao felt that the Xiao family currently had no good way to deal with Night Shadow. Unless they could locate Night Shadow in the real world. Unfortunately, it had been 3 days since Night Shadow last appeared in reality, and no one knew his whereabouts since then. Clearly, Night Shadow had long since made plans. At this moment, the middle-aged professional continued, "Shortly after leaving Black Sand City, someone reported seeing a newcomer suspected to be Night Shadow appear in the professional hall of Yellow Sand City. Considering that the Miasma-infested forest controlled by Night Shadow is near Yellow Sand City, the credibility of this information is very high." After listening to the middle-aged professional's report, Xiao said lightly, "Send more people to keep an eye on this. If Night Shadow's trace is discovered, you must report to me immediately, no matter when." After a pause, Xiao casually added, "And one more thing, if Night Shadow is in danger, ensure he stays alive at all costs. This cost includes your lives. Understand?" The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, but he still nodded in compliance. Xiao noticed the middle-aged professional's inner doubts. However, he did not need to explain anything. He was not doing this to protect Night Shadow, he had his own reasons for wanting to kill Night Shadow himself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dense forest, Yi Chen also paused to gaze in the direction of the forest. After accepting the 3rd transition promotion task from Yellow Sand City, Yi Chen first returned to the miasma-infested forest. Originally, he intended to wait for Xueling to resurrect the plague sourceworm before quickly refining some exquisite gems. But unexpectedly, Xueling brought him not-so-good news. The process of resurrecting the plague sourceworm was more troublesome than anticipated, and according to Xueling, the originally estimated time was likely far from enough. Although Yi Chen was anxious about this, he had no way to change it. After some consideration, he left the miasma-infested forest and set off for Linhai village. Before departing, he specifically researched some information about Linhai village. However, the information he obtained was extremely limited. The only thing he could confirm was that over the years, quite a few new professional players, like himself, had received promotion tasks to protect Linhai village. Yet, no one had been able to complete it so far. Yi Chen felt quite bitter about this. He never dreamed he would be stuck at this stage. Although nearly 200,000 to 300,000 newcomers received similar tasks during their 3rd transition promotion each year, the total number of newcomers entering the Eternal Life world each year was around 10 million. The odds were extremely low. Yet, he happened to be unlucky enough to receive it. If it weren't for his super divine talent, Yi Chen might have compromised like other unfortunate souls. Whether specializing in a life profession or joining a faction to become a soldier stationed in the novice area. Living out a lifetime, he was not content with that at the moment. After pondering for a moment, he decided that he had to give it a try no matter what. Moreover, others might not know, but he was very clear, NPCs had not been completely wiped out. Perhaps there was still a way? With a glimmer of hope, Yi Chen hurriedly made his way towards Linhai village. Although Linhai village was located in the most remote area of the novice zone, with Yi Chen's current
Speed, it wouldn't take too long.
In just half a day, he reached the Grey Earth Plains. As long as he walked a few hundred miles along the outskirts of this plain, he would arrive at Linhai village.
The reason Yi Chen paused on the
Grey Earth Plains at this moment was that just a moment ago, the Red Moon token suddenly emitted a flash of red light without warning. Ever since obtaining the Red Moon Eye, Yi Chen understood what this red light represented. There were other Red Moon summoners nearby. Through his judgment, Yi Chen discovered that the Red Moon summoner should be just across this dense forest. However, there was a level 200 boss guarding inside, so Yi Chen did not rush in. Just then, the Red Moon token returned to calm. Yi Chen realized that the Red Moon summoner had left the perception range of the Red Moon token. He felt a twinge of regret in his heart. But it was only regret, after all, compared to this. Figuring out how to break through to the third transfer was his top priority. If he couldn't achieve the third transfer, even if he found another 5 Red Moon fragments, it wouldn't mean much to him. Shaking his head, Yi Chen suppressed his inner disappointment and steeled himself to continue towards Linhai village. After a while, Yi Chen finally arrived at the coordinates of Linhai village. However, just as he stepped into the outskirts of Linhai village and was about to check the situation, a sudden voice rang out.
Oh? Someone else has come?
Oh?
Someone else has come?
The unexpected voices made Yi Chen stop in his tracks. Turning his head, he quickly saw a man and a woman walking
towards him. Yi Chen sized them up.
Their clothing looked somewhat worn, and they appeared to be several years older than him. The man held a longbow in his hand, likely an archer, while the woman wielded a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, presumably a shield warrior.
Yi Chen felt a bit curious.
This Linhai village was remote. Normally, no one should appear here.
Could they also be unfortunate like him?
Yi Chen's doubts didn't last long, as the
man's next words clarified everything. Are you here for the Linhai village quest too? Hearing the man's question, Yi Chen thought to himself, as expected. He didn't hide it and nodded in response. That's right, are you? Upon
hearing Yi Chen's answer, the man's eyes immediately softened, and he smiled as he said, exactly, my name is Chi Fei, and this is Wei Wei beside me. We're both unfortunate like you, but we've been stuck here for 6 years.
Wei Wei,
seemingly numb to this by now, rolled her eyes at Chi Fei after his introduction and then kindly said to Yi Chen, it seems you just received the quest, right?
Meeting us is a stroke of luck, why not come in with us? Yi Chen looked
at the two with a face full of suspicion, thought for a moment, and then decided not to refuse. After all, he had very little information about Linhai village, and judging by their tone, they should be quite familiar with this place. Besides, with his current combat power, no one in the novice area could harm him, so he naturally wasn't worried. Seeing that Yi Chen agreed, Chi Fei and Wei Wei immediately became even more enthusiastic.
However, such actions made Yi Chen feel even stranger, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what was odd about it. At that moment, Chi Fei spoke up, you look like you don't know anything. How about I help you get acquainted with the situation here? Yi Chen
naturally welcomed the offer and nodded immediately.
Then I'll trouble you.
Chi Fei waved his hand with a smile and said cheerfully, no need to be so polite, perhaps we will become comrades in arms in the future.
Comrades in arms?
Yi Chen frowned, puzzled. Chi Fei, unfazed, explained with a smile. Wei Wei and I came here 6 years ago after receiving a job transfer mission. We were unwilling to give up so easily, so we came here with a bit of luck in mind, just like you, right?
Yi Chen nodded non-committally.
Chi Fei chuckled and continued, indeed, those who come here share the same mindset.
Yi Chen picked up on the underlying meaning and asked, are there others here besides you?
Wei Wei, standing nearby, smiled and explained.
You're not the only one with this mindset, many people have come over the years.
Chi Fei sighed and added, at first, Wei Wei and I thought that if we could clear out the monsters here, perhaps a miracle would happen. However, after arriving, I realized we were too naive. Decades ago, after the NPCs went extinct, Linhai village lost its defensive capabilities and was completely overrun by ocean monsters. And with the development over the years, these monsters have made this place their lair, gradually breeding a large number of high-level monsters. Facing nearly 100,000 ocean monsters in Linhai village, Wei Wei and I were utterly
powerless.
But we were unwilling to accept that. Later, more professionals like us came here, and our team gradually grew.
Since everyone had the same goal, we became particularly united. Slowly, we formed a legion here. After a pause, Chi Fei said somewhat sheepishly, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but at that time, we didn't know why, and in a moment of enthusiasm, we named the Legion Self-Reliance Society. Since we felt the name was too embarrassing, we were too shy to promote it, relying on professionals like you coming every year to slowly expand our numbers. Wei Wei covered her mouth and laughed, actually, the name isn't bad, it perfectly represents our belief in not giving up and not resigning to fate. It's just those stinky men who feel awkward about it.
Chi Fei cleared his throat and continued, after 5 years of effort, our Self-Reliance Society now has 2,000 members.
Although this number is still quite insufficient to deal with those level 90 ocean monsters. We will persevere. Everyone believes that as long as we persist, one day we will be able to clear out the monsters here. Listening to Chi Fei and Wei Wei's introduction, Yi Chen shook his head slightly in his heart. Even if you really manage to clear them out, without any NPCs related to the tasks, what's the point? Chi Fei seemed not too troubled by this and instead smiled brightly, saying, as long as something is done, it has meaning. Giving up without trying is the truly meaningless act. Yi Chen looked at Chi Fei in front of him, feeling somewhat emotional. However, without truly understanding the other person, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't easily draw conclusions based on just a few words. At that moment, Chi Fei and Wei Wei led Yi Chen to a forest on the west side of Linhai village. Chi Fei smiled and introduced, let's go to our camp to rest first. After that, if you want to know about Linhai village, you can ask anyone inside, and they'll be able to answer you. Yi Chen nodded and followed the two to their Self-Reliance Society's base. When Yi Chen stood in this seemingly very simple camp, he was quite surprised. Who would have thought that in such a remote area, there would be such a rarely visited camp? At this moment, with Yi Chen's arrival, many of the resting professionals in the camp also looked up. Chi Fei, seeing this, couldn't help but smile and said, brothers, today we welcome a new friend, his name is. Suddenly, Chi Fei paused, then turned to ask, by the way, I was so happy earlier that I forgot to ask your name. Right, I was so happy earlier that I forgot to ask your name. Hearing Chi Fei's inquiry, Yi Chen casually replied, Xiao Tianba. Chi Fei and this Self-Reliance Society's background were still unclear to Yi Chen for now. However, given the current irreconcilable relationship between him and the Xiao family, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't reveal his real name. He still needed to see if he could find a way to advance to the third tier. If he exposed his identity too early, it wouldn't be a good thing. Tianba? That name, very imposing. Chi Fei was taken aback for a moment, then introduced Yi Chen to the others. At the same time, Yi Chen discreetly observed the camp. Perhaps because these people had been here for many years, the originally desolate mountains and forests had been built into more than 20 simple stone houses. When Yi Chen arrived, about 20 to 30 people were gathered around a campfire, chatting happily. After hearing Chi Fei's introduction, this group quickly sized up Yi Chen, then one by one greeted him warmly. Ha ha! Great, our Self-Reliance Society has gained another brother, this is wonderful. Tianba. Little brother, now that you're here, we're family. If you have any problems, just say it, we will definitely help you to the end. That's right. From now on, your matters are our matters. President, I always wanted that biggest stonehouse in the east, but I won't fight for it now, I'll leave it for brother Tianba. Ha ha. Old Lu, it seems you really like this Tianba brother. Of course, our Self-Reliance Society's motto is to support each other and love each other. Well said. Everyone chimed in, and the atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. Chi Fei, standing by, patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Tianba, I know you must have many questions, but it's dark now, and the ocean monsters in Linhai village are 50% stronger at night than during the day. No need to rush, the next phase will be a protracted battle. You should rest well tonight, and tomorrow I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the terrain. Yi Chen glanced at the crowd, observing their overly eager faces, feeling even more strange in his heart. However, in the end, he didn't say much, just smiled slightly and followed Chi Fei into one of the stone houses. Chi Fei and Wei Wei chatted with Yi Chen for a while before leaving. Once alone, Yi Chen's smile faded, and he fell into deep thought. According to what Chi Fei and the woman named Wei Wei had just said, the reactions of those outside were understandable. However, Yi Chen always felt that these people, including Chi Fei, were a bit overly enthusiastic. They looked as if they were afraid he would run away. But then he thought, a group of professionals who couldn't advance to the third tier, forever stuck in the novice area, seemed to have no reason to harm him. The Self-Reliance Society currently had more than 2,000 members. In terms of legion size, this number wasn't particularly large. However, at this point in time, most people had already returned to the real world. The time in the real world and the eternal life world was synchronized, with the same day-night cycle. This reason could barely hold up. After all, these people were only level 90, and their attributes shouldn't be high, so they naturally couldn't stay offline for months like Yi Chen without any issues. As for the dozens of people Yi Chen had just seen, they hadn't left because they needed to guard the camp. The entire process seemed quite reasonable. And to these people, he held little value. Or rather, his value was far from enough for so many to come together and put on a show for him. Yet, Yi Chen still felt a sense of dissonance. Shaking his head, Yi Chen pondered for a long time but reached no conclusion. Outside, the eager voices gradually quieted down, and after a while, it fell completely silent. Clearly, the people outside had either logged off or gone back to rest. At that moment, Yi Chen, who had been deep in thought with his eyes closed, slowly opened them.
He then stepped outside, but unfortunately, he ran into a burly
man with a dark face. Yi Chen had some impression of this man, named Lu Hong, though he wasn't sure what his ID was.
It seemed that in this self-improvement club, everyone communicated using their real names.
Upon seeing Yi Chen, Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback but quickly put on a smile, cheerfully saying, "Brother Tianba, what are you doing out this late at night?"
Yi Chen glanced at Lu Hong and explained, "Nothing much, just wandering around out of
boredom."
After saying that, Yi Chen intended to leave, but Lu Hong stopped him first. Under Yi Chen's suspicious gaze, Lu Hong slowly shook his head and said, "Brother Tianba, it's very dangerous out here at night.
You mustn't run around alone."
Some new brothers didn't listen to the advice before, acted recklessly, and ended up suffering the consequences.
Yi Chen blinked. "How about Lu Gu accompany me for a stroll?"
To his surprise, Lu Hong shook his head vigorously, even showing a look of fear on his face.
No, it's too dangerous."
Yi Chen shrugged, "If that's the case, I'll just go alone." Yet Lu Hong still refused. "The president asked me to take good care of you.
If something happens to you, how will I explain it to the president?"
In the end, Yi Chen returned to the room. However, at that moment, his inner doubts grew stronger.
It was too coincidental that he had just stepped out and ran into Lu Hong.
He had merely suggested taking a walk, yet the other party found all sorts of reasons to refuse. Such behavior made Yi Chen feel that this self-improvement club was not as simple as it appeared.
After thinking for a moment, Yi
Chen summoned a clone to pretend to lie there resting.
Then, he directly activated the Void Mirage.
In the next instant, he had already appeared near Linhai village, 10 miles away from the camp. Just after Yi Chen left, in a stone house at the center of the camp, Qifei and Wei Wei sat facing each other.
After a moment, Lu Hong's figure appeared before the two. Qifei seemed unsurprised by Lu Hong's arrival and casually asked, "How did it go?"
Lu Hong shrugged, a playful look on his face as he said, "Just a kid who hasn't seen much of the world. I convinced him to go back with a few words."
"He didn't get suspicious, did he?" Qifei asked. Lu Hong chuckled, "Boss, I've done this kind of thing more than once or twice. You still don't trust me?" Qifei frowned slightly. "No matter how many times, don't be careless. Any small detail going wrong could bring disaster to our self-improvement club."
Lu Hong seemed quite disdainful of Qifei's cautious attitude and said unhappily, "Boss, so many years have passed, and with our current strength, we could already dominate the novice area.
I don't understand
why we still have to hide here."
Qifei's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he lowered his voice to growl, "Shut up." Lu Hong was startled and immediately dared not speak. Seeing the atmosphere a bit oppressive, Wei Wei decided to lighten the mood and smiled at Lu Hong, saying, "Old Lu, we are all a group of people who can't level up. What do you think would happen if those outside found out about our existence?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hong also sighed softly. "How could I not know? I just can't accept it." Qifei, hearing Lu Hong sigh, softened his expression considerably. Lu Hong's thoughts were not unlike his own.
Who would want to hide in this desolate place year after year,
breathing in that nauseating smell of the sea? But Qifei knew that Lu Hong could complain, and Wei Wei could complain.
Only he himself had to remain rational. He had to be responsible for the safety of all the members of the self-strengthening society. Once he was corroded by desire, the consequences would be unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Qifei shook his head. "All right, less complaining. Keep an eye on that Xiao Tianba, and have Xiaobai, who works in the alliance, quickly check the identity of the other party tomorrow during the day." After Lu Hong finished complaining, his mood improved quite a bit, and he nodded, saying, "Don't worry, several brothers are watching over there. That little guy won't be able to make any moves." While Qifei and the others were discussing this, they were completely unaware that Yi Chen had already arrived at Linhai village. Standing at the entrance of Linhai village, although it was night, Yi Chen could vaguely see the appearance of the village thanks to the darkness. Inside, there were dilapidated houses scattered everywhere. It was unclear whether it was due to being near the sea or being destroyed by magical creatures, but these houses appeared extremely broken. The air was filled with a decaying smell mixed with a faint hint of the sea. However, what puzzled Yi Chen was that according to Qifei and the others, Linhai village had long been occupied by oceanic magical creatures, and even after so many years, that group of oceanic magical creatures had taken this village as their lair, continuously breeding within it. The scale had even reached nearly 100,000. Yet, when Yi Chen glanced around, he did not see any signs of magical creatures, nor did he find any traces left by them. Strange? Could it be that Qifei is lying to me? But such a clumsy lie can be seen through at a glance. What would be the point of his deception? Yi Chen muttered a few words, and with this doubt, he walked further inside. However, just as Yi Chen stepped closer to the entrance of Linhai village, the scene before him suddenly changed. In the next moment, groups of magical creatures appeared in his line of sight. The magical creatures were about 2 meters tall, wielding steel forks, their bodies covered in pockmarks and hollows, with eyes on
Top of their heads, glowing red with a cruel, bloodthirsty light. Overall, they looked like humanoid frogs. Oceanic magic frog level, 90 health, 50,000 attack power, 3,000 defense power, 1,000. Description: a magic frog that crawled out from the depths of the ocean, seemingly mutated by the strange energy here. They are naturally cold-blooded, with only destruction and ruin in their consciousness. This sudden scene left Yi Chen slightly surprised. However, Yi Chen reacted quickly. Before the group of oceanic magic frogs could act, a barrage of fireballs had already appeared above their heads. Boom! 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 At this point, Yi Chen's fireball technique was no longer something level 90 magical creatures could withstand. Even if these oceanic magic frogs had attributes comparable to elite monsters for some reason, they still couldn't last a second under Yi Chen's attack. As the fireballs passed, one oceanic magic frog after another simply vanished. Moments later, the open space ahead was devoid of any standing oceanic magic frogs. To be honest, Yi Chen was also somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of these oceanic magic frogs. Clearly, just a moment ago, there had been nothing. What is going on? However, before Yi Chen could sort out his thoughts, the information popping up on the panel caught his attention. Ding! You have killed the ocean demon frog, gaining 1 point of water resistance. Ding! You have killed the ocean demon frog, gaining 1 point of water resistance. Seeing the dense stream of notification messages, Yi Chen's eyes widened. Killing these ocean demon frogs could actually grant water resistance? This reminded him of the volcanic rock demon he encountered earlier in the cave. But the volcanic rock demon was a purely fire element creature. Yet this ocean demon frog was clearly just a regular ocean creature. How could it also grant water resistance? Remembering the information he just saw about the ocean demon frog, could it be due to a mutation? This thought seemed quite plausible. After all, the attributes of the ocean demon frog, aside from health points, had already reached the level of a 60-level boss in terms of attack and defense. Such attributes could only be found in elite monsters among 90-level creatures. Suddenly, Yi Chen thought of Qi Fei and Wei Wei's group. They had been stationed here for several years, so logically, they must have encountered these ocean demon frogs. If that were the case, they should know about this matter. Yet, after all these years, aside from the professionals who received related tasks, others knew nothing about this place. This was quite strange. If only a few people were aware of this, Yi Chen believed they would indeed keep it a secret. But the Self-Reliance Society had 2,000 members. Yi Chen simply did not believe that so many people could truly keep this secret. Now that he thought about it, when he first arrived here, he coincidentally ran into Qi Fei and Wei Wei. Reflecting on it now, it seemed they had intentionally appeared to block his way. Was it for this reason? However, just as Yi Chen was rapidly pondering in his mind, a harsh croaking sound came from ahead. Immediately after, a swarm of ocean demon frogs surged out from all directions. Clearly, the commotion from Yi Chen casting fireball had attracted the attention of the creatures here. Watching the ocean demon frogs rushing towards him, Yi Chen felt not fear but joy. Although he wouldn't gain experience from killing these creatures, he could obtain water resistance. Naturally, Yi Chen hoped for as many ocean demon frogs as possible. He continuously cast fireball. The ocean demon frogs fell in groups. In just 1 minute, Yi Chen had accumulated 459 points of water resistance. At this point, Yi Chen also discovered that not every ocean demon frog he killed granted him water resistance. After some calculations, Yi Chen estimated that he needed to kill an average of 5 ocean demon frogs to gain 1 point of water resistance. As for the reason, Yi Chen was unsure. Perhaps it was related to the strength of these ocean demon frogs. He noticed that their attributes were not uniform. Some appeared quite weak, only slightly stronger than ordinary 90-level creatures. Of course, regardless of strength, for Yi Chen at this stage, they were all treated equally. No ocean demon frog could escape under his fireball. Thus, another 5 minutes passed. Yi Chen's water resistance had accumulated to 2,847 points. At the same time, Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised to find a water spell skill stone dropped from the ocean demon frogs. Ice Spear technique consumes 100 mana points to condense water elements into a massive ice spear. Upon hitting the target, the ice spear will explode instantly, creating a spectacular scene of splashing water, dealing 150 plus 0.5 * intelligence points of water damage to the target. The ice spear has a splash effect, dealing an additional 15% water damage to other targets within a 5-meter radius, and has a certain chance to stun the target briefly. Good stuff. This is a high-level skill that not only has a small area splash but also a stun effect. It can barely be considered a crowd control skill. Yi Chen doesn't lack damage right now, but aside from slowing effects, there aren't many effective control skills. It's manageable against melee opponents, but against other ranged professions, it's not very useful. The stun effect of this ice spear technique comes at a timely moment. Due to the infinite skill.
Yi Chen can learn skills without the deep consideration others might need, so he learned it directly.
After learning, Yi Chen continued to grind monsters. However, he soon
discovered that the growth rate of these ocean demon frogs showed no signs of decreasing.
But Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. He treated it as grinding for resistance and hoped to farm a few more ice spear skill stones.
During this time, Yi Chen finally figured out why he couldn't see these ocean demon frogs earlier. It turned out that the entire coastal village was shrouded in an unnamed barrier. This barrier completely isolated the village from the outside world. Only by truly stepping into the village could one see its true form. Yi Chen discovered this unexpectedly through the perspective of his clone left in the stone house. From the clone's viewpoint, the entire coastal village remained as quiet as water.
Meanwhile, Chi Fei and the others in the camp were completely unaware. Yi Chen didn't pay much attention to this.
He turned around and continued to engage in battle.
Such a great opportunity to grind for resistance isn't something everyone can have. Time passed slowly.
Soon, a glimmer of white light appeared on the horizon.
However, from the outside, the entire
coastal village still looked lifeless and calm. It was unclear how long had passed, but in the Self-Reliance Association's camp, it was still the same stone house from last night.
Chi Fei called Lu Hong over. Has that Xiao Tianba come out yet?
Lu Hong shook his head. The brothers took turns guarding all night and didn't see him appear.
After a pause, Lu Hong said, has there been any news from Xiao Bai?
Upon hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed in Chi Fei's eyes.
Xiao Bai just messaged me, saying there are actually several people named Xiao Tianba.
Excluding those who don't match the age criteria, there are still two, but it's uncertain which one it is.
Lu Hong shrugged, that's simple, as long as we
confirm that these Xiao Tianba have nothing special about them, it doesn't matter which one it is.
Chi Fei shot Lu Hong a glare and said irritably, do you think I wouldn't know that?
According to the information Xiao Bai sent back, one is from the Xiao family in Yun province, and the other is an ordinary person.
Xiao family?
Lu Hong thought for a moment.
And then suddenly realized, oh? That already declining third-rate power? There's nothing to be afraid of then.
Chi Fei shook his head, even though we're not afraid, I don't want
to attract anyone's attention, you know. Lu Hong understood Chi Fei's caution and didn't say anything further.
So, the two simply sat and waited a bit longer.
Until Wei Wei walked
in, Chi Fei finally received the information from Xiao Bai.
A smile immediately appeared on his face. Xiao Bai said that the Xiao Tianba from the Xiao family has already entered the beginner area. Lu Hong smiled upon hearing this. That means this little guy's background is quite ordinary, so we won't have any trouble. Chi Fei nodded, then stood up, a
cheerful expression on his face as he said, let's go, it's time to take this poor little guy to see the monsters of Linhai village. Lu Hong beside him laughed heartily, I hope he doesn't get so scared he wets his pants, I don't have any spare pants for him.
Wei Wei shot Lu Hong a charming glare, old Lu, can't you consider that there are women present?
Lu Hong chuckled, come on, you've seen this kind of situation plenty of times, we're all family here, so don't pretend in front of us. Wei Wei's face flushed slightly as she spat
at Lu Hong.
Immediately after, the three of them arrived at the stone house where Yi Chen had stayed the night before. At that moment, Chi Fei looked around at the hidden corners. And after receiving a positive response, a smile instantly spread across his face as he shouted, Brother Tianba, it's getting late, today I'll take you to Linhai village to get familiar with the situation inside. However, after waiting for a while, they received no response. This made Chi Fei frown. After thinking for a moment, he shouted again.
Yet still, there was no reply.
Instantly, Chi Fei turned to look at Lu Hong. The latter shook his head and muttered, impossible, we've been keeping an eye on things and haven't seen any signs
of him leaving.
Chi Fei trusted Lu Hong quite a bit, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally pushed open the door. However, the next moment, the empty stone house caused his expression to change slightly. Immediately, Chi Fei turned around, his face now incredibly grim as he stared at Lu Hong. His demeanor had shifted from the gentle appearance of yesterday. At this moment, Chi Fei looked like a monster ready to devour someone.
He growled at Lu Hong, where is he?
Lu Hong was also frightened by Chi Fei's appearance, his heart racing as he saw the empty stone house, equally dumbfounded. Faced with Chi Fei's question, he couldn't muster a single word. It was Wei Wei, after coming to her senses, who said,
could it be that he logged off?
Lu Hong quickly agreed, Wei Wei is right, he's very likely logged off.
If he had left, we would have definitely noticed. Chi Fei thought for a moment and found it reasonable.
After all, Xiao Tianba was only level 90 and hadn't even undergone the third-class transfer. Naturally, he couldn't stay in the eternal life world
for long.
Thus, his expression returned to calm.
Well then, let's be patient and wait. Once he logs back in, you must notify me immediately. After a pause, Chi Fei reiterated. Our transaction must not have any mistakes.
Lu Hong hurriedly nodded, and only after Chi Fei completely left did he breathe a sigh of relief, still feeling a lingering fear. At this moment, inside Lin Hai village,
Yi Chen did not witness the scene of Chi Fei's anger.
Long before Chi Fei called out from outside, upon learning that he was to be taken to Lin Hai village, he had already retracted his avatar. He didn't want Chi Fei and his group to come in and cause trouble, fearing it would lead to unexpected
incidents.
It had been more than half a day since he had been grinding, and Yi Chen could no longer remember how many ocean demon frogs he had killed.
If he calculated that he
gained 1 point of water resistance for every 5 ocean demon frogs, he had now accumulated 10,384 points of water resistance, which meant he had likely killed around 50,000. At the same time, what delighted Yi Chen even more was that after a night of hard work, he had obtained 103 ice spike skill stones from these ocean demon frogs.
To be honest, Yi
Chen was not particularly surprised by this drop rate. After all, his loot drop rate was 5 times that of an ordinary person. Yet, from 50,000 ocean demon frogs, he had only dropped about 100 skill stones.
On average, it took 500 ocean demon frogs to drop one.
This drop rate would be a nightmare for an ordinary person.
According to
what Chi Fei said earlier, there are about 100,000 ocean magic frogs here. If he is not mistaken, then Yi Chen can at most raise his water resistance to 20,000 points.
And the ice
spear technique can only reach 200 shots at most. However, no matter what, even without any rewards, Yi Chen must eliminate all these ocean magic frogs. After all, this is his third transfer promotion task, and as for whether he can complete it smoothly afterward, to be honest, he is unsure and can only take it one step at a time. Just then, as the sky brightened, Yi Chen finally saw the full picture of Lin Hai village.
Lin Hai village is not actually that big.
Given this scale, let alone 100,000 ocean magic frogs, even 10,000 would not fit
entirely.
Suddenly, Yi Chen's heart stirred. If that's the case, where did these ocean magic frogs come from? With this doubt, Yi Chen began to carefully observe his surroundings. While Yi Chen was vigorously sweeping through the ocean magic frogs, outside Lin Hai village, it remained eerily quiet.
Not far away, the seemingly dilapidated camp had also lit a bonfire.
However, compared to the laughter and joy of yesterday, the current camp had an indescribably strange atmosphere. Inside the camp, in front of the stone house where Yi Chen had previously stayed, Chi Fei had already surrounded it tightly with Wei Wei, Lu Hong, and a group of people. Just a moment ago, a man whom Yi Chen had never seen before appeared
in the camp, bringing news about Xiao Tianba.
The man was the little white mentioned by Chi Fei and Lu Hong earlier, an ordinary assassin. However, in reality, his identity was that of a staff member in the alliance responsible for registering information about professionals. After a day of careful searching, he was shocked to discover that none of the information he found about anyone named Xiao Tianba matched Yi Chen's identity. This situation made Little White very worried, so he personally went online to find Chi Fei and reported
this incident. Upon hearing the news, Chi Fei was taken aback. Always cautious and sensitive, he immediately sensed something was wrong.
There was no need to think about it. It was clear that a false name had been used.
In other words, Xiao Tianba never trusted them from the beginning, which is why he used a pseudonym.
Furthermore, he inexplicably disappeared, which made it even more suspicious. Chi Fei even began to suspect that this Xiao Tianba was not truly offline but had used some unknown means to evade Lu Hong and others' surveillance and quietly left. The reason for the other party's actions could very well be that they knew something, which prompted such behavior. As for whether there were other people behind this, Chi Fei was unsure, but that was what worried him the most. The matters of Lin Hai village absolutely could not be known to outsiders. Although he claimed to the outside world that they had only been here for 6 years, in reality, Chi Fei had been lurking in Lin Hai village for 30 years. For these 30 years, he had carefully maintained everything here without being detected by others. If any accidents occurred, all his patience and planning over these 30 years would be in vain. Even he and all the members would be in danger. It was precisely because of such concerns that Chi Fei became extremely angry at this moment. This led to the scene before them. Everyone's faces were extremely grim. Chi Fei blared at everyone with a fierce expression, roaring incessantly. Damn it! Can anyone tell me how he figured it out? Faced with the somewhat frenzied Chi Fei, the rest of the Self-Strength Association felt a bit of fear, but they dared not make any moves. Countless past experiences told them that when Chi Fei was in a rage, any careless action could cost them their lives. As for Chi Fei's question, Lu Hong and the others also did not know how to respond. At this moment, Chi Fei suddenly roared at Lu Hong with a face full of ferocity. Was it you? You were the one who spoke to him last night, weren't you? Did you tell him about our deal with the devil in Lin Hai village? Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's rugged and fierce face instantly turned pale. Boss. I didn't.
How could I do such a thing? If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Are you the one who betrayed the brothers?
Chi-Fei turned to another trembling member, his gaze gradually revealing a murderous intent. The man was enveloped by this killing intent and instantly collapsed to the ground.
Boss? It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. Then who was it? Who was it? Chi-Fei suddenly threw his head back and let out a mad roar. Immediately after, he lowered his head and began to laugh eerily. Ha ha! I remember now, it was me.
I personally sent all the brothers to that devil, ha ha ha. That's right, that devil said as long as I kept providing him with
sacrifices, he could concoct potions to increase my attribute points. So, I just killed, wiped out all those who disobeyed. Ha, I am the one who betrayed the brothers, ha ha ha.
Watching the frenzied Chi-Fei, everyone trembled in fear. This was not the first time they had witnessed such a scene.
Everyone knew how terrifying Chi-Fei was at this moment. Therefore, no one dared to speak. However, there was one exception.
At this moment, seeing Chi-Fei's state and the terror reflected in everyone's eyes, Wei Wei let out
an unintentional sigh and stepped forward. But with this action, Chi-Fei let out a beast-like roar. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes. In the next moment, they saw Chi-Fei appear in front of Wei Wei, gripping her delicate neck with one hand and lifting her up with force. Then, with a bloodthirsty and savage expression, he glared at Wei Wei. You dare to? Sigh? Are you mocking me?
Wei Wei struggled to breathe as she was choked, her slightly charming fair face turning beet red.
See, calm down. Chi-Fei. Ha ha ha. Calm down? You want me to calm down? Are you questioning me?
Chi-Fei laughed maniacally, then let out an uncontrollable, inhuman growl from deep in his throat.
The emergence of this roar immediately changed the expressions of everyone, including Lu Hong. But before they could react, rip! Then came Wei Wei's painful moan. Her clothes were torn into strips by Chi-Fei, and he
immediately lunged at her with his mouth wide open, blood splattering everywhere. Lu Hong and the others seemed to know what was about to happen.
They all turned around at the same time.
Then, they heard Chi-Fei's beast-like savage laughter and Wei Wei's muffled cries of suppressed pain. Lu Hong and the others closed their eyes, fists clenched tightly, their faces showing signs of agony. Time passed, and after Chi-Fei let out another low growl, a while later, Wei Wei's voice, slightly tired and weak, finally came through. You can all turn around now. Lu Hong and the others complied and turned, only to see blood everywhere and Wei Wei standing there, swaying, her face pale. Each of them had a look of heartache in their eyes. However, Wei Wei was accustomed to this, she simply tugged at her new clothes to cover the gruesome wounds beneath. Fortunately, the practitioners in the Eternal Life world were all data-based. If it were a normal person, after experiencing what just happened, they would either be dead or severely injured. But to make a practitioner so weak in such a short time shows how terrifying Wei Wei's experience was just now. Yet, everyone remained silent, not wanting to mention the matter. At this moment, Chi-Fei's voice came through, tinged with regret and guilt. Wei Wei, I'm sorry, I've hurt you again. Vivi looked at Chi-Fei, whose lips were stained with blood, and shook her head. It's nothing, you're doing it for everyone. Chi-Fei sighed lightly, suppressing all his emotions, then glanced at the stone house and said coldly, leave some people here to keep watch, I'm going to take a look in Linhai village. At that moment, Lu Hong, who was standing nearby, asked in confusion, Boss, do you think that guy went into Linhai village? But we didn't see him come out at all yesterday. Chi-Fei shook his head, no matter what, I need to check it out to feel at ease. Lu Hong thought for a moment and then said, Boss, let me go instead. A level 90 little guy, I can handle it alone. You just recovered, so rest here. Chi-Fei considered it and didn't oppose. Alright, but be careful. Don't provoke that one, I don't want to lose another brother. Hearing Chi-Fei mention that person, fear flickered in Lu Hong's eyes, and he couldn't help but swallow hard before finally nodding reluctantly, I'll be careful, don't worry, boss. Inside Linhai village. Bang bang bang. Dozens of ocean magic frogs were shattered by fireballs. From last night's battle until now, nearly 20 hours had passed. The sky had changed from night to day and was now approaching night again. Although these ocean magic frogs were as easy to deal with as targets for Yi Chen, the continuous 20 hours of monotonous fighting was still exhausting. Fortunately, the only silver lining was that the improvements these ocean monsters brought to Yi Chen were visibly significant. Currently, Yi Chen's water resistance had stacked up to 15,832 points, and he had unexpectedly accumulated 185 ice spear spells. By estimation, Yi Chen had roasted at least 70 to 80,000 ocean magic frogs in Linhai village. If Chi-Fei hadn't lied to him, he would be able to completely eliminate these ocean magic frogs in about 2 or 3 hours. During this time, Yi Chen also tried to find out where these ocean magic frogs were coming from. However, after circling around Linhai village, he found nothing. It was as if these ocean magic frogs had suddenly appeared out of thin air, which was quite strange. Yichen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, but that didn't stop him from continuing to exterminate the ocean magic frogs. Thus, nearly 2 more hours passed. Yichen gradually felt that the appearance rate of these ocean magic frogs had noticeably slowed down. This discovery lifted Yichen's spirits. It seemed like it was coming to an end. Thinking of this, Yichen shook off his earlier drowsiness and immediately perked up. Boom boom. Boom. A flurry of fireballs was thrown out as if they were free. The ocean magic frogs that had just appeared didn't even have time to croak before meeting their demise. Finally, when the last ocean magic frog in front of him fell completely, Yichen noticed that the ocean magic frogs were no longer respawning. At this point, his water resistance had increased to 20,323 points. His total resistance had reached 31,114 points, second only to fire resistance among all elemental resistances. Such resistance at this stage was almost immune to all damage from water elements. Yichen hadn't expected that by accidentally taking on an impossible promotion task, he would gain such unexpected rewards. Besides the explosive increase in water resistance, these nearly 100,000 ocean magic frogs had also provided him with 347 ice spear spells. Thanks to the influence of his talent, after learning the 347 ice spear spells, his intelligence had also broken through the 8,000 mark, reaching 8,065 points, while his maximum health had simultaneously reached 386,990 points. Nearly 400,000. This terrifying health gave Yichen an extremely satisfying sense of security. The only regret was that the ocean magic frogs were no longer respawning. At the same time, with the disappearance of these ocean magic frogs, he glanced at the task progress. Sure enough, the progress had changed. It displayed that the monsters had been completely cleared, prompting him to find the village chief of Linhai village to submit the quest and claim his reward. Unfortunately, after walking around the village, Yichen found not a single NPC, nor any living creature. Yichen felt extremely unwilling. After all, with his potential, as long as he could level up normally, he believed it wouldn't be long before he could possess the strength to confront the 8 great families head-on. For a moment, Yichen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Is there really no way out? Just as Chen's mood sank to the lowest point, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Ha? You're really here? Yichen collected his thoughts and quickly looked over. Just then, a figure walked in from outside. Yichen naturally recognized the newcomer. It was Lu Hong from the Self-Strengthening Association. At that moment, a hint of vigilance crossed Yichen's mind. With his current combat power, the movements of a level 90, non-transformed practitioner could not escape his notice. Unless he was a stealthy assassin class. But Lu Hong was not. According to what he learned yesterday, Lu Hong was a warrior. However, it was precisely because of this that Yichen felt alert. Just now, he had actually failed to notice Lu Hong's presence. This was somewhat intriguing. Lu Hong was now slowly approaching Yichen, wearing a simple smile. Brother Tianba, I was just saying how I called out to you for a long time without a response. Fortunately, the president was worried about your safety and sent me to check on you, otherwise, you would be in danger. I know you're eager to see if you can complete the quest. We felt the same way back then, so I understand, but this place is too dangerous. You should come back to the camp with me first. As for the quest, we can discuss it later. As he spoke, he reached out to pull Yichen. At that moment, Yichen suddenly launched an attack on Lu Hong without any warning. The moment he struck, it was hundreds of blazing fireballs. The momentum seemed intent on directly obliterating Lu Hong. Yichen's sudden assault clearly caught Lu Hong off guard. However, he had always been on guard against Yichen, so he wasn't too surprised. What truly astonished him was the sheer number of fireballs Yichen unleashed. Such a scale of fireballs was something he had never seen before. Yet, in the next moment, an extremely dense barrier suddenly rose before Lu Hong. The fireballs in the barrier collided instantly, producing a continuous hiss sound. Then Yichen saw that his fireballs were extinguished upon contact with that barrier. Moments later, 600 fireballs vanished. The entire Linhai village was instantly shrouded in a thick layer of mist. At the same time, Lu Hong's voice came through. Little brother, it seems you have hidden your strength well. With such power in your fireballs, if I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been regretting it right now. After a pause, Lu Hong's tone turned somewhat sinister as he said, I came to find you out of concern for your safety. Why did you attack me? You're making this very difficult for me. However, just as his words had not yet fallen, a large mass of black energy surged toward him without warning. Embrace of the underworld fire.
Faced with Yi Chen's unprincipled attack, Lu Hong's expression instantly turned cold. Good, good, good. It seems you really don't know how to live. At that moment, Yi Chen's voice finally accompanied the reappearing fireballs. Idiot. Lu Hong was furious. Humph. Your fireballs can't possibly break my barrier is. However, before he could finish his sentence, the barrier before him unexpectedly shattered without warning. This sudden turn of events left Lu Hong greatly alarmed. Looking at the fireballs rushing toward him, he had no time to think and attempted to evade. In the next instant, his expression changed drastically. My speed. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Just now, Lu Hong actually blocked his fireball spell, which truly startled Yi Chen. Nowadays, the power of Yi Chen's fireball spell is such that even ordinary 5th-tier professionals find it hard to withstand, let alone Lu Hong, an ordinary professional stuck at the 3rd tier. However, despite the shock in his heart, Yi Chen's movements did not hesitate at all. Although he was unclear about the origin of Lu Hong's barrier that could block his attack, Yi Chen understood one thing: there is no barrier in this world that cannot be broken. If there is, it means your damage is insufficient. The previous 300 fireballs, although not all hitting Lu Hong, were enough to fully stack the lava blade, directly reducing Lu Hong's fire resistance by 50 points. After that, he unleashed 35 Wrath of the Underworld, further increasing the damage Lu Hong received by 525%, equivalent to 5.25 times the previous amount. Finally, the effect of the Wind Bone Staff from the Shadow Skeleton King reduced Lu Hong's dual resistances by another 20%. At this moment, the power of Yi Chen's fireball spell was several times stronger than just a moment ago. Faced with such unreasonable damage increase and resistance reduction, Lu Hong's barrier naturally could not hold up. After the barrier shattered, the Wrath of the Underworld and the staff's effect of wind entanglement directly reduced Lu Hong's speed to a negative value, leaving him unable to move an inch. Unless the opponent had a control clearing skill, escape was impossible. Clearly, Lu Hong did not have this capability, so he could only watch helplessly as countless fireballs grew larger in his sight. However, just as the fireballs were about to smash into him, a strange black light suddenly erupted from Lu Hong's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. After the black light appeared, it instantly scattered Yi Chen's fireball spell. Immediately after, Yi Chen heard a painful wail of "Ka ka ka. You forced me. I will tear your head apart." Accompanied by Lu Hong's extreme suppressed pain, Yi Chen quickly discovered through the mist that the opponent's body was actually swelling continuously. In the blink of an eye, it grew to 3 meters tall. Suddenly, a roar that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time erupted, instantly dispersing the surrounding mist. At the same time, Lu Hong's figure reappeared in front of Yi Chen. However, at this moment, Lu Hong was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a huge, grotesque monster covered in rotting flesh took his place. Looking at this monster, Yi Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this a ghost? Yi Chen stared at the utterly unrecognizable ugly monster before him, genuinely shocked. If it weren't for the inability to see the opponent's attributes, he would have suspected that Lu Hong was originally a transformed monster. At this moment, the transformed Lu Hong opened his blood-red mouth, larger than a basin, revealing sharp triangular teeth. He flicked out his crimson tongue, longer than a forearm, and sneered, "Kid, I originally planned to politely ask you to leave, but since you don't cherish such an opportunity, don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hong let out a loud roar, and his massive body suddenly lunged forward like a cannonball towards Yi Chen. The transformed Lu Hong had directly broken free from Yi Chen's skill control. Although Yi Chen was shocked, he had already unleashed the Wrath of the Underworld again the moment Lu Hong activated his transformation. However, surprisingly, although the Wrath of the Underworld hit Lu Hong, it did not inflict any status effects on him. This meant that the transformed Lu Hong could actually be immune to all negative buffs at this moment. However, the effect of the venomous assault unexpectedly took effect. Unfortunately, Lu Hong's body was clearly highly immune to poison. After the venomous assault stacked fully, it only dealt a pitiful 2-digit damage. But this was understandable. After all, Lu Hong's current appearance did not resemble a normal living being. Ordinary toxins naturally would not have much effect on him. However, Yi Chen was not discouraged. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. If it could take damage, it proved that the opponent's body was not invincible. As long as it could lose health, he was confident he could kill the opponent. Then, Yi Chen cast a fireball spell. Lu Hong, seeing Yi Chen's movement, once again opened the mysterious barrier from before. The fireball spell was neutralized again. After the fireball disappeared, he charged at Yi Chen with incredible speed. Once more. Yi Chen, noticing this, activated his speed boost. Although Lu Hong's speed at this moment was terrifying, after Yi Chen activated his speed boost, combined with the
Effective the skeletal pants, his speed soared to the limit.
With just a slight movement, he easily widened the distance between them. Lu Hong, seeing this, was clearly taken aback.
Even without transforming into this ghastly form, not to mention top-tier level 90 players, even top-tier level 150 players would not be his match.
He had spent decades in Lehigh Village for nothing.
Unexpectedly, this unknown kid in front of him not only acted decisively but also had a bizarre fireball spell that forced him to rely on transformation to block. Now, even his speed was faster than Lu Hong's transformed speed.
Such an illogical situation gave Lu Hong a bad premonition.
At that moment, he suddenly understood Chi Fei's caution. He was secretly annoyed with himself for being too careless, allowing this kid to slip away right under his nose.
Fortunately, all these mistakes could still be remedied. No matter what, he absolutely could not let this kid leave alive. Although they possessed strength that ordinary people could not compare to, it must not be exposed. Once exposed, they would likely face a siege from all sides. With this in mind, Lu Hong looked at Yi Chen not far away. His speed increased again, and while moving at high speed, he suddenly clenched his hands.
In the next moment, countless visible blue elements rose within a radius of 500 meters.
Water flow arrow rain. In an instant, these blue water elements condensed into countless sharp arrows, shooting towards Yi Chen from all directions.
In the blink of an eye, they sealed off all of Yi Chen's escape routes.
Lu Hong looked at Yi
Chen, who showed surprise in his eyes, and a sneer appeared on his grotesque face.
What good is speed? He didn't believe the opponent could dodge such a comprehensive area attack. And just as Lu Hong thought, under normal circumstances, such skills were indeed difficult to evade. Yi Chen was clearly somewhat surprised by the water flow arrow rain. However,
it was merely surprise. As countless water arrows approached him, Yi Chen didn't even cast a shadow clone.
Magic Shield, Star Shield, Star Guardian. 3 shields appeared in an instant.
Then, the death field unfolded directly. All of this was completed in the blink of an eye, and then,
bang bang bang.
The water arrows, upon contact with the death field, melted away instantly, just like Yi Chen's fireball hitting Lu Hong's barrier earlier. They didn't even have the chance to touch the 3 shields on Yi Chen. Of course, even if Lu Hong's water arrows had enough power to penetrate the death field and the 3 shields, with his current water resistance of 30,000, these water arrows could not harm him in the slightest. However, Yi Chen was not surprised by this, but it shocked Lu Hong greatly. Lu Hong was very clear about his own combat power. The power of this water flow arrow rain could not possibly be blocked by a level 90 kid. First, there was the bizarre fireball, then an astonishing speed. Now even his confidently powerful water flow arrow rain was easily blocked by the opponent. For the first time, Lu Hong's gaze towards Yi Chen became serious. In an instant, Lu Hong leaped into the air, limbs spread wide. Water flow assault. Countless water elements gathered in front of Lu Hong. Then, his ugly, massive body merged into the water elements as if it were decaying. The originally deep blue water elements turned into a dark green. What's even stranger is that after Yi Chen saw Lu Hong's body disappear, the dark green element shot straight towards him. What the hell is this? Watching this nauseating liquid rush at him, Yi Chen's face turned a bit green.
Let's not even talk about the power of this thing. Just the thought of Lu Hong's body full of rotting flesh turning into juice made Yi Chen feel uneasy all over. Without a second thought, he maximized his speed and leaped far away.
Immediately, 2 clones appeared beside him, and in an instant, a rain of fireballs poured out. However, a barrier that Yi Chen had seen before reappeared in front of Lu Hong, blocking all the fireballs.
Nevertheless, Lu Hong's speed was slightly hindered by the appearance of the fireballs. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. Theoretically, at this stage, no one should be able to block his fireballs. His single fireball spell had already reached a damage of 19,062 points, under the resistance reduction effect of the lava blade. It was impossible for it not to deal damage. Yet, this Lu Hong's barrier was incredibly strange. Not only could it block his fireballs, but it also blocked his passive poison attack. All the skills Yi Chen had at hand were high damage skills. Naturally, the fireball spell had the highest damage. Now, even the fireball spell couldn't do anything to the opponent. Although the opponent couldn't do much to him either, dragging this out wasn't a solution. He hadn't forgotten that Lu Hong wasn't alone. There were at least 20 or so members of the Self-Reliance Society outside. Moreover, he had reason to believe that if Lu Hong's abilities were so bizarre, then Chi Fei, as the president, would be even stronger. The longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. Of course, even if it was unfavorable, Yi Chen was confident he could leave calmly. After all, Lu Hong's skills and body were strange, but clearly, they couldn't break through his defenses. Even if Chi Fei was stronger and could deal damage to him, he still had nearly 400,000 health points.
There was no need to worry about his life. His mind raced with thoughts, but Yi Chen's actions didn't pause for a moment. Mainly, he didn't want to be touched by that disgusting liquid. Along with the two clones, he continuously cast fireballs. In 1 second, he could cast 1,800 fireballs. Under Yi Chen's frenzied bombardment, Lu Hong's figure was finally pinned down by the relentless fireballs. Lu Hong was once again surprised. The next moment, he transformed back into his ugly monster form. But instead of attacking again, he sneered and said, "It's useless. I admit. Your fireballs are powerful, but in front of my body, they can't deal any damage at all." Yi Chen didn't respond. Seeing Lu Hong regain his form, he cast fireballs while also using Dark Knight Soul Erosion, Embrace of the Nether Fire. He threw out 2 dark-type skills. But unfortunately, Lu Hong's mutated body seemed to be immune even to the damage-increasing buffs. However, Yi Chen didn't give up. He noticed that when Lu Hong was casting the barrier, it seemed difficult for him to perform other actions. This meant that this barrier was different from the shield skill on Yi Chen. It wasn't a one-time skill but a continuous skill. Although Yi Chen had never seen such a bizarre skill from Lu Hong, any continuous skill must maintain the casting state throughout the process. Yi Chen was clear about this. Thus, he continued to unleash fireballs without any pause. After all, his fireball spell hardly consumed any mana, so Yi Chen naturally wouldn't hold back. Lu Hong opened the barrier and blocked them all. After transforming, Lu Hong's barrier seemed to have enhanced its ability to withstand damage. In just a few seconds, this barrier had already blocked tens of thousands of Yi Chen's fireballs. "Give up, obediently come back with me. Perhaps the boss will let you become one of us, considering your strength. Do you want to turn into something that's neither human nor ghost like you all?" Yi Chen asked while casting fireballs. This seemed to provoke Lu Hong. "Damn it! What do you know? Have you ever experienced true despair? What right do you have to mock us? Aren't you just a guy who can't level up? How can you understand the determination we've put in to become stronger? And how do you know the heavy burdens we carry?" Facing Lu Hong's somewhat hysterical roar, Yi Chen responded with a barrage of fireballs. Hearing Lu Hong's words, Yi Chen shook his head, vaguely guessing something. However, he was different from these people. Lu Hong's current appearance could no longer be called human. He had become a monster in pursuit of so-called strength. What was the meaning of that? As time ticked by, the battle between the two seemed to reach a stalemate. Lu Hong's barrier was clearly somewhat beyond Yi Chen's expectations. Originally, Yi Chen thought that although his fireball technique couldn't break through the opponent's barrier, maintaining such an outrageous skill would obviously incur significant continuous consumption. In contrast, his fireball technique only required 10 points of mana per cast, and with the mana regeneration boost, it could almost be used without consumption. Under such circumstances, Lu Hong would definitely not be able to hold on. However, the reality was different from Yi Chen's expectations. After facing his relentless bombardment for such a long time, there was still no sign of weakening. This left Yi Chen somewhat astonished. Could it be that the opponent's barrier was also without consumption? That would be too abnormal, right? Yi Chen didn't believe there was such an outrageous skill in the world. And just as Yi Chen thought, there indeed was no such skill without consumption in this world. As another 2 minutes passed, Lu Hong's state finally changed. At this moment, his grotesque face began to show signs of impatience. He even uncontrollably displayed signs of exasperation. Although he had the support of the barrier and had not suffered any damage so far, this frustrating battle made him increasingly irritable. Gradually, an uncontrollable rage surged up, instantly filling his mind. At that moment, Lu Hong's originally pale eyes turned completely crimson. Yi Chen looked at the changes in Lu Hong, somewhat puzzled. But soon, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that the opponent would conjure something against common sense. If that happened, Yi Chen's only option would be to use Void Mirage to avoid the confrontation. As that indestructible barrier vanished, Lu Hong attempted to escape. However, Yi Chen wasted no time and unleashed various skills without hesitation. With the enhancement of numerous projectile effects, Lu Hong's proud speed was rendered ineffective. In an instant, a multitude of fireballs engulfed Lu Hong. The scorching flames erupted with a cacophony of hissing sounds. Simultaneously, a heart-wrenching scream came from Lu Hong. However, this scream did not sound like something a human could produce. Yi Chen still did not stop. Although he was curious about the secrets Lu Hong possessed, there were still Chi Fei and his group who could enter at any moment. Naturally, he couldn't hold back. But it had to be said, Lu Hong's transformation into this monstrous form indeed granted him astonishing defensive power. With The damage from his fireball technique, he was unable to achieve a one-hit kill. Fortunately, damage numbers were wildly bouncing above Lu Hong's head. Although they were only a pitiful 3 digits, the frequency was high. Soon, Lu Hong's screams had become extremely faint. Yi Chen planned to seize the moment and finish him off. But just then, an unexpected event occurred. A faint sound of something slicing through the air was heard. Immediately after, Yi Chen heard Qi Fei's furious shout. "Stop!" In the next moment, Qi Fei and Wei Wei appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight simultaneously. Behind them were 3 members of the self-strengthening society that Yi Chen had seen yesterday. As soon as Qi Fei and the others appeared, they noticed Lu Hong's miserable state. Without a second thought, except for Wei Wei, the 4 of them raised their heads and let out a furious roar in unison. What followed was the most shocking scene Yi Chen had witnessed so far. 4 monstrous creatures, even taller than Lu Hong and covered in rotting flesh, appeared right before him. Shocked, Yi Chen silently thought to himself, as expected. This self-strengthening society was indeed not that simple. As soon as Qi Fei and the others entered, they saw Lu Hong lying on the ground, barely alive. Therefore, they didn't waste a single word on Yi Chen and directly transformed. Clearly, they had realized that the situation was quite tricky and had no intention of engaging in any pointless banter or probing. This decisiveness caught Yi Chen off guard. Looking at it this way, Qi Fei was indeed an extremely cautious person, ready to unleash all his strength the moment he sensed something was off. He didn't want to give Yi Chen any opportunity. Watching the 4 transform into monstrous forms, Yi Chen was also somewhat dumbfounded. Although there was a joke that the rich relied on technology while the poor relied on mutation, it didn't mean one had to turn themselves into a monster, right? As Yi Chen looked at these 4 hideous creatures, he was on high alert but couldn't help feeling speechless. Of course, more importantly, Yi Chen had a big question in his mind. Why had Qi Fei and the others transformed into this state? Such things had never happened in the eternal life world. Suddenly, he recalled how much Qi Fei and the others valued this coastal village, having guarded it for so many years, almost living in isolation from the world. Could it be because of this? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. However, after transforming, the 4 of them had no intention of giving Yi Chen any time to think. Qi Fei opened his mouth and let out a beast-like roar, and the 3 companions beside him simultaneously launched an attack on Yi Chen. Unlike Lu Hong after his transformation, although these 3 looked incredibly ugly, their size was a bit smaller than Lu Hong's. Naturally, their speed was also a few notches faster than Lu Hong's. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them had already reached Yi Chen's front, their hands turning into black long swords, slashing fiercely at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was concerned about the combat power of these monsters, so he had no intention of dodging. Relying on the death domain and 3 shields, he braced himself against the attacks of the 2. -745, -807, -789, -812. To Yi Chen's surprise, the speed of these 2's attacks was extremely fast. The moment they struck, it was a series of rapid hits. Yi Chen was very familiar with this skill, it was the warrior's rapid strike. After use, it dealt 70% continuous damage to the same target for 1 second. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, Yi Chen noticed that one of the 3 was not attacking alongside the other 2. Instead, after receiving Qi Fei's command, he got down on all 4s, revealing a tube made of rotting flesh on his back. At that moment, a strange black energy was gathering inside the tube. Yi Chen didn't have time to figure out what this tube was. In the next instant, a pitch-black arrow suddenly shot out from the tube. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air at an incredible speed, appearing before Yi Chen in an instant. The speed was so fast that even Yi Chen couldn't evade it. The arrow pierced through the realm of death, striking directly against his 3 shields. Bang! The powerful penetration force caused the arrow to break through Yi Chen's shield and smash hard into him. -2546. A string of bright red numbers floated before Yi Chen. The 3 of them coordinated their attack, directly taking away nearly 10,000 of his health points. After a series of tests, Yi Chen was incredibly surprised. Although this nearly 10,000 points of damage was nothing compared to his nearly 400,000 health points, it did not prevent him from feeling astonished. It should be noted that Qi Wei and the others were only level 90 and had not yet advanced to the 3rd class. Yi Chen's own combat power was already beyond what practitioners of the same level could handle. He never expected that after transforming, Qi Fei and the others could inflict so much damage on him. More importantly, at this moment, Qi Fei had not attacked like the others. As the leader of these individuals, Yi Chen had reason to believe that Qi Fei's abilities should be stronger than the others. At this moment, Yi Chen's curiosity about these people grew even more. Where did they obtain
Such bizarre abilities that allowed a level 90 practitioner to possess combat power comparable to that of a 5th class practitioner? However, compared to Yi Chen's astonishment, the group, including Qifei, could only describe their feelings as shock. They had already sensed something was off with the Xiao Tianba when they saw Lu Hong's weakness. Despite being extremely cautious and continuously overestimating Yi Chen, they never expected that their coordinated attack would only inflict a small amount of damage. More importantly, they had already realized that Yi Chen was a mage. What is a mage? A synonym for fragility. They knew how much health a level 90 mage had, right? Even with the best equipment, it was impossible to exceed 10,000. Yet Yi Chen was still standing there perfectly fine, which was shocking to them. Fei, who had not made a move until now, suddenly had his pale, eerie eyes twitching uncontrollably, looking extremely strange. Just as Yi Chen was puzzled about what Qifei was doing, the latter's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he spoke urgently. Xiao Bei, Meng Hao, run. This Xiao Tianba has over 380,000 health points. And an intelligence of over 8,000. Qifei's voice was fast and urgent, tinged with an air of disbelief. His words shocked the others. Not just them. At this moment, upon hearing Qifei recite his attributes as if he were familiar with them, Yi Chen's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Qifei could actually see his attribute panel? How was that possible? In the Eternal Life world, only human practitioners could see the attributes of monsters. As for others, even NPC information was impossible to see. How did he do it? Although confused, Yi Chen quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. At the same time, he swiftly moved his hands. A series of fireballs erupted in response. Fortunately, thanks to Qifei's warning, Xiao Bei and Meng Hao reacted incredibly quickly. As soon as Yi Chen made a move, they each used their movement skills to escape rapidly. Want to escape? It's too late. With the boost from the projectile speed of his equipment, Yi Chen's fireballs flew at a speed far beyond what the two could match. Before the two could escape 20 meters, the sky was filled with fireballs that had already landed on them. Sizzle! The flames burned, producing a piercing sound. Immediately after, the screams of the two echoed amidst the flames. At this moment, Yi Chen also noticed that although these two could transform into monsters, their defenses seemed to be significantly weaker than Lu Hong's. Moreover, they lacked Lu Hong's strange barrier for support. Therefore, under the bombardment of thousands of fireballs, the two quickly fell silent. This scene caused Qifei, who was not far away, and Wei Wei, who for some reason had not transformed, to change their expressions drastically. Xiao Bei. Meng Hao. Qifei's pale eyes instantly turned crimson as he rushed towards the two. However, Yi Chen did not intervene. Instead, he fixed his gaze on his information panel. Ding! You have collected one piece of water element essence fragment, increasing your water-based skill damage by 20%. Ding! You have collected one piece of water element essence fragment, increasing your water resistance by 20%. This sudden influx of information left Yi Chen stunned. What was going on? Yi Chen was genuinely surprised to have unexpectedly collected two pieces of water element essence fragments. He had actually obtained two fragments from the two monsters. For a moment, Yi Chen felt increasingly confused. This coastal village truly exuded strangeness at every turn. First, there were the countless oceanic magic frogs, providing him with a substantial amount of water resistance. Then, Qifei and the others transformed into monsters, exhibiting strength 10 times that of normal individuals. Following that, he collected water element essence fragments from these monsters. This series of unbelievable events left Yi Chen somewhat bewildered. However, after the surprise, Yi Chen decisively focused his attention on Qifei. If those two could drop water element essence fragments, did that mean Qifei in front of him could as well? With this thought, Yi Chen's gaze towards Qifei became fervent. He had to admit that the power these individuals displayed after transforming into monsters was indeed terrifying. Even Lu Hong had caused him quite a bit of trouble. However, as long as Qifei lacked Lu Hong's troublesome barrier, no matter how high his damage was, Yi Chen wouldn't be afraid. At this moment, Qifei had arrived at the bodies of Xiao Bei and Meng Hao, and upon seeing their corpses, he trembled uncontrollably. Then, Qifei suddenly looked up, glaring fiercely at Yi Chen, and roared, "Damn it! Damn it! You actually killed them!" Yi Chen ignored the other's outcry. After some speculation in his heart, he couldn't wait to kill Qifei. Thus, thousands of fireballs reappeared, swiftly launching towards Qifei. The next second, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. Qifei's speed was somewhat beyond his expectations. The moment he cast the fireball spell, Qifei had already retreated at high speed, escaping the attack range of the fireballs in the blink of an eye. What was even more outrageous was that this guy was still holding onto the bodies of Xiao Bei and Meng Hao while dodging. Although the two had returned to their original forms after death, Qifei's agile movements still left Yi Chen in awe. At this point, Yi Chen had roughly figured out some clues. It was evident that Qifei and the others, in their monster state, could significantly enhance their characteristics. For example, Lu Hong was a tank warrior. Therefore, after transforming into a monster, his defenses received a tremendous boost, even acquiring an extremely strange defensive barrier. This had caused Yi Chen quite a bit of trouble. The two who had just died, although also warriors, clearly leaned towards the main damage-dealing swordsman direction. Because after transforming into monsters, their damage and related skills were also enhanced. When it came to Qifei, he was an archer, a profession with extremely high agility. So after transforming into a monster, his speed became extraordinarily exaggerated. It was precisely for this reason that Qifei could easily dodge his own fireballs. However, even though he was a mage, Yi Chen was not afraid of competing in speed with him. The Qifei in front of him was very likely to provide him with fragments of water element essence, and he couldn't let that opportunity slip away. Moreover, even without that, just the fact that this guy possessed the bizarre ability to see through others' attributes meant Yi Chen couldn't let him go. Godspeed. A surge of energy flowed into his feet. Leveraging the movement speed he had just gained from casting the fireball spell, Yi Chen charged fiercely towards Qifei, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye. Ice. Sealing barrier. In an instant, ice flowers began to fall around Yi Chen, centered on him, within 100 meters. This was a skill he had from his second class, one he had never used before. However, facing Qifei, who also had extremely high movement speed, Yi Chen decided to deploy it. As the ice flowers covered the surroundings, the airflow within the barrier seemed to slow down. Seeing this, Yi Chen did not stop his movements. He then hurled a dark fire embrace at the astonished Qifei. The black energy instantly wrapped around Qifei. Qifei realized that his speed had actually slowed down, and his expression changed drastically. However, what shocked him even more was that several damage notifications began to float above his head. -1475 -3 -34 -34. This was the per second damage from the dark fire embrace, along with the poison damage from the venomous attack. Qifei did not have a bizarre barrier like Lu Hong. Once hit, he could not withstand it at all. However, Yi Chen was quite impressed by Qifei's defensive capabilities. He never expected that a fragile archer would have such astonishing defense after transforming into a monster. But these were not problems. As long as he could deal damage, that was enough. Fireball spell. Yi Chen waved his hand, and 600 fireballs bombarded Qifei. After his movement speed was reduced, Qifei could barely move, unable to dodge Yi Chen's fireballs at all. Feeling the scorching flames rushing towards him, Qifei unwillingly wanted to roar in anger. However, at that moment, a massive figure suddenly appeared in front of Qifei. Hundreds of fireballs slammed down Lu Hong. In the next instant, Qifei's heart-wrenching roar echoed. Yi Chen focused his gaze and found that it was Lu Hong, who had previously fallen and was on the verge of death, appearing in front of Qifei to block the fireballs. However, at that moment, Lu Hong was already at his last gasp, and despite his efforts to maintain that bizarre barrier, he struggled uselessly under Yi Chen's domineering attack. The fireballs all plunged into Lu Hong's body, directly turning him into charred remains. The next moment, Yi Chen saw a prompt pop up on his panel. Ding! You have collected one piece of water element essence. Fragment, your water resistance increases by 20%. Lu Hong was dead. Yi Chen merely glanced at the information before preparing to attack Qifei again. However, in a fit of rage, Qifei suddenly made a shocking move that stunned Yi Chen. He actually opened his bloody maw and bit down hard on Lu Hong's body. Was he eating a person? Crack! Crack! A series of crisp bone-crunching sounds echoed. Even at that moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. In the previous moment, Lu Hong had blocked Qifei's fireball, and the latter's frenzied expression clearly showed his grief and anger over Lu Hong's death. But this grief and anger lasted less than a second, as Qifei actually began to consume his beloved friends. This bizarre scene left Yi Chen utterly perplexed. Even more bizarre was that at the moment Qifei bit off Lu Hong's neck, Yi Chen could distinctly feel the power emanating from Qifei seemingly increasing. However, just as he raised his hand, a pitch-black arrow shot towards him again. Bang! -2476. It was the person who had been standing next to Qifei, launching another attack on Yi Chen. This amount of damage was nothing to Yi Chen. He had no intention of paying attention, something was off with Qifei, and he needed to deal with him first. But at that moment, Qifei surprisingly cleared the debuff that had been placed on him, clutching Lu Hong's corpse, and swiftly distanced himself from Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned. Could it Be that consuming Lu Hong's corpse allowed him to shake off the debuff? Chi Fei was eating at an astonishing speed. Almost as soon as he landed, he had already consumed a third of Lu Hong's body. Yi Chen knew he couldn't afford to delay any longer. He activated his speed and instantly rushed in front of Chi Fei. Fireball! But the next moment, a familiar barrier appeared around Chi Fei without warning, blocking all of Yi Chen's fireballs. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this the barrier Lu Hong had used before? At that moment, Chi Fei, having blocked Yi Chen's fireball, looked up and revealed a chilling, eerie smile. His mouth, filled with sharp fangs, still had bits of flesh hanging from it, and fresh blood dripped slowly from between his teeth, eventually being licked up by his beast-like tongue and swallowed. Then, Chi Fei displayed a satisfied expression and, in a voice that was more beast than human, slowly said, "Don't worry, I'll play with you properly in a bit." After saying that, Chi Fei buried his head again and began to crunch away. Soon, under Yi Chen's watchful gaze, Lu Hong's corpse was completely devoured by Chi Fei without a trace. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. This speed was simply unbelievable. However, Chi Fei seemed unwilling to stop there, using Lu Hong's barrier to block Yi Chen's continuous fireballs. He leaped again, moving towards the bodies of Xiao Bei and Meng Hao, and in an instant, he had devoured both of their corpses cleanly. At that moment, Yi Chen clearly noticed that Chi Fei's grotesque body had swollen significantly compared to before. Moreover, he exuded an extremely powerful aura. Yi Chen unleashed tens of thousands of fireballs, but none could harm Chi Fei. A thought crossed his mind, and before Chi Fei could react, he swiftly moved behind the guy who had been shooting arrows at him. Hundreds of fireballs plunged into the man's back, and the guy, who had been searching for Yi Chen's location, didn't even have time to react before Yi Chen killed him outright. Ding! You have collected one piece of water element essence fragment, increasing the damage of all your water-based skills by 20%. Indeed, without Lu Hong's peculiar barrier, even transformed into a monster, it was impossible to block Yi Chen's attacks. At the same time, he had accumulated a total of 4 water element essence fragments. Based on previous experience, that meant there were still 6 left. However, only Chi Fei and the untransformed Wei Wei remained. If they had any, that would only total 6 fragments. Where would the remaining 4 be? On the other members of the Self-Reliance Society? Yi Chen thought quickly to himself. At that moment, as the life force faded away, the monster with a cannon-like back returned to its original form. Yi Chen waved his hand, and the corpse of the recently deceased monster completely vanished. Having witnessed Chi Fei's bizarre abilities, Yi Chen naturally could not allow Chi Fei to consume this corpse. Upon seeing this scene, Chi Fei let out a thunderous roar, tilting his head back. He pushed off the ground with his feet, charging towards Yi Chen at a speed that was twice as fast as before. Today, I will pull your bones out one by one and smash them to pieces to accompany my brothers in death. Yi Chen remained unmoved by Chi Fei's roar. The death domain and his 3 protective shields were kept open from the beginning. Once the speed was activated, even with Chi Fei's sudden boost in combat power, he still couldn't catch up to Yi Chen. Chi Fei clearly realized this as well. Mid-air, he suddenly plunged his left hand into his own body. In the next moment, a pitch-black longsword was drawn from within him, with a trace of dark green blood on the blade. After the sword appeared, the smile on Chi Fei's face turned incredibly sinister. "Do you think you can escape?" Before his words fell, Chi Fei's body began to tremble strangely, then abruptly changed direction. Mid-run. Following that, Chi Fei raised the longsword and thrust it fiercely into the air. A bizarre event occurred. Just as Chi Fei swung his sword, Yi Chen's figure miraculously appeared within his attack range. Bang! The black greatsword struck down hard, cutting through the death domain and landing on Yi Chen's barrier. Instantly, a series of damage values floated above Yi Chen's head. -3,476, -3,414, -4,014 precise prediction combined with rapid sword drawing. Precise prediction is an advanced skill for archers that allows them to capture the trajectory of a target's movements after activation. By analyzing, it predicts the target's next move in advance. However, the success rate of this skill is not high. Unexpectedly, Chi Fei was able to use it. Suddenly, Yi Chen recalled that Chi Fei had previously been able to see his panel attributes. Perhaps it was this ability that allowed his precise prediction to succeed. Rapid sword drawing, on the other hand, is a warrior's skill. It goes without saying that Chi Fei must have gained this ability after consuming those 2 warriors. Yi Chen did not expect that. Chi Fei, transformed into a monster, could acquire skills corresponding to the corpses he consumed. This ability, akin to devouring, was truly extraordinary. He wondered how they managed to do it. However, this was not something Yi Chen needed to concern himself with. After being attacked, Yi Chen quickly retreated while rapidly launching fireballs from his hand. Although they were still blocked by Chi Fei's barrier, he managed to interrupt Chi Fei's second attack. Moreover, thanks to the effect of Evil Devour, his health was restored in an instant. Although Evil Devour could only restore 50 health points per attack, Yi Chen's fireball spell had a total of 600 fireballs. In just half a second, he could recover 30,000 health points. Thus, although Chi Fei's bizarre and varied offensive methods caught Yi Chen off guard, they could not inflict any substantial damage on him. However, Chi Fei was unaware of this. He seemed very confident in himself. Upon seeing Yi Chen retreat, he did not immediately pursue. Instead, he revealed a mocking grin. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I won't be satisfied until I've skinned you piece by piece to relieve my hatred." Yi Chen would not indulge him. After suffering once, Yi Chen naturally would not make the same mistake twice. In an instant, two clones appeared behind him. Then, the three Yi Chens moved in intersecting directions. Ice Sealing Barrier. The three Yi Chens simultaneously cast it, expanding its range to 3 times the original. The scene was extremely magnificent. Snowflakes danced in the air, followed by thousands of fireballs covering the area. Occasionally, other elemental skills appeared as well. Embrace of Infernal Fire, Night Soul Erosion, Whirlwind Slash, and Flame Tornado. As long as it was a usable skill, Yi Chen unleashed it all at once. In an instant, the entire Linhai village was enveloped by various elemental energies. Chi Fei clearly did not expect Yi Chen to choose such an offensive method. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, he could only raise a barrier to defend himself for a short time, not daring to make any other moves. However, Chi Fei was not flustered. In his view, Yi Chen's actions were undoubtedly a death wish. The damage from a mage was indeed strong. But how long could a mage without mana control sustain such violent output? As long as he waited for the energy to run out, it would be Yi Chen's demise. Chi Fei thought to himself. Unfortunately, he had no idea about Yi Chen's abilities. Those countless fireballs seemed to be on the scale of a forbidden spell, but the mana cost for each cast was only 10 points. As for the other skills, although their mana consumption was significantly higher than that of the fireball spell, Yi Chen, with over 80,000 mana points, acted as he pleased, completely unconcerned. Yi Chen's thoughts were simple. Chi Fei's barrier indeed brought him considerable trouble. However, Lu Hong had still died in the end. He wanted to see how long Chi Fei could hold out. Next, the battle between the two turned into a war of attrition. Time ticked by. Chi Fei's expression gradually changed from a cold smile to astonishment. By the end, there was even a hint of irritation. This was completely different from what he had imagined. How could there be someone who could maintain such high output damage skills and frequency for so long? This was something that a novice area practitioner could not achieve at all. He and his brothers had sacrificed so much to gain power, even going so far as to turn themselves into monsters that were neither human nor ghost. Yet, they were still inferior to the stranger who appeared out of nowhere. The gap in between made Chi Fei feel incredibly envious. This guy must have a secret. Thinking of this, Chi Fei's gaze towards Yi Chen became more fervent. He wanted to swallow Yi Chen whole. As long as he devoured the other party, he could obtain that miraculous ability. In this way, his strength would receive a tremendous boost. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before he had enough power to resist that guy and completely break free from his control. With this thought, Chi Fei's eyes lit up, and he said to Yi Chen, who was still continuously casting skills, "I know your plan, but I can tell you clearly, it's useless. With my current strength, this barrier can last for 5 hours. As long as your skill damage does not exceed the barrier's absorption limit, the one who will ultimately lose will be you." Hearing Chi Fei's words, Yi Chen frowned. In fact, he had also noticed that after so long, Chi Fei still showed no signs of fatigue. If what Chi Fei said was true, then this battle might last a long time. Moreover, although Chi Fei's speed was not as fast as his, if the other party was determined to escape, with the help of the barrier, Yi Chen was not confident he could keep him. Chi Fei was not a fool. His refusal to escape must be based on some reliance. If that were the case, it would be somewhat troublesome. Yi Chen pondered silently. This Chi Fei must not be allowed to escape. He was still eyeing the water element essence fragments on him. But if the next battle turned into a war of attrition, Yi Chen was not entirely confident. After all, it was not just him and Chi Fei here. Yu Guang glanced into the distance. Ever since arriving with Chi Fei, the woman named Wei Wei had not made any move. Moreover, she was the only one present who had not transformed into a monster. Yi Chen did not understand why she remained inactive. However, he felt a strange sensation. Compared to Chi Fei at that moment, the woman who had not transformed gave him an unusual sense of dissonance. This made Yi Chen extremely vigilant. As the saying goes, a barking dog doesn't bite.
Wei Wei was precisely in such a situation. Nevertheless, no matter what, the battle had to continue. Without sufficient damage to break through the opponent's barrier, Yi Chen had no other methods. Unless he was willing to give up. But that was not an option. Soon, an hour passed. The entire Linhai village was still, filled with incredibly violent energy. Centered around Qi Fei, the ground within 100 meters had long turned into ruins. Unfortunately, Qi Fei still stood firmly in the arena. Throughout this process, Wei Wei also made no move. Ha ha! You truly are remarkable. Such a high output frequency, and you can maintain it for so long, it really opens my eyes. If it weren't for you killing my brother, I would really want to become close comrades with you. Yi Chen sneered, I'm not interested in making friends with monsters. Qi Fei, upon hearing this, was not angry. Instead, he calmly said, that's not for you to decide. Soon, I will choose to devour you, making you a part of my body, and then you can live on in another way. Am I not being merciful to you? Listening to Qi Fei's mad words, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He chose not to respond any further and instead kept thinking of strategies in his mind. Although the current situation posed no life-threatening danger to him, continuing to drag it out was not a solution. He had to find a breakthrough point. Suddenly, Yi Chen's gaze fell on Wei Wei, a flicker of unusual light flashing in his eyes. Perhaps he could strike at her? Yi Chen quickly calculated in his mind. This was a method, but it also carried risks. If Wei Wei's abilities could withstand his attacks, dragging her down would put Yi Chen at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, even if he killed Wei Wei, it seemed it wouldn't cause Qi Fei any trouble. Should he make a move or not? Yi Chen felt a bit hesitant. However, at that moment, Yi Chen suddenly noticed that his panel had 2 new friend messages, though they were spaced an hour apart. The messages were from Xue Ling. As a hybrid, Xue Ling naturally had the friend panel function. However, he had been highly focused on the battle and hadn't noticed it. Immediately, Yi Chen opened the message content. The first message informed him that the plague sourceworm had successfully resurrected. Glancing at the time, it was just when Yi Chen was fighting Lu Hong. The second message told him that according to his method, Xue Ling had successfully refined the exquisite gem. Upon seeing this, a smile immediately appeared on Yi Chen's face. He might have a way to kill Qi Fei. The 2 chapters combined into one. The battle between Yi Chen and Qi Fei had lasted for several hours. Qi Fei had long anticipated a protracted battle. After all, he could see Yi Chen's attribute panel and knew that Yi Chen's magic power was astonishingly high. But he also understood one principle: the more powerful the spell, the higher the magic power consumption required. Based on the power, Yi Chen's fireball technique, akin to a forbidden spell, likely consumed at least several thousand magic points with each casting, possibly even exceeding 10,000. Even if you had decent mana recovery, allowing you to hold on a bit longer, the current situation had completely exceeded Qi Fei's expectations. And it seemed that Yi Chen's condition had not deteriorated at all. Could he really hold out for 5 hours? The thought made Qi Fei a bit anxious. His nature was always cautious, otherwise, he wouldn't have remained undiscovered in this coastal village for so many years. After noticing that something was off with Yi Chen, he didn't want to, nor did he dare, to gamble on whether Yi Chen had the ability to last for 5 hours. Thus, Qi Fei decisively decided to seek help. However, at that very moment, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. The densely packed fireballs inexplicably expanded by a whole circle. The color of the flames shifted from fiery red to an extreme deep blue. Even more shocking to Qi Fei was that the barrier he had set up to withstand the fireballs seemed to suddenly malfunction. The deep blue fireballs shot straight through the barrier and crashed violently into Qi Fei. This sudden turn of events left Qi Fei no time to react. Countless fireballs surged like ferocious beasts, completely engulfing Qi Fei's tall figure in an instant. In that moment, an incredibly tragic scream escaped Qi Fei's mouth. Unfortunately, no matter how he cried out, it was all in vain. Yi Chen remained calm, launching fireballs again and again. In the blink of an eye, Qi Fei's entire body was completely melted away. As Qi Fei disappeared, information popped up on the panel. Ding! You have collected 1 piece of water element essence fragment, increasing your water system skill damage by 20%. Ding! You have collected 1 piece of water element essence fragment, increasing your water system resistance by 20%. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised that Qi Fei had dropped 2 pieces of water element essence fragments. Adding these to the ones he had previously obtained, he now had 6. Only 4 more fragments were needed to complete the collection of water element essence. Yi Chen felt quite pleased about this. Not to mention anything else, just these 6 water element essence fragments brought him a 60% increase in water element skill damage and a 60% increase in water system resistance. At this moment, his water system resistance had surpassed his highest
fire resistance, reaching 49,782 points.
With nearly 50,000 points of water system resistance, he could be said to be perfectly immune to any water system damage, provided that his opponent had no means to reduce his resistance. However, compared to collecting water element essence, what made Yi-Chen even happier was that his fireball technique had evolved. Just at that moment, upon learning that Xue Ling had resurrected the plague worm and successfully refined exquisite pearls, Yi-Chen had Xue Ling
conduct a transaction through the online trading platform, trading for 10 exquisite pearls.
In fact, many familiar individuals would choose to do the same when conducting
remote transactions.
Because newly listed items would only successfully display after 30 seconds, during this time, traders could find the listed products by searching
for IDs, so they need not worry about being snatched.
Yi-Chen used this trading method to directly obtain 10 exquisite pearls, which were skill upgrade stones, from Xue
Ling.
According to Xue Ling, because it was her first attempt, and since Yi-Chen provided not living bodies but corpses, most of the life force had already dissipated. Therefore, she used a total of 1,800 corpses from the Longyuan army, along with the bodies of 5 level 180 black-clad stewards, to successfully resurrect the plague worm. Fortunately, with those 5 level 180 black-clad stewards, otherwise, Xue Ling estimated that even using all 2,300 corpses might not have been enough to resurrect
the plague worm.
After all, according to the records in the Snow Phoenix's journal, reviving the plague source worm demon requires the life force of a living person.
The life force of a deceased practitioner dissipates extremely quickly, so the effect is naturally much weaker.
Because of this, during this period, the eternal life coins
needed to revive the plague source worm demon were far more than expected.
The 10 million eternal life coins that Yi-Chen gave to Xue Ling were basically all spent
by her.
After learning this news, Yi-Chen couldn't help but secretly rejoice, thankful that he had given all the eternal life coins to Xue Ling, otherwise, it would have
been a wasted effort.
However, no matter how one looks at it, the outcome was naturally good. After reviving the plague source worm demon, although Xue Ling couldn't contact Yi-Chen, she had the previous instructions. Plus, the life source on the corpse dissipated extremely quickly. So Xue Ling could only hurry and refine exquisite pearls according to the method Yi-Chen taught her. In the end, relying on 500 corpses and the remaining energy from less than 2 million eternal life coins, Xue
Ling successfully refined 10 exquisite pearls.
After obtaining the 10 exquisite pearls, Yi-Chen didn't hesitate for a moment and used them all on the fireball technique. Originally, Yi-Chen thought that the fireball technique's power was insufficient to penetrate Qifei's barrier, and as long as the power was increased, it would be fine. But Yi-Chen never expected that after upgrading the fireball technique 10 times, it would actually evolve again.
Fireball technique
consumes 10 points of mana, simultaneously releases 3 fireballs, each fireball deals 1040 plus 2 intelligence points of fire damage to the target, and your fireballs ignore any shield-type skills. Cooldown, 1 second with Yi-Chen's current intelligence attribute of 8,065 points, plus various damage bonuses. The theoretical damage of a single fireball has now reached 46,629 points. This power is something that no one in the novice area can withstand, let alone Yi-Chen,
unleashing hundreds of fireballs in an instant, which is simply too violent.
At the same time, what truly allowed Yi-Chen to instantly obliterate Qifei was the last ability of the fireball technique, ignoring any shield-type skills. This ability is what makes the evolved fireball technique truly powerful.
From the results, it is clear that Qifei's barrier also belongs to the shield type.
Naturally, Yi-Chen's evolved fireballs could ignore it, directly causing damage to Qifei's body.
Faced with fireballs
that had more than doubled in power, even though Qifei's strength had greatly increased after consuming the corpses of Lu Hong and others, the outcome would only be a quicker death than theirs. After Qifei died, Yi-Chen also stopped casting the fireball technique. However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Wei Wei not far away, his eyes filled with confusion. From start to finish, this woman named Wei Wei showed no intention of making a move, not even the slightest hint. Even after Qifei's death, her expression remained incredibly calm, a calmness that made Yi-Chen feel somewhat uneasy. He was unclear about this woman's background, but seeing her remain unfazed after he had instantly killed Qifei, he could tell without thinking that this woman was not simple.
Just as Yi-Chen was observing Wei Wei from
a distance, she finally spoke for the first time.
"Aren't you curious? Aren't you curious?" Hearing Wei Wei suddenly speak, Yi-Chen asked nonchalantly, "Watching your companions die one by one, aren't you angry?" Wei Wei, upon hearing this, suddenly laughed inexplicably. "Why should I be angry?" Yi-Chen was slightly taken aback.
Then his brows furrowed again, not understanding what this woman was trying to do. Wei Wei clearly knew the doubts in Yi-Chen's heart. She didn't play any tricks but instead lightly moved her lotus steps and slowly walked towards Yi-Chen. Faced with Vivi's actions, Yi Chen did not stop her but instead kept a vigilant eye on her. However, at that moment, Vivi suddenly made a move that left Yi Chen utterly astonished. She was actually taking off her gear. Not only was she removing her gear, but after that, she went on to strip off all her clothes. Yi Chen was initially surprised by her actions. But the next moment, the shocking scars covering Vivi's body came into Yi Chen's view, constantly stirring his thoughts. Especially when he saw the irregular bite marks on her skin, it made him feel somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a shocking guess flashed through his mind, and Yi Chen instinctively asked, "This is?" Vivi was not surprised by Yi Chen's reaction and calmly replied, "You guessed right, these are all the work of Chi Fei." Yi Chen's pupils constricted, and he frowned as he asked, "So you didn't help him because you hate him?" Unexpectedly, Vivi shook her head and said, "No, you're wrong. I don't hate him, he is the man I love the most. How could I possibly hate him?" Hearing this, Yi Chen was somewhat dumbfounded, finding Vivi's thoughts unbelievable. At that moment, Vivi sighed softly and said, "Actually, you should have noticed that not just Chi Fei, but also Lu Hong and the others, can no longer be considered human." Yi Chen could tell what Vivi was trying to say, so he refrained from interrupting and listened quietly. "Previously, we told you that everyone who comes here has received a promotion task from Linghai village, and those who chose to stay behind to seek opportunities out of unwillingness." Yi Chen nodded. "We didn't lie to you about this. The original intention of establishing the self-strengthening society is also valid." After a pause, Vivi continued, "However, there is one thing we did deceive you about. We didn't come here 6 years ago, but have actually been here for 30 years. Seeing Yi Chen's surprised expression, Vivi instead smiled. "I can tell you're quite surprised." Yi Chen did not deny it, indeed, a bit. "It's hard to believe you all look like you're in your 50s. Although humans can significantly delay aging in appearance after awakening their talents and entering the eternal life world, simply being a level 90-second transformation practitioner does not allow one to maintain a youthful appearance in their 50s. However, Yi Chen's surprise was not too great, as Chi Fei and the others could transform into monsters. And their displayed combat power far exceeded that of a level 90-second transformation practitioner. Thus, being able to maintain their appearance made sense. At that moment, Vivi spoke again. "Actually, it's not a big deal. If we really want to talk about it, we died 30 years ago." After thinking for a moment, Vivi shook her head and added, "Or perhaps more accurately, we didn't die, we became monsters." The more Yi Chen listened, the more curious he became, and he couldn't help but ask, "So, you can also transform?" Vivi had no intention of hiding it and nodded, saying, "Of course I can. If I had to say, I was the first one who could transform." Yi Chen's pupils shook again, looking at the calm woman before him in disbelief. However, Vivi casually said, "Don't be too surprised yet, because there are even more surprising things." "What things?" Vivi smiled gently. "The reason Chi Fei and the others can transform is actually because I granted them that power." As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Chen's gaze towards Vivi became extremely wary. Although he had easily defeated Chi Fei, that was because he encountered him, but it was undeniable that Chi Fei's strength was not to be underestimated. If Chi Fei was already somewhat absurdly strong, then how powerful must Vivi, who granted them this strange power, truly be? Vivi glanced at Yi Chen's guarded demeanor, unfazed, and continued to speak to herself, "Don't worry, even though I can transform, I have never used that ability." "Why not?" Yi Chen asked, a bit curious, his voice low. Vivi explained, "It's simply because my transformation is irreversible. Although I gain immense power after transforming, I would have to live on as a monster." You saw how Chi Fei and the others looked after their transformations. That is something I find extremely repulsive. Of course, more importantly, Chi Fei doesn't want me to become a monster. At this point, Vivi sighed again. "It's a pity he said he would always protect me, yet he ended up dying first." Yi Chen looked at Vivi, his wariness growing. To be able to speak so casually about everything in front of the enemy who killed her beloved was truly chilling. "Don't be so tense. Actually, I should thank you. After all, this way, Chi Fei is completely liberated. He no longer has to suffer from the pain of transforming into a monster from time to time, nor be manipulated by that person." Vivi suddenly murmured. Yi Chen was left in a fog, but he did catch a key piece of information. Chi Fei was actually being controlled by someone? However, before Yi Chen could process this, he sensed an incredibly terrifying aura suddenly emanating from Vivi. In an instant, the previously calm and composed Vivi had her long hair standing on end, and her face began to twist in immense pain. At that moment, her bare skin suddenly ruptured. It hurts. Is this what it feels like to transform? Fei, so you've been enduring this kind of pain all along. I finally understand why you didn't want me to transform." As Vivi cried out in agony, the next moment, her already transformed eyes looked coldly at Yi Chen. I am grateful to you for helping Chi Fei find peace. It's something I've thought about countless times at night but couldn't bring myself to do. But you ultimately killed him, and as his woman, I must avenge him. Now that he is gone, he surely won't have to see my ugly form anymore. That's for the best. As her words fell, an incredibly pure energy erupted from Vivi's body. In an instant, the beautiful woman was gone, replaced by a towering monster over 3 meters tall, exuding a foul stench. At this moment, the transformed Vivi opened her grotesque, gaping maw and suddenly exhaled towards Yi Chen. Instantly, a stream of black energy shot out. Yi Chen was already prepared and easily dodged it with a burst of speed. His expression was somewhat bewildered. Just a moment ago, this woman had said she wasn't angry and wouldn't transform, even thanking him. Now, she had completely reversed her stance? Want to know the answer? Defeat me. But I doubt you'll have the chance. This form is not what I wished for, but the power contained within this body is not something you can withstand. In the face of Vivi's taunts, Yi Chen shook his head. He casually cast a fireball spell. Just a single fireball spell. Boom! The deep blue flames pierced through the black shield Vivi had conjured, directly engulfing it. Clearly, this woman did not understand the true power of Yi Chen's fireball spell. The next moment, Vivi let out a painful wail. Yet surprisingly, she did not struggle. Instead, her massive arm swung violently, throwing an object towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen paused for a moment but still caught it. At that moment, he heard Vivi, with her last bit of strength, laboriously say, "Everything about me and Chi Fei is recorded on it. Thank you for helping me find peace, and be careful of that person." As Vivi died, the expected information popped up once again. However, the amount of information directly exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. Ding! You have collected 1 piece of water element essence. Fragment, your water system skill damage increases by 20%. Ding! You have collected 1 piece of water element essence fragment, your water resistance increases by 20%. Ding! You have collected 1 piece of water element essence fragment, you have gained water flow nourishment. Water flow nourishment, after being baptized by pure water element flow, the basic attribute effects of the equipment worn on your body receive a 100% increase. Ding! 10 pieces of water element essence fragments synthesize a perfect water element essence. Ding! You have fused the perfect water element essence, gaining the spring of purification. A series of messages made Yi Chen's mood soar instantly. Through his previous battles with Chi Fei and others, he had anticipated that after defeating Wei Wei, he would be able to collect water element essence fragments from her. As for the rest, they were likely to be on other members of the Self-Strengthening Society who had not entered. He had originally been pondering about hunting down the other members of the Self-Strengthening Society after going out. However, he never expected that Wei Wei would actually possess 4 pieces of water element essence fragments. This allowed him to directly collect 10 pieces of water element essence fragments and successfully fuse them into a perfect water element essence. This was simply a pleasant surprise. With the collection of the water element essence fragments complete, Yi Chen not only gained a 100% increase in water system damage and an 80% increase in water resistance. He also acquired a new ability, water flow nourishment. Upon seeing the effect of this ability, Yi Chen was somewhat astonished. Previously, whether it was fire, wind, or dark elements, the abilities he gained upon collecting the last piece of elemental essence fragment were generally combat-related. But this time, the water flow nourishment he obtained directly enhanced the attributes of his equipment. Something Yi Chen had never anticipated. Yi Chen first glanced at his equipment. His gaze focused particularly on those mythic-level items. Upon inspection, he indeed found that the equipment had undergone noticeable changes. The base attribute of the endless chain of life was originally all attributes plus 20, but after water flow nourishment, it became all attributes plus 40. The base attribute of the plague source ring was originally agility plus 70, intelligence plus 50, but after water flow nourishment, it became agility plus 140, intelligence plus 100. The base attribute of the phantom amulet was originally constitution plus 80, agility plus 220, but after water flow nourishment, it became constitution plus 160, agility plus 440. The base attribute of the dragon's Sigh robe was originally constitution plus 180, agility plus 120, intelligence plus 250, but after water flow nourishment, it became constitution plus 360, agility plus 240, intelligence plus 500. However, the enhancement of these pieces of equipment was not as exaggerated as that of the Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff. The base attribute of the Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff was originally intelligence plus 500, but after water flow nourishment, it became intelligence plus 1000.
Even more
astonishing was that the original 30% reduction in cooldown time also changed, becoming a 60% reduction in cooldown time.
However, limited by the rules of
the Eternal Life World. Although the total cooldown effects on Yi Chen now add up to 100%, the Goblin's Elite Ring he obtained early on had a 20% cooldown reduction, which doubled to 40%. The actual effect he could achieve was only a 70% reduction, a rule that could not be broken.
After all, this is a real
world, and no matter how powerful human professionals are, they ultimately cannot escape the limitations of the physical body and achieve continuous
casting without cooldown. However, with
a 70% reduction in cooldown, Yi Chen's fireball technique can now be cast 3 times in 1 second. This indirectly boosts his DPS, and the increase is certainly significant. At the same time, aside from these mythic gear pieces, other equipment like the skeleton set also received a 100% enhancement effect. I won't elaborate on this to avoid being accused of padding.
In fact, since entering the Eternal
Life World, Yi Chen hasn't been particularly concerned about the base attributes of his equipment.
Due to the infinite skill bar talent, Yi Chen's
primary attribute, intelligence, is already sufficient. Therefore, he focuses more on the effects of the equipment.
Take the Endless Chain of Life, for example. Although this piece is mythic grade, its level is only 10.
Thus, the base attributes it can provide to Yi Chen are almost negligible at his
current stage. However, the effect of the Endless Chain of Life is irreplaceable by other high-level gear.
Just the effect of increasing his health cap by 200 for each skill he possesses causes his health to skyrocket to a terrifying level. This is a piece of mythic gear that he can wear until death, and
Yi Chen would never give it up just because of its low level.
However, now with the enhancement provided by the water flow nourishment, it unexpectedly doubled the base attributes of this equipment. Although the increase only added 80 points, it is still a considerable boost.
The overall doubling of the equipment's attributes also significantly raised Yi Chen's panel attributes by over 2,400 points.
Just the intelligence attribute alone reached 9,327 points.
Not far from breaking 10,000. This enhancement effect is simply explosive.
However, when Yi Chen saw that he had gained the ability of the Purifying Spring after merging with the perfect water element essence, his already immense excitement turned into even greater exhilaration. Purifying Spring. For every monster killed that is not lower than your own level, you can gain 1 purification point.
Purification points can be used to purify equipment, enhancing one of its attributes. Current purification points, 0. Yi Chen didn't
expect that the water flow nourishment was already powerful enough, and now there was an even more incredible Purifying Spring.
By killing monsters to
gain purification points, and then using those points to enhance equipment attributes,
Yi Chen tried to use the Purifying Spring on the Endless Chain of Life. Ding! Purifying this equipment requires 100 purification points. Current purification points are insufficient. Unable to purify. Seeing the prompt, Yi Chen felt no disappointment. Instead, the requirement of 100 purification points
made him feel pleasantly surprised. According to the description of this ability, doesn't that mean he can gain a large number of purification points
just by killing monsters? In that case, he could continuously purify his equipment, stacking his attributes to a terrifying level? Thinking of this, Yi
Chen's mood instantly brightened, and the earlier feeling of frustration from being unable to advance diminished significantly in that moment.
If in the
end, he truly couldn't complete the third advancement, although he would miss out on many abilities that could only be obtained after leveling up, relying on his super god talent and the effect of the Purifying Spring, his attributes would definitely not fall behind anyone else.
This could be considered
a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Yi Chen comforted himself in his heart.
At the same time, with the water element essence collected, Yi Chen could now merge with water attributes.
However, at the moment, there were no extra skill stones, so Yi Chen was not in a hurry to fuse them.
After checking his own
changes, Yi Chen took out an old, crumpled notebook that looked very worn. This was thrown to him by Wei Wei just before her death, and she told Yi Chen that all the answers he wanted to know were inside. For a moment, Yi Chen looked at the notebook with a hint of curiosity. The power Wei Wei displayed after her transformation was more than twice as strong as Chi Fei. If it had been before the fireball technique was upgraded, Yi Chen really couldn't say whether he could cause her any harm. But after the fireball technique was upgraded and evolved, Yi Chen was not surprised that he could kill Wei Wei in
an instant.
After all, the fireball technique had been upgraded 20 times and evolved again. Its damage could only be described as terrifying.
Even if Wei Wei's strength were to double, she still couldn't withstand Yi Chen's fireball damage. However, Wei Wei's last intermittent voice left Yi Chen somewhat astonished. He could see that Wei Wei didn't really seem like she wanted to attack him, especially when she threw the notebook at him. Her actions seemed More like a voluntary death. Yet, this only made Yi Chen more puzzled. Was death not simple? Why go through such a big circle? Yi Chen looked confused. Perhaps, as Wei Wei said, all the secrets were in this notebook. With this in mind, Yi Chen curiously opened the notebook. What caught his eye was a row of elegant handwriting. It was clear that the owner of the writing had once been a graceful and delicate girl. The image of Wei Wei's appearance after her transformation floated in his mind, and Yi Chen shook his head, continuing to read. Today is my first day in Linhai village. I was feeling very down. But I met an interesting guy named Chi Fei here. What I didn't expect was that Chi Fei was also an unlucky guy like me, having received this impossible promotion task. However, this guy always had a smile on his face, and I seemed to see a hint of stubbornness in his smile that refused to give up. It seemed he was much stronger and more optimistic than I was, and being influenced by his emotions, my feelings of disappointment improved quite a bit. Upon reading this, Yi Chen immediately understood that this should be Wei Wei's diary. Looking at the date marked on it, it indeed was 30 years ago. I didn't expect that this group of people had really stayed in Linhai village for 30 years without being discovered. What kind of secret does this place hold that makes a group of people willing to guard it? Thinking this, Yi Chen continued to turn to the next page. Today, Chi Fei took me to Linhai village to see if we could find other ways to complete the task. But when we arrived at Linhai village and saw the dilapidated village before us, as well as the ocean monsters that were even more numerous than we had imagined, I fell into despair again. I saw the same look of disappointment on Chi Fei's face, but strangely, this guy seemed to be stronger than I had imagined. He quickly adjusted his mood. Yi Chen quickly flipped through the pages. Soon, he reached 6 months later. Time flies so fast. Chi Fei and I have been here for half a year. During this time, if it weren't for Chi Fei constantly cheering me on, I might have given up long ago and chosen to return to reality as an ordinary person. It was his spirit that infected me, making me feel like I was doing something extremely meaningful. However, I discovered a thought that made me feel flustered. It seemed I had feelings for Chi Fei. Upon reading this, Yi Chen understood that Wei Wei must have fallen in love with Chi Fei through their interactions over the past 6 months. It must be said that from Wei Wei's writing, it was clear that the initial Chi Fei was indeed a sunny, cheerful, and strong-willed guy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Chen would never have been able to connect the Chi Fei in this diary with the monstrous creature he had encountered earlier. Yi Chen couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Perhaps a series of unpredictable events had occurred over the past 30 years, leading to Chi Fei's current state. Maybe this is just the way fate plays tricks on people. Yi Chen shook his head and flipped through a few more pages. Today, a newcomer arrived in this remote coastal village. It was the first time they had encountered anyone else in over half a year. His name is Lu Hong, a simple and honest shield warrior. I noticed that Chi Fei and Lu Hong seemed to get along well. They had only just met, but soon became close friends who could talk about anything. Afterward, when Lu Hong learned of Chi Fei's intentions, he didn't hesitate to choose to become our partner. That day, we were all very happy. Seeing Lu Hong's appearance, Yi Chen couldn't help but recall the earlier scene of Chi Fei devouring people. And for a moment, he didn't know what to think. He then quickly flipped through the pages. The diary was long, but Yi Chen only focused on the key points, reading at a rapid pace. Finally, after a moment, he finished scanning the entire diary. He gently closed the notebook, and the look of suspicion on his face grew more intense. At that moment, his heart couldn't help but surge with emotions. So that's how it is. I didn't expect these people to have such experiences, Yi Chen murmured to himself. He finally understood why Wei Wei and Chi Fei's group could transform into monsters and why they possessed extraordinary combat power. He also grasped the true reason they had held their ground in this remote place for 30 years. All of this stemmed from this coastal village. Closing his eyes, Yi Chen reflected on the contents of Wei Wei's notebook. Then, opening his eyes and exhaling slowly, he said, although we met by chance, and you all died at my hands, your perseverance and determination are commendable. Since I, like you, am a pitiful creature trapped in this third-tier promotion task, let me fulfill your lifelong persistence for you. With that, Yi Chen walked deeper into the coastal village. Before long, he arrived at a seaside location on the other side of the village. There were only a few ruined stone houses here, nothing remarkable. Previously, when Yi Chen was battling the ocean demon frog, he had passed through here and found nothing. But now, with the help of Wei Wei's diary, Yi Chen knew this place was not simple. He reached a very ordinary low slope. Yi Chen quickly looked down, and after a few minutes of searching, his eyes brightened slightly. Sure enough, it's here. Whirlwind. Slash. A blade of wind swept through, stirring up the dust on the ground in front of Yi Chen. The next moment, a thick door covered in moss appeared before him.
Looking at the incomprehensible inscriptions carved on it, Yi Chen took a deep breath, his gaze filled
with a hint of hope. This must be the place where the mysterious person controlling you all resides, right? Perhaps he has a way to resolve my task.
According to the description in Wei Wei's diary, beneath this moss-covered door was a passage leading underground. As for what was inside the passage, she and Chi Fei did not know. They only knew that the mysterious person they traded with always emerged from this door. However, in the past, this place had long been occupied by a horde of ocean demon frogs, and Wei Wei had only observed from a distance a few times. As for this so-called mysterious person, the diary revealed that he was the true instigator behind Wei Wei and Chi Fei's transformation into monsters. This happened a year after Wei Wei and Chi Fei arrived in the coastal village. At that time, Chi Fei, relying on his personal charm and charisma, had not only Lu Hong, a simple and honest man, by his side, but also newcomers like Xiao Bei and Meng Hao. In total, there were 12 like-minded unfortunate souls. Just as Chi Fei had said when they first met Yi Chen, these unfortunate souls encouraged and motivated each other. The decision was finally made to establish the Self-Strengthening Society. Their goal was to gather everyone's strength to eradicate the ocean demon frogs that had taken over Linhai village. As the team grew, the speed at which Chi Fei and the others eliminated the ocean demon frogs significantly increased. However, the ocean demon frogs were much stronger than ordinary level 90 monsters, and after some time, they had not managed to eliminate many of them. Yet, this was not the most disheartening part. The most despairing realization was that, after a period of effort, Chi Fei and the others unexpectedly discovered that these ocean demon frogs not only numbered in the millions but also reproduced faster than they could be eradicated. As a result, everything they had done over the past few days seemed almost futile. Upon learning this, even the usually strong Chi Fei completely broke down. The collapse of his faith drove him to recklessly charge into the village, intending to perish alongside the ocean demon frogs. However, Wei Wei and the other companions, having spent a long time together, could not bear to watch Chi Fei get into trouble. Thus, they rushed in without hesitation, wanting to rescue him. In that moment, everyone clearly held a determination to face death. As expected, when faced with the overwhelming assault of the ocean demon frogs, one companion after another fell beside Chi Fei. Witnessing this scene, Chi Fei's heart shattered, filled with regret. But his strength was limited, and he could do nothing. Just as everyone fell into despair, preparing to meet their end, an unexpected event occurred. As one ocean demon frog was killed, a black orb filled with strange energy dropped from its body. Wei Wei, as the shield warrior and closest to it, instinctively picked it up. The result was immediate. The black orb seemed to be activated, directly merging into Wei Wei's body. According to the records in Wei Wei's diary, after the orb entered her body, she felt an intense chill, and an endless stream of energy flooded her, nearly bursting her apart. At the same time, this strange energy filled her mind with various brutal, killing thoughts. After that, she could not remember what happened. She only knew that when she woke up again, all the ocean demon frogs around her were dead, and Chi Fei and the others lay on the ground, silent. Seeing this, Wei Wei completely broke down. However, just as she was in despair, a mysterious figure wrapped in a black robe appeared beside her. After appearing, the mysterious person told her that if she could separate a part of the black orb within her, she could bring Chi Fei back to life. Wei Wei had no time to think about the mysterious person's origins and immediately followed their instructions, separating a portion of the black orb and implanting it into Chi Fei's body. As a result, Chi Fei really came back to life. However, in her eagerness to save him, Wei Wei separated twice the amount of the black orb than what the mysterious person had requested. Consequently, as soon as Chi Fei was revived, he transformed into a monstrous form and began to frantically devour the corpses around him. This situation left Wei Wei completely stunned. In the end, it was the mysterious person who intervened and guided Wei Wei to provide Chi Fei with energy from her own body, which finally restored his sanity. By this time, Wei Wei also sensed something was off and began to suspect the mysterious person's true intentions. However, seeing the others who had just been killed by her energy, the originally kind-hearted Wei Wei had no choice but to continue separating the black orb within her and implanting it into the corpses of her companions. This time, however, she dared not follow the mysterious person's instructions as obediently as she had when saving Chi Fei. She only provided a small piece of the black orb. Due to Chi Fei's earlier frenzy, having consumed many corpses, in the end, Wei Wei only managed to save 4 people, including Lu Hong, who were the same group that had been killed by Yi Chen earlier. Similarly, those companions who were revived by Wei Wei also became monsters like Chi Fei, and their personalities changed drastically. Later, the mysterious person proposed a deal with them.
He asked Chi Fei and the others to continuously send some professionals into Linhai village, and in return, he would provide them with an item called Attribute Fruit. As long as the professionals consumed it, they could randomly increase their four-dimensional attributes. Although Wei Wei felt it was inappropriate, she could only remain silent as Chi Fei and the others excitedly agreed. Thus, for the next 30 years, Chi Fei carefully managed his self-improvement society in Linhai village. He warmly welcomed every professional who came to Linhai village while subtly inquiring about their identities. Once he confirmed that the newcomers had no special identities, he would immediately take action to send them to a special place in Linhai village. That was the only place where the ocean magic frogs would not invade. This continued for 30 years. During this time, he also introduced many newcomers through his investigations. The little white who previously investigated Yi Chen's real identity, and the dozen or so people who followed Lu Hong to monitor Yi Chen, were all part of the same group. However, they could not transform into monsters like Lu Hong and the others. This was also why Chi Fei only brought Xiao Bei and Manhwa with him when he first came to Linhai village. Their transformation secret could not be known to others. Through the 30 years of trading with the mysterious person, their attributes had long surpassed those of normal level 90 professionals. This was also the true reason why Lu Hong and others, even without transforming into monsters, still possessed combat power that shocked Yi Chen. All of this was learned by Yi Chen through the records in Wei Wei's diary. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that in this desolate, abandoned fishing village, there was such an unknown secret. Yi Chen couldn't help but put himself in their shoes. If it were him, how would he act in the face of Chi Fei and the others? The result had no answer. However, he knew that he probably wouldn't maintain his original intentions like Wei Wei did. After all, that so-called attribute fruit was a temptation that could drive countless professionals mad. This was also the fundamental reason why Yi Chen admired Wei Wei. After reading the diary, because among Chi Fei's group, only Wei Wei had never consumed the attribute fruit or transformed into a monster in the past 30 years. Until just now. In Yi Chen's view, perhaps she had long known that Chi Fei and the others were no longer the same people. The ones she revived back then were merely a group of monsters with Chi Fei's memories. She had just been deceiving herself all along. Through the records in her diary, Yi Chen could sense that Wei Wei was quite aware that, including herself, they could no longer be called humans. Of course, Yi Chen did not feel that Wei Wei was to be pitied. After all, over the past 30 years, she had cooperated with Chi Fei to cause the deaths of many professionals. Recalling his thoughts, Yi Chen was pondering how to open the large door in front of him. Suddenly, the door opened by itself. As the door slowly opened, it revealed a dimly lit passage covered in moss. Yi Chen's gaze turned cautious. In Wei Wei's diary, besides recording the bits and pieces that happened between her and Chi Fei, there were also some speculations about the mysterious person. According to Wei Wei's observations over the past 30 years, the mysterious person's appearance was unusual, and it was very likely that the black bead on her was actively provided to her by the mysterious person. After all, apart from that, Wei Wei couldn't think of any reason why the mysterious person would know so much about this bead. She even speculated that the mysterious person's identity should be closely related to Linhai village. She had seen it with her own eyes. The ocean magic frogs that had once given them a headache in Linhai village were obedient in front of the mysterious person. This is something that professionals cannot accomplish. When Wei Wei mentioned this doubt, Yi Chen already had a clear suspicion in his heart. This is also why he previously said that there might be a way to complete his promotion task. Wei Wei, not knowing that many NPCs in the Eternal Life world were still alive, had her doubts but, limited by her understanding, naturally did not think in that direction. But Yi Chen was different. He not only knew that NPCs in the Eternal Life world were still alive, but he had also seen them with his own eyes and even killed some. Therefore, after hearing Wei Wei's description, he had reason to suspect that the mysterious person's origin was very likely one of the NPCs that survived in Linhai village. As for whether it was as Yi Chen suspected, looking at the dim passage before him, he believed he would soon find out. However, those NPCs that managed to survive were all incredibly cunning. Faced with the unknown, Yi Chen naturally would not let his guard down. He quickly thought through his strategies in his mind, then took a deep breath before leaping into the passage. Once inside, Yi Chen found that the passage seemed to stretch endlessly. Uncertain of the dangers within and with the surroundings shrouded in darkness, Yi Chen did not move quickly. However, surprisingly, after walking cautiously for nearly 10 minutes, he encountered no obstacles at all. In fact, one could say that he didn't even find anything that could move. Instead, as he continued forward, he soon reached the end of the passage. Before him stood another door, covered in moss. Yi Chen glanced around and found no other passages or any mechanisms to open the door. For a moment, he fell into deep thought. Logically, after walking for so long, if that mysterious person was really here, he should have noticed something by now. Moreover, according to Wei Wei, those ocean magic frogs were controlled by the mysterious person, so he should have sensed it long before Yi Chen started slaughtering the ocean magic frogs. How could he just stand by and watch as Yi Chen killed Qi Fei and the others? Those people were all tools for his transactions. Just as Yi Chen was puzzled, the moss on the surface of the door suddenly emitted a faint green light. Yi Chen was startled and quickly took a few steps back. However, contrary to his expectations of a crisis, the moss, after glowing, began to fall away in pieces, revealing what was behind it. To Yi Chen's surprise, it turned out that there was not a door behind the moss, but rather a passage. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, no longer worried about danger, and walked straight in. The moment he crossed the moss, a slightly deep voice immediately echoed out. "Ha ha ha! Have you finally come in?" The sudden voice made Yi Chen stop in his tracks and look around. What came into view was a vast cave filled with green. And above the cave, countless sharp inverted cones were also covered in moss, occasionally emitting a strange green light. In the center of the cave stood a very peculiar structure, surrounded by piles of white bones. Yi Chen's pupils constricted, at first glance. It looked like an altar. Suddenly, above the altar, a mysterious shadow slowly emerged. "Are you surprised?" Hearing this voice, Yi Chen began to scrutinize the figure. Unfortunately, the person was completely wrapped in a strange black robe, making it impossible to discern anything. However, from this attire, Yi Chen could already confirm that this shadow was the mysterious person Wei Wei had mentioned. At this moment, it seemed that the other party did not find it strange that he had come here. "You noticed long ago?" In response to Yi Chen's confusion, the mysterious person did not play coy and answered straightforwardly, "Naturally, the moment you entered Linghai village, I knew of your existence." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, "If that's the case, why don't you take action?" The mysterious person laughed heartily and readily admitted, "I did go out and observed for a while. Unfortunately, I am not your match out there." Yi Chen was somewhat surprised by the mysterious person's straightforward admission. However, he also picked up on the underlying meaning of the mysterious person's words. While he wasn't a match outside, at this moment, he appeared completely unafraid. This implied that he had absolute confidence in this place? Thinking of this, Yi Chen's lips curled slightly as he murmured, "Things seem to be getting interesting." He then directly asked, "Did you do this to Qi Fei and the others?" The mysterious person chuckled and said proudly, "What do you think? Aren't these little toys quite nice? I spent decades researching them." After a pause, the mysterious person's tone shifted, and he suddenly expressed some disappointment, saying, "It's a pity I was too hasty back then, they still have some flaws." Upon hearing him refer to Qi Fei and his group as toys, Yi Chen felt no stirrings in his heart, and continued to ask, "So, can you tell me what your relationship is with Linhai village?" The mysterious person glanced at Yi Chen, somewhat surprised. However, he didn't seem too shocked and instead laughed heartily, saying, "It seems you know quite a bit." Then, the mysterious person suddenly lifted his robe, revealing a body covered in explosive red skin beneath. "Since you are a professional, why not take a look for yourself?" Yi Chen was somewhat baffled by the mysterious person's cooperative action. However, in the next moment, this thought was cast aside, replaced by a heart full of shock and a hint of excitement. At that moment, Yi Chen saw several unexpected characters above the mysterious person's head. Linhai village blacksmith Wang. Upon seeing the information displayed above the mysterious person's head, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming excitement. Just as he had speculated outside, this mysterious person was indeed an NPC surviving in Linhai village. However, after a brief moment of excitement, Yi Chen, regaining his composure, felt a twinge of disappointment. Contrary to what Yi Chen had hoped, the mysterious person's identity was not the village chief of Linhai village as he had imagined, but rather an unexpected character. The blacksmith of Linhai village. Some ancient texts had recorded the introduction of functional NPCs at the beginning of the Eternal Life world. In small fishing villages like Linhai village, which are in the novice area, the lowest level combinations generally include a village chief, a blacksmith, an apothecary, and a general merchant. Yi Chen had originally thought that if the mysterious person was indeed an NPC from Linhai village, there would be at least a 1 in 4 chance that he would be the village chief. In fact, in Yi Chen's mind, that probability could reach 1 in 2. After all, from some documents, Yi Chen learned that the village chief of each village is generally the strongest among all NPCs. Thus, when it comes to survival rates, the village chief would naturally have a higher chance. Unfortunately, reality did not unfold as Yi-chan had anticipated. Looking at the blacksmith Wang before him, Yi-chan felt a bit disappointed, but he still tried to muster his spirits. He was curious about why the blacksmith Wang was here. According to Wei Wei's diary, this blacksmith had been hiding in Linhai village for at least several decades. During that time, he had been collecting a large number of professionals through Qi Fei. Coincidentally, right in front of Yi-chan was a structure resembling an altar. This familiar feeling brought Yi-chan to think of Remy. Remy had also been secretly making similar deals with the Xiao and Qin families. Could it be that this blacksmith Wang was also crafting exquisite gems? Or was everything related to the attribute fruits mentioned by Wei Wei? Of course, more importantly, it is clearly not a simple matter for Wang the blacksmith to so recklessly reveal his identity in front of me. At this moment, after lifting his black robe, Wang the blacksmith noticed that Yi-chan didn't seem too surprised, which was somewhat unexpected. He couldn't help but ask, "Tisk tsk. It seems you're much calmer than I imagined." Yi-chan ignored him and countered, "You deliberately opened two large doors for me to come in, you can't be looking for a casual chat, can you?" Wang the blacksmith laughed heartily, "I just like talking to smart people." "Not bad, your strength is much greater than that of Qi Fei and the others. Although I don't understand why someone like you exists in the novice area, since you're also stuck on the third transition promotion task, why not cooperate with me? Perhaps I can help you." Yi Chen's expression shifted, and he asked, "You can help me level up? What's so difficult about that?" Yi Chen wasn't surprised that Wang the blacksmith knew about his predicament with the third transition promotion task. After all, the other party had been entrenched in Linhai village for decades, and Yi Chen hadn't deliberately concealed anything. However, Yi Chen wouldn't easily trust him. After all, his promotion task clearly stated that he must find the village chief of Linhai village, not a blacksmith. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he squinted, tentatively asking, "You should know that this task cannot be completed unless the village chief is resurrected." Wang the blacksmith smiled and said, "You don't need to test me, I have my reasons for saying this. As long as you cooperate with me, I can help you complete your promotion." Yi Chen sneered inwardly and said, "Do you think I would believe you?" Wang the blacksmith wasn't surprised by Yi Chen's reaction and grinned, "Right now, I'm your only chance. Are you sure you don't want to seize it?" After a pause, Wang the blacksmith continued, "Moreover, cooperating with me isn't without benefits. As long as you provide me with a large number of professionals, I can give you fruits that enhance your attributes." Saying this, Wang the blacksmith directly pulled out a round fruit filled with black energy and tossed it to Yi Chen. "This is my sincerity." Yi Chen caught the fruit thrown by Wang the blacksmith and looked down at it. Attribute. Fruit, after consumption, randomly increases one of the four-dimensional attributes by 10 points. Looking at the fruit in his hand, Yi Chen's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. This should be the attribute fruit mentioned in Wei's diary. The reason Qi Fei and the others could possess extraordinary combat power at level 90 was precisely because they consumed a large number of attribute fruits. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted, but Yi Chen chose not to consume it. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, such a precious item. Wang the blacksmith offered it without a hint of hesitation. There might be some trickery involved, and until he thoroughly investigated, Yi Chen definitely wouldn't eat it. To take a step back, Yi Chen had the effect of his super divine talent and could also find other ways to infinitely stack intelligence and health points. At the same time, the purification spring he obtained after collecting the water element essence could also provide him with an increase in equipment attribute points. Therefore, he didn't place as much importance on attribute points as Qi Fei and the others did. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't consume it, Wang the blacksmith's expression turned cold. "What's wrong? Don't you want to increase your strength? Don't you want to complete the third transition promotion?" Yi Chen casually stored the attribute fruit in his backpack and smiled. "If you want me to cooperate, then help me level up first." Wang the blacksmith snorted coldly, "Do you think I would believe you?" Yi Chen retorted, "Then how can you make me believe you?" Wang the blacksmith, seeing that Yi Chen was so unyielding, had his expression completely turned cold. "Are you going to refuse me?" Wang the blacksmith originally thought that he had thrown out two conditions that no job seeker could refuse, and that there would be little difficulty in winning over Yi Chen. However, he did not expect such a result. Faced with Wang the blacksmith's cold question, which contained a hint of threat, Yi Chen remained unmoved. "Still the same thing, if you want to cooperate, you need to help me level up first." Wang the blacksmith sneered. "I was planning to negotiate with you amicably, but it seems I overestimated you. Do you really think I would let you in so easily if I didn't have a way to deal with you?" Yi Chen furrowed his brows, and then saw Wang the blacksmith raise his left hand, revealing a peculiar black ring on his thumb. "Do Do you know why I appeared in front of you and said so much?
After a pause, Wang the blacksmith continued, I can sense the
aura on you. You must have obtained the black water raw stones from that group of Chi Fei, right?
Unfortunately, you were too greedy and absorbed all the black water raw stones.
What do you mean?
As Yi Chen asked, he quickly checked his body but found nothing
unusual.
Meanwhile, Wang the blacksmith said triumphantly, no need to look. The black water raw stones were originally given to that
human woman by me.
Unfortunately, her strength was too weak to bear the energy of all the black water raw stones, so in the end, I had to step in and let her transfer some of the energy of the black water raw stones to a few others.
Hearing Wang the blacksmith's words, Yi Chen's heart stirred, and he instantly realized
the black water raw stones mentioned by Wang the blacksmith should refer to
the essence of water elements.
It turned out that the black bead that Wei Wei picked up back then was the essence of water elements. However, he didn't quite understand how the essence of water elements became black water raw stones in Wang the blacksmith's mouth.
Moreover, the energy of the essence of water elements was extremely gentle, so theoretically, anyone could collect it without any unbearable situations arising.
Not to mention, the claim that Chi Fei and the others would turn into monsters after absorbing the essence
of water elements.
If that were the case, with Yi Chen possessing the essences of fire, wind, water, and darkness, wouldn't he have
already become a terrifying monster? Wang the blacksmith was unaware of Yi Chen's thoughts. I did admit just now that I am not your match outside, but you shouldn't have come in. You can only blame your excessive curiosity. In that case, you can replace Chi Fei
and the others and continue to serve me. As soon as he finished speaking, the ring in Wang the blacksmith's hand suddenly emitted
a ghostly green light. The light shot straight towards Yi Chen.
Yi Chen was startled, although he didn't know what this light was for, he
didn't dare to be careless.
He activated his speed and dodged instantly. At the same time, he raised his hand and launched a fireball
towards Wang the blacksmith. However, just as the fireball entered the air above the altar, it seemed as if an invisible force violently pulled hundreds of fireballs down.
The fireballs instantly crashed several meters in front of Wang the blacksmith, producing
a thunderous explosion.
Watching this scene, Yi Chen's surprise was evident. However, at that moment, the shock on Wang the blacksmith's face was no less than Yi Chen's, and perhaps even greater.
How is this possible?
Why didn't the black water raw stones on
you react? Did you not absorb them? Wang the blacksmith asked in disbelief. But in the next moment, he immediately dismissed his own thought. No.
You have an extremely rich aura of black water raw stones on you. The black water raw stones must be on you. Suddenly, Wang the blacksmith seemed to think of something and exclaimed, you actually stripped the essence of water elements from the
black water raw stones? How is that possible? This is my masterpiece that took me decades. It's impossible for anyone to strip it away. Listening to Wang the blacksmith's rambling to himself, Yi Chen finally understood.
It turned out that it wasn't that blacksmith. Wang didn't recognize the water element essence, but rather that the other party had somehow obtained the water element essence. And, through decades of research, had crafted it into the black water raw stone that could turn people into monsters.
Moreover, judging
from Blacksmith Wang's previous actions, those who fused with the black water raw stone would not only transform into monsters but
would also be controlled by him. After realizing this key point, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. At this moment, he
also roughly guessed that the reason he fused with the water element essence was not due to the characteristics of the fusion mage, but rather because of the Red Moon's proof. Regardless of which it was, he had managed to avoid the fate of becoming a monster.
At the same time, after losing control over Yi Chen, Blacksmith Wang was suddenly engulfed in rage. Damn it! You actually destroyed my masterpiece, the artifact I spent countless efforts to create. You damned human! With Blacksmith Wang's roar, the ground shook violently behind Yi Chen.
He turned around to see a heavy stone door crashing down, sealing off the entrance behind him.
At the same time, Blacksmith Wang's figure also vanished from the altar. But that wasn't the end.
As the stone door fell, Yi Chen soon heard a series of strange noises coming from all directions.
Following that, shadows towering over both him and Blacksmith Wang appeared around them.
Before Yi Chen could make sense of the situation, Blacksmith Wang's voice came through again. He seemed to have regained his composure. You are truly astonishing. I didn't expect you to have such a hand that caught me off guard.
Now, you are very fortunate
to witness my other masterpiece with your own eyes. As soon as Blacksmith Wang's words fell, the shadows around them revealed their true forms. Yi Chen focused his gaze and was shocked to find a group of blue-skinned monsters wielding various weapons. Modified Deep-Sea Lizard Warrior level, 110 health, 300,000 attack power, 10,000 defense power. 7000 description, originally living in the deep sea, these ocean monsters possess robust physiques and immense strength.
They are born ocean warriors, skilled in various powerful combat skills. After undergoing unknown modifications, their attributes have been exponentially enhanced. After reading the attributes of these monsters, Yi-Chen was completely stunned. Level 110? This was a novice area, how could there be monsters at level 110? This not only overturned Yi-Chan's understanding but also the rules of the eternal life world. The novice area could not have practitioners above level 90, and this rule applied equally to monsters. Once a monster's level exceeded 90, it would actively leave the novice area and head to a higher level zone. If it stayed in a low-level area for too long, although it wouldn't die, its level and strength would directly degrade to level 90. However, these monsters before him were already level 110, which was impossible for them to have just broken through level 90. For a moment, Yi-Chen was utterly shocked. But soon, he noticed a clue from the name of the monsters. Modified? This type of suffix was something he had never heard of before, even in various textbooks and ancient texts. However, recalling the ocean magic frog he encountered earlier, which had combat power exceeding that of normal level 90 monsters, as well as the situation with Chi Fei and the others, Yi-Chen quickly understood. This must be the other masterpiece that Blacksmith Wang had mentioned. At that moment, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Blacksmith Wang's methods. He never expected this NPC to possess such incredible abilities. At this moment, over 100 modified deep-sea lizard warriors had closed in on Yi-Chen. Although the attributes of these modified deep-sea lizard warriors were somewhat exaggerated, nearly reaching the level of an ordinary boss, Yi-Chen remained calm. 3 shields appeared around him, and the death field unfolded simultaneously. Then, without any flashy tricks, he raised his hand and unleashed the fireball spell, which now had the most explosive damage. Boom! 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 With the cooldown time reduced to 30% of its original duration, Yi-Chen could now cast the fireball spell 3 times in 1 second. Each cast produced a total of 600 fireballs. This meant he could throw out 1,800 fireballs in a second. Currently, the theoretical damage of a single fireball had already reached 53,443 points. Under the dual weakening of the lava blade and weapon resistance reduction, the modified deep-sea lizard warriors had no defense against Yi-Chen, as one fireball after another exploded. Minus 20,475, minus 20,254, minus 20,347. Each fireball still dealt over 20,000 points of damage. Looking at the damage he had caused, Yi-Chen murmured to himself. Fortunately, there's still 20,000 damage, that should hold for a bit. The modified deep-sea lizard warriors had 300,000 health points, which seemed terrifying, but they couldn't withstand the attack of 15 fireballs. In an instant, one modified deep-sea lizard warrior after another fell. Just a few breaths later, the once fierce modified deep-sea lizard warriors had all perished. Unfortunately, Yi-Chen had not yet completed his 3rd promotion and could not level up. However, Yi-Chen was not surprised but rather pleased. Because with the death of these modified deep-sea lizard warriors, the purification points of the purification spring had suddenly surged to 134 points. Yi-Chen had been thinking about finding some monsters to test the effects of the purification spring, and he didn't expect to find an opportunity so soon. However, he did not immediately purify. Instead, the voice of the Blacksmith Wang echoed again. Humph. I still underestimated you, but I have tens of thousands of such powerful monsters, let's see how you deal with them. After saying that, a dense swarm of modified deep-sea lizard warriors appeared around him again. This time, their numbers were countless times greater than before. It seemed that the Blacksmith Wang had also noticed Yi-Chan's extraordinary abilities and did not dare to be careless. So he released all the modified monsters at once, intending to wipe out Yi-Chen in one go. He was already aware of the damage Yi-Chen could inflict, so he was not too shocked. In fact, the strength Yi-Chen had just displayed seemed to be considerably weaker than what he had shown outside. Although he did not understand the reason, it made the Blacksmith Wang very happy. With this, he was naturally confident in dealing with Yi-Chen. However, when Yi-Chen saw this group of monsters appear, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He even felt compelled to praise the Blacksmith Wang. After all, encountering so many monsters at once was not an easy feat. Next, Yi-Chen continuously cast fireball spells, and waves of modified deep-sea lizard warriors kept falling. But Yi-Chen's speed in clearing the monsters could not keep up with the speed at which these modified deep-sea lizard warriors appeared. During this time, Yi-Chen also tried using the embrace of the netherfire in the frozen barrier, but unfortunately, it did not slow down the movement speed of these hulking creatures. It seemed that after the Blacksmith Wang's modifications, these modified deep-sea lizard warriors were immune to negative states. Soon, as these modified deep-sea lizard warriors closed in, countless large blades came slicing through the air. It must be said that the damage from these modified deep-sea lizard warriors was indeed quite fierce. Despite Yi-Chen opening 3 shields in a death domain, his health was still dropping rapidly. Fortunately, the evil devouring was effective, allowing Yi-Chen to quickly stabilize his health, preventing him from being instantly killed. However, as more and more modified deep-sea lizard warriors approached, Yi-Chen's health continued to decline, albeit at a relatively slow pace. At that moment, a black light suddenly appeared silently beneath Yi-Chen's feet. Yi-Chen looked down and found a circle inscribed with strange runes had appeared around him without him noticing. What is this? A hint of surprise appeared on Yi-Chen's face. He. You will ultimately pay the price for your arrogance. How could I bear to easily destroy such a fine body? Since you have swallowed my black water original stone, it shows that our fates are intertwined, so I plan to transform you into my humanoid pet. Be grateful for my mercy, the voice of the blacksmith Wang echoed, and the black light emanating from the circle on the ground gradually intensified. However, Yi-Chen, enveloped in it, remained calm, not even glancing at the black light. Instead, he continued to hunt down the modified deep-sea lizard warriors in front of him. This demeanor made Wang unable to help but sneer in mockery. Why bother? The formation is almost complete, you might as well save your energy. Unexpectedly, Yi-Chen suddenly spoke up, his tone betraying no tension. The one who should save energy is you. Humph. Facing death, you still talk tough, Wang snorted lightly, then suddenly appeared again from who knows where, making strange gestures with his hands. In the next moment, the black light enveloping Yi-Chen instantly converged. Seeing this scene, Wang couldn't help but shake his head, then laughed with a relaxed expression. Although I've wasted quite a few of these modified deep-sea lizard warriors, being able to successfully transform this guy will more than make up for those losses. Saying this, Wang leaped down and quickly arrived at Yi-Chen's location. However, when he got there and saw the empty circle, his face instantly turned ashen. Where is he? How could he be gone? Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. Are you looking for me? Accompanying the voice were several incredibly hot fireballs. This sudden turn of events shocked Wang greatly. How could you escape from the formation just now? Yi-Chen ignored him and focused intently on releasing his skills. In fact, from start to finish, he had never entered that underground passage. The figure that had appeared before Wang was merely a clone of his. Looking back, this cautious decision was clearly very wise. Wang's methods were indeed hard to guard against. Naturally, Yi-Chen would not answer Wang's question. He threw out various skills without restraint, with Wang as the clear target. Seeing Yi-Chen's reckless actions, Wang, after a brief shock, snorted coldly and found a large black iron hammer in his hand without knowing when. Yi-Chen's fireballs struck the hammer and were mysteriously absorbed. In the next second, the black iron hammer in Wang's hand turned bright red, and then he slammed it down onto the ground. Waves of bluish light shot out, instantly dispersing all of Yi-Chen's subsequent skills. Yi-Chen looked at Wang's incredible ability, quite surprised. He could actually absorb his fireball technique and then counter with a higher damage skill. Humph. Although I don't know how you escaped from my formation, do you think this guarantees your victory? Naive. Wang said as he quickly spun the black iron hammer. Then, Yi-Chen saw the hammer surrounded by an incredible ring of electric light. Yi-Chen was also not idle, continuously throwing skills. However, after coming into contact with the circle of electric light, he was instead swept into it. In an instant, a terrifying energy halo coiled around Wang the blacksmith's hammer. Just the aura alone was enough to instill fear. This guy's skills are a bit sinister, Yi-Chen thought, staring intently at Wang the blacksmith, feeling somewhat shocked. He glanced around the battlefield, which was still manageable. After previously killing quite a few modified deep-sea lizard warriors, the effect of the Shadow Skeleton King's Windbone Staff was also in play. At this moment, there were nearly 100 skeleton warriors on the field. Since they were summoned clones, each skeleton warrior had only about 32,000 health points. Fortunately, they could still trade blows with the 300,000 health modified deep-sea lizard warriors. Unfortunately, these skeletons could not approach Wang the blacksmith. And naturally, they could not inflict any damage on him. However, Yi-Chen did not expect these skeleton warriors to play a significant role. He kept observing his surroundings. Just then, Wang the blacksmith let out a loud shout, and the energy halo around his hammer suddenly shrank into a dark energy sphere. Storm Hammer! The energy sphere whistled towards him, moving faster than the trajectory of Yi-Chen's fireball spell. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right in front of Yi-Chen. Such a fierce offensive was impossible to dodge. Void Phantom! As Yi-Chen's figure entered the void, the energy sphere sliced through the air, creating a series of sonic booms, and crashed directly into the moss-covered stone wall behind Yi-Chen. A strange scene unfolded. The power of that energy sphere was evident from its sheer force.
However, in the void, Yi Chen saw that after the sphere penetrated the stone wall, it did not stir up a single ripple. This is. At this moment, Wang the blacksmith, seeing that Yi Chen had actually evaded and lost his trace, immediately guessed that the opponent had some hidden skill, feeling slightly surprised. However, although he was unclear how a mage could possess skills similar to an assassin's, it did not hinder his actions. Once again, he swung his large iron hammer, and soon the second energy halo rapidly gathered. Yi Chen, still in the void, watched Wang the blacksmith's movements. His expression quite serious. The combat power of this blacksmith was somewhat beyond Yi Chen's imagination. Not to mention anything else, just this ability to both attack and defend, while also absorbing enemy damage with the storm hammer, was truly oppressive. Generally, such abilities were only possessed by bosses, let alone normal practitioners. At this moment, Yi Chen was equally at a loss. If it weren't for the existence of the Void Phantom, that last attack would have left Yi Chen severely injured, if not dead. He glanced at the duration of the Void Phantom, which still had 50 seconds left. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, then quietly approached Wang the blacksmith from behind. Just then, Wang the blacksmith had completed gathering his second storm hammer, but he held it in his hand without launching it, instead searching for Yi Chen's whereabouts. So what if you have an invisibility skill? In my eyes, you're just a hammer away from struggling. I advise you to behave and stop playing tricks. I'm not afraid to tell you, in this space, I am the master. Suddenly, a slight disturbance came from behind Wang the blacksmith. Yi Chen made his move. Fireball. Spell. 600 fireballs appeared without warning, crashing down towards Wang the blacksmith's back. At the same time, Yi Chen's figure was fully revealed. Ha! I've been waiting for you. Just as the fireballs were about to strike, Wang the blacksmith, the latter's towering figure, evaded Yi Chen's skill with an extremely strange speed. In the next moment, the dark energy sphere atop the hammer was suddenly released. Whoosh! The energy sphere instantly plunged into Yi Chen's chest. Bang! The terrifying power exploded in an instant. The white shield on Yi Chen shattered instantly. This was the effect of the Void Phantom enhancement. After leaving the void, he gained a shield that had 20% of his maximum health. At this moment, Yi Chen was still in his clone state, inheriting 40% of his main body's attributes, which meant his health was around 160,000, so the value of this white shield was over 30,000 points. However, that was not the main point. The key was that after the shield shattered, his health dropped by more than half in an instant. It should be noted that although Yi Chen was currently a clone, he could still cast the Death Domain in 3 shields. Yet, under this heavy defense, his health was still reduced by over 80,000. In other words, the light ball from Blacksmith Wang directly took away more than 110,000 of his health. How could this not shock Yi Chen? Such power was not something that should exist in the novice area. Even if the opponent was an NPC, it shouldn't be possible. But the situation was far from over. Just as Yi Chen was hit, the first dark light ball that had previously disappeared reappeared from the stone wall. Its speed was so fast that Yi Chen had no time to react. Bang! The light ball struck Yi Chen again, and he had no time to recover health. His body was blown apart. Blacksmith Wang was gleefully preparing to laugh, but he found Yi Chen's body turning into light spots and dissipating into the air. He was instantly furious, roaring in anger. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the underground passage, Yi Chen frowned with a serious expression after his clone shattered. This Blacksmith Wang was more troublesome than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had been cautious and only sent a clone down. If he had gone down himself, although his attributes would be twice as strong as the clones, facing Blacksmith Wang's bizarre skills, he couldn't confidently say he could withstand it. He wanted to test the opponent's hidden cards a bit more. However, with both clones destroyed and his skills on cooldown, he had no better options. Luckily, Blacksmith Wang had previously thought he was guaranteed to win and had directly told himself that outside, he was no match for Yi Chen. This way, Yi Chen wouldn't be too passive. This Blacksmith Wang was an NPC from Linhai village, although he didn't know if what he said about helping him level up was true or false. After finally making progress in the quest, Yi Chen had no intention of giving up. Just as Yi Chen was contemplating how to deal with Blacksmith Wang next, suddenly, a swarm of figures surged out from the underground entrance. Yi Chen quickly retreated, his gaze fixed on the entrance. In the next moment, modified deep-sea lizard warriors rushed out frantically from the ground. Immediately after, Blacksmith Wang's familiar voice came through. "Kid, now you must be the real deal, right? No one can mock me and leave safely." Hearing Blacksmith Wang's taunting words, Yi Chen tensed up. He didn't expect that Blacksmith Wang would come out himself. Could it be that what he said earlier was also a lie? However, Yi Chen wasn't too worried. In the enclosed underground altar, he would naturally be wary of Blacksmith Wang, but once outside, even if he couldn't harm Blacksmith Wang, he could still leave, and Blacksmith Wang wouldn't be able to stop him.
It was just right to test how many hidden cards the opponent had. As for the modified deep-sea lizard warriors in front of him, he naturally wasn't afraid. He didn't take monsters that could be easily killed by a clone seriously. Soon, under the coverage of a barrage of fireballs, not a single modified deep-sea lizard warrior could survive beyond 5 meters from the entrance. In an instant, Yi Chen gained another 130 purification points. But what surprised Yi Chen was that until the modified deep-sea lizard warriors fell in droves, he still didn't see Blacksmith Wang's shadow. Even more outrageous was that Yi Chen noticed that the large door of the underground entrance was slowly closing. Weren't they just boasting loudly before? How did they suddenly shrink back? Yi Chen was a bit dumbfounded. However, through the actions of Wang the blacksmith, Yi Chen could confirm that Wang had indeed said earlier that he was not Yi Chen's opponent outside, and it seemed to be true. The only problem was that if this guy continued to hide in the altar, Yi Chen didn't seem to have a good way to deal with it. Now, it had turned into a stalemate. When the blacksmith's grand pursuit ended with a whimper, it left Yi Chen stunned for quite a while. It wasn't until a while later that he completely confirmed that Wang the blacksmith was just bluffing, or perhaps he was unwilling to let Yi Chen escape so easily, so he came out to test the waters, only to find that he really couldn't win, and thus completely closed the underground passage's door, retreating into his shell. At this moment, through Wang the blacksmith's actions, Yi Chen also reacted and guessed that this guy must have some special power enhancement within that altar. After leaving the passage, it was clear that his own strength was not a match, so he didn't dare to show his face. Yi Chen tried a few times and found that no matter what skill he used, he couldn't break through the moss-covered iron door, which left him quite speechless. However, even if he could break the iron door, given the current situation, Yi Chen didn't dare to easily enter the underground passage. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen went to the side to rest briefly, then took out the endless chain of life. He had just sent a clone to hunt down quite a few modified deep-sea lizard warriors in the underground passage, along with those that had run out and were personally killed by Yi Chen. In total, he gained 584 purification points. First, he invested 100 purification points into the endless chain of life. Ding! You have used 100 purification points to purify the endless chain of life. Ding! Purification successful. The attributes of the endless chain of life have been enhanced. The next purification of this equipment requires 200 purification points. Done. However, the final prompt made Yi Chen feel a bit regretful. He originally thought that each purification would only require 100 points, but it turned out to be incremental. However, according to the usual rules of the eternal life world, it wasn't too surprising. Yi Chen didn't dwell on it and excitedly checked the effects of the endless chain of life after purification. Upon looking, he was immediately dazzled. The effect of the necklace hadn't changed, the only change was in the base attributes. All attributes plus 40 became all attributes plus 60. This meant that the effect of one purification increased the necklace's total attributes by 10 points, and due to the 100% enhancement effect from the water flow, it ultimately resulted in all attributes plus 60. An increase of 10 points in total attributes from one purification was equivalent to 40 attribute points. Don't think that this increase is small. It should be noted that this effect can be obtained just by killing monsters of no lower level than oneself. The return rate was simply explosive. According to this calculation, as long as he kept killing monsters, wouldn't his attributes stack to an invincible state in no time? Thinking of this, Yi Chen was incredibly excited. Subsequently, he didn't continue to purify the endless chain of life but instead purified the Plague Source Ring, Phantom Amulet, Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff, and the Dragon Sigh Robe once each. After purification, the Plague Source Ring's agility increased from 140 to 220 points. The Phantom Amulet also saw an increase in agility, rising from 440 points to 520 points. The weapon and clothing each had their intelligence increased by 80 points. After 5 purifications, Yi Chen's attribute points had increased by a total of 400 points. The cost of obtaining these attribute points was merely killing 500 monsters of no lower level than his own. This is practically no different from being given away for free. Of course, the attributes that Yi Chen actually gained were only 200 points. All of this was thanks to the nourishing effect of the water flow, which doubled the attributes of the equipment Yi Chen wore. After re-equipping himself, Yi Chen calmed down. Although his attributes had increased significantly, the chances of defeating Wang Blacksmith with his current combat power were slim. Unless the opponent stood still and allowed him to attack, he could easily kill him thousands of times in a minute. It was precisely through the previous battle with Wang Blacksmith that Yi Chen realized his current shortcomings. Since entering the Eternal Life world, he had relied on his super god talent and the infinite skill bar to crush anyone and anything he encountered, even crises, with overwhelming force.
After all, in the novice area, whether it was a professional or a monster boss, they had no power to resist against his absolute damage. This also allowed Yi Chen to act quite freely in the novice zone. Even after entering the beginner area, he didn't think anyone could trouble him. As long as he was cautious and avoided the arrival of high-level powerhouses, he could rest easy. However, this idea began to change after his encounter with Wang Blacksmith. Wang Blacksmith was clearly wary of his skill damage. But it was undeniable that Wang Blacksmith's massive iron hammer caused Yi Chen considerable trouble. Moreover, before Wang Blacksmith, there were Chi Fei and Wei Wei's means of immunity to control, as well as Lu Han's bizarre barrier, the name of which he still didn't know. This series of encounters made Yi Chen realize his shortcomings in battle. The opponent's ability to dispel or immunize control directly rendered all of Yi Chen's control methods useless. Without control methods, Yi Chen was left with only bombarding attacks similar to infinite firepower. However, if the opponent had quick reactions and speed, or possessed a barrier like Lu Hong's, or skills like Wang Blacksmith that could absorb and convert damage, the final result would be that Yi Chen had a bunch of powerful skills but found it difficult to exert much effect. In simple terms, Yi Chen's offensive methods were too few. Yi Chen shook his head and sighed. However, this was not entirely his fault. Normal professionals in the novice area had very limited means at their disposal, and it could even be said to be rigid. But once they reached the beginner area, things changed significantly. Not to mention that the types of skills available to professionals after the third transfer became much richer, with different equipment effects. Most importantly, after the third transfer, professionals would be able to learn the core skills of their own profession. This transformed the combat style of professionals from a singular attack-defense battle into a combat mode centered around core skills, with other skills as support, also known as schools of thought. Take Yi Chen's Mage as an example. Common schools include Fire Serpent School, Earth Explosion Star School, and Melee Magic Martial School, among others. These schools are based on one core skill, supplemented by other skills to form a complete output method. For instance, the Fire Serpent School refers to the unique skill of summoning fire serpents that mages acquire after their third transfer. The characteristic of this school is that at the start of battle, several immobile fire serpents are summoned directly onto the battlefield. Fire serpents possess extremely high fire damage and cannot be broken. Through this characteristic, mages can increase the number, damage, and even attack frequency of the fire serpents using other skills to enhance their combat capabilities. Meanwhile, the remaining skill slots would be filled with various highly defensive skills to ensure their survival. The advantage of this school is that at the beginning of the battle, the mage only needs to focus on their own survival, avoiding damage from enemy attacks, and as long as they don't die, they achieve victory. But the drawbacks are also very obvious. The offensive methods are singular, and once the enemy does not intend to fight you to the death, the fire snake mages lack pursuit ability. For example, the Earth Explosion Starflow is a high-end mage faction with explosive power. It combines the complementary characteristics of fire and earth elements, executing an all-around blockade bombardment on the target in an instant. Its power is comparable to ancient nuclear weapons. However, similarly, the drawbacks are extremely apparent. The Earth Explosion Starflow has very high equipment damage requirements, and there are many skills for enhancing damage and control. Without enough skill slots, it is difficult to fill all the core skills needed. Lastly, and most fatally, the Earth Explosion Starflow has an instant damage output that is off the charts, but it does not have any follow-up damage. It belongs to the type that goes all out, either you die or I die in a desperate struggle. And these are just some common factions after the third transition. Once a professional reaches the sixth transition, they can master even higher-level core skills, and by then, more and stronger factions will emerge. Of course, no matter which faction a mage belongs to stand shoulder to shoulder with other professions of the same level, they need significantly more skills. Given the limited skill slots, naturally, there are relatively fewer people who choose the mage profession. Fortunately, this issue does not exist for Yi Chen. His current problem is that he cannot advance to the third transition without reaching the third transition. He cannot master the core skills of a mage, and thus his combat style can only be very rigid. Although this can be compensated for with his tons of skill damage, like when he previously killed the 5 180-level black-clad stewards of the Xiao family. But those were just ordinary people. Once he encounters some real geniuses or experts above the sixth transition, the outcome would likely be similar to facing Wang the Blacksmith. Of course, with the presence of the Void Phantom, he can ensure a calm escape. Recalling his thoughts, Yi Chen shook his head, no longer thinking about future matters. The most critical thing right now is to deal with Wang the Blacksmith, only then might he have a chance to complete the advancement task. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. For the next few days, Yi Chen remained at the entrance to the underground, constantly trying various methods to open the entrance. He even resorted to verbal taunts, knowing that Wang the Blacksmith could definitely hear him. But this old man stubbornly refused to show himself, like a turtle hiding in its shell. During this time, after Chi Fei and the others died, the remaining members of the Self-Reliance Society outside sensed something was wrong and formed a team to explore and investigate. Yi Chen naturally had nothing to say to these people, a single fireball spell took them out. Unfortunately, these people did not drop any more water element essence fragments. Yi Chen was not disappointed, though. His attention remained focused on how to break open the entrance to the underground. Later, Yi Chen tried leaving Linhai village, then circled around before using the Void Phantom to return near the entrance. However, nearly 5 days passed like this, and he still did not see Wang the blacksmith show up. At this moment, Yi Chen understood that this guy probably wouldn't show himself easily. However, he also couldn't just keep waiting here. Although his level was significantly ahead of all the newcomers, the early opening of the Exile Road had led to this year's newcomers leveling up much faster than in previous years. Even without deliberately inquiring, Yi Chen learned some information through the chat channel. Nowadays, most newcomers have reached level 50, with some faster ones already at level 60. And those who were already outstanding at level 60 after coming out of the Exile Road have generally leveled up 7 or 8 levels by now. This speed cannot be considered slow. Of course, there must be some higher level existences among them, and Yi Chen believes there certainly are, but based on past experience, it is unlikely that they are much higher. Although the experience required for leveling up increases as time goes on, if he continued to waste time here, he would likely miss out on the title of new king. More seriously, if he truly couldn't advance, everything would be for naught. With this in mind, Yi Chen made a decision. He then completely left Linhai village and soon arrived at the edge of the dense forest on the grey earth plain he had passed earlier. Yi Chen's purpose for coming here was simple, to farm purification points. Although a heroic unparalleled powerhouse had previously explored this dense forest and confirmed that there weren't many monsters inside, with a level 200 boss stationed there, that was nearly 100 years ago. In the past century, human professionals had not dared to step inside even once. The monsters inside must have increased. More importantly, he had sensed the presence of a red moon summoner nearby. He wasn't sure if the other party had just passed by on the other side or was hiding in this dense forest. Therefore, Yi Chen thought about going in to take a look and farm some purification points along the way. As for the barrier issue, his level was exactly 90, so it wouldn't affect him. The level 200 boss, however, was a problem. But as long as he was careful and didn't provoke that guy, it shouldn't be a big issue. Even if he did encounter it, with his current health and various defensive measures, he would have enough time to use Void Mirage. As long as he left the forest, that boss wouldn't chase him. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen quickly stepped into the outskirts of the dense forest. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, he was surrounded by a group of monsters. Surrounding him were 90-level monsters called Tiger Demons. Their attributes were relatively normal, much lower than the ocean demon frog Yi Chen had encountered before. A rough count revealed about 34 of them. Yi Chen easily dealt with these tiger demons, and after a moment, he gained 38 purification points again. The coverage of the dense forest was vast, and Yi Chen knew that. The level 200 boss was stationed in the center, so he was very cautious, only wandering around the outskirts. This way, he could easily notice if something was wrong and evacuate at the first opportunity. Next came the monotonous farming. After half a day's effort, Yi Chen accumulated 2,837 purification points as he defeated one monster after another. Finding a safe spot, Yi Chen began to purify his equipment. He didn't plan to waste these purification points on ordinary gear since these would eventually be replaced. Using purification points on them would be a poor investment. Therefore, the only equipment he could purify were those 5 mythic items. Ding! You have used 200 purification points to purify the endless chain of life. Ding! Purification successful. The attributes of the endless chain of life have been enhanced. The next purification of this equipment requires 300 purification points. Ding! You have used 200 purification points to purify the plague source ring. Soon, the 5 mythic items were purified twice each, and thanks to the enhancement from the nourishing water flow, Yi Chen gained another 800 attribute points. Among these 800 points, intelligence increased by 260, agility by 340, constitution by 180, and strength by 20. He was left with only 337 purification points. Looking at his enhanced attribute points, Yi Chen truly experienced the extraordinary effects of the purification spring. In just half a day, he had gained a full 800 attribute points. If he continued to grind for a few more days, wouldn't his attribute points skyrocket to a terrifying level? At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly realized that not leveling up wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least this way, he wouldn't have to worry about finding monsters of his level or higher to farm purification points after leveling up. Yi Chen comforted himself with this thought.
He re-equipped his gear and continued to immerse himself in the grinding endeavor. Once he pushed his attributes to a terrifying level, he didn't believe he wouldn't be able to deal with Wang the Blacksmith. In the depths of the closed underground passage of Linhai village, Wang the Blacksmith sat high in the center of what resembled an altar. When Yi Chen had come before, he hadn't had the chance to leap onto the high platform, so he hadn't noticed the numerous mangled corpses scattered across the altar. If Yi Chen had been present, he might have seen the closest corpses to the center, which were, in fact, the bodies of the members of the Self-Reliance Society that he had killed earlier in Linhai village. At that moment, Wang the Blacksmith threw one of the corpses down from a dark hole in the center of the altar. Soon, a hissing sound emerged from the hole, followed by a dark aura slowly wafting out. Seeing this, Wang the Blacksmith finally revealed a satisfied smile. However, just then, a hoarse, deep voice suddenly emerged from the black hole. The recent progress has been a bit slow. Hearing this voice, Wang the Blacksmith showed no surprise. Instead, he smiled wryly and said, "There's no helping it. That kid is quite strange. Here, I can use the power of this furnace to amplify my strength against him, but once I go out and lose the furnace's boost, I'm afraid I won't be his match." The voice from the hole came again. "Your cautious nature is as consistent as ever, you haven't changed in over 100 years. Ha! If it weren't for that, how could you and I still be alive?" Wang the Blacksmith said proudly. "If you hadn't confirmed that kid really left, I wouldn't dare to show my face and bring back these human corpses." The voice in the hole sighed, "These corpses are simply not enough. We are at the final stage of crafting the magic ring and need more bodies." Wang the Blacksmith glared, dissatisfied. "What can I do? Shi Fei and his group are all dead, and the new humans this year haven't even reached level 90 yet. Where am I supposed to get more corpses?" The voice in the hole pondered for a moment before finally saying helplessly, "Fine, think of a way as soon as possible. With the little power I have left, I can only maintain this for another month. If human corpses aren't delivered in time after a month, I'll have to feed you to the magic ring." Wang the Blacksmith was furious upon hearing this. "Old man, it's not 100 years ago anymore. Do you really think you're that old, village chief? If you provoke me, I can just walk away. Let's see how you complete the crafting of this magic ring alone." However, in the face of the furious Wang the Blacksmith, the voice in the hole remained quite calm. "Haven't you learned anything after all these years? If you're not afraid of death, feel free to try leaving." "You." Wang the Blacksmith opened his mouth, but then seemed to think of some terrifying scenario, causing his robust body to tremble involuntarily, and he fell silent. Soon, the altar returned to calm once more. With Yi Chen's departure and the downfall of the Self-Reliance Society, the small fishing village of Linhai, which had been abandoned for decades, returned to tranquility. Time dripped by like this. Gradually, a few oceanic magic frogs emerged in Linhai village. However, none were aware of this. After the end of the Path of Exile, Night Shadow single-handedly killed over 2,000 members of the Longyuan Legion Coalition and 5 level 180 black-clad executors in Dingfeng City. As a result, the Xiao family lost face and has been intensifying their search for Yi Chen's whereabouts during this time. In their view, as long as Yi Chen has not advanced to the 3rd tier, he will definitely be in the 702 novice area. The Xiao family has made up their minds to dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. However, aside from the initial attention, most newcomers have not paid much attention after the novelty wore off. Whether it is the Xiao family or Night Shadow, neither is something they can intervene in at the moment. Offending either side brings no benefits. Everyone understands a common consensus: only one's own strength is the foundation for survival in the eternal world. Therefore, most people are currently focused on leveling up. There's no need to mention ordinary practitioners, the elites from various factions are even more so. In a level 70 secret realm controlled by the Qin family, Qin Bing, under the efforts of everyone to restrain the boss, finally defeated the secret realm boss with a single move and then teleported out of the secret realm. Once outside, Qin Bing glanced at his experience bar, his expression somewhat disappointed. "It seems I need to come back one more time to reach level 74, it's still a bit slow." A guard from the Qin family responsible for the secret realm hurriedly jogged over and, upon hearing Qin Bing's disappointed sigh, couldn't help but ask quietly, "Young Master Bing, should we continue?" Qin Bing nodded expressionlessly and coldly replied, "If you ask such a boring question again, you can get lost." The guard trembled in fear, not daring to ask further, and quickly went to reopen the secret realm. Qin Bing snorted coldly and then said to the group behind him, "Go in. If I can't obtain the title of Newcomer King, you useless ones have no need to return to the real world." Hearing this, the group behind him shivered in fear but did not dare to disobey Qin Bing's orders, all nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Qin Bing's expression lightened slightly, and he then entered the secret realm. After more than 10 days of frenzied sweeping, his level had also risen rapidly to level 73.
This speed is significantly faster than anyone else in the past. However, this is not because Qin Bing's talent is exceptionally strong, but rather due to his family pouring resources into him without restraint. To put it simply, the reason Qin Bing was able to level up 13 levels in just over 10 days is entirely thanks to the Qin family controlling a level 60 secret realm here. To level up quickly, Qin Bing has already entered and exited the secret realm 20 to 30 times during this period. After the Path of Exile ended, there were not many novice practitioners who could reach level 60. As a result, when the entire secret realm opened, it only served Qin Bing, and there was no way to recoup costs by selling entry tickets. Each time this level 60 secret realm opens, it consumes 10 million eternal coins. Thus, just for the cost of opening the secret realm, Qin Bing has already spent nearly 300 million from the Qin family in just over 10 days. Not to mention the costs of the personnel assisting him in leveling up and the updates on equipment. It was only after Qin Bing reached level 70 that he immediately switched to a level 70 secret realm. The opening cost is 5 million, higher than that of the level 60 realm. This leveling method can only be described as insane. Under normal circumstances, even the 8 great families would not expend such resources to support a family disciple's extravagance. Moreover, although Qin Bing has decent talent and shines among his peers, he can only be considered above average among the 8 great families. In fact, there has long been a tacit agreement among the 8 great families that no matter how extraordinary a genius emerges from each family each year, the largest resource allocation must be controlled within a certain range. Under this premise, the supported disciples from each family compete with each other. Whoever can claim the title of Newcomer King can do so based on their own abilities. No one can have any objections. This agreement is meant to avoid the emergence of vicious competition, like the current situation with Qin Bing. According to Qin Bing's current progress, he can indeed reach level 90 in a very short time, thus completing the 3rd transfer promotion task and becoming a strong candidate for the title of Newcomer King. However, the resources required for this range from at least 1 billion to 2 or 3 billion, with no upper limit. If the 8 great families continue to fight among themselves every year, even the largest family fortune would not last for many years. Therefore, the 8 great families have stipulated that as long as the title of Newcomer King belongs to one of the 8 families each year, regardless of which family ultimately claims it, everyone can accept it. This not only ensures the absolute dominance of the 8 great families but also avoids excessive internal strife that could lead to a decline in the overall strength of the families. In previous years, there have been others who received the title of Newcomer King, but most of these individuals had already been incorporated into the 8 great families before the Path of Exile. However, this year, due to the emergence of Night Shadow, the situation has somewhat escaped the control of the 8 great families, especially since the Xiao family did not resolve the Night Shadow issue within the Path of Exile and instead lost quite a few talents. The 8 great families had to make corresponding adjustments to their upcoming plans. Therefore, it is not just Qin Bing from the Qin family at this moment. In other novice areas, Qi Bai from the Qi family, Wei Jun from the Wei family, and several others from different families with the best talents this year have all received instructions from their respective families to level up frantically without regard for the consequences. Meanwhile, in a remote novice area controlled by the Ji family, Ji Zijiu finally emitted the light representing a level up after killing a level 90 monster. Looking at his level, he saw it was 80. In at most a month, I'll reach level 90. No one can take my Newcomer King title. Ji Zijiu's lips curled slightly as he leisurely walked towards another monster. In the grey dust plains, within the dense forest regarded as a forbidden area, Yichen could no longer remember how many days he had spent here or how many monsters he had killed. During this time, he had almost swept through all the monsters lurking around the outskirts of the forest. With his current strength, any monster that showed its head here would not survive for more than 5 seconds, so Yichen's sweeping speed was naturally incredibly fast. Finally, after searching for half a day again and finding that there were no monsters lurking around the outskirts, he reluctantly stopped. First, he went to the edge of the forest and found a safe place. The continuous hunting over these days, even with his current combat power, was a bit overwhelming. However, the rewards were still quite considerable, thanks to the large number of monsters hidden. Here, Yichen's purification points had accumulated to 68,977 points. Yichen took out his equipment and began purifying them one by one. The 5 pieces of mythical gear had already been purified 3 times, but the points required for the 4th purification were not 400 but 500. Yichen couldn't quite understand the rules of purification consumption, but it didn't hinder his actions. Ding! You have used 500 purification points to purify the endless chain of life. Ding! Purification successful. The attributes of the endless chain of life have been enhanced. The next purification of this equipment will require 800 purification points. With another purification, the attributes of the endless chain of life transformed into all attributes plus 100 under the nourishing effect of the flowing water. However, at this moment, Yi Chen's attention was focused on the last piece of information. The next purification actually requires 800 points? Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood the consumption pattern of this purification. The points required for the next purification should be the sum of the previous 2 times. The first purification required 100 points, the second 200 points, and the third was the total of the first and second purifications, which was 300 points. By the fourth time, it would be 200 plus 300, which is 500 points. So for the next purification of the endless chain of life, it would require 300 plus 500, which is 800 points. After figuring out the principle, Yi Chen shook his head. He had originally thought it would increase incrementally by 100 or 200 points. It seems I was overthinking it. Also, if it really worked the way I thought, then the effect of this purification spring would be too outrageous. Yi Chen smiled, not too disappointed. Although the increase in points required for purification was significant, to Yi Chen, it merely meant killing a few more monsters. He then consumed all his purification points in one go. The base attributes of the 5 mythic items instantly reached a terrifying level. Endless Chain of Life, Mythic, all attributes plus 220. Plague Source Ring, Mythic, Agility plus 620, Intelligence plus 340. Phantom Amulet, Mythic, Constitution plus 780, Agility plus 840. Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff, Mythic, Intelligence plus 1740. Dragon Sigh Robe, Mythic, Constitution plus 340, Agility plus 520, Intelligence plus 490. Each piece of equipment had been purified 6 times, but unfortunately, the points required for the next purification had already skyrocketed to a terrifying 8,900 points. Yi Chen had less than 1,000 purification points left, which was quite a gap. Yi Chen also tried the purification effect on the legendary skeleton set, but the attribute increase was only 20 points, which was half as effective. This made him abandon the idea of wasting purification points on equipment below the mythic level. He then opened his attribute panel. ID, Night Shadow Level, 90 Class, Fusion Mage. Free attribute points, 0 attributes, Strength 484, Constitution 1912, Agility 4186, Intelligence 10727, Health 399170/399170, Mana 110170/110170, Skills, Fireball, Mana Spring, Experience Surge. Expand abilities, Lava Blade, Smelting Furnace, Death Realm, Dark Rebirth, Storm Dash, Wind's Blessing, Purification Spring. After a series of operations, Yi Chen's 4-dimensional attributes surged by 2,400 points. Now, just looking at his 4-dimensional attributes, one could only describe them as magnificent. After completing all this, Yi Chen quietly returned to Lin Hai Village once again. However, apart from noticing an increase in the number of oceanic demon frogs, there were no other unusual movements. Soon, he discovered that the bodies of the Self-Reliance Society members he had previously killed had all disappeared. It was unclear whether they had been eaten by these oceanic demon frogs or if that old six, Wang Taixian, had secretly moved them. Yi Chen leaned more towards the latter in his thoughts. Naturally, he was pleased with this discovery. After all, it proved that Wang Taixian had not left this place. After coming to a realization, Yi Chen quietly left Lin Hai Village. He didn't take action against the ocean magic frog inside, naturally fearing to alert it. Soon, Yi Chen stood again outside the dense forest, his gaze tinged with hesitation. Aside from this, the entire novice area that housed level 90 magical creatures was limited to a few secret realms. However, all these secret realms were under the control of the Xiao family. Without their activation, Yi Chen couldn't enter. Nevertheless, after his recent exploits, there should be no magical creatures lurking around the forest's edge for a while. Even if there were, it would only be a few stray small ones, hardly enough to sustain his purification equipment. To continue hunting magical creatures of a level not lower than his own, he had to venture deeper. As long as I don't go too deep, I shouldn't encounter a boss, Yi Chen murmured, quickly making up his mind. He would continue grinding. After all, he had the Void Phantom and the Red Moon Space. Even if he encountered a boss, he could leave calmly. He didn't believe that once his attributes increased further, he wouldn't be able to handle that Blacksmith Wang. With that thought, Yi Chen re-entered the dense forest. However, he found it strange that he had already reached the middle section of the forest but had yet to spot a single magical creature. That shouldn't be the case, right? Could it be that the commotion I caused at the edge scared all the magical creatures away? Yi Chen frowned and searched around. After walking for a few minutes, he finally stopped. If he went any further, he estimated he would soon be approaching the boss's forbidden area. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. After all this, he had come up empty-handed, which left him quite disappointed. It seems there really are no magical creatures here. I can only leave. For now. With that thought, Yi Chen turned to leave. Suddenly, a high-pitched dragon roar echoed through the forest. Immediately after, a massive shadow that blotted out the sun covered the entire sky above the forest. Boss? Yi Chen looked up at the enormous creature radiating golden light above him, his heart racing. Without any hesitation, he activated the Void Phantom. His speed surged to its peak, and in just a few breaths, Yi Chen had already darted to the edge of the forest. However, what he didn't expect was that the colossal creature seemed to see the direction he was fleeing in and appeared ahead of him, blocking his escape route with a speed that was completely mismatched to its size. In the void, Yi Chen stared wide-eyed at this scene. At that moment, he had no time to think. He turned and fled in another direction. But something strange happened. The massive creature made no move, yet it miraculously reappeared in the direction Yi Chen was trying to escape to. Moreover, this time, the colossal creature suddenly spoke. "Human, don't run away." It could actually talk? Yi Chen was taken aback and hurriedly changed direction again. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried to evade, the massive creature seemed to have a tracking ability, always managing to block his path ahead of time. Yi Chen tried several times, only to find he couldn't shake it off, feeling increasingly desperate. He had considered countless possibilities but never imagined this boss could detect his presence in the void. This was clearly a space of different dimensions. How on earth did it discover him? At that moment, the colossal creature blocked Yi Chen once more. However, before Yi Chen could react, it spoke again. "I told you to wait. It's so hard for me to chase you like this. I'll wait for your sister." Yi Chen cursed inwardly and quickly changed direction again. Perhaps the massive creature was getting impatient. Seeing Yi Chen trying to escape again, it let out a furious roar. Immediately, a transparent barrier appeared, completely enveloping Yi Chen, who was trying to flee. In the void, Yi Chen suddenly realized he was trapped, leaving him utterly shocked. However, Yi Chen remained quite calm. The Void Phantom couldn't escape this boss, but the Red Moon Space should be able to, right? However, just as Yi Chen was about to enter the Red Moon Space, a massive creature radiating golden light suddenly appeared before him. This time, the creature spoke rapidly, as if afraid Yi Chen would run away again. "Wait, I'm not here to eat you. I want to ask you for a favor." Seemingly worried that Yi Chen wouldn't believe it, the creature, wrapped in golden light, took a few steps back to prove the credibility of its words. This sudden action indeed made Yi Chen pause slightly, a look of doubt appearing on his face. It was unclear whether the massive creature could truly see Yi Chen's expression, but it hurriedly said, "I'm not lying to you. I really need your help. Otherwise, just now, my indiscriminate dragon breath could have melted you." Hearing this, Yi Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, the creature before him had already dissipated the golden light enveloping it, revealing its true form. As soon as Yi Chen saw the appearance of this massive creature, he exclaimed, "A giant dragon?" No wonder Yi Chen was so shocked. There had always been legends of the dragon race in the eternal life world, and some people had even discovered the remains of giant dragons. But no one had ever truly seen a living giant dragon. This was also why, earlier in the Red Moon Space, when Yi Chen was changing to a hidden class, he had directly ruled out the dragon mage. He never expected to see one today. How could he not be astonished? At this moment, the information about the giant dragon also appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight. Golden Dragon, Special Type, Level, 200 Health? Attack? Defense? Skills? Description? As a result, a series of question marks left Yi Chen utterly bewildered. However, the prominent level 200 was enough for Yi Chen to confirm that this giant dragon was indeed the boss of this dense forest. Moreover, he also realized that this giant dragon seemed to harbor no ill will towards him. After all, it was the first time encountering such a creature, and Yi Chen was quite curious about it. Thus, he did not continue to hide, but his vigilance in his heart did not wane. "What do you want?" Upon hearing Yi Chen speak, the giant dragon seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, "You've caused quite a stir here these days. To be honest, it's a bit noisy." Yi Chen. So it turned out he had been working right under the giant dragon's nose, thinking he was just on the outskirts of the forest and wouldn't disturb it. He realized he had overthought it. But if that were the case, the golden dragon should have acted long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. Although puzzled, Yi Chen did not speak but quietly waited for the golden dragon to continue. Seeing Yi Chen silent, the golden dragon seemed a bit anxious and said, "Don't you think disturbing me is a bad thing?" "Oh, sorry." Yi Chen didn't quite understand what the other meant but replied straightforwardly, That's it?" The golden dragon was somewhat at a loss for words. Yi Chen was even more confused. "Then what do you want?" At this moment, the golden dragon seemed a bit anxious. "What I mean is, shouldn't you give me some compensation?"
Yi Chen was bewildered. It was the first time he had seen a boss asking a human for compensation, so he asked, somewhat amused, "What kind of compensation do you want?" The golden dragon, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, surprisingly displayed a human-like expression on its face and shyly said, "I want to be your pet." Yi Chen doubted whether his ears were malfunctioning. A level 200 ancient dragon, voluntarily wanting to be his pet? Come on, you are a noble dragon. An advanced species in the world of immortality. Legend has it that dragons are extremely proud. Do you even know what you're saying? What on earth has this hefty golden dragon experienced? Yi Chen's mind was in a whirl, clearly unable to grasp the situation before him. The golden dragon noticed Yi Chen's strange expression and seemed even more embarrassed, its voice dropping a few notches. "I know that if I become your pet, I will regress to level 1 and share your experience, dragging you down, but I'm actually quite powerful. Look, you can't defeat me right now, can you?" Yi Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. "You don't need to keep emphasizing that I can't defeat you, I'm quite clear on that." "Oh. I'm sorry," the golden dragon said, somewhat aggrieved. "So, will you consider my suggestion?" Yi Chen looked at the golden dragon, which resembled a wronged little wife, and for a moment didn't know what to say. A dragon. To have a dragon as a pet is something many people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Under normal circumstances, Yi Chen would certainly not refuse to have a dragon as a pet. But with the urgency of the matter, Yi Chen felt somewhat uneasy. "Isn't it good for you to stay quietly in the forest? Why do you have to rush to become a pet?" The golden dragon replied honestly, "Because I'm dying." Dying? Legends say that dragons live for thousands of years. This big guy in front of him doesn't seem old at all, so how could it be dying? The golden dragon appeared quite innocent, and seeing Yi Chen's confusion, it hurriedly explained, "Yes. 30 years ago, a bad guy ambushed me while I was sleeping, causing my life force to drain too quickly. At this rate, I can only live for another 100 years at most." "Is that what you call dying quickly?" Yi Chen was speechless. However, considering the long lifespan of dragons, 100 years indeed equates to dying soon. At this moment, the golden dragon cautiously glanced at Yi Chen and then murmured softly, "And just now, to chase you, I used my source power, so now I might only live for another 10 years. How is that my fault?" Yi Chen found it both amusing and frustrating, and thus asked, "Then why must you become my pet? Hasn't anyone else come by during this time?" The golden dragon shook its large head, looking dejected. "There have been others, but they were too weak and not suitable. You look quite strong, I've observed you during this time, and you handle those little bugs with great ease, so you barely qualify for me to accept." Yi Chen frowned. "Well, thank you for the compliment." "You're welcome," the golden dragon said shyly. "Yi Chen. Of course, the most important thing is that the pet contract of your human profession doesn't work on me, only you have the conditions to turn me into a pet." What conditions?" Yi Chen asked, puzzled. "The golden dragon replied honestly, "Your red moon eye." Yi Chen was taken aback. This golden dragon could actually sense that he possessed the red moon eye? "Don't be nervous, it was when you passed by earlier that you accidentally leaked it, and I happened to notice. Since then, I've been observing you." Yi Chen frowned and asked, "You know about the red moon eye?" The golden dragon nodded its head, saying very honestly, "That's the artifact of the main god, and it was the container for the birth of our 7 holy beasts back then. For me, the red moon is like a mother, so with it, we can complete the pet contract." Yi Chen stared wide-eyed. He never expected the red moon to have such a relationship with the dragon before him. "Have you seen the main god?" Yi Chen asked impatiently. To his surprise, the golden dragon shook its head and said with a hint of sadness in its tone, "The Lord God died long, long before we were born." "Then what you just said? We were created from a fragment of the Lord God's soul. After creating us, the Lord God's only thought also vanished." Yi Chen felt a rather absurd sensation in his heart. He then asked a few more questions and finally understood the origins of this massive creature before him. According to it, it had been sleeping in the form of a dragon egg until it suddenly hatched 100 years ago. Since then, it had remained in this dense forest, existing as a guardian, never leaving. According to the dragon clan's age, it was still just a juvenile dragon. To this, Yi Chen could only say that dragons were indeed abnormal. A juvenile dragon with a combat power of level 200, what would happen when it matured? However, since no one had entered this place for 100 years, it had spent most of its time sleeping. Its level had also risen to 200 while it was asleep. As for anything else, the golden dragon was completely in the dark. Yi Chen felt powerless to comment on this. Seeing that Yi Chen had been asking for a long time without mentioning the key point, the golden dragon grew a bit anxious, blinked its eyes, and began to vigorously promote itself. "Actually, having me as your pet would bring you many benefits and save you a lot of trouble. For example, other pets generally only live for 30 to 40 years, while powerful epic level pets can live for 70 to 80 years.
Unless you encounter a legendary pet, which might have a lifespan comparable to yours as a professional, but I'm different.
Yi Chen was a bit curious. How is it different?
The golden dragon proudly lifted its head. I am a golden dragon, even more powerful
than myth-level dragons.
If I become your pet, even if you die, I will still be alive, saving you the trouble of having to find another pet. Although this statement was not wrong, Yi Chen felt it was a bit strange. Also, you want to deal with that Maya person, I have ways to help you.
Maya person?
Yi Chen thought for a moment before realizing that the golden dragon was referring to the blacksmith Wang from Linhai village.
How do you know about this?
The golden dragon snorted and proudly said, I am one of the 7 sacred beasts, the golden dragon. Within thousands of miles of this area, as long as I want to know something, nothing can
escape my eyes. Yi Chen's heart stirred. Do you really have a way to deal with that blacksmith Wang?
The golden dragon nodded vigorously, affirming, of course.
That old man's underground altar is just a furnace he
created using fragments of a broken artifact, and he secretly kills professionals to use them as sacrifices to refine the soul curse ring.
Breaking that furnace is very simple for me.
After a pause, the golden dragon added, oh, by the way, once I become your pet, my combat power will become very weak, so you'll have to rely on yourself to deal with that old man. Yi Chen didn't mind this at all, that blacksmith Wang was incredibly
powerful in the underground altar.
But without the power boost from the altar, Yi Chen would find it much easier to deal with him. He hadn't expected to stumble upon such a good opportunity, so he no longer hesitated.
Alright, since you're so sincere, I'll accept you as my pet.
Upon hearing this, the golden dragon's face immediately lit up with joy.
Thank you. You're a good person. I will work hard and not let you down. It was the
first time Yi Chen had seen such an enthusiastic creature wanting to be a pet, and he felt secretly pleased. Then, following the golden dragon's instructions, a phantom of a red eyeball appeared at the center of Yi
Chen's forehead.
In the next moment, a familiar red light completely enveloped the golden dragon. Gradually, the massive figure of the golden dragon began to fade. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, because my life force has been continuously depleting. After becoming a pet, I will constantly absorb your energy to repair myself, so you don't need to worry.
Yi Chen's eyes widened. Why didn't you say that earlier? I was afraid that
if I told you, you would dislike me and not let me be your pet, the golden dragon explained timidly. Yi Chen felt like 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. If one were to say this guy was simple, he still
knew how to hide things.
But if one were to say this guy was insidious, he reminded you at the last moment.
It was quite a mix, really. However, Yi Chen took a deep breath to keep himself calm. At that moment, as the
red light absorption ended, the figure of the golden dragon had completely vanished.
Through the feedback from the red moon eye, Yi Chen knew that the golden dragon had now turned into a dragon egg, quietly lying in the space of the red moon eye.
Immediately after, a message popped up.
Ding! You have contracted the special pet golden dragon, you can now name it. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, let's call it Little Gold. With the naming complete, Yi Chen finally let out a sigh of relief.
That experience was truly surreal. If it weren't for his own first-hand experience, he wouldn't believe that just moments ago, an ancient dragon had actively come out to be his pet. Such a good deal was unlikely to happen again in his lifetime. Just thinking about having a dragon as a pet made Yi Chen's mood instantly lift. However, at that moment, Yi Chen suddenly felt a powerful suction force coming from within the space of the red moon eye. Immediately after, his experience points began to rapidly drain away.
Ding!
Your pet Little Gold absorbed 10,000 experience points from you, you lost 10,000 experience points, and your level dropped to level 89.
Ding!
You lost 3 points of strength.
Ding!
You lost 3 points of constitution. Ding! You lost 3 points of intelligence. Ding!
You lost 18 points of agility. Ding!
Your pet Little Gold absorbed 10,000 experience points from you, you lost 10,000 experience points. The sudden change left Yi Chen in shock. This guy had said earlier that he would absorb energy, but it turned out to be his own experience? At this rate of absorption, it wouldn't be long before he would be reduced to level 0.
Was this what that guy meant by not worrying?
After the initial shock, Yi Chen tried various things, but no matter what he did, he couldn't stop this situation.
In his panic, Yi Chen didn't have time to think about why this was happening.
He hurriedly entered the depths of the forest to look for monsters. Without Little Gold as the boss to hold the fort, Yi Chen no longer feared this forest. In the blink of an eye, he arrived deep
within the woods.
Soon, he found a dense cluster of level 90 monsters.
Setting aside everything else, Little Gold as the boss really wasn't doing a good job.
Generally speaking, a boss has its own territory that cannot be crossed. However, the place where Yi Chen was standing was actually within Little Gold's territory. As a result, he could see traces of monsters everywhere. One could only say that Little Gold's personality was a bit too gentle.
However, the situation was about to change quickly. because its master, Yi Chen, was not so gentle. Little Jean was still desperately absorbing its own experience. In the blink of an eye, he had already dropped a level and needed to make up for it. Quickly. With this in mind, Yi Chen no longer hesitated. 2 clones were summoned, and a rain of fireballs poured down. In an instant, a scorched earth spread out within 100 meters around Yi Chen. At the same time, Yi Chen glanced at his experience bar. Seeing that the rapid decline had finally stabilized, he let out a sigh of relief. Next, Yi Chen activated his frenzied sweeping mode once again. In no time, the peaceful forest that had stood for nearly 100 years was filled with the sounds of explosions. Each explosion meant the death of dozens, if not hundreds, of magical creatures. Time passed drop by drop. Soon, a day and a night had gone by. During this time, Yi Chen hardly stopped his actions. Large groups of magical creatures turned to charcoal under his relentless bombardment. With his hard work, his purification points unexpectedly accumulated another 20,000 points. This speed was more than twice as fast as before. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the density of magical creatures deep in the forest was several times that of the outskirts. However, despite gaining a large number of purification points, Yi Chen's level was still plummeting. After a day and a night of fighting, Yi Chen's level had dropped to 60 and was still falling. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but curse at little Jean. This damned stupid dragon, how long is it going to absorb? Cursing aside, Yi Chen continued to wander deep in the forest, searching for magical creatures. And so, 2 more days passed. At this point, the number of magical creatures dying under Yi Chen's frenzied sweep was in the tens of thousands. Some that had narrowly escaped Yi Chen's slaughter had long since fled to who knows where. Yi Chen was too lazy to chase them. But the result of such a frenzied extermination of magical creatures was that after 3 days, Yi Chen could no longer see a single magical creature in sight. Consequently, his level began to drop rapidly. Especially since little Jean absorbed experience at a fixed rate of 10,000 points, the lower Yi Chen's level, the faster it dropped. Thus, in a situation with no way out. Ding! Your pet little Jean absorbed 10,000 experience points from you, you lost 10,000 experience points, and your level dropped to level 59. Your level dropped to level 58. Level 37. Level 21. Ding! Your level dropped to level 1. Yi Chen stared blankly at his rapidly declining level, thinking it would drop further. Unexpectedly, the level stopped moving. At this moment, Yi Chen also noticed that little Jean had stopped absorbing his experience points. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, at least it left him with level 1. At this point, Yi Chen didn't know whether to cry or laugh. However, just then, in the red moon space, an extremely terrifying energy suddenly surged from the dragon egg. In an instant, it filled the entire space. Immediately after, a crisp cracking sound echoed. Yi Chen's consciousness sank into the red moon space. He soon discovered a palm-sized golden young dragon jumping out of the eggshell. Yi Chen saw it clearly. This little guy looked almost identical to the previous golden giant dragon. At this moment, the little guy suddenly opened its small mouth and took a deep breath. Yi Chen saw the rich energy in the space being sucked into its belly. Moments later, the little guy let out a satisfied burp, revealing a look of contentment. At this moment, as if sensing Yi Chen's gaze, the little guy opened his mouth again and shyly said in a babyish voice, "Good person, thank you, I'm alive again." Damn you! Yi Chen was utterly speechless. This time, it had directly wiped out his level, and as long as he didn't take off the gear he was wearing, it would still be effective. Otherwise, given his current situation, he would probably be completely finished. Seeing Yi Chen angry, the little guy hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would take so much energy. I thought it would just need a little bit." At this point, Yi Chen actually had no way to respond. However, at that moment, Xiao Jin suddenly looked a bit dejected and said, "I found out that becoming your pet is such a loss." Yi Chen glared at him. "You drained all my experience, and you still dare to say it's a loss?" Xiao Jin was startled and said somewhat aggrieved, "But I didn't know that signing a contract with the Red Moon would mean sharing life with you. You humans are notoriously short-lived, now I've directly lost half my lifespan, that's definitely a loss." "Ha?" Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Yi Chen was instantly stunned. "Sharing life?" Yi Chen asked, breathing a bit rapidly. "How long can you live?" Xiao Jin blinked and honestly replied, "After recovery, I should be able to live another 20 to 30,000 years. Hiss. Upon hearing 20 to 30,000 years, Yi Chen's frustration was instantly swept away. His expression became incredibly excited. If calculated based on 20,000 years, now that he shared life with Xiao Jin, wouldn't he be able to live another 10,000 years without doing anything? It's important to know that although human practitioners' lifespans extend with the continuous increase of levels and attributes, it is speculated that the longest lifespan of a ninth turn Practitioner does not exceed 200 years. However, now, thanks to the contract with Xiao Jin, Yi Chen's lifespan had inexplicably increased by at least 10,000 years. Compared to this, what did that mere level 90 experience count for? Moreover, he had a 13 times experience gain. Wanting to reach level 90 was just a matter of minutes, right? Thinking of this, Yi Chen's mood instantly soared. His gaze towards Xiao Jin also softened considerably. After learning that his life was shared with the Golden Dragon, Yi Chen no longer pursued the matter of losing levels with Xiao Jin. This little guy had to be cherished. As long as he was around, he could live another 10,000 years. Then, Yi Chen remembered that he hadn't checked Xiao Jin's attributes yet. He quickly opened the panel. At this moment, there was also an additional pet section in the panel. Xiao Jin's panel data was prominently displayed inside. Pet, Xiao Jin race, Golden Dragon level 0 talent, elemental resistance, power of the Golden Dragon health, 5000 attack, 500 defense, 500 skills, blink, dragon breath. Special abilities. Breaking formation, suppression. Hiss. After reading Xiao Jin's panel attributes, Yi Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. A level 0 health of 5000, with attack and defense both reaching 500 points. The Plague Sourceworm in the Miasma Hidden Forest, which was a level 20 secret realm boss, only had a defense of 500 points. Truly worthy of being a holy beast created by the main god. And compared to these exaggerated attributes, Xiao Jin's talents, skills, and special abilities were even more shocking. The elemental resistance in the talent reduced 70% of all elemental damage. This thing was simply a nemesis for magic users. According to Xiao Jin, when it was at level 200, the reduction effect of this elemental resistance had already reached 90%. In other words, this talent is also a growth type. After learning this information, Yi Chen secretly felt relieved that Xiao Jin had no ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, just the immunity to 90% of elemental damage would be something Yi Chen couldn't handle. As for the other power of the Golden Dragon and the talent, Yi Chen believed it was no less impressive than elemental resistance. In fact, in terms of growth potential and importance, it would be even stronger than standalone elemental resistance in the later stages. The power of the Golden Dragon allows Xiao Jin to double his growth attributes with each level up, while also adding an extra 1% to physical defense and 1% to magical defense. This ability, among professionals, could only be described as terrifying. Not to mention the doubling of growth attributes, that additional 1% defense increase would equate to a 300% effect at level 300 in the later stages. Indeed, anything related to dragons cannot escape the description of being tough and resilient. If you add the effect of elemental resistance, Xiao Jin would be nearly invincible against all magic-based professionals. If this guy hadn't become his pet, Yi Chen would have found a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, the danger level was too high. Compared to the talent, the two initial skills that level 0 Xiao Jin possessed were merely average. Blink, after use, instantly appear at a designated location within a radius of 500 meters, cooldown, 20 seconds. Dragon Breath, the Golden Dragon unleashes a terrifying breath that has the power to melt boulders. The first skill, Blink, was likely the ability Xiao Jin used when he caught up with Yi Chen earlier, and it seemed to have a very short cooldown. The second skill, Dragon Breath, is a signature skill of the dragon race. Of course, while these two skills may seem average, that's only when compared to Xiao Jin's almost abnormal talent. Among professionals, they are still explosive abilities. Finally, Xiao Jin's special ability left Yi Chen in shock once again. Break formation, all restrictions and barriers cannot affect him. Yi Chen suddenly recalled that Xiao Jin had mentioned being able to help him break the altar of One Taixian, and this must be the ability he was referring to. However, what truly shocked Yi Chen was the suppression ability. Suppression, when entering combat, all attributes increase by 15%, while the enemy's attributes decrease by 15%. This back and forth results in a direct 30% attribute difference. After seeing this ability, Yi Chen could only describe it with the words terrifying indeed. Even more terrifying was that so many abnormal abilities were all concentrated in Xiao Jin. How could others survive? Fortunately, such an extraordinary existence had now become his pet. Just thinking about this replaced Yi Chen's shock with joy. Once Xiao Jin grows up, he will be an invaluable asset for Yi Chen. Then, Yi Chen opened his panel again. Looking at that eye-catching level 1, he let out a soft breath. Fortunately, he had purified his equipment several times earlier, providing him with quite a few attribute points. Coupled with the intelligence bonus from his super divine talent, Yi Chen's intelligence attribute still reached an impressive 10,020 points, followed by agility at 3,098 points, and constitution at 1,733 points. His strength, which was the least useful to Yi Chen, still stood at 305 points. With such four-dimensional attributes, he was still unmatched by other level 90 professionals. Similarly, since Yi Chen's health points mostly came from the endless life chain, his maximum health still reached 395,600 points, not significantly reduced. Looking at it this way, although Yi Chen's level had dropped to 1, his overall combat power had not diminished much. This made Yi Chen breathe a sigh of relief. With such attributes, along with his experience multiplier, returning to level 90 would only take a bit longer to find monsters. After reviewing his attributes, Yi Chen intended to close the panel. However, at that moment, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and noticed that a strange skill seemed to have appeared in his skill bar. Yi Chen was first taken aback, then he looked closely. That glance left Yi Chen completely stunned. This. Yi Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing he had misread. Golden Dragon Power. After upgrading, all attributes gained are doubled. Physical defense increases by 1%, magic defense increases by 1%. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, Yi Chen's breathing became rapid. At that moment, he could hardly contain his excitement. He felt like he was about to soar into the sky. What was going on? How did he also acquire the talent of Little Jean? Could it be because Little Jean had become his pet? Countless questions popped up in his mind, and Yi Chen hurriedly asked Little Jean. Little Jean, upon hearing this, was also confused. But the next moment, it quickly provided an accurate answer. Because my contract with you, good person, is not an ordinary contract relationship, so just as you can share my lifespan, you can also share my abilities. Then why is there only one? Yi Chen asked curiously. According to Little Jean, he should be able to share all of Little Jin's abilities. He was particularly envious of Little Jin's elemental resistance. However, Little Jean couldn't answer this either. Yi Chen felt a bit regretful and then curiously asked, "How did you suddenly know so much?" Little Jean blinked and said in a sweet voice, "It was Mama Red Moon who told me." Yi Chen was taken aback. It was only after Little Jin's explanation that he understood. The Eye of the Red Moon itself was a vast repository of information, and at that moment, Little Jean was in the space of the Eye of the Red Moon, using the special relationship between Little Jean and Red Moon to absorb a lot of the information stored there after successfully hatching. Although it was a bit regrettable, Yi Chen was still in an incredibly good mood. At this moment, he even wished his level could drop back to level 0. He never expected that losing a large amount of experience would bring so many benefits in return. It was simply turning misfortune into fortune. Yi Chen currently had 68,433 purification points. However, since his level was only 1, he couldn't equip any gear if he took it off. So, Yi Chen didn't dare to continue purifying equipment at this time and could only leave it for now. Although his combat power remained at a relatively high level, according to Little Jean, there was a very powerful NPC hidden in the altar besides the blacksmith. If it weren't for Little Jean becoming a pet, he wouldn't be afraid at all. But right now, both he and his pet were only a pitiful level 1 and 0, so it was better not to take risks for the time being. It wasn't that Yi Chen couldn't handle the current situation, but Little Jean said it had sensed an extremely powerful evil energy there, likely the power of the Wraith Ring. If that NPC forcibly interrupted the crafting and directly wore the Wraith Ring, its combat power would instantly reach a terrifying level. Considering this, Yi Chen decided not to blindly approach. Anyway, according to Little Jin's estimate, the blacksmith and that NPC wouldn't leave the altar anytime soon. In fact, he had a vague suspicion in his heart. Perhaps that hidden powerful NPC was the village chief of Linhai village he had been searching for all along. After all, besides him, Yi Chen couldn't think of any other possibilities. Everything will have to wait until I level up first. But where would be the best place to level up? At that moment, Little Jean suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen and sweetly said, "Good person, let's go kill some people." Why would we go kill people? For no reason? Yi Chen had just opened his mouth to ask when he suddenly stared wide-eyed at the golden little creature in front of him, exclaiming in surprise, "How did you come out by yourself?" Xiao Jean blinked and said in a tone that implied it was obvious, "Why can't I come out? If I want to come out, I can naturally do so." Yi Chen was about to say that pets should only appear when summoned by their masters, but suddenly he remembered Xiao Jin's special ability to break formations. All restrictions and barriers had no effect on it, and he instantly swallowed back what he was about to say. "Don't change the subject, you still haven't told me why you want to kill people for no reason?" Xiao Jin looked a bit wronged but quickly replied, "Of course, it's to level up." Killing people to level up? Killing people doesn't give experience, what's the use? Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled. But Xiao Jin blinked and said, "You gain experience from killing monsters, so why wouldn't you from killing people?" Yi Chen opened his mouth, perhaps in Xiao Jin's eyes, as a golden dragon, it saw all other monsters and practitioners in the eternal world as belonging to the same category. Killing humans to absorb energy was the same principle as practitioners gaining experience from killing monsters. But the problem was, as fellow humans, there was no concept of experience points in mutual slaughter. Why are you so stupid? I'm one of the 7 sacred beasts, the golden dragon, how could I not know this? Xiao said in a tone of disdain, you forgot, you now share life with me, so you can naturally share my methods of gaining experience. Therefore, killing people will also give you experience points. Yichen stared blankly at Xiao, he really hadn't thought of that, which surprised him a bit. But in the next moment, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Just in time, Xueling was still bored and dazed in the Miasma hidden forest, it was time to give him more things to do. With that thought, Yichen let Xiao return to the red moon space. He then dashed off into the distance. In the novice area 702, Weihai City. This is a small city controlled by the Bai family of Yun province, located less than 30 miles from a level 20 small secret realm also under the Bai family's control. However, due to Yi Chan's influence, this year's newcomers were all at least level 40, nearly level 50. So, in Weihai City at the moment, aside from a few practitioners who were not interested in leveling up or wanted to switch to life professions, there weren't many passers-by. Instead, one could often see teams of serious-looking members patrolling near the city outskirts. When pedestrians saw these people, they naturally knew their identities, they were all part of the Bai family's Yunhai Legion, each at level 90. The surrounding people naturally did not dare to provoke the Yunhai Legion easily and would instinctively avoid them. At this moment, a team of 20 members of the Yunhai Legion, after patrolling for a while, arrived at a low slope outside the city to take a short break. Captain, it's been over half a month, don't you think it's not right for us to patrol every day like this? Yeah. Captain, if the Night Shadow could wipe out the Longyuan Legion, wouldn't we be delivering ourselves if we really encountered them? What is the commander thinking? At this time, the man leading the team glanced at his subordinates and snorted coldly. Where's all this nonsense coming from? This is the family head's order, do you dare to disobey? Hearing this, the subordinates all shut their mouths, not daring to say more. In their eyes, the family head was like a deity, and they did not dare to go against him. Seeing everyone quiet down, the captain thought for a moment and continued, all right, enough complaining. Don't you think about it? There are hardly any newcomers in Weihai City right now, with the Night Shadow's level, how could it possibly come here? Patrolling is just for show, to let other forces see. Upon hearing the captain's explanation, the other subordinates suddenly realized. Ha ha. The captain really thinks things through, I was worried about encountering the Night Shadow earlier. That guy is too fierce, if we really ran into him, I wouldn't have enough lives to spare. Phew. Captain, you should have said something earlier. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have had to be so anxious these past few days. But speaking of which, that Night Shadow really went too far. He got entangled with our young lady and, once he gained power, he didn't hesitate to kill her. That's ruthless. TCH. This is a typical petty mindset. Now that he's offended the Xiao family, I don't think he has much time left. TSK. I hate these arrogant prodigies the most. If I could see him fall, it would definitely be a happy occasion. Exactly. What good is being a genius? He still can't outlive us brothers. Haha, right. A hot-headed kid who doesn't know how to endure, what future can he have? It's a pity about his talent, who knows what it really is? Who knows? The few of them chatted eagerly, and by the end, Night Shadow had become a useless fool in their eyes. As the captain, Shang-He didn't stop them, instead, he listened with a smile. In his view, everyone had worked hard these days, and all of it was thanks to Night Shadow. A little venting was nothing. However, at that moment, no one noticed that above a nearby large tree, 2 figures, one tall and one short, were quietly watching everything. Hey, are they talking about you? I guess so. So you're that impressive? Of course. Alright, we've rested enough. Get the hell up and continue patrolling. Shang-He cursed as the others reluctantly stood up. Captain, if you ask me, Night Shadow is probably so scared right now that he's hiding. We might as well take a longer break. Stop whining. Even so, they still need to put on a good show for me. Just then, someone suddenly shouted in fear. See Captain, Night Shadow. Shang-He impatiently replied, what night? If you keep slacking off, don't blame me for being rude. However, before Shang-He could finish his sentence, he felt the temperature around him suddenly become extremely hot. Immediately after, a violent surge of energy struck, and he, along with the rest of his subordinates, lost consciousness. Moments later, Yichen emerged with Xiao Jin, casually waving his hand to send the bodies into the red moon space. Xiao Jin was somewhat dissatisfied. They're all burnt, they'll dirty the place where I live. Just bear with it. There used to be over 2,000 burnt bodies there, and I never saw you complain before. Xiao Jin blinked with wide eyes, a head full of question marks. Yichen ignored him and looked down to check his information. Killing these 20 members of the Cloud Sea Legion provided Yichen with nearly 4 million experience points, averaging about 200,000 experience points per member.
Since Xiao Jin took half of the experience, Yichen ended up with 2 million. At this point, both he and Xiao Jin had successfully reached level 27. Without Xiao Jin, he would have gained another 5 or 6 levels. For a moment, Yichen also showed a look of surprise. I didn't expect that killing professionals would yield so much experience. Although it's not as much as when I killed that hybrid snow phoenix, it's still hundreds of times more than the same level monsters. At first, Yichen was quite troubled about how to level back up to 90. He didn't expect the outcome to be somewhat beyond his expectations. At this rate, as long as he killed enough people, he might be able to return to level 90 in just 2 or 3 days. Then, he could take a trip to Linhai village and might even complete the 3rd transfer promotion task along the way. If everything went smoothly, the title of new king would still belong to him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. Then, glancing at his free attribute points, he saw 432 points. Although his intelligence attribute had already surpassed 10,000, he was still quite shocked to see those 432 free attribute points. This was because as a fusion mage, for every level he gained, his agility increased by 1 point, intelligence by 2 points, and free attribute points by 3 points. Now, with the shared power of the golden dragon from Xiao Jin, all these attributes had doubled. This meant that for each level gained, Yichen could additionally obtain 2 points of strength, 2 points of constitution, 4 points of agility, 6 points of intelligence, and a staggering 16 points of free attribute points. Calculating this, Yichen had a total of 30 points just from leveling up, while a normal professional would only have 9 points. This was more than double. It should be noted that this was the upgrade change below level 30. After reaching level 30, every job change would increase free attribute points, further widening this gap. At the same time, the health and mana gain per level had also changed from the previous 20 points and 10 points to 40 points and 20 points. However, in the face of Yi Chen's enormous attribute data, this slight increase in health and mana was rather low, to the point where Yi Chen was almost ready to overlook them. After a brief contemplation, Yi Chen allocated all his attribute points to agility. Among the 4 attributes, strength provided him with only a slight increase in physical defense, which Yi Chen did not consider at all. Health was provided by the endless chain of life, so it was naturally unnecessary. As for intelligence, with over 10,000 intelligence points at level 1, no one could match that. Therefore, putting everything into agility was undoubtedly the best option. Agility not only increased his movement speed but also enhanced his attack speed. If he learned large-scale magical skills later on, it would also speed up his casting. With that in mind, the cost-effectiveness of agility was incredibly high. After allocating the points, Yi Chen checked Xiao Jin's attribute panel, and once again, he couldn't help but marvel at how Xiao Jin was truly a masterpiece of the creator. Pet, Xiao Jin race, Golden Dragon level, 26 talent, elemental resistance, Golden Dragon power health, 300000/300000 attack power, 3000 defense power, 4560 skills, blink, dragon, breath. Special abilities, break formation, suppression. At level 26, with 300,000 health points, 3,000 attack power, and 4,560 defense power, these attributes were simply too overpowered. If it weren't for Yi Chen relying on his purified equipment, Xiao Jin would completely annihilate him at the same level. Yi Chen looked down at the still gloomy Xiao Jin and shook his head. Fortunately, no matter how monstrous this creature was, it couldn't wear equipment, otherwise, human professionals would have no means of resistance against a holy beast like Xiao Jin. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's mood finally balanced out a bit. At this moment, due to Yi Chen's earlier casting of Fireball, it had caused quite a stir. Under the orders of Bai Shanhe, Weihai City was currently under martial law. Therefore, several squads from the Cloud Sea Legion quickly rushed over. In response, Yi Chen naturally chose not to hide. He believed he was not yet capable of becoming a heartless killing machine, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. But when it came to enemies, he would never hesitate or show mercy. Just like those 20 people earlier, perhaps Yi Chen didn't know them before, and they might not have any deep-seated hatred towards him. But since they chose to become hostile forces, Yi Chen felt no burden in killing them. Because Yi Chen believed that if they had enough power to kill him, they would definitely not hold back at that moment. Looking at the approaching crowd, Yi Chen's expression showed no change. Thus, after a moment, a series of explosions echoed throughout Weihai City. Soon, countless members of the Yunhai faction, who were patrolling in other areas, rushed over. But everything returned to calm after the raging flames subsided. At this time, a responsible person from the Bai family, stationed in Weihai City, arrived late, his expression extremely panicked. Before coming, he had tried to contact several squad leaders of the Yunhai Corps responsible for patrolling the city, only to find that their names had turned gray. This meant that these people were dead. However, as the person in charge of Weihai City, he knew he had to step up, so despite his inner panic, Bai cautiously went to the city wall to observe the situation ahead. What he saw was only the devastation of a flattened area and a few scattered flames. Besides that, he saw a shadow. And even the bodies were gone. This scene directly shook him to his core. At this moment, a terrifying figure kept appearing in his mind. Night Shadow. It must be him. No one else would kill and leave no bodies behind. What? Night Shadow attacked Weihai City? In the real world, Yun Province, Yun City, in a courtyard where the Bai family was located. Bai Shanha listened with a pale face to the hurried report from his subordinate, his chest rising and falling violently. Damn it! How could Night Shadow go to Weihai City? Does he not know that the Xiao family is looking for him? How dare he show up at this time? First, he killed Xiao, and now he slaughtered nearly 200 of my Yunhai Corps. Does he want to be at odds with my Bai family? Facing Bai Shanha's almost roaring questions, several elders of the Bai family in the courtyard remained silent, fearing to anger Bai Shanha and invite punishment. Although they were elders of the Bai family, holding significant power, the vast Bai family was established solely by Bai Shanha, making him an unassailable presence. It was unclear how long it had been, but finally, after Bai Shanha vented his anger, one elder stepped forward. Head of the family, could it be a coincidence? After all, Weihai City really doesn't have anything worth Night Shadow's attention. At this moment, another person spoke up to refute. I think it might be because of the young lady. Night Shadow is deliberately targeting our Bai family. Upon hearing this, Bai Shanha suddenly looked at the speaker, his face darkening. Xiao has already been killed by him, and I haven't settled the score with him yet. How dare he target our Bai family? The one being stared at was the youngest elder of the Bai family, Bai Zhe. Facing Bai Shanha's anger, he was not as flustered as the other elders. Instead, he calmly said, when the young lady awakened her talent, she showed no mercy to Night Shadow and publicly humiliated him. This incident must have dealt a significant blow to Night Shadow, so his hatred for our Bai family should not be less than that of the Xiao family. Bai Shanha frowned and coldly said, are you saying that Night Shadow, knowing he cannot deal with the Xiao family, chose to retaliate against our Bai family? Bai Zhe nodded, that should be the case. Upon hearing this, Bai Shanha fell silent. Night Shadow's strength was indeed somewhat strange, but that was not the real reason Bai Shanha was afraid. After all, not to mention him, any of the elders present, even the youngest Bai Zhe, had the combat power of a 7th-turn professional. In a one-on-one situation, they could easily crush Night Shadow. The problem was that Night Shadow had been hiding in the novice area, and even if they were willing to spend a lot of money to descend into the novice area, whether they could find him was still an unknown. Clearly, they had the strength to kill the Night Shadow, but if this Night Shadow played guerrilla warfare like a mouse in the shadows, it would be quite disadvantageous for them. This feeling of frustration, having power but no way to use it, left the members of the Bai family, including Bai Shanha, feeling extremely suffocated. At this moment, Bai Shanha regained his composure and began to think about how to deal with the trouble at hand. The Night Shadow had to be dealt with. If they allowed the other party to continue rampaging, it would not only be a loss of face for the Bai family. The entire Bai family's influence in the 702 novice area would likely suffer a devastating blow. However, at that moment, a figure appeared. Master, it's bad. The Night Shadow has reportedly appeared in Jinhai City, and nearly 200 members of our Yunhai Legion have been killed. Smack! Bai Shanha suddenly stood up, glaring angrily at the person before him. After a moment, he let out a furious roar towards the sky. Night Shadow, you are too arrogant. Do you really think the Bai family is a soft persimmon? After saying that, Bai Shanha coldly ordered, go, no matter the cost. I want you to find the Night Shadow's whereabouts in the shortest time possible. Bai Zhe, immediately go buy a large amount of dimension dissociation stones. Once you find the Night Shadow's trace, try to hold him off as much as possible. I want to personally take him down. Bai Zhe was slightly taken aback, feeling that Bai Shanha was being too impulsive, but facing the furious Bai Shanha, he opened his mouth and ultimately nodded in agreement. At this moment, Bai Shanha added, I will pay a visit to the Xiao family. When I return, I hope you can bring me good news. After saying that, Bai Shanha's figure instantly disappeared, clearly having entered the Eternal Life world. At this time, in the Eternal Life world, Yi Chen had taken a stroll around Jinhai City and chose to leave early. With nearly 200 members of the Yunhai Legion patrolling Jinhai City killed by him, his level had skyrocketed to level 60, and he was not far from the next upgrade. This kind of leveling speed was simply unheard of. However, Yi Chen was also aware that all of this was thanks to his own experience multiplier. Under normal circumstances, even if one killed a professional, it would be impossible to level up so quickly. Thanks to Yi Chen's terrifying experience multiplier, Xiao Jin had also reached level 60. At this point, his health had surged to 1 million, and both his attack and defense had broken through the 10,000 mark. Such terrifying attributes were only slightly matched by the level 90 Sleeping Skeleton King among the bosses Yi-Chen had encountered so far. But that Sleeping Skeleton King was a level 90 boss, while Xiao Jin was only level 60. At the same time, Yi-Chen learned from Xiao Jin that due to becoming a pet, his various attributes had actually been significantly weakened. In the past, his combat power would have been more than 5 times what it was now. This made Yi-Chen very curious about how terrifying the 7 sacred beasts were at their peak. Although Xiao Jin had now become his pet, there were still 6 other sacred beasts in this world. According to Xiao Jin, if he encountered the other sacred beasts, would he have no choice but to flee? This gave Yi-Chen a sense of crisis. But soon, he couldn't help but chuckle. As a newcomer who hadn't even undergone the 3rd transition, it seemed a bit alarmist to think about these things. Recalling this somewhat ridiculous thought, Yi-Chen looked ahead and quickly sped off. 2 hours later, he arrived at Giant Rock City. This was a town controlled by the Xiao family, and nearby was a large level 90 secret realm, which had yet to be conquered by anyone. The Xiao family had never given up on this secret realm. Therefore, a long time ago, the Xiao family relocated the Dragon Abyss Legion's base in the 702 Novice area to here. This was also Yi-Chen's main objective for this trip. Previously, whether in Weihai City or Zhenhai City, Yi-Chen was merely passing through. Killing those members of the Cloud Sea Legion was just a side task. After all, there was no room for reconciliation between him and the Bai family, so he had no qualms about killing. However, the number of Bai family members in the novice area seemed too few in Yi-Chen's eyes. Searching through each city one by one felt like a waste of time. Moreover, with these people dying, he believed the Bai family must have already received the news. Even if he actively sought trouble with the Bai family next, unless a high-level expert descended, the Bai family members in the novice area would likely hide away. Given this, Yi-Chen was too lazy to waste more time on the Bai family and instead focused all his attention on the Xiao family's Dragon Abyss Legion. 2 chapters combined into one. Outside Giant Rock City, Yi-Chen stood atop a large tree in a dense forest, gazing at the high walls built of stone ahead. This was the headquarters of the Xiao family's Dragon Abyss Legion in the 702 Novice area. At this moment, outside the city, every 3 steps there was a guard, and every 5 steps a post, all members of the Dragon Abyss Legion, numbering at least 200. This was just the patrol. Outside the city, he could only imagine the situation inside, which would likely be even more. In the novice area, level 90 represented the pinnacle of combat power, and it was said that there were as many as 3,000 such fighters in the Longyan group. Excluding the 1,000 who had been slain by Yi-Chen on the Exile Road, it meant that the Dragon Abyss Legion still had at least 2,000 top-tier fighters at level 90. This force was enough to sweep through any town in the novice area. If others saw such a situation, they would probably choose to retreat. But having benefited from the members of the Cloud Sea Legion, Yi-Chen was even more excited at this moment. The more people there were on the other side, the better. It would save him from running around. Just thinking about the dense experience points inside made Yi-Chen smile. I wonder if the experience here is enough to get me to level 90. At that moment, little Jean fluttered its small wings floating beside Yi-Chen and said impatiently, "Good person, let's hurry up and kill. I feel so awkward in this weak state." Clearly, after the previous battles, little Jean, who had rapidly leveled up, was now somewhat addicted. However, hearing a cute pet say something like kill always gave Yi-Chen a sense of incongruity. But he didn't think too much about it and smiled slightly. "Let's go. I'll take you to level up." "Okay. But good person, can I go first this time?" You want to go?" Yi-Chen looked at little Jean, which had gained some weight. With suspicion, but thinking of its abnormal attributes, he didn't dwell on it. "Alright. You've eaten so much of my experience, it's time for you to put in some effort." Upon hearing this, little Jean cheered and didn't wait for Yi-Chen, its plump golden body suddenly disappearing. The next moment, it had already appeared outside the city gate of Giant Rock City. Just in time, it encountered a patrol team from the Dragon Abyss Legion. Seeing this scene, Yi-Chen couldn't help but laugh. This guy was really impatient, not even waiting for him. After thinking for a moment, Yi-Chen decided not to rush forward, letting him see how little Jin's combat power was. At this moment, the patrol team of Dragon Abyss members was startled to see little Jin suddenly appear, and they all went on high alert. However, when little Jin's appearance was fully revealed to their sight, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Ha! What is this? Where did this monster come from? Wait! Look at this monster, doesn't it look like a dragon?" Well, I have to say, it does look a bit like the legendary dragon, but in these 3 years, I've never seen such a monster. It looks a bit lost. Should we try to catch it? Maybe the captain will reward us if he's pleased. At that moment, one
of the Long Yuan team members stepped forward with a grin and said, "That's a good point. This guy looks a bit dumb and is round. As a ball, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Let me handle it." The others, seeing this, remained silent and just watched the show. However, just as that person was about to approach Little Gold, it suddenly opened its mouth and angrily said, "Despicable lowly creatures, daring to call me fat and stupid, you seek death. Ha! This monster can talk?" The member was taken aback. Just then, Little Gold unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. Caught off guard, the Long Yuan member was instantly melted into sludge. This sudden and terrifying scene left the others stunned. Not good. Gangzi is dead, this monster is dangerous, let's attack together. As soon as the words were spoken, the small team of Long Yuan members sprang into action. Unfortunately, these people's strength was completely insignificant in front of Little Gold. Little Gold opened its mouth again and released another breath of fire. The dragon breath instantly enveloped the team of Long Yuan members, and Yi Chen, who was watching from a distance, didn't even hear their cries for help before they too turned to sludge. Throughout this entire process, it was strangely quiet, and since Little Gold was positioned perfectly to avoid the sight of others, the remaining Long Yuan members inside and outside the city did not notice anything unusual. Instead, after seeing these people die, Little Gold proudly raised its head and disdainfully said, "Humans are too weak." After saying this, Little Gold flapped its small wings and flew towards the nearest Long Yuan team. Soon, the Long Yuan teams outside the city began to disappear one by one under Little Gold's powerful dragon breath. However, this was Xiao's territory, and the members of the Long Yuan army were battle-hardened and well-trained. In less than a moment, a sudden uproar erupted in the city, followed by the ringing of alarm bells. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All 10 teams outside the city have perished, danger level red. Amidst the chaos, Yi Chen saw the previously closed city gates suddenly swing open. Then, a dense mass of figures rushed out from inside. It must be said that Zhao's Long Yuan army was indeed an elite force. Even in a moment of panic, they maintained a fairly orderly formation. Soon, Yi Chen saw about 500 members of the Long Yuan army emerge from the city. But when they saw Little Gold, they all seemed momentarily stunned. At this point, seeing people come out, Yi Chen had no intention of dragging things out any longer. He was less than 300 yards from the city gate, right within the attack range of his skills. So, taking advantage of the fact that those people had not yet reacted, Yi Chen instantly raised his hand. Hundreds of fireballs suddenly coalesced. Then, before the group could realize what was happening, the fireballs rained down like a torrential downpour. At the same time, he instructed Little Gold to retreat through their contract. Although Little Gold was tough and resilient now, Yi Chen knew the power of his fireball technique. He was genuinely afraid of accidentally hurting this little guy. If he accidentally killed it, he wouldn't even have time to cry. Meanwhile, upon seeing the massive fireballs, the Long Yuan members' faces changed dramatically. Some of them screamed in terror. Fireball technique. It's Night Shadow. Retreat. Clearly, the Long Yuan army had done some research on Yi Chen. But it was only research. Faced with Yi Chen's terrifying fireballs, they had no chance of defense whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, the fireballs fell, turning into a sea of flames. One by one, the Long Yuan members fell without even letting out a cry of pain. At that moment, Yi Chen's experience bar skyrocketed. Watching this scene, Yi Chen felt elated. At this moment, Xiao Jin had already flashed and reappeared in front of Yi Chen. It shook its big head and said with a bored expression, "Humans are indeed a weak species, not fun at all. Can't you bring someone stronger?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately retorted, "Stop bragging. If a real powerhouse comes, be careful not to have your dragon skin stripped off." However, just as Yi Chen finished speaking, several terrifying auras suddenly flew swiftly from the giant rock city. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Yi Chen's hair stood on end, and his expression changed. "You jinx, hurry up and leave." Yi Chen shouted at Xiao Jin and was about to activate the Phantom Void to leave. But at that moment, a deep voice rang out. "Seal the heavens and banish the demons, form the array." In the next instant, Yi Chen noticed that the icon for Phantom Void had turned gray. His expression changed in an instant. At this time, a piercing, cold laugh came. "Humph. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Night Shadow." As the voice came, Yi Chen saw a dozen figures suddenly appear above him, surrounding him completely. Before Yi Chen could see the faces of the newcomers, one of them shouted loudly, "Everyone, attack together, kill this kid." Immediately, Yi Chen sensed a dozen violent energies surging. However, at that moment, another voice suddenly rang out. "Wait. Don't rush." After this voice emerged, the violent energy in the air clearly paused. Yi Chen looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw a familiar figure. Zhao Changlin? He had seen this person on the Exile road and knew a bit about him. Third brother, what do you mean? The cost of our descent is not small. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can go back and save some dimensional separation stones. At this moment, Zhao Changlin stepped in front of Yi Chen and chuckled, don't be anxious. Compared to the cost of those dimensional separation stones, this kid in front of us has quite a few secrets. He killed so many of my Long Yuan people, I need to make up for it. A middle-aged man in armor nearby showed impatience in his eyes upon hearing this, but after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, I'll give you 10 minutes. If this kid refuses to cooperate, then eliminate him. Zhao Changlin nodded and then looked back at Yi Chen. I suppose this is our first real meeting, right? Hearing Zhao Changlin's words, Yi Chen casually replied, to be honest, I'm not very keen on meeting people from the Xiao family. Seeing Yi Chen still looking around, Zhao Changlin's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Don't waste your effort. This seal the heavens and banish the demons array was obtained by my Xiao family. From a forbidden area. Even a 9-turn powerhouse can't escape once they enter, let alone you, a newcomer. The middle-aged man who had spoken to Zhao Changlin earlier also sneered at this moment. Humph. Kid, you should feel honored. For my Xiao family to bring out this array scroll, you should be proud. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen finally understood. However, he didn't expect the Xiao family to be so willing to spend resources just to capture him, and couldn't help but say, there's really no need to go this far, it's a bit wasteful. Zhao Changlin glanced at Yi Chen and then spoke, don't rush. Besides the seal the heavens and banish the demons array, my Xiao family has sent down a total of 13 8-turn professionals to deal with you this time. You should understand how much that costs. Before Yi Chen could respond, Zhao Changlin suddenly sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. If you had agreed to join my Xiao family earlier, all these costs would have become your resources. It's a pity you didn't cherish it. At this moment, Yi Chen, having calmed down after the earlier panic, couldn't help but tease, join your Xiao family and become a high-level lackey without freedom? Zhao Changlin did not get angry, shaking his head as he said, being proud and arrogant is one thing, but being conceited is another. How many people want to become a part of the Xiao family, yet they cannot? Do you think they are all fools? To gain something, you must give something in return. This is an equivalent exchange and also a law of survival. Do you think my Xiao family is a bunch of fools, throwing resources at you without signing a contract? My Xiao family sees you as a talent and wants to recruit you, yet you not only killed my Xiao family members but also publicly executed over 1,000 members of the Long Yuan. You have committed such a heinous crime. Do you know how the Alliance's laws dictate your punishment? Yi Chen smiled. How to deal with it is still up to your Xiao family. Zhao Changlin laughed heartily. It seems you're not that foolish after all. Since you know this, I'll give you a chance now. What chance? Yi Chen asked curiously. Sign a contract with my Xiao family and tell me your secret, and I can guarantee your survival, Zhao Changlin said quickly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly realized that this guy still hadn't given up on him after all this time. However, he had already rejected the Xiao family before, and now that he had killed so many of their people, how could he possibly agree to their recruitment? Thinking of this, Yi Chen smiled. What if I say no? Zhao Changlin's expression turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, whether you agree or not is no longer up to you. I'll give you 5 minutes, if you don't agree by then, you will only have death to face. After saying this, Zhao Changlin fell silent. He believed that no one was unafraid of death, especially those with greater talent and potential. They hadn't truly shown their ambitions yet, and dying like this would surely leave them unsatisfied. He had seen countless such people over the decades. In the end, those originally proud geniuses would bow their heads in the face of death. Just thinking about learning the secret of Yi Chen's rapid growth soon made Zhao Changlin's expression reveal a hint of pride. This subtle expression was caught by Yi Chen, who couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. I think, actually, there's no need to waste time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin's smugness became even harder to suppress, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Oh? You figured it out so quickly? Faster than I imagined. Indeed, no one is unafraid of death. Since you figured it out, come over and sign the contract. Watching Zhao Changlin pull out a contract scroll, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle, then his expression turned indifferent as he said word by word, old man, you've misunderstood. Unless your Xiao family is completely wiped out, I won't agree. Impudent. Arrogant. Shouts of anger echoed in the air. Zhao Changlin's face turned ashen, his gaze coldly fixed on Yi Chen. All right. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. If that's the case, then go die. Make your move. With Zhao Changlin's furious shout, the energy that had previously dissipated in the sky surged once more. More than a dozen 8th-turn powerhouses simultaneously unleashed their skills, a spectacle not seen in the novice area for a century. At this moment, all members of the Long Yuan Legion in Giant Rock City rushed outside, holding their breath as they watched this terrifying scene, not daring to make a sound.
At the same time, excitement shone in their eyes. The demon who had harmed their comrades was finally going to be punished. This stirred a wave of pleasure within them. However, at the center of the storm, Yi Chen looked at the terrifying energy roaring above his head with an expression that remained calm, even as Zhao Shanglin could see a hint of mockery in Yi Chen's eyes. Boom! 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 The 13 8th-turn professionals of the Xiao family, including Zhao Shanglin, unleashed their skills simultaneously. The sheer momentum was enough to destroy heaven and earth. At least in the novice area, no one could withstand a casual strike from an 8th transformation powerhouse, let alone the fact that there were 13 such strong individuals. 8th transformation powerhouse's attribute points alone were enough to crush any level 90 professional wearing equipment. Even a single piece of equipment above level 200 could enhance combat power to a level that level 90 professionals could only dream of. Therefore, upon witnessing such a breathtaking scene, the members of Long Yuan behind and the professionals in Juyin City all displayed expressions of shock. As for Yi Ying, he was undoubtedly a powerful presence among newcomers, that was beyond doubt. But no matter how strong he was still just a level 90 newcomer. How could he possibly be a match for top-tier powerhouses? In their eyes, Yi Ying was doomed to die. They even felt that the Zhao family was making a mountain out of a molehill. Mobilizing so many strong individuals for a newcomer was simply a waste of money. This was a unanimous thought in everyone's mind. At that moment, the overwhelming terrifying energy poured down. Trapped in the ceiling heaven and forbidden magic array, Yi Chen seemed to have given up resistance. Zhao Changlin watched, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps some might think they were overreacting, but they wanted the world to know that opposing the Xiao family left no room for luck. The Xiao family would use the most ruthless means to bring despair to their enemies. It was just a pity that Yi Chen was indeed a tough nut to crack, refusing to reveal his powerful secrets even at the cost of his life. The secret behind how an ordinary person with F-grade talent could reach such heights in such a short time must be astonishing. If the Xiao family could possess it, then in the future, there would be no 8 great families in the alliance, only their Xiao family remaining. This was also the reason why Zhao Changlin was about to give Yi Chen one last chance. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Yi Chen more time, but he knew that other families would definitely send people to observe the situation in secret. This was also why Zhao Changlin, seeing Yi Chen refuse, acted without hesitation to eliminate him. Once time dragged on, and when the others arrived, it would lead to unnecessary contention. What if Yi Chen suddenly went mad and sought refuge with another family to deal with the Zhao family? Wouldn't that be losing both the lady and the soldiers? Zhao Changlin would rather no one get Yi Chen than leave this disaster behind. Recalling his thoughts, Zhao Changlin looked at Yi Chen, who was completely engulfed by energy, and sighed lightly. It's over. Third brother, I told you not to harbor any illusions. This kind of guy, unaware of the heavens and earth, thinks he's invincible just because he has some ability. How could he easily surrender? Zhao Changlin nodded. Alright, since the matter is settled, let's prepare to go back. For this ambush, we 13 have already used around 100 dimension disintegration stones, which adds up to over 600 million eternal life coins. In fact, the Xiao family had invested far more than this to completely eliminate Yi Chen. After all, during this time, the mobilization of so many personnel was also a significant expense. Among them, to prevent Yi Chen from escaping, the sealing heaven and forbidden magic array scroll that the Zhao family produced was invaluable. In the Xiao family's view, with this array, they could potentially sacrifice a 9th transformation professional at a critical moment. The value of a 9th transformation professional could no longer be measured simply in monetary terms. Therefore, although Yi Ying was dead, Zhao Changlin and the others felt no joy. Wait! He's still alive. Just as Zhao Changlin was about to team up with the others to retrieve the sealing heaven and forbidden magic array, he suddenly heard this and abruptly halted, his eyes widening as he looked towards the arena. Upon seeing this, Zhao Changlin's pupils shook violently, and he even exclaimed, "How is that possible?" At this moment, as a large amount of energy dissipated, the situation in the arena gradually became clear. Yi Chen's figure also appeared in everyone's sight. Looking at Yi Chen, whose clothes were intact and seemingly unharmed, the 13 8th-turn powerhouses present all wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Compared to these 13 strong individuals, the crowd outside and inside the giant rock city had already erupted in chaos. This is impossible. How can he still be standing there perfectly fine? What on earth is going on? Isn't he a newcomer? Could it be that he has some special defensive skill? That can't be. The skills learned in the novice area are at most advanced skills, and a defense skill of that level could never withstand the combined force of 8th-turn powerhouses. This Night Shadow actually survived. He must have some earth-shattering secret. How great would it be to uncover that secret? No. Even if there is a secret, isn't it a bit too fantastical to withstand the combined might of these strong individuals?
At this moment, the originally calm expressions of the 13 powerhouses showed varying degrees of shock.
After all, they had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Zhao Changlin came back to his senses, suppressing the doubts in his heart, and fixed his gaze on Yi Chen, asking in a deep voice, "How could you possibly be unscathed?" Yi Chen looked at the group and couldn't help but grin. "Are you surprised? Isn't that stating the obvious?" Zhao Changlin cursed inwardly, yet his gaze remained locked on Yi Chen, as if trying to glean some clue from him. However, the outcome was destined to disappoint him. He could not figure out how Yi Chen had managed to withstand their combined attack. Nevertheless, Zhao Changlin reacted quickly, sending a glance. The other 12 received the signal simultaneously. Thus, another round of combined bombardment commenced. They still didn't believe that this Night Shadow could withstand it a second time. Unfortunately, after the second round of skills ended, Yi Chen still stood there unharmed. His expression remained as relaxed and carefree as ever. It was as if Zhao Changlin and the other skills were nothing more than decorative moves in Yi Chen's eyes. Is this the combat power of 8th turn powerhouses? It seems a bit weak and powerless. This remark directly darkened the faces of the 13 present, their internal energy surging. Without needing anyone to direct them, the 13 almost simultaneously launched another attack. But as expected, it still failed to inflict any damage on Yi Chen. However, unlike the previous attempts, this time 3 8th turn powerhouses did not use ranged skills. Instead, after the others launched their skills, they immediately dove towards Yi Chen. The combat experience of 8th turn powerhouses is naturally incredibly rich, and they quickly deduced that Yi Chen might have some special means to resist their skills. Since that was the case, they chose to engage in close combat. With the attributes of 8th turn professionals, the damage from a basic attack could never be withstood by a newcomer. But just when the three thought they were foolproof, they found they couldn't get close to Yi Chen. Within 10 meters of Yi Chen, it was as if an invisible barrier separated them. With their 8th turn power, they were unable to break through. This discovery caused their expressions to change drastically. What kind of ability is this? Yi Chen smiled slightly. No matter how strong these individuals were or how rich their experience, they would never guess that this was the unique barrier of the Red Moon's Eye. Relying on this barrier, he had achieved first place in the final trial of the Exile path without taking any damage, earning that growth-type mythic equipment. From the moment Zhao Changlin and the others set up the Heavenly Sealing and Demon Banning Array, Yi Chen had immediately activated this barrier upon discovering that the Void Mirage was disabled. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he was not blindly arrogant enough to think he could contend with an 8th turn professional with his current power, let alone against 13 of them. At this moment, watching the 13 people led by Zhao Changlin with expressions as if they had eaten something foul, Yi Chen felt a bit of satisfaction in his heart. He and the Xiao family were in a situation of mutual destruction. However, he did not expect the Xiao family to invest such a significant amount of resources to deal with him. Just now, Zhao Changlin himself mentioned that their arrival in the novice area had already cost around 600 million eternal coins. And this sealing heaven and banning magic formation must also be quite valuable. You Xiao family really are willing to spend, Yi Chen sighed, which only darkened their expressions further. There was no way around it. 13 8th turn powerhouses teaming up against a newcomer and finding themselves utterly helpless would surely damage the Xiao family's reputation if word got out. This was something they could not accept. At this moment, Zhao Changlin learned from the three in front that there was something resembling a barrier in front of Yi Chen. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he sneered coldly. "Humph. You must have used some special item, and such unreasonable items can only last for a short time. You're just bluffing. Unfortunately, our sealing heaven and banning magic formation can exist as long as we continuously input energy. I want to see how long your item can last. Once your item's effect disappears, it will be your death." Listening to Zhao Changlin's analysis, the others' eyes brightened, and the frustration in their hearts seemed to ease. One by one, they wore cold smiles again, looking at Yi Chen as if he were an ant. After hearing Zhao Changlin's words, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, the older ginger is spicier. Just as Zhao Changlin guessed, Yi Chen's stasis barrier lasts only 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes as well. So if he couldn't escape within those 30 minutes, death would be his only fate. If it had been earlier, facing such a situation, Yi Chen would have found it impossible to escape. Now he roughly understood the effect of this sealing heaven and banning magic formation, which was likely to completely seal off the space in a designated area, rendering even skills like Void Mirage, which could open dimensional voids, ineffective. One had to admit, the power of this scroll was indeed formidable. But with the extraordinary holy beast Xiao Jin as his pet, the sealing heaven and banning magic formation was nothing in his eyes. After all, this little guy had a built-in ability to break formations. In front of the golden dragon, the sealing heaven and banning magic formation was as if it didn't exist. The reason he couldn't escape the sealed area earlier was that Xiao Jin was outside. After casting the barrier, Yi Chen had sent him back to the red moon space, mainly out of concern for unexpected events. However, this also led Yi Chen to discover that once Xiao Jin returned to the red moon space, his void mirage was no longer in a state of being unusable. Through Xiao Jin's explanation, Yi Chen finally understood the reason. As long as Xiao Jin was in Yi Chen's red moon space, he could also share Xiao Jin's abilities. However, this ability would not be directly displayed on the panel. This discovery greatly surprised Yi Chen. After confirming that he had absolute confidence in escaping, Yi Chen was no longer anxious. After all, with the barrier in place, there was still nearly 30 minutes of safe time left. The Xiao family had invested so much to deal with him, it seemed unreasonable not to repay them. In some way, he would also feel a sense of unwillingness in his heart. In an instant, he had already formed a plan. At this moment, seeing that Yi Chen had not spoken, Zhao Changlin and the others assumed he was afraid. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Changlin spoke again. Ying, I will give you one last chance. If you are willing to hand over the secrets on you, I can represent the Zhao family to welcome your joining and ensure your safety. This is your last chance to save your life, so think it over carefully. Seeing Zhao Changlin still unwilling to give up and determined to extract the secrets from him, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. I hope you still have such thoughts later. What do you mean? Zhao Changlin frowned in confusion. However, before Yi Chen could answer, a sudden explosion of energy came from the direction of Giant Rock City, accompanied by piercing screams. Zhao Changlin and the others turned around sharply, their faces instantly turning cold. What's going on? What happened? At that moment, a Zhao family expert closest to Giant Rock City changed his expression drastically and exclaimed, "Someone is attacking the Longyuan members in Giant Rock City." Hearing this, Zhao Changlin was also taken aback, then angrily shouted, "Who is it? Which blind fool dares to cause trouble in our Zhao family's territory?" Another expert frowned and said, "What should we do? We're all trapped in the sealing heaven and banning magic array. Unless we dismantle the formation, we can't provide any support." Zhao Changlin also saw the Longyuan members continuously falling outside Giant Rock City. Compared to others, he was clearly more concerned about the Longyuan Legion, as these people were under his direct jurisdiction. However, if they dismantled the sealing heaven and banning magic array, this cunning Night Shadow would definitely escape at the first opportunity. Although they were 8th turn experts, they couldn't capture Night Shadow's strange escape skills. Elder Zhao, aren't you going to save them? As far as I know, these are all your hard work. Listening to Yi Chen's mockery, Elder Zhao suddenly reacted. Is it you? Yi Chen didn't deny it and straightforwardly admitted, who else could it be? Clone skill? Elder Zhao's pupils constricted. No, I didn't see you use it at all, and even if it were a clone, it shouldn't be able to break through the sealing heaven and banning magic array's blockade. You must have hidden the clone outside earlier? Yi Chen found it somewhat amusing. Elder Zhao really had a vivid imagination. In reality, he had just summoned the clone while letting them use the void illusion. This way, it could be done silently. Just as Yi Chen thought, as long as Xiao Jin was in the red moon space, the clone could also use the void illusion, so naturally, the sealing heaven and banning magic array would be ineffective against his clone. Yi Chen's purpose in doing this was, of course, to wipe out the Longyuan Legion in Giant Rock City. The Xiao family wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't be fair if they didn't pay a price. Time ticked by, with intermittent screams and explosions coming from Giant Rock City. At first, Yi Chen controlled the clone without using fireball technique, instead employing other skills, thinking to buy some time and kill more Zhao family members. However, since Zhao Changlin and the others were already aware, he simply stopped hiding and boldly used fireball technique to reap. Although fireball technique was the lowest level skill among all his skills and not the most numerous, it couldn't be compared to the effect and power of fireball technique after Yi Chen upgraded it 20 times. Using it was also very handy. Before long, as clusters of fireballs fell, a pile of corpses appeared on the ground. In just a few breaths, the members of the Longyuan Legion who had been watching the excitement outside the city fell silent one by one. Although Zhao Changlin did not witness the scene with his own eyes, he could roughly guess what was happening just from the commotion Yi Chen was causing. In an instant, his face darkened terrifyingly, his teeth grinding audibly. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt no fear. Instead, he added fuel to the fire. Elder Zhao, are you just going to watch your Longyuan Legion members die like this? Aren't you going to help? You really have a cold heart. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin almost choked on his breath. You are slaughtering my people, yet you say I have a cold heart? Zhao Changlin trembled with rage, but after a moment, he took a deep breath and suppressed the overwhelming anger within him. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Using your clones to stir up trouble, trying to make us remove this heavenly forbidden magic array so you can escape. You can give up on that idea.
Let me tell you, even if everyone in Giant Rock City dies today, you won't be able to leave. I want you to accompany my men to the grave." As he spoke, Zhao Changlin unleashed a skill towards Yi Chen. However, the skill dissipated in front of Yi Chen, which made Zhao Changlin grit his teeth in frustration. He kept guessing what special ability Yi Chen was using. Meanwhile, Yi Chen listened to Zhao Changlin's gritted teeth threats and angry probing, yet remained calm and composed. In fact, Yi Chen even smiled and said, as expected of someone from the Zhao family, "Your blood may be a bit cold, but your mind is still quite sharp. However, having the entire Giant Rock City accompany me to the grave isn't a loss." Zhao Changlin was seething with anger but chose not to speak further. In response, Yi Chen shrugged, indifferent. Soon, as the screams within Giant Rock City gradually diminished, Yi Chen glanced at his level, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Level 90. Finally back again. Moreover, thanks to Xiao Jin's golden dragon power, his attributes had significantly improved. His agility attribute was nearly 6,000 points, which was much higher than other agile professions of the same level. Agility not only provided him with movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed, but also greatly enhanced his reaction ability. The Eternal Life world isn't just a game, a professional's evasion, accuracy, and some operations rely on the professional's own reaction ability. Therefore, although the improvement in reaction ability might not seem significant on the surface, it resulted in a qualitative change in actual combat capability. Fortunately, his physique and health points were absurdly strong, allowing him to handle such reactions. Otherwise, it would be easy to find oneself in a situation where your reactions are sufficient, but your body can't keep up, which would weaken combat effectiveness. Time passed. Again, and under the fiery gazes of Zhao Changlin and others, the sounds within Giant Rock City had quieted down. Although Giant Rock City was also a town, due to the control of the Longyuan Legion, there weren't many passers-by. Naturally, aside from the combat members of the Longyuan Legion, there were only about 1,000 logistics personnel inside. Yi Chen certainly wouldn't go easy on these people, they could only blame themselves for working for the Xiao family. Since they enjoyed the privileges brought by the Xiao family, they must also bear the risks that came with it. That was only fair. The only thing Yi Chen regretted was that the corpses of these people couldn't be collected into the Red Moon space by his clones, wasting quite a bit of materials. However, with 13 8th-turn powerhouses eyeing him nearby, he couldn't afford to let his true self take action. If Zhao Changlin couldn't bear to lose his subordinates and decided to strike back, he could summon more clones, but if his true self was lost, that would be the end. After all, he had just gained a lifespan of over 10,000 years, he hadn't even lived through it yet, and dying like this would be such a waste. Zhao Changlin, all your men are dead. Don't you feel the slightest bit of pain? Hearing this, Zhao Changlin snorted coldly. Don't try to provoke me with words. Since they are all dead, isn't that just right? It only makes me more certain that you can't hold on much longer. Are you ready to die? Yi Chen chuckled, but what if that isn't a clone, but my true self? Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin's pupils constricted, and his expression changed slightly. At that moment, another strong figure beside him suddenly spoke up. Third brother, don't be fooled by him. He's just trying to trick you. The more he acts like this, the more it proves he can't hold on much longer. Zhao Changlin's expression suddenly returned to normal, and he sneered repeatedly, I will make you regret living in this world. Seeing this, Yi Chen said nonchalantly, then I'll wait and see. After saying that, he simply sat down on the ground, closed his eyes to rest, and no longer spoke to provoke Xiao Changlin. Zhao Changlin and the others, observing Yi Chen's actions, understood that he was likely on the verge of giving up. A cold glint emanated from their eyes. They had been toyed with by him for so long that not killing Yi Chen would hardly relieve their pent-up anger. However, facing their furious glares, Yi Chen felt nothing at all. It wasn't that his will was particularly strong, rather, at that moment, he had no feelings whatsoever. Because, as soon as his clone appeared and began slaughtering the members of the Longyuan Legion in Giant Rock City, Yi Chen had already taken advantage of Zhao Changlin and the others' momentary distraction to replace his main body with another clone. His true self had quietly slipped away from another direction using Void Mirage and Xiao Jin's array-breaking abilities. In other words, from that moment on, the Yi Chen they faced had already been unknowingly replaced by a clone. The reason Yi Chen kept provoking them with words was merely to buy some time. At this moment, on a vast plain far from Giant Rock City, Yi Chen's figure gradually became visible. However, he did not stop running, he just turned back to glance at the direction of Giant Rock City, a smile creeping onto his lips. Even if Zhao Changlin and the others noticed at this moment, they need not worry about catching up. Just then, Yi Chen unexpectedly saw a strange message pop up on his information panel. Ding! The restriction barrier absorbed the rules of the Sealing Heaven Forbidden Magic Array, resulting in a mutation. What is this, Ding? The restriction barrier has cracked the rules of the Sealing Heaven Forbidden Magic Array, resulting in a mutation.
What is this? Seeing this information, Yichen felt a bit confused, not understanding what it meant.
After thinking for a moment, he opened his skills to take a look.
Restriction Barrier Sealing Magic Function 1, designate a location, consume 5,000 mana points, set up a barrier that is immune to any damage, duration
60 minutes, cooldown 18 minutes.
Function 2, designate a location, consume 30,000 mana points, set up a sealing heaven forbidden magic space where all living beings within cannot leave, and all their spatial skills are silenced, duration
60 minutes, cooldown 18 minutes.
I forgot to add the cooldown for the equipment earlier, correcting that.
After reading the skill introduction for the restriction barrier, Yichen was stunned. What was going on? The restriction barrier had actually gained an additional function, the very sealing heaven forbidden magic array he had just encountered.
However, according to Zhao Changlin, the sealing heaven forbidden magic array was a one-time array that the Xiao family had painstakingly obtained from a forbidden area. The term forbidden area itself represented unknown dangers and crises. Even a ninth-turn professional could suffer dire consequences if they were careless. This illustrates the rarity of the sealing heaven forbidden magic array scroll. If it weren't for Yichen killing so many Xiao family members and seedlings from Yun province in front of everyone and then slaughtering over 1,000 members of the
Longyuan Legion, the Xiao family's prestige would have been utterly shattered.
The Xiao family would definitely not take out such a precious item. After all, Yichen could easily guess that this thing was definitely prepared by the Xiao family to deal with other top-tier powerhouses. Since ancient times, top-tier powerhouses not only possess combat power that is unattainable for others, but their means of survival and escape are also numerous.
Unless a top-tier 9-turn professional
voluntarily stays behind, it is basically very difficult for such top-tier powerhouses to be captured. This makes the value of scroll items like the Sealing Heaven and Banning Magic Array even higher.
Just think about it, if the opponent wants
to escape, you can trap them inside with a Sealing Heaven and Banning Magic Array, and then send out 2 or 3 powerhouses of similar strength from your side. The opponent would have no chance of survival. Yichen believed that such items must be plentiful among those top forces.
However, now he inexplicably possessed such an ability.
More importantly, while others had one-time items, he had turned it into a skill that could be used infinitely as long as he had enough magic
power.
Just thinking about this made Yichen extremely excited as he looked at the introduction of the sealing barrier. He never expected to gain such a fortune from a disaster.
Yichen couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect the sealing barrier to have such a function. It's a bit surprising. However, he was still somewhat puzzled as to why the skill description did not specify such a magical ability.
Just then, Xiao Jin's voice rang out.
What's so surprising about this?
I have plenty of abilities, you'll be surprised in the future.
Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Yichen was taken aback and then retorted, what does this have to do with you? Stop flattering yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin immediately became indignant
and started shouting in the red moon space.
I'm golden all over, why would I need to flatter myself? Humph. Good person, don't look down on others.
If it weren't for my ability to break formations, how could Red Moon Mama's sealing space
evolve? Yichen was somewhat surprised. What does this have to do with breaking formations?
Xiao Jin probably raised his head and chuckled. Of course it has something to do with it. My ability to break formations can crack all the seals, barriers, and formations in this world. And Red Moon Mama and our sacred beasts share the same origin. Just after I broke that Sealing Heaven and Banning Magic Array, the rules inside were naturally shared with Red Moon Mama's eyes.
Red Moon Mama's eyes are essentially a huge data treasury.
After obtaining the rules of the Sealing Heaven and Banning Magic Array, it naturally integrated them into the sealing barrier. Tell me, if it weren't for me, how could you possibly have
this ability? Watching Xiao Jin finish with a look that begged for praise, Yichen suddenly realized. He finally understood the principle behind it. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He had inadvertently accepted Xiao Jin as a
pet, thinking that this creature, which had consumed his level 90 experience, was a burden. He never expected that the benefits it brought him would be so numerous. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Xiao Jin's presence today, he would have had quite a bit of trouble facing Zhao Changlin's Sealing Heaven and Banning Magic Array. After all, the sealing barrier has a time limit, and without Xiao Jin's ability to break formations, he would probably have to hide in the Red Moon space
and waste time with Zhao Changlin after the sealing barrier ended.
Although that was also a method, if the opponent really decided to wait for him and drag things out, he would have no way to deal with it. Whether he could outlast them was one thing, just the title of the Newcomer King might slip through his fingers. Shaking his head, Yichen pulled back his thoughts. After a stroll around Giant Rock City, his level had now returned to level 90. So naturally, he needed to hurry back to Linhai Village to find Blacksmith Wang. Regarding what Xiao Jin mentioned, there is indeed a powerful presence within the altar that he has been concerned about for a long time. Meanwhile, as time passes, on the side of Giant Rock City,
The moment Yi Chen's barrier disappears, Zhao Changlin suddenly reveals a sinister smile. Attack!
in the next moment, 13 8th turn powerhouses simultaneously unleash their skills, overwhelming energy instantly engulfing Yi Chen.
Everyone's faces show a sense of relief.
However, the next moment, Zhao Changlin suddenly lets out an angry roar.
Night Shadow! I will kill you!
It turns out that he had just inquired around and discovered that none of the 13 people present
Had received any notification about killing Yi Chen. In an instant, everyone understood that what they had eliminated was merely a clone. They had been played by Yi Chen. No wonder Zhao Changlin was so furious. In the distance, at the moment
the clone was killed, Yi Chen was already aware of the situation. He didn't need to think to know that Zhao Changlin must be so angry that it hurt his liver. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure.
If the other party
knew that he had turned misfortune into fortune and gained the ability to control the heavenly ceiling and demon suppression array, who knows if Zhao Changlin would be so furious that he would die on the spot.
A failed scheme leads to a loss. However, Yi Chen clearly wasn't so bored as to go back and seek trouble.
He rushed towards the direction of Lin Hai village.
After about 20 minutes, suddenly,
ha ha ha! I never expected to encounter you here, it seems even the heavens can't
stand it.
As the voice came, a violent aura surged over. Soon after, he saw a figure rushing towards him from a distance. As the other party approached, Yi Chen immediately recognized his identity.
Bai Shanhe, the head of the Bai family? His appearance was unexpected for Yi Chen. Yi Chen, today Bai Shanhe, will definitely kill you.
Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, and as the other party got closer, he immediately activated his skill.
Ceiling Barrier Demon Suppression.
Bai Shanhe was extremely excited at this moment. Just recently, he had heard that Yi Chen appeared in Giant Rock City. He was worried that the Xiao family did not take Yi Chen seriously, so he recklessly used the dimensional displacement
stone to descend into the novice area.
In his view, if this cunning Yi Chen tried to escape, with his 8th turn combat power, he could still take him down. He just didn't expect that before he could reach Giant Rock City, he would encounter
the fleeing Yi Chen halfway.
This was simply heaven's help. At the same time, he cursed the Xiao family for being so useless that they couldn't even stop a newcomer. With such ability, how could they still claim to be one of the 8
great families of Blue Star? Upon seeing Yi Chen, the killing intent in Bai Shanhe's heart surged uncontrollably. The Bai family had finally produced an SSS-level talent, and if he were to die at Yi Chen's hands, how could Bai Shanhe accept it?
Therefore, without holding back, Bai Shanhe immediately increased his speed, aiming to crush Yi Chen with a single blow, not giving him any chance to breathe. He didn't care about the cost of that dimensional displacement stone, he only knew that if he couldn't kill Yi Chen, the anger in his heart would be hard to quell. Yi Chen must die today. However, just as he was about to unleash all his pent-up fury on Yi Chen, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Then, Bai Shanhe crashed directly into a transparent barrier. The loud, muffled sound caught Bai Shanhe off guard, causing him to let out a painful grunt.
What is this? Bai Shanhe's expression changed drastically, with his 8th turn
combat power, he couldn't even perceive such a bizarre situation here. At this moment, Yi Chen's figure appeared 10 meters in front of Bai Shanhe. However, he did not answer Bai Shanhe's question. Instead, he looked at Bai Shanhe trapped in the heavenly ceiling and demon suppression array he had just cast, smiling with satisfaction. He never expected that the formation he had just learned would come in handy so soon. He didn't know whether to say he was lucky or that Bai Shanhe was just unfortunate. Without the help of this heavenly forbidden demon array, Yi Chen would have been in quite a bit of trouble. As an 8-turn professional, Bai Shanhe was definitely not someone he could fight, although his attributes were decent.
High-level professionals had mechanisms that low-level ones did not.
The one who would suffer in a fight would only be himself, and more importantly, the Xiao family members were surely going crazy looking for him at that moment.
Yi Chen
had no time to waste with Bai Shanhe.
Master Bai, I won't play with you today. I will personally visit you another day, so clean yourself up and wait, huh?
After saying this, Yi Chen ignored the furious Bai Shanhe and quickly dashed away at
an incredible speed.
Seeing this, Bai Shanhe erupted in anger, but no matter how he tried to break the barrier in front of him, he could only watch helplessly as Yi Chen's figure disappeared from his sight, letting out a reluctant roar.
Yi Chen. Naturally, Yi Chen couldn't hear this roar.
At that moment, he was maintaining his high-speed movement while checking his skills.
Dealing with Bai Shanhe just now was his first time using the mutated barrier.
The effect was surprisingly good. At the same time, he discovered that after using the second function of the barrier, the heavenly forbidden demon, he could still use its first function, which was the original damage immunity barrier.
This discovery greatly delighted Yi Chen.
In this way, the forbidden barrier, demon ceiling was equivalent to 2 skills that did not share a cooldown.
Truly, the power of the Red Moon was so domineering. Satisfied, he pulled back his thoughts, and the rest of the journey was relatively uneventful for Yi Chen. When he rushed back to Linhai village, Zhao Chanlin and the others, along with Bai Shanha who had escaped from the heavily forbidden demon array, had already lost track of Yi Chen. This incident quickly spread. Is it true? That Night Shadow actually escaped from the hands of 13 8-turn powerhouses from the Xiao family? When did these 8-turn powerhouses become so weak? Shu, are you stupid? It's not that the 8-turn professionals are weak, but that Night Shadow is too abnormal. I heard that even with the rare formation scrolls used by the Xiao family, they couldn't keep Night Shadow. Not only that, but Night Shadow not only escaped but also slaughtered all the Lan Yuan Legion and other people in Giant Rock City right in front of the Xiao family's powerhouses. I've been there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 people. Hiss. Is Night Shadow that brutal? Killing so many people? Put. What's the big deal? The Xiao family was going to kill him anyway, how could he go easy on them? True, the Xiao family has been played like this by a newcomer, they must feel utterly humiliated. Humiliated is one thing, but the 13 8-turn powerhouses descending into the novice area cost nearly 700 million eternal coins. I heard the Xiao family head was extremely furious about this and started offering rewards for any information about Night Shadow. Unfortunately, even though it's a novice area, Night Shadow comes and goes without a trace, no one knows where he is. Do we even need to say? At this time, how could Night Shadow dare to show his face? That would be asking for death. He must be hiding. The Xiao family, seeing the various discussions in the chat channel, had faces ashen, utterly humiliated. As a result, the Xiao family went mad, sending all their manpower out. Yi Chen, as the instigator of all this, was also aware of it. However, he didn't care much. After a long journey, he finally returned to Linhai village once again. At this time, Linhai village was still as eerily quiet as before. Along the way, he noticed that the number of ocean demon frogs had increased quite a bit. However, Yi Chen did not take action against them, worried about alarming Blacksmith Wang. Yi Chen glanced around slightly and then made his way to the entrance of the underground passage with ease. It was still that familiar large door. No matter how Yi Chen had tried before, he couldn't break through this door. It wasn't until he met Xiao Jin that he suddenly realized. This door seemed ordinary, but it was reinforced by rules and brute force. Alone wouldn't open it. However, with Xiao Jin's ability to break formations, everything became quite simple. In fact, Xiao Jin's figure didn't even need to appear, Yi Chen merely placed his hand gently on the door. Then, this door, which had seemed impenetrable, was effortlessly pushed open. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. The formation-breaking ability of the Golden Dragon was indeed monstrous. Fortunately, he now possessed this ability as well. With that thought, a smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. And he leaped down. Just then, Wang Blacksmith, who had been sitting deep within the altar, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone actually broke the formation and intruded? How is that possible? Who is it? According to Xiao Jin, the underground altar created by Wang Blacksmith was actually a furnace made using fragments of a broken divine artifact, intended for refining the Ring of Resentful Souls. After decades of repeated tempering and feeding on professionals, the entire underground altar was filled with incredibly powerful resentment. The modified deep-sea lizard warriors that Yi Chen had dealt with earlier, as well as the oceanic magic frogs in Linhai village, were originally monsters that invaded Linhai village. However, after being killed by Wang Tai, their corpses became vessels of resentment and were resurrected. Yi Chen finally understood why these oceanic monsters had such exaggerated attributes. As for Qi Fei and Wei, they were humanoid monsters created by Wang Blacksmith after he accidentally collected fragments of water element essence from these oceanic monsters, combined with resentment. In reality, these people had long been dead, it was just that the pure energy of the water element essence, fused with resentment, allowed them to retain their memories from when they were alive. All of this was told to Yi Chen by Xiao Jin. Because Linhai village was very close to Xiao Jin's territory, this fellow, apart from sleeping, had nothing to do, so he would occasionally wander around using his divine sense. Over time, he became well aware of everything happening in Linhai village. However, since his duty was to guard the dense forest and human affairs had nothing to do with him, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. After learning the whole truth, Yi Chen recalled Wei Wei's diary. He felt quite emotional. These people were originally just ordinary professionals, but like him, they had encountered misfortune and received an impossible promotion task, resulting in such a fate. Yi Chen felt admiration and sympathy for them. However, more than that, he felt a sense of warning. They were not the only ones who received the same task, he did too. Nevertheless, Yi Chen believed that he would never end up like them. Whether he succeeded or failed depended on now. Having been here once, Yi Chen was somewhat familiar with the place. He quickly arrived outside the altar's door. With Xiao Jin's formation breaking ability, this door couldn't stop him at all. After pushing it open, Yi Chen cast 3 shields around himself, and the death domain activated simultaneously. Then, he activated his speed and charged straight in. It's you! You dared to come back? Seeking death. As soon as Yi Chen stepped into the altar, Wang Blacksmith's voice echoed. Along with it came the terrifying light spheres that Yi Chen had already experienced. Having been on guard, Yi Chen dodged immediately. Following that, countless fireballs indiscriminately bombarded Wang Blacksmith. Kid! It's this move again, isn't the last lesson enough? This kind of skill is useless against me. With that, Wang Blacksmith raised his massive hammer and spun it wildly. Yi Chen's fireball was absorbed into him once again. He was not surprised by this and paid it no mind. At this moment, he was quickly following Xiao Jin's instructions, flying to a corner beneath the altar where there was an inconspicuous black stone. If one did not look closely, it was impossible to discern any special features. Just then, Xiao Jin's voice rang out. That's right, there's one here. Destroy it. Without hesitation, Yi Chen unleashed his skills in quick succession. Boom! The black stone shattered in response. The entire altar suddenly shook violently. Immediately, a chilling gust of wind surged from beneath the black stone, causing the temperature in the altar to plummet. From the moment Yi Chen entered and cast the fireball spell to the moment he destroyed the stone, no more than 3 seconds had passed. As a result, Wang Tiexin had no time to react. It was only after hearing the stone shatter that his expression changed drastically. You're seeking death. In a panic, Wang Tiexin swung his hammer at Yi Chen, a violent force rushing forth in an instant. However, this time, Yi Chen had entered with his main body. His combat power was naturally incomparable to that of a clone. Thus, despite Wang Tiexin's bizarre skill being terrifying under the altar's enhancement, Yi Chen easily dodged it. If you have the guts, don't dodge. However, when Wang Tiexin turned to look for Yi Chen, his pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing, and he quickly shouted, "Stop!" Unfortunately, Yi Chen paid him no heed. After dodging Wang Tiexin's skill, he followed Xiao Jin's instructions and found another black stone on the other side. He destroyed it in the same manner, and the surrounding cold wind intensified. Even with Yi Chen's current attributes, he could feel a chill. Seeing Yi Chen continuously destroy 2 black stones, Wang Tiexin's eyes widened in fury, his heart nearly bursting. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? If this continues, both you and I will die here. Yi Chen, witnessing Wang Tiexin's reaction, smiled even more. There's one last stone, it's beneath the altar, where the grievous soul ring is located. I can sense that this grievous soul ring seems to be close to being refined. It must be stopped quickly, or I fear you'll be in trouble. However, I sense that there should be a presence inside that is stronger than this Amarian in front of us, so be careful. Listening to Xiao Jin's advice, Yi Chen nodded. He did not rush to the depths of the altar right away. According to Xiao Jin, as long as the 2 focal points were destroyed, which were the 2 black stones just now, the altar's amplification power would lose its effect. This meant that Wang Tiexin's combat power would also decrease. There was still an unknown entity hidden deep within the altar, and to avoid complications, Yi Chen decided to deal with Wang Tiexin first. To be honest, Wang Tiexin's abilities were strange and varied. If he wasn't dealt with first, Yi Chen was genuinely afraid that the unknown entity would team up with Wang Tiexin, putting him in a very passive position. Although he was unclear why that entity had been hiding, didn't this provide him with the perfect opportunity to deal with Wang Tiexin? With this thought in mind, Yi Chen suddenly turned and began to unleash various skills at Wang Tiexin. After all, he was only at the second transfer, and his skills were limited, so his fighting style was straightforward and brutal, just a relentless barrage. At this moment, Wang Tiexin, seeing the skills Yi Chen continuously threw out, finally showed a change in expression for the first time. Just as Xiao Jin had said, after the 2 focal points were destroyed, Wang Tiexin's combat power plummeted drastically. Once arrogantly confident, he now faced Yi Chen's relentless bombardment without using his hammer to counter. Instead, he chose to flee at the first opportunity. What Yi Chen did not expect was that despite Wang Tiexin's robust physique, he was not slow at all. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's speed was even faster than his, and in an instant, the entire altar was covered with various elemental energies. The life points of the blacksmith began to plummet rapidly. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. He had originally thought it would be a fierce battle, but the outcome was even easier than he had imagined. At this rate, within 30 seconds, the blacksmith would surely die. However, just as Yi Chen was waiting for the blacksmith's death with a relaxed expression, a surge of bloodthirsty and frenzied black energy suddenly erupted from deep within the altar. In an instant, Yi Chen felt that the skills he had unleashed seemed to be somewhat stagnant. Just as Yi Chen was in shock, the blacksmith suddenly let out a piercing scream. No! You can't do this to me! I've devoted myself to you for decades, you can't kill me!
This sudden turn of events caught Yi Chen off guard. He saw that the frenzied black energy instantly enveloped the blacksmith, leaving him with almost no room for resistance. In the blink of an eye, the blacksmith's robust body visibly shrank rapidly. Soon, he was reduced to nothing but skin and bones. His vital blood then flowed from his body into the black energy. Within the originally pitch-black energy, a strange red color began to appear. The blacksmith looked at this scene, both shocked and furious. He had spent years crafting this altar and was well aware of everything here. No one understood the power of this black energy better than him. Once ensnared by it, his flesh and blood would be rapidly drained, and even his soul would be eternally trapped within, constantly scorched by flames, unable to reincarnate. Realizing this, the blacksmith, in immense pain, exerted his last ounce of strength, struggling and shouting in anger, "Bastard, how could you possibly forge this ring without me? You're actually abandoning me now? Damn it! Stop it now! Are you crazy, old man? Ah! No, considering how I've helped you all these years, I beg you, stop." At this moment, the blacksmith's face was twisted, blood pouring out from his body, looking extremely bizarre. However, the frenzied black energy paid no heed to the blacksmith's cries, like a bloodthirsty and indifferent venomous snake, directly pulling the blacksmith into the center of the altar. Yi Chen could feel that this black energy was filled with a large amount of unsettling resentment. It was clear that this was the energy of the soul resentment ring, and the one who could control this power should be the mysterious existence that Xiao Jin had mentioned before. However, Yi Chen did not understand why this mysterious person wanted to kill the blacksmith. Weren't they on the same side? This doubt did not linger in Yi Chen's mind for long. As the altar echoed with the blacksmith's terrified and furious screams, in an instant, the entire altar erupted with a strong, eerie green light. Accompanying it was a sharp and strange sound. Ha ha ha! It worked, it finally worked! My decades of effort were not in vain, this moment has finally brought me a reward. This sudden piercing voice made Yi Chen's heart feel extremely alert. Not good, good man, the soul resentment ring has been forged, and I can feel the power inside it continuously rising. If we don't quickly destroy the last formation once it refines all the resentments within, it will surely be troublesome for you. Yi Chen's expression tightened slightly. Even Xiao Jin said there would be trouble, which was enough to prove the power of the soul resentment ring. But it was only trouble, not that there was no chance at all. No matter what, Yi Chen could not easily give up. With this in mind, Yi Chen activated his speed and then leaped into the center of the altar, braving the decaying energy surrounding him. There lay the last formation of the altar. As long as he destroyed it, he could completely obliterate the altar. Soon, Yi Chen reached the high platform of the altar, enduring the surrounding frenzied energy. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he heard an extremely indifferent voice. "Human, don't harbor delusions. The energy at the center of this altar is not something a mere human like you can withstand. If I were you, I would run away quickly while I haven't completed this last step. That would be the wisest course of action. Otherwise, the surrounding energy will tear you to shreds." Listening to the warning from this voice, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Just as the voice had said, he also noticed that his health points were beginning to drain at an interval of 5 seconds. -277, -277, -277. Yi Chen's heart stirred, so that was it. The altar was filled with black energy, which devoured all life around it. Humph. Overestimating yourself, it seems. I won't even need to lift a finger. Well then, let your power become the last nourishment for my artifact. It looks so delicious, I believe it will satisfy my artifact. Hearing the arrogant words of the mysterious person, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. This devouring energy was indeed a bit terrifying. If a normal professional were to come here, they would probably be drained dry in an instant. But the other party clearly couldn't know his situation. This black energy was, after all, just the damage from dark elements. However, although Yi Chen's dark element resistance was not the highest among all elemental resistances, it was still a solid 47,532 points. Coupled with 3 shields and the mitigation from the death domain, this amount of health loss was naturally not a significant issue for Yi Chen, who had 400,000 health points. After a while, the mysterious person also seemed to realize that something was off and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "How is this possible? How can you still be standing?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly, not responding, but instead walked toward the center. However, he soon noticed something was wrong. As he got closer to the center of the altar, his health points began to drain even faster. When he was about to reach the center, the rate of health loss changed from dropping 277 points every 5 seconds to dropping 277 points every 2 seconds. Seeing this, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. "Don't come any closer, or you will die a terrible death." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's heart was like a clear mirror. It sounded like the mysterious person was threatening him, but the more it seemed so, the more Yi Chen understood that the mysterious person was worried. This made Yi Chen even more certain that the other party was clearly afraid of him. With this thought, Yi Chen dared not delay any longer, braving the damage values that kept popping up above his head. He quickly made his way to the center of the altar. There was a huge pit here, but it was completely enveloped by a thick black energy. Yi Chen tried to cast a fireball. The fireball disintegrated the moment it came into contact with the black energy. Yi Chen frowned slightly. According to Xiao Jin's instructions, the formation I was right below the deep pit. But now, blocked by this black energy, he couldn't see the situation below at all. Just as Yi Chen was pondering how to break the current deadlock, a chilling, hoarse voice suddenly came from the bottom of the pit. Human, since you are so stubborn, once I finish refining all the resentment here, it will be your death. Listening to this hollow threat, Yi Chen immediately made a decision. He then leaped into the huge pit. In the blink of an eye, he was completely enveloped by the black energy. The strong stench of decay made him feel dizzy for a moment. Fortunately, Yi Chen's resistance was extraordinary, and after a brief moment of dizziness, he managed to adapt. At this moment, as his feet touched the ground, Yi Chen's vision finally cleared. At the same time, he also saw the full picture of the deep pit. The pit was still filled with a large amount of black energy, continuously draining his health points. At this point, his rate of loss changed from once every 2 seconds to once every second. The damage doubled. Yi Chen glanced at his health points, estimating that he could hold on for a while longer, so he decided to ignore it. At the same time, a striking shade of eerie green light caught Yi Chen's attention. At that moment, in the deep pit, a ring, uniquely shaped and enveloped in green light, was quietly floating in mid-air. The surrounding black energy was continuously being absorbed by it at a specific speed. Is this the ring of the Wraith? However, before Yi Chen could take a closer look, a dim figure behind the ring firmly captured his gaze. Although he couldn't see the figure clearly, it didn't hinder the uncontrollable excitement swelling in Yi Chen's heart. This was because, above the dim figure's head, a line of information was prominently displayed. Village Chief of Linhai Village, Growro. It really is him. At that moment, Yi Chen's heart raced uncontrollably twice. An indescribable joy instantly filled his entire being. Now, his promotion task seemed promising. Meanwhile, the dim figure, seeing that Yi Chen had actually come here, spoke with a tone full of anger. Damn human! This is not a place you can tread upon. At this point, Yi Chen no longer remained silent. Instead, he chuckled lightly. You seem quite afraid of my presence here? Despite being separated by the black energy, Yi Chen still keenly sensed that after he spoke those words, the dim figure's movements became somewhat unnatural. But the next moment, Growro, the former village chief of Linhai, quickly calmed down and said coldly, Human, do not overestimate yourself. I admit you were somewhat beyond my expectations. Normal people cannot withstand the devouring power of this energy. However, even if you can come here, it doesn't mean anything. If it weren't for the fact that this is the final critical moment and I cannot act, otherwise, with your strength, how could you be my opponent? But even so, you cannot harm me. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen raised his hand and cast a fireball spell. However, just as Growro had said, the fireball was devoured by the surrounding energy as it flew into the air. Ha ha ha. Don't waste your efforts, there is a barrier I set up here. Even if you destroy all the altars outside, you cannot harm me in the slightest. Just wait obediently to become nourishment for my artifact. Listening to Growro's words, Yi Chen couldn't help but show a half-smile. A barrier, huh? Previously, this might have given Yi Chen quite a headache. But now. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin's voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. This is just a barrier similar to damage absorption, nothing extraordinary. Just walk straight through. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Yi Chen understood and immediately walked inside. Growro, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sneer, foolish. My barrier can not only block any attack but also isolate all living beings in. Wait, how are you? At this moment, Yi Chen had already passed through Growro's proud barrier, slowly walking up to him under Growro's shocked gaze. How could you so easily break my barrier? This is impossible. Yi Chen did not speak. At this moment, he finally saw the true face of the village chief of Linhai. However, what surprised Yi Chen was that the Growro before him was more like a skeleton, draped in human skin than a human. If it weren't for the expressions on his face, Yi Chen would have thought this guy was already dead. At this time, after a brief moment of surprise, Growro suddenly laughed wildly. I have to admit, you truly surprise me. You are the most unique person I have ever seen. I'm not afraid to tell you that right now, I am indeed not your match. All my energy has been poured into that ring, and you could easily erase me with just a wave of your hand. After a pause, Growro's tone suddenly shifted. But unfortunately, do you dare to kill me?
If you kill me, I fear you will never complete your third-tier promotion in this lifetime.
Listening to Grelro's words, Yi Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. This was also his greatest concern. Although he had not stated his purpose for coming here, over the years, the professionals who arrived here were almost all driven by this single goal. This had already been verified with Chi Fei and the others. So even if Yi Chen wanted to conceal it, it was impossible. At this moment, Yi Chen was somewhat troubled. His task for the third tier
promotion was to eliminate the oceanic monsters invading Linhai village.
He had already completed the preliminary task, and the task content had changed to finding the village chief of
Linhai village to submit the task. But the current problem was, how should he submit it?
Grelro, in front of him, was filled with hostility towards him.
If he took the initiative to speak, the other party would likely not agree. They might even use it to threaten him, dragging out the time.
But Yi Chen could not wait until the other party successfully refined that vengeful
spirit ring.
Previously, Wang the blacksmith's strange abilities had caused Yi Chen quite a bit of trouble. The strength of the village chief of Linhai village was even above that of Wang the
blacksmith.
Especially after witnessing how easily he had swallowed Wang the blacksmith. It was easy to imagine how terrifying his combat power would be once he refined the ring.
At that
time, whether he could survive in the hands of the other party was still an unknown,
let alone completing the task. It seemed that Grelro noticed Yi Chen's dilemma and laughed even more
wildly. Kid, just stay put. Perhaps once I finish refining the artifact and am in a good mood, I might help you complete your task.
This would be beneficial for both of us, how about it?
Yi Chen looked at Grelro in front of him, quickly pondering in his heart.
He certainly would not believe Grelro's clumsy lie. If things were unresolvable, he would have to choose to kill the other party.
After all, compared to completing the promotion task, staying alive was the most important thing. However, just as he was about to take action, Xiao Jin's voice suddenly
rang out.
Good person, you don't know that the tasks of you professionals are controlled by rules, and you can submit them without the other party's consent?
Ha!
Xiao Jin's sudden words left Yi Chen stunned.
What do you mean?
Xiao Jin looked at Yi Chen as if he were hopeless.
This is a rule set by the main god. Any interaction between you human professionals and the Maya people, once it occurs, both parties must execute it unconditionally. The Maya people cannot violate it.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt ecstatic. So there was such a saying, and thankfully Xiao Jin was here. Otherwise, he would have almost jeopardized his future. At this moment, Grelro was clearly still unaware of the situation, still shouting arrogantly, so, have
you thought it over? Yi Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this, I've thought it over.
Then, he took 2 steps forward, came before Grelro, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke.
Respected
Village Chief, I have cleared the invading oceanic magic frogs from Linhai village, and I am here to submit the task to you. Upon hearing this, Grelro's expression changed drastically. You? However, the next moment, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He tried to struggle, but it seemed that an irresistible will descended, causing his expression to stiffen, and he involuntarily blurted out, Respected adventurer, your courage and strength are truly astonishing. As the village chief of Linhai village, I thank you for your efforts. To show my gratitude, I will give you this ring, which symbolizes courage.
Ding!
Congratulations on completing the task of saving the fallen Linhai village.
Ding! Congratulations on completing the promotion.
Task, successfully advancing to the third transfer, gaining plus 20 constitution, plus 60 intelligence, ding. Now, for every level you gain, all attributes increase by 4 points, and you
gain 20 free attribute points.
Hearing this pleasant notification sound, Yi Chen felt an indescribable sense of relief wash over him, as the gloom that had been weighing on his heart for
so long was instantly cleared away. When he first received the third transfer promotion task, Yi Chen thought his career was doomed.
Fortunately, heaven does not disappoint those who are
earnest, and he truly found a glimmer of hope. Who would have thought that the NPCs that had been nearly wiped out by humans could still survive?
If it weren't for his earlier encounter with Remy, he might have given up on coming to this coastal village long ago. And then, none of the subsequent events would have happened. Naturally, he wouldn't have met Xiao Jin. Speaking of Xiao Jin, Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel, this little guy was truly his lucky star. Although it had absorbed a full 90 levels of his experience, the benefits it brought him were simply
immense.
Not to mention the thousands of years of lifespan, the power of the Golden Dragon, and Xiao Jin's ability to break formations, just these 2 points significantly enhanced Yi Chen. The former doubled his growth attributes. Normally, a third transfer professional gains 4 points in all attributes for each level, and 20 points in free attribute points. However, because Yi Chen had transitioned to the hidden profession of Fusion Mage, he gained an extra 1 point in agility, 2 points in intelligence, and 3 points in free attribute points for each level. Thus, with the power of the Golden Dragon, Yi-Chin could now gain +8 strength, +8 constitution, +10 agility, and +12 intelligence for each level.
In addition, the free attribute points skyrocketed to 40 points.
In total, Yi-Chin could gain 78 points at level 1. It's worth noting that a normal professional at the 7th transfer only gains a total of 72 points for each level,
while an 8th transfer professional gains 81 points. This is one of the main reasons why high-level professionals can completely crush low-level professionals. Attributes completely suppress.
Therefore, even without the assistance of a god-level talent, Yi-Chen's attribute points alone were enough to overpower other professionals of the same level.
Not to mention, the
power of the Golden Dragon also provided him with a 1% increase in physical and magical defense for each level, which meant that at his current level 90, his defenses nearly doubled.
However,
after reaching the 3rd transfer, no skill stones were given for promotion. To learn higher level skills, he could only go to the beginner area to purchase them or hunt specific monsters
in the beginner area to obtain them. Yi-Chen wasn't in a hurry about this.
Besides the transfer information, there was also a dense list of information. Most of it was useless, but there
was one crucial piece.
Please go to the beginner area within 48 hours after completing the 3rd transfer. Exceeding this time will result in a demotion penalty.
Yi-Chen wasn't particularly concerned about this information.
After all, with Xiao Jin, he could gain experience from killing, and through the experience tests provided by the Xiao and by families, it was proven that the experience he gained from killing far exceeded that from monsters by dozens of times.
So even if he were demoted to level 1, Yi-Chen wouldn't be worried at all. It would
just mean going back to the Xiao or by families to kill a few more people.
No. Impossible. How could this happen? How could this happen?
At that moment, the frenzied voice of Grelro
interrupted Yi-Chen's thoughts.
Coming back to his senses, Yi-Chen looked at Grelro, who appeared utterly dejected, and recalled that when he submitted the 3rd transfer promotion task, Grelro seemed to mention giving him a ring as a reward. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen's heart raced, and he couldn't help but glance back at the vengeful spirit ring quietly floating in midair.
Was the ring referring to it?
At this moment, Grello saw Yi-Chen's actions, and his eyes instantly turned crimson as he shouted angrily, "Bastard!
That's not something you can possess."
Hearing this, Yi-Chen replied with a smile, "So it really is that." Grello, upon hearing this, was so furious he nearly spat blood.
After decades of hard work and planning, he could never
have guessed that it would end like this. He was unwilling to accept that all his life's efforts had been made into a wedding dress for them.
Thus, Grello attempted one last
struggle, slowly saying, "That ring is infused with tens of thousands of vengeful souls, that power is not something a mere novice like you can control.
The resentment within will completely corrupt you, turning you into a bloodthirsty monster that cannot think."
Yi-Chen knew that Grello was trying to stop him from obtaining the ring.
However, Yi-Chen didn't care about that.
Resentment, after all, was merely damage from the elements of darkness and spirit. Unfortunately for Grello, Yi-Chen had strong resistances in both areas. His mental resistance was now at 36,495 points, not to mention his resistance to dark elements, which was already close to 50,000 points. With such high resistances, he didn't believe that the resentment in the soul ring
could affect him at all.
If it did, he could simply find more passive skill stones to enhance those resistances. As for whether this blood-soaked evil object would burden him, that was even
less likely. As long as it could enhance his strength, Yi-Chen didn't care how it was forged. After all, it was you, Grello and Wang the Blacksmith, who killed the people. What did it have to do with him?
Even if he took a step back, Yi-Chen had already killed quite a few people himself. Why would he care about such things?
With a slight smile, Yi-Chen stepped forward under Grello's furious and unwilling gaze and took the ring that was still floating in midair.
As he grasped the ring, a dark, evil aura enveloped him. Yi-Chen felt a chill wash over him, but beyond that, he felt nothing else. This proved that his resistances could completely withstand the negative effects of the soul ring. Seeing this, Yi-Chen smiled slightly and began to check the attributes of the soul ring. Soul ring, special item, traits. Wearing it increases all attributes by 50%. Special effect 1, upon successfully killing an intelligent life form, the ring will actively absorb the target's soul and transform it into a vengeful soul filled with resentment. Absorbing vengeful souls can enhance the trait. Special effect 2, when you receive fatal damage, you can substitute it with the vengeful soul stored in the ring. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Wearing level 90. Wearing requirements: dark resistance above 20,000, mental resistance above 20,000. Looking at the description of the soul ring, Yi-Chen was momentarily stunned.
Then he felt ecstatic. Unlike normal equipment, this ring had no basic attributes or effects.
Instead, it only had 1 trait and 2 special effects. However, this trait was quite impressive, directly increasing all attributes by 50%. Yi Chen immediately equipped it. As for the wearing requirements of the soul ring, they were no problem for him at all. In an instant, a tremendous power surged into his body. Yi Chen opened his panel to take a look. ID, Night Shadow level, 90 class, Fusion Mage free attribute points, 0 attributes. Strength 996, Constitution 3168, Agility 8964, Intelligence 16045, Health 413530/413530, Mana 164255/164255, Skills, Fireball, Mana Spring, Experience Surge. Expand abilities, Lava Blade, Smelting Furnace, Death Realm, Dark Rebirth, Storm Dash, Blessing of the Wind. Indeed, his four-dimensional attributes had skyrocketed by half. Agility was nearly 9,000 points, and intelligence had directly risen to 16,045 points. This meant that the soul ring had provided him with nearly 10,000 points in four-dimensional attributes all at once. Just this characteristic alone had completely outclassed all his equipment. It's worth noting that the combined attributes of his 5 mythic items, after so many purifications, didn't even match the soul rings. More importantly, the special effect of the soul ring could enhance its characteristics by killing sentient beings. It was simply too overpowered. Of course, what excited Yi Chen the most was the second effect of the soul ring. When receiving fatal damage, it could substitute the stored vengeful souls within the ring. And the cooldown time was only 1 hour. This meant that as long as the number of vengeful souls stored in the ring was sufficient, and he didn't suffer 2 fatal blows within an hour, Yi Chen could almost be considered immortal. Given Yi Chen's current capabilities, it didn't seem too difficult to last an hour. Thus, the enhancement of this ring's special effect on Yi Chen's life safety was undoubtedly enormous. For a moment, Yi Chen was in high spirits. He hadn't expected that he was originally troubled by the third transition promotion task. Now, not only had he completed the task smoothly, but he had also unexpectedly gained such a benefit. It was simply beyond his expectations. At this moment, Grello felt his aura become even more dispirited the moment Yi Chen put on the ring. However, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? You're only level 90, logically, you shouldn't be able to withstand the backlash of the soul ring. How could you still be unharmed?" According to Grello's original expectations, even if Yi Chen really wore the soul ring, he would soon be overwhelmed by the powerful resentment, causing his mind to explode and die. Even if he didn't die, at the very least, he would become a madman. In that case, he would still have a chance to reclaim the ring that belonged to him. Grello stared blankly at Yi Chen, whose expression was calm, feeling utterly perplexed. As for Yi Chen, upon hearing Grello's words, he became curious and asked, "I'm a bit puzzled, why did you use this ring as a task reward?" Hearing Yi Chen's question, Grello could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of rancid blood, instantly staining his chest red. "I was just asking, is it necessary to react so strongly?" Yi Chen said with a grin. Grello's forehead bulged with veins, looking at Yi Chen with a twisted expression, his voice hoarse as he said, "Don't get too pleased, this soul ring hasn't been fully refined yet. Even if it barely allows you to wear it, do you think that means you're in the clear?" "Oh? Then what do you think will happen?" Yi Chen casually asked. Unfortunately, Grello had no intention of answering Yi Chen. As for Yi Chen's initial question, Grello felt nothing but bitterness. If he had a choice, how could he make such a foolish decision? This ring was originally meant as a reward for professionals completing tasks. And before he used it for forging, its attributes were not particularly outstanding. The original Wraith ring should have been called the Courage ring. Just like what Grello uncontrollably said when Yi Chen completed the task earlier, it was meant to commend the courage of professionals. Its original effect was merely a 5% increase in all attributes, plus a feature that could resist 5,000 points of damage per hour. However, due to the catastrophe 80 years ago, the Maya people were nearly exterminated. The Order of the Eternal Life world underwent tremendous changes. As the village chief of Linhai Village, although he was the strongest in the village, how could he compete with those high-level human professionals? When the war broke out, he originally thought he would undoubtedly die. But as fate would have it, Linhai Village was surrounded by a large number of ocean monsters, and being in a remote location meant that human professionals initially did not pay attention to this inconspicuous little fishing village. By the time humans arrived here later, Linhai Village had long been invaded by ocean monsters, and the villagers had all perished. Only with the help of Blacksmith Wang did he manage to dig a tunnel here. Originally, the two wanted to avoid the war and survive. Unexpectedly, they inadvertently discovered this abandoned underground altar. Subsequently, he was fortunate to find a special forging method at the altar, which he then handed over to Blacksmith Wang. Forging was already Wang's old profession. Upon seeing it, he was immediately astonished.
Moreover, he estimated that if equipment were forged using this method, its power would definitely rival that of divine artifacts. The only problem was that this forging method was too evil. Once discovered, they might be hunted down. So Blacksmith Wang hesitated, but Grelro did not think so. Now that the Maya people were retreating step by step, their extermination was only a matter of time. Since that was the case, why not go all in? As long as they could forge this divine artifact, perhaps they could escape the pursuit of human professionals. With this thought in mind, under Grelro's constant persuasion, Blacksmith Wang eventually agreed. However, at that time, neither of them dared to leave the underground altar easily. After thinking for a long time, Grelro had no choice but to take out a pile of courage rings originally meant to reward human professionals and melt them into a block. After all, in his view, the Maya people and humans had already fallen out. He could no longer provide any help to humans, so there was naturally no need to worry about this reward. However, he never expected that decades later, he would encounter humans again. Compared to the chaos caused by Yichen in the 702 novice area, other novice areas appeared relatively quiet. Perhaps due to the leading disciples of various top forces, all newcomers this year were leveling up faster than in previous years. Currently, some newcomers with moderate strength had reached around level 60, and even the lagging majority had a minimum level of nearly 50. Such a situation was rare in previous years. However, compared to this, the vanguard group of newcomers had already reached level 80. Although these leading newcomers had their respective backing forces pouring resources without restraint, the result was still a 20-level gap compared to the middle group. It is important to note that the higher the level, the experience required for leveling up increases geometrically. This means that the later it gets, the longer it takes to level up. Even with abundant resources, this cannot be changed. But this speed was already enough to surpass any previous group of newcomers, even the genius Xiao, hailed by the Xiao family as a once-in-a-century talent 2 years ago, could only level up at this rate. However, even though his speed had more than doubled, Qin Bing was still very dissatisfied at this moment. In fact, he was so furious that he lashed out at the group sent by the Qin family to assist him in leveling up. Useless. All of you are useless. Clearly, my talent is not inferior to that of Zizio from the Ji family, so why is he already at level 87 while I'm only at level 85? In front of him, the members of the Qin family all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Just moments ago, Qin Bing had received the news that Zizio from the Ji family had reached level 87 this year, and he had been cursing for half an hour since then. In truth, these people felt quite wronged as well. They could only assist him, the actual speed of leveling up depended on the practitioner themselves. Moreover, some professions inherently level up slowly and only gain momentum later on, and Qin Bing belonged to this category. Achieving level 85 in such a short time was already the limit, even if the family was willing to invest more resources, it wouldn't make much difference. However, facing the furious Qin Bing, they dared not voice these thoughts and could only silently endure the scolding. Qin Bing was well aware of this, but he couldn't suppress his inner anger. Shortly after receiving the news of Zizio reaching level 87, he also received a notification from home. The message was simple: to stop further resource investment. This was what infuriated Qin Bing the most. Although he knew that at the current pace, he had no hope of claiming the title of newcomer king, he was unwilling to accept it, so the people in front of him became his punching bag. After cursing for a long time, Qin Bing finally vented his frustration and waved his hand, dismissing them to report back. Moments later, he looked into the distance, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Damn Zizio, I'll let you enjoy your moment of glory, but once I reach the beginner area, I'll show you that leveling up quickly is useless." As news of Zizio's level spread, Bai from the Qi family, Wei Jun from the Wei family, and various newcomers from other top forces all wore expressions as if they had eaten something foul, with some reacting even more violently than Qin Bing. There was no way around it, this was the title of newcomer king. Everyone had put in so much effort and resources, only to find that all their hard work had been in vain. How could they remain calm? In an instant, these newcomers and the forces behind them turned their attention to the Ji family. Although the Ji family was also one of the 8 major families of the alliance, they had kept a low profile for decades, to the point where they were almost forgotten if not mentioned. At this moment, many suddenly realized that the Ji family, which had been suppressed by several other forces, might be trying to declare that they were no longer low-key. In an instant, dark currents surged behind the entire alliance. After all, resources were limited. If the Ji family truly intended to make a strong comeback, it would inevitably disrupt the current distribution of resources. This was something many were unwilling to see. Is it already starting to get unsettled? In a level 90 secret realm, Zizio stood before a mirror image, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with an expression neither sad nor happy. If there were outsiders present,
They would be shocked by the identity of the mirror image, Ggxin, the head of the Xi family. Who would have thought that he would manifest in the novice area? Although the Xi family had fallen somewhat, they were still one of the 8 major families of the alliance, and as the head of such a force, Ggxin rarely appeared in front of outsiders. Yet at this moment, he had appeared for the sake of a newcomer in the family. The signal this represents is of great significance. At this moment, Ji Jisun looked at the tall and composed Ji Zijujin in front of him, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. But the next moment, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. It's just a title of newcomer king, it's not worth it. Upon hearing this, Ji Zijujin looked at Ji Jisun and chuckled lightly. Father, it's time to put away your old-fashioned thoughts. If we continue to remain low-key and endure, do you believe the other 7 families will soon devour our Ji family down to the bones? Ji Jisun looked at Ji Zijujin, not rebutting. How could he not know this? He was well aware of the character of the other 7 families, as the head of the Ji family. Especially the Han, Xiao, and Wei families. If they hadn't secretly allied with those 3 back then, how would the Ji family have ended up in such a situation today? To this day, those 3 families, who once seemed like obedient hunting dogs in front of them, now ride roughshod over the Ji family. Particularly the Xiao family, which has grown increasingly powerful over the years, showing less and less regard for the Ji family. Ji Jisun, as the family head, kept all of this in mind. But what good is just hatred? With the pressure from the Sanhuan alliance, it is difficult for the Xi family to develop. If they don't keep a low profile, they might not even survive to see today. This is also why he chose to ally with the Qin family, putting on a show in front of them and willingly acting like a docile dog. At least this way, the Xi family wouldn't be exterminated. Surviving brings hope. However, after enduring for so long and finally reaching the current situation, it was all completely ruined by his own son, Ji Zijujin, standing before him. Thinking of this, Ji Jisun looked at Ji Zijujin with a complex expression, sighed deeply, and said, Xiaojiu, it's not too late to stop now. The Xi family isn't ready, your exposure will only bring trouble to the family. Ji Zijujin didn't listen at all, coldly saying, so, for the sake of a damn family, you'd rather watch me die? Ji Jisun was taken aback, then shook his head. I won't let you die. Besides, that matter is actually beneficial for you, you shouldn't reject it. Ji Zijujin scoffed, so in your eyes, as long as this body is still here, it doesn't matter who is inside it. Ji Jisun's face darkened, wanting to scold, but facing Ji Zijujin's deadened expression, the words just wouldn't come out. Alright, father, don't say anything. Even without those things, I believe I can lead the Ji family back to the peak. Please trust me. Upon hearing this, Ji Jisun shook his head. He didn't blame Ji Zijujin for being naive, it was just that his son didn't understand what kind of existence they would face in the future. At that time, what could he do alone? However, he already knew that Ji Zijujin couldn't be persuaded, and with the current family members too afraid to harm or restrict Ji Zijujin, Ji Jisun could only let out a helpless sigh. Given the current situation, it was already a foregone conclusion that Ji Zijujin would obtain the title of newcomer king. He could only go back and quickly think of countermeasures to deal with the ensuing chain reactions. However, just as Ji Jisun was preparing to leave, the chat channel of all the newcomers popped up. Immediately after, 3 bright red announcements appeared out of nowhere. Ding! World announcement, Night Shadow has successfully reached level 90 and completed the job promotion task, successfully transitioning for the 3rd time as the first newcomer this year to achieve this goal. He has been awarded the title Newcomer King and received a Newcomer King treasure chest. Ding! World announcement, Night Shadow has successfully reached level 90 and completed the career advancement task, successfully transitioning for the 3rd time as the first newcomer this year to achieve this goal. He has been awarded the title of Newcomer King and received a Newcomer King treasure chest. Ding! World announcement, Night Shadow has successfully reached level 90 and completed the career advancement task, successfully transitioning for the 3rd time as the first newcomer this year to achieve this goal. He has been awarded the title of Newcomer King and received a Newcomer King treasure chest. In an instant, across the entire Eternal Life continent, all professionals dropped what they were doing and stared intently at the eye-catching 3 lines of announcements in the chat channel. Swish! After a moment of stillness, the entire chat channel exploded like a barrel of gunpowder. What the hell? What's going on? Am I seeing this wrong? Night Shadow has claimed the title of Newcomer King? Wait, didn't we just say that this year's Newcomer King title would definitely go to Jijia's Ji Zijio? How did it turn into Night Shadow? How is this possible? Isn't Night Shadow being hunted down by the Xiao family everywhere? How could a regular person have the resources to level up? Just relying on wild monsters isn't enough. Yeah, not to mention Jijia, even other factions' newcomers this year have received more resources than ever before. I never expected Night Shadow to claim the title of Newcomer King. What do you guys know? Don't you know that just recently, Night Shadow single-handedly wiped out the Xiao family's Long Yuan
Legion in the novice area?
and it was right in front of 13 top-tier Xiao family fighters. I had already guessed that this year's newcomer king would definitely be Night Shadow.
Hiss. That's so exaggerated? I've never heard of it.
Nonsense, the Xiao family would definitely control the news about such a disgraceful event.
I only found out by chance.
At this moment, the entire chat channel was in an uproar. Compared to someone claiming the title of newcomer king so quickly this year, everyone was clearly more shocked by the ID that claimed the title Night Shadow. A regular person, still under the layers of blockade from one of the 8 major families of the Alliance, the Xiao family, without any secret realm resources, managed to surpass the favored children of top-tier forces and rise to the top as newcomer king. This achievement was truly astonishing.
So impressive it felt utterly hopeless.
However, compared to regular people, this hopelessness was even stronger for the disciples of various factions who originally
aimed to claim the title of newcomer king.
Xin Bing looked at the world announcement in the chat channel, his face fluctuating between green and red, his eyes nearly
spitting fire. Others from several families felt the same way. However, amidst their brief shock and anger, they suddenly burst into inexplicable laughter. The reason was
simple: their families had already given up on letting them compete for the title of newcomer king.
Now that Night Shadow had suddenly emerged and snatched the title, it wasn't a loss for them.
On the contrary, because of Night Shadow, Zizio not claiming this title brought them a bit of comfort.
Since I can't have it, neither can anyone else. They held on to this thought.
At this moment, the father and son from the Ji family, who had just finished their conversation, were also stunned by the sudden
announcement. Xian reacted quickly. After coming to his senses, he couldn't help but look worriedly at Zizio beside him. Sure enough, Zizio's face no
longer held the calm demeanor from before. It had turned twisted, yet his eyes still revealed a sense of disbelief. Seeing this, Xian sighed softly.
This is for the
best. At least my Ji family has avoided a troublesome situation. However, at this moment, Zizio couldn't hear any of Xian's words, his gaze fixed firmly
on that announcement. Night Shadow. It's that Night Shadow again. It's always him. Why? Meanwhile, in the novice area 702.
At the underground altar in Linhai village, Yi Chen was momentarily lost in thought as he looked at the world announcement. Earlier, he had been so happy that he forgot
about this matter. The newbie king.
At this moment, seeing the announcement, Yi Chen, who was slow to realize, was momentarily dazed before a smile appeared on his face. However, he quickly shifted his gaze back to the figure of Grello in front of him. As he stored the soul ring, Grello, who was sitting on the ground, became increasingly
weak. Yi Chen found this unsurprising.
Xiao Jin had already informed him that Grello's method of crafting involved using himself as the source container for the soul ring. All of his power came from the soul ring, so now that Yi Chen had taken it, it was equivalent to severing Grello's last chance at life.
Even without Yi Chen's intervention, Grello would soon die from exhausting his final breath.
Naturally, Yi Chen felt no sympathy for him. Even if Grello were fine, he would still take action himself. Save me. I am bound to the soul ring. If you save me, it would be like gaining an extra free combat power. I can do many things for you.
Unfortunately, Grello didn't finish his sentence. Yi Chen's fireball had completely engulfed him.
Having snatched away Grello's hard-earned efforts over decades, this guy's hatred for him
would likely last for centuries.
Moreover, since the soul ring was crafted by Grello, there was a chance he had left some unknown tricks within it.
Given this situation, how could Yi Chen possibly keep such a ticking time bomb by his side?
It was better for him to die. Watching the body turn to ashes from the fireball, Yi Chen shook his head. Don't worry, although you can't work for me while alive, you can still contribute in death.
With that, Yi Chen opened the soul ring. Sure enough, a display of
the number of vengeful souls had appeared. At the same time, the original characteristic that increased all attributes by 50% had now changed to 50.1%.
It seemed like an increase of 0.1% wasn't much.
But one must understand, this was just the energy provided by a single vengeful soul. The more vengeful souls he collected, the more terrifying the increase in this characteristic would become.
After resolving everything, Yi Chen was about to leave.
However, as he passed by the original spot, a thought crossed
his mind.
He quickly found a piece of black stone. Yi Chen casually destroyed it. The next moment, the entire altar began to shake violently.
It looked like it was about to collapse.
However, Yi Chen instead revealed a smile.
Ding!
The forbidden barrier has broken the rules of the evil spirit melting
furnace formation, causing a mutation.
Sure enough, after breaking the formation around the altar, the forbidden barrier underwent
another mutation.
Yi Chen casually opened the introduction to his forbidden barrier skill.
Forbidden Barrier Demon Ceiling Function.
1. Designate a location, consume 5,000 mana points, set up a barrier that is immune to any damage, duration, 60 minutes, cooldown, 18 minutes.
Function 2. Designate a
location, consume 30,000 mana points, set up a space that seals the heavens and prohibits magic, all creatures within this space cannot leave, and all their spatial skills are silenced, duration, 60 minutes, cooldown, 18 minutes. Function 3. Consume 10,000 mana points to apply a demonic furnace in a 5x5 area centered on yourself.
Within
the range of the demonic furnace, for every creature that dies, you will gain a 1% increase in attack and dual defenses, lasting for 60 minutes with a cooldown of 18
minutes.
Upon seeing the third function appear after the barrier was broken and the demonic furnace absorbed, Yi-Chen suddenly realized why the blacksmith Wang, despite knowing that those modified deep-sea lizard warriors were no match for him, desperately summoned them to deliver food.
It turns out he was stacking buffs.
At the same time, he understood why Wang dared not leave the underground altar. Clearly, without the support of the buffs, the blacksmith Wang would
definitely not be Yi-Chen's opponent.
All doubts were resolved. At this moment, the altar, losing its energy support, was rapidly collapsing at a visible speed.
Yi-Chen closed the skill introduction and activated his speed.
Moments later, when he appeared in Linhai village, the ground emitted a violent rumble, and he immediately saw the land beneath his feet begin to sink. Yi-Chen had no choice but to quickly leave Linhai village and head to the camp where the Self-Strengthening Society was located. Just as he steadied himself, he heard a tremendous roar from Linhai village, followed by the entire village sinking completely underground, with the already dilapidated
houses turning into ruins.
Thus, the small village that had been abandoned for nearly 100 years completely vanished from the eternal life world.
At the same time,
the Self-Strengthening Society's camp, due to lack of management, was covered in a layer of dust. Yi-Chen suddenly thought the reason why he and some of the more eccentric people like Chi Fei received this impossible third-tier promotion task might be because Grelro was still alive? If that's the case, then it means that after Grelro's death, no one would receive the same tasks as him anymore? In other words, many of the currently uncompletable related tasks in the eternal life world also indicate that the NPCs related to those tasks have not yet died. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen felt somewhat surprised, but it was just his speculation and could not be confirmed. Of course, having successfully completed the third-tier promotion now, all of this no longer mattered to him. Shaking his head, Yi-Chen let out a light breath and began to check the rewards he had just obtained. A Newcomer King title and a treasure chest reward for the Newcomer King. First, the Newcomer King title, according to the records. Any newcomer who obtains this title will see a significant increase in combat power. However, how exactly it increases and by how much, most people are not clear.
The reason is simple. Every past Newcomer King title has almost been monopolized by the 8 major families of the Alliance. Even if occasionally someone outside the 8 families obtains it, they are quickly recruited by the 8 families.
As a result, under the strict requirements of the 8 families, the specifics of what kind of enhancement the Newcomer King provides are unknown to the outside world. With a hint of curiosity, Yi-Chen opened his character panel and quickly found the title section. However, just a glance made Yi-Chen's eyes widen in shock. Newcomer King, special title, your lowest attribute among the 4 dimensions. Will increase by an amount equal to your highest attribute. Although the description seemed a bit convoluted, Yi-Chen immediately understood its meaning. Taking his own situation as an example, the highest among his 4-dimensional attributes was intelligence, which had soared to 16,045 points after wearing the Ring of Wraiths. As for the lowest attribute among the 4 dimensions, it is strength. Even with the enhancement of the Soul of Vengeance ring, it only amounts to 996 points. However, after obtaining the title of Rookie King, his strength attribute will increase by an amount equal to his total intelligence, which is 16,045 points. Yi-Chen glanced at his current strength attribute, which had always been an overlooked and seemingly useless attribute, and under the title's boost, it skyrocketed to 25,604 points. With this terrifying power boost, Yi-Chen's physical defense surged from the original 24,312 points to a staggering 70,672 points. The most exaggerated part is that, as a mage, his physical damage is now several times higher than his magical damage. This left Yi-Chen both amused and perplexed. However, he was also somewhat confused. Clearly, his intelligence was only 16,045 points, so logically, even with the Rookie King title's enhancement, it should only be a little over 17,000 points. How did it suddenly become 25,064 points? Suddenly, Yi-Chen realized. All of this was thanks to the Soul of Vengeance ring. Before the enhancement of the Soul of Vengeance ring, his original strength was only 664 points, and then, benefiting from the Rookie King title, it became 16,709 points. Finally, with a 50% increase on this 16,709 points, it presented the final effect of 25,064 points. According to this calculation, the enhancement of the Soul of Vengeance ring on his strength attribute is significantly higher than the other 3 attributes, equivalent to a 125% increase. Such a magnitude of enhancement can undoubtedly be described as terrifying. However, what frustrated Yi Chen was that he was a mage. What use was all this strength? If he had known this would be the result, he would have definitely lowered his agility to the minimum, making his agility the highest among the 4 attributes. Unfortunately, this world does not have a reset point system. Yi Chen's thoughts turned to Xiao Jin. To his surprise, after informing Xiao Jin of the situation, the latter helplessly told him that it was impossible to encounter such a situation again. This answer left Yi Chen somewhat disappointed. He admitted that the effect of the Rookie King title was indeed very strong, not just ordinary strong. Suddenly gaining over 10,000 points in attributes would make even a seasoned professional envious. It's no wonder that the 8 great families strive to win over every newcomer who obtains the Rookie King title. One can imagine that once a newcomer with the Rookie King title grows, their attributes alone would be enough to surpass countless others. Even if their combat power were lacking, it would still be far superior to that of an average person. Yi Chen now understood why the 8 great families kept this a secret. Clearly, if such news got out, how many people would go crazy over it? How intense would the competition be for the next batch of newcomers? Moreover, with such a powerful effect, it wouldn't just be the 8 great families. Even an ordinary person who obtained it wouldn't easily spread the news, as that would undoubtedly invite trouble. Although the increase in strength attribute wasn't significant for him, Yi Chen felt powerless to change it, treating it as an increase in his physical defense. Shaking his head, Yi Chen turned his attention to the treasure chest in front of him. The treasure chest was issued along with the title and had no grade classification. Yi Chen was also curious about what the treasure chest could yield. With that thought, Yi Chen directly clicked to open it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a special item, magical weapon. Yi Chen looked at the special item that emerged from the treasure chest, his expression suddenly startled. It was actually the core skill item of the magical flow? Suddenly, Yi Chen realized that his suddenly increased strength seemed to have found a purpose. Looking at the dimly glowing crystal ball in front of him, Yi Chen swept away his earlier gloom, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He never expected that along with the treasure chest reward for becoming the Rookie King, he would actually obtain the core item of the magic martial arts stream, magical weapons. Yi Chen had long been aware that after the 3rd transition into the beginner area, regardless of the profession, combat was no longer simply about casting skills and dodging. Nor was it merely a matter of whose damage was higher to guarantee victory. As for how Yi Chen was able to instantly kill those 5 black-clad stewards from the Xiao family on the path of exile earlier, it was because those 5 were merely Xiao family's lackeys, with average talent and strength. After all, who would be powerful enough to work as an unnamed dog for someone else? Moreover, at that time, Yi Chen's attributes and skills were indeed at a bug level, which naturally those 5 could not contend with. However, when Yi Chen encountered Zhao Changlin and the other 8-turn powerhouses from the Xiao family later, he did not dare to confront them head-on. Even in a one-on-one against Bai Shanha, he also relied on the ability of sealing heaven and banning magic to trap him, not daring to face him directly. After all, after the 3rd transition, every profession could learn various core skills from different professional streams. And those who could reach the 8-turn level, regardless of their strength, at least had a complete system of their own stream. A complete stream's combat power could be several times stronger than simply casting skills, and for some rare streams, the power could even be dozens of times greater. In fact, before obtaining this magical weapon from the crystal ball, Yi Chen had not decided on a specific stream to pursue after the 3rd transition. The mage was already a rare profession. Therefore, the skill streams developed by mages throughout history were much fewer than those of other professions. Originally, Yi Chen thought that with his infinite skill bar, he could continuously stack skills, so he was more inclined towards the explosive star stream, a violent stream. However, now with this magical weapon, along with the sudden increase of over 20,000 points in strength, Yi Chen finally had a clear direction. Magic martial arts stream. This stream had only appeared once in the history of the Eternal Life World, developed 30 years ago by a newcomer named Qin Wuming. However, it was said that this Qin Wuming later had an accident, and no one ever heard from him again. As a result, the magic martial arts stream became a lost art. Over the past 30 years, many people have collected and analyzed Qin Wuming's experiences, ultimately concluding that mages wanted to pursue the magic martial arts stream. The core item was the magical weapon, but how to obtain this magical weapon remained unknown to this day. If Yi Chen had not seen this magical Weapon in the Rookie King's treasure chest, he probably would not have thought of pursuing the magic martial arts stream.
Holding the crystal ball in his hand, Yi Chen
began to examine it carefully. Magical weapon, found each time you release a magical skill, 10% of the skill's power will be returned and stored in the magical weapon, and your next normal attack will add the total stored skill power. There is no limit to the number of stored skill powers, but if not used
within 10 seconds, the skill power will disappear.
Note, this item is a special item, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped, and will disintegrate and disappear after the bearer dies. Looking at the description of this magical weapon, Yi Chen finally understood the true meaning of the magic martial arts stream. Clearly, that person named Qin Wuming must have also obtained this magical weapon from the Rookie King's treasure chest, which is why he came up with the ingenious idea of the magic martial arts stream.
Yi Chen understood this.
According to the effects of this magical weapon, it is indeed most suitable to adopt a melee magic warrior style. The combat method of this magic warrior style is not complicated, it involves releasing as many combat skills as possible within 10 seconds to maximize
the power stored in the magical weapon. Then, in the last second, the stored skill energy is unleashed all at once through a melee basic attack. Although each time only
10% of the skill power can be stored, if you can unleash 20 or even 30 skills within 10 seconds, then your next melee basic attack will have a power equivalent
to 2 to 3 times that of a skill.
Of course, the power of different skills varies, so it's not that simple to calculate, but the principle remains the same. Therefore, to pursue the magic warrior style, a large number of high-frequency skills and significant cooldown reduction effects are needed to quickly stack damage.
However, these concerns are almost non-existent for Yi Chen.
Right now, a single fireball spell from him amounts to 600 fireballs, with each fireball dealing as much as 89,723 points
of damage.
The magical weapon can only store 10%, so the power stored from those 600 fireballs is already a staggering 5.38 million.
And within 10 seconds, Yi Chen can release more than just this one skill. Moreover, his pure strength has now reached an impressive 25,000 points, allowing him to deal considerable damage even against units immune to spells. This way, he has effectively resolved some counter issues. In summary, if he follows the magic warrior style, the single target damage Yi Chen can inflict every 10 seconds can only be described in astronomical numbers. Such terrifying single target damage is not something an ordinary person can withstand, even a boss would fall to him with a single strike. Realizing this, Yi Chen found that this magic warrior style seems to be tailor-made for him. Now, his safety in the primary area is even more assured. Yi Chen looked at the distant sky, filled with confidence. Li US City. It is one of the 9 main cities in the primary area of the Eternal Life world. At this moment, after some twists and turns, Yi Chen finally left the novice area and entered the primary area. Unlike the novice area, the territory of the primary area is even more vast, but there are only 9 main cities here after a century. These 9 main cities are the only habitats for human professionals in the primary area. Of course, the number of human professionals is in the hundreds of millions, and although these 9 main cities are grand, they cannot accommodate so many people. Therefore, between the main cities, there are also many temporary transit points. However, compared to the functions available in the main cities, these temporary transit points only provide brief resting places and short-distance teleportation. After a century of development in the Eternal Life world, with NPCs withdrawing from this land, humans have completely occupied the main cities. But aside from the remote and relatively harsh environment of Winter City, the control of the other 8 cities is entirely in the hands of the 8 major families of the Alliance. Each family controls one city. This is also the origin of the name the 8 major families of the Alliance and the reason they have stood firm for nearly a century. At this moment, Li US City, which Yi Chen has arrived at, is one of the 9 main cities governed by the Ji family. It must be said that the number of human professionals is indeed overwhelming. Before Yi Chen even entered the city, he could already see a dense crowd of figures just a few miles outside the city. Level 130, Fog Forest, looking for 2 meat shields, high physical resistance preferred. Level 136 Archer seeking a group. Agility over 5,000 points, has learned the rare skill Gale Arrow. Level 120 Convoy needs 1 strong clearing hand, efficient team, 500,000 experience in 1 hour. Listening to the continuous calls around him, Yi Chen felt quite fresh. Compared to the novice area, the various actions of the professionals here gave Yi Chen a strangely familiar feeling. However, he also understood that the novice area was divided into countless segments, and most professionals could easily reach level 90 and enter the beginner area within a year. As a result, the novice area had never been able to retain people for long. The beginner area, on the other hand, was different. As levels increased, the speed of leveling up generally slowed down. Eventually, if one's equipment and skills couldn't keep up, even defeating monsters would become a challenge.
This phenomenon meant that most professionals needed to stay in this area for an extended period, and over time, the number of human professionals in the beginner area became the highest. Once the number of professionals increased, various industries naturally emerged. Thus, at this moment, Yi Chen looked around and saw Liyue City in all its splendor. Normally, after leaving the 702 novice area he belonged to, Yi Chen should have entered the main city governed by the Xiao family. But the problem was that after the world announcement of the Rookie King, Yi Chen knew that the Xiao family would definitely set up heavy checkpoints at the connection point between the novice area and the beginner area. There was no need to think about it.
So Yi Chen was in a dilemma.
In the end, it was the versatile Xiao Jin who stepped in.
After understanding
Yi Chen's concerns, it directly allowed him to cross through the forbidden area it had once guarded, entering the beginner area from another novice area,
without needing to teleport from a specific connection point.
All he needed was to use Xiao Jin's barrier-breaking ability at the boundary between the
novice area and the beginner area to enter smoothly.
At the same time, Xiao Jin also told him that as long as it was around, Yi Chen could return to the
novice area at any time without any restrictions, not even needing a dimensional dislocation stone. Receiving such news, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Not only could he avoid the Xiao family's encirclement, but if he encountered an unbeatable enemy in the beginner area, he also had an escape route.
This made Yi Chen feel fortunate once again about having tamed Xiao Jin. With Xiao Jin, the local guide, leading the way, things became much
simpler. First, they crossed through the dense forest under Xiao Jin's guidance, reaching the novice area controlled by the Xi family. Then, taking advantage of the fact that others hadn't reacted yet, he used Xiao Jin's power to directly break through the spatial barrier and arrived at Liyue City.
Just thinking about how the Zhao family was still setting up heavy checkpoints to capture him made Yi Chen chuckle. He wondered how long they planned to stay there. Shaking his head, Yi Chen temporarily set aside thoughts of the Zhao family.
After admiring the grandeur of Liyue City, he quickly made his way into the city.
Along the way, he also purchased a map of Liyue City.
Following the map's guidance, Yi Chen soon arrived at a relatively secluded corner
of the city, where the black market was located. It was Yi Chen's first time here, and he couldn't help but take a closer look around, noticing that the entrance to the black market was not large, and there wasn't enough open space nearby to accommodate the entire market.
However, he wasn't too puzzled.
According to the introduction, each main city's black market was an independent space, with powerful rules in place to restrict activities.
Even ninth turn professionals couldn't exert any power inside. This ensured absolute safety for transactions in the black market.
The reason Yi Chen came here was naturally to sell the divine forging stone he had in hand. Ever since he accidentally obtained this divine forging stone, every time he saw it, he felt an urgent
desire to enter the beginner area. Although the online trading platform in the novice area was very convenient, the selling price had a limit, and selling it directly would be a huge loss. Moreover, most of the items sold in the novice area were low-level goods, so he had been holding back. Now that he was in the beginner area, he naturally couldn't hold back any longer. First, he took out the bat mask he had bought on the way and put it on his face. After ensuring that he wouldn't expose any information, he stepped into the black market without hesitation. With a flash of light, Yi Chen suddenly found himself in an extremely spacious square. The next moment, various noisy shouts filled his ears. Level 120 warrior gear, passing by, don't miss out. Rare skills on clearance, fair prices, feel free to haggle. Leveling equipment, from level 90 to 150, everything you need, black people get lost. Before his eyes were rows of neatly arranged stalls. As the sounds came, Yi Chen strolled around while browsing. At every stall he passed, the vendors enthusiastically introduced their goods. Yi Chen glanced around and could only describe it as dazzling. After a simple stroll, Yi Chen initially wanted to look for reference prices, but found that no one was selling divine forging stones. It made sense, such precious items couldn't possibly be found at street stalls for long. Yi Chen chuckled and then approached an empty stall in a corner. Ding! Would you like to spend 10,000 eternal coins to set up a stall here? Tip: a 1% transaction fee will be charged on all trades after setting up the stall, automatically deducted upon successful transaction. Looking at the information displayed in front of him, Yi Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. So shady. I have to pay 10,000 eternal coins just to set up a stall without doing anything. However, Yi Chen had no choice. After all, trading divine forging stones privately wasn't safe and was quite troublesome. So, after decisively paying the 10,000 eternal coins, Yi Chen immediately listed the divine forging stone at his stall, then changed the stall name to Selling Divine Forging Stone, only one available, act fast. The black market was bustling at this time. After
strolling around a bit, Yichen roughly estimated that there were at least 1,000 people setting up stalls here.
As for the professionals coming to browse
the black market, they were coming in droves. Therefore, Yichen straightforwardly listed the divine forging stone.
Since his stall was located at the very back,
already in a corner, he was thinking about how to quickly attract the attention of those around him.
Should he shout like the others? That wasn't impossible. However, Yichen hadn't put his thoughts into action yet when a sudden exclamation came from beside him. Holy crap! Is this for real? Divine forging stone?
The sudden shout came from the vendor next to Yichen. He turned to look and found the vendor staring at him as if he were a monster, shock evident in his eyes. However, before Yichen could speak, he saw dozens of figures suddenly rush out.
Divine forging stone? Where? Is it real? No way. Who would sell a divine forging stone? It can't be fake, right?
Let me see, I can't remember how many years it's been since a divine forging stone appeared in the black market. In the blink of an eye, his stall was surrounded by layers of people, making it impossible to get through. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Yichen's stall.
The eye-catching stall name drew all their attention. Soon, as the crowd gathered in large numbers, various tones of exclamations erupted from within. Holy crap! It really is a divine forging stone.
I can't believe I'm seeing this in my lifetime.
No way? Someone really brought out such a precious item to sell? This is insane. If I had something like this, I would definitely keep it for myself.
Having an extra skill slot could significantly boost my combat power. Maybe I wouldn't be stuck at level 120 for so many years. At this moment, after the initial shock, the crowd shifted their gaze to Yichen, who was standing behind the stall. Although he was wearing a mask, everyone could tell that Yichen was likely a young man. Faced with such a naive youth, the crowd had their own thoughts. One person spoke up first, asking, "Young man, you're really lucky to have obtained such a precious stone.
I wonder where you got it from."
As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people fell silent, their eyes filled with hope as they looked at Yichen. Upon hearing this, Yichen felt completely clear-headed.
These guys probably thought they could easily fool him because he was young and wanted to extract information from him. Shaking his head, Yichen replied directly, "You want to know?"
Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of joy. The person who had asked earlier continued, "Haha. Little brother, you look unfamiliar. How about this, if you tell me where you got this divine casting stone, you'll be a friend of Joe Dafu from now on." Yichen chuckled lightly and decisively said, "If you want
to know, it'll cost you 1 million eternal coins." Joe Dafu's expression stiffened.
He had thought he was dealing with a naive young man, but unexpectedly,
the guy was not easily fooled, making things a bit awkward.
However, 1 million to obtain the source of the divine casting stone seemed quite reasonable. For a moment, Joe Dafu's eyes flickered as he quickly calculated in his mind.
He wasn't the only one thinking this way. Most of the people who frequented the
black market were shrewd businessmen, naturally weighing the pros and cons. However, Yichen had no intention of engaging with these people. He just wanted to sell the divine casting stone as quickly as possible to exchange it for money.
After opening a magical weapon from the Newcomer King's treasure chest,
Yichen had already decided to pursue the path of magical weapons.
But the path of magical weapons didn't just require core magical weapons and a bunch of skills.
To maximize the power of this path, many key supporting skills were indispensable.
Little brother, do you not understand the market? This divine casting stone is precious, but isn't it a bit exaggerated to price it at 700 million? No fool would buy it at that price. Yeah, even if there is a fool, they probably can't come up with that much money. TSK. 700 million? You really dare to write that? At that price, it will definitely rot in your hands.
Listening to the discussions around him, Yichen smiled and wasn't angry, instead saying lightly, "Even if I price it at 500 million.
You still can't afford it, right? If that's the case, what difference does it make to you between 500 million and 700 million?
A few merchants who wanted to mock Yichen were immediately silenced by his words. Meanwhile, some professionals who had come to watch the excitement
burst into laughter.
Just as Yichen said, most of the people gathered here couldn't afford the divine casting stone. They were merely curious. After all, this was a divine casting stone, and with their strength, they might never own one in their lifetime, so they naturally wanted to see what it looked like. Soon, as Yichen displayed the divine casting stone at his stall, the news spread throughout Liyue City in an instant.
Countless people
rushed into the black market, turning the already bustling black market into a crowded place. However, these people were just there to watch the excitement. Not a single one had the ability to buy it. Yichen, who was being watched like a monkey, couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. He was contemplating whether to pack up and reconsider.
Just then, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd. Make way. Everyone, make way. What's going on? Didn't you see I was here first? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't make way, be careful you won't be able to mix in Liyue City. What are you? Young Master G. I didn't expect it to be you, my apologies, I didn't notice you. As the crowd stirred, a path quickly opened up in front of Yi Chen. Then, a young man with an arrogant demeanor stepped forward, surrounded by a throng of admirers. He first scanned the surroundings, then fixed his gaze on a middle-aged man with a plump figure standing nearby, letting out a cold snort. Zhou Dafu, do you really think you're worthy of inquiring about the source of the divine casting stone? Are you tired of living? Zhou Dafu's face turned a deep shade of purple at the young man's words, but he quickly forced a smile and said, Young Master Ji, what you say is true, I'm just curious. If I find out anything, I will definitely report it to you at the first opportunity. The young man, referred to as Young Master Ji, shot Zhou Dafu a sidelong glance and coldly replied, Oh? Is that so? I thought your Zhou family was still dreaming of restoring its former glory. I wouldn't dare, Young Master Ji is joking. That's all old news. Nowadays, the Zhou family is merely a merchant family relying on the protection of the Ji family. Humph. It's best to keep it that way and not end up like your useless father, who's always filled with unrealistic ideas. After saying this, Young Master Ji ignored Zhou Dafu and turned to face Yi Chen, looking down at him with an air of superiority. You don't know that selling items worth over 100 million in the black market requires prior reporting? Yi Chen, hearing this, looked at the young man with suspicion and shook his head. I've never heard of that. Young Master Ji smiled slightly, no worries, now you have. Yi Chen smiled back. So what? Young Master Ji narrowed his eyes and said, So, you violated the regulations of Liyue City, and according to the rules, you must surrender the prohibited items. Surrender them to you? Young Master Ji scoffed, as the Ji family, the masters of Liyue City, do you really think I would swallow your things? Yi Chen thought for a moment and then nodded, I'm indeed quite worried. Upon hearing this, Young Master Ji's previously cheerful expression turned cold. Are you questioning the Ji family? Yi Chen shook his head, not questioning, but then what are you worried about? Young Master Ji snorted coldly. Because I've never trusted your Ji family. Wow. As soon as Yi Chen said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Has this person gone mad? This is Liyue City, where the Ji family has been deeply rooted for 80 years, truly the masters here. Although this is the black market and Yi Chen has concealed his identity, he has never seen such an arrogant person. After all, the Ji family is one of the 8 great families, their reputation is well known. And if they were to discover his identity, he wouldn't even know how he died. Listening to the discussions around him, Yi Chen showed no signs of panic. If it wasn't necessary, he certainly didn't want to provoke the other party. But the current situation was that the other side was trying to extort him right from the start, demanding he hand over the divine casting stone. It was obvious that once he surrendered the item, there would be no hope of getting it back. If he refused to hand it over, he would naturally offend the other party. Since he couldn't avoid it either way, Yi Chen decided not to give the other party any leeway. After all, he was wearing a bat mask, and once he left, he truly didn't believe the Ji family would recognize him. Meanwhile, Young Master Ji, realizing the situation, looked at Yi Chen with an expression of utter indifference, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at a corpse. You're quite arrogant. Not only do you refuse to abide by the regulations, but you also openly insult my Ji family. Do you really think I can't do anything to you in this black market? Hearing this familiar tone, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. What does your Ji family's regulations have to do with me? I'm just passing through. The young man sneered, what a joke. If it weren't for my Ji family's hard work maintaining order, would Liyue City be as stable as it is today? My family, the Ji family, has put in so much effort. Anyone who wants to live in Liyue City must abide by the rules set by us, and no one is allowed to violate them. It was the same old story. When they encountered the 3 major legions in Black Sand City, they had said the same thing as this person before him. Hearing similar remarks again, Yi Chen was speechless and too lazy to continue the argument. Alright, you clearly want to rob us, yet you insist on portraying yourself as a martyr. Do you really think the people here are fools? So easy to deceive? What did you say? Do you dare to slander the Ji family? Ji Xiao's face changed dramatically as he shouted angrily. Yi Chen didn't care at all and casually replied, they're just afraid of retaliation from your Ji family, so they choose to swallow their anger. Just like that fat guy you just insulted, I believe he wishes he could squash you right now, but he simply doesn't have the strength and is too scared. Yi Chen's words immediately changed the expressions of those around him. That's not true. How can you speak such nonsense?
Exactly, we are all honest and straightforward people, we've never had such thoughts.
Right. No rules, no order. We have no objections to the rules set by the Ji family. Why do you want to get yourself killed and drag us down with you? That's simply inhumane.
A crowd of people rushed to express their stance, fearing that Ji Chen's words would implicate them. After all, they had been operating in Liyue City for many years, and even though Yi Chen's words resonated with them, they certainly did not dare to offend the Ji family.
Yi Chen looked at the reactions of the surrounding merchants, shook his head, and felt unsurprised.
He stood up and closed his stall. Yi Chen felt a bit regretful, he hadn't sold anything today and had wasted 10,000 on stall fees. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the young man in front of him, whose expression was cold and stern. Unfortunately, this was the black market, and he was limited by the rules and couldn't do much.
Yi Chen didn't want to waste any more time here, but the young man from the Ji family had no intention of letting him go. Wait, did I let you leave?
Ji Xiao said coldly.
Yi Chen frowned, what do you want?
You violated the agreements of Liyue City. First, hand over your things, and then come with me. Later, the Ji family will naturally judge your actions accordingly.
Yi Chen found it amusing and didn't bother to respond, walking straight out.
At that moment, several men dressed uniformly suddenly surrounded Yi Chen. This scene made Yi Chen think of the profession of market administrator. But what was the point of their actions? These people dared to act first, they wouldn't even need Yi Chen to retaliate, the power of the rules would be enough to take them down in an instant.
At this moment, Zhou Dafu, who had been reprimanded
by Xiao earlier, suddenly spoke up, little brother, I assume this is your first time in Liyue City.
Take my advice, don't resist, it won't do you any good. Shut up, Zhou Dafu. When did it become your turn to speak here?
After being scolded by Xiao, Zhou Dafu's face stiffened, and he mumbled,
opening his mouth but dared not say anything further.
Meanwhile, Yi Chen also noticed that these people surrounding him had no intention of attacking. They were merely following closely behind him. Whenever Yi Chen took a step, they followed suit.
Yi Chen immediately understood that these people intended to follow him out of the black market. Once outside, they could act without any reservations.
At that moment, a mocking laugh from Ji Xiao came from behind.
I really don't know where this fool came from. If my Ji family didn't have some means, how could we manage such a large Liyue city? If I let you leave so easily, what face would my Ji family have left?
Yi Chen hadn't expected that he had just come here to sell a divine forging stone, only to encounter such a bizarre
situation. His mood couldn't help but darken. However, just then, a crisp reprimand suddenly rang out. Ji Xian, what are you doing? As the voice came, soon everyone saw a young woman dressed in fiery red, with a beautiful face, walking over. Upon seeing the young woman's appearance, the originally arrogant Ji Xian's expression changed. Sister, what are you doing here? Humph. If I didn't come, how would I know my good little brother is so impressive now? I'm fighting against the cave monsters on the front lines, and you're here oppressing ordinary people. You're really embarrassing me. The young woman stepped forward, standing in front of Yi Chen, then coldly glanced at Ji Xian behind her, her voice devoid of any emotion. Hearing this, Ji Xian couldn't help but shiver, his face turning fearful. Sister, don't misunderstand. He broke the rules first and then slandered the Ji family. I just wanted to teach him a small lesson. Shut up. Do you think I don't know anything? Get lost, you disgraceful thing. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian's face turned as pale as Zhou Dafu's earlier. But despite losing face in front of everyone, he didn't dare show any dissatisfaction, tail between his legs, awkwardly leading a group of people out of sight. With Ji Xian's departure, a cheer erupted in the black market. It's Miss Mingyue. Miss Mingyue has finally returned. Great. With Miss Mingyue in the black market, we have hope again. Oh. Miss Mingyue has been gone for 3 years. I can wait every day, thinking about her returning soon. Miss Mingyue went to exterminate the cave creatures this time, it must have been fraught with danger. It's truly a great joy that she returned safely. Looking at the excited expressions of the crowd around him, Yi Chen could tell how much they disliked Ji Xian. However, he was also curiously observing the woman before him, pondering her background. At that moment, the young woman spoke to Yi Chen. I'm sorry for my brother's rudeness. My name is Ji Mingyue. To express my apology in the fairness of the Ji family, I am willing to buy the divine casting stone in your possession for 500 million. After a pause, Ji Mingyue continued, however, there is a condition. What condition? That is to tell me where you obtained your divine casting stone. Ji Mingyue said lightly. However, upon hearing this, Yi Chen frowned slightly. In black market transactions, the source is never questioned. Ji Mingyue smiled, not getting angry. Other goods are naturally like that, but the divine casting stone is not an ordinary item. This thing is quite important for the alliance and All human professionals. If we can discover another source for obtaining it, it would undoubtedly significantly enhance the overall strength of human professionals, thus contributing to humanity's fight against the cave creatures. Do you understand? As soon as Ji Mingyue finished speaking, applause erupted around them. Miss Mingyue is so noble. As expected of Miss Mingyue, being a member of the Ji family, not only is she approachable, but over the years, she has also led the charge, entering the front lines to exterminate cave creatures and protect everyone. It's truly admirable. Young man, Miss Mingyue is right. For all humanity, you should inform her of the origin of this divine casting stone. That's right, and Miss Mingyue is also buying this divine casting stone from you at market price. Where else can you find such a good deal? Ah. You're lucky to have encountered Miss Mingyue, this is your fortune, young man. The crowd chimed in, almost elevating the woman before them to the status of a saint. In response, Yi Chen had no special thoughts, he simply said, I found this by chance, there's no special source. In fact, he was telling the truth, he did obtain the divine casting stone from Zhao Shui. He just knew that the source of this divine casting stone came from an NPC. However, this was something he could never tell anyone. When Ji Mingyue heard Yi Chen's response, her expression momentarily froze. But soon, she regained her smile and nodded, saying, in that case, let's forget about it. As she spoke, Ji Mingyue took the initiative to propose a trade with Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned, puzzled, what do you mean? Ji Mingyue replied with a smile, although the answer is a bit disappointing, you did keep your promise. I will still buy your divine forging stone for 500 million. Yi Chen nodded but then declined the trade. Ji Mingyue was taken aback, her beautiful brows raised. You? However, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Chen spent 10,000 to set up a stall and put the divine forging stone on display. Since you want it, go ahead and buy it. The transaction between the two would reveal their information to each other, but setting up a stall would not. Yi Chen preferred to spend an extra 10,000 eternal coins for insurance. Meanwhile, some bystanders couldn't hold back. You young man are being a bit disrespectful to Miss Mingyue, aren't you? Yeah. Miss Mingyue is recognized as kind-hearted in Liyue City. She is willing to spend 500 million to buy from you, and yet you are still wary of her. This person is too ungrateful, if it were me, I wouldn't buy it. Yi Chen ignored their comments. It is only natural to exchange money for goods. The value of his divine forging stone was definitely worth 500 million. This was a fair trade, yet in the mouths of these people, it turned into something else, as if he were accepting charity from Ji Mingyue. At this moment, Ji Mingyue also realized Yi Chen's actions. However, her expression did not change at all, she smiled, clicked on the stall, and then clicked to purchase. A message popped up. Yi Chen glanced at his backpack. The eternal coins increased by 495 million, and he closed the backpack with satisfaction. At the same time, he felt a bit of pain in his heart. That damned transaction fee deducted 5 million from him. But there was nothing to be done about it. Over there, after buying the divine forging stone, Ji Mingyue did not look back but said to Yi Chen, I hope to see you again. With that, she nodded and turned to leave. Yi Chen watched her departing figure, pondering for a moment before retracting his gaze and not thinking any further. He didn't care who Ji Mingyue was, as long as he could successfully sell the divine forging stone, that was enough. After Ji Mingyue left, the people around shook their heads at Yi Chen, then returned to their stalls or began to wander around. However, the news of the divine forging stone appearing in the black market of Liyue City spread quickly. Soon, countless people became aware of it. Gradually, the number of professionals in Liyue City began to increase. However, Yi Chen did not pay attention to these. The core of the magic martial flow is magical weapons, but to unleash the maximum power of magical weapons, accompanying skills are indispensable. Now that he had money, Yi Chen could start to improve his supporting skills. Thus, he began to wander around the black market. Because of the recent transaction, everyone in the black market knew that Yi Chen was wealthy, and as soon as they saw him approach their stalls, they began to promote their goods vigorously. After browsing for a while, Yi Chen gained a rough understanding of the prices. Unlike the novice area, the black market also sold some ordinary level skills, but not many. However, the prices were several times higher than in the novice area. During this time, Yi Chen unexpectedly discovered that someone was selling fireball spells, and there were quite a few. Although the price was higher than when he bought it before, Yi Chen did not let the opportunity slip by. He directly spent 400,000 to buy 20 of them. For him now, 400,000 was pocket change. However, more than half of the stalls in the black market were selling equipment, with the lowest quality being excellent, and some even had epic level equipment. However, the prices were steep, starting at 1 million even for those with terrible attributes, let alone the slightly better ones. As expected, the difference between the beginner area and the novice area was still significant.
Shaking his head, Yi-Chen continued to browse for a while, but unfortunately, he didn't find the supporting skills he had envisioned. Instead, he bought quite a few functional skill stones. In just that short time, he had lost 30 million eternal coins. What he got in return were 134 rare quality skill stones. On average, each one cost around 220,000. Although the price was a bit high, the effects left Yi-Chen very satisfied. After learning from the 134 skill stones, Yi-Chen's intelligence attribute, boosted by the Wraith Soul Ring, increased by 603 points, while his strength attribute was even more exaggerated.